Chapter 1, 100% Mythical Compatibility. The Rebirth of Luotian. The annual Beastmaster Awakening Ceremony concluded perfectly yesterday. Heaven blesses humanity. Heaven blesses our great Zesity. A total of 2,480 Beastmasters awakened, including 121 chosen ones. After more than a decade, Zesity has welcomed another SSS-class Beastmaster Talent Awakener, the Heaven's favorite Luo Anfei, a student from Zesity who awakened an SSS-class Beastmaster talent, simultaneously contracted a chosen beast pet with Overlord species bloodline. Lu Chun looked at the nearly overwhelming local trending news on his phone and couldn't help but glance at the girl sitting beside him. The girl was exceptionally beautiful, her natural looks easily surpassing so-called celebrities, with skin as fair as jade peeking out from her clothes. The only downside was her icy demeanor, aloof and distant, exuding an aura that kept strangers at bay. My childhood friend awakened an SSS-class beast taming talent. Even after a day had passed, Lu Chun couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Who would have thought this big ice block would awaken an SSS-level beast taming talent, even possessing a heaven-sent bonded beast, becoming a chosen beastmaster? Compared to this big ice block, I, a transmigrator, seem utterly pathetic. Yes, he was a transmigrator to be precise. He had been reborn into this high martial beast taming world. During his talent awakening the day before, he had shattered the veil of his rebirth and recalled all his memories of his past life on Earth. He, a transmigrator, awakened only an ordinary B-level beast taming talent. Yet, a local like Debingtuozi awakened an SSS-level beast taming talent. If it weren't for Lu Chun having a system and knowing he was a cheat, he would have suspected that Luo Anfei stole his cheat, making her a cheat as well. Thank goodness I have a system. When he recalled his past life yesterday, the system also appeared. Lusen looked into the distance. He was currently in the rest area of a large venue. The spacious venue was filled with long, three-tiered display cabinets. Inside the display case were placed various beast eggs, each the size of a basketball and of different colors. Lu Chen's gaze swept over them, and words visible only to him emerged above these beast eggs. Mythical compatibility 1%. Mythical compatibility 2%. Mythical compatibility 5.6%. The system has not been activated. To activate the system, an activation task must be completed. The condition for activating the system is contract a beast egg with a mythical compatibility of 50% or higher. The higher the value, the more precious the newbie gift package will be. A quick glance shows that the highest mythical compatibility is only 5.6%. Time to check out other areas. How are you feeling? Is the dizziness any better? Lu Chen asked Luo Anfei. Half an hour ago, she had suddenly felt unwell, and the two of them had been resting in the lounge area for a while. Beast Taming Paradise Beast Egg Selection Pavilion. This is their current location. It is specifically designed for apprentice beastmasters who have just awakened their talents and opened their beast controlling space yesterday to select beast eggs and contract their first beast companion. As a chosen beastmaster, Luo Anfei doesn't need to come here to select a beast egg. The two are childhood sweethearts. The reason she was here was because her mother had urged and pushed her to come, under the guise of, share some of your luck with Lu Chun, so he can pick a beast egg with decent lineage and potential. Apprentice beastmasters are also divided into two types: chosen beastmasters and ordinary beastmasters. Luo Anfei is a chosen beastmaster. What is a chosen beastmaster? Generally speaking, when one awakens their talent, they simultaneously open their own beastmaster space, officially stepping through the extraordinary gate of becoming a beastmaster. A chosen beastmaster is one who, upon opening their beastmaster space, finds a destined beast companion already residing within it. This is also known as a heaven-sent destined beast companion. This beast companion's attributes perfectly align with the beastmaster's talent in every aspect. Moreover, its bloodline potential is top tier, and its bond affinity is naturally maxed out, eliminating any risk of it turning on its master. As for ordinary beastmasters, they merely awaken their beast taming talent and unlock an empty beast space. They must contract with beast companions in the real world on their own. Whether a contracted beast pet fully matches a beastmaster's talent depends on fate. Intimacy and synergy must also be cultivated from scratch. Lusen was just an ordinary beastmaster, which was why he needed to come here to select a beast egg and contract his first beast pet as his lifebound companion. How are you? Feeling less dizzy now? Upon hearing Lu Chen's inquiry, Luo Anfei nodded expressionlessly. Yet internally, She was still reeling from the overwhelming shock. No one knew that just half an hour ago, the moment she opened her eyes, she had been reborn. In her previous life, she was one of humanity's top powerhouses. Known as Luotian, ambushed by 5 enemies of the same level from other races, all her beast companions perished trying to save her. In the end, she self-destructed, taking her enemies with her. Never did she expect to open her eyes and find herself back in her teenage years, just as she was beginning her journey as a beastmaster. Lu Chen stretched and stood up. Then let's continue selecting the beast eggs. Luo Anfei nodded coolly and indifferently. Having suddenly been reborn back into her teenage years, the memories of this period felt so distant to her that she found Lu Chen somewhat unfamiliar. She took a while to recall, waiting for the memories of both lifetimes to fully merge before remembering who he was. Lu Chen, the kid from next door. They lived in the same small town during childhood and later moved to Dae's City for middle school, residing in the same neighborhood. In her previous life, she remembered that the beast pet Lu Chen hatched was utterly unremarkable, and afterward, they attended different beast taming universities. The next time she heard about him was from her mother. His entire family had perished in a beast tide. Her mother grieved over this for a long time. This lifetime I can save their lives and change the fate of their family. If I remember correctly, someone obtained a beast pet with elite-level bloodline potential here. In her previous life, she had also accompanied Lu Chen to select a beast taming egg. However, after Lu Chen hesitated for a long time, someone else later obtained an egg with elite species-level bloodline potential, which caused quite a stir. She remembered that egg had a very distinctive feature, a red crack-like pattern, as if it had been damaged. Soon, after a quick inspection, she spotted a beast egg not far away with red crack-like patterns on its surface. She suggested, "How about this one? I think it looks good." Lu Ken glanced at the beast egg, and before his eyes appeared a virtual interface visible only to him. Mythical compatibility, 50%. Lu Chen? He's got hacks. She really has hacks. He was completely dumbfounded. Along the way, he had examined at least 200 beast eggs, and the highest mythical compatibility he'd seen was only 10%. With just a casual point of her little hand, this big ice block reached a staggering 50%. Meeting the system's activation conditions. Add to that her awakened SSS-level beast taming talent and a supreme tier-chosen beast companion. He seriously suspected whether this big ice block had some kind of insanely good luck cheat. Lu Chen rubbed his chin. The higher the compatibility, the more precious the newbie gift package would be. This 50% just barely meets the passing mark, and it's still not what he wants. He said, "Let's take another look. Keep this one as a backup option." Luo Anfei nodded without further comment. The opportunity had been given. If they didn't cherish it, that was no longer her concern. The two continued walking through the venue, selecting beast eggs that met the standard. Suddenly, "Luo, what a coincidence. You're here too? I'm helping a friend pick out a beast egg." A voice came from a few meters away. Li Rue, a student from the neighboring class, was also a chosen beastmaster. He had awakened an S-class beast possession talent and the potential of the rebirth seed bloodline, a truly chosen beast. Lu Qing had a grudge against him, and the origin of their hatred was that the other guy wanted to pursue Luo Anfei, but Luo Anfei had no friends at school. Upon learning that Lu Qing was Luo Anfei's childhood friend, he approached Lu Qing to ask for her contact information. Lu Qing refused on the spot, making it clear that even if he had it, he wouldn't give it. "If you want her contact details, go ask her yourself. What's the point of getting them through a third party?" Back and forth, the two developed a grudge between them. Li Rue even flicked his bangs in a showy manner, saying, "Luo Anfei, I hope we can reach the summit together," only to be completely ignored by Luo Anfei. The implied message was, "You think you're worthy?" Lusen couldn't help but burst out laughing. This guy had never dared to speak to Luo Anfei before, simply because he felt unworthy, or, to put it bluntly, he was just a self-aware average guy with delusions of grandeur. Now that he'd awakened an S-grade talent and had a beast companion with the potential of a transcendent seed, he suddenly thought he was hot stuff. Li Rue, flushed with anger, snapped, "Isn't this Lusen? What are you doing here?" He pretended to have a sudden realization. "Oh, right, you're not the chosen beastmaster, and you only awakened an ordinary B-grade beast taming talent. You're here today to pick a pet beast, aren't you? Want me to help you pick out a beast egg? This ugly little one would suit you perfectly." Li Rue stepped aside, pointing at a nearby beast egg. This beast egg has a very unappealing appearance, with a pale white surface covered in grayish-brown patches. It looks just like a freshly laid, oversized chicken egg smeared with droppings, something no one would ever choose. Luke Hen instinctively glanced at it. Mythological compatibility. 100%. Luke Hen? Myth compatibility instantly maxed out at 100%. You've got to cheat too. Note: bloodline level classification potential. Common, high grade, elite, rebirth, commander, overlord, monarch, totem, legendary, mythical, growth level classification strength. Infant, awakening, transcendent, elite, rebirth, commander, overlord, monarch, totem, legendary, divine beast. Chapter 2. Evolution. SSS-Grade talent? God-tier talent. He hurried over, took it out and said to Luo Anfei, "Come on, let's go register." Li Rui was stunned they actually chose it. Watching the two walk toward the registration counter, he followed them. There was quite a line at the registration counter. Luo Anfei's striking appearance drew many people's attention. Though the incident had made local trending news, no photos were included for privacy reasons, so no one recognized the girl before them as Luo Anfei. Among them were also students from the same school as Lu Chun and Luo Anfei, who revealed that Luo Anfei was the student who had awakened the SSS class beast mastering talent. Gasps of astonishment rose one after another around them, making Lu Chun feel like the air conditioning in the venue wasn't quite cold enough. "Are you sure you want to choose this beast egg? Once confirmed, it cannot be changed. And to prevent reselling of beast eggs, the contract must be signed immediately after registration," the staff member inquired. Confirmed. After pressing his fingerprint to sign, this beast egg officially belonged to Luke Hen. Then the process moved on to the next step. "Please perform the contract ritual here. This is a beast pet detection device, capable of assessing the approximate bloodline potential and species name of a newly hatched beast pet." Lu Chun bit his index finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the beast egg, while simultaneously connecting with the beast space in his mind to initiate the beast pet contract. As Lu Chen's blood dripped onto the beast egg, he felt an inexplicable bloodline connection forming between him and the beast egg. Nearby, seeing Lu Chun actually deciding to contract this beast egg, Luo Anfei slightly furrowed her brows, finding his behavior childish. In her view, Lu Chen's choice of this beast egg was nothing more than an impulsive act. Had he chosen the beast egg she recommended, his starting point wouldn't have been too bad. It could even be said to be life-changing. Such a temperament, no wonder he met an early demise in his previous life. Ding! Suddenly, a cold voice echoed in her mind. "Comparison module at your service. I will select an individual, and at regular intervals, the host will undergo comprehensive comparisons with them in terms of strength, beast companions, and other aspects. Once the comparison is won, the host will receive substantial rewards and points." System. Luo Anfei was stunned. Blue Star also had various literary and novel works, and she had read many of them, so she naturally knew what a system was. She never expected to have a system, but why was it called a comparison module instead of a comparison system? Not only had she been reborn, but she also possessed a system. This was beyond her expectations. A faint, almost imperceptible smile curled at the corners of her lips. This was good. With the system, she would grow even faster. Selecting the first comparison target. The first comparison target will be chosen from individuals the host is relatively familiar with. Selection successful. The first comparison target is Lu Chun. Initial comparison date set for 40 days later. 40 days later, precisely on the day the college entrance exams ended. She glanced at Lu Chun. Is the first person to compare Lu Chun? Not the slightest difficulty. From her perspective, the beast egg Lu Chun had chosen could at best produce a pet with common breed bloodline. A B-rank beast mastery talent plus a common breed bloodline pet. Outperforming her in comparison? Simply a pipe dream. After all, she was Luotian. A genius? That's just the bare minimum to meet me. Not to mention, Lu Chun isn't even a genius, he's just an ordinary person. Unless, like me, he's also been reborn and possesses a system. But is that even possible? Feeling the connection of bloodline, Lusen was somewhat excited. System. I've already awakened my talent. The beginner's mission is complete, right? It's time to hand out the beginner's gift package. Ding, host has completed the activation mission. The Divine Beast Master System is at your service. During activation, the system was affected by unknown influences, resulting in the loss of an insignificant low-level template. Lu Chun? Damn, can a system activation actually lose a low-level template? He suddenly grew worried. Could this system be some knockoff version? System activated. Distributing the beginner's gift package. Ding. Detected that the first Beast Pet's myth compatibility has reached 100%. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a transcendent level talent. Would you like to fuse with it? Transcendent level talent? So, above SSS grade? Above SSS grade is Saint grade. Above Saint grade is Divine grade. And above Divine grade is Transcendent grade. Impressive. His worries were completely put to rest. It seemed this wasn't a shoddy system after all. Fuse. Fusion will produce phenomena similar to an SSS grade talent. Would you like to conceal it? Conceal my ass. What's the point of life if you can't show off in front of others? Boom! Behind Luke Hen, a strange phenomenon manifested. The vast and boundless starry sky, with countless starlights converging into steps, as a blurry figure walked step by step towards the highest point of the staircase. There stood a throne, where the stars were merely ornaments embedded upon it, but his pair of eyes were the most striking, as if containing billions of stars. Luo Anfei? Her usually calm eyes showed a change for the first time. This was a beast taming talent awakening? And the phenomenon? The phenomenon is a unique manifestation of an SSS-class beast mastery talent. Didn't he just awaken yesterday? Wasn't he a B rank? Talent evolution? Someone exclaimed in shock, recalling an extremely rare scenario documented in textbooks. When a beast master forms their first contract with a beast companion, if the contracted beast is perfectly compatible with the master, there is an extremely small probability that it could stimulate the Beastmaster space, causing the Beastmaster talent to evolve. According to textbooks, the probability of talent evolution is 0.01. But I remember, the textbook records show that the highest recorded evolution was from B grade to S grade. This phenomenon is something only an SSS grade talent should exhibit. He muttered in disbelief. Who would have thought that besides Luo Anfei, Day City, which hasn't seen an SSS grade talent in decades, would produce 2 students awakening with SSS grade Beastmaster talents? Luo Anfei's eyes were filled with astonishment. An extremely rare talent evolution. This hadn't happened in her previous life. Back then, Lu Qin hadn't chosen this beast egg either. Was it the butterfly effect caused by her rebirth? However, even if he awakened an SSS grade talent, Luo Anfei felt no ripple of emotion in her heart. She is not SSS class. She possesses a divine level talent that surpasses SSS class. It's just that Blue Star's detection methods are too primitive to identify it. Luke Hen instantly became the focal point of the entire venue. Countless people erupted in an uproar, the crowd boiling with excitement. Oh my god, I'm kneeling. An SSS class beast mastery talent. Come quick and see a legend, an SSS class beast mastery talent. I only hear about this in the news once a year, and only from the imperial capital or a few major beast mastery provinces. Isn't that Lu Qin? I remember he had a B-class talent. Oh? A B-grade talent evolved into SSS grade? In the imperial capital's major beast taming provinces, SSS grade beast taming talents only appear once a year. But a B-grade talent evolving to SSS grade? I doubt there's ever been such a case in the entire history of beast taming. Li Rui's mouth hung open, his eyes wide with shock. An SSS grade beast taming talent? The flames of jealousy burned fiercely within him, his eyes bloodshot with envy. He wished he could slap himself twice. That beast egg was the one he had helped Lu Qin choose. The strange phenomenon quickly vanished. Crack, crack, crack. The beast egg began to crack and shatter. Everyone eagerly awaited, curious to see what kind of beast pet would hatch. Soon, the eggshell completely shattered. A small monkey, vividly sculpted entirely from rock, emerged. Name Little Rock Monkey. Level Infant Stage. Bloodline Common Species. The information displayed on the beast pet testing device left everyone's minds momentarily blank. Bloodline? Ordinary? A beast pet capable of evolving its talent to SSS grade, yet its bloodline is merely ordinary? Luo Anfei shook her head upon seeing Lu Chen's Little Rock Monkey beast pet. If it had started with a dominant bloodline like her own beast pet, there might have been a 0.00000000001% chance for him to surpass her in comparison. After all, beastmasters can't create too large of a gap in the early stages. There's absolutely no possibility now. At the same time, she was somewhat surprised little rock monkey. Lu Chen's luck was quite good. She happened to know a hidden evolution sequence that, after 2 evolutions, could turn it into a gold-eyed explosive ape, a creature of the overlord tier. When the time is ripe, it can be bestowed upon them. Lu Chen paid attention to the commotion outside. He was checking the system information. Name little rock monkey. Level infant stage. Bloodline common species. This beast pet's divine ascension endpoint is Chaos Demon Ape mythical species, current progress 0.01%. Estimated to require 15 bloodline advancements. Click to view specific sequence details. The Chaos Demon Ape, in the myths and legends of the previous era, was one of the 3,000 divine demons, an existence on the same level as Pangu. The stone monkey son Wukong, the red-buttocked horse monkey, the long-armed ape monkey, and the 6-eared macaque. These 4 calamitous monkeys are the fragmented incarnations of the Chaos Demon Ape after its death. The path to ascension. This is the god-tier talent bestowed upon Lu Chen by the system. All that I behold shall be divine, granting you the power to ascend the steps to godhood. For any beast under his command, Lu Chen could evolve it to the pinnacle of countless deities. A path of evolution visible only to him, named the Mythic sequence. Congratulations on obtaining a beast pet with ordinary bloodline. Li Rue immediately grinned with delight, not bothering to hide the schadenfreude in his words. What's the rush? They're all still in their infancy, and nothing is stable yet. Lu Chen spoke up. Upon hearing this, the other person couldn't help but sneer. Haha, then I'll wait and see. Could it be that your little rock monkey with an ordinary bloodline will somehow turn into a dominant species in a month? What if? Then I'll be watching with interest. After a brief moment of shock, the staff at the beast taming paradise quickly reported the incident. Soon, a student named Lu Chen experienced a rare talent evolution during his beast contract, leaping from B grade to SSS grade. The beast he contracted was a common bloodline little rock monkey. When this news reached the leaders of the Days City Education Bureau, they were all stunned. Ordinary bloodline? Evolving from B grade to SSS grade talent? How can these 2 things possibly go together? Chapter 3. Little Rock Monkey evolves. Infused with the Vermilion Bird's bloodline. Beast Taming High School. Principal's office. So it's confirmed to be an auxiliary-focused talent. Correct? Yes. Then we'll report it to the national education system. Finally out. Lu Chen walked out of the principal's office. His talent evolving to SSS grade had, unsurprisingly, spread throughout the entire high school student community. Lu Chen was even escorted back to school by the principal and a group of high-ranking Education Bureau officials, who had rushed over urgently upon receiving the news. As for Luo Anfei, she always disliked crowds and left the Beastmaster Paradise when she saw more and more people gathering. After being tested by the talent assessment device at school, it was confirmed that he had awakened an SSS-class beastmastering talent. The pet, Little Rock Monkey, indeed had the bloodline potential of an ordinary species. This left the principal and the high-ranking officials from the Education Bureau exchanging bewildered glances. Talent and beast companions have a mutually reinforcing relationship. Any talent rated S-class or above is guaranteed to possess a chosen beast companion. For talents below S-class, there is a certain probability of obtaining a chosen beast companion. The bloodline potential of chosen beast companions is never poor, with a guaranteed minimum of high-grade bloodline. The first beast companion is the life-bound beast companion, which is of utmost importance to a beastmaster. A situation like Lu Chen's has never occurred before. Originally a B-grade talent, it triggered an extremely rare talent evolution, causing the talent to evolve into SSS grade. Now he has become a beastmaster with an SSS grade talent, yet his life-bound beast companion is a common bloodline Little Rock Monkey. This thing with such a strong sense of dissonance made even the principal and others couldn't help but mutter. After living for so long, this is the first time I've seen something like this. This SSS-level talent would be significantly discounted. In the end, to encourage Lu Chen, the school awarded him a 500,000 scholarship. For the next 40 days until the college entrance exams, there's no need to come to school. All beast companions, regardless of bloodline strength, have a 1-month infancy period. Infant beast companions are not yet fully developed. During this month, new beast masters must feed their companions, build a bond with them, and improve their rapport and coordination. Only after passing the infancy period will a beast companion's attributes and information become fully stabilized. Some beast companions only reveal their attributes after passing through the infancy stage. If nurtured well during infancy, even their bloodline can improve slightly. When Lu Chun returned home, the last rays of the sun were about to vanish completely from the horizon. Auntie still hadn't returned. In the kitchen, a comically plump wooden puppet was bustling about, its round body surprisingly nimble. "I'm back, magic mirror puppet," Lu Ken greeted. Seeing Lu Chun return, it looked up at him with a silly grin before continuing to prepare the meal. Mirror puppet, the household's beast pet. With his parents deceased early in life, Lu Chun had been living with his maternal grandmother's family in this lifetime. In middle school, to facilitate his future growth, Lu Chun moved to Dae's city to live with his aunt, who was only 9 years older than him. Lu Chun usually finished school early, and his aunt hadn't returned from work yet. The magic mirror puppet was sent by his grandmother, who feared his carefree aunt wouldn't take good care of herself, so it was assigned to look after him. It had little combat ability but was fully skilled in household chores. Lu Ken subconsciously used the Eyes of the Divine ability attached to the Ascension steps to check the other party's information. Name: Mirror Puppet. Level: Lower Tier Overlord, Upper Tier Monarch. Attributes: Psychic Type, Abyss Type. Bloodline: Upper Monarch Tier. Skills: Blink, Magic Mirror Reflection, Mental Annihilation, Hypnosis, Hades Grasp, etc. Status: Previously suffered severe injuries, core damaged, rank declined. Treatment Method 1. Treatment Method 2. Evolution Sequence. How much? Lu Chun's jaw dropped. A monarch-level magic mirror puppet? Cooked for me for 18 years? Holy crap, what's Grandma's background? He felt an immense shock. It was akin to someone who had lived on poverty relief for 18 years suddenly discovering their parents' bank account held tens of billions. Moreover, was the mirror puppet injured? Or was its core damaged, causing a high-tier monarch to regress into a mere low-tier overlord? What's going on? I've never heard of this before. Back in the room, after calming down a bit, his adaptability was incredibly strong. What could be more shocking than activating a system? Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the accomplishment, becoming a beast master, and obtaining your own life-bound beast pet. Reward: Beast Bloodline. This achievement originates from Little Rock Monkey, and will begin drawing a suitable bloodline for Little Rock Monkey. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the bloodline Zhu Yen totem species. Lu Chun raised an eyebrow. It turned out to be the Zhu Yen, a mythical creature from ancient legends, a divine beast of the ape and monkey lineage, and one of the extraordinary species recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. As for whether the Zhu Yen exists in this world, that remains unknown for now. Most importantly, the evolutionary path of the Little Rock Monkey into the Chaos Demon Ape lineage includes the Zhu Yen. The bloodline of a totem species is an existence that surpasses even that of a monarch species. Every totem-level combatant is a godlike existence. Come out, Little Rock Monkey. Through mental communication with the beast taming space, a summoning circle appeared on the ground, revealing the small figure of the Little Rock Monkey. The size only reached Lu Chun's knees. It tilted its little head and let out a puzzled sound. Jigu! Lusen extended his index finger and gently stroked the little one's head hard, with a rocky texture. Little guy, those fellows look down on you today. Do you want to get stronger? Yee! The Little Rock Monkey looked serious. Good. Then I'll make you stronger. It's time for you to see what your Beastmaster is capable of. Lusen pointed his finger at the other's forehead and declared loudly, Grow stronger. My Little Rock Monkey. Little Rock Monkey. Oh, Beastmaster, I may be young, but I'm not stupid. How is this supposed to make me stronger? System, fuse the Zhu Yen bloodline, Lusen silently commanded in his heart. Instantly, the Little Rock Monkey felt a terrifying force surge into its body. The immense power coursed through its limbs and bones, transforming it at the very level of its bloodline.
Little Rock Monkey, Sigma.
The next second, it lost consciousness, or more accurately, fell into a deep slumber. Lusen recalled it back into the beast taming space. Half an hour later, the room door suddenly swung open. A sneaky head peeked through the door crack. It was a mature beauty, her already flawless features, enhanced by exquisite makeup and the teardrop mole at the corner of her eye, were stunning while also exuding a hint of alluring charm. After glancing around the room and noticing no tissues in the trash bin, she remarked, No evidence of traditional handcrafting here. So what exactly were you doing holed up in your room? Lu Ken had grown somewhat accustomed to his aunt's rather wild way of speaking. The two often bickered and teased each other. After all, there was only an 8 or 9 year age gap between them. He immediately shot back, "Why don't you go check if any of your small garments are missing from the laundry basket?" Lu Yurong sneered disdainfully. "You? I'll break your legs. Why lock yourself in the room right after choosing your lifebound beast? Not satisfied with your selection? Just being able to become a beastmaster already puts you above most people. You really don't appreciate your good fortune. Unlike me, I have no beastmaster talent at all. If I could become a beastmaster, I'd be content even with just a D-grade talent and a low-born bloodline beast contract." Low-born actually refers to creatures with no bloodline talent, just slightly stronger than ordinary animals. It's not even considered in the classification of beast pet bloodlines. Lu Yorong's words were meant to comfort Lu Chun, who had locked himself in his room as soon as he returned. Moreover, generally speaking, most of the beast eggs chosen at the beast taming paradise have ordinary bloodline potential. He thought Lu Chun had also picked an ordinary beast pet and was feeling discouraged, his morale low. Lu Chun squinted and scoffed. "Ha, Lu Yurong. That's all you amount to. How can a sparrow know the ambitions of a swan? My talent is SSS-Grade, and my beast pet's bloodline is of the Dominator class." To avoid startling the other person, he described the totem-level bloodline potential as a ruler-level one. The next second, Lusen felt a small, icy hand press against his forehead. Oh no, he's had a breakdown and gone delusional. Your grandmother will kill me. I need to call the hospital right away. Lu Chun. I'm ing serious. Lu Chun opened his phone and showed his bank balance. The 500,000 yuan scholarship awarded by the school was quietly sitting there. A few minutes later, Come, my dear nephew. This is ginseng chicken soup, good for nourishing your health. Your auntie here raised you with her own hands, wiping your messes and feeding you. Remember to take good care of me in the future." The exaggerated, high-pitched, and overly sweet tone sent shivers down Lu Chen's spine. "Cut it out. I still prefer your usual unruly self," Lu Chen said as he took a sip of the soup, then remembered something important. "By the way, that mirror puppet, why do I feel like it's incredibly strong?" Lu Yurong set down the soup spoon, her eyes filled with surprise. "My evolved beast taming talent gives me a faint sense of it," Lu Chen said excitedly. "Could it be that Grandma is some hidden, powerful beastmaster? Is our family actually incredibly influential, with billions secretly waiting to be inherited? Ha ha ha, I asked your grandmother the same thing 10 years ago. Let me answer you with her exact words." Lu Yurong cleared her throat. "In your dreams, neither your grandmother nor I are beastmasters. As for the mirror puppet, it was your mother's beast companion. My parents are dead, aren't they? I thought that when a beastmaster dies, their companion beasts don't die immediately, but their souls slowly dissipate, leaving them with only a few years to live. The mirror puppet has been around for at least 18 years, hasn't it? I wouldn't know about that. I'm not a beastmaster." Lu Chun was filled with doubt. His parents had died early, and he had never met them since childhood. Why does mother have such a powerful beast pet? Chapter 4. The Marvel of Talent. Luo Anfei's contempt. After having an in-depth conversation with his aunt about his parents, Lu Ken returned to his room. In the end, the doubts in his heart remained unresolved. Because his aunt didn't know much about his mother either. He didn't have strong feelings toward his parents. They were too unfamiliar, there wasn't even a trace of memory in his mind. As for the mirror puppet, he would find a way to help it recover from its injuries in the future. Having taken care of him for 18 years, the mirror puppet had long become family in his heart. For now, though, there was nothing he could do. Some of the materials needed for its recovery were things he had never even heard of. Sitting cross-legged, he began to meditate according to the basic meditation method. Beastmasters also need to cultivate, connecting with the heavens and earth, enhancing their spiritual power, expanding their beastmaster space, and increasing their spiritual energy. At the same time, the reason beast companions can recover from injuries while staying in the beastmaster space is that the beastmaster converts the energy of the heavens and earth into a form suitable for the beast companions to absorb. Only after the beastmaster space advances can a second beast companion be contracted. Several hours later, Lu Chun suddenly opened his eyes. The little rock monkey woke up. Buzz! A summoning circle appeared, and a figure emerged. At this moment, the little rock monkey had undergone a dramatic transformation. Its eyes gleamed golden, its fur now a stony gray hue, with a flame-like mark between its brows. Sticktail was as sturdy as steel. Its feet were crimson, with ankle fur resembling swirling flame clouds. The overall impression it gave was one of extraordinary and divine majesty. Its size had grown from previously only reaching knee height to now reaching Luchan's waist, approximately around 1.3 meters. Name: Disdain Rock Monkey. Level: Lower Tier Awakening Stage. Attributes: Rock Type, Fire Type. Bloodline: Lower Tier Monarch Species. Insufficient strength to fully integrate the Zhu Yen bloodline. Current fusion progress at 40%. Complete fusion will reach Totem Species. Intimacy level: 100. Bloodline talents: Form Transformation, Indestructible Diamond Body. The Divine Ascension path for this beast companion culminates in Chaos Demon Ape Mythic Species. Current progress at 50%. Estimated to require 4 bloodline advancements. Click to view specific sequence details. So strong. Having fused with the Vermilion Bird's bloodline, it directly skipped the infancy stage and stepped into the awakening tier. Only after a beast pet passes its infancy stage can specific details like bloodline rank, attributes, and bloodline talents, and other such information be perceived. The number of bloodline advancements required to evolve into the Chaos Demon Ape has also changed from the previous 15 times to just 4 times. The most amazing thing is that it actually possesses 2 bloodline talents. Right? Can you feel yourself getting stronger? Lu Chun patted the little head of the rock-disliking monkey. Chirp! Oh! Its eyes turned into starry eyes as it nodded eagerly, looking at Lu Chun with an expression full of admiration. My trainer is so awesome. Just a tap on myself and I get stronger. Lu Ken nodded in satisfaction. His monkey show-off act was a complete success. During the 1-month infancy stage, except for the chosen beastmasters whose pets naturally have maxed out intimacy from birth. For non-chosen beastmasters, the 1-month infancy period of their pets is meant for building relationships, mutual understanding, increasing affection levels, and improving coordination. Every year, it's common for apprentice beastmasters to face situations where their beast pets refuse to fight, disobey commands, or resist training. Yet, with a single move of fusing the Zhu Yen bloodline, Lu Chun strengthened the beast pet, instantly earning the admiration of the lazy rock monkey, raising their intimacy level to 100. Screech! The lazy rock monkey picked up Lu Chen's index finger and placed it on its own forehead. Beastmaster is not enough. I must become stronger. You're still too weak right now. If you level up further, your body won't be able to handle it. Focus on training properly. Chirp! The rock-disgusted monkey wore a look of determination. At the same time, on the other side of the neighborhood, in Luo Anfei's room, a dazzling blue light erupted, accompanied by a chilling aura that spread throughout the space. The temperature in the entire room dropped by several degrees. Before her stood a small fox with a snow-white body, its 4 paws adorned with ice-blue fur, as if wearing 4 tiny blue gloves. It was her bonded beast companion, the Frost Crystal Fox. In her previous life, it was the world-annihilating Ice Phoenix Fox that terrorized the entire starry sky. How does it feel, Frost Crystal Fox? Meow. Luo Anfei curled a faint smile at the corners of her lips as she cradled the Ice Crystal Fox in her arms. Through the feedback from their contract, she could sense the accelerated growth of the Ice Crystal Fox. This was a formula she had obtained in her previous life, using ice stones and mint crystals as the main ingredients, supplemented with grass-type materials to create a potion that could shorten the infancy period of ice-type beast companions. Additionally, one of the abilities of her innate talent is to enhance the bloodline of beast companions. In this life, the Ice Crystal Fox only needs 7 days to pass through its infancy stage. That's a full 23 days earlier than in her previous life. As for Lu Chun, who was supposed to be compared after 40 days, she didn't take it to heart at all. The Ice Crystal Fox can pass its infancy stage in 7 days, and then it can officially begin cultivation. As a beast pet with the bloodline of a dominant species, once it passes the infancy stage, it will directly step into the awakening tier. With her nurturing, the growth of the Ice Crystal Fox will be extremely rapid. As for Lu Ken needs to follow the rules and take 30 days to help the little rock monkey pass its infancy stage. For a common bloodline, it will take at least some time to reach the awakening stage. By then, the Ice Crystal Fox would have already surpassed it by countless levels. This is the gap in bloodline. There are even pure-blooded dragon lineages that, after passing through their juvenile stage, directly step into the transcendent tier. 40 days passed in the blink of an eye. June 6th, sunny weather, slightly hot. Days City. This morning, all citizens began speaking in hushed tones. Cars on the road also slowed down significantly, no longer honking. No particular reason. It's National College Entrance Exam Day. Today's college entrance examinees will become the heroes who protect humanity, the warriors who battle magical beasts and evil spirits. Lu Chun walked along the road. Just like in my previous life, the dates 6, 7, and 8 are chosen for the college entrance exams because their pronunciation sounds like "admit me" in Chinese. For the college entrance exams, all students from different schools are shuffled and randomly assigned to examination centers. Lu Chen's exam admission ticket assigned him to the examination center at Days City's number 7 Beast, Taming High School. It lasts for 3 days in total. On the first day, the test is on cultural subjects. Yes, even in this world, you have to take cultural subject exams, even if you're a Beastmaster. Cultural subject scores account for 10% of the total college entrance examination score. The nation cultivates Beastmasters, not reckless illiterates. To some extent, academic performance reflects your learning ability, thinking skills, and self-discipline. Lu Qing's usual academic performance wasn't particularly high, but it wasn't bad either. It was sufficient. On June 6th, the academic exams concluded. The next day arrived on June 7th. The second exam, Beastmaster Ability Assessment and Pet Comprehensive Evaluation. The examination venue was no longer based at the school. There were a total of 3 examination venues. Days City, Beastmaster Sports Center. This was the examination venue for Lu Chun this time. After passing the security check at the entrance, he walked into the sports center. Inside, the space had been divided into different sections with steel plates, each serving as an examination area. The examination site is sealed off, making it impossible to see inside from the outside. Lu Qing arrived at his assigned examination site. Examination site number 96 in row 43. Inside, there were 2 examiners and 4 surveillance monitors. The examiner verified the name, Lu Chun. Seeing the name, he was slightly surprised. Was this the student who had undergone an extremely rare talent evolution, advancing from B grade to SSS grade? Sit down and put on the helmet. Lu Chun, looking at the chair in front of him, which resembled an electric interrogation chair, he felt a little nervous. He obediently sat down, his hands restrained by the armrests, and felt a slight prick in his palms as if a needle had pierced them. An electronic synthesized voice announced, "No banned substances detected in the blood. Commencing mental energy assessment." Beside him, the numbers on a display kept rising. Mental energy value 50, 70, 100, 150, 200, 225. The examiner watched, recalling that according to previous year's college entrance exam standards, a mental energy value exceeding 500 was sufficient for admission to the Beastmaster University. He wondered just how high an SSS-Grade genius could reach. Chapter 5. The college entrance exam begins. The examiner's shock. A monster has appeared. A few minutes later, on the screen, the number was clearly frozen at 1900. The 2 examiners? Their mouths hung open. 1900? The admission score for top-tier Beastmaster academies is only 800. And you're telling me he got 1900? Is the machine malfunctioning? After testing again, the displayed value remained at 1900 for psychic energy. The 2 examiners exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Is this the power of an SSS class talent? What a pity. I heard his bonded beast's bloodline potential is just average. Please summon your bonded beast companion for the ability assessment. Beside it stood a massive machine, resembling a weighing scale but enlarged over 10 times in size. Measuring several meters in length, width, and height, this was an energy detector with astonishing technological sophistication. It could comprehensively evaluate a beast companion's height, weight, developmental stage, level. Lusen connected with the beast taming space, and a summoning circle appeared on the ground. After the exam, Lusen left the testing site. At the testing site, the 2 examiners stared dazedly at the screen in front of them, their pupils trembling. It's monstrous. This result would be considered heaven-defying even in the imperial capital or other major provinces. Hasn't this broken the all-time record of Jiangbei province? Upper tier awakening stage, perfect score. Name, Frost Crystal Fox. Level, upper tier awakening stage. Bloodline, upper tier dominant species. Bloodline talent, Flash freeze. Energy reaction level actual combat power. Lower tier transcendent rank. Performance score, perfect. Evaluation. Has mastered entry-level ice elemental applications. Mental energy value, 1580. Looking at her test results. Luo Anfei's face remained aloof, but inwardly she was somewhat delighted it was a full 400 points higher than in her previous life. She remembered that the highest recorded mental energy value in Jiangbei province over the past century was 1550. A mental energy value of 1580 has already broken the highest record in Jiangbei province. The ice crystal fox's strength has also more than doubled compared to its previous life. However, it's still a bit regrettable with insufficient resources and money on hand. The ice crystal fox has only reached the upper awakening tier. Otherwise, she could have nurtured it to the lower transcendent tier. In my previous life, I was the top scorer in Day City and the second highest in the entire Jiangbei province's college entrance examination. In this life, the title of top scorer in Jiangbei province's college entrance examination is undoubtedly mine. However, being the top scorer in a remote province's exam is nothing extraordinary. After all, she knew that at the top-tier Beastmaster academies, geniuses from remote provinces would pale in comparison to those scions with family legacies. In her previous life, she was merely a mid-tier existence. In her past life, it was only after graduating from the academy that she fully unlocked the potential of her talents and began her meteoric rise. This time, she will crush them all beneath her feet. After surpassing Lu Chun in comparison, the next targets for comparison should be the prodigies from the top-tier academies. What is there to fear? Genius? Merely the threshold to meet me. As she stepped out of the exam hall, she unexpectedly bumped into Lu Ken. "Good afternoon," Lu Ken greeted. Luo Anfei nodded coldly. "Classmate Luo, what a coincidence. We're in the same exam hall." Another annoying voice chimed in. Li Rui also walked out of the exam hall. "Well, if it isn't Lu Chun? A month has passed, and all the beast pets have passed their infancy stage. I wonder how your test went? My mental energy value is 800, and my beast companion's evaluation score is 80 points, which already meets the admission threshold for top-tier beast taming academies. What about you? As someone with an SSS class talent, you wouldn't actually fail to get in, would you?" Lu Chun replied, "Just average, really. Only a mental energy value of 1900, and my beast companion scored full marks in the assessment. Are you trying to make me laugh? Since when did you become such a braggart? A mental energy value of 1900? And a full score for a beast companion with ordinary bloodline potential?" Li Rui felt that Lu Chun might have been mentally affected by doing poorly on the exam. Beside them, Luo Anfei also frowned slightly, her impression of Lu Chun plummeting. A mental energy value of 1900? This is simply unbelievable. Even she, a top-tier powerhouse reborn from her previous life, only has a mental strength of 1580. A small rock monkey with ordinary level bloodline potential achieved a perfect score in the assessment? That's absolutely impossible. The evaluation of beast companions is based on a comprehensive assessment of factors such as height, weight, developmental stage, level, and so on. To achieve full marks in the level category, one must reach the mid-level awakening tier. How could it be possible for a small rock monkey with ordinary bloodline? In her heart, she had already labeled Lu Ken as someone who talks nonsense, cares too much about face, and has poor character. It seems I'll have to reconsider the evolution sequence for the small rock monkey to reach the dominator tier. That night, Li Rui returned home and told his parents that he should be able to attend a top-tier Beastmaster Academy, earning praise from the whole family. Buzz. His phone vibrated in his pocket. When he checked it, he saw the finalized list for tomorrow's practical combat exam assignments. His eyes lit up. Lu Chun! Lu Chun! I hope my opponent is Lu Chun. He clicked in, only to be disappointed it wasn't Lu Chun. Then who is Lu Chen's opponent? Ha ha ha, Lu Chen's opponent is Yu Haiyang from No. 1 High School, who awakened an SSS class beast mastering talent. His bonded beast has a commander-level bloodline. I sparred with him last time and couldn't win at all. Lu Chun is done for. At the same time, Luo Anfei stroked the ice crystal fox in her arms. Her eyes sparkled, radiating confidence. Just one more day tomorrow, the college entrance exams would be over, and it would also be the day of the comparison. Tomorrow marks the beginning of my official rise to the peak. The moon rabbit descends, the golden crow ascends. A new day arrives. June 8th, clear skies, pleasant temperature with a breeze. Today is the third day of the college entrance examination. Examination items. Combat test. Chapter 6. Combat test. Night King. Woo-woo. My little Kuan chicken hasn't even reached the awakening stage yet. What should I do? There's not enough time. I feel like with just 2.5 more days it could break through to the awakening stage. Don't panic, mine's the same. Sigh, no need to be discouraged. Most of us are unranked, our beast pets' bloodlines are just too weak. Yeah, there are only 40 days in total. It takes 30 days just to get through the infancy period, leaving only 10 days nowhere near enough time to nurture them to the awakening stage. Damn it, I've reached the awakening stage, but my Gale Wolf just won't listen to commands. The moment it comes out, it starts wrecking the house. Its only goal is destruction. If I yell at it once, it howls back at me 10 times. Aw, my baba sheep is the same. Tell it to fight, and it'll just keep bleeding no way all day long. Quick as the law commands, I hope my opponent is a total noob. Days City Beastmaster Battle Sports Center. The examinees entered the venue one after another, taking their seats in the waiting area of the audience section. They chatted among themselves, with occasional groans of despair rising here and there. Among them, a striking figure became the center of attention in the entire hall. She sat aloof and cold on a chair in the waiting area. Even the unflattering sporty outfit couldn't dim her radiance, and her snow-white skin shimmered under the sunlight. No one dared to sit within 10 meters of her. Her aura was simply too overwhelming, making everyone feel inadequate in comparison. At one point, an overconfident man attempted to sit beside her, but halfway there, he faltered under her expressionless gaze and retreated. By the way, I wonder how Luo Anfei's beast companion is coming along in its training. With its overlord class bloodline, it LL reached the awakening tier right after its infancy phase. At the very least, it LL be a lower tier awakening beast. An SSS tier talent with a beast companion of the overlord species, probably already at mid-tier awakening stage. So envious. An SSS tier beast mastery talent. Luo Anfei sat quietly on her chair, gazing at the scene below. The entire sports field was divided into 10 battle zones, each measuring 100 by 100 meters. Familiar sights, familiar feelings. In her previous life, this was where she first made her name, and in this life she would become even stronger. Moreover, countdown comparison. 1 hour 8 minutes and 47 seconds. Staring at the virtual interface visible only to her. A faint, almost imperceptible smile curved at the corners of her lips. The first comparative assessment would begin in just over an hour. By then, she would crush Lu Chun through comparison, secure abundant resources, and establish a virtuous cycle. Her rise would be 10, even 100 times faster than in her previous life. Huh? Who's that guy? The crowd watched as a figure walked straight to Luo Anfei's side and sat down, yet, surprisingly, she didn't shoo him away. Lu Chun? Luo Anfei's childhood sweetheart. Someone who knew Lu Chun explained. Of course, you might have also heard of him by another title, the second person to awaken an SSS-class beast mastering talent. So he's that rare lucky one whose talent evolved. TSK, I wonder how his beast companion is developing. Humph, just a guy who stumbled into luck. I was there when his talent evolved. His beast companion was just a common bloodline little rock monkey. Exactly, I'm Lu Chen's classmate. This guy's academic performance is below average in our class. Getting an SSS talent was just dumb luck. The rock ape is trash. My beast pet is a rock ape too, a useless, stupid creature that still hasn't even reached the first tier. The speaker's face twisted with jealousy. They both had rock apes, so how did the other guy's talent suddenly jump from B grade to SSS grade? I bet his rock ape is just like mine. I have an A grade talent while he's just a B grade disguised as SSS grade. Hell, my rock ape might even be stronger than his. Listening to the comments from the people around, Li Rue was also present, and he deliberately spoke loudly. Those of you from other schools probably don't know yet, but Lu Chun himself said yesterday that his spiritual energy value reached 1900. We should congratulate Lu Chun, the previous record holder for the Jiangbei Province College entrance exam, had a spiritual energy value of 1550, and he has broken the all-time top scorer record in Jiangbei Province. At the same time, let us also congratulate Lu Chun for saying that his ordinary bloodline little rock monkey achieved a perfect score. He emphasized the words common species. Whoosh! The entire venue erupted in an uproar. What kind of outrageous joke was this? Days City belongs to Jiangbei Province. The record holder for the college entrance exam in Jiangbei Province is the titled Night King, a candidate from over a decade ago who also possessed an SSS-class beast mastering talent, one of the human monarch tier beast masters. a top-tier powerhouse. The only beastmaster from the previous generation of Jiangbei province to make it onto the king's ranking. Even such a figure only scored 1550 in the college entrance exam back then. How could Lu Chen's mental energy reach 1900? A common grade rock monkey achieving a perfect score? What kind of ridiculous joke is this? No one would ever believe it. I'd sooner believe I'm Qin Shi Huang than trust him. In an instant, Lu Ken became the target of everyone's criticism. Then I'd like to see just how capable you are in the practical exam. 1900 mental energy value, impressive indeed. Same little rock monkey. I spent tens of thousands and still couldn't nurture it to the awakening stage in 10 days. I'd really like to see how you managed to get full marks in the Beast Companion evaluation. Sarcastic remarks rose one after another. Luo Anfei remained expressionless. This is the consequence of being pretentious, boastful, and overly concerned with face. However, this experience was also a tempering for him. A beating and a setback can bring about change. No wonder some of my classmates looked at me like a clown after I came in. Nowadays, no one believes the truth when you tell it. Hearing the sigh that came from beside him. Luo Anfei. She glanced at Lu Chen. Even at this point, was he still so stubborn about saving face? Wouldn't the truth come out during the practical exam later? He's really too hard-headed. Having known each other for years, she said, in the practical exam, winning or losing isn't important. What matters is demonstrating the coordination between the beast and its tamer. Whether the beast can fully obey the tamer's commands tests the level of mochi and bond between them. As long as you can make the beast fully obey your commands during battle, unfavorable situations, injuries, or when facing stronger opponents, even losing isn't a big issue. You can give the little rock monkey some mental preparation before the fight, or use food as an incentive to boost its fighting spirit. Lu Chen was a bit dazed. Damn. This was the first time he'd heard the ice block talk to him so much at once. Motivate the beast pet? He sensed the rock-discussed monkey in the beast taming space, frantically doing sit-ups, its eyes burning with eagerness for battle. Probably doesn't need any more motivation. He was afraid that, with a little encouragement, he might accidentally kill the opponent's beast pet. Thud. Above the battle stadium, a clear, bell-like sound echoed through the air. Everyone felt their spirits lift. Lu Chun looked into the distance, noticing a strange creature floating in the air above the battlefield at some unknown time. Its body resembled a gong, with slender limbs, and it held a large gong stick in both hands. The sound came from it striking its own body. Through the eyes of the divine, he obtained information about the opponent. Motivation gong steel type beast pet, elite tier. Tapping the body can produce sonic wave attacks, while also invigorating the spirit. Meanwhile, below, invigilators have already entered the 10 battle arenas. A voice came over the broadcast. Day 3 of the college entrance exam, the practical combat test officially begins. All examinees whose names appear on the large screen, please enter the arena for the battle test. Above the combat arena, for display screens showed one headshot after another, each followed by an exam registration number. Sensing the restless rock-discussed monkey already stirring within the beast taming space, a confident smile curled at the corners of his lips. No need to rush, soon they'd see the results of our over a month-long training. Sunlight spilled across the steps of the preparation area, forming a trapezoidal pattern. In that very instant, Lu Ken stood at the very top of these steps. Luo Anfei glanced sideways at his confident smile, finding it rather peculiar. Where did this guy get such confidence? Yet she found herself infected by it too. She nodded slightly, lifting her chin with an air of pride, her heart surging with ambition. The starry seas, the path to fame, it all lies beneath my feet, and all shall be stepping stones for me. She stole a glance at Lu Chen. Humph, the first stepping stone is you. The moment of comparison is coming soon. Get ready to cough up the gold, old man. Chapter 7. Luo Anfei, me? No confidence in winning the comparison. Little Kuan chicken, come down now. The enemy is over there. Get out of my pants already. Water-spitting turtle. Where the hell are you spraying? Rock bull. Stop your mooing already. Baba sheep. Why the hell are you bleeding at a bull? Fight it already. Lu Chen's lips twitched. This scene is way too chaotic. Is this what they call a battle of the weaklings? There's even a wind wolf that, the moment it's released and gets hit by the opponent, starts howling in pain and then, terrified, immediately burrows into its owner's clothes. There are water-type beast pets that spray water at their own owners. Most of these beast pets haven't even reached the awakening stage yet, and the majority don't listen to their beastmasters. These are non-chosen beastmasters who failed to establish a good relationship with their beast companions during the infancy stage and didn't properly train them. For chosen beast companions, they naturally have high compatibility from birth, so such situations won't occur. The exam duration is 5 minutes per session. These individuals simply waited until the time was up and were then escorted off the stage. Of course, there are exceptions. Shadowstalker Panther, use Razor Claw to end this battle. In Arena number 5, a pitch-black panther, resembling a shadow, emerged from the opponent's own shadow. With a single Razor Claw strike, it instantly ended the fight, rendering the opposing beast incapable of continuing. Finally, someone worth watching. In the VIP box above the battle gymnasium, principals from various schools, high-ranking officials from the Education Bureau, and invigilators from the previous day's exams were watching the battles below through the glass. The principal of number 2 high school said, "This one is from our school, named Li Wentao. He has an S-class beast mastery talent, and his companion is a nether leopard with a transcendent seed bloodline." Xia Haiqiang, the director of the Education Bureau, nodded and said, "Not bad. If the exam scores from the past 2 days are high enough, they should be able to get into a top-tier university. But that's not what they're concerned about. Instead, it's the girl with the SSS-Grade talent." Time passes minute by minute.
期间轮到李锐下场考试了，还可以，他的受宠勉强算是听他的指挥。重试，错误原因，成功击败了对手。重试，错误原因，他几乎是鼻孔朝天的走回来，还专门隔空给了陆晨一个挑衅的眼神。重试，错误原因，请考生号1314考生骆安飞与考生号087号同学张亚玉到3号对战场。重试，错误原因。
In an instant, everyone sat up straight. The main event was about to begin. This was the battle countless people had been waiting for. An SSS-class beast mastering talent plus a bloodline of a dominant species. vs. SS-class beast mastery talent plus commander bloodline. They were also the 2 most eye-catching female students in Days City. To put it in Shinibu terms, you could call them the top sister and second sister. Goddess Luo Anfei is definitely going to win, right? After all, her talent and beast companion far surpass her opponents. Not necessarily. Goddess Luo Anfei's talent is of the support type, while classmate Zhang Yayu's is of the enhancement type. Moreover, I heard that classmate Zhang Yayu's beast pet originally had a high commander bloodline, but during its infancy, it was fed a large amount of precious resources, and after the infancy period, its bloodline improved, becoming a low overlord. Impressive. Lu Chen cheered. Keep it up. Luo Anfei nodded and followed the examination path to battlefield number 3. This time I won't lose, Zhang Yayu said earnestly to Luo Anfei. Over the years, she had constantly been compared to her counterpart, but in every joint exam, her ranking had always been 1 place lower. Even with awakened talents and a chosen beast companion, he was still a tier below the other. Her family was famously wealthy in Days City, and she had been born with a silver spoon in her mouth. How could she possibly be inferior to him? She was utterly confident that her beast companion would absolutely crush his. Oh, good luck with that. Luo Anfei spoke with a cool and detached tone. The 2 separated in front of the battlefield, each moving to one end. Please summon your beast companions. The invigilator and referee announced the rules from the side. Zhang Yayu was the first to summon his beast companion. A creature emerged from the summoning array, a 2-meter-tall, imposing and ferocious-looking beast. Its body resembled that of a lion, covered in flowing cyan-colored fur, but its head was that of an eagle. The most striking feature was the pair of wings on its back. Name: Windstorm Griffin. Strength: mid-tier awakening stage. Attribute: wind element. Bloodline: lower dominant species. Race talent: intimidation. Skills: bite, wind claw. It really is a lower-tier overlord bloodline with a growth level at mid-stage awakening rank, and on top of that, it's such a large-sized specimen. Generally speaking, for low-tier beastmasters, when both sides are of the same level and there's no attribute advantage between them, the larger the size, the greater the advantage. The opponent is a griffin while Big Ice Lump is a fox. A lion pouncing on a fox, isn't that just bullying? Looking at the information revealed by the divine eye, Lu Chun was somewhat worried whether Big Ice Lump could handle it. Coincidentally, Luo Anfei also summoned the Frost Crystal Fox. He used the divine eye to inspect the Ice Crystal Fox. At the same time, an announcement came over the broadcast. Examinees with registration numbers 0520, Lu Chun, and 0777, Yu Haiyang, please proceed to Examination Hall 8 for the practical test. Instantly, those who were focused on the situation on the field snapped back to attention. Lu Chun is about to take the stage. With a mental energy value of 1900, the presumed top scorer, we're looking forward to seeing how you and your little rock monkey perform. Just don't get completely crushed, Li Rue sneered sarcastically. We'd really like to see just how strong someone who surpasses the Night King's mental energy value can be. Same as Little Rock Monkey, I genuinely have no idea how this trash tier pet could possibly score full marks. You'll have to show me how it's done. Lu Qin ignored the sarcastic remarks. His gaze swept over the ice crystal fox, and its detailed information surfaced in his eyes. He felt reassured there was no way he could lose. Not bad, you big ice block. As expected of a woman who's practically cheating. Even with my system, you almost surpassed me by just that tiny bit. With a light chuckle, Lu Qin turned and entered the examination exit passage. Frost Crystal Fox, Upper Awakening Tier. Stormwind Griffin, Mid Awakening Tier. The battle screen displayed the level tiers of the two beast pets. Caused another wave of commotion. Upper Awakening Tier? Combat exam, begin. The referee announced the start of the match. Zhang Yayu was also momentarily stunned an upper-tier awakening rank. Had she fallen behind in level again? Taking a deep breath, she steadied her mindset. It wasn't a big deal. In battles between low-level beastmasters, especially those at the awakening rank, the side with the larger physique usually held the advantage. Those who haven't stepped into the transcendent tier cannot use release-type skills. So even if the wind element is countered by the ice element, it doesn't matter. Moreover, her talent is an SS-Grade talent energy amplification. It can enhance the attribute skills of beast companions and temporarily raise their level by one minor rank. Under her talent, the Windstorm Griffin also possesses the combat power of an upper-tier awakened rank. I must win. Luo Anfei, it's time for you to lose for once, Zhang Yayu declared confidently. Luo Anfei looked at her opponent, her eyes calm and unruffled. In her previous life, Zhang Yayu's Windstorm Griffin had evolved from a Commander-class bloodline to a Dominator-class bloodline. Awakened the bloodline talent, Intimidation. It indeed caused her great trouble. The battle between the two sides remained deadlocked until the countdown ended, finally concluding in a draw. This lifetime, if I can't defeat you in one move, I'll admit defeat. Windstorm Griffin, Intimidate. Talent, Intimidate. A common bloodline talent among large, ferocious carnivorous beast pets of commander-class lineage or higher. It can frighten creatures weaker than itself through sheer presence, causing them to enter a state of terror. Even creatures of the same level will be affected, briefly stunned by the overwhelming pressure. Looking at the ice crystal fox frozen in place, Zhang Yayu confidently smiled. Wind Spirit Griffin, end this battle, Wind Claw. It leaped into the air, pouncing toward the ice crystal fox, wind energy swirling around its claws. Indeed, it's time to end this fight, Luo Anfei said calmly. Ice Crystal Fox, Frost Breath. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the ice crystal fox swayed its tail, opened its mouth, and gathered ice elemental energy around itself. A blast of frigid wind surged forth in retaliation. The air suddenly turned icy cold. The battlefield was covered in a thick layer of frost. The charging wind griffin was instantly frozen into a solid block of ice, hard as rock. The battle was over. Instant kill. Zhang Yayu widened her eyes in disbelief. Your Frost Crystal Fox can use projectile-type moves that only transcendent tier beasts can perform? Looking at the frozen battlefield, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. The awakening stage merely involves awakening the elemental energy of one's own affinity. The methods of applying and controlling elemental energy are gathering, flowing, releasing, condensing. Awakening stage beast companions have typically only mastered gathering. Gather elements together and attach them to a part of the body to form a skill. For example, gathering wind elemental energy on the claws forms the low-level skill Wind Claw. Condensing elements and releasing them, this type of long-range attack skill, requires the combined ability of gathering and releasing elements. Only transcendent tier beast companions can master such complex elemental control. The Ice Crystal Fox actually possesses combat power at the transcendent tier while still in the upper awakening stage. Is this the might of an SSS-Grade talent? This nurturing ability is simply invincible. This, the top scorer in this year's college entrance exam for Jiangbei Province, will undoubtedly be our Days City's Luo Wanfei, exclaimed the principal and high-ranking education officials excitedly. I wonder how the other SSS-Grade talent holder is doing. Someone suddenly brought up. I remember his name is Lu Chun. Oh, he's also taking the exam. Isn't he in exam hall 8? Well, don't get your hopes up too much. After all, his situation is special. Not only does he lack a divine beast companion, but his pet is just a common-blooded little rock monkey. That's perfect. It'll be interesting to see the difference between an SSS-Grade talent who wasn't chosen by fate and one who was. Little did they know, in the corner of the private booth, two people exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with excitement. Damn, besides the two of us, today others are finally going to be shocked too. Lu Chun a weakling? Just wait. We'll slap your faces so hard you won't be able to speak. Just thinking about these leaders getting their faces slapped later makes them want to laugh. If Lu Chun were here, he'd realize these two were the proctors in charge of yesterday's Beastmaster Ability Assessment and Beast Companion Comprehensive Evaluation. All the invigilating teachers had signed confidentiality agreements attached with the Supreme Tier Skill Oath Binding. None of them could reveal Lu Chen's extraordinary results from yesterday. The battle between Lu Chen and Yu Haiyang is about to begin. Yu Haiyang also has an SSS tier talent, with a high-ranking commander-class beast, the Boomsteel Gorilla. Let's see how Lu Chen dies. 1900 spiritual energy value? With a common-class rock monkey? This poser is about to show his true colors. Battlefield number 8. Night King is my idol. You insulted the Night King. It's bad enough that you're showing off, but you even lied about having 1900 spiritual energy value. Yu Haiyang glared at Lu Chun, his gaze filled with menace. Your little rock monkey got a perfect score in the beast evaluation. My steel ape only scored 95. I'll show you the real difference between a common species and a commander species, even if they're both ape-type beasts. Yu Haiyang declared loudly, "Come out." Steel ape, a massive creature, appeared in front of him. On the outside, it was a gorilla 2 meters tall, with muscles all over its body that looked like they were die-cast from steel. In particular, the two raised chest cavities were two huge steel plates that glowed with a metallic luster. It roared and hammered its fists against its chest wall, making a clashing sound of steel meeting steel. Boom, steel scarlet. Medium awakening rank. So strong. This powerful aura caused many people outside the arena to change their faces slightly, and in an instant, they became excited again. They could already imagine what would happen to Ludwan later. Quickly release your little rock monkey and watch my boom steel scarlet hammer its rocky head with its iron fist. Luo Wanfei shook her head slightly. The gold-type boom steel scarlet had amazing strength and defense, and it even had a huge size of more than 2 meters. The small rock monkey of the same ape type was simply a small baby. Moreover, the rock-type little rock monkey was restrained by the steel-type boom steel monkey, and when the iron fist went down, it opened up a monument and cracked rocks. There was no chance of road dust winning. Ding! The countdown is over. The first comparison is about to begin. Suddenly, the cold voice in her head caused her to tremble. The comparison had finally begun, and a large amount of resources were about to be obtained. The comparison will be made from the comprehensive dimensions of the Imperial Beastmaster rank, Beast Pet rank, Beast Pet bloodline, and Beast Pet battle power. For the initial comparison, the host has the privilege of delay. If they are not confident of winning, the host can choose to delay the date of the comparison. Me? I'm not confident of winning? What kind of heavenly joke is this? What qualifications does road dust, an ordinary person, have? Beginning of the comparison. Parison. Just halfway through saying the word compare, a clamor could be heard from the surroundings. What kind of beast pet is this? Isn't his beast pet a little rock monkey? This doesn't seem to be a little rock monkey. Mutated little rock monkey? Regardless of whether he's mutated or not, he can't get rid of the fact that he has an ordinary species bloodline. That's right. He's going to be brutally beaten by Yu Haiyang anyway. Wait! Suddenly someone's voice became incomparably alarmed. You guys look at its rank. Luo Wanfei looked up. Unknown beast pet. Medium transcendent rank. Luo Wanfei? Luo Wanfei? Luo Wanfei? Concubine Luo and Chapter 8. Lu Duan's strength exposed. Seconds. Clueless Luo Wanfei. Unknown beast pet suspected small rock monkey, mutant. Medium transcendent rank. Icy cold words appeared on the sparring screen. The arena fell into an eerie silence. It was broken only after a long time. Li Rue stood up and questioned, "Impossible. It should be the beast pet detection instrument that's broken? Median transcendent order? What a joke." "Yes, it must be the instrument that's broken. A small rock monkey with an ordinary species bloodline. No matter how much it mutates, it's at most a higher species bloodline. Scared me to death. I knew it was impossible for it to be a medium transcendent rank. Luo Anfei's classmates are only at the upper awakening rank. This kind of horrible data, I've never even heard of it. Those imperial beast provinces in imperial capital don't even have this kind of horrible existence." In the face of things beyond one's cognizance, the first reaction was often to question. Even the group of school principals and education bureau executives inside the box thought so, and after looking at each other, they concluded, the testing instrument is broken, right? Luo Anfei was also relieved. Is the testing instrument broken? Also, how could it be a median transcendent rank? She had only been able to breed the ice crystal fox to the upper awakening rank. On the field. Scared me. I thought you were really a median transcendent order. Yu Haiyang cursed. Boom Steel Scarlet. Smash its rocky head with your iron fist. Boom Steel Scarlet let out a low roar and stomped his foot. Boom boom boom. Like an out-of-control truck, it rampaged towards the averse rock monkey as it raised its millstone-sized fist. Steel energy was attached to its fist, and the entire fist glowed with a metallic luster. When comparing the size of the two sides, the anorexic rock monkey was like a stunted midget. The candidate whose beast pet was also a small rock monkey said, "See, this is a small rock monkey. It's simply trash. It's all scared silly and won't move. I was just on the field like this. Even if it's a mutated small rock monkey, it's still the same trash. It'll be knocked out hard like a sandbag later." Bang dong. Boom Steel Scarlet's iron fist smashed hard on the averse rock monkey as expected. But there was no image of the opponent being blown away. Only to see that in the face of the high-speed impact of the iron fist, the little rock monkey just gently stretched out the palm of his hand and stopped the other party's fist, without taking a step back himself. Under the contrast between the size of the two strong men and babies, this scene was extremely impactful, causing the crowd to stare with their eyes bulging outwards. That beast pet was likewise a candidate for the small rock monkey. Like a male duck that had its throat pinched, a ho-ho sound came out of its mouth and not a single word could be uttered. "Midget, right?" Lu Dust said indifferently. Chi Tian. Chi Tian was the name he gave to the anaerobic rock monkey. The moral was naturally that he hoped he could be the same as the stone monkey that was engraved in the hearts of all Yanhuang people that stepped on the sky. Kiku. With a low roar, the little monkey's size suddenly grew larger, transforming into a 5-meter behemoth, its body surface covered with rocks, its appearance unusually majestic and hideous. Boom Steel Scarlet became a dwarf in front of it instead. End the fight. The rock-loathing monkey violently clenched its fist, earth energy continuously surging in its hand. Rock-like substances continuously coalesced on its fist, and even the rocks covering the body surface on its body seemed like they had a consciousness, gathering towards its right arm as well as its fist. Soon, its entire fist was transformed into a rocky fist as large as 2 meters. Bang boom. Like a cannonball, Boom Steel Scarlet was blown away, and wherever it passed, the rock slab floor was plowed out into a furrow, and finally crashed into the wall of the arena with a thud, smashing out a deep crater and plunging its entire body into it, with cobwebby cracks all around it densely packed. It's not over yet. The little monkey stretched out his hand, his palm aimed at the already unconscious Boom Steel Scarlet. In front of his palm, countless rocks converged and transformed into a several meters long sharp stone cone. The referee came back to his senses from his state of confusion and hurriedly said, "The opponent has lost consciousness." Upon hearing this, the stone cone in front of the averse rock monkey disappeared. It looked over to glance at the opponent's Imperial Beastmaster. Swinging its large rocky fist, it ruthlessly smashed into the battle ring. With a huge pop, the entire arena shook as the ring was smashed, stone fragments splattered in all directions, and a crack extended all the way to under Yu Haiyang's feet. The latter was so scared that he sat on his butt on the ground, his face turning white, his head tilted, and he directly fainted from fear. The anomalous rock monkey skimmed his mouth, his nostrils letting out a cold snort. "How dare you mock your master at this level?" Not even Monkey Me's true fighting stance was forced out. This kind of goods, monkey me, can fight 100 of them. Its body shrunk to its previous compact state. Luduan turned around with it and left the battle ring. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone's eyes were dead set on that bland figure, their pupils glaring round, and waves of shock had risen within them, looking at the battle ring that had been smashed out of a large pit and shattered. Then looking at the median transcendent rank on the battle screen. There were no longer any objections. In the box, the principals of the schools, the invigilators, and the senior management of the Education Bureau were stunned and lost in thought, and the median transcendent order was nothing. The most trashy ones here are all elite-ranked beastmasters. The key: this is a senior student, full count, having a beast pet was only 40 days. Is this still human? It's already broken the record of Jiangbei province. A teacher muttered in disbelief. Without a doubt, this was the transcendent rank. Already mastered the combined use of plural elemental energies. The principal of the first middle school and some of the leaders of the Education Bureau who had seen Lu Dust before felt even more like a dream. They had previously lamented the fact that a person who had awakened an SSS rank talent had a beast pet that was only an ordinary species bloodline. In the corner, the two invigilators who had proctored Lu Dust yesterday were also shocked, although they knew yesterday that the other party was a median transcendent rank. But this fighting strength was too terrifying. After being dumbfounded, the crowd felt an electric current rushing from the soles of their feet straight to the sky. Excitement couldn't be suppressed as it gushed out from within. Their faces suffocated in red. I feel that our Dazawa city is going to make a name for itself this year. Back to the preparation area. Wherever Lu Dust passed, no one dared to meet his eyes. Lu? God, Lu is awesome. It was unknown who shouted. In the entire preparation area, it was all road god awesome one after another, each looking at him with incomparable admiration. It was simply unheard of for a beast pet to be ranked at the median transcendent rank during the entrance exam. Any objections? Lu Dust looked towards Li Rue, who was trembling like a quail. Father Lu, I was wrong. The other party plopped down on his knees. Someone with this kind of achievement, not to mention that growing up was not something he could afford to mess with. Just the potential he showed nowadays alone, he would be a meat and potatoes, a guest of honor at any power he went to. A small karami by himself, just a word from the other side. There are countless people who want to sell him a favor when he has not yet grown up, and suppress himself to the death. Road Dust, I damn well don't have a son like you. Is the little rock monkey still weak? He turned his head and asked the candidate whose beast pet was also a little rock monkey. Although Chi Tian wasn't a little rock monkey anymore, it didn't stop him from pretending. The other party's face was suffocatingly red, itching to dig a hole into the ground. He returned to his seat and sat on his butt next to Luo Anfei. Looking at Luo Anfei, whose small mouth was slightly open and in a state of stupefaction and shock. How about it, am I strong? Chapter 9. A strange shame, using system privileges. Luo Anfei hid the cluelessness and shock in her eyes and resumed her bland appearance. Not bad, average. She gritted her teeth and said inwardly, System. Delay comparison. Ding. Delay successful. Next comparison 1 month later. The peerless starry sky Luoshin actually chose to retreat and chose to delay the comparison when she was in a comparison with a Lu Dust who had fallen early in her previous life. This is simply a strange shame. But what the hell is going on here? This didn't happen in the previous life. Ice Crystal Fox shortened the hatchling stage, had its own cultivation or only the upper awakening rank, mastered the gathering and release combination of elemental energy application, has the combat power of the lower transcendent rank. What's wrong with this little rock monkey? How did it reach the middle transcendent mortal order? The skill application just now had clearly mastered the 4 elemental energy combinations of gathering, flow, release, and condensation, energy combination application. Could she not understand Lu Chen's family history? There were also no rare resources for him to squander. The small head had big question marks. Lu Chun looked at Luo Anfei with a slight sideways glance, his eyes looking ahead with lax pupils. The fingertips of his left hand were unconsciously curling his hair to play. He laughed out loud inwardly from the sidelines. As childhood friends who grew up together, although they didn't communicate much during the weekdays, but some of the other party's small habits he knew. Big ice lump, seemingly high and cold appearance, in fact, some small natural nerd. Once puzzled about something, she would slightly tilt her head sideways, her eyes out of focus. Once she became curious and interested in something, She would curl the ends of her hanging hair with her index finger. I'd like to see how long you can hold it in. After a long time, Luo Anfei grit her silver teeth lightly and asked as if nothing had happened, "How did you do it?" Finally unable to hold back, Lu Chun put away his smile. Naturally, he couldn't say that he was hung over. The wording of his snub had been prepared long ago. Little Bear spread his hands. "I don't know. My Imperial Beast talent is to be able to make beast pets stimulate hidden bloodlines. My little rock monkey has a hidden bloodline in it. After passing the hatchling stage in a few days, the hidden bloodline activated and mutated into a loathsome rock monkey, a lower monarch species bloodline. Passing through the hatchling stage directly possesses the strength of an upper awakening rank." The inner doubts were solved. Luo Anfei was enlightened, so it was like this. Was Lu Chen's SSS-ranked Sentinel Beast talent able to stimulate the hidden bloodline of a beast pet? It was also unexpected that his little rock monkey of the ordinary species possessed a hidden bloodline, and after the bloodline was stimulated, it jumped from the ordinary species to the monarch species, which was stronger than even her ice crystal fox bloodline. In this way, it made sense as to why a rare occurrence of talent evolution occurred for Lu Dust. A small rock monkey with a hidden bloodline, one that evolved into a SSS-ranked royal beast talent, was gifted with the ability to activate the hidden bloodline of a royal beast. The two were running in both directions. Humph. Two lucky guys. But it's just like that, a district SSS-ranked talent capable of activating the hidden bloodline of a beast pet, and a district lower monarch species bloodline. Not bad. Really quite average. Her eyes glittered and she raised her head slightly, knowing that her talent was a saint-ranked talent. Phoenix power. It could allow a beast pet to achieve nirvana and raise the bloodline level of the beast pet. More importantly, she was able to grant the beast pet the phoenix bloodline. One must know that the phoenix was a legendary creature. In her last life, the ice crystal fox had been bred by her to possess a pure-blooded phoenix bloodline, the ice phoenix fox of extinction. Luduan, a talent that could only stimulate the hidden bloodline of a beast pet. And if the beast pet did not possess a hidden bloodline, it would be ruined. He himself, on the other hand, was able to bestow the bloodline of an evolved beast pet, granting the other party the legendary phoenix bloodline. The ice crystal fox leveled up to the transcendent rank and could begin its initial nirvana, and by then it would also be a bloodline of the monarch seed. What could he compare himself with? She was greatly settled inside, and once again regained her bashful demeanor. Count yourselves lucky this time, wait until next month to crush the other side in the comparison, and then come back to reap a large reward of system resources. The practical exams were still going on in an organized manner, with the existence of a demon like Lu Dust. In the latter matchups, although there were a few people who were bright, they didn't cause too much fluctuation. After all, with the presence of Lu Dust as a demon, even Luo Anfei was only able to act as a green leaf accompaniment, let alone them. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the ending bell echoed in the arena. The 3-day college entrance examination was over for all subjects. The results of all subjects for the 3 days needed to be uniformly reported to Jiangbei Province, and only after a few days would the list be uniformly released to announce the results of the college entrance examination. Numerous candidates came out one after another. Suddenly, a group of people walked down from the spectator box, their old faces smiling into a daisy, swarming towards Lu Chun and Luo Anfei in large strides. Good job, Mr. Lu Chuan and Mr. Luo Anfei. Young hero I'm Wang Hengze, the director of the Dezhe City Education Bureau. Mr. Lu Chuan is really a good face for my Dezhe City. Of course, Mr. Luo Anfei is also a good boy. The two students are truly a blessing to my Dezhe City. Remember me. I'm the curator of the Imperial Beast Paradise. I was there last time when your talent evolved. Many candidates were filled with envy. As for envy, when the gap was so large that you could only look up to it, you couldn't even be born jealous. Greetings were exchanged. Lu Duan and Luo Anfei left the examination center in a sound. Slow walk sound. A fellow student Lu Duan and fellow student and Luo Fei. From the locker, he took out his cell phone. Lu Xin. Go Fu Gui, do not forget each other. Lu, sure enough, the back row by the window, the hometown of the king. Are you free to come out to play together tomorrow? We'll be going our separate ways soon. Lu Gigi, my Mimi can do backflips. Come to my house when you have time. I knew that the god of the road was not simple. Otherwise, how could the evolution of talent occur? I blame Li Rue that rumored about you everywhere. Looking at a series of social software messages. This Yuko Zenai. A female classmate directly sent a cool dress over a pair of black silk, inviting him to go to her house when he had time to tutor her and help her train her beast pet. Lu Duan sincerely sighed. This is reality. When you're at a low point, there's all the malice around you, and when you're successful, you're surrounded by good people. Luo Anfei didn't feel too much. She was used to it in her previous life. These so-called classmates didn't even have the qualification to see her face. I have something to do. Luo Anfei left straight away. Oh good. Lu Duan shrugged and set off on the road home alone. The entrance to the examination center. The parents who were waiting for their children to finish their exams and have a big rubdown also received their children and dispersed in twos and threes. Most of them had beast pets with them. There was the Inferno dog with fiery red fur all over its body and the appearance of a big dog. There were also heavily armored baby elephants that were clad in armor from their tails to their trunks. There was the frost snake that formed ice slag on the ground when it sneezed. Most of the parents possessed the talent of imperial beasts. Those whose parents were both ordinary people still occupied a minority. After all, there was such a thing as heredity. If both parents were imperial beastmasters, then the probability of awakening the imperial beast talent and becoming an imperial beastmaster was also much higher than if the parents were ordinary people. At the same time, when the sound of a long bell came from the distance, and across the road from Lu Dust's exam room for their practical exam was the exam room for ordinary college entrance exam students. They were all ordinary students who hadn't awakened their imperial beast talent, didn't have imperial beast space, and couldn't become imperial beast masters. They could only go through the liberal arts college entrance examination step by step and work in logistics in the future. Outside the guard railing, the parents waiting for them were all ordinary people as well. The ordinary liberal arts students finished their exams and came out from inside in a line. They looked at the opposite side of the road, the students with beast pets following them around, and they recognized that some of them had been in the same class a month ago. Even though more than a month had passed, they were still a bit overwhelmed. A road crossed the two examination centers under the dusk, and at the same time divided the world into two halves. Road Dust sighed a little. Fortunately, he had hung on. Classmate, take a look. Still worried about not being able to become an imperial beast master? I have the method here that can allow those who have not awakened the talent of a royal beast to become a royal beast master. A flyer was shoved into Lu Duan's hand. The being's Imperial Beast Cultivation Organization aims for everyone to be like a dragon and become an Imperial Beast Master. Those who want to learn about it can head to this location to do so. Keynote: it's not just for you to have a fey beast, but for you to actually contract a beast pet. Road Dust. The being's Imperial Beast Breeding Organization? What an earthy name. There are quite a few similar leak-cutting organizations every year after the college entrance exam, aiming to harvest a wave of IQ tax from the unwillingness and fluke mentality of ordinary literature students after the college entrance exams. It should have seen that he did not bring a beast pet with him, so it took him as an ordinary person without the talent of a royal beast. He shook his head, walking a few steps before dropping it in a trash can to the side. Letting someone without the talent of a royal beast become a royal beast master? What kind of heavenly joke is this? Without a royal beast talent, you can't open up a royal beast space. Without a royal beast space, there was no way to become a royal beast master. This was an iron law. Do you think it's possible to spend a large amount of money to buy a beast pet and then tame it like a pet? Yes. But that doesn't count as a beast master. A beast master and a beast pet are complementary to each other. The beast master's talent can increase the pet's power, allowing it to evolve faster and become stronger. The strength of the beast pet would be returned to the beast master, allowing the owner to acquire the beast master skills. A beast master, who needed to go and fight against magical creatures and ferocious beasts, was not playing house. A person who wasn't a beast master, even if a dominant beast pet accidentally recognized you as its master, going to fight a demonic creature or ferocious beast, the aftershocks of the battle alone would be able to kill you. What's more, when you encounter a speed type of ferocious beast, not being an imperial beast master and not having the ability to defend yourself, you would be beheaded first in minutes. Little cutie. Only then will you fall for it. That being said, but the world is never short of cuties. I don't know. Just like in the past life, someone claimed to be the first emperor of Qin, trapped in the mausoleum, need 1W startup capital, out of the will be rewarded, sealed you as a great general. Are people out to be fooled? This world is naturally no exception. Chenin Xin is one of them. Dirt head and fluffy face. The body seems to have rolled in the garbage. A foul odor came. He clutched the flyer in his hand in death, like the last straw a drowning man grasps. The force was too great, causing the already scabbed wound in his palm to crumble again. Orphans still want to become imperial beast masters? Kneel down and eat. Ha ha ha. Fatherless and motherless brat. What's that flyer in your hand? Even a mud-legged man wants to become a royal beast master? Inferior people will always be inferior people. The words of the bully's man echoed around his ears. He stumbled to the address on the flyer and opened the door, the evening sunlight scrambling in. Is it really possible for me to become a sentinel? He deadpanned, staring at the man in the suit behind the desk. What can you give? Life, body, everything I have, everything you need. Chun In-shin was like a beastly roar coming out of his mouth, like a beast in a desperate situation. The man in the suit stood up, light and shadow intertwined, his shadow spreading and encroaching on the light, the shadows of the walls like a vicious ghost with teeth and claws. One could even feel something writhing in the shadows. Deal. Chapter 10. The Great Explosion, the system's unbelievable reward. Hastily solved the dinner in the restaurant outside. Lu Dust returned home. Empty. Sister-in-law Lu Yurong half a month ago. Work needs traveled. The company she worked for was the Ancient Ruins Cultural Protection Company. Next door to the city found a common site. The place where the business trip took place had just annihilated a group of mentally unbalanced church lunatics gathering place some time ago. Lu Duan shouted for her safety and brought the magic mirror mannequin along with her. Right? The system rewards haven't been collected yet. Daily tasks. Perform mental power meditation completed. Perform elemental exercise on beast pets completed. Physical fitness exercise completed. Rewards can be claimed. Special task. Please crush the crowd's doubts about your strength. Hit your face hard and shock the whole audience completed. Rewards can be claimed. Daily quests, as the name suggests, need no explanation. Special quests are trigger-type quests, the quests that triggered to pop up when they were mocked by the group today. Harvest time is here, one by one. First receive the daily mission rewards. Congratulations to the host for completing the daily quest and receiving the basic reward primary blind box. Accumulated completion of daily quests for 40 days, 100 days in the next stage. Receive an additional reward elemental enhancement crystals. Elementary blind box. You can open a primary blind box with a high probability of obtaining the usual stuff. Elemental enhancement crystals. Can enhance the elemental control proficiency of any of the beast pet's lineage. Open the blind box. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Advanced Beast Pet Skill Book. Fiery Flame Maelstrom. Luduan raised an eyebrow. Not bad, the elemental enhancement crystals and the advanced skill book of the fire system, Fiery Flame Swirl, were all suitable for Chi Tian. He summoned Chi Tian out. Are you ready? Chi Tian. The little monkey shook with indescribable excitement on his face. Is it finally going to open up for me again, Imperial Beast Master? Luduan mumbled in his heart. Use the elemental enhancement crystals to enhance the fire system. Kir. Kirikou. Feeling the changes within his body, it felt like his flames had evolved, and even his sense of the fire element had become more profound. The little monkey looked at Luduan with a shocked expression. Is this my Imperial Beast Master? Terrifying as hell. Name aversion Rock Monkey. Rank. Medium Transcendent Stage. Attribute Rock. Fire. Bloodline. Lower monarch species not strong enough to fully fuse with Zhuaoi's bloodline. Current fusion progress is 44%. Fully fused to reach totem species. Bloodline talent. Morphological change. Vajra unbreakable. Elemental mastery. Fire skilled proficient. Rock skilled. Skills. Rock claw low. Flame teeth low. Flame fist low. Flame jet medium. Rock spike medium. After 40 days of cultivation, Chi Tian's attribute panel was already very luxurious. It was a pity that the skill books couldn't immediately allow Chi Tian to master the skills. They still had to be taught and learned. The next step was to receive the rewards for the special mission. The 4 words collecting rewards behind the special quests were all different from the collecting rewards of the daily quests. The former's fonts were all glowing in gold. He fiercely clicked on the receive reward button that was bubbling with golden light. Congratulations to the host for completing the special mission. As this is the first time you have completed it, it will coalesce the super divine spirituality prototype for you, the Lord of the beginning of the earth. The moment the system's mechanical voice fell, Luduan felt the world in front of him change. He arrived under a starry sky with bright stars. A long staircase completely condensed from different colors of starlight led to the sky. Each step was formed by the combination of a star field. Amidst the endless starlight, Lu Duan transformed into an indescribable figure that resided at the top of the long staircase, sitting on a throne. His sleeves were wide, and they were ethereally connected to misty star river like clouds, dreamy to the extreme. Lu Chen's mind was shocked. Wasn't this the vision when the talent was awakened? He had transformed himself into that supreme being sitting on the throne. He subconsciously looked up at his own body, ethereal, divine, supreme, ineffable, undefinable, and impossible to see straight. Buzz. Lu Chuan felt like he could control the star to gulp out the power of starlight with a single thought. He tried it out. Each level of the ladder was condensed from a piece of star field. The first step was white, the second step was red. At this moment, the ascending god long steps, except for the first section of the ladder, the stars of the rest of the ladder fell silent and dimmed. He realized that only the stars of the first rung of the ladder were responding to his call, and the white starlight coalesced and drifted towards him. But the power of these stars did not merge into his now supreme body, but used this body as a medium to open a channel to be absorbed by the spirit of his reality. In a flash, Lu Chuan could vaguely perceive that in reality, his scattered spiritual energy was being transformed, tainted with white starlight. Feeling a little tired, Lu Duan's eyes blinked and he had returned to reality once again. Flipping through the messages he knew in his mind, the corners of his upturned mouth were harder to suppress than AK. Invincible spirituality in full, the soul, the essence of life. A power uniquely belonging to Imperial Beastmasters only. He had directly condensed the super-divine spirituality, the Lord of the beginning of the earth this time. Effects. Ignores any contamination. Spirit is solid as gold. Seeing God is not bad. Spirituality lasts forever. Immune to curses, prying eyes, all negative effects. He could enter the state of Lord of the Two beginning at any time, receiving starlight and enhancing his spirituality. At this moment, his spirituality, only partially condensed, was still mostly colorless and translucent. When the spirituality was all transformed into white starlight, he entered the rank. At the same time, spirituality was also closely related to the Imperial Beast space. When the spirituality advanced, the Imperial Beast space would also advance. It was estimated that soon, he would be able to contract a second beast pet. The system rewards were all collected. All that remained was the Fire Advanced skill, Fiery Flame Vortex. The results of the college entrance exam will have to be announced in a few days. The practice of Fiery Flame Vortex requires a larger venue. Well, go back to your hometown. It's been a long time since I went back to see my grandmother. Great Zephyr City was a third-tier city, with the most of such cities in the Great Xia country. The Royal Beasts' resources were insufficient, and the Royal Beasts Association was at the lowest level. Cloud Eucalyptus Township was a suburban township under the jurisdiction of Dezay City. It was rich in cloud eucalyptus trees. Eucalyptus leaves were one of the evolutionary materials for the grass-type beast pet grass wombat, which needed to swallow 1 ton of eucalyptus leaves in order to evolve. Lu Duan sat cross-legged on the ground. At this moment, his spirituality was constantly receiving the power of the stars from the space of the beginning. Two Beginning Space was the name he had given to the starry sky that possessed the ascending god long stage. Lu Chuan opened his eyes, and they were deep. The spiritual body, which already had a large portion of its body filled with star mist. His Imperial Beast space had been expanded and strengthened, and a bit of starlight had actually appeared in the supposedly dark sky of the Imperial Beast space. Below the attic, a voice came. Dust, dinner. Coming. Lu Dust went downstairs. It was a small old woman with a good mental appearance. Her black hair was mixed with silver threads. Grandmother Lu Yingying. He had been back to Cloud Eucalyptus Township for 2 days. Looking at the empty dining table, he blinked his eyes. Grandma, where's the rice? Where's the rice? Today, the village's Zhou Longfu is organizing a promotion banquet for his son, inviting the whole village to eat with him. Oh, Zhou Longfu, one of the village's bosses, had opened a veterinary pet streaming company in Guangjiang City, the capital of Jiangbei Province. Aren't the results of this college entrance exam still out? How come it's a promotion banquet? Came to the place where the banquet was held. A burst of complimentary voices could be heard from a long distance away. Many people in the village were surrounding a middle-aged man with a big belly, and next to him was a young man with an arrogant look. Zhou Longfu's son, named Zhou Kai. Lu Duan and his grandmother found an empty table to sit down, and soon the food was served, which was quite good. Thank you all for the honor of coming to Kai's promotion banquet. Kai, he has been going to school in the provincial capital of Guangjiang since he was young. Bring him back to recognize his uncles and elders. By the way, we will offer sacrifices to our ancestors, so that the ancestors in the ancestral hall will know that Xiao Kai has made a good living. According to the score estimation, without any surprises, he can be admitted into the first-class Imperial Beast Academy, and may even enter the eyes of the 4 top academies. Zhou Longfu served his wine and made a big toast, and soon the toast came to the banquet table where Lu Duan and his grandmother were. Auntie Lu, it's been a long time. Your body and bones are still young and hard. This is little dust, right? He's gotten so big in a flash. I remember he's also a senior this year, right? Has he awakened his beast talent yet? Awakened. That feeling's good. You also just high school entrance examination. Predicted results what? Just so-so. Average? That estimate will only be able to get into the third-rate Royal Beast Academy, which you and Jokai to get a good lesson. I tell you, the province directly Guangjiang City's educational resources and teaching methods are completely different. Let Jokai to give you a good talk about some of the experience on the academy are still useful. Moreover, the two of you make a good relationship. Kai on the board will be able to go to the first-class Imperial Beast Academy, and in the future it will all be your connections. Pretending to be a bully in front of his peers, Jokai was a bit proud, taking out his cell phone. Scan the code to add me. It's just that our grandparents are from the same village. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't even have the qualification or opportunity to add me. Maybe, in the future, I'll be the person with the highest status in your friend list. Lu Duan was a bit speechless, but still took out his phone and scanned the code to add his friend. Zhou Kai raised his head once. That road dust, right? Feel free to ask me anything you don't understand during the process of cultivating your beast pet. Wait for the results of the college entrance exams to be released and see what Imperial Beast Academy you'll be able to attend. He patted his chest. Fill out your aspirations in the same city as me, and if my academy is in the same city as mine, I'll cover you in the future. Wazi, have you seen your brother Kai? Learn from your brother Kai in the future. You two dogs. Every day you know how to skate all over the mountain with your bare ass. This child Zhou Kai, when he was a child, he dared to peek at me taking a bath. I knew that this child's achievements were not ordinary. Listening to the praises of the people around him, it was as if he drank a cup of ice broad drop on a 3-volt day. It was refreshing. In the past 2 days, he had already gone around to all the major relatives in the city, and he had heard this many times. But he never tires of hearing it, especially when those relatives who used to look down on him are praising him. The taste is not to mention how good it is. This is the turn of the wind and water. He was a poor student Jokai. Usually people hate ghosts. His own father has countless times said, I should have known to throw you off the wall. I didn't expect to actually awaken the SS-Grade Imperial Beast talent. The score on the first-class Imperial Beast School is more than enough. Finally became his population other people's children, even his father and his mom every day to show off. I said that hour is good, in that hour to finish can be out of the dragon. You also said I fast. He grouped Lu Duan into the Karami Friends list grouping. Grandma, I'm done eating. I'm going to take a walk in the back of the mountain. Road dust made an excuse to bolt. It's almost time to release the results. Aren't you waiting for the college entrance exam results? Zhou Kai asked. No. Ugh. Zhou Kai smacked his lips. It's okay. In his opinion, Lu Duan is afraid that the results will come out and be crushed into dregs by himself. Young people, too much self-esteem. It's a pity that there isn't a comparative object that can bear out his own awesomeness. Come, uncles, grannies and aunts. Let's continue to eat while waiting for the college entrance exam results to be released. Lu Duan came all the way to the village's backyard clearing. Come out, Chi Tian. He released the aversion rock monkey. It's been 2 days since you returned. Start practicing the advanced skill, Fiery Flame Vortex. Kirikou. It was rare for him to relax in the past 2 days, so he was at home just completing his daily tasks and doing his practice of the Guanxi. Fiery Flame Vortex. An advanced fire skill, the prerequisites required that the means of utilizing the elements of gathering, releasing, and flowing had all reached the proficient level. This was not much of a problem. Nowadays, Chi Tian's fire elemental mastery level was proficient level. A proficient level of fire elemental control power already meant that it had reached the proficient level in all 4 of its elemental utilization methods. Lu Dust spoke the characteristics and release method of the Flaming Vortex skill in detail to the Aversion Rock Monkey. Fiery Flame Vortex is an advanced skill of the intermediate skill Flame Spray. Think about the feeling you get when you use Flame Jet, but instead of spitting it out, continue to gather energy, and when you really can't hold it up, the moment you spit it out, add in the means of applying Stream. Chi-Tian pondered. In the middle of the morning, fire elemental energy surged through its body, constantly converging to coalesce in its mouth, its gills bulging more and more. Boom! The air became hot and scorched. Flames spewed out from its mouth. Countless flames swirled, transforming into a huge fiery vortex that swept towards the distance. Wherever it passed, the ground became scorched black, and the grass stems on the ground were caught in the vortex, instantly turning into flying ash. Successful. Worthy of being an aversion rock monkey with the Vermilion Loath bloodline, he had learned the skill in one go. Suddenly, he felt a sense of slashing and defiance coming from space. Where is this? Luduan steeply looked around. Just now, in the blink of an eye, the world changed. The normal vegetation around him became pitch black. The tone of the entire world turned grayish, filled with an uncomfortable aura. There were countless ravings murmuring around the ears, causing one's spirit to feel distorted. It's hard to believe that I've traveled again? Chapter 11 Forbidden. Tainted by a drop of blood. Scholar? Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings. Road Dust opened his mouth. No, this situation doesn't seem to be crossing over. He remembered the point in his textbook about the secret realm. Am I being caught in the secret realm? Secret realm, full name Spacetime Secret Realm. A space independent of the world with a self-contained ecology inside. Sometimes there is a sudden junction with the space of the main world. Some of them will also be firmly attached to the main world, forming stable passages, and finally the spatial barriers will be absorbed by the main world, and the secret realm will be completely integrated into the blue star. There is only so much space in the textbook about the secret world. After all, it took senior year to awaken the sentinel talent, and most people didn't know if they could become sentinels. Textbooks naturally don't introduce much. Knowledge about imperial beasts will be taught at the Imperial Beast Academy. Out of nowhere, the ravings in his ears were murmuring, like a magic sound in his ears. His mind shifted and the world in front of him suddenly changed. He found he was in a world of black and white and silence. A huge moon appeared in this world. The blood-red moon hung high above the sea of consciousness, and in the center of the moon was a shadow with a rusty iron sword sticking out of it. What's going on here? This state, it's kind of like entering the Taisher space. Suddenly, the shadows moved. Road Dust was instantly creeped out. That wasn't a shadow, that was a pupil. The moon isn't a moon either, it's an eyeball. On the periphery of the eye, there were countless tiny tentacles writhing. Blood spilled down the rusty sword's slashed wound like a waterfall. A blood-colored waterfall of blood that was unusually conspicuous in this monotonous black and white world. He was compelled to begin to view the bizarre eyeballs. They want to imprint it in your soul, imprint it in the space of the imperial beast. Luduan had the illusion that his own soul was distorting and his flesh and blood were proliferating in an unorganized manner, and he even felt the skin and flesh on his face and forehead churning, as if something was trying to squeeze out of his flesh and blood. And that's when endless starlight appeared in the bizarre world, and the Taisher space appeared steeply. The starlight figure that looked just like him stretched out a large hand condensed entirely of starlight and came across the border. The index finger and thumb come together. Snap! Like crushing a tiny bug, the blood-colored eyeballs gave way to crushing. Consciousness returns to reality once again. The murmuring around his ears was gone. Road Dust? Is this mental pollution? He remembered the effects of his super god-level spirituality, Lord of the Beginning. Ignoring spiritual pollution, spiritual solidity of gold. Seeing the gods as unbreakable, spiritual immortality, immunity to curses, prying eyes, and all negative effects. At first, he thought that the so-called ignoring mental pollution was the ability to ignore the hypnosis, suggestion, and other skills of a spirit-type beast pet. It doesn't seem to be today. He looked at the secret realm. What was going on in this secret realm? Kirikou! There was movement coming from the surroundings, and Chi-Tian protected Luduan behind him at the first opportunity, staring at the surroundings vigilantly. The rustling sound came. One of the creatures that appeared in front of Luduan was shaped like an African hyena, with circles and circles of vine branches wrapped around its body. They showed their teeth, their sharp fangs exposed and dripping with disgusting saliva. Straw vine dogs attribute wood. But this state is not right. Road Dust looked at these grass and vine dogs. Their whole body had undergone a monstrous change, and their faces had a red eye growing out of them in a disorganized manner. Some of them even had bodies that sprouted countless little balls of flesh squeezed together to form a mass of. There was no spirit in the eyes. There was just distortion, the tyranny of destroying everything in front of him. Name: Kusatsu Inu deformed. Soul contaminated. Rank: lower transcendent order. Attribute: wood. Description: originally a transcendent creature living in a secret realm, but not long ago it brushed shoulders with a space that cannot be named to exist, and a drop of blood fell into the secret realm. Under the ecological radiation from the higher realms, the ecology of the secret realm changes. The bodies of the creatures are deformed, their souls are contaminated and twisted, and they are transformed into demonic creatures. The core of the mutation is the steel-bone vine wolf, the leader of the grass vine dogs. Defeating the mutant core destroys the abyssal realm. Road Dust's heart fluttered. These are demons. Demons, in the introduction of the textbook, are the great enemy of mankind, but no one said anything about normal transcendent beings being radiated into demons. What the hell is that creepy wheel of eyeballs? How strong does it have to be? It's too horrible, isn't it? A single drop of blood's life radiation made a secret realm undergo such a horrifying change. Do decent things twist other creatures into this? Road Dust felt as if he had touched some pungent secrets, a side that he couldn't normally access as an ordinary person. That weird bead. He remembered a term from his previous life on Earth, the unnameable evil god. Is it hard to believe that all the demons in this world were created this way? His heart palpitated. Fortunately, he ignored the pollution, and the little monkey was contracted to his soul, so he could also ignore the pollution. Ding, mission triggered. Kill the steel-bone wolves and destroy the abyssal realm. Has the mission been triggered? Facing the mutant demons that pounced and had already killed. A cold light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Chi Tian. Kill them all. Kirikou. In the meantime, at the entrance to the village, a commercial car pulled up. Xia Haiqiang, the principal of the first middle school in Day City, and Wang Hengze, the director of the Education Bureau, stepped down from the car. The trunk door opens. The first thing that caught the eye was a pair of extremely eye-catching long legs, straight and white, without a trace of flab. An imperial sister walked out from inside, with delicate features, watery eyes, a tear mole in the corner of her eye, and the process of getting out of the car revealed the curves of her tall and chiseled body lines. She looked around curiously. A village under the jurisdiction of a third-class city? She had never seen one in the ancient capital. This is Lu Duan's hometown. I sent a message yesterday to ask. He came back 2 days ago, Xia Haiqiang and Wang Hengze said, with a hint of restraint between their words. This girl came from one of the 4 top-tier academies, the Starry U Royal Beast Academy. There's no room for them to be unpretentious. Dezay City was only a 3rd-level city, and the 2 People's Royal Beast Master level was only at the stripped stage. This person in front of him was representing one of the 4 top Royal Beast Academies, the Starry Night Royal Beast Academy. For top academic institutions, the cradle of the strong, countless high-level Imperial Beastmasters came from these 4 top-level academies. The Great Xia's Imperial Beastmaster Association was founded by these 4 top-tier academies. The 4 top Imperial Beast Academies, which didn't even exist in the volunteer catalog. There's no way to enroll. They are by invitation only. Every year, it takes 1 or 2 people sporadically in remote provinces to receive an invitation to enroll in one of these homes. This year, in the entire northern province of Jiangbei, 2 people received an invitation to enroll. 1 person in Osawa City. 1 person in Quang Tri City, the provincial capital. The one in Guangjiang City received an invitation from only 1 top academic institution. And this one from Days City received invitations from 4 top academic institutions at the same time. Lone Princess. Top scorer 2nd place in the high school entrance examination of Jiangbei province. The 1st place finisher, Ludum, did not receive an invitation from any of the top academic institutions. Really, we won't lie to you? Road Dust is really 1900 spiritual energy value, and the beast pet is a medium transcendent rank. The 2 men were holding back a bit. With Luduan's accomplishments, they had expected Luduan to be cajoled and to be able to completely make a name for himself in the country. However, it never occurred to me that the results were questioned by the 4 major academic institutions and by the education departments of the major first-class cities because they were too unbelievable. No invitation for admission has been issued by any of the top institutions. Luckily, the Starry Urantia Academy had sent someone to test Lu Chen's ability in person, and if there was no fraud or error, they would write his name and invite him to enroll. Just let me test it in person, Su Mayer said. The ones at the entrance to the village had old moms pulling gossip. Xia Haiqiang went forward and asked, "Hello, big sister. We are the enrollment teacher of the Imperial Beast Academy. Please ask the way." The enrollment teachers of the Imperial Beast Academy? I'll take you there, they're still eating. An older woman stood up. We were just discussing that boyet, as a child no less mischievous to see the widow bathing. I did not expect to grow up so promising. Soon, the AMA led the way to the piazza where the feast was set up. Long Fu looking for you guys. It's some kind of Imperial Beast Academy enrollment office. Big Mom yelled from afar. Zhou Longfu and Zhou Kai froze. What the hell? The results of this college entrance exam haven't been released yet. What the hell is a teacher from the Imperial Beast Academy admissions office looking for you? It doesn't take an admissions teacher to come to your door. Isn't it good to fill in your aspirations once the results of the college entrance exams are out? Zhou Longfu's first reaction is a liar, but it is not right. Walking in front of the principal of the first high school and the secretary of education is not it? He was still puzzled in his heart when he heard his own son smashing as if he had been electrocuted. Dad, 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 Dad. You look at the sign on the woman's chest back there.
周龙福定睛一看，也触电了。妈呀！这是四大顶级学府星宇预授学府的标志。
Shock Scale Royal Beast Academy, Chongli Royal Beast Academy, Songyu Royal Beast Academy, Xingyu Royal Beast Academy. What does not exist in the list of volunteers for high school entrance exams? The four top institutions. The only way to enter these academies is to be invited by them. Nowadays, there are actually teachers from the admissions offices of top academic institutions. Doesn't that mean that one's son will be able to enter a top school? The father and son's mouths were wide open, slammed with a huge surprise. Zhou Kai was so excited that he was going to faint. So I did so well in the exam. Before just bragging about being able to be looked at by the top academies, I didn't expect the bragging to come true. Hello, I'm representing the Starry Upper Academy. Su Mayer introduced herself. People all around looked dumbfounded. In the countryside village, when have you ever seen such a beautiful girl? And the other party's temperament looks like it is from the big city. Zhou Longfu and Zhou Kai, who had always prided themselves on having seen the world in the provincial capital city, also looked straight. Hiss, is this a top school? Is this a first-class city? Are all the girls so pretty? Zhou Longfu came back to his senses. Teacher. Hello. Sit. I didn't expect that my son Smash would actually be able to get into a top-tier school. Zhou Kai was thrilled. I accept the invitation. Thank you for the invitation from the Starry U Imperial Beast Academy. I will definitely work hard after I enroll. Su Mayer narrowed her eyes and looked the young man in front of her up and down, disappointment flashing under her eyes. Mental energy value is about 900, which is a far cry from 1900. Having come all this way for nothing, she turned and tried to leave. That's sorry, or Lu Duan's father? First middle school principal Xia Haiqiang was a bit confused. Didn't Lu Duan's parents die when he was a child? How did he have a father? He turned his head again and looked at Zhou Kai with some confusion. That? You? Who are you? Zhou Longfu's father and son were stunned. Aren't you here for my son? We're looking for road dust. Zhou Kai's voice rose. Who? We've come to look for Lu Duan. He's the top student of the entrance examination in Jiangbei Rou Province. Chapter 12. Little Kalemi Big Brother God. The father and son duo of Zhou Longfu and Zhou Kai were petrified on the spot. Lu Dust. Jiangbei Rou Province College Entrance Exam Top Scholar. Zhou Kai's mouth was wide open. Lu Dust. That kid just now. Jiangbei Rou Province College Entrance Exam Top Scholar? Is this not a dream? Didn't he say that his test was average and he could only go to a third-rate Imperial Beast Academy? The strong contrast in his identity made him feel his brain was spinning. A little unreal. He pinched himself. Hiss. It hurts. It's not a dream. Thinking of the way he had spoken so loudly in front of the other party just now. His face instantly turned red. He felt like a clown. Scholar. The remote villages didn't know much about the four top Imperial Beast Academies. But when it came to the top scholar, they understood. The scene was in an uproar. Aunt Lu, your family's Lu Duan is a scholar, alas. Our Cloud Eucalyptus Township has a scholar. This is the smoke coming out of our ancestors' graves. Scholar, I heard you'll make a lot of money in the future. More than making money, it means that Lu Chuan's beast master talent is very powerful. He will become a very powerful beast master in the future. Zhou Kai came back to his senses. What did this group of ignorant townspeople know? They had never stepped out of Dezay City in their lives. Making money? That's just incidental. 80% of the world's strongest people come from the 4 great schools. As long as they don't die in the middle of the road, the future achievements of the students of the 4 major schools will be 3-star Imperial Beast Masters. That is to say, the stripping class Imperial Beast Masters. This kind of is still the average student. Genius students are the bottom of the hegemony of the Beast Master, that is, the so-called 5-star Beast Master. This kind of existence, money, there was no need to earn it on their own. A large number of people would find ways to give it to them. He silently opened his cell phone and found the road dust he had just added in the Karami grouping of his friends list. You have moved your friend into the Big Brother grouping. Lu Yingying, Lu Dust's grandmother, was also brain dead. When Lu Dust came back 2 days ago, she did say that he should be the top student. She didn't take it seriously. This little brat has been dishonest since he was a child. So she took it as a joke. I didn't expect it to actually be true. Top Imperial Beast Academy? She sighed quietly in her heart. Still on this path, Dust. He went to the back of the mountain. Steeply. Education Bureau Director Wang Hengze's cell phone vibrated and he answered the call. Director Wang, are you in Cloud Eucalyptus Township? Cloud Eucalyptus Township has monitored the fluctuation of an abyssal realm. An abyssal realm has descended. Blockade the abyssal realm's surroundings so that no one will be contaminated by the power of the abyssal realm. The type is a miniature abyss realm. The upper limit of the strength of the demonic creatures inside is elite rank. The specific fine map coordinates have been sent to you. The Royal Beast security departments will be here soon. Wang Hengze checked the map. The coordinates were on a mountain to the side. He hurriedly asked, "Where is the back mountain?" A villager pointed with his hand. "The mountain next to it is." Wang Hengze's face changed drastically as he whispered to Xia Haiqiang and Su Meier, "Oh no, a miniature abyssal realm has been discovered descending there. I hope that Lu Duan won't get caught up in it." When Su Meier heard this, she did not hesitate and released her beast pet, flipped over and mounted it, and dashed furiously towards the back of the mountain. Xia Haiqiang and Wang Hengze hurriedly followed, leaving behind the crowd of people who looked at each other in disbelief. Zhou Longfu sighed, "This is too eager, isn't it? Is this how sought after the top scholar is?" Zhou Kai, however, had a grave expression on his face. He had gotten close enough to hear their conversation just now. Profound realm? This vocabulary was something he had heard from the mouth of one of his senior brothers after he finished the college entrance exam 2 days ago and estimated that he would be able to attend a first-class academy. It was an existence similar to a secret realm, but with terrifying spiritual pollution inside. The great enemy of mankind, the demons, were related to the abyssal realm. "I'll go take a look as well." Zhou Kai dropped a sentence and ran over as well. Bang! A burst of flying sand. An ape that was several meters in size, with its body covered in rock, was slapped away, its body smashing heavily on the ground. Chi Tian, the averse rock monkey that had used its bloodline talent, morphological change. At this moment, the rock shell on its body had been smashed to the point of being pitted, like a tattered piece of clothing draped over its body. Road Dust looked towards the steel bone vine wolf standing on the giant rock. The contaminated core of this abyssal realm, with system 5 meters in size. The exterior was wrapped in a circle of vines that could be extended to attack the enemy. However, these vines that belonged to plants grew with blood-enhanced meatballs. The original steel bone vine wolf, the end of its tail was something that would blossom and bear fruit as the seasons changed. Vine fruit. It was a resource that could purify the energy of wooden beast pets. Nowadays, at the end of the steel bone vine wolf's tail, the fruit in the flower bud similarly transformed into an eyeball. Strength. Medium elite rank. Description. The core contamination source of the mutation. With the strength of the median elite rank, the Chi Genius median transcendent rank, spanning a large segment, it is indeed a bit difficult to cope with it. His tone carried a headache, but a winning smile hung on his face. Chi Tian? Have you sustained enough injuries? Roar! Chi Tian nodded. Possessed 2 bloodline talents. Bloodline Talent 1. Form change. After using it, Chi Tian would turn into a giant ape form, and the stronger it was, the bigger it would be. Bloodline Talent 2. Vajra Unbreakable. Gives the normal Chi Tian a strong defensive ability, and at the same time, when he enters the grade ape form, this talent will turn into rock armor covering his body. It has an extremely strong ability to withstand injuries and converts them into energy storage. And when the rock armor is completely shattered, the accumulated energy returns to itself and is fully released within the body. Lu Chun was smiling. You think you've broken the rock armor on Chi Tian's body surface and you've won? Sorry, at this stage. Only then are you qualified to see Chi Tian's true stance. Chi Tian. Open the bloodline talent Vajra Unbreakable. Stage 2. Chi Tian stood up and let out a low roar, the hard rocky shell on its body turning into pieces and drifting away, revealing its own hair that leaned towards gray. At this moment, its aura was rising, veins traveling under the epidermis of its arms. The flame pattern on its forehead boomed, turning into a flurry of flames blazing. A star's fire could start a prairie fire, and the flames started spreading from the forehead. The flames swept from the head towards the tail, and wherever it passed, the gray fur faded and turned into golden red fur. Finally, the flames converged at the end of the tail, transforming into a ball of flames that would not go out, burning up at the end of the tail. Lower elite rank. Chi Tian's eyes were like flames. Ow roar! With a roar, it stomped its feet, and a ball of flame erupted from the soles of its feet as the ground shattered and formed propulsion. The speed was extremely fast, instantly arriving in front of the steel bone vine wolf, so fast that the other party couldn't react at all. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Countless vines emerged from the steel bone vine wolf's body. Like a rooted tentacle, the air was pumped up, and all the tentacle vines strangled towards Chi Tian. Boom! Every pore on Chi Tian's body released hot flames, wrapping it into a large fireball. The fire system was already restraining the wood system, and the tentacle vines were burned out. Chi Tian clenched his fist, his right arm pulling back the bow with extreme force, and it could clearly be seen that the blood vessels under the skin turned a fiery red color, and the fire-type energy converged on top of its fist. The fist the size of an iron pot was like grasping a round of red sun, blazing and terrifying. The power buildup was complete. Jabla. The fist missed through the chest and pierced through the back. The steel bone vine wolf's body was penetrated, and melting occurred at the penetration. The opponent's vitality was also amazing, and the vines on its body were still swaying vertically like tentacles, trying to attack Chi Tian. Chi Tian strung it on his arm, mentioning it at the same height as himself. Opening his mouth, the dense fire element condensed in front of his mouth. A prevalent pillar of fire was reflected in the disorderly growing eyeballs of the steel bone vine wolf's face. A flame streaked across and rushed into the sky. Thud! A headless wolf corpse was skewered on its arm. The brains were gone, and the tentacled vines went into a sage state with it, drooping softly. A snake with a pair of wings on its back and scales all over its body in 7 colors in the sunlight flew down from the sky. Windwing tongue snake, how is it? Su Mayer inquired. The windwing tongue snake shook its head, and under the infrared thermal perception, it did not perceive any other human life fluctuations. Xia Haiqiang and Wang Hengze's hearts immediately sank to the bottom. Lu Dust's phone couldn't be reached, showing that it was not in the service area. There was no one to be found in the back of the mountain. It was 80% that he had been swept into the abyssal realm. Can't we get in? Xia Haiqiang looked at the realm in front of him with some reluctance. It could clearly be felt that the place was out of place with the surrounding space. Even the hue was not in the same color as the surroundings. The space hasn't stabilized. Can't get in. It will take at least 2 hours to stabilize. Xia Haiqiang was anxious. 2 hours? It's too long. According to the energy level response, there are elite rank demons inside. Lu Chun, his beast pet, is only at the middle transcendent rank. Su Mayer glanced at the two. It's hopeless. The probability is that it's been contaminated and twisted. Without condensing spirituality, the soul is weak and undefended, staying for 2 hours, not to mention whether or not he would be torn apart by the elite-level demons. Even if he survived, his soul was contaminated and twisted. Unless he was able to resolve the contamination core, not surprisingly, it was an elite-rank demonic creature. Even if you guys aren't lying, his beast pet is only a middle transcendent rank. Do you guys think that it is possible to kill the other party? The possibility of surviving is less than 0.01%. Before the words were finished, her pair of beautiful eyes stared ahead in dismay, and her cherry-like mouth opened slightly. The space ahead shattered like a bubble. They saw that the ground was densely packed with demonic corpses. What attracted the most attention was the headless wolf corpse that was the size of a small mountain. And even though it was dead, the residual power of the other party's elite rank could be vaguely detected. Amidst the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, a teenager stood in it with a small monkey. He looked up, his deep eyes, coupled with the corpses all over the ground underneath his feet, under the environment. It was as if the other party was slaughtering not elite ranks, but overlord ranks. It made Su Mayer, who had slaughtered the elite rank like a dog, tremble slightly. Chapter 13 Chi Tian Evolution, Yang Amazing, Sun Amazing. Zhou Kai also panted and ran up the mountain at this time. He also saw the mountain full of demonic corpses, as well as the small mountain of corpses beside Lu Chun. Once again, his mouth opened wide and his pupils lost focus. For a long time, he woke up as if from a dream and took out his cell phone with a shivering hand. New friend grouping God. You have successfully moved your friend Road Dust from the Big Brother grouping to the God grouping. Granny's house. The spirit isn't tainted either. Su Mayer looked at Luduan as if she was looking at a monster. They had been back from the back of the mountain for most of an hour. Having already probed Lu Chen's spirit and body several times, there was no sign of the soul being contaminated. There was no condensation of spirituality to enter the profound realm, yet there was no abnormality in his spirit. With the strength of the median transcendent order, he had directly passed through a miniature abyss realm and killed the elite order's contaminated core. If it had happened to those worldly families, he could have accepted it. After all, those great families held the best resources, the best education, receiving knowledge of imperial beasts from a young age, and having a large amount of rare resources to squander from a young age. The problem was that this had happened in a tertiary city. It happened to a student who, 40 days ago, was an ordinary student before he had awakened his royal beast talent. This shocked her greatly. Genius. An absolute genius. There was no doubt that there was no water in his high school grades. A smile blossomed on her face, beautiful to behold, as she propped her hands on the sofa and leaned forward, smilingly saying, "Being able to kill a medium elite ranked demon, it seems that there's no need to verify the authenticity of your grades as well." Luduan looked at the other party flatly. His eyes uncontrollably, he glanced downward. He immediately felt alarmed. Hiss, white lace. In the future, her child's dining hall is so big and white. It's not obvious even looking through the clothes. Verify my grades? Xia Haiqiang slapped his own head. I forgot to introduce. Luduan, this is the representative of the Starry U Imperial Beast Academy, Su Mayer. He told everything in detail. Soon Lu Dust knew all that had happened. So that's how it was, questioning the high school entrance exam results for forgery. It's fine. I'll set your name straight. I guess you'll soon be able to receive an enrollment notice from the 4 top academies. Su Mayer came forward. Her breath was like an orchid. At the same time, on behalf of the Starry U Academy, I will also invite you to officially join the Starry U Imperial Beast Academy. She looked at Lu Chun, her eyes so moist that water could drip out of them. With anticipation in her eyes, I see you like a seductive little goblin. It was clearly a very normal voice, but it made Xia Haiqiang and Wang Hengze, who were on the side, bone a little crispy. They even wanted to answer in place of Lu Duan. I choose the Xingyu Imperial Beast Academy. All right, I choose to join the Starry U Imperial Beast Academy. Lu Dust replied. The other Imperial Beast Academies suspected that the data from his college entrance exam was wrong and didn't even send him an enrollment notice, not even trying to come over to verify the authenticity of his grades. Only the Starry Heaven Imperial Beast Academy sent someone to review the results, and after reviewing the results, they invited him to join the academy face-to-face. Choosing which Royal Beast Academy to join, isn't it obvious? Su Mayer looked at the clear-eyed Lu Chen, inwardly shocked, completely unaffected by her seduction? A fledgling Imperial Beast newcomer. How is this possible? In addition to the shock, there was an inexplicable meaning in her eyes. She took a deep breath and hid her complicated thoughts. Don't be in a hurry. Let me make it clear to you first, of the 4 top-tier academies, our Xingyu Academy has been ranked at the bottom all these years. The strongest of them is the Shock Scale Academy, followed by the Chongli Academy, the Zhongyu Academy, and lastly, our Starry U Academy. Lu Chun still didn't hesitate. It'll be the Starry Cosmos Academy. Which academy he attended didn't make much difference to him, and the ranking of the academies was even less so. There was nothing else, there were hangings. Where to hang was not to hang. I really didn't look at you wrong. Su Mayer smiled and said, Welcome to join us, little school brother. School brother? You're a student too. Yeah. Please call me schoolmate. 2 years older than you. Come on, let's add a Goshen friend. Royal Letter, a social software similar to WeChat. Both sides added each other's contact information. This made Xia Haiqiang and Wang Hengze on the side. Is this the treatment of a genius? On the way here, Su Meier hadn't even looked at them squarely. The other party's identity was also terrifying. The president of the Royal Beasts Association of Jiangbei Province had personally called and told them to take care of Su Meier. Lu Chun remembered the important matter as he inquired, "What happened to the secret realm I mistakenly entered today?" Su Meier said, "Generally speaking, you will only come into contact with these things after entering the academy, but it's not a big problem to tell you now." Su Meier touched the small snake in her arms. Wind-winged Ting snake, soundless boundary. A contaminated secret realm is called the abyssal realm. It's some kind of existence known as taboo, or related to taboo existences, which radiate with their power, and this radiation, too, is not of his initiative. Not of his initiative? It's like when you're walking normally and unintentionally step on an anthill, collapsing it and stepping on a few ants. You should have learned world history in your textbooks, right? Road Dust nodded, recalling the knowledge in the textbook. In the world thousands of years ago, there was no transcendence. There weren't so many creatures that could use transcendent powers. There were also no imperial beast masters. It was just an ordinary world. Thousands of years ago, there was a great change in Blue Star's heaven and earth. The entire Blue Star's territory swelled countless times, and various creatures underwent bloodline leaps and evolutions. All things in this world, whether living or non-living, could be born with spirituality, and mountains, clouds, thunder, and lightning could all be born with spirituality and cross over to the gate of the transcendent. The Blue Star had officially crossed over from the era of no transcendent into the era of transcendent. After more than 100 years of chaos, humans at the bottom of the food chain discovered that they could awaken the talent of beasts, open up their own space for beasts, contract species with spirituality, and cross over into the transcendental, becoming beast masters. Since then, the Imperial Beast Master has ascended to the stage of history. Su Meier continued to explain, "The speculation in the academic world is that it could be that Blue Star collided with a certain world of a higher realm. Or rather, Blue Star mistakenly fell into a cluster of fragments from a broken world. That high-bit world is in a state of fragmentation. Blue Star is like a magnet, constantly attracting the broken world fragments of that world. Otherwise, it's hard to explain that the Blue Star's size will keep growing." His tone became grave. He is that world's forbidden existence. There is even a conjecture that that world was destroyed by him. Lu Chen's eyes stared. So this was how the great change in Blue Star was. He continued to ask, "Then why is it that we ordinary people don't even know about the existence of the abyssal realm? When the power of the forbidden existence radiates, all life will undergo aberrations, mental distortions, disorderly proliferation of flesh and blood, and turn into demonic creatures. This is how our human enemies, the demons, came to be. The abyssal realm is filled with forbidden radiation and has all sorts of weird contaminations." He paused and said, "The more stable the mind and spirit state, the longer it can hold out and the better the chances of survival. This situation is similar to a ghost appearing in front of you, me telling you it's a human pretending to be a ghost, and me telling you it's a real ghost. Which one can make you more mentally stable?" Saying this, Luduan understood it wasn't just the SAN value. If you tell the truth, when an ordinary person mistakenly enters the abyssal realm, they will immediately fall into a state of panic. The specific things, when you go to school, there will be a systematic knowledge taught. I'll send an Imperial Beast Master Encyclopedia to you. I still have to rush back to the academy, so I'll leave first." The wind-winged tongue snake in her arms incited its small wings and flew, rising against the wind in the courtyard. An invisible pressure filled the courtyard. It transformed into a behemoth with a body length of more than 10 meters. "Elementary school brother, remember to look for me if there's something when you arrive at the Starry Universe Academy. Report your sister's name and I'll cover you. By the way, your results are not only the top student of Jiangbei Rou Province, so today put the ranking list of each province's college entrance examination results. Tomorrow put the National College Entrance Examination ranking list. You can slightly look forward to it." Su Meier playfully blinked, lifted herself up and disappeared into the sky. Xia Haiqiang and Wang Hengze looked at each other. They knew that Lu Duan's grades were also a terrifying existence in a first-class city. It's hard to. Their pupils were contracting. If that was really the case, It would be no less than a major earthquake in the entire Grand Xia. No wonder the 4 major academies thought it was cheating, and the Starry Universe Academy had even sent someone to review it. Lu Dust was not concerned about his results. Upper degenerate stage. This school sister seems a bit fierce, and it doesn't seem to be her main beast pet. Then we'll take our leave as well. We still have to deliver the enrollment notice of the 4 major academies to student Luo Anfei. Xia Haiqiang and Wang Hengze also excused themselves and left. After fighting for so long in the profound realm, their bodies were dirty. After seeing the 2 off, Lu Dust took a shower and rubbed his hands, and it was time for the prize. System. Receive the mission reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the Abyssal Realm quest and receiving the characteristic secret treasure Essence of the Sun. Essence of Sun's secret treasure of characteristics gives it to a beast pet, allowing the flame of a fire-type beast pet to gain characteristics related to the sun. This is the first time I've heard of it. Luduan first opened the Encyclopedia of Imperial Beastmasters that Su Meier had sent him. He found the characteristic secret treasure. Secret treasure of characteristics. Something above the attribute secret treasure, extremely rare, born under harsh conditions, can give characteristics to the beast pet. After using it, the appearance of the beast pet will have a small change, also known as small evolution. Note: don't incorporate the characteristics of a secret treasure that doesn't suit your pet, or it will ruin your pet. A pet can be incorporated once per growth stage, i.e., after the initial form is integrated, the next integration will have to be after evolution. The next time you incorporate it, you'll have to evolve it. Chapter 14: The Egg of the Imperial Beast from the Ultra-Ancient Period. Summon Qi Tian. Oh! Qi Tian snorted breathlessly. The second stage of Vajra Unbreakable, which exploded with strength that didn't belong to one's rank, was very damaging to the body. One would fall into a state of atrophy for a day after using it. You're getting stronger again, Qi Tian. Swallow it. Luduan flipped his hand and an amber appeared in his hand. A cluster of flame was sealed in the amber. The inside of the flame was a golden yellow intertwined with a brilliant orange red, with a bit of golden sunrise. The outer ring of flame was white in color. It was as if it was condensed from the hottest and purest flame essence in heaven and earth. The moment he saw this thing, the anomalous rock monkey felt that the flames in its entire body were compressed to the extreme, shivering within its body as if it had encountered the king of flames. At the same time, its eyes looked straight ahead, incomparably eager. This thing had a fatal attraction to it. All the cells in its entire body were active and eager. Eat it and see what kind of characteristics you can obtain. Qi Tian couldn't wait to swallow it, and the amber-like substance on the surface melted in his mouth. Instantly, a golden-colored light enveloped Qi Tian's body. It made it impossible to feel the changes inside. Qi Tian felt like there was a great sun burning inside his body, and the cells of his entire body were altered, especially the flames on his body, which changed from the inside out. Half a minute later, the light dissipated, and Qi Tian's figure reappeared. There were obvious changes in its appearance. The first thing was that its size had jumped up another notch, and it was already up to Road Dust's chest. The change in fur was also big. Originally it was all stone gray, but now the roots of the fur were gray, slowly transitioning to a sun-like orange-gold color, and there was a handful of dull hair on its head that slowly faded from red to white. Behind the tail there was a ball of flame burning, and in the flame there were dots of golden sparks, like a sun-like light. The overall feeling it gave was even more divine. It was worthy of being called a characteristic secret treasure, with the name of Little Evolution. Lu Dust was curious as to what kind of trait Qi Tian had acquired. Name aversion: Rock Monkey. Rank: Medium Transcendent Stage. Attribute: Rock Type, Fire Type. Trait: Yang Yen Nu. Bloodline: Lower Monarch Seed, Middle Monarch Seed. Fusion progress 44%, 50%. Bloodline talent: Shape change, Vajra Unbreakable. Elemental mastery: Fire proficient, Rock skilled. Skills: Low-level skills: Rock Claw, Flame Tooth, Flame Fist. Intermediate skills: Flame Jet, Rock Spike. Advanced skills: Flame Vortex. Is the trait Yang amazing? Amazing Sun? It's very at first listen. Ooh-hoo. Qi Tian looked at his hands in disbelief as it felt power surging within it. And the side effects of Vajra Unbreakable had been cured. Imperial Beast Master, I feel strong now. Let's go and try how the skill changes are. Half an hour later, the village's deserted clearing. The earth had dissolved from the scorched blackness of the burnt earth, and magma raged on the ground with teeth and claws. The extremely hard granite melted like a candle. Road dust nodded in satisfaction. The temperature of the flames was much higher and possessed the characteristics of the sun's fire, which not only had a restraining effect on the abyssal system. At the same level of elemental control level, water was difficult to overpower. Moreover, it also had the negative status of burning, which etched the bones into the marrow. Lu Dust returned to his grandmother's house. It was a typical rural small flat building with a courtyard surrounded by a circle. There was an old cloud eucalyptus tree in the yard. The branches and leaves of the tree are luxuriant, like a huge green canopy, providing shade for half of the yard. Lu Duan stepped into the courtyard. He saw his grandmother cooling off under the eucalyptus tree, her palm resting on her chin, her eyes staring blankly ahead, her thoughts drifting to nowhere. The sound of pushing the door brought it back to its senses. Dust is back? Worthy of being my grandson, he's actually the top student. She looked up and smiled. I heard Lu Yurong say that you know that the magic mirror mannequin is not simple? Lu Duan nodded. That's right, Grandma. My mother and the magic mirror mannequin. The words were not finished. I haven't seen the last of her either, Grandmother said. She's just an E-rank gifted Imperial Beastmaster. I don't know why she's so strong. She kept saying she was working outside all these years. Road Dust. Even you were approached by the blood-covered magic mirror doll holding you still in your swaddling clothes. This is what she left for you in your swaddling clothes. Grandmother held out an oval stone the size of a baby's head. In addition to this, she also left a letter, which said that if you are gifted with the sentinel beasts, then this can be given to you. She pointed at the oval stone in her hand. If your talent is not good, then just find a random place to throw this away. It was night. It's still truly invulnerable to water and fire. Even Qi Tian's Yang Yen flame is immune. Lu Duan held the stone in his room for a while, even smashing it with a sledgehammer, and it didn't budge. What the hell is this thing? Truly clueless and puzzled, Lu Chun tossed it aside, started the daily evening class, started to attract starlight to enhance their spirituality. After today's Abyssal Realm incident, he had drawn full attention to the two beginning space, ignoring spiritual pollution. At the same time, the starlight giant on the long steps snapped and crushed that forbidden shadow. The strong yuppie. He arrived at the space of the beginning. Instantly, he sensed something different. A drop of blood floated on the side of the starlight giant. The god's eye gave information. A drop of blood from a forbidden dependent can be used as a material for the special evolution of a certain beast pet. Road Dust? This can't be the source that caused the secret realm to become contaminated into the abyssal realm, right? And this is an evolutionary material? How can you bring everything to your home and not dare to throw it away? Lu Duan had to use starlight to condense a vessel and put it in. Then he started to receive the starlight. Wait! He felt that there was something besides himself absorbing the starlight. Beside him, an oval-shaped stone had appeared at some point, while attracting the power of the stars.
Lu Duan.
How did this stone come in? As it gulped in the starlight, there was a change in Lu Duan's god's eye, and the other side revealed a message. Mysterious egg fossilized state. Description: the embryo hasn't even been formed yet. It has already turned into a fossilized imperial beast egg. But even if it has turned into a fossilized and has become stillborn, it still retains the last ounce of vitality, and its vitality is extremely tenacious. This thing is an imperial beast egg? My mom left me an egg. It's turned into a stillborn fetus. It's still an egg to play with. The words were so. Lu Duan's eyes carried gravity. This egg was extraordinary at first glance. Not to mention the fact that this imperial beast egg could actually follow him into the Taishur space. Let's just say that it had turned into a fossil. This year must date back to tens of millions of years ago, right? After tens of millions of years, there was still a trace of life force left. What level of transcendent creature must have left behind this egg? Or rather, what kind of creature would this thing be if it hatched? Why would his mother leave this thing to him? His mind was filled with one doubt after another. Chapter 15. Luo Anfei's Harvest. National rankings announced. The results of the college entrance exams in each province had been announced. The submission line for each Imperial Beast Academy has also been announced, and the volunteer channel is open. All seniors first checked their grades. Dad, I've reached the cutoff line for a second-rate school. Uhu, Fong. I can't go to the same school as you. My overall grades in Aubin's high school weren't great, but I was good enough to get into a top-tier school drop-off line. Someone's happy and someone's sad is playing out in every city. The students from the northern province of Jiangbei looked at their scores. Instead, they opened up the province's high school rankings. Road Dust, Lone Princess, Li Suyen, the students of Days City, looking at the name that hangs high at the top of the list in their province, are not surprised, only deserved. Both the first and second place winners in Jiangbei province came from Days City. This made all the senior candidates in Dazawa City proud of themselves, and it would be bragging capital when they said it later. The big brother and I had once advanced on the same stage. The circle of seniors in Days City began a heated discussion. Damn it! How come the National College Entrance Examination ranking list won't be released until tomorrow? Because there are subtle differences in each province's high school exams. One has to convert each row of provinces to arrive at a final composite ranking. I see. So what place in the country can the goddess of the road and the goddess of the rock be ranked? It's hard to say. We don't know the formula for calculating the national rankings, but in previous years, the top students from our Jiangbei province were listed around 1,000 on the National College Entrance Examination list. And that's even if there are extra points for the college entrance exams in remote areas. Is such a big difference. The Great Imperial Beast Province, and those first-class cities, the gap between us and them is bigger than the sky. I heard my distant relative say that a first-class city spends $1 million to know whether you can become a royal beast master in the future at the beginning of elementary school, and that the middle school is divided into royal beast classes and ordinary classes from the beginning, and I heard that the teachers are all professional royal beast masters. The high school record holder in the northern province of Jiangbei, Night God, he was in the middle of the 600th place at first. The crowd fell silent. The gap indeed was large. But the road god is estimated to be in the top 100. Damn, is Lashendu only in the top 100? Then how sick must the national top student be? That's not something we can imagine. Humph. Looking at the list directory, the name that had pinned himself down. Luo Anfei frowned her agaric nose and gave a light hum from her nostrils. She then added a confident look. Being able to surpass me once in your life is enough for you to be proud of yourself. You won't have a chance later. In a few short days, you've been far surpassed by me. A smile curled the corners of her mouth. That moment, her eyes were like top-quality ice crystal glaze. Even her eyelashes seemed to be hanging with a bit of snow frost. It was so deep and blue that you could even see a world of pure white ice reflected in her eyes. There was a huge bird and fowl on the world of ice and snow, covering the sky. Its body was made of a combination of cold ice, and it spread its wings to cover the sky. She had gone out for the past few days to fetch the great chance she had gained in her previous life. The method of spiritual cohesion derived from one of the 3 legendary divine birds, the frozen Xianfeng. It can condense the legendary ice phoenix spirituality and possess the characteristic of nirvana. Even if you are mentally polluted by a taboo, you can circumvent the mental pollution through nirvana. In her previous life, her strength during her time in the academy was mediocre and in the middle of the pack. After graduating from the academy, she went out to practice and fell into an unnamed cliff with a small relic below it. It was a relic from the ancient times, and the creature being sacrificed was the frozen Xianfeng, which was known as one of the 3 great divine birds in the ancient times, the frozen Xianfeng. She is the one who got this spiritual cohesion method. It was only then that the path of the Lorax began to take flight. Unfortunately, this spiritual condensation method requires obtaining a trace of the divine charm of the frozen Xianfeng before it can be condensed. After receiving the inheritance, the sculpture of the frozen Xian bird in that relic also dissolved into pieces and dissipated. And there's more to this trip than that. She looked at the ice crystal fox in her arms. We can begin, Ice Crystal Fox. You've stepped into the transcendent rank for 2 days now. Your realm has been consolidated. Me, with memories and foresight from a previous life. After obtaining the spiritual cohesion method, she went to the next city over and picked up another characteristic secret treasure. Immortalized ice trait secret treasure. When used, it allows the beast pet to gain ice-related traits. She began to incorporate traits to the Ice Crystal Fox. Icy blue light enveloped the Ice Crystal Fox. The air inside became condensed and the windows frosted over. Half a minute later, the Ice Crystal Fox's figure was revealed, its entire body's fur becoming ice blue, an additional tail behind its buttocks, and its eyes bluish-white with pupils that looked like ice crystals. Name Ice Crystal Fox. Rank: Lower transcendent order. Attribute. Ice. Characteristics. Frost control. Luo Anfei raised her head and looked at the name of the person who had crushed her name underneath her. The gap between us, it's already starting to widen, and it's going to get bigger and bigger, and in the end you won't even be able to see the back of your back when you look up. To be able to crush me once in the microscopic period, in the future when I stand in the 9 heavens and monopolize the stars, it will also be the capital for you to be proud of. The Ice Phoenix spirituality that can circumvent mental pollution. A top quality and characteristic secret treasure that fits with the beast's pet. These are things you can't imagine. What are you going to beat me with in the next comparison? Chirp. Still in the room studying the ancient imperial beast egg, sneezed several times in a row. Who's thinking of me? The next day, 1,000 calls. After countless expectations, the national high school ranking list was released at 10 a.m. The nation's top student, not me. I am invincible. Feel free to do as you please. The first prize shall belong to me. The top students of the other imperial beast provinces and the top students of the first-class cities are inferior to me. Who else is the top student of the whole country? Many people who thought they were qualified to compete for the position of the National College Entrance Examination leaderboard clicked on the leaderboard with a confident face. Road dust? Who's this? Osawa City. Old Xia. How's it going? I'm looking at it, and Lone Princess is ranked 188th in the country. Xia Haiqiang's voice was trembling as he spoke, and Wang Hengze clenched his fists fiercely as he excitedly said, "It has broken the Night King record. Where's road dust? 10150 no, 5100 no. Awesome. That's into the top 50. Wang Hengze excitedly said, "How much? Old Xia you speak how dumb? Not in the top 50. Hiss, could it be the top 30? Nor. Wang Hengze, the director of Education Bureau, looked at the petrified Xia Haiqiang and squeezed the other party away as he glanced at the screen. In an instant, he almost forgot to even breathe. Both were in a state of petrification. It was only after a long time that the two men looked at each other. No excitement, no elation in their eyes, only emptiness. This was the emotional threshold that had exceeded its limits, making them not know what expression to use in response. Isn't this too anticlimactic? Yesterday, Sumayer said she could look forward to the national high school rankings. They predicted that it was Lu Duan who had rushed into the top 100, and even if they were given the guts to make a bigger guess, they would only dare to guess that it was the top 50. A national high school senior? Something you can't even daydream about. It took a long time for the two of them to come to their senses, slapping their thighs fiercely and saying excitedly, "Famous? Our Dazawa City is going to be famous, nurturing a national college entrance exam top scholar that overwhelms the imperial beast's great provinces and the first-class cities." Zhou Kai looked at the name that was at the top of the list and also sucked in a breath of cold air. It's worthy of being a god. Not only the top student of Jiangbei province, but also the top student of the whole country. He turned on his cell phone. Realizing that the hot search had been brushed, he glanced at it and was in a hurry. A bunch of... Chapter 16. The whole internet is hot and school is in session. Mechanical product. Hashtag the National College Entrance Exams are officially released. Hashtag. Shocked. The top student of the National College Entrance Examination comes from Dazawa City in the remote Jiangbei province, which is not well known. Hashtag this is the first time in the history of the college entrance exam that a candidate from a non-first-class city has become the top student. Hashtag. Imperial Beast expert Yu Bei Chang has something to say. Third-class cities and first-class cities both receive different educational resources. First-class cities from the beginning of primary school is divided into Imperial Beast class and ordinary class. Because of the first-class city, you can spend $1 million in the age of 12 years old can detect whether there is a beast talent. If you have the talent of the beast, 18 years old will certainly awaken the beast talent, become a beast master. They start to refine their spirit from junior high school to prepare for the future spirit condensation, learning the knowledge of beasts, and the school also has special captures of tame wild beasts for the students to practice against. Even the teachers are professional beast masters, which is an advantage not found in second and third tier cities. The second and third tier cities. In the third tier cities, the teachers are ordinary teachers who teach ordinary knowledge, and the students only know who has the talent of a beast master a month before the senior high school entrance examination, and they have not even studied the knowledge of beast masters. May I ask how a candidate student from a third tier city can surpass a student from a first tier city under this kind of disparity? Instantly, this post detonated the internet. I told you who Road Dust was. So he's from a small tertiary city? Fraud. Absolutely fraud. I've heard that this first prize winner has a mental energy value of 1,900. 1,900? Are you kidding? I'm going to release a statistic. Last year's college entrance exam, in all the third-tier cities in the country, there were less than 120 people with a spiritual energy value of more than 1,000, and there are close to 100 third-tier cities in the country, and you're telling me that the spiritual energy value is 1,900? 1,900? Must be cheating. It's true. I'm in the same city as him, and his beast pet's rank is medium transcendent. I won't allow you to talk like that. I saw him kill an elite-ranked demon with my own eyes today. During this time, there were also people who spoke in favor of Lu Duan. Most of them were senior graduates from Dezay City. They spoke with tongue-in-cheek. But as a hot search rushed to the top of the list, they were also drowned out. Look, someone interviewed Genscale Academy, Chongli Academy, and Songyu Academy, and the three universities said that they knew that the results could be fraudulent, so they didn't issue an invitation to enrollment video. The top academic institutions, which were hailed as holy places by countless candidates, all came down, and all of them looked like they had someone behind them and had found their backbone. This is also equal to completely confirming the National College Entrance Examination fraud. The black people went wild on the internet. Even when Dezay City released the footage of Lu Duan's college entrance exam, no one took it seriously, and it was treated as if it was fraud. After all, in the era of imperial beasts, there are too many don'ts like illusions, and mechanical beast pets can even generate fake videos. Your district is a third-grade city. Can it be more authoritative than the three top academic institutions? The incident intensified on the internet. Immediately afterward, the Starry U Imperial Beast Academy also released a statement. The results are correct and have joined my Starry U Imperial Beast Academy. In the face of killing red-eyed netizens, this was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. Inviting fraudsters to enroll in school? Awesome. No wonder it's not without reason that over the years, the Starry U Imperial Beast Academy has been pressed by the other three top academies. The other three top-tier academies also came out in the shade. Congratulations to your school for winning the National College Entrance Examination, but our academy doesn't recognize this national ranking list under their joint name. Apart from the Starry U Academy, the rest of the academies removed Lu Duan's name, turning the original second-place finisher of the National College Entrance Examination ranking into the national top scholar. This caused countless people to clap their hands. Lu Dust slept until he woke up naturally. Seeing the news on the internet, he actually didn't take it seriously. But what made him slightly puzzled wasn't this world's Imperial Beast College Entrance Examination too much of a child's play? Did the rest of the academies not even send people to review their results? Only the Star U Imperial Beast Academy had sent someone over to test their grades. Moreover, what right does a mere academy have to directly outlaw one's own results? Not long after, he received a call from the principal, Xia Haiqiang. During the phone call, he also gritted his teeth and was helpless to the extreme, as he previously didn't understand why only the Starry Heaven Imperial Beast Academy had come to verify Lu Dust's grades. Later, he asked someone to ask a leader of the Ministry of Education before he was able to get a solution. He informed Lu Dust, the ordinary college entrance exams, enrollment, and score lines were handled by the Ministry of Education. The Imperial Beast Master's college entrance exam, on the other hand, is not. The Imperial Beastmaster Academy's various enrollment, admission, score lines, and other matters were formed by the four top academies and the first-class academies to form the Imperial Beastmaster Academy Joint Committee, which was similar to the Ministry of Education's decision-making team. So, they could really outlaw Lu Dust's grades. As for why they concluded at a glance that Lu Dust's grades were cheating, it was because the college entrance examination rankings used the assumption method. The national ranking is different from the provincial ranking, which involves primary cities, secondary cities, and tertiary cities. The span of the three is extremely large. For students in Tier 1 cities, it is possible to detect whether a child possesses a royal beast talent when they are in junior high school. Beginning in junior high school, they are divided into Imperial Beast classes and ordinary classes, and the school will raise docile transcendent creatures in captivity for them to engage in sparring practice, quenching their spirits and preparing them for the future cohesion of spirituality. National ranking. Only the top 3 of the third-tier cities are included in the national rankings, and they are given preferential treatment in the college entrance exams. The hypothetical calculation method was practiced for the second and third level cities, based on the data from the college entrance exams, which were projected by the superbrain. The average score of candidates from the first-tier cities is used as the standard line. Then, based on your college entrance examination results, AI-simulated projections are made by the superbrain. Assuming that you study in a Tier 1 city and receive the same education, you can be ranked into the number 1 place in the country. The fact that students from Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities are on the list is not representative of their actual strength. For example, if a student from a 2nd or 3rd tier city is ranked 500th, it does not represent that his strength is ranked 500th among freshmen in the country. Rather, it represents that if he were educated in a Tier 1 city with his credentials, he could be ranked 500th in the country. It represents a potential. If ranked according to strength, not many students from a tertiary city would be able to squeeze into the top 10,000. The National High School List. It's also known as the Potential Dragon List. And the top 100 of the national ranking was different. Outside of 100 represents potential. Within 100, it represents strength. The national examination information that the computer would include, based on the beast pet information, the spiritual strength of the Imperial Beastmaster, and the actual battle strength reported from each place, a simulated battle would be conducted, and the top 100 would eventually be ranked. Lu Dust was ranked first. It showed that not only was he number 1 in potential, but the same strength was also number 1 in this year's college entrance exam. The top 100 candidates, their families were either rich or noble, and their parents were both high-level Imperial Beastmasters. From a young age, they were taught by word and example to take medicinal baths and improve their physical qualities. After becoming a royal Beastmaster, attribute secret treasures and attribute growth resources were even taken without money. In this case, tertiary cities. Since there has been the Imperial Beast examination, the highest ranking inside the top 100 is 50. The top 40 hadn't even passed. And an ordinary family, B-grade talent, ordinary species of small rock monkey, forcefully overpowered the many royal 2nd generation and official 2nd generation to take the first place. Plus, the parents of these Imperial 2nd generation and official 2nd generation are not simple in their own status. And again, this political enemy of the Starry Universe Academy jumped out to invite Lu Duan to join. The combination of all these things together made this situation today. Lu Dust was bland. Even if there was no academy that wanted him. Was it important? Hanging still needed an explanation? Netstorm? But it's just some frost. It is also enough to see. This world, although it is a modern civilized society, but the underlying logic is also the supremacy of strength. The strong have a certain sense of give and take to the weak. At the same time, the overwhelming skepticism. It also shows the inherent concepts of this world. It is difficult to rise from the cold. Just don't you guys regret it. A week passed by in a flash. Ordinary art students had summer vacations. Imperial Beast science students didn't have a summer vacation to speak of. 7 days after the results of the college entrance exams came out, it was the opening day of the major Imperial Beast academies. Only the capital city of Jiangbei Province, Guangjiang City, had an airport. Guangjiang Airport. A beautiful figure all the way attracted the attention of countless people. Flawless face as if kissed by angels. Frosty snow skin. Simple daily clothes to wear instead of the other side of the set-off, even more stunning. Unfortunately is too cold. Cold down frost. A pair of emotionless eyes let a person some dare not approach. Lu Duan, who was walking next to Luo Anfei, received countless malicious gazes along the way, and if his eyes could knife people, he would have died countless times. Countless people looked at the male next to the frosty beauty with itching teeth. At the same time, they felt that the other party looked somewhat familiar. Lu Duan sighed. The charm of this big ice lump was as high as ever. How come you also chose the Xingyu Imperial Beast Academy? Lu Dust snickered. Couldn't it be that you saw me being bullied by the other 3 universities and specialized in a school with me? Lu Dust reaped a LOL, as well as an expressionless death stare. It was naturally impossible for her to choose the Xingyu Imperial Beast Academy just so she could be in the same Imperial Beast Academy as Lu Duan. There was a reason why she chose the Xingyu Imperial Beast Academy. Living a new life, the opportunities, secret treasures, and evolutionary sequences that she had missed out on in her previous life. She wanted all of them in her pocket. The detours taken in the previous life would not be traveled again in this life. The reason why she chose the Starry U Royal Beast was because the Starry U Royal Beast Academy had what she needed. Carrying her luggage, she boarded the plane. This world actually doesn't even need security checks. Damn it, aren't you afraid that there will be terrorists blowing up airplanes? It's also too careless about security. Well, this is the world of the imperial beasts of transcendent existence. It seems like there's really no need for security checks. The imperial beast masters are just walking humanoid bombs. The airplane is also not the previous world's airplane. The whole airplane is filled with cyber sci-fi metal sense. The body was light gold in color, like a falcon spreading its wings, with layers of progressive bumps on the wings. The airplane is about to take off, about to close the hatch. The destination is the ancient capital. Please fasten the seatbelts of all passengers. The release of beast pets is prohibited on the plane. On the airplane, most of the passengers were young faces, all prospective college students traveling to the ancient capital for school. Ancient capital. One of the 5 main cities of Dacia at one time. Well, it might be a bit confusing to say main city. The main city used to be called domain. East domain, south domain, west domain, north domain, and center domain. The 5 domains of Dacia. The ancient capital used to be responsible for commanding jurisdiction over the entire eastern domain. The main city was also a first-class city, except that the people liked to call the ancient capital by the main city to distinguish it from other first-class cities. The Starry Heaven Imperial Beast Academy was located in the ancient capital. The population is in the tens of millions. The airplane took off and the ground began to get smaller and smaller. Soon, the entire city shrank in the field of vision, with buildings as small as little block toys. Zzz. Suddenly, the wings flashed with countless lightning ons, accumulating in the engine, and then it was violently released. An extreme thrusting sensation came, and the airplane cut through the sky, the sonic boom shattering the clouds on the sky. Road dust? The airplane used a skill. If I'm not wrong, it was the intermediate level skill of the Thunder System Thunder 1 Flash. Many people on the airplane were also exclaiming. Some people were science. This is the model Thunder Falcon Type 1 airplane, first time on an airplane, right? The product of a mechanic, a combination of imperial beasts and machinery. Lou Dust suddenly realized. Mechanic. They also belonged to the imperial beast masters, but the beasts they were guarding were not beasts, but rather a single mechanical product. He had only heard of them in textbooks, nor had he seen it in reality. He heard that there was a city called the City of Mechanics, which was the base camp of mechanics. Many of the instruments in life that possessed transcendent power were made by mechanic empowerment. Soon, the airplane left the city complex. Below, as far as the eye could see, there was a vast turquoise forest, spreading out on the boundless earth, with a dense canopy layered on top of each other, like green waves. Looking further into the distance, the forest landscape came to an abrupt end, and what appeared were various rocky and hilly landscapes. A number of ferocious beasts could be vaguely seen infesting the landscape. As the Blue Stars area was expanding, the various cities of Grand Xia were scattered in a starry pattern across the human frontier, and each province was just as far apart from each other. Transportation was blocked, and it was difficult to cross provinces. Airfare was then ridiculously expensive. Aside from imperial beast masters, most ordinary people would never go out of the province they lived in their entire lives. It was also fortunate that the ferocious beasts that lived in the human territory were the more peaceful ones. Those brutal, ferocious beasts were all outside the human territory. The 1001 landscapes soon got tired of it. Lou Dust closed his eyes and took a small break. There was no telling how long it had been. He felt some soreness and heaviness on his shoulders, and some coldness. Turning his head to look, it was a perfect side face. The big ice lump had fallen asleep on his shoulder at some point. Sleeping is sleeping and drooling. The plane is about to arrive at the ancient capital. Please prepare all passengers to disembark. The radio happened to ring out. Luduan saw the young girl on his shoulder waking up, her long, slightly curled eyelashes fluttering before she instantly slept back again, and also changed her sleeping position, twisting her head over to the side against the corridor. Road Dust. Awake. She's definitely awake. Half a minute later, Luo Anfei woke up and sat demurely in her seat, her face expressionless without a glance. Lu Duan pointed to the water stain on his shoulder, only to see Luo Anfei twisting her head to look at her, clearing her mouth coldly. Air conditioner dripping? Road Dust. Goddamn air conditioner dripping. Which is the air conditioner dripping? This is clearly looking at the other person's murderous cold eyes. It's not air conditioning dripping, it's my newly bought clothes. A mechanic product that will nourish water skills. Oh, magical. The airplane descended, and a magnificent city unfolded in front of Lu Duan and them. The sky was blue and blue. The buildings were scaled, layer by layer, spreading outward from the center of the city, one ring after another, with 4 longitudinal roads running across them, and one could not even see the end of the city from the air. The plane descends slowly. The ancient capital has arrived. Chapter 17. He is road dust. 10,000 people gathered around. Ancient capital. Once the main city of the Eastern Domain. The area was huge, and besides the ancient capital city, there were some satellite cities nearby that relied on the ancient capital. Golden Spike City was one of the satellite cities of the ancient capital, a grain city, growing large quantities of grain crops. A remote village. A small courtyard of a farm family's self-built house. Son, you're back. Looking at her son, who appeared outside the gate and had run away from home. Returning, Zhao Xianglan's haggard face was overjoyed. Ever since her son couldn't become a royal beast master, he was devastated. Brat, where have you been? If you can't become a beast master, then you can't. It's fine to be an ordinary person. I'm already an imperial beast master. Mr. and Mrs. Zhao Xianglan glanced at each other and flashed with worry. How can someone without the talent of a royal beast become a royal beast master? This can't be a mental problem, right? Blame yourself for being useless, only to let the dream of their son, who had been expecting to become a royal beast master since he was a child, fall through. Zhao Xianglan forced her nose to hold back the sourness. Good. You've become a royal beast master. Dad? Mom? Village is left with you guys. You? Join us together too. Looking at the son with empty eyes, and just now they felt that something was wrong. The son's voice was a bit grueling when he spoke, like someone who hadn't spoken for a long time. Son, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Brat, why are you so godly? Zhao Xianglan's husband was a violent temper and raised his hand to give the other party a chestnut. Hoa. A fearful scream came out of Zhao Xianglan's mouth. The husband stared dumbfounded as his hand plunged into his son's skull. Half of his son's face was like a dried-up balloon, hanging limply down by his neck without a trace of flesh and blood inside. The other half of his face was expressionless, his eyes still empty and dead. At the same time, through their son's shriveled head, they also saw outside the door, the villagers of the village, actually all standing in the road outside their door. A pair of empty eyes stared straight at them. A gust of wind blew through their bodies as if they were nothing but skin, the skin on their faces folding like waves. The wind grew stronger and stronger, and at the back these people's feet left the ground, and their dried-up skin looked like a human skin suit, rippling in the wind. The strange thing was that they were not blown away by the wind, as if there was an invisible thread that pulled them. The scene was like that of a sunny doll when a gale is blowing. The airport in the ancient capital was not too big. It was the first time he had stepped out of Day's city in this life. The airport covered an enormous area. Through the transparent glass, the sharp-eyed traveler also saw in the extreme distance some behemoth, like a war fortress but with huge propellers that could also fly. Despite having the memories of 2 lives, the ancient capital was more prosperous than any city in his previous life. Even the airport hall with all sorts of colorful and translucent hovering screens. In an instant, he felt the difference between a third-class city and a first-class city. Sparing his 2 lifetimes of experience, he looked around as if he had entered the Grandview Garden. Please go this way for the new students of each academic institution to report. After collecting his luggage and stepping out of the luggage area, he saw a conspicuous guide sign in the air. There is also an arrow sign. Along the arrow sign to go forward, before the crowds of all ages are also mixed. Suddenly there is only a green face. These are all. Road dust once again felt countless jealous sights. The big ice heap again became a beautiful scenery line in the crowd. Adolescent hearts were always restless, and countless people's hearts were moved, feeling like they had fallen in love. Of course, most of them don't have the guts, and don't dare to talk to the cold big ice lumps at all. But there was no shortage of pretentious people in the world, especially seeing that Lu Chun and Luo Anfei didn't look like boyfriend and girlfriend either. When they were about to reach the end of the signage, someone finally couldn't help themselves. This beautiful young lady. May I ask which academy you are a student of? My name is Li Yaobin. I've been to Gudu many times. Do you want to add a contact? Seeing that the high cold beauty did not even look at herself, Li Yaobin was not bitter. He said to Lu Duan, "Where is your buddy from?" Road Dust honestly answered, "The 3rd level of small cities." Li Yaobin even more proud. He came from the 2nd level of the city, the district of the 3rd level of the city of the students. Looks like it can also go to the 3rd-rate school. The end of the signage. The large square was divided into different areas. Each area had cars parked. Li Yaobin looked like he was familiar with the road, pointing at the parked buses. These are the cars of the second-rate and third-rate academies. Dozens of people squeezing into one car. I'm from a first-rate academy. It's a luxury business car. Speaking at the end, this person called Li Yaobin lifted his chin, revealing a few points of pride, like a peacock that opened its screen to show off. Come along in our academy's car. I'll have the driver send you. See the car in that area? That's the welcome car of the top-tier academy, the Starry U Imperial Beast Academy. That was an area that was quite far from the second-rate academies and third-rate academies. It was more like the second-rate academies and first-rate academies didn't dare to stick close to each other, so they were far apart. The vehicles parked there were filled with a sci-fi metallic feel and unique shapes. That's the Starry U Imperial Beast Academy's welcome vehicle. A mechanical creation, expensive to build, can fly, and can automatically transform into car mode and flying locomotive mode. I was ranked 5th in the college entrance exams of our province, and I was almost able to go to the Starry U Imperial Beast Academy. His face was full of complacency, as if being able to almost enter the Starry U Academy in this life was something worth bragging about until old age. All right, no more talking, we should be the last few batches. Take a ride in our first-class academy's car. He said to Lu Duan. You should be thankful to this beautiful lady beside you. You borrowed her light to be able to ride in the first-class academy's car with me. Where are you going, classmate? Luo Anfei straightened up. I'm sorry. Let's just take our academy's welcome car. He rushed to catch up, but something felt wrong as he stopped in a daze and slowly opened his eyes wide. He saw the two people walking straight towards the Starry U Imperial Beast Academy's welcome wagon. It was as if the two were retrograde, only the two of them were walking towards the area of the top Imperial Beast Academy's welcome wagon. Countless people stopped and looked at the two. Impossible, right? Pretending, right? Li Yaobin couldn't believe it. His mind was fantasizing the image of the other party being driven away in dust and then running to the bus. But this scene did not appear. Whoosh! The vehicle took off and flew away in the air. Only Li Yaobin, who was dumbfounded, was left behind. Destination has been set. Expected to arrive in 15 minutes. Lu Duan sat in the co-pilot. The main driver was empty, with only electronically synthesized mechanical sounds echoing. This was actually unmanned, and it could also be switched into locomotive mode. Although he could not control the destination, he could twist the throttle on his own to decide how fast or slow the speed would be. Excited. Lu Duan was fiercely excited. What guy doesn't like motorcycles? Today he is going to transform into a ghost fire boy dust. Locomotive mode, need to ride less than 2 people, and the rear sitting in the seat behind the passenger side. Can I switch to locomotive mode? Road dust asked Luo Anfei. The other party was succinct. Whatever. Switch to locomotive mode. Click, click, click. The sound of gears turning kept coming, and the entire vehicle changed in an instant. It was like a transformer. The exterior was streamlined in black and red, with an overbearing and hideous appearance and a flying propeller at the tail. A circular electromagnetic force field appeared around it to resist wind resistance. Go! Road dust twisted the throttle violently. A sense of pushback came, and the rocket thrusters at the tail pulled out a long, gorgeous stream of flames. 30 minutes later, the destination arrived. Because he was having a good time, he purposely slowed down his speed so it took more time than expected. He locomotive sped down from the sky and landed on the ground. A beautiful sharp brake dumped the tail. Because of inertia, Luo Anfei was caught off guard and slammed towards Lu Duan's back. Lu Dust immediately felt the touch and squeezing sensation on his back, as 2 soft masses hit his back hard. He could even clearly feel the change in form of these 2 soft masses as they were crushed. Suddenly, he also felt the air behind him suddenly become icy cold. Sensing the slightly unkind gaze of the big ice lump, Lu Duan snapped, My, too excited. At the same time, his heart was secretly shocked it couldn't be seen. The big ice lump was actually so big and so soft. What appeared in front of the two was a brilliant, atmospheric, and spectacular campus gate. Lu Dust was a bit shocked. Just now, when he looked down on the Starry U Imperial Beast Academy from the sky, the entire Starry U Imperial Beast Academy was the size of a Deze city. Lu Xin, you're finally here. A voice rang out, and Lu Duan saw Zhou Kai trotting towards himself with an excited face. Having added friends before because they were from the same village, the two usually communicated. The volunteer Zhoukai filled in was a first-class academy in the ancient capital. The beautiful name was to be able to lean closer to the road god and dip into the god's breath, the old middle class. This is sister-in-law? Zhoukai subconsciously said. Instantly, his entire body shivered, feeling the air turn cold and his chilly hairs shrugged. This is Luo Anfei. Oh, the top ranker of Jiangbei province. I didn't expect that she would actually be this beautiful. Sure enough, only this kind of person is worthy of a god. Why are you here? I arrived 2 days ago and played in the ancient capital for 2 days. This is the top academy, eh? He nuzzled around. I'm like all these people who came over specifically to look up to the top academy. Of course, their main purpose is still related to you. Related to me? Well, they're curious if you'll come to the Xingyu Imperial Beast Academy or not. He had an excited look on his face. Someone even opened a handicap. I bet that you would come and placed a heavy bet. Lu Duan? They're all here to see the monkeys, aren't they? Then why the hell are you shouting at me so loudly? Sure enough, suddenly someone pointed at Lu Duan and said, Look! Lu Duan is coming! Instantly, everyone's eyes focused in. Chapter 18 Yours and yours, all yours. Together, countless gazes were sizing him up, and the scene was somewhat boisterous and noisy, with whispers rising and falling. Interspersed among them were quite a few cheaters. Fake scholar. He actually had the courage to come? Shameless bastard. Really dare to come? Quite handsome. How come he's so shameless? And other word terms. Even he heard some other voices. Damn it. This kind of cheating don't billion thing actually has a girlfriend and is so pretty. Lu Dust? Luo Anfei? At the new student check-in area, there were also new students from the Starry U Imperial Beast Academy who were checking in. All of them were new students from Tier 3 cities. 2 days ago was the check-in day for students whose domicile was a Tier 1 city. Yesterday was the check-in day for students whose domicile was a second-tier city. Today was the check-in day for students whose household registration was a third-tier city. They frowned at Road Dust with disdain or contempt, and even some disgust. They had struggled to get into the top-tier academy from a third-tier city. The fact that Lu Dust came by cheating was nothing short of humiliating to them. But that was all it was. There was no one who jumped out to dislike the heavens and the earth, shouting, You trash, cheater, watch me teach you a lesson. After all, there was no deep hatred, the thing that offended people to their face, little cutie. Only then would you do it. It's not like the world is all about fighting and killing. Who would come out and make enemies everywhere for no reason? That's not cerebral palsy. Unless it's a matter of interest. And, amongst this group of people there was a related person who had a conflict of interest with Lu Dust. Lu Dust, concubine Luo En. A figure came towards the two of them, towards Lu Chuan in a furious manner. Li Shuren, you're also worthy of yelling at Lu Shen here? Zhou Kai was instantly displeased. Get lost, trash who lost in 3 moves. Li Shuren had a burly figure, but his looks were somewhat feminine, with a dirty braid in his ears. Zhou Kai's opponent for the Gao Gao practical exam was Li Shuren. In 3 rounds, he was knocked out of the fight by the opponent's beast pet. Li Shuren had been number 1 since he was a child. Even after awakening his talent to become a royal beast master, in the college entrance exams, he had ridden high in all of his achievements. When he received the enrollment notice from the Starry U Imperial Beast Academy, he had already defaulted to being the top student in Jiangbei province, and had opened champagne halfway through. He didn't realize that he was actually ranked 3rd in Jiangbei Ro province and 600th in the whole country. Pressing on his head was someone from a remote city in Jiangbei Ro province. The 2 people, one ranked 1st in the country and the other ranked 188, both broke the highest record in Jiangbei Ro province in the past years. Li Shuren stared at Lu Duan dead in the face. Both were boycotted by the national academies and removed from the national list, and you still really have the face to come? He glanced at Luo Anfei again. Facing the goddess-like existence, he was not enamored in the other party's flawless appearance. He said, And you? Dazawa City is a cheating city. Lu Dust cheated. Your Luo Anfei's results are just as much cheating. The top student of Jiangbei province is me, you 2 despicable cheaters. One ranked number 1 in the country, and one ranked 188 in the country. It's just a big joke. He stared at the 2 dead on. Do you dare to fight me? Let me see what level you, the number 1 and 188 in the national rankings, really are. The crowd of onlookers all had a look of amusement on their faces. There was fun to be had. Luo Anfei directly ignored it. How could the hallowed Luoshan care about mole crickets? However, in his previous life, this Li Shuren was indeed the top scholar of Jiangbei province. It's just a pity that he met me in this life. He glanced at Lu Duan. Oh, and this guy who got lucky. Lu Dust shrugged. I don't dare. I admit defeat. Yours, the first prize is yours. Humph. Cheating punk. Count yourself as self-aware. Li Shuren coldly snorted with satisfaction and walked away. Lu Shun, you? Zhou Kai is a little hard to bear. He is aware of how powerful Lu Dust is. Beating Li Shuren is the same as beating his son. Eat your fill. And there is no benefit. Fight what fight? Be surrounded like a monkey? This is a typical self-evident trap now. He says I'm not number one in the country and wants me to self-certify? Tomorrow you say I'm small. Do I have to take my pants down and scare you to death? Zhou Kai suddenly realized. God deserves to be God. Enlightened, enlightened, enlightened. Hearing these words, Luo Anfei also rare some appreciation. This heart can just words vulgar. Unbeknownst to him, the reason why Lu Dust ignored the other party is mainly because he didn't trigger the system task. There is no benefit to fight, that is not for nothing. If he triggered the system mission, let him go to the kindergarten, old people's home to bully children and old people, he will go. Bidding farewell to Zhou Kai, the two walked into the school gate. After entering the gate, the first thing to do was to walk down a straight avenue that could be driven by 8 horses, and both sides of the road were planted with exotic flowers and trees. Only after walking to the end of the road would one be considered to have truly entered the school. The end, noisy sounds could be heard from afar. Bang! Explosions were heard from the front as a group of people gathered. In the open space, there were 2 imperial beast masters battling against each other in a beast pet battle. One of the parties Lu Duan recognized was Li Shuren. His beast pet was a poison spike marsh frog, a large upright toad with 4 flippers in an unhealthy dark purple color, as if poisoned. His opponent was an earth golem. Upper awakening rank versus upper awakening rank. Both sides were of the same rank. After a few seconds, the earth golem used clay to stick to the feet of the poisoned spur swamp frog, then opened its mouth and spat out a sludge bomb. Bang, 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 bang. The poisonous thorned bog frog was directly blown away and suffered heavy damage. Li Shuren's face changed. Little frog. Lu Duan thought that he would be able to fight back and forth. But he didn't expect that in just over 10 seconds, Li Shuren had lost. The sparring wasn't on the same level. It was like equal weight. One was an ordinary person, one was a fighting champion. Both sides fought without limitations. The former could be instantly killed by the latter. At this level, provincial scholar? None of you can beat me at the moment. I'm just a district ranked 300 in the ancient capital's college entrance exams. The Earth Puppet's Imperial Beast Master was extremely arrogant. A bunch of trash. A bunch of hicks. What kind of cats and dogs are worthy of coming to our Imperial Beast Academy? A bunch of people who have only awakened their Imperial Beast talent for 40 days and are taking the college entrance exams. What makes them able to attend the same academy as us? We spent millions to know in advance that we can awaken the Royal Beast talent, and have been learning about the Royal Beasts since middle school, learning to fight against each other 6 years of hard study, and you guys want to surpass that in 40 days? Remote provinces, low-level cities, have the senior high school ranking preferential treatment. Your so-called top students, placed in our ancient capital to participate in the senior high school exams, that will be beaten out for you. Second-tier cities are barely okay. Third-tier cities shouldn't be recruited into the academy. Especially you, Jiangbei province, right? Rubbish. You can't even catch a single move from my beast pet. It's you, Jiangbei Ro province, that caused us to be mocked by the National Academy Group. And I don't know how you've hoodwinked our academy into actually recognizing a person from a small third-tier city as the top-ranked person in the National College Entrance Examination. He clasped his hands and said, "There are 5 of us, so take your pick and go over there if you win the fight." The crowd from the remote province gritted their teeth. To be blocked at the gate and killed indiscriminately, this was simply humiliating. At the same time, inwardly, they were also shocked that the gap between themselves and the students from the first-class cities was actually so big. The Beast Pet's command of the battle against the Beast Pet and the skill articulation were all more than one level of existence. The National College Entrance Examination ranking was the highest among them, a few people all destroyed and defeated. There were a total of 5 people blocking the road, and their identities were all local students of the ancient capital. Luo Anfei's face remained unchanged as she walked straight in. At that moment, one of the people's eyes lit up. What a beautiful beauty. I didn't think that there was this kind of beauty in a third-grade city. Be my girlfriend. I'll let you in. Let me. At night. Before the words were finished, a clean white figure flashed away. Well, Well, the opponent's mouth was frozen by thick ice. The earth puppet wanted to avenge its master, but it didn't dare to move, because all around it a sharp ice gun was aimed at it. If it dared to make any movement, it would be able to be stabbed into a sieve in an instant. Luduan looked at the ice crystal fox whose appearance had changed drastically. Characteristic: Frost Mastery. What the hell, the ice crystal fox also possessed a trait. The big ice lump was a bit fierce, it wouldn't really have the luck of the draw, would it? He relied on the system to let Chition have characteristics. Without the system, he didn't even know what the characteristics were. Ding, triggering mission. Defeat the person in the way. Leave it to me. Luduan raised an eyebrow. There are favorable things that are not on. He walked out and looked at the 5 people on the opposite side. I'm in a hurry. You guys go together. The one who just had his mouth sealed with ice managed to crack the ice with great difficulty. He stared at Luo Anfei in annoyance. Don't be complacent. Just now it was carelessness. Earth Golem. Sludge Bomb. The Earth Golem's cheeks puffed up and was about to use a sludge bomb on the ice crystal fox. Luduan said indifferently, "Didn't I say your opponent is me?" The words fell. The earth puppet's body flew backwards. A divine ape's powerful 5 fingers directly covered its face. With the 5 fingers clasped tightly, the earth puppet's face was pinched and deformed, and its bulging cheeks were pressed back, suffocating its face. The earth golem wanted to break free, and realized that no matter how hard it pushed, the other party was motionless. A huge force lifted it over. Thud! The ground shook. The back of the earth golem's head made contact with the ground, and the ground instantly shattered. The body was on the ground and the head was smashed into the ground by Chition, instantly losing its voice and its ability to fight. Death was not going to die, it just fainted. The life of a beast pet was tenacious. Even if they were on the verge of death, they were all right. The school medical department of the Xinyu Imperial Beast Academy was extremely powerful. The scene was silent. The description was long, but it was only the matter of a blink of an eye. The freshmen from the remote provinces looked at the unconscious Earth Golem, and their minds were dazzled. The Earth Golem that a few of them couldn't do anything about was seconded by a Lu Dust that they thought was dancing to get into the Starry Urantia Academy. Luo Anfei's little cherry mouth was also slightly open. Who can tell me, his little monkey, why did the appearance change again? This is also not the time for evolution. Then there was only one possibility: the other party had incorporated a characteristic secret treasure, and characteristics were known as minor evolutions, where the appearance would change to a certain extent. She fumed. She had gone through a lot of trouble to pick up a characteristic secret treasure with her memories of her previous life. What right did he have? Chapter 19. Against Bo? Since ancient times, the right side against Bo lost. Earth Golem. It was then that the Imperial Beastmaster of the Earth Golem reacted. The remaining 4 people blocking the door also woke up as if from a dream and shouted angrily, "How dare you!" At the same time, he also accused the Earth Puppet's Imperial Beastmaster. What's wrong with you? Can you be defeated by a trash Imperial Beastmaster from a tertiary city? He had just received the Earth Puppet into the Imperial Beast space and stammered with a red face. I was going to deal with that beautiful girl's beast pet, who knew that this brat's beast pet suddenly killed it. As if he had found an excuse for his failure, he aggravated his tone. Yes, it's this kid who doesn't speak martial arts and engages in sneak attacks. Then stand down and watch us teach him a lesson. Come out, Fire Plume Sparrow. Come out, Cannibal Flower. Come on out, Squirt Turtle. Come out, Thunder Beast. The 4 of them released their beast pets and stared at Luduan unkindly. Kid, you like to engage in sneak attacks without martial arts? Don't you? Pick one. They looked at the handsome appearance of the averse rock monkey and coldly grunted. This monkey's appearance was indeed somewhat handsome, somewhat like a variant of the small rock monkey. So what if you're handsome? Strong bloodline potential is what matters. I said you guys go together. Luduan said softly. A first-class city deserves to be a first-class city. The 4 beast pets were all lower transcendent rank existences. But what is there to fear? Heh! Making our brothers fight together. You deserve it. One of them with glasses snorted. Fire Feather Sparrow, Fire Feather Arrow. The fire-feathered sparrow's wings flung out, and a feather burning with flames sped towards Chition like a sharp blade. Release class skill? This is an intermediate level skill. This fire plumage sparrow is transcendent rank? The nearby students of the 3rd level city were startled. Looking at the beast pets of the 4 people across from them, it couldn't be that these beast pets were all transcendent rank existences. The earth golem they challenged just now was the weakest on the opposite side. They felt the heart of their Tao crumbling. In a first-class city, could they not even beat the weakest? Where's the monkey? Monkey? Glasses was surprised. The attack fell short, and the fire-plumaged arrow stuck in the ground, but no one was to be seen. Firefeather Sparrow was also looking for the other side. Behind. It heard the anxious voice of its master. It rushed to flap its wings and dodge sideways. A flaming fist grazed along its body. Thud. Chi Tian smashed the air and slammed his fist on the ground. A small crater appeared in the earth. What the hell kind of speed and power is this? Brother Glasses glared, and at the same time, he was glad that the fire-feathered sparrow had dodged. Out of nowhere, the fire-feathered sparrow flying in the sky landed on the ground, a pained chirp coming out of its mouth. The right wing of the fire-feathered sparrow, its feathers were burnt out, revealing a bare right wing that looked like a chicken's wing, and emitted an aroma of skin and flesh. What kind of flame is this? Brother Glasses was stunned. The fire-feathered sparrow was also a fire system, with flame resistance, just by the other party's flames rubbed a little and almost roasted. He was inexplicably horrified in his heart and had the intention of retreating, holding on to his face. Humph, since you said that you want us to go together, then it's as you wish, we'll go together. When he finished, he whispered to his companion behind him, the point is solid, so don't make a mistake. Several people looked at each other and ordered their beast pets to make a move. Fire Feather Sparrow, Spark. Piranha, Spore Pollen. Water Spouting Turtle, Rapid Water Flow. Thunder Beast, Arc. Cannibal Flowers are herbaceous beast pets with hideously large mouthparts, with vine-like branches stabbing into the ground around their bodies for by themselves to stabilize their bodies. It flung its stems and leaves, and countless fine spore pollen drifted towards Chi Tian. Sparks from the Fire Plume Sparrow followed. Both came to Chi Tian at the same time, touching each other, sparks meeting pollen. Instantly, it was accompanied by a violent explosion. Boom! A small mushroom cloud rose from the ground and the scene was filled with intense smoke. Flames plus dust, capable of creating a dust explosion. The water-spraying turtle opened its mouth and sprayed out a column of water. Water intermediate skill, rapid water flow. It was closely followed by an arc of electricity from the thunder beast. Water conducts electricity, and as the arcs merged into the rapid water flow, the entire exterior of the water column was swimming with tints of electricity. The jet of water carrying an electric current blasted into the midst of the dust. Where it exploded, the current plus the heat from the explosion, the moisture evaporated, and the smoke and dust loomed in place. This scene directly gave Li Xiuren, the students from the tertiary cities, a dumbfounded look. Skills. So they still work together like that? They were all shocked, and for the first time, they intuitively and deeply felt the gap between the two sides, which was indeed like a heavenly rift that could not be crossed. They murmured in despair. This situation, no beast pet can resist it, right? Lu Duan raised an eyebrow, worthy of practicing sparring since middle school. There was indeed a difference between this and the opponents encountered in the entrance exams. Each other are able to utilize the characteristics of their skills to perform a combo on their skills, resulting in a 1+1 greater than 2 skill effect. Looking at the place enveloped in smoke and dust, the four of them were a bit dejected, their mouths letting out most scoffs. Is this someone from a small place? Matchmaking experience is too poor, right? And not commanding the beast pet to dodge, foolishly eating our full skills. Is it possible to not need to hide? Upon hearing this, the four of them slapped their legs and laughed their asses off. Ever heard of the law of no smoke without injury? The man with the glasses was just about to taunt, but his smile froze at the corners of his mouth, and his neck felt like it was being choked. Out of the smoke and dust, a handsome ape stepped out. Zaitan lifted a hand to pat the non-existent dust of his own fur on his shoulder, a mocking sound escaping his nasal throat. The laughter of several people came to an abrupt halt. Looking at the unharmed Chi Tian, they cried out in shock. How is it possible? With their combined skills, even an upper transcendent rank focusing on defense would have to kneel if they resisted it head-on. The freshmen of the tertiary cities who thought they were bound to lose next to them had their eyes glazed over, facing the intermediate skill combinations of 4 transcendent rank beast pets without a single scratch. Is this a monster? I see. I'm afraid that your beast pet didn't learn the skill digging hole, and that's why it dodged the attack. Cannibal Flower. Root spread. The ground under the feet of the averse rock monkey broke open, and 2 vines bound Chi Tion's feet. I'll see how you use the dig this time. Thunder Beast Arc, Fire Plumage Sparrow, Jet Flame, Cannibal Flower, Leaf Blade, Water Spouting Turtle, Rapid Water Flow. This time, they both made a release-type energy attack. To waves? Have you guys ever heard of another law? Since ancient times, the right side against the wave loses. Ludwan commanded, Zaitan, let's use Flame Jet as well. The anorexic rock monkey opens its mouth and spits, using a jet of flame. So big, so thick. Someone beside him exclaimed. The aversion rock monkey's jet flames were several meters in diameter. The air became scorching hot, heat waves swept through the air, and the tresses of everyone's hair became slightly curled. It was the same flame jet, so in comparison, the fire plume sparrow's was thin and short. The fire-feathered sparrow's royal beast master's face was stagnant. What level did this fire element control level have to be? He came back to his senses. So what if the elemental control level is strong? You only have 1 flame, we have 4 energy attacks. Oh? Yeah. Steeply. The averse rock monkey's pillar of fire fissured into 4 channels like pea splitting. Each met the other's energy attack. Boom. Obliterate. Their energy attacks were melted and obliterated when they came into contact with the flaming jets. Even the watery rapids were no exception. The remaining power of the 4 fire beams continued to be unabated and blasted onto the 4 beast pets. The screams rang out. The 4 beast pets were blasted out and fell to the ground, their eyes spinning in circles as they lost consciousness. Now can I go over there? A student from a first-class city is nothing more than that. Starting to learn about imperial beasts in middle school? It's nothing more than that. Good morning. Again. Good morning. The freshmen from the tertiary cities only woke up as if from a dream, looking at Lu Duan's distant back with a face full of shock. Their hearts had already set off shocking waves. 1v4, no 1v5, easily defeating opponents capable of crushing them. Someone said dully to Li Shurendao, "You're a bit brave. You actually pointed at his nose before and cursed." Li Xiuren's throat knots were spasming as he swallowed hard and opened his mouth, but he couldn't utter a single word. National College Entrance Examination ranked first doubtful, but Jiangbei Province first prize, in addition to the first-class city freshman, in addition to the strongest, there is no question. Who is he? The Glasses brothers made a few horrified noises. How could there be such a monster in a third-level city? Their scalps were tingling. Moreover, the other party's beast pets were not hothouse flowers that hadn't experienced battles like these country bumpkins in front of them. That's a monkey. Definitely been in life and death battles. He's Ludwan. Huh? The words spoken by Li Xiuren and the others caused the mouths of Brother Glasses and the others to open so wide all of a sudden that they could almost stuff a fist, and their pupils were dilating. Is this man the same Ludwan who cheated on the college entrance exam and was removed from the National Academy? Chapter 20. Goodbye, Su Mayor. The 2 deputy mansion masters. Luo Anfei's eyes were a bit gloomy. Perception, introductory, proficiency, mastery, perfection, true intent, origin. This was the division of elemental mastery levels. It represents is the degree of control over a certain elemental force. Most of the beast pets at the awakening rank were at the perception elemental mastery rank. At the transcendent rank, most of them are at the beginner level. Those who were able to achieve proficiency at the transcendent rank were the best of the best in each school. Lu Chen's rock aversion monkey's elemental mastery level was the proficient level. Moreover, the skill proficiency of flame spray was also very high, and it was able to drive it like an arm. She was a bit confused. Obtaining the characteristic secret treasure, that could be said to be a stroke of luck. Proficient level elemental mastery, and skill proficiency, it just kind of didn't make sense. There were no shortcuts to these two things. The ice crystal fox had just touched proficient level elemental mastery even with her tutelage. Could it be that it was because of the averse rock monkey's lower monarch seed bloodline? That's right, it's normal for the cubs of the monarch species to grow a little bit faster than the ice crystal fox of the upper overlord species. She exhaled a deep breath of turbid air and her eyes became serious. Kind of underestimated him. I didn't expect that because of my rebirth. It caused him to take a very different path as well. Nowadays, Lu Duan was also among the ranks of geniuses. But, so what, geniuses are just the threshold to see me, and demons are meant to be crushed. In another day or two, under the subtle influence of my talent, the ice crystal fox's bloodline will also advance into a monarch species beast pet. And then after that, when I have successfully condensed my spirituality and developed the wonderful uses of my talent with my Ice Phoenix spirituality, I can begin to make the Ice Crystal Fox's bloodline evolve towards the Phoenix bloodline. What will he take to surpass me? One's luck can't be good all the time. Luo Anfei nodded her head in self-conceit. Lu Chun did put some pressure on her this time. It was just a drop. Can be surpassed at any time, and the next comparison completely taken. The advantage is in me. Looking at Luo Anfei, who didn't say a word, her eyes were still a bit lax. Of course Lu Duan knew what was going on. Shocked by his little monkey again. Right? He grunted inwardly. Big Ice Lump, I admit that you are very strong. Even the characteristic secret treasure that I can only obtain from the system, you were able to get it from nowhere. It's a pity. You've encountered a hangman-like brother. Genius? You can only eat farts in front of a pussy. Welcome to the Xingyu Imperial Beast Academy. I am your entrance counseling sister. The voice was gentle and nice. Before the person arrived, the voice arrived first. The familiar voice came. Su Meier stepped on a brisk pace, walking with a smile on her face. White shirt with a black skirt. Black stockings did not go past her knees, stretching all the way upwards and finally entering the mysterious realm, which also emphasized the slim and slender legs. Slim white shirt will be completely outlined its figure by near people. So beautiful. Li Xiaoran and the other group of freshmen from the third-tier cities who had caught up were looking at Su Meier, who was gentle and watery, with looks that were not even inferior to Luo Anfei's, and their hearts were pounding. Luo Anfei was pretty to look at, but she was too indifferent. This sister in front of him was different, perfectly matching his and their imagination of the other half, passionate, gentle, intellectual, and carrying a great attraction between her hands and feet. Even some of the female students among them also looked a few more times. This school sister, chopping off men and women. Schoolmate Luo Anfei, welcome. She smiled and greeted. Luo Anfei nodded without much expression. She hadn't heard of this Su Meier in her previous life. It wasn't worth paying attention to. Su Meier blinked at Lu Duan. Finally we meet again, school brother Lu Duan. Luo Anfei's eyes, which had just been withdrawn, once again looked over. These two knew each other? For some reason, there was an inexplicable feeling inside her, but she couldn't tell. Maybe they are a bit tired from the boat ride, she said mentally. Li Xiaoran and the others looked at Su Meier, who was talking and laughing with Lu Chun and Luo Anfei in front of them, and felt that they had really fallen in love. What a gentle schoolmate. They were looking forward to the fact that later on, this school sister would also come over and speak to them with such a gentle voice. She looked over, the beautiful schoolmate looked over. Some people even tartly organized their hairstyles and were about to greet the beautiful schoolmate. As a result, they saw the other party who was wearing a lovely smile in the last second, and instantly put it away when she looked over at them. Expressionless, even with impatience. Why are you guys so slow? Hurry up and follow up. Ka. It was as if they heard the sound of a broken heart. When they looked up again, the pretty senior sister was wearing a gentle smile as she continued to introduce the school's buildings and facilities to Lu Chun and Luo Anfei. Tears flowed in their hearts. So the smile will disappear, right? Su Meier led Lu Chuan inside. On the way, she also recounted where they were currently located. The Starry Yu Imperial Beast University covered an area no less than a small city, and it was divided into different areas. The area they were currently in was the freshman area. It was also jokingly called the preschool area. This made Lu Dust fill his head with black lines. Preschool education? Isn't this an academy? A university? This preschool education area is here. I'm still in kindergarten preschool. None of your spirituality has been condensed. For the entire Imperial Beast Master System, what is it if not preschool education? Su Meier blinked her eyes as she said. Awakening the Imperial Beast talent in your senior year of high school and contracting a beast pet only meant that you were able to become an Imperial Beast Master. It didn't mean that one had already crossed the door of an Imperial Beast Master. The reason why the Imperial Beast space could accelerate the growth of a beast pet was because of the spirituality. Accelerating the growth of a beast pet, recovering from injuries, and restoring the spirit all required the consumption of the Imperial Beast Master's spirituality. A Royal Beast Master who had not condensed his spirituality, his Royal Beast space would at most be able to hold a transcendent mortal ranked beast pet. Not having condensed his spirituality, his beast pet's rank was the awakening stage unranked Imperial Beastmaster. Unconsolidated spirituality, beast pet level is transcendent stage 1-star Imperial Beastmaster. Both of the above belong to amateur beast masters. They are not professional beast masters. By condensing his spirituality, the Imperial Beast Master has his own transcendent power, the power of spirituality. A 2-star Beast Master spirituality is white, and the level of his beast pet is elite. A 3-star Beast Master spirituality is red, and the level of his beast pet is of the deliverance rank. The spirituality of a 4-star Imperial Beast Master is green, and the level of the beast pet is the commander rank. By the way, the trouble behind you won't be less so. The academy is under pressure to recruit you in, causing the academy to be ridiculed by the group. The students of first-tier cities are already naturally arrogant and look down on the students of remote cities, and you're the number 1 in what national rankings. Your second and third-tier cities have extra points for the college entrance exams, and the rankings will be falsely high. Candidates from first-tier cities are high-minded and proud. They were certain before that you wouldn't dare to come, and if you came, I'm afraid that there would be countless people who would want to fight against you. She paused and said, moreover, after you were on the hotspot, the entire school advocated for you not to be recruited in, and it was Deputy Mistress Chin Yanin who used her mistress authority to slap you in. The mansion master hasn't been at the academy for the past 3 years, and the academy is under the full responsibility of 2 deputy mansion masters. Chin Yanyan is just one of the vice mansion masters, and the other vice mansion master is called Zhang Qilyong. These 2 are both strong candidates for the next mansion master. The struggle between them is also very serious. Su Mayer shrugged. So you get it, right? The other side will keep suppressing you, pushing the envelope and intensifying the conflict between you and the students of the first-class cities, with the ultimate goal of driving you out of the academy and using it to fight against Vice Mistress Chin. Lu Chan understood. Wasn't this that he had already been labeled as Vice Mansion Master Chin? Vice Mansion Master Zhang suppressing himself was the same as suppressing his political enemies. To trample himself to death was to trample Vice Mansion Lord Chin Yanran. As long as he was not strong enough, then he could use it to make a big deal out of it and use it to smear the other party. Lu Duan had a headache, trouble, and whatnot was the most annoying, unless one could trigger a mission. But why did Vice School Chin resist the pressure and recruit me? Because I let it. She's my sister. Su Mayer raised her head in a manner that was quick to praise me. Rich woman, hungry. One surname Chin and one surname Su. Is it hard to be a divorced family? I received the new student handbook, dormitory key, and handed my luggage to the staff of the academy. They would help carry the luggage to the dormitory. Soon, led by Su Mayer, arrived at a building that covered a huge area. A round dome, and underneath it was a quadrangle. A square in front of the gate paved with green stones. The top pillars at the entrance all needed 10 people to hold them. Quite a few students were entering and exiting. These were the students with first-class city household registration and second-class city household registration who had enrolled the day before yesterday and yesterday. Register to go in. Chapter 21 Overlord's Aura. I'll suck it straight up. Check in at the door. Walk in. What met his eyes was a huge circular plaza, with countless iron gates fitting around in a circle, forming a huge circle. Each gate has a plaque on the door, glowing with light. Those with a red light showed occupied, while those with a green light showed unoccupied. 1 person, 1 room. Road dust casually found an iron door and entered. It was cramped, barely able to accommodate 3 people. The inside of the iron door was not a room, but a tunnel. Up and down, left and right, all sides are wrapped by walls of the tunnel. The tunnel extends from the foot to the front, and the ground is marked with a scale 1m 50m, which seems to be the length of the tunnel. At the end was the exit, and there was light coming from it. Through the exit, he saw a small mountain-like statue in the mold of a white tiger with a strange celestial light. With a body size of over 12 meters, lanky and athletic, every inch of its muscles contained explosive power, and a pair of wings growing from its back. It was like an insurmountable mountain just by standing there. Most of the body was permeated in a hazy fog. Hell no, it was just a statue, but it made the hairs on Ludwan's body shrug. Roar! A tiger's roar exploded by his ears. Suddenly, a mighty pressure came from the opposite side of the tunnel. Instantly, Ludwan felt that he was located in a special field that was filled with spiritual pressure. This is the Overlord Aura? The characteristics of the hegemony rank, the hegemony aura. But it seems like, doesn't feel anything Please students in the Overlord Aura's spiritual pressure. Absorb spirituality, compress spirituality, cohesion of spirituality. Spirituality cohesion method is posted on the back of the door. A mechanical prompt sounded in the tunnel. So that's how it is. Luduan looked at the method of condensing spirituality. It was very simple. Spirituality particles existed in the heavens and earth, just like the elements, and only the Imperial Beast Master could absorb spirituality particles. The Imperial Beast Master absorbs the spiritual particles from the outside world, using the spiritual power as a grinder and the Imperial Beast space as a filter. It was incorporated into the body to condense the spirituality. When an Imperial Beast Master possessed the Imperial Beast space, he came with colorless spirituality, only that it was extremely difficult to perceive and was dispersed deep within his body. It was necessary to first perceive the colorless spirituality within the body and gather it together to produce a qualitative change. With the help of the Overlord's aura being able to perceive the spirituality, then according to the spirituality gathering law, one begins to absorb the spirituality from the outside world. This stage is also called contemplation. When all the spirituality went from colorless to white, it was considered a success. He was a bit disgusted. This was too rough. It was completely incomparable to his own spirituality of the Lord of the Great Beginning. The spirituality he absorbed wasn't the spirituality particles from the outside world. Rather, it was the star spirituality particles from the Taishur space. Oh, my Lord of the Beginning spirituality is at the super god level, huh? That's fine then. However, condensing spirituality did consume spiritual energy. Every day in the Taishur space, he was able to channel starlight for a maximum of 10 minutes or so to condense his spirituality, and every time he channeled it, he was too weak to do so. It was as if he had spent several nights overnight. At the end of the tunnel, the transparent glass door opened. A mist poured in from the tunnel. Breathing in a mouthful of this mist, Lu Chun felt invigorated. His eyes lit up. This thing could restore mental energy? The further we go, the more of this mist that can restore spiritual energy? The school is forcing the students to adapt to the pressure and keep moving forward. He walked forward with large strides. He was curious as to which stage of the tunnel he would be able to walk to. Half a minute later, Luduan looked back at the tunnel and then at the white tiger statue that was close by. He found himself stepping out from inside the tunnel. He scratched his head, saying that the further he walked inside the tunnel and the closer he got to the statue, the stronger the pressure of the Overlord's aura would be. It didn't change the whole way out. No, it wasn't no change. All the tunnels combined was a huge circle, and the center of the circle was the white tiger statue. He looked towards the other canals. The increase in his eyesight from the eyes of God allowed him to penetrate through the mist. In the other tunnels, most of the people were struggling, sweating profusely and trembling with their legs when they took a step forward. The ones who walked to the middle section were very, very few. They were all sitting on their knees, beginning to press their spirits with the help of the mighty pressure, quenching and condensing their spirituality. So, the effect of my Lord of the Great Beginning spirituality can also make me immune to this spiritual realm's aura. It was a bit dio. The mists here were so thick that the air condensed with fine droplets of water. All the mists were spewing out of the white tiger statue's mouth as if it had swallowed dry ice. I hope my spirituality can coalesce in one fell swoop. He sat down cross-legged. The dense starlight spirituality was channeled into reality, using the spirit as a grinder and the Imperial Beast space as a filter. His spiritual energy was also rapidly depleting. But the mist from the outside world was inhaled into his body, and his spiritual energy was instantly full again. Just like this, gradually, with him as the center, a small vortex was formed, and the surrounding mists were continuously absorbed by it. Time passed minute by minute. The need for Luchuan to devour the mist also grew. The vortex grew bigger and bigger, and the surrounding mists continuously surged towards it. In the tunnel, one student after another was a bit confused. How come the mental mist has become less? It started with those at the stage of 15 meters. Behind it was 15 meters. Then followed by the stage of 20 meters. In the end, the crowd realized that the mists in the entire tunnel were gone. All of the mists were in the space at the center of the circle where the white tiger statue was, and they weren't pouring in anymore. What's going on here? I've only just started. There's a bug. These kinds of clueless voices kept coming from tunnel to tunnel. One of the canopies, Luo Anfei sat cross-legged at the stage of 40 meters. She exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Worthy of being an academy, just 1 hour, it was worth 7 days of results. One more day and it would be possible to completely condense the Ice Phoenix spirituality. Foxiness flashed in her eyes. But why was the spirit mist getting less and less? looking towards the outside of the tunnel. Suddenly, the spiritual mist in front of her tunnel thinned a bit. Luo Anfei's eyes glared slightly. A vague figure could vaguely be seen sitting cross-legged underneath the white tiger statue, and when trying to see it clearly, the surrounding mist made up for the empty space. The space in the center of the circle where the white tiger statue was located was once again covered by the fog. It should be a case of blurred vision. She was only able to come to 35 meters. How could anyone be able to resist the pressure and walk out? Luduan snapped his eyes open, stars rising and falling in his eyes. The entire person was sharp, his spirit was outwardly visible, and electricity was generated in the virtual room. Huge changes were occurring within his body. Chapter 22. With the body of a mortal, he was compared to a god, the illusory and colorless spirituality. It completely transformed into a pure white color, and starlight flickered. A majestic force of spirituality instantly spread to all his limbs and bones, constantly washing over his body. Wherever it passed, the sinews, flesh, cortex, and spiritual energy were all strengthened. His physique and spiritual inner being were changing. After the spiritual energy traveled throughout his body, it eventually converged together. It turned into a torrent of spirituality and boomed. The originally sealed Imperial Beast space was smashed open by his white spirituality. The spiritual energy coalesced into a starry mist-like channel, connecting Lu Chen's soul at one end and the Imperial Beast space at the other. A Milky Way hung upside down in the sky, scattering glittering starlight. The Imperial Beast space was changing. The strength, the size were all strengthened. The Imperial Beast space, promoted. At the same time, the Great Beginning space, the original ascending god long stairs. Originally, other than the first section of the ladder, the rest of the ladder was dull. One section of the ladder was a star field. Now the second section of the ladder, too, was lit up. It exuded a crimson starlight. It seems that turning white spirituality into crimson spirituality is the direction for the next stage of advancement. Lu Chun looked around. There was still quite a bit of spiritual mist. Couldn't be wasted. To avoid being discovered, he returned to the exit of his tunnel. The crimson starlight coalesced and drifted towards it, receiving it into reality. A few minutes later, Luduan's spirit shriveled. Absorbing the red star spirituality, the consumption of spiritual energy was several times higher than before. The spirituality didn't change at all, and the mist was instead sucked dry by him. The spiritual mist didn't mean much to him anymore. How is the mist completely gone? What the hell? The fog is gone in a blink of an eye with the point solution. Listening to the voices coming from the other canals. Slipped away. As the one who started it all, he hurriedly ran away. Soon, the gatekeeper and person in charge, Master Qin, heard the commotion inside and came to check. He scratched his head. I remember that I obviously just added the Empyrean Manhwa. How come it's gone so fast today? Freshman dormitory area. It didn't occur to me that his dormitory was actually a single house with a courtyard at the entrance. Open living room. Just returned to the dormitory. Lu Dust heard Chi Tian calling out to himself inside the Imperial Beast space, summoning the other party out. Kirikou. It had some anxiety on its face, and its hands were busy pointing at its arms. The egg? The Imperial Beast egg left to him by his mother. This thing was also magical, able to be taken into the Imperial Beast space. At this time, it was no longer a pile of stone. Instead, it had become smooth and white. Mysterious egg. Description. From the ultra-ancient period, because of a huge change in heaven and earth, the egg of a creature that turned into a fossilized stone, absorbed the star power of the higher grid, and relied on its own ability to turn death into life. However, due to the fact that the embryo had become fossilized before it was even formed, its growth was interrupted and its origin power was missing. It needs to devour forbidden related power before it can hatch. The God's Eye displayed the relevant information. Luduan also discovered that after condensing the white spirituality, the probing ability of the God's Eye followed suit. The information probed out became more detailed, absorbing enough star spirituality to realize turning death into life with the help of one's own abilities. This was a bit of a large amount of information, and to actually absorb taboo-related power in order to hatch. Taboos are all related to evil gods. So weird it wouldn't be an evil god hatchling in here, would it? You're saying this thing will move? Chi Tian nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Old scary. The Imperial Beast space was promoted. It had been sleeping properly inside. As soon as it opened its eyes, an egg twisted around in front of its eyes. It was so scared that it gave the other side a punch. Luduan told Chi Tian to put the egg on the ground. He touched the mysterious egg. The other party steeped on the ground and wriggled twice as if it was enjoying Luchuan's touch, then jumped directly into Luchuan's arms, constantly rubbing against his cheek. Living like a puppy, he suspected that the beast pet inside wouldn't be a cultivating dog-type creature, right? Suspected evil god side plus dog-type, it couldn't be a hell's three-headed dog? It wasn't right either. He remembered that there was a hell three-headed dog in reality. It was an abyssal system creature, the final evolved type of the spectral dog. With a flip of his hand, a drop of bright red blood was wrapped in his spirituality and floated on his palm. Earlier, he had annihilated the bizarre eyeball in the abyssal realm. The drop of blood that had appeared in the Taisher space. At once, a longing emotion came from this mysterious egg. Eat it. The drop of blood fell onto its eggshell, and a small vortex like a black hole instantly appeared, devouring it. Snap! The mysterious egg's head tilted and fell to the ground. It's good to be young, to fall back to sleep when you're full. Grow up quickly. Setting it aside, he was looking forward to what would hatch out. Now that he had condensed his white spirituality and his imperial beast space had advanced, he could already contract a second beast pet. It was just waiting for this mysterious egg to hatch out. Lou Dust started browsing the school's forums according to the freshman handbook. There were also various questions answered. Half an hour later, in the villa, breaking sounds whistled, and the air was squeezed and burst. A small whirlwind was set off indoors. Luduan took a deep breath and closed his fists, the muscles under his skin as solid as steel. Against the boxing champions of his previous life, he was afraid that they wouldn't be able to carry one of his punches. No wonder it's said that anyone who hasn't condensed their spirituality isn't considered a professional Imperial Beastmaster, and can only be described as an amateur Imperial Beastmaster. The two are as different as clouds and mud. Not to mention, it's just a side effect that comes with condensing spirituality. The reason why the importance of spirituality was said was because when it was condensed, different levels of spirituality had different roles. Imperial Beast Skill. Curing. One of the skills of the beast pet could be selected and cured, and the Imperial Beastmaster could use the spirituality to catalyze the skill, allowing the Imperial Beastmaster to use the skill out as well. The Imperial Beastmaster was never a wonky profession. Possessing abilities themselves, otherwise, when facing fierce beasts and magical creatures, they would have already been decapitated. However, Luduan realized that his Imperial Beast skill was different. It wasn't curing. Rather, it was free-loading and unloading. He could call on the skills of his beast pet at will, as long as his spirituality could withstand the consumption. Flame Fist. Luchuan stretched out his hand, and with a bang a ball of flame wrapped around his fist, unable to feel the scorching heat itself. Even placing his other hand on it was fine. Rock Spike. The flames disappeared and a rock spike coalesced in front of his palm. My beast pets are all capable of growing to mythical existences under my nurturing. At that time, won't I be comparable to a god in a mortal body? No, by then I should be the lord of the gods. He clenched his fist fiercely, and a cluster of flames burst into flames in his palm and was snuffed out again. It was as if he had seized the authority of the gods. Like a big child who had gotten a novelty toy, Luduan didn't stop until he had squandered his spirituality, and only then did he stop with a sense of purpose. He paralyzed on the sofa. Right, there are still system rewards that I haven't collected yet. The reward for defeating the person who blocked the way was penalized today. System. Collect the reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an intermediate blind box. Skimmed. An intermediate level blind box, a bit of a fishing expedition. It seemed that rewards were also given out based on the difficulty of the mission. Open the blind box. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an elemental enhancement crystal, which can raise the level of an element below the proficient level by 1 rank. Is better than nothing. Name aversion Rock Monkey. Level Upper Transcendent Order. Attribute Rock, Fire. Characteristics Yang Yen Nu. Bloodline Medium King's Breed 56% progress infusion of Zhu Anxious Bloodline. Bloodline Talent Morphological Change Vajra Unbreakable. Elemental Mastery Fire 50% Proficiency. Rock 80% Proficiency. Skills Flame Spray Intermediate 1% Mastery. Rock Spike Intermediate 85% Mastery. Fireball Cannon Intermediate 50% Mastery. Flame Vortex Advanced 98% Mastery. Inferno Explosion 40% Mastery. Evolution Sequence. The primary skill panel doesn't show it anymore. Then it doesn't count as a skill. Because it was nothing more than attaching elements to the body, the current Chi-Tion was now looking beyond the primary skills when he raised his hands and feet. Huh? Luduan saw the percentage numbers behind elemental mastery level and skill. Because of the cohesion of spirituality, the information that the god's eye was able to probe was also more careful and comprehensive. This was a good thing. Skills also had proficiency levels, which he had only learned about just now at the campus forum. It was divided into Beginner's Peak, Minor Achievement, Major Achievement, Perfection, and Transcendental Achievement. For example, the Flame Spray of the Beginner's Path. Skill release of the foreshake is a little long, the flame is not solid enough. There will be energy in the spraying process scattered. The Flame Jet of the Great Accomplishment. Chi-Tion could instantly release it and could shape the skill. For example, controlling the column of fire to diverge and strike multiple enemies on the way. The villa's exercise area. There were workout equipment for beast pets. Chi-Tion was frantically working out in order to be able to make his talent Vajra unbreakable a little harder. It clanked a dumbbell and was hammering its body. The Imperial Beastmaster had been improving its strength. It felt that if it didn't work hard, it wouldn't feel at ease with the strength it was holding. Chi-Tien, Kirikou. It put down the dumbbells in its hands and looked at the Imperial Beastmaster in confusion. Raising your elemental mastery level of the rock system. The Imperial Beastmaster's big warm hand stroked its forehead. Instantly, it felt that the rock energy in its body was continuously active, and its sense of the rock element was continuously deepening. Again. Getting stronger again.
Sigma de Sigma.
It has a resolute face, and today, it is practicing extra hard until dawn. Otherwise this power take is not at ease. Looking at Chi-Tion, who silently added weight to himself, Luduan nodded with satisfaction that the skill proficiency had risen so quickly. In addition to Chi-Tion's Vermilion Loathing Bloodline Edition, it was more of the other party's hard work. Old Rolling King won now. Every day when he was resting in the Imperial Beast space, he was thinking about how to make his skills smoother. The ringtone of the phone rang. It was sister-in-law Lu Yurong calling. Because of her work, her cell phone was not allowed to be brought in during work. Is this the end of the business trip? Pick up. The other party's words, however, caused his face to change. Help! Chapter 23. Relics and Ruins. Preparing evolutionary material. Hearing the other party's cry for help, Luduan's face changed drastically. A terrifying killing intent filled his eyes, and his spiritual power permeated through his body, causing his robes and hair to move without wind. In his last life as an orphan, this life was a rare experience of family. Family was his scales. Help! My great-nephew is actually not only the top student of Jiangbei Province, but also the top student of the National College Entrance Examination. Humph. Still the starry Imperial Beast Academy has vision, and knows that my nephew is great. What kind of stinky fish and shrimp are all the other academies? And they dare to unilaterally cancel your grades? Good nephew. Don't forget each other if you are rich. Boiling murderous intent disappeared without a trace. Also right, there is a magic mirror mannequin in what can happen to the accident. Road Dust wildly rolled his eyes. Can you speak without breathing heavily? Hearing you say help, I'm ready to notify Grandma to open the banquet. The other side of the teeth and claws, vicious. You son of a every day just want to eat your sister-in-law's seat, right? You don't want me to die, do you? Don't think you're a big deal just because you're a top student. Believe it or not, I'll call my best friend to come over and beat you up. Girlfriend? Is that the friend you made in the archaeology department of the Liberal Arts University? Lu Yurong had previously attended the archaeology department at an ordinary university, made a very good BFF. With her toxic personality, she had complimented the other party many times in front of Luduan, showing that this BFF was really quite good. Even her current job is arranged by her best friend, which is considered an iron rice bowl, belonging to an ancient ruins protection company under the Royal Beasts Association. Archaeology, in other words. With the fusion of the two worlds, along with the expanding area of Blue Star, there are ancient ruins from the other world in some places that need to be excavated, which is conducive to the study of the history of that world. That bosom friend of hers, her family should be quite powerful, just that she doesn't have the talent of a royal beast and is just an ordinary person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have enrolled in an archaeology major with Lu Yurong at an ordinary university. Right? Pretty. It can light up your dog's eyes. can be compared to your little childhood friend, and even be a step ahead in terms of temperament. Could be compared to the big ice lump that was indeed pretty. Then you let her come. District ordinary people, I'm still afraid? When she comes, she will be pressed down as a suppressed lady. Tie up 100 times a day. You wait. I'll send her the chat screenshot later. The two chatted for a while. The other party had finished his business trip and was now on his way back to Days City. Mostly he was listening to her spouting off about how exhausting the job was. It was like cattle and horses, dealing with a bunch of broken rocks from the ruins. The words ended. She said, "By the way, the magic mirror mannequin is gone. It told me it went to look for you. It came on its own? I don't know. I finished my work. It talked to me and left. There shouldn't be much of a problem. After all, the magic mirror mannequin was an existence of the Overlord Order. Moreover, it just so happened that he wanted to ask the other party about his mother and the mysterious egg. As his mother's beast pet, the other party should know more, right? All right, I'm home. I'm exhausted. I'll take a bath and go to bed." After gossiping for a while, the two then ended the call. Dazay City. Lu Yurong returned home in a dusty state. After spending a month in the ancient ruins, she was carrying an earthy odor on her body. Moreover, that ancient ruin was still dug up by a group of church lunatics, and they didn't know what they were doing in there. It was all kinds of filth that caused problems for their work. This ancient relic was glorious a long time ago, but because of the descent of a forbidden family member, the clan was exterminated. They also managed to seal the evil god's favorite. Unfortunately, it wasn't an ancient relic, but an ancient ruin, and nothing more could be excavated. Ruins and relics, the difference between one word, but there was a huge difference. Ruins is ordinary archaeology, there is no transcendent power, a lot of things are weathered and disappeared in the years. Ruins, the existence of transcendent power, is a kind of special secret realm. Walked into the bathroom and removed his clothes. Revealed a luscious, blood-swelling carcass under the hot water. The skin is white and red, pink and tender. Hair with wet water dew. Fluorescent white pretty face in the water mist hazy. But she didn't know. There was a white curved moon pattern flickering on her collarbone behind her. Osawa City, the gloomy sewers. There was a maniacal hiss echoing. He will awaken from his slumber. It's just a matter of the last step. Blood, screams, and wails can delight him. The Starry U Imperial Beast Academy. Dormitory area. Lu Yurong was fine, and Lu Duan was relieved. He was in the midst of troubles again. He had already condensed his white spirituality, and the Imperial Beast space had advanced so that it could support the evolution of the beast pet to the elite rank. To advance to the elite rank, 3 conditions needed to be met. 1. It needed the elemental mastery level to reach the proficient level. 2. The pet's racial bloodline potential needs to reach the elite rank. 3. The elemental energy of the beast pet must be accumulated to a perfect level. The first 2 conditions, Chi Tian had no pressure at all and had long since met them. The third condition was not met, so his strength was stuck at the upper transcendent rank. Luckily, the third solution was the easiest to solve, only needing to feed the beast pet high-energy food or potions. Lu Duan was browsing the campus online mall, which allowed for home delivery, and it was all things related to Imperial Beastmasters and beast pets. Meat of the Kenyan rhino, $1,000 a pound. Goat's milk, $1,000 for 1 L. Magma fruit, 12 WA piece. Fire vine fruit, 10 WA piece. Fire spirit marrow, 20 W, 10 milliliters. A plant. Lu Duan looked dumbfounded. No wonder Dazay City didn't even have these things for sale. Can't afford it at all. This is still only something suitable for use by the transcendent rank. If the grade is higher, cultivating beast pets won't bankrupt them. After looking around, there was finally something called a nutrient that was suitable for the Rockaverse monkey. Universal Energy Nutrient. It can accelerate the growth of a beast pet, purify and increase its internal energy value. Priced at 10,000 a bottle. Could be purchased with credits, $1 equaled 10 credits, and purchasing it with credits was able to get a 20% discount. That is, 8 credits will do. Looking at their credits, the entrance reward, each person has 1,000 credits. Equivalent to each enrolled student, the academy gave 100 W yuan for free. Could be said to be quite generous. Speaking of which, he was angry because his grades were doubtful and were boycotted by the whole country, questioning the falsification. Jiangbei Province and Dazay City did not reward him with a scholarship. Or the principal Xia Haiqiang and the director of education Wang Hongze privately paid out of their own pockets, adding up to give him 50W. The scholarship for the previous awakening of the SSS-ranked Imperial Beast talent was tucked under his grandmother's pillow before he left. Money ah money ah. There was no telling how much it would cost to have Chi Tian accumulate enough advancement energy. It was time to advance to the elite rank. It was time to start preparing the evolution materials again. His super god-grade beast sentinel talent was able to put all of his beast pets on a mythic sequence evolutionary path. A skillful woman could not cook without rice. The mythic evolution sequence, too, required evolutionary materials. The evolution materials did not state that certain specific things were needed. It only said when the beast pet reaches the upper elite stage and devours a large amount of thunder attribute treasures, a brand new bloodline ascension will be opened and the beast pet will evolve as well. It seems that the next bloodline to be obtained is related to the thunder system. Damn it. A large amount of thunder attribute treasures. As soon as those two words, massive, came out, it was clear that Chi Tian's evolution was not something that could be handled with a small amount of money. Gotta start saving up lightning attribute materials with preparation now. No wonder it was said that beast pets were all gold-swallowing beasts. Gotta find a channel to make money. I continued browsing the campus forum. Cheater Lu Duan has enrolled in the Starry Academy. His face is extremely repulsive, and he even made a big speech at noon saying that the students of first-class cities are all trash. The post with the flame logo at the back came into view. Road dust? He clicked on it and took a look, but it was really pulling hate for him, saying how arrogant he was and how he defeated the students blocking the door with a sneak attack. Damn, the depiction was just like a brainless villain inside a brainless novel. What nostrils to the sky, no one in sight, come in the school gate, said the National College Entrance Examination top student driving. Men get out of the way, women come over to lick the bed on their knees. The post instantly rushed to the first campus forum. Countless people replied. All the students were filled with righteous indignation. Countless people said that they would challenge Lu Duan. See once beat once, let him get out of the school. Dancers and country bumpkins dare to be so arrogant. Lu Dust? This should be the trouble Su Mayer was talking about. He himself had become a target, and it seemed that he couldn't hide from it. Instead of falling into passivity and accepting wave after wave of malice, it would be better to take the initiative. He stroked his chin. Most of the students in the Star Universe Academy are from first-class cities. All of them were Tianlong people, so they should be quite rich, right? He quickly posted. I, Lu Dust, first came to Xingyu Academy. Some disappointment. The ones who blocked the road today are stinky fish and shrimp. Are there any stronger ones? But seeking a defeat, I set up a ring to challenge all the freshmen of the first-class cities. Dare you fight? The post instantly caught fire again. Really is as arrogant as the posting says. Unseen frog at the bottom of the well. You still really have the face to come to our academy? Nationally ranked #1, do you deserve it too? You really dare to come. How dare you? How dare you, country bumpkin? I'll give you a hand. I'll beat you like a son. I'll make a slight move. And that's the limit you can't touch. You don't really think your score is real, do you? You don't believe it yourself, do you? The group was outraged, and they all said they wanted to uproad Dust. Lu Dust edited the post again. There are too many of you, I'm only one person, set a threshold. Challenge me need to pay $10,000 of challenge gold, lest any cats and dogs come to challenge me. I'm only doing the elite. You guys, as noble townspeople, shouldn't have 10,000, right? No way, no way. There's not really anyone who can't come up with $10,000, right? $10,000 is the cost of a breakfast. It's not even enough to pay for one of my pet's tree fruits. Battle Square. Come if you're brave enough. This road the high school national top student crushed the first-class city Invincible Dust. Waiting for you. Chapter 24 challenging the whole school freshman. Setting up the ring. This post instantly detonated the Starry U Imperial Beast Academy. The entire freshman area was in an uproar. So wild? Challenging all the freshmen? I'm going, watch me him up. A student who was removed from the National College Entrance Examination dares to be so arrogant? I heard that he's a relative of Vice Mistress Chin, and it was Vice Mistress Chin who patted him down and recruited him. A backdoor mole cricket just turtles well and jumps out to seek death? Originally, those who were able to go to the Xingyu Imperial Beast Academy were all the pride of heaven, all the best in the country. Lu Dust's first place in the National College Entrance Exam was nailed on by cheating. To be jumped in the face like this by a cheater, could it be tolerated? The view from the sky was extremely spectacular. There were people coming out of every dormitory area, heading towards the sparring square. Administration building, a luxurious office. Vice Mistress Zhang's assistant, Pan Jie, was in a daze. That post that pulled hate for Lu Duan was his handiwork. He looked at the 5 people below him. Are you guys sure the post you posted has been processed? Why do I feel like you guys are talking conservatively? These 5 people were the 5 people who were one-upped by Lu Dust at noon. They were confused in their eyes. I don't make it, he wasn't this arrogant during the day. But it's good for us. The assistant sneered. Humph. Vice Mistress Qin said that he deserved his first place in the national rankings. A country bumpkin from a tertiary city. The whole world knows that his grades are false. And just Qin Yanyan, who has big breasts and no brain, actually used her vice mistress privilege to forcefully recruit him in despite everyone's objections. The whole school is quite critical of her, just waiting to see her joke. I was afraid that Lu Dust would choose to play dead in the face of our pouring of dirty water, and we still can't do anything about him if he chooses to play dead. I didn't expect him to jump out and challenge everyone on his own. They were now waiting for Lu Duan to lose. As long as he lost, Vice Colonel Zhang would be able to lash out. At that time, it would be a major work error by Qin Yanran, discrediting the academy. Vice Schoolmaster Zhang could then hold a meeting of the entire schoolhouse and vote to dismiss Qin Yanran, kicking her out of the academy along with Lu Dust. The nation's number 1 deserves it, right? Smash Qin Yanran's face today. No one from a non-tier 1 city has ever made it to the national 100 in history. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Silver bell-like laughter echoed. I didn't expect this schoolmate of mine to be so interesting. Next to Su Meier, there was a sensual imperial sister, Qin Yanyan, one of the vice mistresses of the Xingyu Imperial Beast Academy. At this time, she respectfully said to Su Meier, Miss, I feel he's a bit unreliable. How could anyone in the world be able to resist your spiritual charm? And, according to divination, you should ambush in chapter 13. Su Meier raised her eyes slightly. You're teaching me things? No, don't dare. Qin Yanran lowered her head. But that side is pushing hard. We were supposed to leave this month. Don't bother. They are no longer needed. He is the one I have chosen. I don't believe in fate. Su Meier was murmuring. The pupils in one pair of eyes had turned pink peach-shaped at some point. Even Qin Yanran, who was a woman, was charmed by it at this moment, hardened in control. It was fine to want to dedicate everything to it, to pour out one's heart and lungs. Spirituality filled out uncontrollably, light and shadows flowed, and several tales coalesced behind it. Grow up quickly. Freshman Zone Matchmaking Square. There he is. The crowds of people surged in, raging, one hating to up Lu Dust. I'll do it. I'm the top scholar of the East Huang province. Scholar of the 2nd level province. Counting chicken hair. I'll go first. I'm ranked in the top 100 of the entrance exams in the 1st tier city, Meteor Moon City. What's your grade? Top 100 is nothing. Let's fight. Let's fight. I'm not afraid of you. Road Dust. Tier 1 city students look down on Tier 2 city students. Secondary city students look down on tertiary city students. The old traditional contempt chain now, watching them almost dry themselves up. Lu Dust hurriedly coughed twice. Ahem. Why don't we pay first? Based on the ranking order of payment, to decide who will come and fight me first. So anxious to be hung by us? How about not having any more fun? As long as you lose, you'll give the one who wins a shout out to his father. Conversely, if we lose, we'll shout out to your father. Ha ha ha, this is fine. Each of us will challenge this dancer once. In this way, we are all his dads and he will be honored with 2,000 dads. This is a bit bad, isn't it? Lu Duan's face was difficult. Wouldn't he have over 2,000 sons then? Scared. The stage rose up and snickered. Number 1 in the country. Isn't it quite impressive? Okay. Come on. A son sent to the door, don't want it for nothing. He pulled out a large folded-up collection code from his pocket and held it high above his head. This was something he had stopped by to print on his way here. Everyone took out their cell phones and scanned the code. Lu Duan's cell phone frantically popped up an alert. Royal mail arrived with 10,000 yuan. Royal mail arrived with 10,000 yuan. Watching the small treasury continue to rise, his mouth was about to crack with laughter. Instantly close to 200W into the account. Rich ah. This group of people is really rich ah. The group collection code, according to the chronological order of the transfer we'll have a ranking out. KM, the net is stuck. Day, I obviously second transfer, how to rank the 50th. Giving money to people are too slow to transfer money, there is no one else. An excited voice in the crowd rang out, I'm number 1. It's this dog Lu Shangwei, what luck. From the Tier 1 city Luquan City, Lu Shangwei jumped up, his face overflowing with a smile and a sneer. Know what? The national ranking, only the top 3 of the tertiary cities will be included in the national ranking, and there is a preferential treatment for high school grades. The conversion formula is the brain assumption method, where the mechanical brain enters the top 3 high school grades of the third-level cities. It is assumed that if you were to receive the same level of education as our Tier 1 cities, what level you would eventually be able to reach. Most of the provincial top students of the third-level cities, under this smart brain assumption projection, are only ranked around 1,000 in the country. The top 100 in the National College Entrance Examination rankings are ranked based on comprehensive strength. Lu Shangwei sneered. The top 100 in the country represents the 100 people with the strongest strength of the new generation in the country. The thinking brain will select the strongest 100 candidates in the country, and based on their beast pet information royalty, beast master spiritual strength, and actual battle strength, conduct a simulated battle against each other, and ultimately rank the top 100. You, a person from a frontier province and a remote city, ascending to the top. You're insulting the sacred existence. He was gloating. Surely this country bumpkin didn't know how the national rankings were calculated, right? Oh, no. Lu Duan had previously heard about it from the high school's principal, Xia Haiqiang. Lu Shangwei froze. This country bumpkin actually knows. Wouldn't that make what I said earlier seem nerdy? He snorted coldly. Let's show you the gap between us. A large praying mantis, green in color, stood upright with scythe-like sharp forelegs. A whip-like tail dangled behind its buttocks, ending in sharp, poisonous spikes. Insect system, upper commander species, rank close to medium transcendent order. Lu Dust similarly summoned the anomalous rock monkey. Lu Dust's voice came out. Next, Lu Shangwei. What are you talking about forcing? Look at your beast pet. Lu Shangwei's eyes glazed over, his poisonous spiked mantis. He didn't know when it had been buried into the ground, leaving only a head exposed. The ground around it was constantly squeezing its body, and it had already fainted. The proficient-level rock system elemental control ability allowed the rock-averse monkey to control the rocky ground around it. Lu Shangwei. P.S. There may be some confusion about the division of administrative levels, so here's a quick note. Tier 1 cities in and of themselves have a large scope, similar to municipalities or special administrative regions, similar to Beijing, Shanghai, Chongqing, Shenzhen, and such, may be a city whose GDP hangs over several inland provinces. Tier 1 cities, infrastructure, economy, degree of development, comprehensive strength is the strongest. Below the first-level cities is the second-level provinces, subordinate cities to the second-level cities. The provincial capital city is second only to those 10 first-level cities, also known as quasi-first-level cities. This kind of is known as the Imperial Beast's Big Province. The rest are tertiary provinces, where the subordinate cities are all tertiary cities, and only the provincial capital may be a secondary city. The Jiangbei province, where the protagonist is located, the remote of the remote, belongs to the remote provinces, and is at the bottom of the list of all the third-level provinces. The provincial capital, Guangzhou City, are all just quasi-second-level cities. Chapter 25, The Clueless Vice Mansion Master Zhang. Appointment. Administration Building. Office. Soon you'll be able to take off the word vice. It's time to address you as House Master Zhang. The director of instruction, Wu Rui, had a fawning face. A large portion of the teachers in the academy can all flock to you. AI Xiao Wu no matter, you guys have really victimized me I didn't say I wanted to be the mansion master Zhang Qiliang face a straight face. The smile at the corner of his mouth was almost grinning to his ears. I also don't know what the mansion lord is thinking. People are on the frontline battlefields and parachuting in a Qin Yanran without any qualifications as the deputy mansion lord. I also don't know if there is any ulterior deal. Wu Rui began to cricket the house lord. Humph, old undead just went to the front line and did not abdicate to let me be the house lord. The old undead is going to retire this year. The seat of the house lord is not mine. Zhang Qiliang coldly snorted in his heart. For the house master he had long been dissatisfied, hogging the position, not allowing himself to rise to the top even if, but also specifically parachuted in a Qin Yanyan to clamp down on himself. Now waiting for news from his assistant Pan Jie. Once he came back to report that Lu Duan had lost, then he would directly go to the sparring square and kick Lu Duan out of the academy on the spot. Immediately convene a meeting of all the senior management of the academy to dismiss Qin Yanran's status as deputy head of the academy on the grounds that her arbitrary actions had discredited the academy. Then he ascended to the throne of the mansion master by virtue of his merits in setting things right. The office door opened. Assistant Panga walked in. Instructional director Wu Rui's eyes lit up. Ha ha ha. It's true that it's a waste of space. Falling so quickly? Is this all or a veritable number one? I thought it could be a bit strong. It seems that the trash of a tertiary city is still trash after all. Let's go to the sparring area and see how I will ruthlessly humiliate him. Zhang Qiliang had a smile on his face. Wu Rui continued. Panga, talk to me properly about how wretched he was when he lost. Didn't lose. Panga's eyes were in a trance. All of them were calling him father. Zhang Qiliang? Wu Rui? Is your brain caught in a door? Speak clearly. Panga's face was shocked. Almost all of them were killed in seconds. And in the back, Lu Duan challenged a few at the same time and easily defeated them. Zhang Qiliang and Wu Rui were stunned. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Did you drink fake alcohol? Matchmaking square. In the middle of the field, a pitch-black energy beam and a flame beam collided together in the center of the field. One was an abyssal intermediate skill shadow wave, and the other was a fire intermediate skill flame jet. There was no attribute restraint between the two sides. As a matter of fact, the collision of energy moves was a competition of who had a better range and who had a higher elemental mastery level. Bang! The two energy moves collided together. However, there was no so-called stalemate, each side wrestling with the other. There was only a one-sided collapse. The shadow fluctuation was directly pushed back at the moment of collision. In the end, there was a loud bang, flames rising and sweeping smoke and dust, and a beast pet flew backwards out of the smoke and dust, collapsing on the ground, circles spinning in its eyes, having lost its ability to fight. The opponent came back from his trance and took a deep breath, but he also recognized his bet. Lu, Father Lu. Next, Lu Dust said. The surrounding area was silent. The entire sparring square changed from the previous raucous and had been beaten into a library. Everyone's eyes carried shock. Jiang Yixing, ranked 100th in the top 100 in the country, had also lasted less than 3 minutes before falling. This was even after Lu Duan had already accepted a wheel battle with more than 10 people. Looking at the Lu Dust in the arena, who was calm and self-assured, and the anaerobic rock monkey, who hadn't shown a trace of fatigue since the beginning, the crowd was in a trance. The crowd was in a trance. Lu Dust's strength had already gained their respect. There was even a cheerful girl who chanted from the stage, Father Lu, come to my room at night. I'll call out to your dad. Lu Dust's first place in the national rankings. Was it really cheating? Someone lost in thought murmured out a doubt. Just beating Jiang Yixing, who is ranked 100 in the country, shows that he does have some strength, but it doesn't mean he's the number one in the country, right? The gap between the top 100 and each other is also quite large, right? Even if he has strength, it doesn't mean he's the national top student. There was a lot of talk under the field, and the discussion began. Even if he's not the national number one, with his strength, the 4 top academies can still pick him at will. So what we're questioning is him being number one in the nation. The top 100 in the college entrance examination ranking are all actual battle strength. The new national college entrance examination ranking compiled by the other academic institutions, our school's Waxiangyu is the second in the country. I heard that after the college entrance examination, he condensed his spirituality, and his beast pet is estimated to have entered the elite rank. Zhuxiangyu's family history is also not simple. His father is a dominant rank imperial beast master. With his father's teaching, the ability to fight against each other pulls full, and after the college entrance exam has condensed the spirituality. Now the beast pet is estimated to be about to cross into the elite rank. I have heard that all have already mastered the advanced skill. Unless he can defeat Zhuxiangyu, then no one will question his name as this national top ranker. In the initial national ranking, Lu Dust was number 1, second Chui Yu, and third Zhuxiangyu. In the back, Lu Duan's results were boycotted jointly, and the top 100 in the country were rearranged by other schools except for Xingyu Academy. Chui Yu was first, Zhuxiangyu was second, and Lu Dust was removed. The crowd nodded, it did make sense. Zhuxiangyu, who had condensed his spirituality right after the college entrance exam, had half a foot in the elite rank with his first beast pet. In the initial ranking, he was only able to rank third. Lu Dust was ranked first. How could Lu Dust be the opponent's opponent? No one is coming? I'll say it first. There's no refund for any of the challenge money. Lu Dust was like a miser, but still no one came up. No one likes to seek abuse in front of everyone and have to call out to the other party's father if they lose. Suddenly, fierce sounds erupted from the crowd. Swisyangyu is here. The number 1 recognized by the Starry Yu Imperial Beast Academy Lu Duan. And the National Academies boycotted and reorganized second in the country's Swisyangyu are going to bump into each other. How wonderful! Swisyongyu's skin was on the cold white side, like a sickly white color that hadn't been exposed to sunlight for years. Wherever he passed, the crowd automatically separated. Lu Chun raised his jaw. Coming! I just happened to be passing by. Your strength is indeed good, but it's just good, the level of the national ranking of 70. Swisyangyu said indifferently. From number 1, that's still 100,000 and 80,000 meters away. He showed displeasure on his face, as the Starry Yu Academy recognized Lu Chen's achievement. Therefore, Lu Dust's ranking was still ahead of his. He glanced at the aversion rock monkey. Your beast pet stamina is underestimated. Not able to please my beast pet. Let's wait for the freshman competition. I'll let you see the gap between us then. I hope that you will be able to satisfy me and be able to make me enjoy myself. The other party turned around and left with his hands in the air, leaving behind only a figure full of pussy. So pretentious. Lu Dust was speechless. Chi Tian didn't consume any physical strength at all. At most it was considered a warm-up. He has his own hang, the other party pretends to pretend to himself. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to endure it. Road dust 45 degrees up to look at the sky. Also line, then the freshman competition and then violently beat you. We'll let you know why in the first beginning of the country's top 100. I am the first in the country and you are only the third. Wow! The whole crowd was in an uproar. Yonga! Calling out Swisyangyu. This is too brave. Swisyangyu's figure lurched and laughed in anger. Okay. I heard that you guys have a bet. Let's do it too. And the winner will be the father. Can. No one even challenged Lu Duan next. He left a sentence. No refunds. Those of you who paid can challenge at any time. Oh. Then he left the sparring area. It was night. The campus forum was also completely bustling. Lu Dust's strength had been proven, and he was qualified to enter the Starry Yu Imperial Beast Academy. However, what the crowd was more concerned about was Lu Chun versus Swisyangyu. Swisyangyu made an appointment to fight Lu Dust, threatening to meet the strength of the top ranked in the country in the freshman competition. The once ranked number 1 vs. the current number 2 on the list. Gimmicks, traffic pulling all over the place. They were all looking forward to the start of the freshman competition. Can the freshman competition start earlier? It's going to be half a month later. This is too long. Can it start earlier? Should we vote for the Academy's mailbox and jointly suggest to start the freshman competition earlier? Just as many freshmen were preparing to jointly suggest that the Academy start the freshman competition earlier. The campus forum topped an announcement. Vice Prefect Zhang Qilong has decided that this year's freshman competition will be started earlier and will officially begin the freshman competition in 3 days. At once, all the freshmen boiled. Chapter 26, The Gates of the Trial. Showdown. Exit. 3 days passed in a flash. What's going on with the Starry Yu Imperial Beast Academy? How come the freshman competition was moved up this year? Damn it. In previous years it was half a month after enrollment. This year, how come the freshman competition started 3 days after enrollment? There's no way. The Xingyu Imperial Beast Academy is the top academy. All the other academies in the ancient capital have to listen to him. The outskirts of the ancient capital. A military barracks schoolyard. Heads of people were gathering. The entire ancient capital city, all the freshmen from all the academies were all here. Freshman competition. Full name Ancient Capital Freshman Exchange Competition. It was led by the Xingyu Academy and jointly organized with the other third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate academies in the ancient capital. According to the gossip, the reason why the freshman competition has been brought forward has something to do with Swisyongyu's appointment with Lu Dust. Lu Dust? That cheating? Hammer it, he's been removed from the list. Swisyongyu is ranked second in the country, and he's dating a cheater? That cheating hillbilly deserves it. This little news of yours, it won't be a sewer road. That said, that road dust is also really thicker-skinned than a rock-based beast pet. Having been boycotted like this, he actually still has the face to come. Listening to the raucous skepticism around him, Zhou Kai had a feeling that everyone was drunk. What do these people know? We're about to see the god of the road make his move. He excitedly said, "It's almost time to see the road god in action. Prepare to meet God. Stupid students." Steeply, outside the schoolyard, another group of people walked in. "It's coming. It's coming. The people from the Starry U Imperial Beast Academy are here." The noisy scene quieted down. Today's protagonists had arrived. The freshman exchange competition. Every year it was the stage show of the Starry U Imperial Beast Academy. Thud. With a muffled sound, all the new students arrived and the thick gate of the schoolyard camp closed. Lu Dust surveyed the schoolyard. It was similar to the Colosseum in ancient Rome. He was attracted by a steel gate at the end, more than 10 meters long and several meters high. The strange thing was that it wasn't connected to the wall, but stood alone on the ground. Lone Fei's icy blue eyes also lingered on this steel gate for a long time. The Gate of Trials, an artificially created pseudo-secret realm. In her previous life, the freshman competition of the Longley Imperial Beast Academy also entered the Gate of Trials. It seemed that every top academy was much different. Then the foreplay should be the same, right? Coming. A playful smile appeared on her face, wondering if Lu Duan would make a big fool of himself. Road Dust frowned slightly, feeling something was wrong. A feeling he couldn't tell. The next second, without any sign, he felt a blur before his eyes. The smell of blood that was so thick that it was sickening surged between his mouth and nose, and hissing and screams mingled around his ears. The line of sight returned to normal. This is... where? The Colosseum-like venue disappeared. At this moment, he was located in a battlefield, and to his eyes, everywhere was intertwined with blood and fire, and the earth was scorched black. Ruins and corpses were everywhere. Flaming tiger, use purgatory, 100-eyed centipede, poison mist. Kill! The spread of the profound realm must be blocked. The Imperial Beastmasters commanded their beast pets and were constantly fighting. The enemy was a bizarre demonic creature, humongous and unafraid to die, and one demonic creature was oddly and unusually long. At least aesthetically, it was growing completely in the opposite direction of humans. Looking further into the distance, the sky was pitch black and a black cloud swept across the heavens and earth. But staring closely gaze, which was a black cloud, it was a black lump of flesh, covered in jellyfish-like tentacles. On its body, there are countless creatures gnawing on its body. After gnawing on it, the body was deformed and one by one, they fell to the ground and rushed towards the Imperial Beastmasters in a brazen manner. Ah! Lu Duan saw an Imperial Beastmaster beside him, whose beast pet had been killed by a demon, and he died in the hands of a demon as well. The internal organs were hollowed out and the limbs were broken. Lu Duan realized that he couldn't move, or rather, the body wasn't his. But Lu Duan didn't panic. This was the false world. It should be some kind of beast pet skill. His spirituality could make the spirit solid as gold, and just now, the power of the skill was going to rewrite and blur his perception. As a result, it was immunized by his lord of the great beginning spirituality. If he hadn't been immunized, his cognition was altered and he would have taken the world in front of him as real. It was like a dreamer who was in a dream world and would not question the falsity of the dream world. The screams rose and fell, and the Imperial Beastmaster's camp began to lose ground. A demonic creature also appeared in front of him, shaped like a huge insect, but its body was twisted like a twist. Its face was completely disfigured. Its wings were broken beyond repair, but it flew in a bizarre stance. It was extremely fast, vibrating its wings to release a wind blade. Finally, it lunged towards Lu Duan, and the sharp mouthpiece under its abdomen churned it up and swallowed it. Pain! The pain was excruciating. Although Lu Chuan knew that it was unreal, he could clearly feel the countless fine mouthparts that were constantly gnawing on his body before he died. It was incomparably real. Consciousness returned, and he realized that he had returned to the arena grounds. Ah! Don't! Help! Go away! Don't come over! Miserable screams rose and fell, and the scene was like killing pigs. Some even rolled on the ground. Apparently, the others had the same encounter as Road Dust. Back in reality, some people were so scared that their faces turned white, gasping for air and constantly checking their bodies. Some were so scared that they sat on their asses on the floor, with water stains and orange liquid dripping away from their pants. The adrenaline receded and physical discomfort ensued. Vomit! Vomit! Quite a few of them ran to a side ditch in the midst of vomiting. They were gasping for air as if they were waking up from a nightmare. Lu Chun twisted his head to look at concubine Luoan, and he was surprised to see the big ice lump who still had a lofty and calm face. He himself was immune to hypnosis and illusions on the spiritual level because of the spirituality of the Lord of the Great Beginning. It was known to be false from the start. This big ice lump was actually unaffected as well. As expected, it was a big ice lump of Mude's feelings, not even afraid of death or demons. Shushu. Luo Anfei was also surprised when she looked at the unaffected Lu Chun. She had condensed the ice phoenix spirituality and could maintain a clear spirit at all times. So she was not affected by the illusion. How was Lu Chun also unaffected? Is he not afraid of the battlefield? It seems to be naturally suited to become a royal beast master. On the lecture platform, there was movement and some figures appeared at some unknown time. They were all the house masters of the various academies of the ancient capital. It's Vice Prefect Zhang Qiliang. That person next to me is so beautiful. It's our Vice Mistress Qin Yanran. I heard that she's the most beautiful Vice Mistress. Do you guys still long to become professional Imperial Beast Masters? The one who spoke was a middle-aged man, probably around 40 years old, wearing a military uniform but with a crippled body. His pair of eyes were like falcons scanning the entire room. This is the first lesson of your enrollment. Imperial Beast Master. You need to fight with magical creatures. You need to fight with ferocious beasts. A ferocious light entered the eyes of the pugilistic man. Other than those from first-tier cities, many of you are from second-tier and third-tier cities and don't know about the creation of magical creatures. Today, I can tell you all about the creation of demons. The pugnacious man proceeded to explain the creation of magical creatures, the profound realm, and the existence of the taboo. All of them informed these students. In an instant, a huge shock was caused, and everyone felt that their three views were shattered. That illusion just now happened 100 years ago. A large abyssal realm appeared in a secondary city for some reason. As a consequence, the secondary city disappeared from the human map. The Imperial Beast Master Association suffered heavy deaths and injuries before the source was finally resolved. All Academy students who become professional Imperial Beast Masters need to deal with demons. His eyes blazed. Like the visions you just experienced, you will die. Forget about the rest for now. The freshman competition later on will require dealing with demons. Many people's faces changed. The freshman competition would need to deal with demons. Thinking of the previous image, their faces turned pale. Where was their previous spirited appearance? I used to be a warrior of the Imperial Beast Battle Regiment, and my right hand and left foot, which were lost in the battle with the demonic creatures, could not be restored even with healing skills. The uniformed man pointed hard at his heart. Ask yourself if you are ready to deal with demons. Now, here's a chance for you. Withdraw from the freshman competition and switch to Logistics Imperial Beast Master. However, Logistics Imperial Beast Masters, the state will not give any cultivation resources, including the free credits that the Academy issues every month. The pugilistic man revealed a frightening sardonic smile. There is no need to feel ashamed. Follow your heart. Your life is more important than anything else. Just leave the fighting arena. Many people on the scene had a look of interest. Young people always had good face, and no one wanted to be the first to be a deserter. After graduating, all students of the Academy will have to go to the Imperial Beast Battle Corps to intern and serve for a year. This is the only time you will have the chance to turn into Logistics Imperial Beast Masters. If you arrive at the battlefield and become a deserter, there will be no amnesty for killing. Lives are yours. Don't regret it if you die. Don't say you weren't given a chance. As soon as these words came out, there was a rustle of people turning away. I have D-grade talent, destined to not have much success. Forget it. Might as well make money early. Me too. One after another, people began to leave. However, most of them were more from third-rate academies and second-rate academies. There were only a few scattered first-rate academies. The top-tier Imperial Beast Academy, the Starry U Academy, had none. Luo Anfei watched calmly. This was screening people, and the illusion amplified the most primitive human fears. Those who were not strong-willed and could not face the demons head-on were easily contaminated. On the podium, Zhang Qiliang kept his eyes on the team sitting in the Starry U Imperial Beast Academy, and disappointment flashed in the bottom of his eyes. It would have been fine if Lu Duan had also opted out. It would have been possible to taunt Qin Yanran in front of the entire Gudu Academy community. But the problem wasn't too big. Qin Yanyan was the one who said loudly in front of the entire academy that Lu Duan's national #1 was well-deserved. After being crushed by with Xiangyu later, she could just as easily taunt her to her face. A few minutes later, all the students who had opted out left the Colosseum. The uniformed pugilists retreated. Zhang Qiliang stepped forward and cleared his throat as he spoke. Although the freshman competition will require dealing with demons, there will be no casualties, so all of you can rest assured. I will formally announce the following. Ancient Capital Freshman Competition officially begins. Chapter 27. The freshman competition begins. Fallen form. The words fell. The thick steel gate that stood alone in the open space suddenly opened. It was exceptionally peculiar. The portal was wide open, but the light behind it could not be seen. Then, everyone received a bracelet with a crystal stone embedded on it. At first, there were people who held it in their hands and played with it, until they heard a tutor from the academy say, "This is a life-saving bracelet. Make sure to keep it properly. In the event of a deadly danger, it will automatically help you fend off attacks and teleport you out." Hearing this, those who didn't think it was a good idea hurriedly and solemnly put it on their hands, with that careful look, fearing that it would be knocked out. The safety measures were prepared. The original flat and uneventful gate began to distort, then transformed into a crimson energy black hole. The various academies lined up to enter in an orderly fashion. The steel gate was large, able to accommodate hundreds of people entering at the same time. Numerous freshmen from the academies entered in a line and walked into the steel gate, their figures being swallowed up and disappearing. The people in front went in and instantly disappeared. Not long after, it was Lu Duan's turn for them to enter. "You will see the gap between us." Zhuo Xiangyu put down harsh words to Lu Chun and lifted his foot to enter the door of the trial. The other students of the Starry Yu Imperial Beast Academy were also excited. It was finally time to start. Lu Dust's strength was indeed good, but they had lost and called each other father. This made those who lost hold their anger for days. Now they were waiting for Zhuo Xiangyu to crush Lu Dust and regain face for the first-class city. Luo Anfei's eyes glowed with coldness. "The object of my comparison, it is fine for me to crush. What are you? Also worthy of mocking in front of me?" However, Lu Dust was indeed no match for the other party. Having condensed spirituality and not having condensed spirituality were two very different worlds. With her knowledge of the Gate of Trials, it was unlikely that Lu Dust's final score would be as high as the other parties. She glanced at Lu Dust and said, "My comparison is also something you can mock? Just let me crush you." She was confident because her Ice Phoenix spirituality had also coalesced successfully. The freshman competition was her stage. It was just a mere Zhuo Xiangyu. He could only be considered a genius, not a demon. A true demon doesn't need to take the college entrance exam. The unified entrance examination has never only faced the general public. Lu Chun stepped into the steel gate, and the moment he entered, he felt that he passed through a film. What followed was a sense of spatial shifting. This is quite similar to the feeling when I mistakenly entered the abyssal realm that time. After a short period of blindness and dizziness, when he came back to his senses, he surveyed the environment he was in. The unfamiliar space was dark in tone. The ground was a miserable gray color, scattered with dead branches and leaves. An uncomfortable aura permeated the area, and from time to time, there was a whimpering sound similar to that of the wind rushing through a narrow space. In this bizarre environment, it was like a severe ghost whimpering, making one's scalp numb. The space was not large, and a glance could be seen to the end. There was no one other than himself. It seems that after coming in, each person is a separate space? A mechanical synthesized voice echoed in the space. The Gate of Trials, 10 levels in total. Currently the first level. Please, new students, defeat the enemy in front of you and enter the next level. The moment the electronic synthesized tone fell, several white lights flashed by. 5 figures appeared with long ears and strong hind legs. Rabbits. Half a man tall rabbits with hideous faces and snow-white fur fell off like dead leaves. Only a few scattered hairs were still hanging on their foreheads, revealing a body shaped like a withered body, more like it had been bloodily stripped of its fur. The original flesh and blood body had already rotted, and in some places, bones could be seen exposed outside the flesh and blood. Underneath the eerie white bones, one could see that they were no longer supported by flesh and blood in their bones. The gaps between the bones and the flesh and blood were filled with bizarre, slender tentacles. Name: Carrion Rabbit. Strength: Lower Awakening Stage. Description: the fallen form of the Bakudo rabbit, affected by the forbidden ecology, mutated, bloodthirsty, devoid of spirit, will devour everything it sees in front of it, and has an amazing ability to reproduce. It's really not cute at all. Road Dust spat. As for being afraid, there was nothing to be afraid of. At the same time, the system's voice also popped up. Trigger quest. Pierce the Gate of Trials. Finally triggered another quest. The carrion rabbit hissed and charged. A summoning spell appeared beside him, and the beast pet, the anorexic rock monkey, appeared. The rabbit isn't cute at all. Roast them all into braised rabbit heads. Forget it, Chi-Tian. Let me have a good time with the little monsters. You'll prey on the side. He wanted to know what level of demonic creature he could handle with his current strength. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several fireballs blasted out. Like a grenade blowing up, it was just a demonic creature that had just stepped into the awakening stage, easily resolved. All of them were blown into pieces. Easy. A kick sent the rabbit head that blew up in front of him flying. A door of light coalesced in front of him. Please proceed to the second level. Road Dust stepped in. On the second level, there were 4 carrion rabbits of the median awakening rank, which were more robust in size than the ones on the first level. They hadn't even looked back yet. On the ground, several sharp, pointed stone cones were thrust out by the crash club, penetrating their hearts. The light door reappeared. Simple. Ludwan clapped his hands. Please proceed to the third level. Still carrion rabbits, number 3, strength upper awakening rank. Is the strength of the magical creatures on each level a small level higher than the previous one? It was slightly more strenuous this time. Ludwan used 2 skills before drying out the opponent. Light Gate Cohesion. Please go to the 4th level. On the next level, it should be a transcendent rank battle. He raised his foot and stepped in. The Colosseum, the eyes of the representatives of all the academies stared fixedly at the Gate of Trials. The portal of the Gate of Trials, which had turned into a light screen at this moment, revealed a pyramid pattern. There were 10 layers in total. It was filled with densely packed light points of different colors. From time to time, some of the light dots turned blood red, which also meant that their life-saving bracelets were triggered. Whoosh! From time to time, bright lights came from the door of the Gate of Trials, and figures were teleported out. They were all students who had failed to break through the gate. Ah! I died on the second level. Me too. It's so hard. My third level, 3 upper awakening rank demons? How can I beat this? I could have beaten it, Mist. Most of these people who were teleported out were students from 3rd and 2nd rate academies. On the podium, a teacher from a 1st rate academy lamented, most of the students from the top tier academies are on the 4th floor, and no one has failed to be teleported out yet. The points of light representing the 3rd rate and 2nd rate academies were all concentrated on the 2nd level. The light points representing the 1st rate academies were struggling at the 3rd layer. As time passed, batch after batch of people were teleported out, and there also began to be students from 1st rate academies being teleported out. The students from the 1st class academies began to fall to the 4th layer in large numbers. A small portion struggled to enter the 5th layer. It's too hard, isn't it? Dealing with 2 lower transcendent rank demons at the same time on the 4th level. Some students wailed. Not long after, all the students were eliminated except for the top academies. In the entire pyramid, only the purple light point representing the top academy was still lit. Alas, every year we watch the individual show of the Starry Cosmos Academy. Not a single one has been eliminated, and the students of the Starry Cosmos Imperial Beast Academy are guaranteed to be able to make it to the 6th floor. Some representatives from other academies sighed from the bottom of their hearts. The top academies gathered elites, and the most first-class academies could last until the 5th floor. Zhang Qiliang said, "That's not necessarily true this year. Maybe someone from our academy will be eliminated at the 5th floor later." He snorted coldly and glanced at Qin Yinyan. "Don't forget, because of our great Vice Mistress Qin Yinyan, our academy has recruited a national number 1 this year. This national number 1, is very arrogant, and he even clamored at Zhuo Xiangyu, saying that he would crush him in the freshman competition." These words came out. The hearts of the representatives of the schools present clamored. Zhuo Xiangyu, the 2nd of the top 100 in the country, the strength is undoubted. That so-called national first, they naturally knew who they were talking about. How did he dare to jump face to face? Zhang Qiliang then said in a conspiratorial manner, "I just don't know that this was Qin Yinyan Deputy Mansion Master's certainty of a veritable first, can break into the first few layers." Qin Yinyan's face was calm. "Just keep your eyes open and watch." Zhang Qiliang opened his mouth. The 2 of them, Lu Chun and Zhuo Xiangyu, Have a bet where the loser calls the winner his father. How about we have a bet too? Qin Yenran spoke venomously. You're too old. I don't have a son like you. Who wants to bet on this? Zhang Qiliang was annoyed. The loser of our bet hands over his or her right to be the deputy prefect. Fine. Qin Yenran didn't care. It was for the sake of the young lady that the family had arranged for her to come to this place. She looked at those points of light on the door of the trial. The eyes were ghostly. Miss doesn't even care about the bloodline family. If you can't even compare to Zhu Xiangyu from the district's unified high school entrance examination, that means you're a waste. Even if you are the person chosen by Miss, I will forcefully take her back. If she is unwilling, then I will kill you first. Chapter 28. Zhang Qiliang's mockery. Road dust eliminated? Carrion rabbits, the lowest class of demonized fallen creatures, were also the most numerous demonic creatures in the frontline battlefield. The reproduction is too strong. It's a good thing this race is capped at elite rank at best. Low racial strength plus no intelligence. An Imperial Beastmaster could easily win at the same level when facing such a creature. Lapse STH. Except for the students of the Starry U Royal Beast Academy who were still in the Gate of Trials. Students from other academies were teleported out. All gone. Only the people from the Starry U Royal Beast Academy were competing in it. Ease STH. The students within the Xingyu Imperial Beast Academy had also opened a gap between each other. Most of them stopped at the 5th level, which corresponded to the median transcendent order. A small number of people stopped at the 6th level, which corresponded to the upper transcendent order. Huh? How come there's a point of light in the Starry U Imperial Beast Academy that stays on the 4th floor and one that stays on the 3rd floor? The 3rd level is the upper awakening stage, and the 4th level is the lower transcendent stage. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. This is not so. These 2 points of light were both purple in color, and they were students of the Starry U Royal Beast Academy. Gate of Trials Level 4. Air condensation. Luo Anfei's entire body was filled with frost, and the 2 lower transcendent rank carrion rabbits in front of her were frozen into icy heaps. With a light touch, it fell to the ground and split into countless pieces. She wiped her forehead. The 4th layer is my limit, after all. The Ice Phoenix spirituality is skewed towards assisting, and the only benefit is that I'm able to use it freely as long as it's an Ice plus Phoenix type move. The spirituality is too much to consume. I'm counting on you next. Ice Crystal Fox. Yes, she had condensed a white Ice Phoenix spirituality. Previously, he had been fighting the carrion rabbit with his cured ice skills and had not relied on the abilities of his beast pet. She stepped through the door of light in front of her and entered the 5th level. Trial space, 3rd level. Zhu Xiangyu sat panting on the ground, but his face was filled with a proud smile. With the skill of gathering white spiritual cure, he killed all the way to the 3rd floor. And most of the first-class academies couldn't pass the 3rd time with their beast pets. Who else? He took a break. Next is the official start of the rush. It's time to show them what is meant by rush speed. Zhu Xiangyu stood up and stepped into the light gate. Outside, just as the crowd was still wondering, flash, there were 2 points of light that instantly jumped several levels in a row. Quick! Look, those 2 points of light are so fast. One went from the 3rd floor to the 6th floor in an instant. One went from the 4th floor to the 6th. Huh? Someone exclaimed. This meant that the other side were both killing the enemies in the layer in a very short period of time in seconds. There's not going to be a bug, is there? It must be buggy. How can this thing be buggy? What was that all about? The first few levels were so slow, and then all of a sudden the back rushed so fast. There's only one possibility. We all know that after condensing spirituality, we can choose to cure a beast pet's skill. Someone froze and said, these two, in the previous levels, were fighting with cured skills and didn't let their beast pets participate in the battle. Silence. Everyone was numb, they fought to the death, and most of them fell on the 3rd and 4th floors. These two had fought their way to the 3rd and 4th levels on their own. While they were discussing, 2 points of light jumped from the 6th to the 7th floor one after the other. The 6th floor is also broken through. Entering the 7th floor are these 2 human beings. The 7th level should correspond to the lower elite rank's battle power, right? Lower elite rank, it shouldn't be that easy to punch through, right? 1 minute later, they people went numb, 2 points of light, one in front of the other respectively, entered the 8th floor, corresponding to the middle elite rank demons. even if you are able to cross the rank. But aren't you guys settling a little too fast? This is the lower elite rank podium. Zhang Qiliang was also puzzled, and one of the points of light was undoubtedly Zhuxiangyu. But who was the other point of light? His face darkened as he thought of some possibility. It couldn't be road dust. Could it? I can't. He asked the pugnacious uniformed man not far away, his tone kind. Commander Zhao, each bracelet should have a corresponding person. Can you help me find out who these 2 points of light are? The other nodded. After some inquiries, one is Zhuxiangyu, and the other is called Luo Anfei. Concubine Loan? He knew the other party on the campus forum was known as the freshman school flower, very beautiful, just a very indifferent character. From the same place as road dust. I didn't realize the strength was so strong too, and it looked like it had condensed spirituality as well. He breathed a sigh of relief that it wasn't road dust. After Luo Anfei and Zhuxiangyu entered the 8th floor, they also began to stalemate, no longer resolving the battle with extreme speed like they did in the beginning. Whoosh! The Starry U Imperial Beast Academy. The light spots on the 6th floor turned red in a steep swath. They triggered the life-saving bracelets and had been eliminated one by one. They were teleported out. Grass up Why is it so disgusting It will still blow itself up I threw up. I was killed by its self-explosion. Disgusting. In a near-death state, the opponent will blow himself up. The points of light on the 6th level were either eliminated or advanced to the 7th level. Only a lone point of light was on the 6th floor. The name is road dust, the uniformed man said. Ha ha ha. Zhang Qiliang directly laughed out loud. TSK, TSK, TSK. I'm afraid it's not going to fail out soon. Number 1 in the country and eliminated on the 6th floor, right? The 3rd one, Zhuxiangyu, has already entered the 8th floor. The gate of trials, the 6th level of space. Boom, boom, boom. A ball of flames exploded, and in the smoke, the giant carrion rabbit with both legs blown off and its body in tatters leapt out. The entire body was corroded to the bone, with only some bones with disgusting meatballs still hanging from them. It had a bare, bleeding red heart thumping at its heart. All the tentacles, just from this heart, keep spreading towards the body. These tentacles spread out from the body, replacing the limbs, and lunged towards Luduan. In mid-air, all the tentacles opened up like an octopus trying to hold Luduan in its arms. Rock Raider. A pillar of rock rose from the ground, blocking the path of the other. The opponent holds the rock pillar in place. This doesn't even die? Road Dust was ready to deal his opponent one last blow. And that's when it happened. He realized that all the tentacles contracted back into the heart and the whole heart expanded like a balloon. Chi Tian. The anorexic rock monkey opened its mouth and spat out, and the flame vortex centered around the two, protecting them in the center. Bang! The body swelled like a balloon and finally exploded, with countless amounts of disgusting liquid turning into rain and spilling down. Giggling, it landed on the ground and was still strongly corrosive. Luckily, these liquids, when they touched the flame vortex, were melted. Disgusting. It actually explodes itself. The light door leading to the 7th level appeared. Step through the light door and head to the 7th level. Actually entering the 7th layer. Zhang Qiliang was greatly disappointed, but quickly revealed a sneer. If the 6th layer was so tough to pass, the 7th layer is a sure defeat. From the crowd below came an exclamation of surprise. Wow! It's the 9th floor. A point of light jumped to the 9th floor. Zhang Qiliang cozy. Zhuxiangyu 9th layer He looked at Qin Yanran, who was staring at the 7th floor with a stony face and dead eyes, and was in a good mood. Vice Mistress Qin, don't look, you won't be able to catch up with Zhuxiangyu's. Don't say that the number 1 in the country that you're so sure of is still struggling at the 7th floor today. Even if you're lucky enough to enter the 9th floor, so what? The 9th level has spiritual pollution that must be condensed spiritually in order to resist, and in his case, it seems that he hasn't condensed his spirituality. What's he got to compete with Zhuxiangyu? Qin Yanran's face was ugly. Naturally not because of Zhang Qiliang's mockery. Rather, it was because the other side was right. The 6th layer is so tough, the 7th layer is more than likely eliminated. Even if you pass the 7th floor, so what? A dangerous glint emanated from her eyes. Miss looked away. This kind of goods does not deserve to be chosen by Miss. A few minutes later, another point of light enters the 9th floor. Not bad, not bad. This Luo Anfei, it seems that she can as well. Zhang Qiliang was surprised that one from a remote province had actually entered the 9th floor as well. The pugilistic uniformed man's face was odd, and he had a sentence he didn't know whether to say or not. It was Wu Xiangyu who entered the 9th floor behind him. Lone Fei entered ahead of her opponent. One after another, all of the people from the Starry Universe Academy also came out. Most of them fell on the 7th floor. A small number of people entered the 8th floor and were defeated before long. The 8th level was a middle-ranked elite-ranked demonic creature. The clock is ticking. Luo Anfei and Zhu Xiangyu were also stuck at the 9th level. One by one, students failed to be teleported out. Zhang Yixing, the 100th of the top 100, was also teleported out, and the 8th level, which was too difficult, was close. There are only a few scattered points of light still up there. During that time, there were also people who rushed up to the 9th floor. But it failed in a few seconds, not having gathered spirituality. It simply couldn't stay on the 9th floor. Up until now, 3 points of light existed in the entire Gate of Trials. 2 on the 9th floor. 1 is on the 7th floor. It's no shame that the beast pet is of the rock family. This is too much of a turtle. Meanwhile, the 7th level of the trial space. Bang bang bang. Looking at the lower elite rank carrion rabbit that nimbly dodged his attack. He had some regrets. Having a clear understanding of my strength. If I don't use my beast pet to fight, my limit is the 6th level. Chi Tian, I'll leave it to you next. Kirikou. Oh my god. The averse rock monkey clenched its fist violently. It was finally its turn. After seeing the Imperial Beast Master so fierce, it was a bit flustered. This feels so useless. Boom! The tail flames on his tail blazed with fighting spirit. Sick rabbit, bear my wrath. Chapter 29. Getting through the level. Hidden level? The Gate of Trials, 7th level. The lower elite ranked carrion rabbit showed its teeth to Chi Tian. Although it was not spiritually intelligent, the instincts of the creature also allowed it to sense the power of the averse rock monkeys. Thin black tentacles at the heart were traveling along the bones of the body. It eventually wrapped around the bones of its legs, acting as muscle. Kept changing its shape. The speed and explosiveness were extremely fast, and only a shadow could be seen flickering in the air, even leaving behind a residual shadow. It is extremely difficult to catch it with the naked eye. Whoosh! Suddenly, its figure flickered and appeared not far away. The 2 large rabbit teeth were wobbly and were constantly vibrating and crashing into each other, making a rattlesnake-like da-da-da sound. 2 rabbit teeth burst out like sharp blades. Like a bomb, it hit the anorexic rock monkey head-on, setting off a cloud of fire and smoke. Seeing the raid succeed, the carrion rabbit, left with only biological instincts, caracoled as its prey died. Next, a strong wind kicked up from behind, and a hand grabbed the back of its head hard, slamming it to the ground. The ground cracked and debris flew. His brain is smashed and it's actually still alive and trying to get up. The bizarre heart, with its tentacles wandering, wrapped around Chi Tian's feet. Chi Tian wasn't the least bit afraid and looked down on the other party. There was extreme dissatisfaction in his eyes. Do you know that it's because you guys are so weak that you actually let your master break through to the 7th floor, almost all of which made me lose my value as a beast pet? Why can't it be stronger? You guys are so damned. It clenched its fists so violently that the fists turned a rocky gray, encased in a layer of rocky substance. The muscles in his arms swelled and he threw a punch in an instant. Bang 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 bang, like a pile driver. Zaitan threw punch after punch at the carrion rabbit trying to get up from the ground. The terrifying force bombarded the carrion rabbit and then transmitted to the earth. The ground cracked layer by layer, countless blood and flesh were splattering, and the speed of the punches was so fast that countless fist shadows surfaced in the air. Half a minute later, the ground was shattered and strewn everywhere with scattered rocks, and a large pit several meters in size had been hardened. Around it, it was even corroded by the carrion rabbit's necrophilic blood in a honeycomb-like depression. Pit STH. Carrion rabbit, beaten to a pulp. Simply miserable. There were also countless remnants of blood and flesh hanging all over the averse rock monkey Chi Tian's body. Flames rose from the anorexic rock monkey's entire body, burning clean of the filth that hung from its fur. It shook its head in disappointment. I'm sure it's too weak. So unbeatable. It urged Road Dust to rush to the next level. Road mouth corner twitching. Omi head Buddha. Chi Tian a little brutal. This is suffocating because he was the one who had previously been grinding with the carrion rabbit. It's been a long time coming. He laughed softly, Let's go. We should be way behind. Hopefully the demons behind us will keep us entertained. KIR. A nuclear goodness smile appeared on Chi Tian's face. It's the 10th floor. Shouting came from the Colosseum. In the 9th layer, the 2 points of light that originally represented Luo Anfei and Zhuxiangyu. Steeply, a point of light jumped from the 9th to the 10th floor. Concubine Lone is still a little short. Zhuxiangyu is still powerful. He's entered the 10th floor. He's not going to beat the level, is he? Luo Anfei can realize that she's not a student in a first-class city. If she receives a good education in a first-class city, it's unimaginable to imagine how far she'll grow, a bit of a demon. Zhang Qiliang's face was about to break into a smile. Haha, Zhuxiangyu can Passing should not be a problem. In previous years, the number of students who beat the pass could be counted on one hand. This year, the freshman competition had been moved up from half a month to opening 3 days after enrollment, and he had all but assumed that no one would be able to beat the barrier. I didn't expect Zhuxiangyu to give him such a big surprise. Looking at Zhang Qiliang, who was being complimented by the crowd. For all the people are defaulted into the 10th floor is Zhuxiangyu. The pugilistic uniformed man silently didn't dismantle them. In fact, the one who was the first to enter the 10th floor was again Luo Anfei. He stroked his chin. From a tertiary city? It was a good seedling. After that, let's see if we can win him over to our own Imperial Beast battle group. A student had a pitying look on his face. Lu Chuan is much worse. He's still at the 7th floor. How dare he say he's going to beat Zhuxiangyu in the freshman competition? There were just 3 people still inside the door of the trial. A little scanning around showed who the 3 men were. So everyone knew that Zhuxiangyu, Luo Anfei, and Lu Duan were still inside. The 8th floor is up. Lu Duan has also entered the 8th floor. No chance, not a grade. The top 100's Jiang Yixing is also stopping at the 8th level. Lu Duan should also be worse. Someone opened his mouth to speak, but the second half of his words got stuck in his throat and couldn't come out. His eyes widened. The 9th floor now? They saw that after Lu Chun entered the 8th floor, it was only a few blinks of an eye before he entered the 9th floor. Podium. Zhang Qiliang violently stood up from his chair. How is it possible? Cheating, right? It took 10 minutes to grind from the 7th to the 8th floor. How is it that this 8th to 9th floor is just a few seconds? There is no other reason to explain it other than cheating. We'll have to interrogate them when they come out later. And so what if we enter the 9th floor? The 9th floor not only has upper elite level demons, there is also spiritual pollution. Without condensing spirituality, you can't fight the pollution at all. At this time, the situation on the field is, a point of light is on the 10th floor. 2 points of light are on the 9th floor. Also at this point, another point of light entered the 10th floor from the 9th. It's the 10th floor. That Luo Anfei is also at the 10th floor, accompanied by a gasp of surprise from the arena. Some teachers from the academy were also shocked out loud. Underestimated this little girl. I remember her college entrance examination ranking, after the brain's assumption method, ranked at 188 in the country. But I didn't expect to face the second of the top 100, Zhuxiangyu, and it didn't suck too much. A teacher sighed. The people don't know. The pugnacious uniformed man not far away was filled with shock at this time, and his breathing became incomparably rapid. He was the only one in the room who knew who each point of light represented. Luo Anfei had entered the 10th floor long ago. The one who entered the 10th floor today was also not Zhuxiangyu. Rather, it's road dust. Zhuxiangyu is still wasting away and fighting soundly on the 9th floor. He was horrified inwardly as Lu Duan entered the 9th floor from the 8th floor and didn't make any stops at the 9th floor either, arriving at the 10th floor in almost the blink of an eye. The carrion rabbit, which represented the upper elite rank, was killed by him in seconds? Is this the 10th floor? Lu Duan surveyed the surroundings. There is an ominous aura everywhere. And the mental pollution is even worse than the 9th level, where ordinary people stay and feel depressed, even crazy, constantly breaking your spirit. This kind of mental pollution is capable of turning a person into a broken person. Only by condensing spirituality can we resist this spiritual pollution. But for Lu Duan it is nothing to say, understand the gold content of immunity to spiritual pollution. He was still surveying the environment of this 10th floor and commenting on it. In the distance, Chi Tian was fighting fiercely against the demons of the 10th floor. The 9th level is the upper elite level. Lu Dust thought that the 10th level might be the degenerate stage, but he didn't expect it to be otherwise. Instead, it's the Carrion Bunny King. several times the size of a normal carrion rabbit with a rotting body. Its heart, which was filled with countless tentacles, even grew eyes, constantly cooperating with the carrion rabbit king, flinging out long whip tentacles and attacking the anaerobic rock monkey. More like its heart, which had also morphed into a different kind of demon. Name: King of the Carrion Rabbits. Strength: upper elite rank. Description: the fallen form of the Bakuto rabbit, affected by the forbidden ecology, mutated, bloodthirsty, unintelligent, devouring all flesh and blood, including its own flesh and blood supply to the heart, and ultimately the heart will metamorphose into a sentient creature called the parasitic heart beast. Once the parasitic heart beast is born, the carrion rabbit becomes its puppet and is enslaved by it. The heart morphs into a parasitic heart beast, which allows it to transform into the rare carrion rabbit king. The carrion rabbit king, the limit of the race, the strong. Lu Duan looked towards the faraway carrion rabbit king that was grabbed by Chi Tion's feet and swung up and smashed everywhere like a sandbag. Well, it was strong, at least it was able to resist Chi Tion's attacks for several minutes and still not die. Half a minute later, a terrifying beam of flames swept through the air, a ball of flames rising up from the ground and expanding towards the sky. Carrion Bunny King. Hanging up. Road Dust smashed his mouth. This is to beat the level. This boss is not top A, just so easy to beat through. Let's look at the system rewards first. How come it shows unfinished? Just as he was wondering, the synthesized sounds of mechanical and electronic resonate. Detected that the trialist defeated the 10th floor boss within the time limit. Turns on the number of hidden layers. A door of light appeared in place. Road Dust froze. And hidden levels? Chapter 30 Beyond Racial Limits. Symbiotic Evolution. Gate of Trials. The 10th layer. The entire ground had formed a thick layer of ice. Ice Crystal Fox. Freezing Ray. Instantly, the carrion rabbit king tried to dodge the attack, but the ground had already turned into an ice field. The ground was too slippery to dodge effectively. In the end, half of his body was frozen. Use Freeze Ray continuously. Snort. The opponent's limbs were frozen. Ice Spike. The air condensed. The two azure blue tails of the ice crystal fox swayed, and countless ice spikes were generated in the air. The sound of breaking air was sharp. Countless ice spikes sped towards the carrion rabbit king. It was instantly shot into a sieve. The head and heart were all penetrated. With a boom, the huge body fell to the ground. The corner of Luo Anfei's mouth sketched out a smile as she incorporated the trait Secret Treasure, immortalized ice, and gained the Frost Mastery trait. The ice of the ice crystal fox was extremely difficult to melt and extremely hard. Turning the ground into an ice-based ground, the same level of smashing couldn't break the ice, and on the ice surface the speed was limited. One could only be slaughtered by the ice crystal fox. Trialist detected defeating the 10th layer boss within the time limit. Open the hidden level. Trialist can exit at any time during the hidden level trial. Luo Anfei wasn't surprised. She knew there were hidden levels. In her previous life, she had only fought her way to the 8th level before regrettably losing. Let's go, Ice Crystal Fox. She took the Ice Crystal Fox and stepped into the light door. Road Dust is on the 10th layer as well. The crowd saw that the lone point of light in the 9th floor had also jumped to the 10th floor. The crowd of academy teachers were incredulous. It couldn't be possible that Lu Duan, who had cheated his way to becoming the number 1 in the country, had also condensed his spirituality. Otherwise, how could he have passed through the 9th layer and entered the 10th layer? This was Xiang Yu is a bit slow, finally going to the 10th layer. The pugnacious uniformed man shook his head with a look of everyone being drunk. He was the only one in the entire room who knew that Lu Chun and Luo Anfei had gone to the 10th floor long ago. The one who bitterly struggled for a long time on the 9th floor before entering the 10th floor was Xiang Yu, who they had high hopes for. He snorted, not obligated to tell them the truth. A bunch of condescending city people. He was also from a 3rd level city, and carried a natural favor for Lu Duan and Luo Anfei, who were also from a 3rd level city. Instead, he was now looking forward to the faces of these people when the truth came out later. At first, he was a bit confused, but later he realized that Lu Chun was the number 1 ranked person in the country this year. And these condescending city people questioned each other's achievements. Who said that the 3rd level city cannot produce the top student? This is not the top student. Then what is the top student? Be sure to recommend these 2 little guys to the head of the group and pull them into our battle group. Zhang Qiliang's eyes glared, pointing at the door of the trial. Cheating, ah. He cheated. Impossible. Never. Come out later and absolutely interrogate him properly. With me here, I won't let any of the speculators off the hook. Everyone frowned. I didn't expect that Lou Dust would dare to cheat in the freshman competition. Relying on his own strength to go up to the 10th floor, the crowd thought it was simply impossible. If he had the strength to go up to the 10th floor, how could he have stayed on the 6th and 7th floors for so long? Luo Anfei and him come from the same place. If Luo Anfei was able to go up to the 10th floor, I think there's something fishy about it as well. We'll check together later. Of course, Lu Duan didn't know that he was being treated as a cheater again. At this moment, he had already reached the hidden level above the 10th floor. Looks like a big guy has finally arrived. Lu Duan looked at the big guy in front of him, his entire body's muscles rising high, and the pair of rabbit ears on his head turning into long tentacles. With a body size of more than 3 meters, his entire body contained explosive muscles. What was disgusting was that there was only muscle tissue and no skin. It wasn't right, it wasn't muscle, but countless tentacles filled in the bones, giving the impression that it was muscle. Its right hand grasped a large meatball. The meatball had 2 tentacles growing, one following the other's arm, extending towards the body and filling the bones, turning into muscle support for the entire body. The other one transformed into a long whip of tentacles, hanging down on the ground. Name: Parasitic Beast Rabbit. Strength: Lower Degenerate Stage. Description: The limit of the Carrion Rabbit clan is to turn into a Carrion Rabbit King, but there is an extremely rare probability of evolution occurring. When the heart of the Carrion Rabbit King gives birth to a consciousness and turns into a parasitic heart beast, and instead of being controlled by the parasitic heart beast, the Carrion Rabbit King's own instincts stir up the creature's instincts to fight back, and begins to resist the parasitic heart beast. At this point, the two sides were at a stalemate, and a symbiotic situation would occur. In this case, the Carrion Rabbit King will break the limits of its race, and the two will undergo symbiotic evolution. Symbiotic evolution. Breaking the limits of the race. Lower degenerate rank. It's a full 2 big segments ahead. The rock-loathing monkey is still stuck at the upper transcendent rank. To be precise, it's the quasi-inferior elite rank. These days, Lu Chun had fed Chi Tian nearly 1 million energy potions. The energy in his body had already accumulated enough. It was dispersed in the body, in every cell, and needed to fight flagrantly to speed up the absorption of the energy potion. Only then could he finally cross over into the elite rank completely. Chi Tian. This opponent is a good opponent. The moment Lu Dust and the Aversion Rock Monkey entered, the parasitic beast rabbit sight was cast violently, and in the next second, its feet stomped, the ground cracked, and it killed at an extremely fast speed. Chi Tian, go! The anomalous rock monkey felt the oppressive feeling from the opposite side. It grinned, finally coming to one that could watch. Let's do it the hard way then. Oh, roar! Chi Tian directly used a form change and entered the giant ape form. With a stomp of its feet, its body transformed into a residual shadow, like a stray arrow rushing towards the opponent. In an instant, the two figures collided together, fist against fist. Boom! The sound of collision resounded, and a strong wind swept through. The two sides were jockeying for position, the terrifying force constantly ground pressure. Click, click, click. The already insubstantial ground was collapsing layer by layer, and the bodies of the two were sinking. Even though Chi Tian's bloodline race was terrifying, with the bloodline of the totem race Zhuyao. But racial potential was just potential, strength was strength. The difference in strength segments was too great. A huge force came down the fist, and the anaerobic rock monkey was smashed out. The body flew backwards uncontrollably. It tried to stabilize itself in mid-air, only to see a voice even faster. The parasitic beast chased after it with a stomp of its rabbit's foot, the long whip of tentacles in its hand bursting the air. From the top down, with the force of 10,000 pounds, it fiercely lashed at the stomach of the averse rock monkey. Boom! The anorexic rock monkey's body slammed heavily on the ground. The rocky layer on its stomach was smashed to pieces. The opponent's attacks were like a raging wind and rain. It was constantly pumping on the body of the anaerobic rock monkey. The rocky layer on its body was smashed to pieces. Half a minute later, the tentacle whip wrapped around the ankle of the anaerobic rock monkey and lifted it up, in anticipation of smashing it like a sandbag. Chi Tian, undo the form change. The anaerobic rock monkey withdrew from its giant ape state and reverted to a small monkey state, breaking free. Lu Chen's face was slightly grave. It was worthy of being an existence whose strength had reached the shedding stage. Shedding stage. Dematerialization. 99% of all beast pets would evolve once at the elite rank. Once it evolves, it is at the shedding stage. It means shedding its bones. Chi Tian, do you need my help? Lu Dust inquired. Chi Tian shook its head, a strong battle intent in its eyes. If one still needed the Imperial Beast Master to help, then what use would the Imperial Beast Master have for himself? It should be himself protecting the Imperial Beast Master. If he couldn't even defeat this kind of opponent, he would simply be sorry that the Imperial Beast Master gave himself a kickstart every time. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The parasitic beast rabbit opened its mouth and an energy bomb blasted in. Chi Tian similarly condensed a fireball cannon to return the favor. Bang boom. The two energy bombs came into contact and a large explosion occurred. Intense flames mixed with dust shook up. Afterwards, Chi Tian opened his mouth and spat. A flame vortex swept towards the opposite side, and the smoke, dust and flames were blown away. Facing the flame vortex, the parasitic beast rabbit raised its beast pet's tentacle whip, and elemental energy attached itself to the whip. Slashed downward. The long whip lengthened, and the air let out an unbearable wail. The entire flame vortex was split in two to split apart. However, it was also found by Chi Tian. It had already arrived at the opponent's flank while the opponent was splitting the flame vortex. A terrifying fire light condensed on his fist, and he ruthlessly slammed his fist towards the other party. However, it fell short. To be precise, it hit, but it passed through the body without any sense of blow. The parasite beast rabbit that Chi Tian had struck disappeared in the air. Dodge! Luduan issued a command, only to see a whip shadow coming from behind it, viciously lashing at the body of the anorexic rock monkey. But it was also flung empty, to be precise. It passed through Chi Tian's body and fiercely lashed onto the ground, drawing out a deep gully. Kirikou! Chi Tian greeted Luduan from a few meters away. Luduan raised an eyebrow. Good fellow, you learned the opponent's shadow diversion technique? Shadow divergence technique. Attribute less generalized move. Utilizes elemental energy to create a fake body to confuse the enemy. Let's go straight to the second stage of Vajra Unbreakable. The rock armor on his body was pretty much beaten up. Chi Tian threw back his head and roared. His aura skyrocketed by a knot. His fur turned flame-colored, and the tail flame on his tail was burning like gasoline had been poured on it. Bang boom boom! The anorexic rock monkey and the parasitic beast rabbit once again began to fight. The figures of both sides were constantly bombarding each other on the field. The battle between the two was extremely intense. But overall, it was still Chi Tian who was suppressed. But Lu Dust was not surprised, but rather pleased. Because as time passed, Chi Tian went from only being beaten back. Slowly, he had the power to fight. In the end, he could take the time to fight back. Bang boom! The air shook as a shockwave whisked in all directions. The two voices collided in the air before splitting apart. Chi Tian roared up to the sky. There were flames continuously drilling out of it. It's going to advance. Luduan was pleasantly surprised. The parasitic beast rabbit was a good whetstone, finally allowing enough elemental energy to build up in Chi Tian's body. Chapter 31 Fusion Progress Soars. Who's calling Grandpa me? Snort, snort, snort. Chi Tian's aura was getting stronger by the inch. Every pore on his body was spitting out flames, and his entire body was wrapped in flames. It was impossible to see its figure at all. The energy nutrient potion that had accumulated in his body. After a fierce battle, it was finally all absorbed. The total value of elemental energy in the body reached the standard for advancement. Woohoo! Chi Tian crossed its arms in front of its chest and roared up to the sky as flames soared. It shook its hands violently towards its sides, and the flames shot up into the sky before dissipating. The aversion rock monkey's height became taller. The fur was even more orange-red and brightly colored. It had successfully advanced. Stepping into the elite rank, its rank strength today was lower elite rank. Finally promoted. Lu Dust sighed. Chi Tian clenched his own fists, feeling the explosive power contained within his body as it grinned and taunted at the parasitic beast rabbit. Monkey monkey me. Now strong to the point of explosion, took the initiative to launch an attack. The dirt under its feet exploded with a bang, and a ball of flame burst into flames underneath its feet. The recoil coupled with the flame propulsion caused the anorexic rock monkey to turn into a stump and disappear into thin air. Bang! The two figures collided together at an extremely fast speed. A muffled, thunderous boom came. The gravel and sand shook high and rushed up several meters before spilling down. This time, Chi Tian was no longer at a disadvantage. The parasitic beast rabbit stumbled and was knocked back, his feet sliding on the ground, rubbing out 2 meters long drag marks before stopping his body. The figure had only just stopped. Chi Tian used jet flame, and under its extremely high skill proficiency, the flame jet was shaped. It was transformed into a big flame. A boom hit the parasitic beast rabbit head-on, and its body was blown high into the air. Chi Tian violently stomped the ground and flexed his body once again. Dense flames coalesced in his fist, glowing with the golden radiance of the sun, as if he was clutching a sun. Yang Yen Fire Fist. In the opponent's haste, the long tentacle whip exploded and flung. The whip clashed with the fist. The tentacle-long whip was smashed and broken, and the power of the fist wind did not diminish as it imprinted a fist on its shoulder. At once, the entire shoulder was blown apart, and a scorching power also spread along the wound towards the body. The smell of meat overflowed. Yang Yen Fire Fist, coalescing the bursting Yang Yen in the fist, not only had a searing effect, but also a bursting effect. What came next was simple. It was basically one-sided. After more than 10 minutes, flame swirls swept. A charred dry body fell to the ground. Chi Tian's size shrunk, returning to its normal state from its form-change giant ape form. It spewed out 2 ragged breaths from its nose. Disgusting rabbit. Nothing more than that. It's still not beaten up by Monkey Me. Name aversion Rock Monkey. Rank lower elite rank. Attribute Rock, Fire. Characteristics Amazing Yang. Bloodline Medium Monarch Seed, Upper Monarch Seed, 70% 95% of Zhu Anxious Bloodline Fusion Progress. Bloodline Talent Shape Change, Vajra Unbreakable. Elemental Mastery Level Fire 70% Proficiency, Rock 5% Proficiency. Skills Mythic Evolution Sequence. The template changes a lot. The bloodline race was raised from the median monarch species to the upper monarch species. The Zhu Yao bloodline fusion progress reached 95%, and it would soon be complete. It was estimated that by then, the bloodline would step into the totem race. Chi Tian would also have some peculiar changes. Sorry, you failed to clear the hidden level. When you go out, please do not vocalize the existence of the hidden level. Watching herself being re-transported back into the 10th level. Luo Anfei sighed. Even after raising the Ice Crystal Fox's bloodline to the lower monarch species, the gap between the elite rank and the degenerate rank is just too great. The elite rank and shedding rank were a watershed. Most Imperial Beastmasters had their beast pet stuck at the elite rank. Once it crossed over, evolution would occur. Evolution, also known as a leap in life, would result in a qualitative leap in the strength of the species. The Ice Crystal Fox could cross over at the Transcendent rank to challenge the elite rank. But at the elite rank, it can't beat the degenerate rank. One evolved, one unevolved. This gap in strength was not something the race could make up for. She wasn't bitter either. It was normal to not be able to beat them. Low-ranked Imperial Beastmasters that could ignore the watershed and win a battle with the elite rank over the shedding rank simply didn't exist in this world. Only the pups of those legendary creatures could do so. The Gate of Trials again could only allow Imperial Beastmasters below white spirituality to challenge it. Who was a white spirit royal beastmaster that could possess a bloodline beast pet above the monarch species? As we all know, without an evolved initial form, a human could only possess a beast pet with the potential of a monarch bloodline at most. One would have to rely on their own cultivation and evolution in order for their beast pet's bloodline to break through the monarch bloodline. It was simply impossible for someone to possess a terrifying bloodline beast pet above the monarch species from the very beginning. Tough, ice, it's fine. It's normal to not be able to win. She comforted the Ice Crystal Fox, who had a frustrated look on her face. The purpose of entering the hidden level this time had also been achieved. Her goal this time was to enter the hidden level. The Gate of Trials. The reason why it was called a trial was because it was a selection in itself for all new generations. By entering the hidden level, one would be able to enter the vision of that organization. The Night Watch. A national organization hidden in the shadows with a history dating back 3,000 years. Come on. It's time for us to go out. Coming out. Someone's coming out. At the Gate of Trials, the light screen at the entrance steeply rippled. The crowd looked forward to it, eager to know who it was. Xiangyu came out from inside in a sorry state. It's really Xiangyu, awesome. Is this the gold content of the top 3 of the top 100 in the country? Walking out. This means he beat the barrier, ah. Nonsense, if he didn't beat the level, but triggered the life-saving bracelet, he was teleported out. Xiangyu's current image was gray and lousy. However, he revealed a happy smile, an arrogant face, and raised his head high. 10th level. Passed. The freshman competition had been brought forward from half a month to 3 days. Under these circumstances, one could still get it through. Who else? He greedily enjoyed this feeling of being in the limelight. As for that Lu Dust, I guess nowadays he could only hide in the crowd and tremble, madly envious and jealous of himself like a clown. A mere cheater, what qualifications did he have to be the head of the top 100? And he even boasted of wanting to hang himself. Although he had some strength, it wasn't much. With this, he also dared to clamor with himself and wanted to bet with himself on the calling father game. It was time to call the good eldest son out to call his father. He wanted to ruthlessly humiliate Lu Duan in front of everyone. Let him call himself daddy in front of the entire Gudu freshman. Where's Lu Dust? Roll out and call daddy. Seeing no response for a long time, he sneered. What? Don't dare to come out. Willing to bet but not willing to lose. Just as he was searching for Lu Duan, intending to pull him out from the crowd, a voice came from behind. Who's calling your grandfather me? Chapter 32 Breaking all doubts, road dust strikes. Shocking. The door of the trial rippled. A figure stepped out. Who was it if it wasn't Lu Dust? Xiangyu fell into a brief stupor. Walking out from inside the door of the trial. Only those who passed the test could walk out. At that moment, the whole place was buzzing. No way, my old swan. Lu Chun also passed the 10th floor. Wasn't he the last to enter the 10th floor? How could he be faster than Luo Anfei? Wait. Look at the door of the trial, there's movement. Difficult? Could it be? The light curtain rippled and fluctuated. A silhouette stepped out from within. A high-cooled and indifferent beauty with dust on her body, and a few strands of hair hanging mischievously on the sides of her cheeks and forehead. Obviously, having gone through a difficult battle, it didn't make people feel dirty, but instead had a strange, messy beauty. Looking at these 3 people, the scene once again fell into an eerie silence. Xiangyu, Lu Dust, and Luo Anfei, who had entered the 10th floor, had all cleared the 10th floor? Impossible. How were you guys able to pass the 10th floor? Xiangyu couldn't believe it. Luo Anfei was all right, looking at her appearance. She knew that she had gone through some battles. This Lu Dust's entire body was clean, neat, and brand new. Not to mention being clean and conspicuous amongst the 3. Of all the students in the room, he was the cleanest one. Buzz. The light screen of the gate of trials rippled like water waves, and in the end, there were densely packed words that appeared. Ranking of this trial. 1. Lu Dust. 2. Luo Anfei. 3. Xiangyu. 4. Ji Buchang. 5. Diao Shinda. 6. And I Tai Huang. Wow. The entire room erupted in clamor once again. Everyone began to question. Something's wrong, isn't it? There's definitely something wrong. Xiangyu was clearly the first to pass. How could he be ranked 3rd, right? Based on the speed of clearing the level, how could it not be Lu Chen's turn to rank 1st? It's simply impossible to pass the 10th floor and still not have a bit of dust on his entire body. Clearly not the first to pass, yet ranked 1st. All the people were questioning. First-class academy crowd. Zhou Kai heartfelt emotion. The whole scene is the only one who is not questioning. Not ashamed to be the god of the road, mortals, how could they understand the power of a god? Cheating. 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 Human prejudice was a big mountain. Because Lu Duan had a cheating record in front of him, all the students ended up shouting the word cheating in a neat manner. Quiet! Like the sound of a tiger's whistle echoing. The air was flooded with gusts of sound waves that were visible to the naked eye, muffling the sound of the entire room and causing everyone's ears to buzz. The representatives, masters, and teachers of the various academies walked over. At the head of the group was the Starry Yu Imperial Beast Academy's Vice Prefecture Master, Zhan Qiliang, and that tiger-like soundwave move just now was also used by him. Lu Dust, it's just that you cheated in the college entrance exams. But you actually cheated in the freshman competition as well. You really are a deadbeat. Zhang Qiliang came up and gave Lu Dust a big hat. The rest of the teachers were also talking and accusing. How on earth did you conceal yourself from the door of the trial? What means were used to cheat? Give us an honest explanation and we can still treat you lightly. I didn't cheat, Lu Dust said indifferently. Hee, then explain why you milled around for so long at the 6th and 7th level, then instantly rushed to the 9th level, and finally even entered the 10th floor. He then targeted Luo Anfei along with her. Furthermore, why are you and Luo Anfei, who clearly came out behind Xiangyu, ranked above him? The two of you are childhood friends again. It's hard for me not to suspect that you're not in possession of some sort of cheating methods. Zhang Qiliang said, I now suspect that the two of you are cultists with some sort of unknown cheating methods. Their results are not false. A neutral voice came out. It was the military uniformed pugilist who walked over, his mutilated arms and legs fitted with prosthetics. Commander Zhao Kongqing, what did you say? Zhang Qiliang looked as if he had misheard. This military uniformed man turned out to be called Zhao Kongqing. He raised his volume and repeated, they didn't cheat. Their grades are correct. Impossible. In full view of everyone saw that Xiangyu was the first to come out. Let's not mention the authenticity of Luduan hitting the 10th floor. Just based on how fast or slow the clearance time was, Xiangyu should have been ranked first. Boom! A terrifying aura permeated Zhao Kongqing's body, causing the hairs on one's body to shrug. It was a killing aura that could only be cultivated after countless killings on the battlefield. Spirituality mixed with a murderous aura permeated through the body. Are you questioning me? Questioning the Imperial Beast Master Association? Are you also questioning our Imperial Beast Battle Group? The crowd was silenced. The Imperial Beast Master Association and the Imperial Beast Battle Regiment, these two big mountains smashed down, who would dare to squeak? Moreover, Zhao Kongqing's identity and strength was not simple. Zhao Kongqing carried a strong shock under his eyes. He was aware of the existence of hidden levels. Xiangyu had indeed cleared the 10th level, but he was behind Lu Chun and Luo Anfei. That could only mean that the two of them had entered the hidden level. Hidden levels were specially prepared by the Night Vigil to select newcomers. The vigilantes were a bunch of monsters, and even the leader of their Imperial Beast Battle Group needed to treat them with caution. Two demons. No chance with their own battle group. Originally, he had wanted to wait for them to graduate and pull them into his own battle group. But there was no harm in making a good karma in advance. Zhao Kongqing revealed a warm smile and gave Lu Duan a business card. I can testify that your grades are true and correct. He snorted coldly. If anyone makes it difficult for you with the authenticity of this achievement, you will come directly to the Imperial Beastmaster Association to find me. Good. Thank you, Commander Zhao. Lu Chun thanked the other party for his kindness. On the side, Qin Yanran's beautiful eyes were also flickering with disbelief. She also knew that the hidden barrier existed. It was worthy of being the person chosen by the young lady. And, present besides Qin Yanyan and Zhao Kongqing, the other one who knew about the hidden level, concubine Luoan. She was confused? Lu Chun also entered the hidden level? It turned out that he had also condensed his spirituality and ranked above herself. It looked like he had lasted longer than her in the hidden level, facing the sending beast rabbit of the dematerialization rank. It was also right. The Rockaverse monkey had a rock system, and its defense was superior to the ice crystal fox, plus it was also of the monarch bloodline. It was normal to last longer than her. Xiangyu, good big son. Ready to call father. You will not be willing to gamble and refuse to lose, right? Xiangyu's face was green and purple. The words he had just taunted Lu Chun were returned unchanged. I'm not convinced. It was clearly me who came out first. Have the guts to fight me? Beating me will only prove that I won our bet. He gritted his teeth and made the request for a beast pet sparring match. Okay, no problem. Road Dust was of course indifferent. It was going to be a war. The crowd spread out in all directions, leaving the battleground for them. Lu Dust summoned the anomalous rock monkey. Xiangyu also summoned his beast pet. As the summoning spell formation emerged, a cold aura swept in all directions. A huge, ice-covered, snow-white crab appeared, with large pincers that looked like a shield when closed. It was like a piece of snowy mountain rock, its broad body immovable like a mountain. It harbored cold air and spewed it out, landing on the ground to form a frost path. Hiss, it's appeared. The ice armor shield crab of the upper overlord species bloodline. So cold, so strong. I feel the cold air even from this far away. This cold air is too sufficient, right? If you buy a watermelon on a 3-volt day, wouldn't it be instantly quick frozen? Lu Dust looked at the ice-armored shield crab and regretted. It's a pity that it doesn't go to open a milk tea store. Both beast pets were quite miserable. The aversion rock monkey was dirty and oozing blood in many places, and it was a bit shriveled due to the side effects of the second stage of Vajra Unbreakable. The other party wasn't much better. The armor like ice dust on its body was broken to pieces. A few crab legs were even broken. Luduan was confident that even if Chi Tian shriveled up again, he would still be able to up his opponent is all. Your beast pets should all have suffered injuries and lack of stamina after the battle at the Gate of Trials. For the sake of fairness, let me restore them to full condition for you guys. Qin Yanyan stepped out. Come out, Flower Fairy, a strange beast pet. With a blooming flower on top of its head and a body that resembled an anthropomorphic pixie, it was only the size of a palm. Use healing essence. A melodious murmur came out of the Flower Fairy's mouth, and 2 rays of turquoise light landed on the anorexic rock monkey and the ice-armored shield crab. Instantly, the injuries of the 2 beast pets recovered with the naked eye. The price was that the brightly colored flowers on top of the Flower Fairy's head closed up and turned into buds. A rare healing-type beast pet. Very well. I can have the ice-armored shield crab in its full strength to crush you. Zhuxiangyu sneered. Be careful. I'm strong. Just don't renege on your debt later. Lu Chun kindly reminded. And I reminded you, if you lose later, don't make excuses that I didn't remind you and made you careless. So you lost. Most of the people at the scene let out a burst of ridicule. Zhuxiangyu would lose, are you kidding? They were unconvinced. In their opinion, Lu Duan had just cheated. How could there be someone who came out from behind and was ranked in the front instead? I'll act as the referee. Zhang Qiliang stood at the edge of the field. Then, the battle begins. Zhuxiangyu was still chattering. My ice armor shield crab, from the time it hatched out, it started using ice attribute secret treasures. The ice armor on its body surface can't be broken at all by the same realm. I wonder if your monkey, can it break its ice? The words hadn't even finished. Suddenly, a popping sound came from the field, like a fighter jet like frontal sonic boom. This was the air explosion produced by the speed that was so fast that it was extreme. His eyes were wide open and he saw a scene that he would never forget. A fiery red figure crashed through the air, instantly arriving in front of the ice-armored shield crab, and smashing his fist in front of the ice-armored shield crab's body. The ice-armored shield crab, which was huge and incredibly heavy, was knocked off the ground and rose up into the air. The terrifying force directly penetrated from in front of the ice-armored shield crab, and the fist force penetrated out from behind, turning into a white impact air wave visible to the naked eye. What ensued was the air being compressed and then bursting. Bang boom! The ice armor that he was so proud of instantly shattered and turned into countless ice shards that were wrapped up in the air blast and blown in all directions. Under the sunlight, the ice crystals glittered. Then that fiery red figure jumped up violently and threw another vicious punch from top to bottom. Bang dong! The earth opened up, revealing a crack. Countless amounts of sand and dust were shaken up high. The ice-armored shield crab was hammered into the ground. The body collapsed softly, no longer conscious of fighting. Silence. The entire field was silent. A needle could be heard. Everyone's pupils were staring round, their dull eyes as if they were looking at some kind of miracle. Just now, what did you want to say? Can my beast pet do anything? The wind was a bit strong just now. I didn't hear it. Only the voice of Lu Dust asking Zhuxiangyu echoed. Chapter 33. Luo Anfei, you're open, aren't you? The weather was clear. The sunlight was warm, and countless ice shavings were bright gold and glittering under the refraction of the sunlight. Ice shards fell on everyone's body. There were crushed ice falling on the face, which was cold. All of them felt the slight trembling of the ground under their feet and looked at the ice-armored shield crab that had been smashed by a punch and sunk into the ground, and had already fallen into a comatose state, losing its ability to fight. The looks changed from dangling to stunned. Not to mention the students were dumbfounded. The teachers and prefectures of the various academies were also creating shocking waves within their hearts. This ice-armored shield crab of Zhuxiangyu was already at the lower elite rank. As a result, it was seconded in 2 punches. The ocean of ice shards all fell to the ground, revealing the figure of the aversion rock monkey. The crowd had previously not taken it seriously. It was only then that they began to take a closer look at the staring anaerobic rock monkey. The hair on its body transitioned from gray to orange-red, and on top of its head was a handful of long, grayish hairs that hung down in front of its forehead. The tail flame on its tail was burning, with a golden glow. The muscle lines of the whole body were graceful, containing terrifying strength, and its hands condensed a flame like the sun's golden amazement. All over its body, there were wisps of flame elements curling up, and from afar, it looked like a flaming billow. It stood there like a violent aesthetic. From a long distance away, one could feel the oppressive feeling that came from crushing power. Luo Anfei? She was previously prepared that if Lu Chun lost too ugly and that Xiangyu was too arrogant, she would personally make a move and teach the other party a lesson. What the hell is this? Why was his monkey able to spike the ice-armored shield crab? Could someone tell her why Lu Chen's monkey had gotten stronger again? Her head was a bit confused right now. What kind of beast pet is this? It's a bit handsome. I haven't seen this kind of beast pet in the iconography, right? Can it be that it's a beast pet from another country? I heard that it's a variant of the small rock monkey. What kind of monster is this? Its breath is also elite ranked, and it took the ice-armored shield crab, which is also elite ranked, in seconds. It's not this fierce even if it's hung up. One by one, the freshmen from the other academies who saw Lu Duan's beast pet for the first time were exclaiming in shock. Not to mention them. Even the freshmen of the Star U Academy who had already seen the anorexic rock monkey before when Lu Dust called out to challenge the freshmen of the entire school were secretly shocked. Compared to that time, the appearance of the anaerobic rock monkey that had advanced to the elite rank was a little bit more dazzling, and its body size was stout. Handsome, especially the whole body, the flame element that rose up in wisps like flame ribbons, handsome. Xiangyu finally woke up like a dream. He felt the feedback coming from his soul link. The ice armor shield crab had indeed lost its consciousness. How is it possible? Cheating? Cheating, you must be cheating. Even if your beast pet is also an elite rank, how could it instantly second my ice armor shield crab? He didn't cheat. Qin Yanyan was the first to speak. Vice Mistress Zhang Qiliang? You're the referee. Don't you think so? Zhang Qiliang lapsed into a long silence, as if he had lost his life. All of us here at the Royal Beastmaster level are higher than you, and our spirituality is stronger than yours, so if we cheated, we wouldn't be able to escape our eyes. The implication was that the other party had not cheated. He raised his eyes, which were bloodshot. What level of racial bloodline is your beast pet? Under the same rank, unless there was a huge difference in strength, even if the attributes were similar, it wouldn't be enough to do a second kill. Other than that, there was only the racial bloodline, and the racial bloodline was a distant second. For example, a beast pet's race is dragon, and a beast pet's race is caterpillar. At the same level, the difference between the two races was huge, and the former was an invincible existence at the same level. Anorexic rock monkey, upper monarch race. Luo Anfei, ? Upper monarch species. Didn't you say lower monarch species during the entrance exam? How did you turn into an upper monarch seed again? You're not kidding, are you? Feeling the sight of the big ice lump beside him, Lu Duan inwardly grinned. Big ice lump. You've been shocked by brother's awesomeness again, right? He slightly lowered his head and whispered to concubine Luo, and last time, Qi Tian's hidden bloodline wasn't completely inspired. It was only after I condensed white spirituality that Qi Tian's hidden bloodline was completely activated. Luo Anfei? As for the others, it was as if they had been strangled upon hearing the words, upper monarch seed. They were dumbstruck. Man. They looked at the aversion rock monkey as if they were looking at a monster. An upper monarch race? The highest racial bloodline potential that humans could obtain was the upper monarch seed. Further up, it was simply impossible. Those terrifying ferocious beasts that surpassed the monarch rank. Who would give their heirs to humans? As for stealing their heirs, were they not afraid of starting a great war? The ice-armored shield crab was only an upper-level overlord species. The anaerobic rock monkey was an upper-level monarch species, and the difference between overlord and monarch was greater than heaven and earth. Plus, the anaerobic rock monkey possesses the fire attribute at a glance, which also restrains the ice system ice-armored shield crab. With this buff stacked on top of each other, it was no wonder that the ice-armored shield crab could be killed in seconds. I said that the achievement wasn't false in any way, right? Zhao Kongcheng grinned, but there was still a hint of shock under his eyes, and Lu Duan's strength was also beyond his expectations. The crowd of academy teachers, as well as all the students present, were silent. The facts were before their eyes. This kind of strength, it was more than just being number one in the freshman competition. Lu Chen's top ranking in the National College Entrance Examination was also well-deserved. People hadn't cheated at all. Yet he was enduring overwhelming accusations for no reason, and was still being targeted when he entered the academy. All the people who had just shouted cheating were filled with shame. It was also true that if he didn't have the real deal, how could he face injustice and openly challenge all the new students? And in the face of Zhuo Xiangyu's taunts, he was even more unafraid and threatened to blow up Zhuo Xiangyu. Everything makes sense, not some arrogance, but the confidence of a strong man. All are not a level of existence anymore. Mom, I've made a fortune. I'm actually able to meet a living upper monarch species beast pet. Take a picture. We must take a picture to remember it. I have a feeling that this photo will sell for big money in the future. I told you, the road god is invincible. Damn it, let me tell you, I'm from the same village as the road god. The road god mistakenly entered the abyssal realm shortly after the college entrance exams ended, and at that time, he was able to defeat elite-ranked demons. Zhou Kai's eyebrows were flying as he was gabbing away. His words again caused quite a few gasps. This time, there wasn't anyone who questioned it. Instead, they took it for granted. One by one, they pestered Zhou Kai to ask for details. All in all, Lu Dust was completely righted today. You wouldn't be willing to gamble, would you? Lu Dust squinted at Zhuo Xiangyu. To be honest, if Zhuo Xiangyu hadn't jumped on his face as soon as he came out and shouted to the entire audience, "Lu Dust, get out here and call your father." Lu Dust actually didn't mind turning a war of words with the other party. After all, there was no need to make enemies everywhere. But, as soon as the other party came out of the gate of trials, the first thing they did was to try to humiliate themselves in public. Lu Chun also didn't mind having to forgive the other party and treating him in the same way. Being humiliated like this in front of everyone, Zhuo Xiangyu's inner resentment was all about to show on the outside. Damn Lu Chun. Why did he have to humiliate him in front of so many people? He was not thinking about his previous actions in the slightest. Looking at the resentment that flowed out of the other party's eyes, Lu Dust felt that he had done the right thing. This kind of person, even if he did not bother with him, he was afraid that he would be held in hatred. Come on, willing to bet. He felt that the other party would not necessarily honor the bet either. Sure enough. Dizzy, I'm dizzy. After saying that, his head tilted and he fell straight to the ground. This poor acting skill watched the crowd's mouth twitch, and at the same time they despised it. How could the third of the top 100 be this kind of goods? Willing to gamble but not to lose. Lu Dust sneered. I've learned first aid. I'll do it. Snap. He walked forward and viciously slapped the other party's face. Instantly half of his face was red and swollen. Pa. A chain of slaps. This was Xiangyu was directly smacked into a pig's head. The corners of his mouth drew blood. But it is also tough, beaten like this actually still playing dead. Unbeknownst to him, Zhuo Xiangyu's inner rage was about to explode. His hands clenched and creaked. Die, Lu Dust. I must want you to die. He yelled hysterically in his heart. I can't believe you're still awake. Lu Dust shouted at the anaerobic rock monkey. Chi Tian. Come here. The anaerobic rock monkey walked over. Zhuo Xiangyu panicked in his heart. The ice-armored shield crab was even dry-humped by a single punch. This slap down. His head shall not be smashed like a watermelon? He didn't dare to pretend anymore. Snapped his eyes open and stood up from the ground. Hatred and resentment appeared in his eyes. My father is a 5-star royal beast master of the hegemony rank. Are you worthy of it? Bet. I don't know what bet. There was no face to stay here. He squeezed through the crowd like a lost dog and left. The scene immediately erupted in boos. Shame on you. Chapter 34 Phoenix Power, Dragon Power, Special Reward. After the episode, the freshman competition has officially come to a close as well. Zhao Kongcheng represented the ancient capital Imperial Beast Master Association to distribute the rewards. First place 300 W cash. Second place 200 W cash. Third place 100 W cash. In addition, there are also incentives given to students within each academy. One by one, the many people from the academy began to leave. The way they looked at Lu Duan was no longer disdainful, but they greeted him with awe, their mouths honoring. God of the road. In the world of the Beastmaster, strength is king. This is the accessory that comes with power. Lu Duan didn't care, it was also a way to solve some small troubles and prove it for himself. After all, it was quite annoying to be shouted at as a dancer everywhere he went. Go back. It's been a tiring day too. Taking the bus, the people from the Starry U Royal Beast Academy returned to the academy. Lou, Lou daddy bye. Getting out of the car, there was someone who had once lost to him in the ring, waving his hand and leaving with his head held high. This look as if being able to lose to road dust was still an honor for him. Father Lou, this is my room card. Come tutor me how to royal beasts at night. There was also a bold and unrestrained girl who was ready to give Lou Duan her room card, but she withdrew her hand in the next second, like a frightened rabbit, and ran away in a puff of smoke. Because Lady Lone is here. Did it come at a bad time? Luo Anfei's face was expressionless. Don't misunderstand. It's because I promised Sister Yurong that I would forbid you from messing around. However, as she spoke, even she didn't notice that her tone carried a small hint of irritation. Road dust? Question mark. Bull. I wasn't going to pick up the room card. Screwing Shibuya is going to get me river crabbed. Oh. Luo Anfei returned with a clear and cold voice. Damn Lu Yurong, still looking for someone to visually rape me, right? In the future, the academy will be honored by you. You have the final say. Zhang Qiliang was as if he had lost his life and turned to Qin Yanran with a frustrated face. I thought you were going to renege on that too. Qin Yanran was surprised, but she knew how much Zhang Qiliang desired the mansion master. A willingness to bet is a willingness to lose, and, indeed, you didn't misread the situation, as Lu Duan will likely be able to change the embarrassing bottom position of our Xingyu Imperial Beast Academy once and for all. Humph. Zhang Qiliang coldly grunted. But don't be too happy too early. It doesn't mean that I'm surrendering the position of the housemaster. Qin Yanran was indifferent. She herself was arranged by the family to come here, mainly to accompany Su Meier. If Su Meier were to leave the academy, she would follow. Master of the house? She didn't want it at all. She clattered away on her heels. Soon, she came to Su Meier's body and gave her a report on the situation of today's freshman competition. Su Meier smiled like a flower. It didn't come as a surprise, wasn't everything to be expected. You actually think that he hasn't condensed his spirituality and can't go up to the 9th floor? Su Meier smiled without saying a word. Lu Chun could even ignore her own charm. How could the ordinary spiritual pollution of the district help her? You should know that her charm comes from the depths of her bloodline. From a terrifying existence above the totem order. Then why is he so inked up on the 6th and 7th floors? Qin Yanyan still hadn't figured out that the 6th and 7th layers were turtle speed, and the back was like riding a rocket. What if he didn't use a beast pet until the 7th floor? Su Meier's words caused her pupils to suddenly shrink into a black spot. No way. The bloodline family can't even do that. Can they? But doesn't the divination say that no one in the world can resist my seduction? He is a miracle in himself. A bright light flashed in Su Meier's eyes. Out of nowhere, Su Meier's eyes narrowed slightly, carrying a dangerous aura. Seeing that he was only able to break through to the 6th and 7th floors. You've had bad thoughts in your heart, haven't you? Qin Yanran's cold hairs shrugged. There will be a next time, even if you do it for my own good. I'll kill you too. Ugh. Fighting is so tiring. In the gate of trials, with one's spiritual power, drying out all the way to the 7th floor, the physical and spiritual exertion was too great. Road Dust returned to the dormitory villa, took a hot bath, and then lay down on the bed and slept a lot. Chi Tian, the averse rock monkey, was alive and well. He sat cross-legged in the exercise area and started to roll up. 2 flowers bloom, one on each branch. Luo Anfei walked out of the bathroom. Her hair was wet. Her fair skin was white and red. Her beauty was like a lotus flower. She wiped her hair with a dry cap. Thoughts, on the other hand, were lost in contemplation. There are 20 days left for the second comparison. The strength that Lu Duan had displayed today had brought her no small amount of pressure. The attributes of the Ice Crystal Fox were also Ice type and lower elite rank like the Ice Armored Shield Crab. The only thing strong is the racial bloodline, the lower monarch species. It was also a bit tricky and difficult to handle if the Ice Crystal Fox was allowed to take on the anorexic rock monkey now. Not a big problem though. There's still 20 days to go. With the prize money from the freshman competition, it would be possible to purchase something that could speed up the molding of the Ice Crystal Fox's Phoenix bloodline, and by then the Ice Crystal Fox would have mastered the Phoenix power. The power of the Phoenix, which crushed all regular elemental powers, was of extremely high quality. Only the power of the dragon can be looked down upon. Plus, she already knew how to deal with anorexic rock monkeys. The opponent's pride and joy of speed could be solved simply by being the first to turn the field into a field of ice. Also, the averse rock monkeys are fire plus rock types. Fire and rock are both restrained by water, quadruple weak water. Next, have the ice crystal fox try to learn water moves. A smile traced the corners of her mouth. The outcome of the battle was projected and simulated in his mind. Well, judging by her vision and extensive combat experience. Take the pinch. Totally take it. A satisfied smile tugged at the corners of her mouth as she went to sleep. Freshman zone. Night. All was silent, and after a day of fighting, all the freshmen were tired and went to sleep. A sneaky figure left the Xingyu Imperial Beast Academy. Zhuo Xiangyu turned back and looked at the Xingyu Imperial Beast Academy, almost squeezing out 2 words from inside his teeth. Lu, dust. I'm not going to die with you. This is a place he no longer has the face to stay in. The next day, news from the campus forums. Zhuo Xiangyu dropped out of school, and he also exchanged the rewarded credits for supplies before dropping out. Then he defected to the Jinlin Imperial Beast Academy. It made a bunch of students curse. When you drop out, and before you leave, you make a point of converting your credits into resources to roll up your money and run away. Gross. Damn. It's really disgusting. Even if you played a trick yesterday, you still come to play this. Also, playing dead in front of so many people yesterday, I'm afraid I've been socially dead for a long time. That's why I dropped out. No. Can you just drop out of school? Isn't that messed up? Who told people to have a 5-star Imperial Beastmaster father? All of this road dust didn't care about. He got up early in the morning, and at this time he was collecting the system's rewards. Mission. Pierce the Gate of Trials. Completed. The system picks up the task. Ding. Congratulations to the host for the special reward. Chapter 35 Evolutionist. The Father of Evolution. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special reward, Cultivator Legacy. Flash. A great deal of information flooded into the mind. A myriad of additional knowledge in the mind. Nurturer. Similar to a human nutritionist. It's only much more powerful than a human nutritionist. Tailoring the effective breeding to the beast's pet. A breeder is a person who strives to ensure that the Imperial Beastmaster's beast pets are able to reach the limits of their own racial potential. This one would be good to understand. Racial bloodlines are just potential. A beast pet of the king species was left in the wild to fend for itself, with a shortage of food and nutrition, starving for 9 meals in 3 days. Any good potential is wasted, even after being trained and taught by the Imperial Beastmaster. Most beast pets, too, don't reach the limits of their race. For example, the racial bloodline is the upper monarch species. Most of the beast royalists would only be able to make the strength of their beast pet's medium monarch rank. To reach the racial limit, you need the help of a breeder. In addition to this, some of the beast and pet items on the market, such as the Universal Energy Potion, are made by breeders. Worth mentioning, breeder and also sentinel. Breeder up is similar to a side occupation inside an online game. Very lucrative. Put it in a metaphysical fairy tale, it's an alchemist. Just in time. Lu Duan was a bit surprised. This was exactly what he wanted. In order to let Qi Tian advance to the elite rank, it cost nearly 1 million. The thought of having to start working on collecting the lightning materials and having to start preparing for the evolution gave him a headache. The expense cost is much less if you are able to make the energy potion yourself. Ding! Due to the host possessing God's eyes, the breeder profession has changed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Evolutionist Legacy. Evolutionist. Since the God's Eye is able to see the evolutionary sequence of your beast pet, with the Evolutionist Inheritance, you are able to freely make your beast pet evolve towards a certain sequence based on the conditions that need to be met for the evolutionary sequence. While other breeders may have several complete evolutionary sequences, you know all the requirements for evolution as long as the evolutionary sequences of your pets are available. Lu Duan came to the balcony outside the dormitory area, where many people were taking their beast pets for morning exercises. Amongst, there was an Imperial Beastmaster training his beast pet. Beanbag, you can't do this. Let's do it again. Road Dust's eyes coalesced on the other party's beast pet. The appearance looked like the ragdoll cat from the previous life, and its entire body was draped in wind elements. There is a gold coin on the forehead. Name: Coin Scattering Cat. Strength: Upper Transcendent Order. Attribute: Gold. Racial bloodline: Upper Chieftain species. Skills: Omitted. Cultivation focus. This beast pet is very healthy and belongs to normal development, but the cells storing elemental energy in the body are less than its counterparts. while the physical strength is stronger than its counterparts, so it is recommended to focus on the development towards the physical body, and not to be inclined towards the development of elemental energy. Sure enough, the information seen by the gods I was different from before. There is an additional cultivation focus. Instructional training programs on how to breed beast pets are also given. In this way, it is possible to target the special training of the beast pets and know the individual differences of each one. Road Dust continued to look down. Evolutionary sequence. Common path. Money Cat reaches upper elite rank. Total energy value in body reaches standard. Automatically evolves into Money Cat. Rare path. Fire Witch Cat reached the upper elite rank, with the total value of energy in its body reaching the standard. Requirements for evolution: 1. In a field filled with fire elementals. 2. At midday, when the sun is high in the sky, feed the stone of fire. Hidden paths. This beast pet has no hidden paths. Evolutionary analysis. Because the differences in this beast pet's individuality are focused on the physical body, this beast pet is not suitable for the evolutionary path of the Fire Witch Cat. His evolutionist legacy. So powerful. Previously, he was also able to know the evolutionary sequence of some beast pets, but just the name, but not the conditions required for evolution. Now, after obtaining the evolutionist's inheritance, things were presented to him in great detail. He was instantly excited. Generally speaking, mastering a never-before-seen evolutionary sequence was enough to bring in a splash of wealth if it was a popular beast pet. Instead, he himself only needed to look at it to know all the evolutionary paths. It even includes hidden paths. Then the world shall not call itself in the future the father of evolution. Your beast pet is not suitable to go in the direction of the elemental attack category. It is suitable to go in the melee flesh category, and can focus on trying to combine moves with flesh. Road Dust said to the coin-scattering cat's Imperial Beastmaster. He had an impression of this person. He had also challenged himself in the ring before. At least he had given $1 and called himself Dad. So it wouldn't hurt to remind him. Which stupid. Suddenly disturbed from training, the other party was a bit impatient. Who dared to tell his beast pet what to do? Good morning, Lu, Father Lu. When he saw that it was Lu Duan, he was shocked and hurriedly swallowed the unspoken words back into his stomach. Lu Duan cried and laughed. The original bet was just to call Dad when he lost. I didn't realize that this group of people, wherever they saw themselves now, called out to Father Lu. Good morning, go ahead. I'll just mention it off the top of my head. Road Dust turned and walked back indoors. The other looked at his sprinkled cat in deep thought. Flesh-focused. Papa Lu was born in a tertiary city, yet he was able to breed his beast pets so well, so he must have his own unique way of breeding them. He turned to the sprinkled cat and said, Beanbag, starting tomorrow then, we'll focus on putting our physical bodies through their paces and reduce our development of elemental moves. Spread the coins. Spread the coins. The sprinkled cat purred cheerfully at its owner. After the freshman competition, the many students in the freshman section continue to return to their daily routines. Those who hadn't condensed their spirituality were undergoing spiritual condensation by accepting the pressure of the Overlord's aura. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday. The official start of school will have to be next Monday, when the selection of the instructor will have to take place. Road Dust White spirituality has coalesced. There were no classes again, so there was a bit of nothing to do for a while. Never mind. Let's do today's daily quest first. Road Dust summoned the panel. Was about to do the system's daily quest, only to find that the daily quests are gone. Please certify as a 2-star Beast Master before you can continue to open the daily quests. To be certified as a 2-star Imperial Beastmaster. His royal letter asked Sumayer where he could make the verification. Sumayer, generally speaking, there are assessment points in every academy, but no one has been on duty lately, so it'll have to be 10 days from now. Sumayer, other than that, it's just a matter of going to the Imperial Beastmaster Association. He was unfamiliar with the ancient capital. Road Dust asked how to get there. The other party was brief and concise, and returned only one sentence. Wait for me in front of the school. Today's Sumayer was dressed in a casual outfit, wearing a light blue sleeveless shirt that isn't a camisole either. The collarbones were like 2 delicate crescent moons, gently clasped on the skin, emitting a faint soft light. It not only outlines the soft curve of the swan-like neck, but also adds a bit of ineffable flavor and charm. A sun hat on her head, she came walking in a pavilion. I have to say, Sue Mayer is really a big beauty. Her body and appearance are impeccable. Oh, and a bona fide rich woman. Got the evolutionist legacy. The god's eyes were strengthened, and all along the way, Luduan was constantly observing the beast pets he encountered, checking their evolutionary paths. At this moment, his subconscious eyes coalesced on Sue Mayer. His pupils suddenly shrunk to a black spot. Why is there a data box on Sue Mayer? Chapter 36. Existence of the Legendary Order. Obscene Earth Transmutation. Luchuan's pupils suddenly shrunk to a black dot. It was because a series of information boxes actually popped up in the god's eye. He was inwardly shocked. The eye of God only worked on beast pets and transcendent items. For humans, ordinary items, no specific information would be revealed. Sue Mayer, a human, why would information surface? Scratch that. Could it be that Sue Mayer's true body was an illusion made by a beast pet? He forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart and began to take a closer look. Not Sue Mayer's? Name: Eight-tailed moon fox death slumber. Rank: none. Legendary rank. Attribute: spirit system. Racial bloodline: totemic. Description: the eight-tailed moon fox, whose racial bloodline is only of the totem species, tried to break the limit from the totem rank to step into the legendary rank, but failed, and at the critical moment used his entire body as fuel to protect his true spirit. Evolution sequence. Hidden path. Nine-tailed undead fox requirements for evolution. Soul parasitizes on a qualified woman, using her soul and spirituality as sustenance, and after 4 generations, when her spirituality advances to the hegemony rank 5-star Imperial Beastmaster, she devours her spirituality, and after 4 generations, she will be able to turn death into life, using her bloodline as a guide and her grievances as a path. After 4 generations, using the bloodline as a guide and the grievances as a path, it can transform death into life and become the 9-tailed fox of the undead. Evolutionary analysis. It is detrimental to heaven and harmony, and the current parasite is in its 4th generation. Note: the spirit of the host body will show the spirit of the 8-tailed moon fox, which has a strong seductive effect and can even use some of the 8-tailed moon fox's abilities. The true spirit of the 8-tailed moon fox would slowly converge as the host body's spirituality increased. When the host body's spirituality advances to the overlord rank, it will fully revive and devour the host body's spirituality and soul. If at this time, a spirit of a higher rank than the moon fox spirituality invades the host body, it will interrupt the evolution of the 8-tailed moon fox. Luduan's pupils shrunk even more. Once it was a totem rank. After trying to cross the threshold to break the limit to the legendary rank and failing, the contraption had parasitized Sue Mayer's spirituality like a parasite, using Sue Mayer as the nourishment to bring it back into the world. Sulking anger arose in Lu Chen's heart. Damn it, Sue Mayer had helped him quite a bit. Moreover, when all the academies were boycotting him, she was the one who had her sister, Qin Yanran, use her privileges to recruit herself in. Although, entering or not entering the academy didn't affect Lu Chen's ability to open up to him. But after all, it was a favor that he had taken on. He took a deep breath and hid his complicated thoughts. He couldn't solve it now. There was still time for the other party to lash out when Sue Mayer's spirituality entered the overlord rank. The moon fox spirituality, created by the 8-tailed moon fox of the district totem rank. Luduan's heart coldly grunted. Prepare to wait for death. When the time comes, I'll let you see the overgod ranked lord of the 2 beginning spirituality. Did I get powder stuck on my face? Seeing that Luduan had been staring at herself, Sue Mayer blinked her big watery eyes. Looking at a beautiful woman, Luchuan laughed lightly. A happy smile appeared on Sue Mayer's face. Because of her special spirituality, even if she didn't use her spiritual power, she could easily attract people's eyes. She disliked the way people looked at her. However, she found that Luchuan was the exception to this rule. And when Luchuan looked at her, a small tinge of joy would rise within her. Perhaps it was because the other person's existence was a miracle to her. Someone she had defied her fate and chosen for herself. Or perhaps it was the way Luduan looked at her. Big and bold, not possessive or lustful. All in all, she felt good. Let's go, I'll get the car. Not long after, a handsome red sports car swung around and stopped in front of him. Get in. Holy, rich woman, hungry. Say, don't you guys need classes in your junior year? Road Dust inquired as he sat in the passenger side. School doesn't start for another 10 days or so, and I'm too lazy to go home, so that's why I came back to the academy early. Generally speaking, we will only return to the school after your freshman competition is finished. Who knew that this year, because of you, the freshman competition has been brought forward? Well, the period of time from enrollment to the freshman competition is similar to military training if it's an ordinary university. And I didn't expect you, senior brother, to actually be the first in the freshman competition. Sue Mayer raised her hand, letting half of her body lean on the edge of the window, driving with one hand, her eyes with aggression looking towards Lu Duan, like a hegemonic boss molesting a little girl. Don't forget my sister when you're developed in the future. Good. In the future. If there is something, just call me. Then I'll take it seriously. The two had a chat. A. B. B. Hiss. C. Lu Dust stretched his hand out of the window, his fingers slightly flexed, the palm of his hand facing the wind, and his mouth was breaking up. What are you muttering? Sue Mayer was puzzled. Ahem, you can also try. Sue Mayer with doubt opened the car window, stretched out her hand, fingers slightly curled to meet the wind. This also has no feeling, not feeling it is normal. Lu Duan's eyes unobtrusively skimmed over the other party's baby dining hall. You can drive faster. Sue Mayer stepped on the gas, the wind speed blowing across her palm. It was as if she was grasping a ball of softness. Her eyes glazed over slightly. Wait! This touch. She was a little familiar with. When bathing, she could often feel it. Instantly, she understood. She turned on the car with a serious face. Lu Duan felt funny. Sue Mayer looks like an old CG, but in fact, she is more serious than anyone, just a mouth-strong king. When she met the real tainted demon king, Lu Yurong, she was afraid that she would not be defeated in 3 or 2 times. The ancient capital city is vast in size. The ancient capital Imperial Beast Master Association was a landmark building. It covered a large area and was lofty and atmospheric. There were quite a few people coming in and out. It wasn't Sue Mayer's first time here, and she was familiar with it. 2-star Imperial Beast Master Examination queue. The queue was somewhat long, and there weren't many young faces in the queue, causing him and Sue Mayer to be unusually conspicuous. Little friend, this is not a place for young couples to date. This is the assessment queue for 2-star Imperial Beast Masters. That's right. Lu Dust nodded and said. The moment these words came out, the entire queue was a bit shocked. To test for a 2-star Imperial Beast Master. So young? Fake, right? It's true, my Gigi and I said that he was able to pass the 2-star Imperial Beast Master test. Sue Mayer pretended to be weird on the side. Little girl, don't be fooled. Those who come to the Imperial Beast Master Association for verification are all members of society, and almost all of them are our age to pass the 2-star Imperial Beast Master examination. If you can become a 2-star Imperial Beast Master so young, then you would have gone to the academy long ago. How could you come to the Imperial Beast Master Association to be certified? That's right, if it's so powerful, it would have already gone to the Starry U Royal Beast Academy. Students of the academy don't need to come to the Royal Beast Master Association for the examination, right? Last year's academy students have long been 2-star Imperial Beast Masters. This year's new students have only just enrolled, right? Jagged Man really damned actually deceived the ignorant young girl. Beautiful girl to brother here. Brother has really reached the standard of 2-star Imperial Beast Master. Road Dust. The 2-star Imperial Beast Master certification point in the academy had to be manned after the entire academy had started. If he wanted to come for certification, he could only come to the Imperial Beast Master Association. There's no way, the daily tasks are gone. A mosquito is still meat, just as the crowd was verbally attacking him. Lu Duan. A voice rang out. Commander Zhao? The person who came was none other than Zhao Kongqing. Why are you here? I've come to conduct the 2-star Imperial Beast Masters examination. What else is the assessment for? Give me the proof of identity. He handed it to the staff and said, register it, 2-star Imperial Beast Master. On what grounds? It's written in black and white. You must pass the examination to become a professional Imperial Beast Master. Can you still go through the back door? I'm going to expose it to the internet. Many people were enraged. Forget it, Commander Zhao. I'd better take the test. That's fine. Commander Zhao said, did you bring your student ID? Brought it. Take it out. Students of the top-tier academy, the Xingyu Imperial Beast Academy, conducting the Imperial Beastmaster ranking examination, can cut in line. Zhao Kongqing said indifferently. Everyone was silenced. Students of the top Imperial Beast Academy, Starry U Imperial Beast Academy. So what, even if a student of the Starry U Royal Beast Academy can't take the back door? Moreover, sophomores and juniors have long since stopped being two-star Royal Beast Masters. This year there are only freshmen, right? It's only been 3 days since the start of the school year. I don't believe that a freshman will be able to coalesce a white spirituality in 3 days, and the beast pet will advance to the elite rank. The socialites, all of them, were those whose Imperial Beast talent was not good, and whose beast pet's racial qualifications were average. Basically, it was only at the age of 27 or 18, or even 30, that they were able to condense white spirituality. Only then could the beast pet accumulate enough total energy value to step into the elite rank. From their point of view, even a student of the Starry U Imperial Beast Academy would not be able to condense a white spirituality in just 3 days of enrollment. Just let the beast pet step into the elite rank. This situation was like a joke that Lu Duan had seen in his previous life, where 2 peasants guessed about the emperor's breakfast. The emperor must eat white flour buns until he's full every day, right? The group walked into the examination room. White spirituality could solidify a beast pet skill. Only needing the Imperial Beastmaster to use the skill with the power of spirituality meant that the spirituality had been condensed. Lu Duan condensed a large fireball in his palm and blasted it onto the specially made sturdy wall with a bang. Hiss! Seeing that Lu Duan had used a skill, many people at the scene sucked in a breath of cold air. This meant that spirituality had indeed been condensed. Spirituality isn't difficult for those of them with strong talent. What's difficult is a beast pet, which must have enough energy in its body to advance to the elite rank. Someone was still talking tough. The summoning spell formation appeared. The averse rock monkey Chi Tian appeared, and that handsome appearance made many people's eyes light up, unable to move their eyes. Drip. The total amount of energy in the body reaches the standard elite rank. Testing destructive power. Please attack against the tester. Chi Tian came forward. His fist was wrapped in flames and swung out. Bang! In the next second, an explosive sound rang out. The tester was deflated, and like a cannonball, it flew out and embedded itself in the specially made hard wall. Everyone was dumbstruck. A tester that could withstand the attack power of an upper elite rank. The walls were also specially made, so an elite rank strength wouldn't even think of destroying it. That is, the other party's attack power was comparable to that of the degenerate rank. The entire room was silent. My brother is awesome. I told you that my brother was able to pass, right? Su Mayer, the little clip DJ'd. Lu Dust. You be normal. Examination passed. The staff also came back from the shock. Let's go to my office and drink tea. Zhao Kongqing invited Lu Duan and Su Mayer. After the 3 left, a violent clamor erupted at the scene. A freshman who had been enrolled for 3 days was this powerful. This was too terrifying. They were appalled. Is this the difference between mediocrity and genius? It's simply a difference between clouds and mud. It took them several years, even 10 years, to condense white spirituality and allow their beast pet to advance to the elite rank. The other party was just 3 days. After a long time, many people wanted to continue the examination, but were dumbfounded. They were told, the tester has been broken. There are no more spare machines. The examination is suspended today. Arriving at Zhao Empyrean City's office, it was simple and generous. There was no redundancy in the entire office. Lu Chun took a sip of the tea that the other party made. Instantly, he felt a subtle increase in his spiritual power, and even his spirituality was slightly enhanced. Using the eyes of God, he took a glance. Description: extracted from the young buds of the unified rank creature, tea tree spirit, and stir-fried. It has the effect of boosting mental energy and promoting spirituality. Good stuff. Lu Duan drank it all in one gulp like a cow chewing peony. One more cup. Ha ha ha. Zhao Kongqing laughed as he poured another cup for the other party. He greatly appreciated Lu Chen's character. Big and bold, not pretentious, and not dragging his feet in doing things. What he hated the most as a frontline soldier was pussy-whipped. At the same time, his eyes were slightly narrowed, sizing up Su Mayer. The efficacy of this tea was such that anyone who drank it for the first time would be shocked by it. Su Mayer, however, did not fluctuate at all. This showed that the other party was not drinking it for the first time, or had drunk better. Is this your little girlfriend? Zhao Kongqing joked, this kid's womanhood is good There was also a little girlie beside the freshman examination yesterday. My school sister, Su Mayer. School sister. This is the examiner of yesterday's freshman competition. Zhao Kongqing Zhao Commander. It was only then that Lu Duan remembered to introduce the two to each other. Zhao Kongqing's eyes involuntarily shrunk. Surname Su? It would be no wonder if it was from that clan. The 5 surnames and 10 clans. The weakest of them all had a monarch-ranked combatant sitting in their ranks. Lu Dust and Zhao Kongqing chatted idly. He also learned why the other party had returned from the front line. It turned out to be that his beast pet was injured and needed to come back to this side of the ancient capital for treatment. What's the front line like? Lu Dust inquired curiously. You don't want to know. It's a completely different realm from human ecology. Ecology. It wasn't the first time that Road Dust had heard this word, and he had seen it in the previous introduction of the carrion rabbit in the Gate of Trials. Corrupt corpse rabbit, the fallen form of the Bakudo rabbit, was affected by the forbidden ecology. Powerful beast pets, such as ice beast pets, can change the terrain and even the environmental ecology. This was true. The ancient capital belonged to the subtropics, and it was reasonable that it wouldn't even snow in winter. However, on the outskirts of the ancient capital, there was a snowy mountain covered in ice all year round. It was said that it was once the lair of a monarch-ranked ice creature, even if it was subdued by humans later. That snowy mountain also remained immutable all year round. A powerful creature, his breath, power, and radiation would all change the surrounding ecology, transforming it into something suitable for him to live in. Zhao Kongqing said meaningfully, "Why is our human territory suitable for human survival? Have you thought about this?" Huh? Lu Chen's eyes flinched. What does this mean? Chapter 37 Wrong Evolutionary Path. The research community's DR. Zhao Empyrean City didn't go into further detail. He took a light sip of his tea. Don't think about it too much. It's not something you should be concerned about right now. It's something that can't be told, can't be put into words, and can only be felt in person. It's still too far away from you. You'll know when you graduate and go to the frontline battlefield. He paused before remembering that Lu Duan had entered the hidden level of the Gate of Trials and had already entered the selection criteria of the Night's Watch. Perhaps, there's no need to wait for you to enter the frontline battlefield either, so you'll have the chance to feel it for yourself. Road Dust. Can the Riddler or whatever get the hell out of here? If it was really as Lu Duan thought, then this so-called ecology would be too terrifying. Different ecologies are created by the radiation of the power of powerful creatures. Strong ice-based creatures that may create ecosystems such as glaciers. Think of it another way. The human frontier, isn't it also an ecosphere? If the frontier that humans live in is also an ecosystem, then this existence that can create a human ecosystem. What kind of horrible creature must it be? Its power can radiate the entire human territory. Out of nowhere, the office door was violently pushed open. Commander Zhao, it's bad. The lava monster's injuries have worsened. Zhao Kongqing's face changed, and the teacup in his hand was crushed to pieces. The Association of Beastmasters. It is a service-oriented organization built around the profession of the Imperial Beastmaster. Inherent in this is the Beast Pet Treatment Center. Many injured beast pets were waiting for treatment. The doctors here are also all Imperial Beastmasters, using beast pets that specialize in the healing side of the beast. Come to the ICU. On the bed lay a huge creature whose size resembled the Hellfire inside the game in his previous life. The exact likeness is a flaming stone man. It was lying on a special hospital bed. Road Dust actually felt chi as if it were still alive from a fire-breathing stoner. It was as if the flames on its body had been suppressed by something. The body that was supposed to be covered in flames revealed a bare rocky exterior with only sporadic flames emerging. Its whole body curled up and trembling in pain. Lava beasts. Zhao Kongqing was a bit flustered. The lava beast opened its eyes with great difficulty. A low muffled sound emitted from its throat. It could feel the life force draining away, reluctantly bidding farewell to the Imperial Beastmaster. What's going on? Didn't we stabilize the vital signs before? Zhao Empyrean City had trouble accepting it. Road Dust's eyes stared slightly, opening the god's eyes. Name: Lava Monster. Rank: None. Awakening rank. Transcendental rank. Commander rank. Degenerate rank. Race: Upper Commander. Description: evolving from its original form, the rock monster, the lava monster belongs to a rare evolutionary path of the rock monster. While integrating the rare secret treasure, Sun Rock, and preparing to break the racial limit and evolve into a lava beast, he encountered an unknown power corrosive contamination, which led to the failure of evolution, and the sun rock and the unknown power in his body were entangled, and his life was in danger. Cultivation focus. When this beast pet was evolving into a lava beast, it failed to evolve due to interference from outside forces. But, by mistake, it fits the wrong evolutionary path. Hellfire rock beast requirements. The opponent's rank kept jumping up and down. The life force is constantly changing from the unranked to the overlord stage, and the life force is constantly flowing and weakening. Commander Zhao, I'm sorry. A young man who was around 30 years old was filled with regret. The lava monster was affected by some kind of forbidden power when it evolved, causing the evolution to go wrong. We don't have a solution. Is there really no way, Professor Seo? Professor Seo's teacher was Dr. Yanagi, a National Treasure Imperial Beast Research Doctor. Dr. Yanagi is the titan of beast pet evolution. Professor Su shook his head. Unless it's my teacher coming over, but he's involved in a confidential research in the imperial capital during this time. Beyond that, it's all about finding the top breeders. But we, the ancient capital Imperial Beast Association, don't have any top-notch breeders. The lava monster still has about an hour to go. Professor Su patted Zhao Kongqing's shoulder. Keep it company. Zhao Kongqing was desperate. Su Mayer also felt pity that the physical injuries were best solved. The second is a problem with the elements within the beast's pet. The hardest thing to deal with is when something goes wrong along the way with this evolution, or when there is some sort of problem with the genetics of the beast pet. This is why nurturers are important. Evolution, the leap of life. Sloppy. Once the conditions for evolution are not met, or the conditions are not met, it is very likely that the beast pet will fail to evolve when it evolves. Lightweights regress in strength. Severe cases can be life-threatening. Su Mayer sized up Professor Su. I didn't realize that the young man in front of me was Dr. Yanagi's student. The mention of Dr. Yanagi brought respect to her face. It was a figure that even her father had to treat with care and regard as a guest of honor. When Dr. Yanagi was angry, the whole of Daxia would have to shake. Almost all of the Imperial Beastmasters had taken him up on his offer, and he had published hundreds of conditions and requirements for the evolution of beast pets. All of them require this level of talent to have the means to save them. This lava monster seems truly powerless. Why don't you let me try? An ill-timed voice rang out. Everyone looked at Lu Duan in dismay. Where's the kid from? Quite a few of the medical staff furrowed their brows, and if it wasn't for the fact that this man was brought by Commander Zhao, they would have opened their mouths. Actually, I'm quite interested in breeders, having had a drop of research. Not waiting for the crowd to respond, Ludum said, the lava monster. It's incorporated into the sun rock, wanting to evolve into the lava beast of the rare path. Right? When these words came out, Zhao Kongqing froze. He had never told Lu Duan about it, and even out of everyone at the scene, only he and Professor Su knew about it. You try. Zhao Kongqing made an immediate decision, beating a dead horse. Road Dust stepped forward. A summoning formation surfaced, and he summoned Chi Tian, the averse rock monkey. It could be seen that the lava monster's body had a pattern of crimson grooves. Originally, there were supposed to be flames coming out of these lines. Now it was extinguished, like cooled lava, and the crimson groove pattern turned black. There is an ominous aura that keeps coming out. Once the crimson lines all over the body completely dimmed, that was when life ended. Chi Tian Yang Yen, the averse rock monkey, coalesced the Yang Yen, grasping a flame with a tinge of golden glow in his hand, channeled into the lava monster. The rock-loathing monkey grabbed the lava monster's hand and fed the Yang Yen into the other party's body. The lava monster was also a fire beast pet and was of a stronger level than the anomalous rock monkey, with flame resistance, so Yang Yen wouldn't do any damage. Zip, 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 zip. It was as if the lava monster's body had been transformed into a battlefield, as if there were two forces constantly wearing down. The lava monster clenched its teeth and let out a guttural low growl in its throat. In the end, the two forces were deadlocked in the body. Road Dust nodded. Evolution Requirement Condition 1. Completed. The two energies need to be made equal. Previously, it was the Fey element within the lava monster that had overpowered its own power, and Yang Yan's intervention had brought the two forces into a delicate balance. Evolutionary Requirement Condition 2. The Lord of the Etheric Beginning Spirituality is used as a guide for the fusion of the two energies. Lu Chuan's spiritual power came out through his body, and his finger pointed at the center of the lava monster's brow. In the twinkling of an eye, The two forces that had been fighting each other were like rats meeting cats when they encountered Lu Duan's spirituality. To be precise, it was the mole cricket that ran into the supreme god who rules over all, neutralized by the spirituality of the road dust. The two forces mingled with each other, one of you and one of me. Bring the water attribute potion. But lava monsters are fire type. A paramedic opened his mouth, but was quickly interrupted. Professor Su's eyes were dead set on Lu Duan and the lava monster as he seriously said, "Do as he does." Yes. Yes. Soon, a large number of water attribute potions were brought. Ludum pulled off the lid, broke open the lava monster's mouth, and clunked it into the other's mouth. Fire and water. Not to mention that fire is restrained by water. Chuckle. A large amount of water vapor raged out from the lava monster. At last, it builds up to a certain point. Buzz. In addition to the vapor, it was accompanied by crimson flames. End up STH. A rich white light enveloped the lava monster, incandescent and radiant, like a gift from the creator. Evolutionary light. Someone exclaimed in shock. Evolutionary light in. The lava monster's body was in the white light, changing. It's as if the creator has reached out an invisible hand and is making things. In the process, throughout the ward, the temperature was rising at an extreme level, and the beds were directly dissolving and turning into lava. Zhao Kongqing and Professor Su's spiritual power exploded. It transformed into a transparent protective shield that enveloped the crowd before they were mistakenly injured. Half a minute later, the white light slowly dissipated, revealing a brand new lava monster. The body became larger, more imposing. A humanoid stone man made of a combination of stones throughout his body, with human features on his head and hollow eyes with flames drilling out of them. The most striking thing is, the opponent's previous flame was orange. Now, the flames all over his body turned into an ethereal blue, like the color of water. Ghostly blue lava swam in the grooves of its body. Name: Hellfire Rock Beast. Rank: Quasi-Overlord. Race: Upper Overlord Species, Lower Overlord Species. Description: It was once integrated into the Sun Rock and wanted to evolve from Lava Monster to Lava Beast, but as a result of an accident it was contaminated by the forbidden power, and it should have died a painful death, but it evolved incorrectly with the help of the Great. Cultivation tendency: Due to having been contaminated by a forbidden force and nearly dying, his foundation was damaged and he was unable to advance to the lower hegemonic rank, and his strength is stagnant at the quasi-hegemonic rank. It is necessary to take life materials to replenish the root essence before stepping into the hegemonic rank. Lava Monster. Rare Evolution Lava Behemoth X. Wrong Evolution Hellfire Rock Beast. Roar. The Hellfire Rock Beast let out a low roar at Lu Duan and lowered its head slightly, knowing that the person in front of it was its savior. Road dust reached out to pat its head, and where his hand touched it, the flames avoided it. It's rough and frosted to the touch, and hot, not as nice as Zaitan's. The Hellfire Rock Beast narrowed its eyes with a face of enjoyment. Look at the lava monster that is alive and well and has produced an evolution. Everyone's mouths were open to the point where they could stuff a fist into it, and there was a look of disbelief in their eyes. The lava monster that was given a death notice not only saved its life, but also managed to evolve? And after evolving, although it was very much like a lava beast, the flames were different. Is this still a subspecies of lava behemoth? Among them, the one who was most overly excited and incredulous was still Zhao Kongqing, who had originally thought that it would be good to be able to save the life of his beast pet, and no longer had the luxury of evolution. Wan did not expect to find a way out of a desperate situation. Stone. How are you? The emotional ups and downs made him a man of steel, red-eyed. But more excitement was in store for him. Only the Hellfire Rock Beast stood up. A terrifying aura was vented from it. Intimidating pressure filled the middle of the ward, causing the lower-ranked doctors and nurses to have some trouble breathing. Dominant aura, the signature ability of the hegemonic order. Zhao Kongqing's eyes widened and his brain went down. Stone? Overlord rank now? At the same time he was getting feedback from the soul contract. The stones did not evolve into lava giants. Instead, it was a Hellfire Rock Beast, and the racial bloodline had changed from Upper Overlord Species, Lower Overlord Species. He was so shocked he couldn't even speak. It didn't reach the Overlord rank. This aura is a quasi-Overlord rank. It has a deficiency in its foundation. It needs to consume materials that are full of life elements to make up for the deficiency. Professor Su's vision was old. He looked at Lu Chun in amazement. How did you do that? Road Dust smiled coyly. Didn't I tell you? I'm quite interested in cultivators and have had a drop of research. Zhao Kongqing.
Professore Xu.
Crowd. Is this a ing drop of research? To be able to dominate the evolution of a beast pet of the commander rank, this is at least a senior breeder. He is a member of my Qing Chiu Su family. Su Mayer's face was bland and breezy, with everything under control, but the shock in her heart was actually no less than those present. The schoolboy, it's really getting hard to read. She was proud, not to be ashamed of her chosen one. Professor Su came to a realization, so it was someone from the bloodline family Qingqiu clan. Then it was no wonder that he was such a teenage hero. The only person on the scene who gave Road Dust a meaningful look was Zhao Empyrean. He knew that at this time, Su Mayer stood out to protect Lu Duan, making people mistakenly think that Lu Duan was cultivated by their Qingqiu clan. At the same time, it is also a deterrent to the crowd. I Qingqiu clan cover have any bad ideas first weigh themselves. He didn't point it out. However, he knew that Lu Duan was only from a small third-grade city and was not cultivated by the Qingqiu Su family at all. For a while, Lu Duan became mysterious in front of him. Thank you for saving the stone. Zhao Empyrean City had a grateful face. Feel free to call out to me if you need me in the future. Ahem. Road Dust said. Kinda. Look, I do have some research on breeders, so you can introduce me to any business in the future. The reason why he exposed his breeder evolutionist ability was in addition to making Zhao Kongqing owe himself a favor. All that's left is for the other side to give their endorsement. If he went out and said that he was a cultivator at his age, no one would even believe him. It would be different if Zhao Kongqing helped him publicize it. Professor Su and Zhao Kongqing both patted their chests and said that there was no problem. Road Dust left them alone behind. They also had to do a thorough examination of the Hellfire Rock Beast. The two left the Imperial Beastmaster Association. As he walked out the front door, Lu Duan's body gave a slight lurch. What's wrong? Su Mayer asked. Lu Duan narrowed his eyes slightly, and in the Imperial Beast space, the mysterious egg from the ultra-ancient period quivered and reacted. It was as if something was drawing it in. Chapter 38 Little Broken Egg Hatching? A slap cracked the snowy mountain. Road Dust froze. This little broken egg woke up? Ever since the last time it swallowed that drop of forbidden blood, it had fallen into a deep sleep. I didn't expect it to actually wake up. Road Dust was amazed that the little broken egg had become different. Looking inward into the Imperial Beast space, he could clearly see that the mysterious eggshell had star mist flowing through it, as if it was plated with a veil made of starlight. The emotions were also more intense. Lu Duan could clearly perceive the longing emotion, if any, coming from it. What is that place? He pointed at the entrance of a street not far away. It was crowded with people, and many Imperial Beastmasters with beast pets were entering the street. It was similar to a pedestrian street. The road was wide, with all sorts of stalls, stretching from the intersection all the way towards the end of the road. There were a huge variety of goods being sold. In addition to the stalls, there were also expensively decorated stores on both sides of the road. A trading bazaar, where some Imperial Beastmasters will bring their own adventures, or their own useless things to sell. Mixed fish and dragons, no official endorsement, purely rely on their own eyesight, once also appeared in Someone Bought an Egg Here. Hatched out the racial bloodline is a monarch species of sensational events. There are also people who spent a lot of money, bought fake goods, and hit their eyes. Su Mayer explained, in fact, she had never strolled through this kind of place. All by the eye? Lu Duan's eyes lit up. There was someone in this world who was even better than his god's eyes? Wasn't this his own comfort zone? It was as if he had found a money-making avenue, and some classic bridges inside the novels of his previous life had appeared in his mind. The protagonist relied on some abilities such as golden pupil and perspective eyes. Killed the four directions in a big way. What raw stone cut jade? What antique street pickup leaks pick up national treasures? Toward the trading bazaar, the mysterious egg began to vibrate. According to the direction of advancement, the vibration frequency also changed. The vibration frequency was strong for a while and weak for a while. Got it? Got it. Aren't you the mysterious egg? Why are you acting like a jumping egg? Soon, I arrived at the stall where the mysterious egg's vibration frequency was the strongest. To be precise, this was a stall owner who had just arrived. Just now, It was the other party who drove a small three-wheeler and brushed past road dust before waking up the mysterious egg. By the time Lu Dust walked past, the stall owner's stall had only just been set up as well. The stall owner's age was in his early 30s. His skin was pitch black, and he was followed by a beast pet that resembled a scythe, with an earthy brown body and 2 claws that were as sharp as scythes. Earth-type beast pet, Earth Scythe Weasel. It specializes in digging and punching holes. If it's plowing a field, the Earth-sickle weasel can turn over 50 acres of fields in a day. The stall owner enthusiastically promoted, "What do you want, little brother? This is my homegrown ice fruit. Do you want some? Beast masters can eat it to clear heat, calm the mind and concentrate. Fire-type beast pets usually have dry heat syndrome. Ice snow fruit can alleviate it. Ice snow fruit, an ordinary spirit plant that grows in the snow. All right, then give me a few." He casually fiddled with the small clay dolls and odd bronze vessels in the corner of the stall. "What's this? Hey, nothing useful. I picked them up at the foot of the mountain when I went to Snow Mountain today. These things should be the things left behind by the humans who lived on the mountain 100 years ago. Then a monarch-ranked ice-fierce beast took over that mountain and drove the humans out, slowly turning it into a snow mountain. I don't know what's going on, but the snow on the snowy mountain has actually started to melt, and the snow at the foot of the mountain is almost melted, which has never happened before." The stall owner was a little worried. He was a small farmer who had planted some trees and fruits on the snow. Ludwan opened the eyes of God. No information surfaced from these things, which meant that they did not contain transcendent power. It was just ordinary clay puppets and bronze vessels. He was a bit puzzled and took a look at the egg of mystery that vibrated with a frequency that could numb a person in the Imperial Beast space. It was indeed these things that were attracting the mysterious egg. Seeing that Ludwan quite liked them, the stall owner took the initiative and said, "Then I'll give them to you as small change." "Thanks. Don't shake. Don't shake. Go back and study it. I'm going to start picking up the pieces." Suppressing the curiosity in his heart, he prepared to go back and study it again. Looking at the trading bazaar, where the traffic and countless shouts and yells were intertwined, the corner of Lu Dust's mouth twitched. "Here comes your king of picking up leaks." More than an hour later, pick up leakage a hammer. Oh. Lu Dust was speechless. Sure enough, the novels were all lies. It's not that easy to pick up leaks. This world is a transcendent world. This world is a transcendental world. Transcendental objects all have the power of the elements. As long as a sentinel master who had condensed his spirituality, he could almost always use his spirituality to condense in his eyes to see if there was an elemental force attached to the item. Everything was basically at normal prices, at most 1 or 2% cheaper. But the quality of the stuff was a bit lesser than those physical stores. He still decided that it would be better to buy lightning attribute materials from inside the campus mall. At least the quality was over the top, plus there was a 20% discount for using credits. As for picking up beast pets, little brother, shocking price, how to say, miss it again. I have this golden dragon fish, able to evolve into a Tyrannosaurus Rex. A stall owner selling beast pets used a mesh pocket to fish out a fish beast pet with a golden body from the fish pond, the size of which was a circle larger than a face basin. The golden dragonfish, a common species bloodline, had an evolutionary path capable of evolving into a Tyrannosaurus Rex. A variant of the weak water carp, 10,000 weak water carp, can produce 1 golden dragonfish. However, it would be good if 1 out of 100,000 golden dragonfish could evolve into a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Ludum opened the god's eye. Name: weak water carp, the weakest water creature, inferior bloodline, looks the same as a golden dragonfish, just a different color. The weak water carp is red. The golden dragonfish is gold. Uncle, it's losing its color. Lu Chun breathlessly pointed at one of the scales that was glowing red. The city set was deep. He wanted to go back to the countryside. Finally, in order to thank Su Mayor, Lu Chuan treated Su Mayor to a lunch and the two of them returned to the academy. Returning to the dormitory, the summoning array surfaced. The aversion rock monkey appeared holding the egg of mystery. "It's nothing you want." Ludwan placed the bronze vessels and clay dolls on the tabletop and held the little broken egg up again. The little broken egg shook from side to side like a tumbler. "That's not what you want?" Ludwan froze. That's right, he even asked the little broken egg when he bought it. Knock knock. A thin veil of astral mist emerged from the eggshell. It bounced twice and twisted around again. "Road dust. My gift isn't telepathy, and I don't know egg language. I can't understand it. And even if it's telepathy, you can't talk to an egg. Or, on the side, Chi Tian whispered to the little broken egg. A monkey and an egg actually started communicating, giving Lu Dust a dumbfounded look. In the end, with the anorexic rock monkey's translation, Lu Dust understood. You're saying that it's not these things that attract you. Rather, it's the source of these things? This stuff, according to the stall owner, was found at the foot of Snow Mountain, so wouldn't it be a trip to Snow Mountain? It was still early in the day, just after noon. It was a matter of whether the little broken egg could hatch or not. Plus, there was nothing to do. Lu Qin decided to go and take a look. Without troubling Su Mayer anymore, Lu Dust went out of the gates of the academy. Snow Mountain was on the outskirts of the ancient capital. It was adjacent to several satellite cities under it. It was necessary to take the intercity rail train. Not long after, Lu Duan arrived at the foot of Snow Mountain. Moonwatch Snow Mountain. This was the full name of the Snow Mountain. Covered in ice and snow all year round, the mountain was not steep, jagged and angular, like a white mirror. At night, it is able to refract the moon. It's like a moon was carved into the mountain, hence the name Moonwatch Snow Mountain. It was also a park attraction in the ancient capital. After all, the formation of the Moonwatch Snow Mountain could be traced back to 100 years ago, and all the dangers had been filtered out by the Imperial Beastmaster Association. The ones living on it were all harmless creatures. Together with the fact that Gudu was subtropical and it didn't snow, the Snow Mountain was very popular. The Snow Mountain was huge. A part of it was enclosed as a park. The rest is still almost all primitive landscape. The little broken egg, based on the direction Lu Duan was heading, changed its vibration frequency to show Lu Duan the way. Soon, Lu Dust arrived at a forest of ice and snow fruits. It should be the place the stall owner had mentioned. As expected, throughout the snowy mountain, the foot of the mountain had begun to melt snow, revealing the rocky layer. There was even an avalanche not far away. The snow piled up from the avalanche. As Lu Duan walked over, this place was rarely visited, and it was also a 90-degree cliff at a right angle. The mountain wall is straight. The bottom was piled up by a large amount of avalanche snow. Some broken ceramics, bronze, and clay puppets were scattered around. Looks like this is where the stall holder picked it up. Little broken egg was excited, exuding a sense of longing and hunger as the egg lightly knocked against the mountain wall. Something buried down there? Chi Tian, the flame vortex. The avalanche of snow was like a small hill, several meters high, covering part of the mountain wall. With a flame vortex, the pile of snow melted, revealing what was buried. Lu Duan was startled. A huge statue with its head rushing down and its feet facing the sky. The body blended inside the mountain wall. Only an outline was revealed on the outside. If one didn't look closely, it would be hard to even realize that it was a statue and would only think that it was a vein in the rock. The position of the statue's face was right in front of road dust, and there was a crescent moon marking on the statue's forehead. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The little broken egg vibrated wildly with excitement as if it was electrocuted, giving Lu Duan a feeling that he was about to eat a big meal. It can't be that there are forbidden creatures inside, right? The little broken egg was feeding on things related to forbidden creatures in order to be able to turn death into life and rebreed to come. Lu Duan curiously patted the statue's face. It was hard to the touch, a rock wall, and it really did look like the rock wall outlined the outline of a stone statue's veins. Boom! Suddenly, the moment his hand palm touched the rock wall, the space of the Lord of the Great Beginning shook, and a wave of star power surged out. Clack, 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 clack. The entire rock wall cracked, starting from the sculpture's forehead, all the way up, and finally, the entire Moonwatch Snow Mountain cracked into two halves. Lu Duan, he looked at his hand in confusion. I cracked a mountain with a slap. It's not over yet. His mouth opened wide as he looked at the next scene that defied common sense. This crack, after cracking from the foot of the mountain to the top, also cracked all the way towards the sky. It was accompanied by a huge airquake that resounded throughout the ancient capital. The sky, like a piece of paper, was slowly torn open vertically, and a pitch-black mouth appeared. Chapter 39. Time-based beast pet. Road dust. How does this play out? Road dust? The sky cracked. He wiped his eyes, thinking he had blinked. Zira, zira. The sound continued to come, and the cracks spread further towards the sky. Road dust. His mouth opened wide. The real damn sky cracked. Boom, 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 boom. The sky was trembling violently, generating air tremors that shattered all the clouds, and the clear sky was blue. The snowy mountains were shaking. The blue sky, an irregular pitch-black mouth, was constantly spreading, accompanied by the sound of a powerful airquake. K.I.R. Kirikou. Oh! Chi Tian's face was impressed. Worthy of being my imperial beast master. This is too fierce blah. Lu Duan throws a rock towards the crack in the rock wall and gets bounced out. The little broken egg kept jumping towards the rock wall, wanting to enter. But didn't go in, like it hit the wall and was bounced back, rolling to Lu Duan's feet in a single bone. The crack seemed to exist only in the eyes, not in reality. Lu Duan reached out towards the crack and wiped it away. The touch was still the rough touch of the rock wall. Damn, what's all this? Can't get in either. Let's go. Let's go, don't look. Set fire to the mountain jail bottom sitting through this slap, even the mountain with the sky are split, shall not be in situ target. Road dust scalp numb. A copy of the feet of the small broken egg, shouted on the anorexic rock monkeys to pull legs and run. Snowy mountain trembling. Miraculously, only the foot of the mountain near the snow and ice in the collapse. The mountainside above did not produce avalanches. Screams were heard. People playing in the snowy mountains were frantically running away. Prickly, prickly. Black cracks continued to spread in the sky, and wherever they passed, the sound of air tremors continued. At the same time, in the sky roughly tens of kilometers away from the main city of the ancient capital, a divine beast pet was flying. With a beautiful posture, its appearance was that of a large yellow bird, with a long 7-colored plume tentacle on top of its head. Obviously a bird. There were overlapping fine scales under its skin, sparkling under the sunlight. Its entire body was featherless and its wings were covered in cotton candy like clouds. When it flaps its wings, it sprinkles dots of glittering light like pollen. Looking up from the ground, it looked like a cloud. On its back sat a person, a beautiful woman of about 26 or 27 years of age, her long waterfall-like hair casually coiled behind her head. Her appearance and temperament were impeccable, as if she didn't look like a woman on earth, with a feeling of not eating the fire of the earth. In ancient times, if she rode on this cloud beast pet and came, the ignorant people might still take it as a fairy descending to the earth. But it was such a fairy that was eating sweets at the moment. Her cheeks were puffed up like a hamster, and her eyes were curved like a crescent moon. Yummy. I'll bring it to you next time. It's worthy of being the latest pop-up from the Imperial Cuisine Workshop. She was on the phone. This period of time was due to being involved in a confidential research work. Neither of them were allowed to go out, and not having sweets for a few months had suffocated her. Envious, you Imperial Beast Masters. You can ride around on beast pets. A woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. Jiang, where are you going now that your research is over? To the ancient capital. Ha ha ha, ancient capital? That's great. Help me teach that nephew of my family. He also crickets you last time, saying that he wants to take you as a suppressed lady, 100 times a day. On the other end of the phone, there were gloating laughter. If Lu Duan was there, she would have realized that the person she was talking to was her sister-in-law, Lu Yurong. Yes, no problem. Suddenly, boom, there was a thunderclap in the sky, and an empty tremor resounded. She looked up. Yurong, let's not talk first. I have something here. Hanging up the phone. Jiang Zhen's beautiful eyes looked at the sky, a pitch-black crack that tore the sky apart, like blotting ink cutting the sky. Dragon cloud bird, fly faster. Go to the direction where the crack is spreading from. Ch. Boom, boom, boom. The cracks kept spreading. Eventually, it spread to the main city of the ancient capital. Violent airquake roars continuously echoed throughout the entire ancient capital. Whether it was ordinary people or imperial beast masters, they subconsciously looked up into the sky in confusion. What is that? Countless people exclaimed in shock, with panic in their eyes. The sky shattered like a mirror, and a pitch-black irregular crack tore it apart. Luckily, the crack spread to a certain extent and then stalled. The Imperial Beastmaster Association. A strong aura rose into the sky. All of them rode flying beast pets as they approached the sky at a rapid pace. An astonishing scene occurred. They saw a different light through the crack. In the crack, an ice-covered realm existed, and some ice buildings were even seen. The headquarters of the Imperial Beast Association, the top floor. Quite a few people from the Imperial Beastmaster Association were gathered on the top floor. What is this? Some of the younger staff members snapped in horror. It should be that thing, right? The president of the Imperial Beastmaster Association, Guzin, snapped. That's right. If the guess is good, this is a relic. Professor Su said. I just don't know what era of relics it is. He was also puzzled. But how could a relic appear in this form? The visions in the past were all spatial portals. Go. Find out where the origin of this relic crack is, Gushin ordered. A relic that contained great opportunities. This was a good thing for Gudu. Professor Su raised an eyebrow. No need. Heavenly King Jiang has gone. Heavenly King Jiang? Guzin's pupils shrank. Heavenly King. Gushin was a monarch-ranked royal beastmaster. He knew the gold content of the words Heavenly King, which was beaten out. Only an invincible existence of the monarch rank was qualified to be called a Heavenly King. To be able to be called a Heavenly King, one was almost always bound to step into the totem rank. Jiang Heavenly King. There was only one Heavenly King surnamed Jiang in the entire Imperial Beast realm, only 28 years old, ranked as a Heavenly King, and at the same time a professor of the Beast Pet Archaeology Research Direction. There were countless halos on his body. If it was said that monarch-ranked beast royalists were all geniuses, then Jiang Zhenyi was an existence that made countless geniuses have to be called geniuses. Guzin had once fought against her, and the odds of winning were 4-1. Well, Jiang Zhenyi, with one beast pet, had beaten through 4 of his beast pets. Why is she here? Jiang Tianwang, she advanced to become a pillar of the night vigil not long ago. 2 of you Gudu passed the hidden level of the Gate of Trials. She just became a pillar and has no one under her. Guzin was speechless and swallowed, finally stifling a sentence. It's not bad that it's her. Then these 2 little ones from our Gudu are quite lucky. Professor Su said, I don't know if they can pass the official test yet. Kang Yung-yi stood in front of the mountain wall. A crack spread upwards from the bottom, splitting the entire snowy mountain and spreading back towards the sky. She looked at the clay dolls and bronze vessels scattered around her. A spatial overlap phenomenon occurred just recently, allowing some items from the edge of the ruins to fall into reality. It stands to reason that when this happens, it's usually at least a few months before the relics come to life. She looked up at the crack in the sky. This was scattered spatial power, and when these cracks retracted and finally coalesced on the rock wall, they would form spatial portals into the relics. Generally, when a relic was faced, the spatial portals were molded straight away. For spatial forces like this to spread out, it was basically the relic being opened ahead of time. For others, maybe it's rare, but she had seen it a lot because every time she opened a relic, this was the case. Has someone with the same history-type Imperial Beast talent as me touched the traces of history? Let me see who. She was a bit curious. After living for so many years, she finally came across another similar Imperial Beast talent. She snapped her fingers and a small yellow flower appeared on her shoulder. Strange and incomparable. It was rooted in a dense cloud. The entire little yellow flower had a mysterious power washing over it, withering at one moment and flourishing in life at another. Flower of History. Time-based beast pet. A beast pet formed from the chance she gained in a relic, rooted in her time-based talent, the Voice of History. It has no attack ability. Has a time-based skill, Yesterday's Yellow Flower. It could retrace the events that happened over a period of time. Flower of History. Use Yellow Flower of Yesterday. The arcane power of time enveloped the surroundings as the flower of history fluttered, and the dense cloud of roots transformed into a curtain of light. Images were revealed on it. She saw that a young man had brought a monkey-type beast pet to the front of this rock wall. Accidentally, he discovered the statue of the rock wall. It reached out and touched it, and then the mountain cracked. The corner of her mouth sketched a smile. I just got promoted to pillar, and I heard that the ancient capital opened the door to the trial early, and 2 people entered the hidden level, so I had wanted to take a look at their caliber. I didn't expect an unexpected surprise. Found another one of my kind that can touch the traces of history. Dragon Cloud Bird. Sent tracking. Find him. The Dragon Cloud Bird sniffed. Let's go. Door-to-door water meter check. She rolled over and rode up. If road dust was here, it would have realized that something was wrong. The Flower of History, time regression, had not revealed the figure of Little Broken Egg since the beginning. Chapter 40. Flesh and Skin. Spirit Forever. Monarch Steps. The Moonwatch Snow Mountain. The fact that a relic had actually appeared was out of everyone's expectation. After all, the Moonwatch Snow Mountain, before it turned into a snow mountain, was a normal mountain. The history of its existence was already very long. Even after turning into a snow mountain, it had already been a long time. In other words, every single forested mountain path of the Moonwatch Snow Mountain had been trodden by Imperial Beastmasters. It had been explored long ago and there was nothing of value. No one would have expected that there was a relic hidden in here. However, there was that group of people who were the exception. They had long known that there was an ancient relic hidden inside the Moonwatch Snow Mountain. The Moonwatch Snow Mountain, which covered a huge area, bordered 2 satellite cities under the jurisdiction of the ancient capital. One of them was called Golden Spike City, a satellite city that specialized in growing food. A town called Cheetah Town in Golden Spike City was the closest to the snowy mountain of the Moonwatch, and could see the entire snowy mountain of the Moonwatch in its entirety. The rice paddies were fruitful with golden ears of wheat. On the ridges of the fields, countless people looked up at the crack that stretched upwards from the snowy mountain and finally cut through the dome of the sky. Doubt and excitement flickered in their hollow eyes. Their bodies ended up like a layer of dried-up human skin, and they fell to the ground with a soft tread. Then, it was like a balloon again, rapidly filling up. Ha ha ha! We thought that the only way to unseal the relic was to melt all the ice and snow. I didn't expect the power of resentment created with human souls to be so powerful that it directly brought the relic forward. After all, the seal has been in place for too long and has lost its former strength. All flesh is skin. Only the spirit can live forever. The world is about to enter an infinite world, where everyone can get what they want most. There, dreams are no longer dreams, but reality. In the ridge of the field, I don't know when a few people shrouded in black robes appeared, just like 1,000 people speaking, maniacal voices reverberated. Behind them, all the villagers gathered, their bodies like sunny dolls, being pulled by an invisible thread, with their heads floating in the wind below. It was bizarre and frightening. Continue to help the world transcend. The skin is useless. We help them achieve spiritual eternity. It is an honor for these people to be able to welcome him back. It's not enough. Today's souls are not enough. More are needed, or else we can't receive the great He to reality. One of the black-robed men grinned fiercely. It was their loss to expel us from the order, and they didn't expect that we were the ones to find the great He first. We will return with him. We are the most faithful servants of him. The black-robed man reverently opened his hands and embraced the pitch-black crack in the sky, his pitch-black robes with spiderweb like white embroidery. In addition to them, there was another person who also knew that there would be a relic descending from the ancient capital. The Starry Cosmos Imperial Beast Academy. The student villa came with its own retreat room, located on the first floor of the villa. In the retreat room, hung with frost, the water molecules in the air all turned into fine ice crystals falling. Luo Anfei's eyes were tightly closed, and behind her, a curling vision rose up. A divine phoenix, its entire body blurred, only a pair of sharp eyes clear, one eye red, one eye blue. Left eye destruction, right eye life. This was her royal beast talent, Nirvana Divine Phoenix. With the Ice Phoenix spirituality, she hooked into the royal beast talent. This divine phoenix ended up burrowing into the ice crystal fox's body. Sage chirp. 2 overlapping chirps came out of the ice crystal fox's mouth. A low fox chirp, a high-pitched phoenix chirp. Icy cold power erupted from within its body, and in the end, all the icy cold power converged towards the surface of its body. It turned into an ice egg that wrapped the ice crystal fox. Half a minute later, the ice egg broke apart. Chirp. The ice crystal fox's strength directly stepped from the lower elite rank into the middle elite rank. A brand new power was added to the body. Phoenix Force. From then on, the ice crystal fox possessed a phoenix bloodline, although it was very thin and only counted as a phoenix-blooded creature. But it was not a big problem. In the previous life, it was only after graduation that the ice crystal fox possessed a phoenix bloodline. This life was already too far ahead. With her help, sooner or later, the pureblood phoenix would not be able to compare to the ice crystal fox. This was just the beginning. The next step is to wait for the relics of the Moonwatch Snow Mountain to open. In my last life, because I didn't choose to enroll in the Starry U Imperial Beast Academy, I missed out on the great opportunity in this relic. This was the fundamental reason why she chose the Starry Cosmos Imperial Beast Academy. It should be that in a month or so, Jiang Zhini will open the relic. Speaking of Jiang Zhini, her face was tinged with gravity. As a Luotian reborn, most people she didn't put in her eyes, even bloodline families. She scoffed at them. Only Jiang Zhini, even after she was reborn, she felt the pressure. A terrifying woman, possessing a time-based royal beast talent, able to touch traces of history, and unrivaled in battle. Let's put it this way. In my previous life, the frontline battlefields collapsed. Demons invaded, forbidden familiars revived, and other beast races hostile to humans were eyeing the human ecosystem. Jiang Zhini came out from a relic and became a one-man army, defending the collapsed frontline alone. Not only did the humans not lose an inch or a millimeter of their ecological frontier, instead, it pushed the human battle line hundreds of kilometers away against the odds. Against all odds, it was excessive. The ancient capital's Wangyu Snow Mountain ruins was the result of Jiang Zhini touching a historical trace on a mountain wall when he was wandering around with nothing to do, thus opening the Wangyu Snow Mountain ruins in advance. My second beast pet is in the ruins. It's a pity that Jiang Zhini won't be here until a month later. How good it would have been to open the relics earlier. Luo Anfei stepped out of the balcony and breathed in the fresh air outside. She cocked her head before realizing why so many students were gathered outside. And what were they looking at the sky for? She raised her head and looked towards the sky, saw that the mirror-like sky was cut. Luo Anfei's brain went down. The relic. How did it open early? Suddenly, her cell phone rang, and the caller alert showed Ancient Capital Imperial Beastmaster Association. Answering it, it was Commander Zhao Kongcheng, who also wanted her to go to the Imperial Beastmaster Association, as someone from the night vigil had come. The Night's Watch is here? She looked at the vision in the sky, her eyes slightly glaring, combined with the relics being opened early. She knew who the visitor was. She, the reborn butterfly, had flapped her wings and caused Kong Yong-yi, who was supposed to come a month later, to come early, and was also in charge of the candidate vigilante test on the ancient capital side. In the dormitory, don't bounce. Lu Duan had already returned to his own residence. He looked at the little broken egg that kept bouncing on the ground and said in a bad mood, "It's all your fault." Looking out along the window, he saw the crack. It shouldn't be enough to let out any horrible creatures, right? The Imperial Beast Master Association should be able to handle it, right? Well, it shouldn't be too much of a problem, or else the ear-piercing alarms would have sounded throughout the city long ago. He made up his mind to keep a low profile for a few days. There are also no cameras in the Moonwatch Snow Mountain, and there are so many people touring it, it shouldn't be enough to find my head. Suddenly, a nice voice rang out. "Well, I found you." Without any sign, a strong wind blew up in the chamber. Countless papers flew about in the air. Chapter 41. Opening defection, go to a full complement of divine beasts under his command. Lu Duan's eyes suddenly glazed over. In the living room, without any warning, a beautiful imperial lady appeared out of nowhere, with a beast pet at her side. Kir. Kirikou. The averse rock monkey reacted and shielded Lu Duan behind him. "You did this, didn't you? Maru Spice. Things are happening. It's just back and you're caught? Is it that efficient? Huh? I don't get it. It's not me you're misidentifying." Road Dust started with a trifecta, and it was time to beat a dead horse and deny it. Resist and the future opens up. Confess and go to jail. He subconsciously opened the god's eyes and checked the other party's beast pet. If the charge is very big, if it's not possible to knock out the other party, start the escape career, metal up, and use the system to become stronger. Wait until the world is invincible and then come back out. The beasts. Defection in the opening round. Until all the beasts are under your command. Name: Long Yunbird. Level: Upper Monarch rank. Attributes: Dragon, Spirit. Racial bloodline: Superior Monarch species. Characteristics: Super speed regeneration. Dragon King bloodline. Skills: Road Dust. He was pulling at his heartstrings. Did I commit such a big crime? What a virtue. A monarch-ranked Imperial Beastmaster came to capture me. My life is over. Did I put out something scary? I just touched the mountain wall. Sure enough, it's you. Jiang Zhini smiled. Sure enough, you are also able to touch traces of history. You opened a relic. Road Dust froze. Huh? The opening is a relic? So it seems like it's not a big deal. What do you mean by historical traces? Jiang Zhini said, the relics, like the secret realm, came from another world and descended and merged into our world. The secret realm, which contains only ferocious beasts and a variety of different ecologies. And relics, you can understand that once humans from another world lived, and they worshipped powerful creatures and formed tribes, relics formed by both humans and ferocious beasts. You should know that since thousands of years ago, when heaven and earth changed drastically and the age of transcendence came, clouds, lightning, and everything could be metamorphosed into transcendent species as they gave birth to thoughts. The relics, too, have given birth to special nen, which are protected by transcendent powers, and it is very difficult to open them. You can understand that the statue you touched is the gate to the relics, and the relics themselves have not descended to Blue Star. If you want to enter the relics, you can only wait for the gate to decay and let the relics reveal themselves. And there are exceptions. Those who are able to touch the traces of history are able to open the door to the relics when they meet certain conditions. Well, it's the same as someone who can touch the traces of history is themselves the key to open the relics, but of course not all relics can be opened. You should be a time-based talent as well, right? Kong Jong-yi said, "My royal beast talent is Voice of History, which allows me to hear the voices of the past." Road Dust. He's a hammer. That relic is the spirituality of the Lord of the Great Beginning, forcing it to open. Equivalent to forcing someone's door open without a key. Are there many people who can touch the traces of history? Jiang Zhenyi rubbed his chin. Together with you, there are only 5 people known to us in Desya, and there should be others from other countries as well. Want to join us? Jiang Zhenyi said. The Imperial Beast Master Association? No. Kong Yong-yi said. Super Ancient Research Bureau. Because of our special talent, we have a natural advantage over the relics. Our purpose is to study the history of that world, to decipher why that world shattered and why it was integrated into our world. Lu Duan wanted to refuse. It didn't appeal to him much. There was hanging, sooner or later. He could be invincible. Archaeology and whatnot is not fun. Sister-in-law Lu Yurong has not spit out with him. Archaeology is a sinkhole specialty. Ding! A special mission is issued to join the Super Ancient Research Bureau and decipher the entire history of the other world. Note: this mission is a long-term mission and rewards different things depending on the progress of the history the host deciphered. I'm in! Very well, you can join the Night's Watch by the way. I just became one of the 10 pillars and I'm short on men. Let's go to the Imperial Beastmaster Association. Besides you, I should have 2 more subordinates. Let's go. The 2 of them should already be waiting for me at the Imperial Beastmaster Association as well. Not waiting for Road Dust to refuse. The dragon cloud bird flapped its wings, and its cloud-like feathers rolled up the Road Dust and placed it on its back. The rock-averse monkeys rushed to jump on it. As for the little broken egg, Lu Duan glanced at it. It was a bit magical. It could freely enter and exit his Imperial Beast space. At this time, it did not know when it had burrowed into the Imperial Beast space. Whoosh! With a flash of light in front of his eyes, Ludum found himself high in the sky. Its instantaneous movement. Spirituality's take on the stunt. The Association of Beastmasters. Why is Lu Dust's phone turned off? Zhao Kongcheng was in a hurry, as the savior of the Hellfire Rock Beast. He was immensely grateful to Lu Dust. He knew what the vigilante meant. If he missed it, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Even those from bloodline families are proud to join the Night's Watch. He looked to the side at Luo Onfei. Well, Lone Fei, I didn't reply to my messages. She frowned slightly. Where had he gone? Shoo. Suddenly, a transcendental creature appeared in the room. 2 men jumped down from behind. Zhao Kongcheng and Luo Onfei stared blankly at Lu Duan, who was side by side with Jiang Zhenyi, their brains a bit muddled. No, why is this kid here with Heavenly King Jiang? You sit aside. Kong Yung-yi pointed to a chair off to the side. Road Dust unexpectedly. Jiang Zhenyi's 2 subordinates were Zhao Kongcheng and Big Ice Pile? It really is a small world. Zhao Kongcheng sucked in a breath of cool air and was once again shocked. What was the origin of Lu Duan? The Jiang Heavenly King actually spoke to him in such a pleasant manner. Even concubine Luo was a bit surprised. Lu Chan and Jiang Zhenyi knew each other? For the first time, she couldn't read this childhood friend of hers. Why did it feel like ever since he came back from rebirth and he awakened his SSS-ranked Imperial Beast talent, it felt like the other party's path and growth had completely exceeded her expectations. At the same time, she was excited. The one who came to the test was really Kong Yong-yi, so wouldn't it be possible to join her in the 10th pillar? The organizational structure of the Night's Watch is divided into pillars, There are 10 columns in total, similar to a peak master in a metaphysical novel. The person in charge of each pillar is also known as the pillar master. It would definitely be an unexpected pleasure to be able to join her. In her previous life, all of the Night's Watch under her command had developed well. It's because of the resources she has in her hands. Moreover, rumor has it that there's a scary organization behind Kang Young-i, and even Dr. Yanagi is one of the members of that organization. Unfortunately, this organization can only be joined by those who have the special gift of being able to touch the traces of history. Otherwise, she'd find a way to join in no matter what was said. No need to be polite, you guys sit too. Jiang Zhenyi didn't have a frame and sized up Luo and Fei. What a beautiful, icy girl. She had seen many beautiful people, but it was the first time she had seen one with such a unique temperament. If the strength is not bad, then it will be directly incorporated into his 10th pillar. She's also a face reader. No ugly beasties, no ugly beast pets. Didn't the other one come? I thought there were 2 of them. Curious. She asked. The other one got stuck in traffic? Concubine Luo and Zhao Kongcheng. The 2 were confused. Hadn't Road Dust come with her? Zhao Empyrean City weakly said. To Allah. Ha! Kang Young-i couldn't believe it. You too? You're only 19. She was shocked. The gate of trials, only new students were able to participate. This person looked like he was at least close to 40 years old, right? It's also too ugly and pulls down the overall face value. She had a serious look on her face. You failed the test. Thank you for your participation. Zhao Kongcheng. He is. Zhao Kongcheng pointed at Lu Duan with a hurt face. Kang Young-i slowly turned her head. Road Dust was confused. What did I do? Didn't you say you were going to interview 2 people to see if they were suitable to become your subordinates? You entered the hidden level of the Gate of Trials? Right? Silence. It's a bit out of the ordinary. The person who entered the hidden level of the Gate of Trials and opened the relics was actually still the same. Release your beast pets. Road Dust summoned the anomalous rock monkey. Luo Anfei summoned the ice crystal fox. As Jiang Zhenyi looked on calmly, Lu Chan sensed that the other party's aura had changed. The slightly thin figure contained the power to destroy the sky and the earth. Wisps of spiritual energy emerged from her. She lifted her foot and took a step forward, her foot landing softly on the ground. Boom! In the twinkling of an eye, this side of heaven and earth has changed. Chapter 42 Attribute Secret Treasure. The Zhuyao bloodline was perfected. Jiang Zhenyi's hair was windless. The dragon cloud bird let out a low roar. In an instant, Zhao Kongqing felt incomparably small. In his thoughts, Jiang Zhenyi's image was infinitely elevated, like a monarch who could make millions of corpses on earth with a single fit of rage. She was the monarch of this heaven and earth. The iconic ability of the monarch rank. Domain. Monarch's domain. In the domain, they were an invincible existence that could not be resisted by a single person. Zhao Kongcheng felt that his mind had stopped functioning. He was shocked inwardly. Was this the heavenly king, the invincible existence of the monarch rank? It was countless times stronger than the feeling the headmaster gave him. Jiang Zhenyi somewhat disliked Zhao Kongcheng. How was he scared like this? Then he looked at the calm Luo Anfei and Lu Dust. A commander rank Imperial Beast Master couldn't even compare to 2 elite rank freshmen. I don't know. Luo Anfei was not too shocked because, in her previous life, she was also a heavenly king when she was at the monarch rank. As for Lu Duan, he found that, just like the Overlord aura, even the monarch realm was immunized by the spirituality of the Lord of the Great Beginning. Jiang Zhenyi looked over at the 2, and a golden circle appeared in his eyes, sheathing his pupils. This was an ability that could only be activated with a monarch rank spirituality. It could detect whether or not the other person's spirituality had been contaminated, whether or not they were flayed, parasitized, or manipulated puppets, and whether or not there were followers of the evil god cult mixed in. There was once a believer of the evil god cult mixed in. It ended up causing irreparable consequences. The 2 of them didn't have the slightest problem. In my capacity as the 10th Pillar Master of the Night's Watch, I welcome you to the Night's Watch. Originally, if you wanted to join the Night's Watch, you still needed to have your abilities verified. Kang Zhong-yi was too lazy to mess with it. Both of them were to her liking, not to mention that the other one was still her kind, and was invited by her to join the Ultra-Ancient Research Bureau. From now on, you will be the Night Watchman under my command. This is a welcome gift for you all. Kong Jong-yi flipped her hand and a small jade treasure box appeared on the palms of her right and left hands. It was just like magic. Spatial equipment. A word popped up in Lu Chen's mind. Haven't seen a pig run yet, haven't eaten pork. A classic contraption inside various novels in his previous life. Or rather, a space-based beast pet? Opening it, the jade box was a piece of charcoal. Miraculously, this charcoal skin lines are still glowing red, like a charcoal fire that has not yet been extinguished. A rich fire element was attached to it. No, it should be said that this entire piece of charcoal was coalesced from the dense fire element. Name: Attribute Secret Treasure Charcoal. Description: condensed from fire elementals of extremely high purity and grade, it can raise the fire elemental mastery level of a beast pet and increase its growth ceiling. Nice guy. It's actually an attribute secret treasure. Only high-grade secret realms were able to produce it, and the number of cohesion was limited each time. The outside world couldn't buy it at all. Only the Imperial Beastmaster associations around the world had quotas, and purchasing them required purchase qualifications, not something that could be bought casually. Placed on the black market, it could easily sell for millions of dollars. He glanced at concubine Luo and the other party's jade box also contained the ice attribute secret treasure Ice Spirit. Nice guy. A casual meet and greet gift is millions. Su Mayer didn't smell good anymore. This was the rich woman. Zhao Kongqing's eyes turned into a lemon pattern as he watched from the side, enviously bubbling with acid. Well, recently, let's raise our strength first. The relics haven't stabilized yet, and we don't know what type of relic it is or the rules of the relics. According to my experience, the relics of the Moonwatch Snow Mountain are not expected to accommodate Imperial Beastmasters whose strength is too high to go in. The implication: Lu Chun and Luo Anfei might enter the ruins, becoming the first explorers of the ruins. Luo Anfei's unsmiling pretty face flashed with a hint of excitement. The first batch of explorers. Then she could definitely get that egg inside the secret realm, her second beast pet. What are the names of you two? My name is Jiang Zhenyi. She just remembered that she forgot to ask the two of them their names. Right? Jiang Zhenyi remembered her bosom friend Lu Yurong's explanation. You guys are also new students of the Gudu Xingyu Imperial Beast Academy? Do you know a guy called Lu Duan? Luo Anfei? Question mark. Zhao Kongqing? They were confused. How did these two people in front of them manage to be so familiar that they could ride in the same beast pet, yet so unfamiliar that they didn't even know their names? Zhao Kongqing. He's here to, clam? Jiang Zhenyi. Don't tell me that you're Lu Duan. Zhao Kongqing. Road Dust. Seeing their reactions, Jiang Zhenyi slowly twisted her head and looked at Lu Dust, a question mark popping out of her head. It's you again? Lu Dust nodded. Your sister-in-law is Lu Yurong? You are her nephew. Yeah. How do you know my sister-in-law? Lu Dust suddenly remembered something. A light flashed in his mind and he blurted out, You're that best friend of Lu Yurong's? Luo Anfei's head snapped up. Jiang Zhenyi is Yurong's sister's best friend? She remembered an incident from her previous life. In her previous life, one of the craziest things that Jiang Zhenyi had done was to kill a race of ferocious beasts to the point that their children were cut off and their race was exterminated. It was as if there was some kind of blood feud between the two sides. It had taken her several years to erase this fierce beast race from the world. In that case, it made sense. That fierce beast race was the very one that set off the beast tide and was responsible for destroying Dezhe City. She was avenging Lu Yurong. That said, it seemed that besides that beast race, Jiang Zhenyi was also at odds with an evil god cult. She couldn't remember much about the specifics, she was only at the degenerate stage at that time, and she couldn't come into contact with a lot of things. You two go to the door first, Jiang Zhenyi said to Luo Anfei and Zhao Kongqing. Inside the room, Jiang Zhenyi didn't expect it either. The person who was able to touch the traces of history just like herself, the person who passed the hidden level of the Gate of Trials, and the nephew of her best friend. It was actually all the same person. Going to squash me down as a suppressive wife 100 times a day, aren't you? Road Dust. Damn you, Liu Rong, you really say that? And your bosom friend, why would it be a monarch rank invincible heavenly king? Aren't you enrolled in an ordinary university majoring in archaeology? Keeping this account in mind, I'll now release the assessment mission for you. Raid the snowy mountain ruins of the Moonwatch and restore the history inside the ruins. This is your assessment mission to enter the organization. Complete the mission and you will become an official member of the organization. No problem. Lu Dust hurriedly buggered off, I'll leave first then. He ran away in a puff of smoke. The matter of a relic appearing on the snow mountain of the Moonwatch. After time's fermentation, it set off huge waves throughout the entire ancient capital. A blockade was placed around the Wang Yu Snow Mountain. It was taken over by the Imperial Beastmaster Association. As time slowly passed, the crack in the sky was constantly retracting. On the first day, it had already mostly dissolved in the sky. On the second day, the crack had completely disappeared from the sky. On the third day, the spatial power that had spilled out had all condensed on the wall of the Moonwatch Snow Mountain. The spatial power condensed and was constantly gathering changes. It was estimated that in less than a week's time, the spatial portal would be completely formed. How is Heavenly King Jiang? In front of the mountain wall of the relic entrance. With the president of the Imperial Beastmaster Association, Gu Xin, as the leader, 8 Imperial Beastmasters of varying ages were gathered. They were all the top echelons of the Gudu Imperial Beastmaster Association. Molding in about a week. The type should be an inheritance-type relic, dated according to time fluctuations, from a secret realm in the ancient period. The limit of entry should be the lower degenerate stage. The crowd was surprised and regretful. The surprise was that it was an inheritance-type relic inside, and one might be able to obtain the underpinnings to enter the monarch rank or even the totem rank. The regret was that only those below the lower degenerate rank were allowed to enter. Later that evening, the ancient capital Imperial Beastmaster Association announced the rules. Moonwatch Snow Mountain Ruins, the first batch of explorers. A total of 98 slots. The distribution of the quotas is as follows. 20 slots are given to the Society's Imperial Beastmasters below the lower degenerate stage. 78 slots to be created among the students of the various academies in the ancient capital. At once, the entire ancient capital boiled. At the Starry Heaven Imperial Beast Academy, all the sophomore students returned to school early. The Starry U Imperial Beast Academy would only have the sophomores fulfilling the conditions, basically all of them at the elite rank lower degenerate rank. The juniors and seniors have long since surpassed the lower degenerate stage. As for freshmen, there was no chance at all. Most of them were at the median transcendent order upper transcendent order. No chance with the relics. All the academies in the entire ancient capital students who fulfill the conditions will be competing for places. Whether it's the academy or the Society's Imperial Beastmasters. The competition for places was in full swing. Lu Chun and Luo Anfei were sitting in a fishing boat. Do you understand why there were only 98 places instead of 100? It's because they took up 2 of them. Going through the back door is fun for a while, and going all the way to the back is fun for a straight time. Dormitory area, cultivation room. Throttle, 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 throttle. Rolling flames continuously emerged from the aversion rock monkey's body. Its strength stepped into the medium elite rank. In addition to the change in strength, it was the change in the racial bloodline. Racial qualification. Lower totem rank vermilion aversion bloodline fusion progress 95%, 100%. Chi-Tian let out a low roar. A steady stream of flames emerged with a bright golden light, intertwining with each other to turn into a mass of flames that wrapped the anorexic rock monkey. It was like a large flame cocoon. Lu Chun had an expectant look on his face, with the help of the attribute secret treasure charcoal. Chi-Tian's Zhu anomaly bloodline fusion progress was finally complete, if it was not unexpected. The vermilion Loth bloodline was complete. Chi-Tian would also have a different change. Chapter 43A Brand New Change, 72 Changes. The flaming cocoon, the flames on its surface almost condensing into substance, was constantly swimming. Half a minute later, boom! The large cocoon of intertwined flames shattered and turned into a torrent of flames that rushed up into the sky. The anorexic rock monkey's figure reappeared. Nothing has changed in appearance or fur. The long patch of gradual gray dull hair on his forehead has gotten longer. The biggest change is in temperament. After all, it's a totem order cub, no longer a monarch order cub. Name, rock averse monkey. Rank, medium elite rank. Attributes, rock, fire. Characteristics, yang yen. Racial qualification, lower totem species 100% of Jurassic bloodline. Bloodline talent, form change, Vajra unbreakable. Elemental mastery level, fire 90%, proficient 1% perfect, rock 20% proficient. Evolutionary sequence, with attribute Secret Treasure Charcoal. Fire Elemental Mastery level, raised from Proficient to Perfect. Other than that, the biggest change was the Bloodline talent. Morphological change. Morphological change. After becoming a lower totem species, is there only a one-word change in Bloodline talent? Chi Tian, demonstrate. Next, the anorexic rock monkey disappeared, and a fox with a blue body appeared on the ground. Ice Crystal Fox? Chi Tian has turned into an ice crystal fox? He can change into other creatures at will? A word seared into his soul popped into his head. 72 changes. Road dust for specific details. Shape change effect 1. The ability to change the size of your body and enter the form of a giant ape, with a surge in power and strength. The effect is the same as the original form change, but the only difference is the addition of effect 2 at the end. Form change. Effect 2. You can use simulated breath to turn into another beast pet, but it is only an illusion, able to be faked, and the essence is still an anorexic rock monkey. So it is. Road dust opened the eyes of God. Clearly, one could see that Chi Tian was still Chi Tian, just a blindfold, disguised as an ice crystal fox by mimicking the other party's aura. It wasn't 72 changes, just simulating the other party's breath to fake it. To be precise, it was to use the Bloodline talent to simulate the appearance of the other party, wearing a layer of skin and simulating the other party's aura, so as to make it look fake. One fight and you'll show your face. But it was commendable enough that Ludum couldn't even find a break with his face almost plastered to the ground. And it was only when he opened his god's eyes that he discovered the truth. Not much of a problem. Chi Tian was still only in his initial form, as he continued to grow stronger and evolve. Sooner or later, it will be able to metamorphose into 72 changes. After all, the spirit Brightstone Monkey, too, is one of the links in its mythological path. Almost there. The attribute Secret Treasure hadn't finished absorbing it yet, and when it did, it should be able to reach the upper elite rank. The lightning attribute materials had also been collected quite a bit. At that point, evolution can begin. Grumble, grumble. The little broken egg rolled over and curiously kept circling around the averse rock monkey that had turned into an ice crystal fox. Zaitan captures the scent of the little broken egg. Try to simulate into each other. But the next second, its image changed around to all sorts of oddly shaped eggs. It just couldn't change into a little broken egg. Luduan was surprised. Could none of the bloodline talents carried by the totem species mimic the aura of the little broken egg? A race of little broken eggs? Stronger than a totem-ranked Zhuyao? He was getting more and more excited for the little broken egg to hatch. Chi Tian, special training begins today. Path Dust God's Eye opens and examines the anaerobic rock monkey as an evolutionist. It's just full of holes all over the place. It's too rough. In the past, when they were able to crush, it was purely by virtue of their high-level race, high-level elemental control, and crushing each other with their strength. To visualize it, it's a kryptonite number. If you come across the same level or also a kryptonite number. For example, Jiang Zheni had a beast pet with the same level, bloodline, and elemental control as Chi Tian. Both sides cut. Chi Tian reckoned that he could be beaten senseless. After receiving the evolutionist inheritance, he had a perfect idea of the direction of Chi Tian's cultivation. Although Chi Tian was able to dry bomb the lower degenerate stage parasitic beast rabbit inside the Gate of Trials, that was after all only a demonic creature with the lowest bloodline. It wouldn't be so easy to deal with if faced with an imperial beast master. Kir. Kirikou. Chi Tian had a resolute face. Knock, knock. The little broken egg was infected as well, bouncing twice on the ground. Go, go, go. Luduan gave it a brainbuster. Wait until you hatch out. I'm saving the contracted bit of my second beast pet for you. Don't fail me. There are no exceptions. The villa residence of Luo Anfei. Ice Crystal Fox. Your use of Phoenix Force is too crude. Don't keep thinking of it as a foreign power. It is your power in itself. There is the experience of a previous life. She knew how to breed ice crystal foxes was the optimal solution. There are 18 days left for the second comparison. If nothing else, the ice crystal fox should have evolved to the degenerate stage by then, and I also obtained the second piece of the beast pet team's puzzle in the ruins. By then Road Dust will still be a beast pet. She was already expecting the second comparison to come soon. Osuwa City. Lu Yurong was wearing a silk-textured robe. Fresh from the shower, her pores were still radiating the slightest bit of heat, and under the light, her skin was like a piece of warm jade. She was lying on her stomach, her right hand propped up on her face, her left hand holding her cell phone to turn on the video. A pair of coupled calves were swaying around, looking especially delicate in the soft light, as if they were fine porcelain with a faint luster. She wiggled a little too much, each time causing the hem of her robe to fluctuate slightly, springing to life. She was following up the video with Kang Young-i. Hearing something funny, she couldn't stop laughing, her chest heaving violently, waves of flesh cascading over her. "So, that nephew of mine is hanging out with you now?" She was surprised and proud at the same time. Worthy of my nephew, just great, though she never asked Kang Young-i exactly what she was doing. But again, not a cutie. She naturally knew that her BFF had a very unusual status. Once Kang Jong-i came to himself, thinking that the demon mirror mannequin was an enemy, and instantly subdued the overlord-ranked demon mirror mannequin. She was very relieved that Road Dust was hanging out with her best friend. Speaking of the magic mirror mannequin, she also muttered, "Where did it go? Why hasn't it arrived in the ancient capital yet? The things related to the ruins that I found on my side, I've already organized them into information and sent it over to the ancient capital." Good. Jiang Zhini didn't take it seriously, it was just ruins, not relics. The two girlfriends chatted for a while. Then it ended the video. Lu Yurong let out a big yawn. It was only 9 o'clock. I don't know why, but for the last while, it's all been very sleepy, and none of them want to get up. The only good thing about it is, she was able to dream beautifully every day, dreaming that she had become an invincible ice imperial beast master, leading beast pets that could change the ecology of a heaven and earth and suppress countless magical creatures with a lift of her hand. Meanwhile, the night sky was dark, with dark clouds covering the firmament and no stars or moon in sight. Dezhe City, the most marginalized city in Jiangbei province. The reason why the City of Days is called Days is because it is adjacent to Yunmeng's, a vast lake hundreds of kilometers away. This cloud dreamer isn't from the blue star either. Instead, it's another world blending into the large zephyr lakes of the blue planet. The vapor is thick, but Daisy City never fogs up. It's been a while and I don't know why. It was often foggy from 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Hundreds of kilometers away, a group of people sneaked into the vastness of the cloud-dreaming marsh. Time flies. The half-month-long war against the war took over. The entire 98 relic slots in Gudu City have been attributed. At the same time, Moonwatch Snow Mountain ruins on the mountain wall, the space portal was completely formed. It also means, Relic, open up. Chapter 44. Which? The lower 3 clans? She's not going to die. There were 20 relic slots in the society, as well as the 78 slots between the various academies. All of them had already been attributed. In order to be able to make it rain on the various schools, and to avoid letting the Xingyu Imperial Beast School eat all the slots, the battle for places was school-based, and in the battle for places, the top-rank school was able to obtain 38 places. There was no suspense in this. The depth and student strength of the top school was not something that other schools could look down upon. The Starry Heavenly Beast Academy obtained 38 places. These 38 slots were then distributed through internal battles within the academy. An inheritance relic appeared in the ancient capital. This caused the imperial beast masters of other cities to be incomparably red-eyed and envious. It was important to know that the relics were all related to the ancient myths of the Otherworld. According to the known history of the Otherworld, in the ancient times of the Otherworld, humans were weak, and in order to survive, the human tribes chose to seek the blessing of powerful beings and chose to coexist and coexist. Enshrined as the guardian god of their tribes, they performed rituals, offerings, and other activities. Guardian deity, there is another word for it. Totem. To become a demon, the minimum rank had to be totem rank. The demon transforms the ecology through his breath, and his power radiates, spawning and altering some beast pets to give them their own characteristics or a hint of their abilities. The tribal ancients, contracting these beast pets to become imperial beastmasters, expand outward under the patron god's protection. In a nutshell, the ruins were a treasure trove that had yet to be explored. Under the subtle transformation of this terrifying breath of transcendent life, it was likely that countless rare attribute materials or ferocious beasts with strong racial qualifications had been created inside, or even things left behind by totemic creatures. Such things often evolved over the years, and with the relics appearing in the world, they might evolve into top-tier materials. It could even allow a monarch-ranked beastmaster to peek through the secrets of the totem rank. This also led to other big cities eyeing the ancient capital. What a stroke of luck to be able to discover an ancient relic within the boundaries. There was a policy at the top and a plan at the bottom. It wasn't like there was no way for people from other cities to enter the relic. For example, transfer school immigration, the Starry Sky Imperial Beast Academy, next to the Imperial Beast Master Association's bus. You're making us squeeze into a bus with so many people? Unhappy voices echoed. There were 4 people who did not fit in with the surrounding students. None of them had been from the Starry U Imperial Beast Academy 10 days ago, but had come to the Starry U Imperial Beast Academy through the tawdry maneuver of transferring schools. The reason for this was to be able to get a piece of the relic exploration. Do you guys know who I am? Can you arrange a nanny car? Xiao Mubai's voice was loud and attracted everyone's attention. Is he? Not far away, there were 2 men and a woman who frowned tightly. They were also transfer students just like Xiao Mubai, and their families had urged them to keep a low profile. It would have been if he wasn't a direct descendant of the Xiao family. His brother became a castrato, and the family legacy fell on him. He could have died countless times. One of the men said, "Boing boing, Brother Mubai. Didn't you say that if I come to the ancient capital with you, you can help me get a spot to explore the ruins?" Beside Xiao Mubai, there followed a woman with a pretty face that I could see with straight legs. 1 foot was wearing white silk, 1 foot was wearing black silk, and there was a collar-like collar around her neck. All the damn equipment that increased the speed of attack. Just don't know why, the knee is a little red and swollen and black. Listening to the whiny Yukai beside him, Xiao Mubai was also depressed that the Gudu Imperial Beast Association actually gave so little face. He, the great clan of the Xiao family, one of the 5 surnames and 10 clans, actually couldn't even ask for an exploration quota. It felt like his arm was deep in a ball of softness. His little head instantly took over the intellectual high ground and blurted out, don't worry. I'll definitely get it for you. Xiao to Xiao is so powerful. I wonder how you're going to get the quota. Are you going to gift your quota to someone else? You man Tian, can you shut your stinking mouth? Suddenly, the scene resounded with whispers. Here it comes, that's Lu Duan, right? They all knew. There were actually 100 spots to enter the relic. The reason why 98 were released was because 2 spots were gifted to the 1st and 2nd place winners of the freshman competition. Xiao Mubai raised his eyebrows and grunted coldly. Then you'll see how I'll get the 2nd spot. Lu Dust was carrying his bag. The mood was quite good. He was about to leave for the ruins, and the opportunity for the little broken egg to hatch should be in the ruins. After his special training, coupled with the strong effect of the evolutionist, it was possible to know the cultivation focus of the averse rock monkeys. Nowadays, although Qi Tian's rank realm had not increased, however, the strength had changed qualitatively. If it fought against itself half a month ago, it could end the battle in a few minutes. You are Lu Duan? Suddenly, an untimely voice interrupted his thoughts. With dark circles under his eyes and a center-parted head, he gave off a false impression, just like the empty Duke. Something wrong. Give me face. Let me have your spot. You're not strong enough to enter the relics and you won't be able to obtain anything. Listening to the other party's condescending and righteous demeanor, Lu Duan fell into deep thought. You're also a 4th emperor? A face fruit possessor. A 4th emperor? Face fruit? What a mess. $5 million, you give me the spot. Sorry, not for sale. Lu Duan bypassed the other party. Ha ha ha. Yu Wentian's mocking voice came out. Brother Mubai, can't you buy it? By his ears, the disappointed voice of his female companion echoed. This made Xiao Mubai's face redden. Since he was a child, he had everything he wanted. When had he ever said this kind of insult? The anger in his heart rushed straight to his brain. His sanity was lost. He laughed fiercely. Scrapping you. You can't go. So there's a spot open, right? Come out. Berserk Dark Bear. Come out, Silverback Wolf King. Roar. A massive bear-type and a wolf-type beast pet appeared. A lower degenerate rank. An upper elite rank. I'm going to fight until you kneel down for me. The words just fell. Kaching. Xiao Mubai's knees fell heavily to the ground, and his 2 beast pets did likewise, as if they had the strength of 1,000,000 pounds, their bodies pressed to the ground by gravity. Who did you say you wanted to kneel? A cold voice came from Su Mayer as she arrived, followed by a small snake with wings next to her shoulder. Wind-winged Teng Snake. The crowd followed the voice. Suddenly, Xiao Mubai and the other 4 people from the 5 surnames and 10 clans turned white with a swish of their faces. as if they had seen some kind of flood beast. It was hard to hide the horror and panic on their faces. Xiao Mubai's entire body was even trembling violently like a sieve. Su Mayor, why is this devilish girl here? 5 surnames and 10 clans. 5 surnames. 10 clans. A total of 15 clans. The 10 clans are further divided into the upper 3 clans, the middle 4 clans, and the lower 3 clans. Several of them were the existence of the lower 3 clans. And they weren't the ones with the strongest potential and strength in the family. To be able to transfer over to the school, it was all because mom and dad had spent a considerable amount of money. The Su family was the closest to the existence of the 5th surname, and even more so, if it wasn't for the fact that the women of the Su family all had extremely short lifespans. The Su family would already be the 6th surname. It was also due to the fact that none of the Su family's first family women had a long lifespan, which led to them all being insane. Having endured the threat of death from a young age, they acted in a lawless manner. Su Mayor is even the craziest of the crazies. Xiao Mubai's brother, the reason why he is called a eunuch, is that he once spoke out of turn and provoked Su Mayor. He was hardened and beaten into a eunuch. I also have my eye on your spot. Let me have it. Su Mayor smiled and said, Xiao Mubai, this relic only allows Imperial Beast Masters of the lower dematerialization stage to enter. Are you rejecting me? Xiao Mubai was annoyed. Su Mayor, don't go too far. Our Xiao family is no longer the Xiao family of old. Don't forget who is behind us. You can only rely on them for your illness. Otherwise, you don't have 2 years to live. What kind of female devil, in the end, you still have to bear? At the crotch of the 5 surnames. He hadn't finished spraying his mouth full of feces. A miserable scream resounded. He was viciously kicked away like a kite with broken strings, spraying a mouthful of blood in the air as he flew backwards for more than 10 meters. A few ribs were broken. His face was disfigured from rubbing on the ground, and he fell to the ground not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Su Mayor's pretty face flickered with dismay. It wasn't her who struck out, because someone was faster than her. She's not going to die. Lu Duan bashfully kicked out his foot and retracted it. A warm current rose in Su Mayor's heart. The pupils in her eyes were even vaguely about to distort. Crap, it's gonna overflow. She raised her small pink fist. Go for it! Then ran away. Chapter 45: A Lineage of Diviners. Entering the ruins. On the bus leading to the ruins of the Moonwatch Snow Mountain, the sophomores of the Starry Cosmos Academy surreptitiously sized up Lu Duan. Even if they weren't in the academy, they had naturally heard about Lu Dust's deeds. This term's top student of the college entrance examination began to be mocked by the group as a dancer. As a result, the freshman competition strongly won first place, writing his name. With strong strength, he shut everyone up. And with one move, he killed Zhou Xiangyu, who ranked 3rd in this year's college entrance exam. I didn't expect him to be so brave. He directly injured one of the transfer students so badly that he couldn't even go to the relics. None of them were stupid. Those who were able to transfer over at such a critical moment, in order to be able to get a piece of the relics. Using their asses to think, they all knew that their identities were not simple. The probability was that it was the 5 surnames and 10 clans or a great clan that looked down on the 5 surnames and 10 clans. This kind of existence was actually given a beating in plain sight. If it's not a reckless person, it's a big person. The probability was the latter. After all, Su Mayor had favored him. Su Mayor's background was mysterious. They had known it for a long time. There was once a rich 2nd-generation native to Gudu who coveted Su Mayor's beauty and wanted to turn her into his forbidden domain in bed. The next day, the person disappeared, along with his whole family, all evaporated. Since then, no one dares to mess with Su Mayor. The remaining 3 people from the 5 surnames and 10 clans were whispering. Demoness Su seems to have a somewhat close relationship with this man. You guys think so too, huh? When have you ever seen such a ladylike Su Mayor? Hiss, but isn't the Su family rumored to have a marriage with the diviner lineage? From what I heard, the diviner lineage seems to have the ability to solve the Su family's bloodline problem. They were eating melon gossip and felt so powerful. As for Xiao Mubai, the 3 of them had no one to sympathize with at all, a cerebral palsy one, a few blind taunts. None of them liked Xiao Mubai. For the other party to be injured and miss the opportunity to enter the relics. Instead, they gloated. Serves him right. The end seat of the bus. Luo Anfei looked out the window, expressionless. She happened to arrive when Lu Chun and Morong Bai clashed. She also wanted to go up and help. Don't think much of it just because Lu Duan was already considered one of her few friends. Another object of comparison for her. Her Luo Shen's comparison object that only she could bully. In the back, Su Meier struck out. She also saw the scene where Lu Dust struck out and punched Xiao Mubai flying. She looked at Lu Dust without a trace, and a thought rose in her heart. If I'm bullied, will Lu Dust also stand up for himself? Shaking her head, she shook this absurd thought away. She raised her head arrogantly. Are you kidding? I'm Luo Shen. I need Lu Dust to stand up for me? Another thing that made her wonder was, Xiao Mubai's 4 people were all sons of big families with 5 surnames and 10 clans, and they were actually so afraid of Su Meier. That meant that Su Meier was also from the 5 surnames and 10 clans. The Su family, the Qingqiu Su family? Logically speaking, Su Meier shouldn't be nameless. But she had never heard of this number of Su Meier in her previous life. It could only mean that her achievements were not high enough or that she had fallen early. In her previous life, Luo Anfei was just a loner. The 5 surnames and 10 clans were too many fly-by-night, salacious affairs, and she didn't pay much attention to them, right? Her eyes glared as she remembered. The Qingqiu Su family, for unknown reasons later, was removed from the 10 clans. After a bumpy ride, the Moonwatch Snow Mountain was slowly approaching, and the road was a bit bumpy. On the outskirts of the Snow Mountain, traffic control was carried out and a blockade line was established. There were Imperial Beast soldiers standing guard at various places. There were also falcon-like flying beast pets patrolling in the sky. Release! The bus was the Imperial Beast Master Association's bus, and it quickly passed through. The last time Lu Duan came, the surrounding area was still a mountainous, rocky, and icy zone. Now, a spacious road directly reclaimed the mountain wall of the ruins. After more than 10 minutes, finally came to the boundary where the mountain wall was at first. A group of people stepped out of the car. There were already many vehicles parked inside, all of which were official cars of the ancient capital. There were quite a few people gathered. Suddenly a person walked over. It's Professor Su, Dr. Yanagi's student. Yuan was slightly excited. Last time, my father brought me to meet him once. It seems he recognized me. Awesome. Help introduce me later. Good to say, good to say. Yuan reached out his hand in preparation to greet him, but he awkwardly stopped. It was because the other party swept past him and headed straight for road dust. Yuan awkwardly withdrew his hand. The 3 of them looked at Lu Duan in shock. What was this person's origin? Besides the official people, there was also a group of people gathered here. They were social Imperial Beast Masters who had obtained a place in the relics. One by one, they were all around 30 years old, filled with a social marketplace aura, but the aura they gave off was not weak. It even gave off a feeling that it was a bit dangerous. It was worthy of being 20 people killed from the entire ancient capital quota battle. The Imperial Beast Masters in the society are generally not gifted in Imperial Beasts, and the racial qualification of the beast pet is more ordinary. The number of elite rank degenerate rank was the largest. The slow advancement also meant that they had polished this segment for a long time. Combined with their old experience of hanging around, they were definitely not to be underestimated. While sizing them up, the social Imperial Beast Masters similarly cast their gazes. One by one, their eyes flickered with envy. They were all a group of Heaven's Pride. Having entered the relics, if they gained a chance, they might not be unable to realize the opportunity to bend the path. Lu Duan looked around. Zhang Zhini wasn't there. Sons of the Academy, all come over. The middle heavy voice came out. It was Vice Mansion Master Zhang Qiliang. Ever since he lost the bet earlier, the great power had fallen by the wayside. He had been hollowed out. In order to soothe his depressed mood, he took the initiative to volunteer to act as the lead teacher for the disciples of the Academy. Seeing Lu Duan on the list, his face crumpled, and it was only later that he was told that there were 100 spots to enter the ruins, 2 of which were given as rewards to the top 2 students of the freshman competition. Zhang Qiliang explained some of the do's and don'ts in the relics. Breathlessly, he said, "All right, enter in an orderly manner." Lu Duan walked to the entrance of the ruins. The straight wall of the cliff changed a lot. The entire cliff, divided by the statue giant's brow, split from the center of the left and right sides of the body were more than 10 meters apart. The space door of the relic coalesced between the 2 halves of its torso. The crescent mark on its forehead was transformed into 2 crescent moons, which were engraved on the bottom of the 2 sides of the space door. The crowd began to line up in an orderly fashion to register to enter the relic. Professor Su's group of Imperial Beastmaster Association personnel watched as they entered. Whoosh! All went in. Jiang Zhenyi's figure flashed out of thin air. Professor Su was already used to the other party's godly presence. I wonder who will have a bigger haul inside. Lu Dust. Jiang Zhenyi was succinct. He's really good. You think so highly of him? Professor Su continued. If it wasn't for the two of them becoming your subordinates, they wouldn't even be able to get a spot to enter. Their strength is the weakest inside. Call me when they come out. I'm going back to the Imperial Beast Master Association first. Jiang Zhenyi smiled lightly and didn't explain. As the person who had opened the relic. Not only did Luduan gain the most, he might even control the entire relic. Chapter 46 Relic? Shocking change. The profound realm descended on the evil god. A familiar sense of spatial shifting came. Luduan felt a blur before his eyes. Is everyone separated? The piercingly cold wind met his face, and the intense temperature change caused a thin layer of frost to rise on his hair and eyelashes. The coldness that froze into the bone marrow kept burrowing towards the robes. It caused one to involuntarily shiver. Even though one had become a professional beast swordsman, and his body was already very comparable to that of a human, he still felt that his blood and body were frozen. This place was a relic, and the entire ecosystem had been altered by the radiation of the breath of powerful beings. Filled with high-dimensional ice elements, it was not ordinary mortal ice at all. Luckily, a warmth spread out towards his entire body, with the dragon ridge on his back as the source. Kirikou. A small golden monkey with a burning flame on its tail drilled out from the backpack behind him. With a size of 30 centimeters almost, it looked like a delicate hand puppet. It was precisely Chi Tian. After half a month of exclusive special training, Luduan had nurtured him with the ability of an evolutionist, targeting the bloodline talents of Form Change and Vajra Unbreakable, to develop and exercise them. Nowadays, Chi Tian's form change. Not only was he able to get bigger, he was also able to get stronger. The body size can be freely adjusted, and at this stage, the smallest is 30 centimeters, the size of a newborn baby. Exercising like this continued. Luduan felt that sooner or later, Chi Tian would be able to shrink infinitely one day, and end up like the monkey that stepped on the sky in the memories of all Chinese people. Well, become the size of a mosquito and burrow into Princess Iron Fan's stomach. Is this a relic? There really are attribute materials everywhere. Not far from Luduan, the trees were frozen, like ice sculptures, with no leaves, and only luscious branches extending recklessly. On each branch there were also crystal-clear fruits shaped like apples. Looking further into the distance, a relic creature flashed by, an ice beast pet with good racial qualifications. Suddenly, the space of the beginning, the Lord of Two Beginnings spiritually shook. The world in front of Luduan changed, dilapidated, treacherous, and the air was filled with decay. The fruit grove in front of him, artwork like ice trees, melted like candles, with mouth-watering ice apples hanging from their branches that had long since rotted. In the distance, the so-called relic creatures had also turned into withered corpses. All the plants withered. It was as if they had stepped into a walking land, and the entire relic's power felt like it had been drained. Only a shell remained. The entire relic, shrouded in a thin layer of mist, hazy, as if looking at flowers in the fog, not real or tangible. Lu Dust was inexplicably terrified, his scalp tingling. This is the truth of the ruins? Was it all a fake just now? Being immune to one's own spirituality of the Lord of the Great Beginning. You call this thing a relic? There are great chances. This is comparable to a mass grave. Jiang Zhenyi gave me the task of joining the organization's assessment, and asked me to decipher the history of this relic? I've been duped. Fooled me big time. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The little broken egg came out of the Imperial Beast space and excitedly transformed into egg-hopping mode, its body constantly knocking lightly on the road dust. Sure enough, nothing good can come from hooking up with you. I should have thought of it. You feed on things related to taboos, and the fact that you're reacting to this place is definitely related to taboos. He was now torn whether to explore or not. Ding. Release mission. Explore the relics and find the truth of the relics. Luduan. What can one do when a quest comes? It's about the hatching of the little broken egg again, maybe this handful of times. Weighing the pros and cons. Do it. To be honest, a forbidden existence that tainted the spirit seemed like something he wasn't really afraid of. After all, the Lord of the Great Beginning spirituality was more taboo than taboo. The last big blood-red eyeball that tried to invade and monstrous his soul was directly crushed with a snap. Lead the way! The little broken egg jumped into Ludwan's arms, sensing the direction that had the strongest attraction to it, and finally giving Ludwan directions with the strength of its vibration frequency. The ice spiritual plants in front of them swayed with the wind. As far as the eye could see, there was a large swath of them, just like the weeds on the side of the road, although they were all first-level resource materials. But it can't help the amount, put it in the outside world, at least it can be sold for a few million. Luo Anfei did not see it. Fake. Everything is fake. This relic, in later times, is known as a false relic, a relic of desire. It will arouse your inner desire. Then little by little, it will increase its size and present itself to you in a false manner. This relic, in later times, became an exclusive place for Imperial Beast Masters to exercise their mind power. It will not have the same relic resource output as other relics. Flowers in the dream, moon in the water. Everything is a reflection of the desires of the mind. The four elements are all empty, and there is nothing. In the entire relic, only the altar of inheritance is the most important. In the altar, sealed in the altar are the sacred beasts and legacies of the ancient tribes that lived in the ruins. In his previous life, an ordinary beast master made a mistake and broke into the altar space, contracted a sacred beast, and opened up the path to heaven. The place of the altar, Luo Anfei knew where it was. In her previous life, she had come to this ruins of desire and had also been to the empty altar. There were two altars, the east altar, as well as the west altar. The east altar had been deserted since the time of the ruins of desire, with only a few statues of giants standing, and nothing sealed at all. Moreover, even the door to enter the altar was shattered. Speculation estimated that the altar was originally in the east, but after the war, the tribe's ancient people then relocated the altar to the west altar. Wow! This is a racial qualification monarch rank beast pet? Developed. Hiss. An ice system secret treasure. So many treasures. Developed. I feel like there's bound to be a place for me in the future of top beast masters. This is the remains of a totem rank creature? This is a top-level resource. In the future, Yuan clan. I'm the future head of the family. Relic space. Except for Luo Anfei and Lu Duan. All the rest of the people were in a frenzy. Even the 3 people from the 5 surnames and 10 clans were no exception. Even more so, their desires and appetites were greater than ordinary people. Desires were tickled, and all that surfaced before them were top-tier attribute resources. In the relics, the mist, which was still thin, gradually became thicker as they went crazy. As if, the greater their desire, the greater the fog would be. They opened the path of harvesting and the path of contracting awesome beast pets. Military jurisdiction. Entry prohibited. What are you guys doing? The junction of the Moonwatch Snow Mountain and Golden Spike City. In the middle of the wilderness, there were some villagers gathered. The patrolling soldier frowned and inquired, but no one replied to him. One by one, their eyes were empty and without a trace of emotion as they looked at them, giving one's whole body a thrill. Which town are you from? Suddenly, the pupil of the patrolling soldier shrunk into a black dot, and countless people began to grow on the wilderness. No, the patrolling soldier discovered with horror that the wilderness did not know when the boundless, dried-up things that looked like paper bags were scattered on the wilderness. Fixed their eyes on it, which is what dried-up paper bags. All are human skin. These human skins were inflated like balloons. In less than a few seconds, as far as the eye can see, densely packed with people. The patrolling soldier wanted to fire a flare, and steeply, his body dried up and collapsed. Several black-robed men appeared. The time is ripe. It is time to unseal the great Lord of Eternal Fantasyland dreams. Supreme Lord, we have prepared your first meal. Let's use the 100 elites of the future Imperial Beast Alliance as the appetizer dessert. They looked towards the Moonwatch Snow Mountain filled with madness. Thinking that there's no way for us to enter with this look? Flesh and blood are skin. Only the spirit can live forever. The bodies of all the villagers are constantly expanding like balloons. Finally, bang, 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 bang. The bodies exploded. They had no flesh and blood present, only a layer of human skin. Countless exploded human skins flew in the sky, combined with each other. And then the hordes turned into a torrent, transforming into a human skin cover that shrouded towards the snowy mountain of the looking moon. Chapter 47 Eternal Fantasyland Dream Lord. The order came to attack. Look out, Moon Snow Mountain, in front of the entrance to the ruins. Huh, why is it foggy? Someone was puzzled. It was clearly in the snowy mountain. The fog should have been frozen. What is that thing? The Imperial Beast soldiers were horrified beyond measure. Countless things like rags were flying in the sky, densely packed. They combined together and transformed into a dragon. An ominous aura was bubbling through its body, emitting a bloody red light. Save me. It hurts. Save me. Skin. My skin. It hurts. It hurts too much. Everyone felt a chaotic cacophony of sounds ringing in their ears. Tens of thousands of grievances hissed and wailed, the voices overlapping as if billions of people were wailing and talking at the same time. The sound transformed into a kind of soul impact that eroded the spirit. Strength is not enough, Imperial Beast warriors. Some people on the spot spirit is eroded. The sound overlapped and trembled above the snowy mountains. Under the great commotion of the relics appearing in the world, the Moonwatch Snow Mountain, which had not even experienced an avalanche. Under the impact of these countless voices of grumbling souls, an avalanche collapsed. Quickly, stop it. This is the evil god cultist. On the back of the dragon, there were a few black-robed people like spiders, lying behind the dragon in a bizarre stance. Ha ha ha. This false world is about to come to an end. Believe in the great lord of the eternal dream country. All flesh is skin. Only the spirit is eternal. We will gain eternal life. All the attacks fell short. It was like the opponent was in another dimension. It was like an illusion. It's no use, it's no use. The Lord's power has leaked out. We're in the middle of the kingdom of God. We're immortal, we're untouchable, we're beyond the reach of mortals. Not good. Can't stop it. It's fine. The relic space only allows the power of the lower delimitation rank to enter. Reinforcements. Call for reinforcements. You won't be able to stop it. Those who entered inside the relics are having fantastical dreams. Thanks to their desires, the power of the Lord is gradually reviving. In the eyes of the shocked crowd, at the entrance of the relics, a countless mist filled the air. This mist gave off the same feeling as this human-skinned augur. Eventually, the Moonwatch Snow Mountain ruins, which could only accommodate the lower degenerate stage, entered. This augur dragon crashed into the entrance of the ruins and disappeared. Ancient Capital Imperial Beast Master Association. Temporary Office. Jiang Zhini ate her dessert, her eyes curving into a crescent moon. The famous Jiang Tianwang, the great king of heaven, solely loved eating sweet ice cream. Stretching her back, she revealed the perfect curves of her body. Archaeology, it's still really interesting. She let out a light laugh. Since she was young, she was very interested in archaeology. To be precise, she was interested in the history of another world. Understanding the legends and myths of that world, the words and cultures of various civilizations from different periods. The world of the Imperial Beasts. This was the name that archaeologists gave to that world. All the transcendent powers on the blue planet came from this Imperial Beast world, including the reason why Imperial Beast Masters appeared on the blue planet proper. It was because, according to archaeological discoveries, the humans of the Imperial Beast world, their transcendent power, also obtained their transcendent power through contracting ferocious beasts. Thousands of years ago, when the humans of the Blue Star were under the radiation and fusion of the power of the Imperial Beast world's higher grid, the transcendent power of the humans, only then did they take on the form of Imperial Beastmasters as a manifestation. Instead, it was the martial artists, immortal cultivators, and psychics in novels. Her greatest quest was to uncover the mythological history of the Imperial Beast world, and why a world so powerful had been destroyed. Unfortunately, at present, the archaeological world, including their ultra-ancient research bureau, did not know much about the Imperial Beast world. With the passage of time, a lot of things had been buried. And strangely enough, there were no texts or documents left that recorded why the Imperial Beast world was destroyed. It was also impossible to know how many years ago the earliest historical civilization that existed in the Imperial Beast world was located. It was as if there was a supreme power that erased everything related to it. The Imperial Beast world was simply too large, and throughout the long river of time, there were many eras, each of which gave birth to countless civilizations. Each civilization's writing, beliefs, customs, totems, and humanities were all very different. This also led to the fact that none of them had an in-depth understanding of the history of the Imperial Beast world. or it was very fragmented. Plus, most of the relics in the current world were not from the same era, or did not belong to the same civilization. But this situation will soon be rewritten. Jiang Zhenyi's mind swirled, and recently the Imperial Beast Realm had a confidential research. Ancient fossil resurrection machine. It could resurrect ferocious beasts that had turned into fossils. At that time, more secrets of the Imperial Beast world could be explored from them. Now we're just waiting for good news from Dr. Yanagi's side. She was beaming with anticipation. There was some inactivity for a while, casually flipping through the documents on the desktop, all of which were information about ancient ruins and sites under the jurisdiction of Gudo. A name caught her attention. Lu Yurong? Oh yes, some time ago she went to a common ruin to come. Curious, she flipped through Lu Yurong's work report. The work report read, according to what Lu Yurong and the others have recorded based on what remains of the site, this site was once a tribe of the utmost splendor. But because of the arrival of a forbidden family member, the tribe was exterminated. The guardian god of this tribe, in the end, also sealed the evil god favorite at the cost of his own life. Huh? The records are so clear. There was also once a guardian god. Jiang Zhenyi was surprised. The reason why ruins were useless was because there was no transcendent power, and many things were buried under the wash of time or disappeared in the fusion of the two realms. Only the ruins, guarded by transcendent powers, were able to maintain their original ecology and many of their mysteries. Do statues still exist at this ruin? The style is the crescent mark on the forehead? Jiang Zhenyi rose abruptly, inexplicably terrified. The ruins opened by Lu Duan were not opened by touching the giants embedded in the rock wall. She remembered that the rock wall giant also had a crescent mark on its brow. Coincidence? Or is the ruin that Lu Yurong went to the old site where the Wangyu Snow Mountain ruins used to be? Or maybe it's something like a branch tribe? Just as she was flipping through the work report, Shudi, an ear-piercing alarm was echoing. Something's wrong. Over at the snowy mountain of the Moonwatch, an evil god cultist has invaded the ruins. Kong Zhongyi's figure instantly disappeared from the room and had arrived dozens of meters in the air. The figure descended. Crisp bird chirps resounded as the dragon cloud bird caught Jiang Zhenyi and spread its wings as streams of light. In the ruins of the Moonwatch Snow Mountain. Rock wall again? The search went on for half an hour. Finally, under the guidance of the little broken egg, Lu Duan came to a rock wall of a snowy mountain. Again, there was a sculpted giant embedded in the wall. This time it was normal, no longer with its head facing down and its feet facing the sky. A pair of eyes were lowered, as if scrutinizing anyone who tried to approach the rock wall. There was a crescent moon pattern on his forehead. Containing a divine light within, an intimidating power surged forth, dissuading those who approached. It didn't work. Lu Duan's lord of the great beginning spirituality was immune. I don't have a key. I'll force it in. Bear with me. Lu Duan muttered to the sculpture, his hand touching the rock wall. Buzz boom. Sure enough, the two beginning space trembled, and a strange power was injected. Boom, boom, boom. A spatial door appeared in the rock wall. This familiar sense of vestigial vision caused him to spit. Where's this condom on hold? He raised his foot and stepped in. The sight in front of him opened up, a space filled with a sense of solemnity. An aura from eternity came over him. Lu Duan came to a square space that was solemn. To be precise, it was a small floating island in the center of a lake. It was located in the center of a lake. The sea of blood churned inside the lake, and the color of the lake water was actually crimson. Lu Duan looked towards the front. The small floating island had a straight pontoon bridge that led to another lake center square. There stood an oddly high platform structure. Surrounding the high platform was a circle of stone giants, as if they were arching over the high platform building. This is an altar? The little broken egg trembled continuously. The eyes of the Lu dust god opened, and after carefully confirming that there was no danger, he carefully walked towards the realm where the altar was located. Walking up the steps of the altar, coming to the top of the altar, a domineering and incomparable creature was enshrined, with an icy blue body, 3 wings on its back, and a mysterious golden character pattern on its body. The most amazing thing was its forehead. There was a full moon that was about to be full. There were a large number of patterns imprinted around the altar, like colored paintings and hieroglyphics. Lu Chuan opened the god's eye. The two beginning space once again shook a little. Lu Duan was in a trance. Suddenly, The images and information recorded on the murals all came to life, transforming into a segment of real images that flashed by as if they were walking in front of his eyes. Chapter 48. The Little Broken Egg's Birthday. Homecoming? Moonwatch. This was the name of this totem creature. In the ancient times of Manhwa, the size of all the species was enormous. Humans simply could not contract. There was much strife on the land. A human tribe approached it and prayed for shelter. It agreed. From then on, it became the guardian deity of the Moonwatch tribe. Its breath spreads out, and its life breath spreads out, giving birth to smaller beasts for humans to contract. And so, humans put their faith in it. It also found its own path of evolution, absorbing the faith of humans, and when the curved moon on its forehead turned into a full moon, it was able to take that step. It will be able to take that step and become an existence above the totem stage. Hundreds of years have passed. The curved moon on its forehead was about to complete. The Moonwatch tribe grew and was glorious for a while. The humans in the tribe suddenly had an aberration, and an evil god's dependent took a liking to its power. The Lord of Dreams of Eternal Fantasyland. To use its full moon as a medium to connect the real moon in the sky. To weave beautiful dreams and project them onto the earth, so that all will abandon their shells of reality and enter the land of dreams. The people of the Moonwatch tribe were massacred and deformed. The moon that was about to be full was lost to it. It had a great battle with this evil god dependent, and in the end it fell itself. The tribe died and was heavily injured, and it succeeded in suppressing this evil god dependent. Ludwan's consciousness returned to reality. What the hell is this infinite monthly reading plot? Eternal Fantasyland Dream Lord? It might as well be called Uchiha Spot. But Nima, related to the evil god's favorite, the other party was sealed in the sealing space of this altar. Moreover, the sealing power won't last much longer. The evil god's dependents are going to break out of the trap. The relics were indeed filled with all sorts of precious materials, but because of the interference of the evil god dependent's power, the power of the Moonwatch and the power of the evil god's dependents intertwined with each other. That's why the relics turned into this dangling appearance. It also means that the seal is no longer able to completely seal the evil god's favorite, and the other party's aura is starting to leak out. It meant that the power of the evil god's dependents had already gained the upper hand in the relics, which was why the entire relics were in a state of disrepair and oiled out. No wonder Little Broken Egg could turn into a jumping egg with excitement, this Nima and evil god's dependent, for Little Broken Egg who feeds on forbidden power. Isn't that a delicious meal? The sealed space was under the ground. Before Wang Yu died, he used part of his own flesh, blood and soul to coalesce into a beast pet egg. Name, Moon Elf. It can be said to be its reincarnation. Waiting for the royal beast master of the Lookout Moon tribe to hatch the egg and help the Moon Elf grow up, and then come to the sealed space. It will be possible to seek the opportunity to completely resolve the evil god's dependence. The result undoubtedly seems to have failed. It's been countless years, and the tribe has turned into a relic. It's hard to figure out, do I need to bring the reincarnation of Lookout Moon's Moon Elf to this altar and touch the Lookout Moon idol before I can travel to the sealing space? He suddenly remembered something and looked at the small broken egg in his arms. You wouldn't be the egg of Lookout Moon, would you? Because you turned into a fossil? That's why you never solved this evil god's favorite? Buzz. The little broken egg trembled twice. Ludum picked up the little broken egg and touched the goddess of the watching moon statue. Boom! It was as if the idol had come to life. A mighty pressure surged in like a mountainous tsunami, and if anything, a low roar echoed. Rubbing, the idol literally came to life and began to tremble continuously. At first, dust fell, and later the idol cracked open, revealing the flesh and blood body inside. In the end, it turned into a majestic moonwatcher. The mysterious runes on its body were subtle to the extreme, and its pair of eyes stared emotionlessly at Ludwan. The killing intent was austere. It was like treating an intruder. Name, Moonwatch. Rank, lower hegemonic rank, lower monarch rank. Description: the Moonwatch was fabricated with the ability of return of life at the arcane level, and contains a hint of rules. Once the conditions are not met, it will tear apart everything in front of it, and its peak strength is at the lower monarch rank, and its power is weakening as time passes. Road Dust. You're not, huh? He glared at Little Broken Egg. Little busted egg. ING vibrated twice. That doesn't mean shaking my head. Going to get you killed. Just as Road Dust was about to pull his legs out and run, Wang Yu suddenly quieted down, and the killing intent in her eyes vanished. On the altar, a second lookout moon appeared. To be precise, it was Chi Tian, who had changed using the form change. Moreover, what was most disturbing was that Chi Tian had not only mimicked the breath of the Moonwatch, but had also mixed in the aura of Jiang Zhenyi's dragon cloud bird, which was of the monarch rank, although this aura was full of loopholes. But it seemed like the dead thing Wang Yu was really subdued. Wang Yu's flesh was burning and disappearing. It finally condensed into a fist-sized round moon, which merged along Chi Tian's brow. Boom! In an instant, a huge amount of power merged into Chi Tian's body. The tail flame on its tail burned ferociously, as if it had been doused with gasoline. The aura was soaring in knots. In an instant, it came to the upper elite rank. But there was still a large portion of this energy left. After the upper elite stage, it was the degenerate stage that one had to evolve to reach. Evolution couldn't be achieved, the segment was stuck. This energy kept transforming Chi Tian's body, turning it into its base. So much so that it wasn't even consumed in the end. This energy ended up connecting to Lu Chen's soul through the Imperial Beast space and was absorbed by Lu Chen. The white spirituality was instantly flooded with large swathes of red color. When the white spirituality collectively turned red, that was when his Imperial Beast Master rank advanced. This directly helped him save a month or two of hard cultivation. Good job, Chi Tian. Chi Tian had directly ascended to the elite rank, so he could go back and start working on preparing for his evolution. There was also a small ball of meat that had fallen on the ground. It should be the flesh and blood of the looking moon, and what had just been incorporated into its body was its elemental energy. Rumble. Around the altar, several stone giants stood. The curved moon in their brows shot out a soft light like moonflower and finally gathered on the small meatball. The small meatball braced itself and transformed into a pitch-black round hole on the ground. It sucked a person, a beast, and an egg in. A few seconds later, Lu Chen came back to his senses and looked at the sealed space in front of him. His pupils widened slightly. What is this? Chapter 49. Cursed Chains, God's Authority. The sealed space located deep under the ground of the altar. Lu Duan looked at the scene in front of him with shock. Overhead was the blood lake that was as thick as a mountain. The water rippled and the smell of blood churned, emitting a blood-red glow. It illuminated the sealed space in a blood-red color, with no sunlight shining in, making it the only source of light. In the blood lake, there were blood currents like ropes, extending towards the sealed space below, spiraling and intertwining with each other, tightening like steel bars. It turned into a whole 108 huge blood-colored chains. Name: Cursed Chain. Description: the entire blood lake was made from the flesh and blood of Wang Yu's death, and contains the power of sealing. The cursed chains are made from Wang Yu's own grudge, soul, and flesh and blood essence, and are used to suppress and seal the Lord of Dreams of Eternal Fantasyland. These 108 cursed chains extended into the sealing space and disappeared into a weird fog. In addition to that, in the sealed space, opposite the fog mass, there was an immense lance, so huge that it was comparable to a straight mountain peak, with a familiar aura draped around it. The aura was the same as that of the Return of Life, transformed into Wang Yu's doppelganger on the altar. However, it was a billion times stronger. This is Lookout Moon's spine? Lu Chuan looked at the peak, which wasn't a lance at all, with a vertebrae section on it. This lance was like a weapon, fiercely penetrating into the earth. Even after dying for a long, long time, its vertebrae still exuded a terrifying pressure like an abyss. The next second, Lu Duan was clearly looking at the white bone lance, but his line of sight would strangely turn around and focus on that foggy mass in the distance. This scene was frightening, as if you were clearly looking ahead, but what you saw in your eyes was the image behind you. There was a bizarre power that forcefully focused his gaze on the fog mass. Then, this fog mass should be the evil god's favorite that caused the destruction of the Lookout Moon tribe? Shana. It was as if a mortal had looked straight into an unseeable taboo. Boundless ravings, like magical sounds pouring into the ears toward the inside of the brain, vaguely accompanied by the eerie sound of gnawing and chewing. The Lord of the Great Beginning's spirituality lightly trembled, immune to all the forbidden effects. Consciousness returned to the real world. Mortals looking at the taboo could not look directly at it, nor could they be defined. They simply could not see the other party's true body, this kind of high level of existence, let alone looking at it, just touching a trace of its breath under the radiation of the other party's power. It would be contaminated and twisted, and transformed into a flesh and blood monster. Lu Dust looked towards the fog mass, and the god's eyes opened, no longer unobservable. He could clearly see that it was a mountain-like giant spider with countless compound eyes on its face. There were 108 spider legs. Cursed locks were wrapped around each of its legs, overlapping and twisting from the ends of the spider legs towards its body, turning it into a mummy, leaving only a head on the outside. On its body, there was a large amount of misty radiance that was colliding, obliterating and regenerating with the moonlight glow. Whenever the moonlight glow rays were at a disadvantage, the cursed chains would release more moonlight rays. Road Dust captured that the cursed chain was flooded with mottled light. Clearly couldn't support it for much longer. Buzzing. The white bone lance trembled violently and the surrounding soil was shaken away, revealing the underground space. At the tip of the lance, a terrifying energy was released, transforming into a cage that suppressed a mass of matter. This mass of matter could not be defined, and was constantly morphing, 1,000 strange things, more like everything in the world twisted and intertwined on this mass of matter. Forbidden origin. Underworld. Luduan and Chi Tian knew what to do. If they wanted to completely destroy the spider, they had to obliterate the taboo origin, which was the source of its power. Once the taboo origin and the spider fused again, then it would completely revive. The Moon Elf was the reincarnation of the Moon Watcher, and the two had the same root and origin. It could catalyze the white bone lance that was transformed from the spine of the Lookout Moon. The power of its past life and this life were united, and then with the power of faith of the Lookout Moon tribe, it would spend 100 years in the years to come to grind it down. Grind it out. Road Dust. Loathsome rock monkey. This, we're imposters. And Dead Spice. The great hopeful Moon tribe is dead hot. There is no more faith in you. To us, you're an ancient relic from another world. You've been dead for years. Moreover, even if it didn't die out, where would I find the time to consume 100 years to wear this thing out? How about running? Lu Dust's heart felt the desire to retreat. Quests and whatnot were no longer done. His little life was important. This white bone lance was already covered with rotten patches. It shouldn't be able to support for long. This taboo origin would merge with the big spider. At that time, the taboo completely revived. This high-end game, can't fight, it's better to give it to Jiangjini. The sky is falling and there's a tall man to hold it up. Boom! Steeply, as the taboo origin was exposed to the air, the big spider sensed its own forbidden origin and was struggling violently. Misty light shone continuously on its body. The 108 cursed chains, releasing countless moonlight rays, confronted it. As the two forces collided, countless black lightning bolts shone. A scorching terror, and the obliteration and rebirth of matter constantly occurred at the collision. Soon, the great spider was once again suppressed. It let out a hiss from its soul. At the same time, the black-robed man rode the human-skinned augur and entered the ruins. It's the Supreme Lord. It's getting out of its trap. Quick! Quick! Serve the Lord delicious and tasty food! Countless souls were sacrificed by them, and the human-skinned augur burned, then turned into a dense mist. All of the mist retracted and eventually crossed the lake of blood to the sealed place, converging on the body of the great spider. Its aura was soaring, condensing densely packed misty spider threads that twined towards the forbidden origin. The remaining power of the Moonwatch surged out crazily, turning into endless moonlight rays in confrontation. With all the firepower, the white bone lance was becoming mottled as far as the eye could see. The entire sealed space. No, it should be the entire relic. A terrifying scene appeared. Two forces were confronting each other. Two terrifying forces were colliding, dividing the entire heaven and earth into two distinct halves. One half was filled with moonlight radiance, and the other half was filled with foggy light. They were confronting each other, and at the place of confrontation, countless sparks of lightning were leaping, like a scene of doom. This vision even went so far as to penetrate the spatial barrier of the ruins, turning into a mirage manifesting in the real world. What is this? At the entrance of the Wangyu Snow Mountain ruins, the crowd from the Imperial Beast Master Association was deciphering how to enter the ruins and rescue the people inside. They were dumbfounded as they looked at the two visions fighting against each other in the sky. Jiang Jini's face was grave as he said, "This is the sealed forbidden power that is fighting with the power of the relic." It seems that this place is indeed related to the ruins that Lu Yuyong mentioned in the work report, and the two are from the same lineage. She looked inside with ghostly eyes. As the one who opened the relic, you were chosen by the relic. You should be able to do it, right? Wang Yu's power and the power of the Eternal Fantasy Land's Dream Lord collided in the relics and stalemated against each other. The two sides were divided, but as time passed, the half of the land that belonged to the power of Lookout Moon was being assimilated and eroded by the misty light little by little. Ha 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 ha! Lord, about to reappear in the world! The black-robed cultists, maniacally kowtowing, reverently opened their hands and embraced that half of the foggy heaven and earth. The white bone lance began to rustle with bone fragments falling off, and mottled marks continued to permeate the lance. Its power was declining, buzzing. It was trembling. It was as if it was urging Lu Chuan and Qi Tian to hurry up and quickly resolve the great spider's forbidden origin. Lu Duan, Qi Tian, whimpering, 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 whimpering. There was a movement coming from it. The little broken egg ran down at an unknown time and directly penetrated the ceiling boundary of the white bone lance. Small jagged cracks appeared on the eggshell, like a mouth, and it took a bite of the forbidden origin. With the forbidden origin in its mouth, it ran back in a puff of smoke. Then with the egg and the forbidden origin, a headbutt slammed into Road Dust's stomach and entered into the Imperial Beast space. It threw the forbidden origin of the big spider on the floor of the Imperial Beast space. My plants, you don't bring everything home. Chapter 50 Plundering God's Authority. Controlling the relics. The forbidden origin was flung down in the Imperial Beast space. Buzz. The taboo origin shifted in light and shadow, its form constantly changing, as if all the forms in the world were superimposed on the taboo origin. A mist spread out from it, and a mysterious city's light was reflected in the rising mist. Half of the entire city was clear, the other half ended abruptly and out of sight, with neat breaks around the edges. It was as if an invisible knife had cleaved the city in half. There was a blur before his eyes. Lu Duan was pulled into the bizarre spirit world, and he stood on the streets of the city, where all the buildings were coalesced by mist. In the sky there was a full moon. In the sky of the entire world, there was a huge spider web that encompassed the entire universe and was so large that it could not be described in words. The moon, the stars, the sky were all glued to it. A huge spider was located on the spider web with countless compound eyes, which at first glance looked like a star. Countless images flashed in front of Lu Duan. With an immersive third-party perspective, he had witnessed countless aspects of his life. There was the life of becoming an ordinary person, marrying his wife and having children, having a happy family, and finally enjoying his old age peacefully. There was the life of becoming a tycoon, being rich and becoming a nationally recognized tycoon. There is the life of becoming a beast master, contracting a beast pet, passing through all the way to the top of the beast master. There is also the life of becoming a party general, guarding the human territory, sealing the king and garrisoning the borders, and finally the life of being a supreme courtier. Countless fantastic lives continued to unfold in front of him. There were voices in his head filled with compulsion, telling him to give up his physical skin so that his spirit could live forever. As long as he wanted to, he could choose the life he needed at will. All the fantasies were no longer fantasies, but real. It's indeed quite beautiful, but unfortunately, it's useless to me. I'm immune to forbidden powers. Lu Duan sensed a power to distort its spirituality. Taboo? Report a hint of it. My Lord of the Tai beginning is the biggest taboo. I'm immune to all contamination. He tickled the space of the two beginning. Buzz. An immense and incomparable star world appeared outside of this misty city. It was so vast that it was boundless. The misty world was dust versus the vast starry sky when compared to it. A large hand entirely condensed by starlight crossed the border and slapped down, shattering the misty world. Boo! The misty city that rose up on the forbidden origin also shattered. The forbidden origin, visible to the naked eye, shrunk by a circle. Outside, the great spider that was still fighting with the residual breath of Wang Yu. The breath that had been rising at a high rate shriveled for a minute. Forbidden origin. It was the source of its power, and when translated into the descriptions in metaphysical novels, it was the inner elixir, the magic core, and the life core. Still coming? Without the control of the great spider, the forbidden origin, without a spirit, would simply release the aura of a high-level grid, radiating the surroundings and changing them into an ecosystem that conformed to its own life. Noticing that the space of the imperial beasts had not been transformed by its own aura, the mist curled up from its body once again. The mist once again curled up from it. Lu Duan was once again pulled into the misty city, the forbidden power trying to twist and transform his soul. Boom! A giant hand of starlight crossed the border and slapped it. The forbidden origin shrunk once more. The great spider's breath shriveled for another point. The forbidden origin seemed to be locked in a battle with the Imperial Beast space, making sure to contaminate and radiate the Imperial Beast space into its ecosystem. Road dust was once again pulled into the misty space. It snapped again and shattered. Road dust. Next. Then the cycle began. Forbidden origin wants to erode the Imperial Beast space and releases the forbidden aura. Lu dust is pulled into the misty city. Slapped and shattered detects that the Imperial Beast space has not yet been eroded, continuing to release the mists and spread the forbidden aura. Lu dust is pulled into. Slap. Snap. The big spider's aura was wilting. In the ruins, previously it was shouting, the Supreme's mane revived. Once the Supreme has finished eroding the power of the relics, it will return to the earth. At this moment, all of them looked at the sky dumbfounded. The two forces that were originally separated, the misty radiance was suppressed by the lunar radiance, losing ground. Impossible, absolutely impossible. After devouring so many souls, the power of this seal is long gone from its strong days. These people screamed in horror, and erosion invaded along with their faith. They instantly deformed. Their original physique was like that of a spider. They turned into a bizarre demonic spider. Their blood and flesh proliferated, and they were covered with bumps like toads. There were also densely packed compound eyes on each pimple. As if summoned by some kind of call, they flew in one direction. That was the space where the altar was located. Bang boom! They invaded the cave where the altar was located, jumped into the sea of blood, and continuously swam downwards. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The space of the great beginning. The little broken egg was trembling with excitement, turning into a jumping egg. Next to the starlight giant. With every slap that fell, a wisp of twisted, ominous breath appeared on the side of the starlight giant. A vision was revealed on the breath. Its shape was amorphous, and it was constantly changing. Lu Chuan opened the eyes of God. Name: Power of Illusion. Rank: Rule Thing. Description: a power derived from the rule authority of the evil god, bestowed upon one's dependents, possessing the power of fantasy. As long as your imagination is strong enough, you are able to obtain everything. The rule authority of the evil god coalesced. This was the proper face of the forbidden origin. Ah! The little broken egg was so happy that it kept devouring the force of imagination. Just like that, the giant hand of starlight slapped down slap after slap. The forbidden origin was shrinking, refining a sliver of fantasy power with every slap that fell. As it continued to devour the power of fantasy. Not only did the little broken egg's eggshell actually split open with a jagged mouth, it actually grew a pair of round eyes. On the eggshell's body, a dream-like star mist also began to emerge. Ka. Tiny cracks began to appear on the body of the egg. Slap. As the starlight giant's final slap fell, the forbidden origin was completely gone, and the last trace of fantasy power was extracted. Along with the last trace of the power of fantasy, it merged into little broken egg's body. The little broken egg figure returned to the real world. The fantasy star clouds on the eggshell dispersed and enveloped the little broken egg, making it impossible to see its exact figure clearly. The star cloud then erupted with a brilliant white light. Evolutionary light. Excited, Lu Duan devoured the forbidden origin of an evil god's dependent. The little broken ball was finally going to hatch. It wasn't easy. The little ragged ball that had turned into a fossilized egg countless years ago was finally coming to life after countless hours of light and unrecorded years of change. The dense white light continued to converge. It didn't seem like it would dissipate so quickly for a while. After all, after turning into a fossil for so long, it was normal for it to take some time to break out of its shell. About to break out of its shell, the little broken egg's form appeared in the real world. The forbidden origin was completely gone. The eternal Fantasyland's dream lord's breath shriveled, and his body was disappearing little by little. Snorting, several figures rushed from the blood lake overhead to the sealed space. A single blood-enhanced spider. Name: Aberration Cultist. Description: spiritually twisted, alienated cultist. Trouble. Lu Duan had a headache. These monsters, their breath was of the commander rank. The little broken egg that was filled with star clouds had breath bubbling out and infused in the lance that was transformed by the looking moon spine. Piercing la. The white bone lance pierced through them, and their bodies turned into ash and disappeared. Finally, The white bone lance pierced through the head of the eternal Fantasyland Dream Lord with a piercing sound. With a miserable scream, its body exploded and its huge body rotted, turning into a disgusting mountain of rotten meat. The mission was accomplished. The transcendent power on the spinal lance was also consumed, completely decaying and falling to the ground, gradually losing its spirituality and turning into weathered bones, no longer divine. The lake of blood above the sealed space also gradually became clarified. Road dust surprised. The little broken egg could catalyze the lance transformed by the Moonwatch spine? Just as he was wondering, giggle. The eternal Fantasyland Dream Lord's vile mountain of flesh began to rot and the blood and flesh evaporated. It turned into a twisted black mist that penetrated the lake and spread throughout the ruins. It had an extremely strong distortion. The power contained in a drop of blood or a piece of flesh after the death of a high-level grunt might cause a person's spirit to distort. In Wang Yu's original vision, its reincarnated incarnation, the Moon Elf, possessed a moonlight glow that had a purifying effect. It could purify the blood source contamination brought about by the forbidden death after killing the eternal Fantasyland Dream Lord. But probably didn't expect it in its ghost. The one who came into the sealed space was an imposter, and the one who completely killed the Great Spider was also an imposter. Simply didn't have the ability to purify this blood source pollution. Oh no, the people outside. He was immune to these contaminations, but the other people exploring the ruins couldn't. A part of the star cloud on the little broken egg spread towards him and wrapped him up. In a flash, Luduan looked down on the entire relic in a god's perspective mode. Every inch of the ruins, every place he was able to control. Chapter 51. Little broken egg hatching, empty thought race. Road dust instantly realized. I see, the forbidden origin has been suppressed by the spine lance for countless years. The forces of both sides attacked each other. Over countless years, the forbidden origin had long contained the power of the Moonwatch. The two are intertwined and integrated. When the little broken egg devoured the forbidden origin, it was the same as possessing some of the power characteristics of the Lookout Moon as well. At this point, the little broken egg became the controller of the entire relic. Road dust, overlooking the ruins, saw those who came in with him to explore the ruins. One by one, they would have been dominated by desire because of the Great Spider's fantasy authority, and in their eyes, they had already harvested countless rare materials, secret treasures. Now, in the face of spiritual pollution, their spirituality has directly mutated. If not dealt with in a timely manner, I'm afraid that I'll be forever silenced in the world of desire, becoming insane in the lesser case, or spiritually aberrant in the greater case, burying the path of the Imperial Beastmaster. The thought. Luduan controlled the relic space and gave birth to the power of expulsion, expelling them from the relic. Outside STH, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The vision of the two forces clashing in the sky disappeared. It seems that the power of the relic itself has once again suppressed the evil god's familiars. I didn't expect that there are actually evil god familiars sealed in this relic. They've all heard Kang Yung-yi tell them what happened. Zip, zip, zip. Suddenly, the eerie aura came over me. They blushed. Resist this infesting breath with your own spirituality. What's going on? What horrible forbidden pollution? Oh, someone inside. Their faces changed drastically. The ones exploring in the ruins were all elites, especially the students of the various academies. All of them are the future pillars of the human royal beast masters. It would be a big loss if they all folded in there. Also, at this point, the space portal spat out a silhouette. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. All of them were Imperial Beastmasters who had entered the ruins to explore. They were all unconscious, with eerie smiles on their faces and a look of contentment, as if they were dreaming of something wonderful. What's going on here? The crowd couldn't figure it out, but it's good that it's out. Quickly, send it to be saved. The spirituality is only slightly contaminated. It's not distorted. The relic was breached? Professor Su came next to Kang Zhenyi. He raised his eyebrows a little incredulous. It was clear that someone had taken control of the entire relic. Road dust. Kang Yung-yi was non-committal and had a smile on her face. Soon, almost everyone was moved out. One more to go. Where's the big ice lump? Road dust was looking for Lone Fei. Soon, he found it. There's another altar here? He saw that there was also an altar to the west of the ruins, in the symmetrical rock face. The big ice lump is in there. On the altar, an immaculate white egg was offered. Road dust. Wait, this can't be the egg that can hatch into a moon elf. He suddenly had a guess that when Wang Yu fell, part of his flesh and soul coalesced into an egg. The people of the Lookout tribe, known to be the reincarnation of the guardian goddess Lookout. They treated the egg as a sacred object, as a holy beast. So it was consecrated. So, no one is going to deed hatch this egg? This Lookout Moon is underestimating how much faith the Lookout Moon tribe has in it. All that is God's is undefiled. Not to mention the reincarnation of God, who waited for the egg to hatch on its own. Able to, through the memories he had seen previously, Lu Duan knew that this egg could be directly contracted, and after contracting it and offering it with faith, it could be hatched. Since, of course, all of this would be purely his guess what exactly happened, I'm afraid that the only way to know is to use the time traveler to go back. It's cheap for the big ice lump. A bit of luck. It all made her find this altar space. To be honest, Lu Duan felt that Luo Anfei was really a bit like a heavenly destined heroine in a novel. Opened himself up to all sorts of challenges along the way. Another moonwatch split, another taboo contamination, another straight-up taboo, another confrontation with a taboo essence. It was only barely enough to get some benefits, allowing the little broken egg to absorb enough forbidden power to hatch. This big, icy pile of didn't do anything. Isn't it just like the Lord of Heaven's destiny inside the novel? Entering the relics must have a great chance. Falling off the cliff can obtain a great inheritance. And there is an old grandpa inside the ring. Well, of course the most classic is the rebirth of the powerful. The big ice lump couldn't be the rebirth of a strong man. Could it? He laughed, knowing of course that it was impossible and just pure boredom in his own head. Luo Anfei carefully picked up the beast pet egg that was offered on top of the altar. Inner excitement. Finally got it. Known as the embodiment of the night, the moon elf. She held the moon elf's beast pet egg and walked out of the altar space. As soon as I came out, I felt the pollution that hit me. What's going on here? Why is it filled with forbidden contamination? The beast pet egg in his arms, as if it had met a natural enemy, emitted a soft moonlight glow, purifying pollution. Next, a sense of spatial shifting wrapped around her entire body. There was a flash of light. She had come to the outside world. 99. One more to go. Someone counted the number of people. It's Lu Duan. Lu Duan hasn't come out yet. Zhao Kongqing's eyes glared. There's no need to ignore him. Jiang Zhini said. It seemed that it was really this kid who was in control of the relic. Out of nowhere, she was in a trance. The passive skill of her time-based sentinel talent. Listening to history unleashed. Picture came to her mind. Quickly returning to his senses, she hurriedly inquired to Professor Su beside her. Is this Moonwatch Snow Mountain on the outskirts of the ancient capital from before? Professor Su opened his cell phone and made some inquiries. Lookout Moon Snow Mountain is not a mountain peak native to the Blue Planet, but was incorporated into the Blue Planet thousands of years ago when the first wave of the foreign world was incorporated into the Blue Planet. As these thousands of years have passed, there has been a steady stream of foreign frontiers integrating into the Blue Star. Blue Star is rapidly getting bigger, and this snowy mountain is constantly being pushed out of the way by the boundaries that have since been incorporated into it, and with the division of administrative areas, it has become the pattern that it is today. Where did it first integrate into the Blue Star? I'll look for a map comparison of human boundaries from different periods. Professor Su quickly came to a conclusion. The initial place of integration was next to Cloud Dreamer, and it was because of Cloud Dreamer's integration into the Blue Star that this Lookout Moon Peak was slowly squeezed out. Let's see. Next to Yunmeng's, there's... Professor Su raised his eyebrows. It's also related to Road Dust, a place that was later established as a city called Dezay City. The ominous feeling in his heart finally came true. Her face changed drastically, and she took off in the air on the Dragon Cloud Bird. Wang Yu is sealing the Lord of Eternal Fantasyland dreams, but it's the one that cuts and seals the other's torso. This evil god favorite has two powers. What was going on out there, Road Dust didn't know. He had been waiting in the ruins for the little broken egg to hatch. At last, 3 hours later, the white light on the little broken egg that was so dense that it was like a round of suns finally slowly began to dissipate. Kariku.
Kiriko.
Ludum and Zaitan stared excitedly. As the white light dissipated a little, the little broken egg's brand new form emerged. Out came the voice. Huh? An ING egg? As if, He looked at the little broken egg. Road Dust was in deep thought what was going on. Good news. The shell is broken. Bad news. It didn't quite break. The little broken egg had broken open horizontally about a third of the way from the tip. A starry, clouded contraption stood upright from the egg, topping the broken shell like a hat. Click for image. This star-clouded contraption had a pair of dripping round eyes on it, pure as the sea. It blinked at Road Dust. As Luthen looked at it, its body was changing, its shape unable to be finalized. All, in Ludwan's eyes, the essence inside the little broken egg's shell, the thing that was conceived, had any kind of messy image. It appeared to be a mass of star mist shadows with long eyes that were constantly changing form, making it impossible to see the exact appearance. A name? Racial qualifications? Attributes? Visions? Description. An egg from countless years ago, turned into a fossilized biological egg due to a huge change in heaven and earth, absorbed the star power of the higher grid and relied on its own ability to turn death into life. After devouring the power of illusion, it finally completely transformed from death to life, but because of the power of illusion, its image was undefined, and it needed to devour another forbidden origin to fight against it, in order to manifest its racial appearance. Clams? And have to devour another forbidden origin? This is a real pit. A memory suddenly came to the little broken egg. Road Dust saw that. The eternal Fantasyland Dream Lord's appearance was different from what he was seeing now. Remember, the Lord of Eternal Fantasyland Dreams is extremely weird looking. The shape is that of two spiders glued together in an ass-to-ass fashion. Each half of the body possessed a different rule power. On one side of the body, there is the power of fantasy. On the other side of the body, there is the power of dreams. Chapter 52, The Prison of Illusion. Dream Prison. The forbidden power of the little broken egg. Road Dust was confused. The power of fantasy, the power of dreams. Combined, they were the Eternal Fantasyland Dream Lord? Images of what the Lookout Moon tribe used to be appeared in his mind. These were the traces of the years that remained in this relic, reflecting the past and the present. Like watching a 6D immersive movie, he saw a scene from a time when the Lookout Moon tribe was still alive. It was a plain. In the center of the plain stood a mountain peak, and Lu Duan recognized it as Mount Wangyu, which hadn't yet turned into a snowy mountain. The Moon Watch resided on the mountain. It had been stuck at the peak of the totem rank for a long time. It pondered hard, unable to find a subsequent path to advance above the totem rank. This day, it accidentally discovered that the ecosystem derived from its breath had intruded a group of humans, ragged and starving. They were being chased by ferocious beasts. It saved the group of humans in passing and bestowed food. Looking at the humans kneeling on the ground and thanking itself profusely, it was a bit confused. Wasn't it just giving some of its own food scraps? Why were the humans so grateful to itself? The humans prayed for it to become a guardian god and allow them to live in its territory. Lookout Moon granted it. Wang Yu was amazed to find that as this group of humans believed in itself, it saw the path to advance above the totem order. Collecting the power of faith, when the curved moon on its forehead turned into a full moon, that was the moment it advanced. In this way, the Moon Watch coexisted with this group of humans. As a guardian god, it used its own power to radiate and spawn creatures with ice and dark attributes by humans to contract. These humans began to flourish with the Great Mountain as the center of the circle. Memory images and time passed quickly, condensing decades of spring and fall changes into a single second. In retrospect, that vast plains of Earth, as far as the eye could see, densely packed stone buildings rose up. The tribe had become a huge cluster of tribes. The Moonwatch tribe. The mountain was known to them as the Holy Mountain, the Moonwatch Mountain. They built altars to worship and believe in the Moonwatcher. The moon on the forehead of the Moonwatcher was a hair's breadth away from being perfected. Just as it held a celebration, it was preparing to collect the power of faith, so that the moon on its forehead would be completely consummated. It was also at this time. The sky was pitch black. A huge spider web enveloped the sky above the Moonwatch tribe, and the dual-bodied great spider, with its tail connected to its tail, descended on the web, spreading its own forbidden aura. The tribe was devastated. Countless people were spiritually deformed. Their limbs were twisted and they fell into a deep sleep. Their spirits entered the fantasy land and were dominated by the power of fantasy, while their real bodies were deformed into the great spider. Wang Yu and the great spider fought a great battle, the horrific battle Aura. so that the sky dome almost cracked, the moonlight and twisted forbidden power in the collision, the heaven and earth collapsed, space broken. In the end, the disaster ended with a desperate strike from Lookout Moon, blowing up half of the Great Spider's body and exposing the forbidden essence to the air. The Great Spider was a single consciousness with two bodies, and the body that possessed the forbidden origin of the power of illusion was its main body. It wanted to recapture the other half of the body's taboo origin. As long as it recaptured it, it could instantly recover its body, but Wang Yu didn't give it a chance. Before dying, the angry Wang Yu's forehead, soon to be complete full moon, shattered the power of dream's taboo origin, causing the taboo origin to turn into a rain of light and fall down to the plains, and the forehead's full moons collapsed, interweaving with each other to form a large net that enveloped into the earth of the plains, blending the power of taboo dream power into the earth of the plains. The forbidden origin dream power was blocked under the plains. What followed was the known story. The flesh and blood of Wang Yu transformed into a lake of blood, suppressing the lord of eternal fantasy land dreams at the bottom of the altar built for it by the Wang Yu tribe, and his body melted into a spear to suppress the taboo origin power of fantasy. What followed was even more saddening. Just like what Lu Duan thought, the egg that Wang Yu had left behind by purifying it with part of its soul and flesh and blood was indeed treated as if it was a sacred beast egg by the surviving people of the Wang Yu tribe. They didn't dare to defile it. An altar was rebuilt for enshrining this sacred beast egg in anticipation of the birth of the sacred beast. The contamination of the forbidden was not something that mortals could withstand. Half of the Great Spider's body and the taboo origin had melted into the plains where the Lookout Moon tribe lived, and the scent of the higher glyph creatures was poison to all humans. One by one, the people of the Moonwatch tribe died. They did not leave until the last person of the tribe, who was praying piously to the holy beast egg before he died. They firmly believed that God would return. As God's servants, they could not abandon God and leave. Hey! Lu Duan's heart was heavy. A guardian god who, for the sake of the human tribe, willingly sealed the evil god's dependence at the cost of his death. A human tribe that didn't move an inch for the sake of the guardian god. They, in the beginning, had only treated humans as tool people for their own advancement, and treated the tribe as if it was a breeding game. They, too, started out just to live, consecrating their faith and seeking the patron god's blessing. As the years changed, the fates of both sides intertwined, and both became important existences in their own right. He then sighed. A full-bodied great spider with the power of fantasy and the power of dreams is truly terrifying. The two strands of rule authority complemented each other. Carried out individually, it was no big deal. For example, the power of fantasy, it was only able to affect the creatures within its power range, causing them to be dominated by their desires and fantasize about what they needed most deep down. The power of dreaming, which projects power to the earth, is capable of putting people into a deep sleep. Available at the combination of the two is terrifying, and all those who enter the dreamland will have their desires conjured up in their dreams, losing themselves and becoming its servants. It wanted to enslave looking at the moon. That is, it saw that the full moon on looking at the moon's forehead was able to connect to the moon in the sky. At that time, it can project its dream power onto the moon, and all those who are caught in the moonlight are infested with its power, attempting to pull everyone into a fantasy world. The true infinite moon reading program. So, the forbidden origin power of dreams is in the outer zone of the snowy mountains? Boing, the little broken egg shook its head. Once again, Lu Duan saw the changing of the years. The Lookout Moon tribe disappeared into the earth with the passage of time, and only the Lookout Moon mountain still stood. As the first wave of foreign domains descended, the range where the Lookout Moon tribe was located merged into the Blue Star. Later on, as the foreign domains continued to integrate into the Blue Star, the hopeful Moon tribe was separated by the other descending territories, especially the descent of a vast as the sea lake. It descended directly between the Moonwatch Mountain and the Moonwatch Plain. As a result, the Lookout Moon Mountain and the Lookout Moon Plains were separated, and over the course of thousands of years, as the foreign regions continued to integrate, the Lookout Moon Mountain became the Lookout Moon Snow Mountain that was now on the outskirts of the ancient capital. And the Moonwatch Plain. Lu Chen's eyes steeply widened. The lake that separated the Lookout Moon Mountain and the Lookout Moon Plain was the Cloud Dreaming Marsh. That is to say, the Moonwatch Plain is now located near Dezay City, or rather, Great Zephyr City is built on top of the Moonwatch Plain. I'll be damned. It can't be such a coincidence, right? There are also a few third-level small cities around Dezay City. Suddenly, Lu Duan entered a spiritual world. A misty city. After sucking in the power of fantasy, did you even inherit the ability of this kind of big spiders? Boing! The little broken egg called out softly, and Luthen was inexplicably able to understand what it meant. It told Ludwan that this place was called the Prison of Illusion. It was true to its name, the Illusion Prison, the prison that made you sink into the fantasy world forever. The only difference was that Big Spider's mist was filled with a bizarre aura. Little Busted Egg's Prison of Illusion was filled with a dreamy astral mist. Boing! Little Broken Egg brought road dust to the edge of the misty city by instantaneously traveling. It was the same as Big Spider. Little Broken Egg's illusory prison manifested the misty city, also only half of it, and all the buildings in front of them came to a screeching halt, with neat breaks in the buildings. It was as if the Mirage prison was once not only the size of the one in front of them, but a terrifying force had split the complete Mirage prison in half, destroying the other half of the city. Ludwan reached out and touched the front, and a chaotic aura filled the air. Ludum guessed that the missing place in front of him should belong to the place where the power of dreams permeated. Should it be called Dream Prison? Unfortunately, the half of the body that controlled the dream power was torn apart by the Moonwatch, and the dream power was also shattered, merged into the Moonwatch plane, and imprisoned by the full moon on his forehead. Only when the little broken egg absorbed the dreamland power, it would be able to fill in the missing place. At that time, should it be called Phantom Dream Prison? Suddenly, in front of the city's demarcation break, Ludwan's god's eyes saw a city slowly rising from the ground amidst the endless chaotic aura. The entire city was gray and hazy, with an untrue and unclear outline, rising up in the curling air. His eyes suddenly shrunk to a black dot. The look of this city was familiar to him. It was the city he had lived in for 18 years. Days City. What's going on here? For the first time, Ludwan was startled. His grandmother and sister-in-law, the only other relatives in the world, were still inside. Oing oing. Are you saying that after the death of the evil god's favorite great spider, that power of Dreamland became unowned, and someone wants to steal control of the power of Dreamland? He wants to turn the entire city of Osawa into a brand new dream prison. Sacrifice the entire city from reality? Puffing. Luchuan's eyes were bloodshot and incomparably red. His spiritual power penetrated through his body. His Taisher spirituality lingered around his body, and his hair was windless. Boing ow! The little broken egg jumped onto his head. It informed Ludwan that there was a way to solve it, by having it devour the power of the dream world when Dajo City wasn't completely sacrificed. It would be able to solve it. But the ancient capital is a long way from Great Zay City by airplane. Boing! Half an hour? You said to give you half an hour. The little broken egg nodded fiercely. Giggling, the little broken egg's body radiated brightly. Throughout the illusory prison, radiant star mist coalesced, and then turned into a bridge of star mist coalescence, slowly spreading towards the shadow of Osawa City. Chapter 53. Starlight Giant Strikes. Existence above Evil God. On the outskirts of Osawa City, the densely packed Imperial Beast soldiers heavily blockaded and surrounded Osawa City. They looked over to Days City, and the city looked like a mirage. They tried everything but couldn't get in. It was like being in another dimension. Pillar Master Jiang. This is the power of the forbidden, the power of the dream world rules, pulling the entire Dajo City into another dimension a little bit. The face of the leader of the 3rd Legion of the Eastern Region Imperial Beasts was grave as he was called over by Jiang Zhini. The Night's Watch Pillar Lord is qualified to mobilize a legion. Dragon Cloud Bird. Instantaneous movement. She and the Dragon Cloud Bird used instant movement at the same time, and with the skill stacked, her body instantly moved towards the inside of Osawa City. The figure disappeared in place. But the next second, the figure reappeared in the same place. The teleportation failed. Jiang Zhini's face was hard to see and icy cold. Lu Yurong is still in there. Damn it! She had previously triggered the time-based talent voice of history and listened to the sound of history, and she saw all of it in her eyes. Including the dream power was then broken and integrated into the ground of Ozawa. The next city that Lu Yurong explored, that site, was the fringe of the Lookout Moon Tribe. The core of the Lookout Moon Tribe is at the foot of Days City. It didn't evolve into a relic. It was then that she remembered earlier, when Lu Yurong said that the site was occupied by a group of madmen. Being the one who had annihilated several cult groups, she instantly understood that there were cultists who coveted the Dreamland power. They are not occupying that site. Instead, they were investigating the exact location of the forbidden origin. Ozawa city center. The city was filled with thick fog. The scene was eerie, and there was not a single light. All the people in the whole city were in a deep sleep. If you look down from the sky, it will be noticed that at the edge of the city, at intervals of 100 meters, there will be a cross stake. There were bodies of humans and magical beasts nailed to cross stakes. Blood ran down the stake. Under the influence of the strange power, instead of dispersing and spreading out, they connected with each other and finally became a sacrificial spell formation that encompassed the entire city. Blood spells surrounded the entire city, and then excess blood started flowing from the stake to the city. Looking down from the sky, it looked like there were countless lines of blood eerily advancing towards the center of the city. It finally converged on a civilian neighborhood near the dump. All the buildings were bulldozed, and the ground was covered in countless bloody limbs, human, ferocious beasts, and numerous item materials that emanated an unsettling aura. Here, too, stood 5 stakes. Nailed to 4 of the stakes were 4 faces, tortured beyond recognition, like a mass of rotting flesh, with only 1 pair of eyes revealing a strong sense of fear and regret. Let me go, let me go. Chanin-shin, please. I was wrong. Please let me go. On the 5th stake, a young man was also tied. He cried out in pain and went into a state of extreme shock. The young man called Chan In-shin laughed lightly. Spare you? You guys are Imperial Beast Masters with honorable Imperial Beast talent. As for me, I'm just an orphan with no talent for Imperial Beasts, and I've been forced to beg for food in garbage piles all my life. Gee whiz, you're the only one left. Chan In-shin looked at the expression of fear to the extreme on the other party and cocked his head. What's going on? When you guys beat me up in the past, the expressions on your faces weren't like this. Characters appear in Chapter 9, Ambush also in Chapter 9. But I made a point of keeping you awake? His blood-stained hand pulled up the other man's hair and made him look at himself. See that alley? 510 times. That's how many times I've been bullied by you guys in this alley since I was a kid. Now it's my turn to play nice with you guys then. Miserable screams continued, begging for life and death, and the blood gathered on the ground, transforming into a 5-star mango formation. Buzz. The sacrificial spell that covered the entire city blasted out blood, causing the entire city, something to be precipitated out of the ground. Then a little bit of it coalesced in the center of the formation. It was a constantly churning mass of light, bright and dark, with countless small, fine bubbles between the churning. Each bubble, filled with a myriad of light. Dreamland, a bubble that represents a dream. These are the dreams of the sleeping people of the entire city of days. Countless small bubbles coalesced towards the churning light, growing a little. Nice, nice. A middle-aged man in black robes next to him raised an eyebrow. His shadow projected on the ground, teeth and claws flailing and monstrous and twisted, as if there were countless horrifying creatures hiding in his shadow. His black robe bore the markings of a spider's web. He tore the black robe from his body, revealing the elaborate suit, and stomped hard on the cobweb markings on the soles of his feet. Also appears in Chapter 9. At his feet lay a multitude of corpses, again wearing spiderweb black robes. The gray web weavers? A bunch of cerebral palsy cultists so easy for us to split into 2 factions. Damn, I'll just lurk in for fun. And I can the boss of them all. If this kind of organization isn't destroyed, heaven forbid. It's also fortunate that one of their factions opened the relics of the ancient capital, causing the Dream Realm power to have a disturbance, and we were able to locate the exact location of the Dream Realm power. The middle-aged man in a suit took out a cigar. A shadow emerged from the shadows and lit a fire. He exhaled a mouthful of smoke. Imperial Beast Master? What's so good about the Imperial Beast Master? Boy, the pattern is small. Serve the Lord of the Zodiac. Use its power to plunder the power of the taboo. Control the taboo. Become the taboo. Serve the Lord of the Zodiac for eternity. That's the true king's way. When you become the new Lord of the Eternal Fantasyland Dreams, you will also be able to officially join our Palace of the 12 Strings of the Zodiac as the 12th controller. Thank you to the great Lord of the Zodiac. Chan In-shin was as devout as a fanatic believer with a pious face. It was the Lord of the Zodiac. He was the one who allowed himself to have everything. Human flesh can't withstand the forbidden power, and I've prepared a great gift for you as well. The man in the suit pulled out an egg, which had broken. Eggs were spilled by him in every corner of the city. It's empty inside. The bloodline heir of that monarch ranked Bibbo Porcupine Dragon in the cloud-dreaming marsh. which I stole just after it gave birth, should go crazy. Well, it should lead all the ferocious beasts in the Cloud Dream Zephyr and kill them to come to the city of Dazay, and at that time, melt their flesh and blood and cast them as your new physical body. I've learned that demon Jiang Zheni is also in the ancient capital, that spider is probably difficult and can't make waves. So when the time comes, I'll seize its fantasy power as well. Boom, boom, boom. The earth was trembling ever so slightly. The man in the suit raised an eyebrow. Here we go. The flesh sustenance has arrived. The dreamland forbidden origin is also all molded. Quickly, swallow it. Chun Inshin prepared to swallow the forbidden origin as soon as he could. Buzz. In Dazay City, the sleeping Lu Yurong. A curved moon lit up on his back before suddenly transforming into a terrifying moonlight surge. Ambush Chapter 23. Reflected in the sky, the terrifying power of suppression blasted towards the forbidden origin. Humph! The man in the suit let out a cold grunt. Boom! Behind him transformed into a world of shadows. The power of shadows swept towards the sky. Countless shadows transformed into strange shadows roaring. The waning moon in the sky was directly bombarded. The remaining power of the peak of the totem rank is just that, nothing more. And that's when he was confused. He saw a weird egg that had appeared on the scene at some point, obviously cracked horizontally, with a mouth growing out of the shell. It ran away with the forbidden origin in its mouth. Looking at the sky again, a starlight corridor bridge appeared at an unknown time, connecting another world. The man in the suit and Chun Inshin are both down. What's with the egg? He looked at the eggs of the bebop porcupine dragon in his hand. They were still there. As soon as he slammed the broken egg of the Bibbo Piggly Wiggly dragon on the ground, he ruthlessly stomped on it and stormed out. How dare you! Bibbo Porcupine Dragon's egg. What's wrong with you? It stole it. Why are you stepping on me? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Little broken egg quickly returned to the Star Mist Corridor Bridge, back to the Phantom Prison, and burrowed into the Imperial Beast space. Boing, boing, turning into a frantic calling monster. He urged Luduan to hurry up with the spiritual contemplation of the Lord of the Great Beginning. The other side was coming after him. Without hesitation, Luduan's consciousness entered the Taisher space. Little broken egg, holding the forbidden origin in his mouth, also hurriedly entered, arriving at the space of the Great Beginning, at the top of the long steps of starlight. Bathed in the light of the starlight giant, it breathed a sigh of relief which was reassuring. The shadow projected on the ground by the little broken egg. Suddenly, there is a thick shadow cohesion, and finally from a two-dimensional shadow, it becomes three-dimensional, and a face actually emerges from it. I am coming. The man in the suit pushed his way out of the shadows and he grinned sardonically. I've got you, little mouse. Miraculous being. By what means did you enter the place of sacrifice? He was sizing up what this place was. Suddenly, he saw this vast starry sky, and saw the long steps of the ascended god condensed by starlight. Alike, as well. Saw. Sitting at the top of the long steps, starlight giant. His pupils shrunk to the size of pinpricks, becoming a forbidding presence, and he thought he was free of fear. He was wrong, and fear rushed into his brain like a flood breaking through a dike. Even when he was transformed into a forbidden person, the cells in his entire body were trembling violently like the instinctive fear of a living creature. He saw a vast starlight void that he couldn't see straight. It is impossible to be seen straight in the bit. As he once was a human being, he faced the taboo, even a billion times more terrifying than that. Fear and pain hit his soul, and he felt his mind begin to stagnate, being the forbidden one that he was. Beginning to doubt the existence of the forbidden, the soul began to deny itself, the flesh and blood were churning, as if a new consciousness was to be born in the mind. He began an irretrievable aberration. The reason is just to look at each other. Miserable screams kept hissing in his mouth. Hell! This is hell! Escape! Hurry up and escape! He burrowed into the shadows, his spirit returning to his body in Osawa City. Bang! The sleeve exploded, blood and flesh proliferated, and a huge sarcoma grew on the shoulder of his right arm. Bang, bang, bang. The monstrosity couldn't be stopped, and soon his figure swelled and the meatballs kept piling up. The soul is even more terrifying. Only a second had passed outside, but to him, a second was stretched into tens of thousands of years. The soul suffers the ultimate torture. Seek life, seek death. His eyes were constantly weaving in and out of confusion and sobriety. Finally, while sober, "Great Lord of the Zodiac, save me!" He frantically ran to the center of the sacrificial spell, using himself as a sacrifice. The phalanx was unleashed. He disappeared, transformed into a sacrifice, melting into a puddle of unknown pus and blood. Instead, he ended up with relief in his eyes. Summon the supreme evil god with a forbidden body as a sacrifice. Outside of the great Zephyr City, the densely packed water-based ferocious beasts were vast and boundless. They come out of Cloud Dreamer. The third Imperial Beast Legion of the Eastern region was confronting them. In the sky, there was a huge Inuyasha dragon that was as big as a mountain, also commonly known as crocodiles. Jiang Zhini stood in the 9 heavens to confront it. The two sides' auras were colliding, but without any surprises. The Bai-Bo piggyback dragon's aura was directly crushed. Tenno, Monarch Order Invincible. The Bibbo Piggly Wiggly dragon roared, its spiritual will declaring out. The heir that I can only give birth to for 100 years is dead and stolen. The egg liquid was spilled in that city. I want revenge. Jiang Zhini was calm. One more step in and you die too. Even if you are related to the Imperial Dragon Clan, I will kill you. Just as the two sides were at a standstill. Buzz! The crowd saw it. The winds rose and endless ravings echoed in the skies above Day's city. The clouds in the sky converged, and then coalesced into a face overlooking the world. The mold is not visible and cannot be seen straight. And then, it transformed into a supreme figure clad in yellow with 12 palaces of flesh and blood lingering around it. Deities. His body stood in the city of Ozawa, which had been pulled into another dimension, and his body went straight up into the clouds. The clouds all only come up to its shoulders. Evil, evil God. Chapter 54, Lord of the Zodiac? A giant hand reaching out from beyond the world. Evil God. Evil God. Why would an evil god appear? The leader of the 3rd Imperial Beast Legion roared in horror. Isn't the current world realm still not allowing such existences to enter? Even the frontline battlefields, those forbidden ecospheres, have never seen an evil god appear. The supreme figure as great as an abyss stood between heaven and earth. Light, time, and space were all distorted in him. It was unobservable to the naked eye, and the spirit was unable to look directly into it. The moment he appeared in the world, breath dispersed, endless ravings overlapped. Plug your ears. Close your eyes. The Legion leader of the 3rd Imperial Beast Legion of the Eastern region and Jiang Zhini shouted at the same time, and at the first moment, their spirituality penetrated through their bodies, transforming into a boundary that enveloped the surroundings. Everyone closed their 5 senses and 6 senses with their spirituality. But even after closing their eyes and blocking their ears, in their line of sight, the figure that could not be seen directly was still there. Too high to see its appearance clearly, its appearance was constantly changing. The only thing that remained unchanged was the yellow garment that was draped over him. Endless murmurs murmured, madly pouring into the mind. These murmurs contained many knowledge and truths. Bang, bang, bang. The human Imperial Beastmaster lineup was fine, but the ferocious beast side was miserable. Countless ferocious beasts rolled on the ground, struggling and twisting, their skin cracking open inch by inch, revealing the flesh and blood inside. But it was only 50 steps to 100. The Imperial Beastmasters wanted to escape, but there was nowhere to run. Even the existences of the monarch rank felt their spirituality mutating, a knowledge of truth that didn't belong to this world drilling into their brains. Escape. Escape, Jiang Tianwang. You're the only one who can escape. The leader of the Imperial Beast Legion laughed miserably. But it was also at this moment. Boom! The world in front of them changed, as if it was a flat thunderstorm. Countless people felt the great terror of suffocation. In this billionth of a second and a fraction of a second, a force that could not be described in words descended. It was as if a dinosaur had been shoved hard into a fishbowl, and the very existence of the world trembled. Humming, the entire substance of the world was imprisoned. It was as if the world's operation had been pressed to pause. In everyone's eyes, the colorful world began to disappear, fading into the most primitive black and white. Everyone looked horrifiedly at the sky above. A terrifying gaze that spanned the world itself descended. He who was overlooking the entire world. He was located in a dimension that could not be observed by normal means. It was a supreme existence that was completely different from any life. It was an ancient and eternal mysterious demon god. On his arm, countless bubbles were entwined, which were a star with billions of light condensing. It was as if he came from the past, the future, and existed at any point in time. His gaze gazed from beyond the world, staring and gazing at the evil god clad in yellow. It was as if his authority had been challenged, and as if he had been provoked by a mole cricket. He raised his hand, countless bubbles lining it, turning his wrist and pulling out streams of bubbles, reaching out from beyond the world and slapping it down. The 12 palaces of flesh surrounding the yellow-clothed evil god directly shattered. The yellow-clothed evil god let out a murmuring low roar, as if it were an enemy, even as the crowd sensed fear in it. Boo! Like slapping a mosquito, the yellow-clothed evil god directly obliterated, and the crowd saw that while the yellow-clothed evil god shattered, its exploded body coalesced into a portal. Through the portal, they saw the same magnificent figure clad in yellow, located in a hazy world. He was hissing, his colorfulness could be felt, and then a piece of his coat was torn off. The next second, without any sign, everything disappeared. The yellow-clothed evil god, the evil god that dazzled the star bubble, all disappeared without a trace. It was as if they had never appeared, even to the extent that their minds had become fuzzy and unable to memorize the scene just now. It was clearly just now, but it was like it happened a long, long time ago. Only the ferocious beast camp, that deformed ferocious beast, invariably told that everything had happened just now. Jiang Zhini took a deep breath to calm herself down. "Still want to go?" she faintly said to the Bai-Bo Piggly Wiggly Dragon. The Bai-Bo Piggly Wiggly Dragon, having been scared out of its wits a long time ago, let out a terrified shriek and looked at the Great Zay City as if it was looking into an abyss as it twisted its head and walked away to burrow into the cloud dream Great Zay. "Go! Rescue Great Zay City!" Everyone temporarily suppressed the unrivaled shock within their hearts. They entered the Great Zay City, their hearts heavy with fear that there would be no survivors from this erosion of the two high realm existences. One must know that an evil god taboo realm, even just passing by, was capable of creating a terrifying piece of taboo ecology. Not to mention, he was intentionally staying. They entered Zay City but were confused. All the humans were fine. Can it be that they were pulled into the power of the dream realm? Falling into sleep, so they weren't contaminated? This explanation was untenable. The eternal Fantasyland Dream Lord's authority over the forbidden origin fantasy and dreamland came from the evil god bestowed by the evil god to which he belonged. The great spider was also nothing more than a dependent of the evil god. With this kind of power, how could it possibly withstand the descent of an evil god's projection? Not to mention that an even more terrifying existence had appeared behind it. Jiang Zhini guessed that it might be the battle between the two existences that immunized this contamination, or that the eternal bubble didn't bother spreading truth and knowledge to this kind of world. Eternal bubble. This was the name she gave to that even more terrifying existence that appeared behind her. A figure that existed as if it had existed for eternity, covered in forming bubbles, existing in the past, present, and future, at every point in time. As a super ancient mythological archaeologist, as a voice of history, someone who could listen to history, instead of being scared, she was excited. It was like a poison, a product for those of them who knew it was deadly, but were already too deep in it to pull themselves out, desperate to explore his existence, the truth of the world. However, the memories were fading. Even if she was so strong that she was invincible at the monarch rank and was known as the Heavenly King, with her spirituality, she was unable to carry that memory. Arriving at Lu Yurong's home, she first looked at Lu Yurong, who was fine and still sleeping. Then immediately took out a paper and pen and started to write down what just happened with a pen, and also with a pattern that, Jiang, why are you here?" Lu Yurong stretched and looked at Jiang Zhenyi in front of her. "I'm still in a dream within a dream? Wasn't I in the royal beasts fighting demons? Then I'll go back to sleep." She slept back. Kang Yung-yi slapped her arse. She popped up and cried out, "Pain, pain, pain." Covering her arse, she realized it wasn't a dream. Kang Yung-yi was speechless. Never mind, it was her good fortune not to know. Otherwise, she was afraid of having a mental shadow. Buzz. Suddenly, Lu Yurong's entire body exploded with light, and behind her, a vision rose. The vision was of night descending and a full moon hanging high in the sky. A force erupted from Lu Yurong's body, and her hair coat and hair shook. I feel like there's a space inside me." A summoning spell appeared. An astral spirit condensed entirely from moonlight appeared in front of Lu Yurong. A moonlight star spirit? Lu Yurong blinked his eyes, sensing the information in his mind. Jiang Zhenyi's eyes stared slightly. SSS-Grade Imperial Beast Talent? Chosen Beast Pet? She was confused. There was no Imperial Beast Talent for Lu Yuyong. At the age of 28, awakening the Imperial Beast Talent? Wait, that moon in the vision. She seemed to know something. It should be related to the Moonwatch. Wahahahaha. I'm a Royal Beast Master too. Or the same SSS rank Imperial Beast Talent as my great-nephew. Lu Yurong was happy, like she had won the $5 million jackpot. No wonder my great-nephew was able to awaken the SSS-Grade talent. So it follows me. On the other side, Lu Dust and Little Broken Egg and Chi Tian looked at a piece of yellow clothespin in the Taisher space in a daze. The forbidden aura on it was strong, the kind that would make an ordinary person look at it and directly die a violent death. Name: a piece of the Lord of the Yellow Road's clothes corner. Luduan was still recalling the image from just now. That sympathy man didn't know what means to use, and followed the Little Broken Egg to drill into the Taisher space. Then it looked straight at the Starlight Giant. Aberration occurred and summoned the evil god he himself believed in, just that guy in the yellow robe. It was as if the Starlight Giant had been provoked. The scene that was seen appeared. Hiss. It's worthy of being a super god-level spirituality. It's a bit powerful. It's really more forbidden than forbidden. The evil god would have to take a slap in the face if he came. He saw that on the opposite side of the illusory prison, Osawa City had returned to reality, and Lu Yurong and the others were fine. His hanging heart finally landed. Absorb it. 3 items now existed in the Taisher space. One was the power of dreams, refined from the forbidden origin. One was the piece of the Lord of the Zodiac's clothes. The other was the one obtained from the man in the suit, the forbidden blood of the God of Shadows. From the blood of a god called the God of Shadows. Lu Chuan let the Little Broken Egg absorb the dream power. It was time for it to fully hatch. The idea returned to reality. It was still in the sealed space. Lu Duan took out the dream realm power, and the Little Broken Egg devoured it in a big gulp as the star mist enveloped it once again. The dense white light was constantly building up. 1 was also waiting and 2 were also waiting. Chi Tian's thunder attribute evolution materials were all ready as well. Chi Tian, the rock aversion monkey, had been injected with a wave of energy by Wang Yu, and his level had already come to the upper elite rank. Moreover, according to the observation of the god's eyes and the evolutionist's identity, the roots were not unstable in any way. The evolution conditions were met. This kind of rare evolution materials he carried in his bag with him. Chi Tian, start evolving. The level was met, and the mythic evolution sequence also revealed the specific conditions. Name: Anorexic Rock Monkey. Mythic evolution sequence. Spirit Bright Rock Monkey legendary species. Evolution requirements. 1. Level up to upper elite rank. 2. Devouring a large amount of lightning resources 0%. 3. The host spirituality of the Lord of the Great beginning the most important. 4. Complete progress of bloodline fusion of the previous race. Evolved to be a spirit bright stone monkey. Lu Duan was looking forward to it. It was a hero in the hearts of countless Chinese people. He stepped through the sky, caused havoc in the heavenly palace, and was invincible in battle. The same race as Sun de Shang'e. However, isn't the heart ape of fire? Why do you need thunder? We do not understand, do not dare to ask, the system says how to do it. Lu Duan took out a large number of thunder system materials, most of which he modulated with his identity as an evolutionist. Chi Tian swallowed it. Zzzzzzzzz. On the surface of his body, between his hair, silk arcs of thunder began to linger. The progress of the thunder system resources continued to rise. 5%, 10%, 20%, 50%, 74%, 90%, 95%, 97%, 99%. Finally, 100%. The thunder system is complete. All evolutionary conditions are met. Lu Duan did not hesitate. Chi Tian, evolve. Buzz. Like a creator like light of evolution enveloped Chi Tian's body. Countless lightning arcs leapt and shone hiddenly on it. The averse rock monkey and the Little Broken Egg. The 2 lights of evolution mirrored each other in the sealed space. Ding! Special material that matches the evolution of the host's beast pet has been detected. Is it incorporated? The forbidden blood of the God of Shadows can be incorporated into the rock aversion monkey. which will open up a special xenomorphic form, and according to projections, it will become even stronger. Lu Duan was stunned. It will become stronger? Then what the hell is there to consider? Melt! At once, the forbidden blood of the god of shadows merged into the light of evolution, and the incandescent and piercing light of evolution became pitch black. A layer of pitch black shadows that had life like shades overshadowed it, covering it little by little. In the end, it became the evolutionary light that emitted black light. Lu Chun looked at the white and black evolution lights in front of him with a look of anticipation. Looking forward to what will come out will be two things. PS1, Volume 1, and PS2. The first volume is written. This volume is considered to open the world view of the volume. I believe that handsome than the readers see this also know this world is a Graham's imperial beasts of the world, the existence of evil gods and taboo. To be honest, I write books like Grass Snake Gray Line, Ambush Pulse 1000 Miles of Writing Method. Do not like to think of what to write ambush basically from the front to start getting, and then they will be strung together. The 9th chapter of the Bully Chenin Shin, the 23rd chapter mentioned Lu Yong went to the ruins, behind the appearance of the curved moon pattern of the Wang Yu, the back of the road dust to open the Wang Yu mountain relics of the rock wall corresponding to the curved moon, and the protagonist to go to the ancient capital, the 17th chapter on the mention of the Chidiansen, an entire village of people's flesh and blood turned into a leather bag, like a sunny day doll, swinging in the wind. You can see that it is a spider silk or something hanging them. When this group of cultists found the relics, they also said that they were driven out of the order, namely because this Grey Weaver's church was so stupid that they were all led by the men in suits to the top and divided the entire church. The whole plot is set to go. There are bound to be some minor flaws which can't be avoided. Online writing is not like traditionally published novels. There is a lot of time to polish. Unlike traditionally published novels which have a lot of time to polish, we write on the same day, post on the same day, and update quite a lot, so it's normal to have some mistakes or imperfections. After all, the author fungus is also an ordinary person. I've written 10,000 books in a certain Lu, I've written some great books in a certain point, and I've got millions of books in a certain cigar, so the quality can be guaranteed. The book flag pulls me over. Give the guaranteed price is not low. This book, because before writing each site's characteristics are different, I looked at the book flag site's book, found that all are brainless hate, rich second generation out on the face. The beginning of the plot I can only follow the customs, so the plot in front of the plot, there should be quite a lot is to reflect the villain brainless. Now do a survey, I don't know readers like what kind of writing, is now this kind of focus on plot padding, Grass Snake Gray Line Ambulance Pulse thousands of miles, and finally converge in the plot flow writing method. Or do you like to focus on cool, as long as the dry on the line of the writing method? I'm from a certain Lu, if this kind of thing, I'm good at it. I also like to see what you like to see in the Royal Beasts article, I also like to see, including Pokemon novels, anime, I like that kind of Royal Beasts master and the interaction of the beasts and pets as well as the bond. So the bond of the Lookout Moon and the Lookout Moon tribe, giving up their lives for each other, these little stories I'm portraying, I don't know what you guys think of them. If you can, please go to the book review area to leave a message, well that is to give the book scoring that comment area satisfied with a 5-star, and then squeak so that the author fungus feel you in. I also the second volume to change the focus. PS3, update time, every day around 2300 hours I will update the day together, but the book flag has audit, the early morning does not work, basically only during the day you should be able to get up in the morning to see the update every day, ahahaha. Just to give you squatting pit to pass the time well, the author fungus chasing more novels is this, chasing more books, then can squat for half an hour. PS4. Lastly, pray for golden tickets, pray for free golden tickets, love. You guys tickets plus more la. PS5. This book certainly have not like, do not like the reader's handsome on the right corner of the corner la. I am also sorry. Did not write the story you like. Chapter 55 Evolution. Black Myth Goku present. Moonwatch ruins. Underground sealed space. A black and a white mass of evolutionary light was incandescent and piercing, with a dense glow, as if terrifying creatures were bred inside. After more than half an hour, Lu Duan's eyes had already dried up, and the person was falling asleep from waiting. Silent closed space. Crisp sound was unusually abrupt. Lu Dust's spirit shook, raised his eyes and looked. The small broken egg's body surface coalesced into a light cocoon like evolutionary light, steeply cracked open a crack. Dreamy starry mists emerged along the crack. Ka. Like dominoes, one crack after another sprung up. Finally, with a humming sound, the light of evolution dissipated, revealing the strange life that had been birthed. The fellow that had spanned countless years and turned into a fossilized egg was finally born into this world today after a long period of years. Dreamlike creature, floating in mid-air, its 8 tentacles pushing the air downwards as if it were swimming and treading water. so that it could stagnate in the air. With every wriggle on the tentacles, it scratched out starry, misty streams of light, like shadows. Little broken eggs, still little broken eggs. The eggshell didn't completely break open. The eggshell transformed into its clothes and slipped over its body, and 8 tentacles broke out of the shell and extended outside. The eggshell was white and starry misty, vaguely reflecting a misty, dusty world. Its body was also translucent, blackish in color, with points of light flickering inside, as if it had condensed a nebula inside. Suddenly bright and dark. The octopus-like, squid-like head was exposed, like the creator's most perfect work. Flawless. Its pair of big eyes dripping new curiosity surveyed everything. See Lu Dust, it born of childish feelings. Calling out, the 8 tentacles pushed the air, and the light of the stars flowed and landed on Lu Dust's shoulder. The feel of the hand is like a jelly, not slippery and disgusting, especially its 8 clawed tentacles. Pinch it like Play-Doh, pinch it. The end of the tentacles and starlight bubbles sprayed out. Name Void Dream Squid. Rank Lower Degenerate Stage. Attribute Spatial, Dream, Imagination. Racial Qualification Legendary Species. Racial Talent Space, Dream, Void. Skills Voiding Super Rank Skill. Enter the prison of illusory dreams, combining the power of the void and dream world to vaporize itself and avoid all attacks. Duration 1s. Phantom Dream Arachnid Silk Super Rank Skill. The devoured power of illusion and dream power originated from a spider form evil god's favorite, which also inherited the Arachnid Silk ability to unleash it. Void Wanderer Super Rank Skill. Spatial skill, similar to blinking, but can be hidden in the void. Dream Manipulation High Order Skill, can manipulate dreams. Light of Illusion Higher Ranked Skill, creates illusions. Description: a dream species that lived in the ultra-ancient period, after being transformed by the spirituality of the Lord of the Great Beginning and devouring the power of empty thought and the power of dreams. The race has been altered and has become a void illusionary dream squid, an accidental product that has never been seen before or since, and will not be seen again as a second void illusionary dream squid. It can freely travel through space, manipulate the power of space, dream power, and fantasy power, and also possesses the traits of an evil god, contaminating with a forbidden aura, shooting out phantasmal dream spider silks, distorting the will and tampering with the memories of creatures, and creating them as servants and slave beasts. Luxurious can only be described as luxurious. At birth, it is a degenerate rank, with 3 super rank skills and 2 high rank skills. And it's also a terrifying existence that combines spatial, ethereal, and dream attributes into one. Everything was worth it. Want to become my beast pet? Ludwan politely asked the little squid that had been rubbing its tentacles against his cheek. Boing! The little squid nodded fiercely, its body duong like a ball of jelly. Spiritual power surged out from Luchuan's body, outlining the contract inscription and branding it on the void illusion dream squid's forehead. A link from the soul came through, and the destinies of the two had been closely linked together. It was also his mother, the beast pet, left to him. Ludwan was in a good mood, remembering the classic actions of the main character Koji from one of his favorite anime, Pokemon, in his previous life. He raised his fist violently to the sky. Void Phantom Dream Squid. I take it in. I'll call you Phantom Dream from now on. With the nickname Little Squid, Luchuan pinched the other party's Play-Doh like cheeks. The feel of it was nice. Boing! The little squid's 2 tentacles excitedly patted the eggshells on its body, and its mouth was muttering as if it was repeating its name. Oing oing oing. The little squid pointed at Chi-Tion's pitch black light of evolution. The dense black light of evolution transformed into a black hole, absorbing all the light around it, and a shadow power filled the entire sealed space. There was an aura of sacredness and bitterness that was extremely high, permeating the air. With a boom, the shadows collapsed and the pitch-black light of evolution dissipated. The figure of the averse rock monkey Chi-Tion emerged. His body was robust and tall, and the flames on his tail transformed into a bizarre black flame. The hair on his entire body, which had transitioned from rocky gray towards gold, had turned into an ink color that transitioned from gray. Surrounding his body was a black flaming aura, like the flames inside hell. There were also ribbons of dark shadows intertwined with each other, floating between the hairs, and there was also a black flame burning in the pupil of a pair of golden eyes, giving off the same forbidden feeling of not being able to look directly into the eyes. A twisting force radiated out. clad in rock-cast armor with fluted patterns of intertwining flames and shadows. Handsome and daunting at the same time, like a god or devil from the dark plane. Ding! Congratulations to your beast pet, anaerobic rock monkey Zhu bloodline, for evolving into the heterogeneous form of the Lingming Stone Monkey, Black God. But the next thing Chi Tian did was to make this devilish god like Big Brother Aura vanish. It smiled gratefully at Luduan, nervously scratching its monkey head. Demon god Big Brother? What devil god Big Brother? One satiated, it could know which one to choose. Feeling the terrifying power within its body, as well as its transformed racial qualifications. It knew that everything came from this great imperial beast master of its own. Without him, it would be an ordinary little monkey. Name: Spirit Bright Stone Monkey Black God. Strength: Lower Degenerate Stage. Attribute: Fire, Thunder, Shadow. Racial qualification: Half-step mythological species 3rd level god. Racial talent: Vajra Unbreakable. Form change. New skill: Shadow Monkey Hair Split. Special skill: pull off the monkey hair and inject it with the power of shadow. It can be transformed into a split body. As the strength grows stronger, the more split bodies can be summoned. Fixation super skill: use shadow power to manipulate the opponent's shadow, thus confining the opponent. Shadow transportation super rank skill: can enter the shadow and sneak in the shadow world. 3 new skills have been added. 2 of them are super rank, and 1 special skill, Shadow Monkey Hair Diversion. Then there are the racial talents. From shape change, shape shifting, change and transformation. A difference of 1 word. A world of difference. Shape shifting. It can change into any creature whose racial qualification is not higher than that of the totem species, and can use the opponent's skill moves up to intermediate level. Awesome. Shape shifting plus fixation plus plucking monkey hair into monkey incarnation. It had that flavor. However, while Luduan was excited, he was also puzzled. Logically speaking, the Spirit Brightstone Monkey is the great sage of Chi Tian, Sun Wukong. Shouldn't it be directly the earthly 72 transformations? What about the fire eyes and golden eyes? Where are the somersault clouds? What about the Rui weapon? Moreover, he was puzzled. Before, he thought that the legendary ranks were very powerful, and now that he had become a royal beast master for so long to look down. The full moon consummation on Wang Yu's forehead was an advancement to the legendary rank. Strong is strong, but it doesn't match the great sage of Chi Tian at all. That is the existence that can make a big mess of the heavenly palace, the dragon palace, and stir up the hell of the earth into a mess. It's just the legendary rank? Even Chi Tian's Fey evolution, the Spirit Bright Stone Monkey Black God. The racial qualification was only a half-step Mythic Seed lower god. From the system's feedback, the segment of Mythic rank, there are also subdivisions such as lower god, middle god, and upper god. Soon, his doubts were resolved. He saw Chi Tian's subsequent evolutionary path. Mythic Advancement Path. Black Mythic Chi Tian de Shang Mythic Rank Upper God. Evolutionary requirements. So it turns out, not every monkey was a Spirit Bright Stone Monkey. Nor is having the Spirit Bright Stone Monkey bloodline the Monkey King. 1 stage under the Chi world is the true black myth Wukong. Thoughts return. A monkey and a squid were playing. The little squid drooped on Chi Tian's head like a squid hat. The little squid also stuck to Chi Tian. After all, when it was still a little broken egg, it was Chi Tian who was taking care of it. Let's go out. He greeted the 2 beasts and left. This trip to the relics had been thrilling and rewarding. Chapter 56 Shadow Rock Armor. Growth Artifact. Coming to where the altar was above the sealed space. The lake of blood became clarified and no longer churned. Dust rustled down overhead, and large boulder chunks smashed down into the lake, creating waves. This place was going to collapse. Let's go. As they left, the entire mountain wall collapsed, burying the altar. The ruins were filled with forbidden power. It was the erosion of the flesh and blood of the Lord of Eternal Fantasyland dreams, after his death, and once inhaled, he would be dominated by his desire to fall silent in the dream world forever, treating the perfect life he fantasized about in the dream world as if it was the real world. Little Squid, as the controller of the relic, led Luduan to the exit of the spatial portal. You 2 come back first. Luduan intended to summon the 2 beast pets back to the Imperial Beast space. Both beasts evolved by incorporating forbidden things related to the evil god. This caused them to carry a trace of the evil god's characteristics in themselves. The little squid was fine, it didn't show, As long as it didn't actively release the forbidden contamination, it was basically fine. Chi Tian had a much bigger problem, with the dark taboo aura that pounced on him. Boing! The little squid shook its head as it resisted entering the Imperial Beast space. It had been bound in the egg for too long. It no longer wanted to enter the small space. It yearned for the outside world. It pushed the air with its tentacles and swam to his shoulder and burrowed into the backpack, revealing a tiny head outside. Ludum cried and laughed, not wanting to go into the royal beast space. Pikachu, oh no, Pika Squid is actually my family's void phantom dream spider? One step stepped out of the space portal in front of him. A familiar sense of shifting came. Out! Out! Many people were exclaiming in shock as Zhao Kongqing, Professor Su, and the others gathered around, looking up and down at Lu Duan, who had no injuries on his body, and asking questions in a variety of ways. Although there was no danger all the way through the relics, but the things encountered were again evil god familiars, guardian gods, and evil gods. The pressure in his heart could be imagined as a small 2-star Imperial Beastmaster. Coupled with carrying quite a few memory images of the Lookout Moon tribe, his heart's strength and spirituality were overdrawn. Lu Chen's taut nerves and heart instantly loosened, and suddenly, endless exhaustion surged to his heart as he collapsed and fell asleep. This scene gave everyone enough of a fright. Professor Su came forward to check, and only then did he let out a sigh of relief. There's no major problem, he was just too exhausted. His heart was exhausted, and he fell asleep. Being young is good. Falling asleep. The president of the Imperial Beastmaster Association smiled and joked when he saw that Lu Duan was fine, and at the same time, he also said seriously, for little brother Lu, arrange the best hospital room, and at the same time, check his entire body to make sure that there are no dark injuries left behind. Boing in the backpack. The little squid softly boinged, its tentacles pointing at Lu Duan's back through the backpack, and the power of the dream realm was unleashed. Sweet dreams, my Imperial Beastmaster. When Lu Duan woke up, it was already 2 days later. The sun was shining brightly, and a gentle breeze blew through the window pane and raised the white silk curtains. Lu Duan stretched his waist. He was so refreshed that he hadn't slept so comfortably for a long time. You kid finally woke up. Zhao Kongqing's voice came out. Don't worry, your kid's body is as strong as an ox. There's nothing going on. I'll go call the president. Before he left, he also scowled at Lu Duan. Your 2 little girlfriends have come in to see you countless times, so I won't bother you. He gave Lu Duan a thumbs up. Both were first-class beauties. He dashed away and left the hospital room. As Lu Dust was puzzled, 2 silhouettes joined hands. One was as cold as ice and frost, while the other was still smiling lightly. Su Mayer, schoolmate, you finally woke up. Luo Anfei didn't say anything. Her face still didn't have much expression fluctuation, but one could clearly feel that she was secretly relieved. Not much longer, the president of the ancient capital Imperial Beast Association, Gu Xin, walked in, quite old, gray at the temples, but with a very good vitality. He came in and praised Lu Chuan. Thanks to Lu Dust, he took control of the relic and teleported the others inside. Otherwise, he would have been greatly responsible. Not to mention, there were also 3 descendants of the great clans from the 5 surnames and 10 clans inside. If they were lost inside, then the trouble would be huge, able to give him a long headache. Mr. Lu Duan, I would like to ask, what exactly happened inside? There are evil gods' dependents sealed inside, and how did you manage to take control of the relic? When these words came out, Su Mayer, including Luo Anfei, perked up her ears. Lu Dust organized his language. 9 truths and 1 lie. The real one was the story of the Moonwatch and the Moonwatch tribe he didn't hide. He told them all, and after hearing the story of the Moonwatch tribe and the Moonwatch, they also sighed inwardly. The false information that was fabricated was that he lied. He got lost and mistakenly entered a hidden altar, and at the altar he could control the entire relic. As for destroying the evil god dependents, he said that he didn't help. The evil god dependents had been suppressed for countless years, and their form and spirit had long been almost worn out. What followed was the counterattack of the evil god's dependents, but the result was still suppressed by the power left behind by the Moonwatch, and even those cultists were similarly killed. So that's how it is. Gu Xin came to a realization, and he said that a 2-star Imperial Beastmaster, how could he possibly help in the encounter between the guardian god and the evil god's dependents? Luo Anfei's eyes twinkled with realization. So the East Altar was the altar that controlled the entire relic. The body check was thoroughly clean. Lu Duan then gave permission to be discharged from the hospital, and the rest of them were discharged yesterday. Unfortunately, there was no irreparable aberration in their spirituality either, they just needed to convalesce. Discharged from the hospital. Arriving at the Starry Yu Imperial Beast Academy, he bid farewell to the two women. Lu Chun returned to his student villa. First thing, dialed Lu Yurong. Confirming that the other party was indeed safe and sound, he was completely relieved. He also learned that Jiang Zhenyi was also in Dezhe City. Jiang Zhenyi took the phone and didn't chat in detail, just said, "This side is also basically resolved. My voice of history listened to what happened in the past of the Wangyu ruins, so I'll go back and talk about it in detail. What kind of Riddler are you two being? Can the Riddler get the hell out?" Lu Yurong snatched the phone back again and reported the news with an excited face. "Great nephew. Your sister-in-law, I've also awakened the Royal Beast talent, SSS-Grade. The racial qualification is still an upper-level monarch species. Even through the screen can feel her dejection. You kid was with me? Really? Gold can shine anywhere. I'm just a late bloomer. I Lu Yurong, the age of 28 awakened Royal Beast Master. The same can be invincible in the world." Ah! Lu Dust looked like he had heard it wrong and was just about to inquire. "I see that you have big boobs and no brain." Jiang Zhenyi snatched the phone. "I'll take her to the ancient capital in the next 2 days, so we'll talk about it in detail then." Finished, the phone was hung up. Only a confused Lu Dust was left behind. Lu Yurong had awakened the talent of the Imperial Beast and became an Imperial Beast Master? He had some vague guesses in his mind that it might be related to the sacrifice of Dezhe City and the battle between the Lord of the Great Beginning and the evil god's shadow. For the time being, he put his doubts to the back of his mind. Coming to the underground cultivation room of the student villa. "Come out, Qi Tian." The entire body was draped in shadowy black qi, sometimes vibrating, sometimes churning into a black skull, which was placed on Qi Tian's head, a skull over a monkey's head. Then in the next second, it collapsed into shadowy black qi once again, lingering around. Setting Qi Tian off, he was living like a forbidden devil that had walked out of hell. Road Dust. After not seeing him for 2 days, the forbidden aura on Qi Tian's body was thick again. He had a headache. Summoning out like this, it's like an evil god's dependent. It shall not be executed by the Imperial Beastmaster Association with justice. Ah? He had to undergo special training to be able to hide the forbidden part. If you want to use it, you can use it. If you don't want to use it, you won't show it on the surface. Another thing worth mentioning is that from the evolution of the rock aversion monkey into the spirit bright stone monkey black god, the rock system attribute that belonged to the little rock monkey was gone. Instead, it was transformed into the rock armor on its body surface. Shadow rock armor. It can devour high-energy rocks to increase the armor's defense. Sort of a growth defense? Luduan looked at Qi Tian and had a headache about how to deal with this evil god power. If he didn't deal with it, Qi Tian wouldn't even be fit to appear in front of outsiders in the future. He suddenly raised his eyebrows. By the way, the task of exploring the Moonwatch ruins and deciphering history has been completed. Generally speaking, according to the formula within novels, those who possessed a system weren't all protagonists. What was lacking, the system immediately rewarded something that could solve the immediate dilemma. System. Receive the reward. Come out. The reward that can solve Qi Tian's predicament. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and receiving the reward. The manufacturing process of energy crystals.
Luduan?
Unfortunately, it seems that this thing called novels are harmful, where what's missing is what's coming. Manufacturing process of energy crystal block. Using different tree fruits plus energy to create energy crystal blocks that are suitable for beast pets of different attributes to take. While satiating the beast pet stomach, long-term consumption can subconsciously change its physique as well as its qualifications. At the same time, with the identity of an evolutionist, special energy crystals can be created in a targeted manner. That's a good reward. In this world, the larger the size of the beast pet, the more energy it needed to ingest, and beast pets of Qi Tian's small size were fine. For those that were large, whenever their Imperial Beast Masters went on special training adventures in the untouched wilderness, the beast pet food alone was a headache. Most of them chose to buy compressed beast pet food that was devoid of nutrition. Not to mention that it is difficult to eat but also has no other effect, only to be able to satiate the stomach. After finishing the excretion, have to pull a bunch. Eating these for a long time would also affect the development of the beast pet. There are also advanced beast pet food that contains attribute energy, but the price is not affordable to the average beast master. Luduan looked at it. There were various kinds of energy crystals. and a beast pet could basically eat one to maintain its daily needs for a day. Well, this reward is not bad, and it can also be combined with the identity of an evolutionist. He wouldn't need to worry about pet food in the future. His line of sight continued to the black minion monkey that was playing with the little squid. It seems that the waste system can't help me, so I have to rely on myself to solve the problem of the black marlow. He said, Chi Tian, can you control that power in your body that belongs to the evil god? Chi Tian tried. It was found to be feasible, but it had been necessary to be distracted to control the evil god's forbidden power, and once he let go of the control, it would be released once again. Difficult. He stroked his chin and fell into thought. Chi Tian, you first try to bring these taboo forces together. Several attempts were made. It was found that as soon as the control was released, it would recover the body. It was only possible to block it in the corners of the body. There was also the fact that the spirituality of the Lord of the Two Beginning could seal the opponent. The problem was that it was impossible for Luchuan to replenish the Two Beginning spirituality for sealing all the time. There was a flash of light in his mind, and suddenly he thought of a certain possibility. Chapter 57 Instantaneous Second Kill. You call this an ornamental beast pet? Chi Tian. Gather it and block it on your brain door. The forbidden power, transformed into pitch-black shadows, attached itself to Chi Tian's brain door, reflecting it as a monkey's head was covered in black shadow breath, blazing upwards like black flames. Cover it with a soul contract. The soul contract was located in the center of the eyebrow, and was the medium between the beast pet and the imperial beast master, linking the souls of both. The soul contract linked the souls of Luduan and Chi Tian within the range coverage of the Lord of the Great Beginning spirituality. The soul contract covered the part of the energy breath that belonged to the evil god. Instantly, the forbidden energy was imprisoned and continuously condensed. In the end, it transformed into a pitch-black, dark golden hoop with complicated patterns attached to Chi Tian's forehead. Chi Tian's appearance was still the color of ink and water, but it no longer lingered with that creepy evil god aura. The energy of the evil god side of the aura was sealed, and the power of shadows was still able to be used, but it was suppressed. Luduan looked at the golden hoop in astonishment. He hadn't done any interference. It was entirely the other side that automatically took on this appearance. It was hard to believe that every minion's forehead couldn't escape having a golden hoop. Chi Tian's strength, too, had decreased. It wasn't a big problem. It would be fine when the time came to undo the golden hoop on his head. Next, the experiment continued. There was still a problem. Once Chi Tian fought and used his skills, the golden band on his forehead would emit a forbidden aura. There was nothing that could be done about that. Only practice makes perfect, letting Chi Tian perfect himself a little bit. He instructed Chi Tian to cultivate himself in the cultivation room. Lu Qin took the little squid out, going to buy the materials for manufacturing energy crystals. The student commercial street of the Starry U Imperial Beast Academy was full of a wide variety of items. It was located in the center of the academy. It connected the freshman, sophomore, junior, senior, and 4 student areas. When Luduan finished purchasing tree fruits and elemental materials and was ready to go back, a figure blocked his path. You dare to hit me? Ever since I was little, my father has never hit me. Xiao Mubai stared at Lu Duan with a deadly stare, and the man who already looked like the empty duke didn't look half as ferocious as he did. Instead, he made people laugh. Strange shame, being kicked unconscious by a fart. He could already imagine how the people from other clans would laugh at him. The only way to wash away the shame was to ruthlessly retaliate back and cripple the other party. After crippling the other party, he would immediately leave this place. Su Mayer couldn't still be able to kill the Xiao family? Humph. A stinking with a short lifespan. When she died later, he swore that he would dig up her corpse and ruthlessly abuse it. There's no Su Mayer to help you today, right? A summoning array surfaced. A bear type with a huge body, and a wolf type beast pet with a silver line on its back appeared. Lower degenerate rank berserk dark bear. Upper elite rank silverback wolf king. I'm not available. Lu Dust didn't raise his eyelids. The commotion here also attracted quite a few students to stop by, and between the whispers, the identities about the 2 men were all spread. A son of a large family with an uncomplicated identity. A top student of this year's college entrance examination. The feud between the 2 was also told by those who knew the situation. His close relationship with school sister Su Mayer? Then he really deserves to die. Countless people had lemons coming out of their eyes. Su Mayer was beautiful. Her identity background was mysteriously strong, and although it wasn't explicitly stated, her surname was Su and her background was strong. Some of the students who knew about the existence of the 5 surnames and 10 clans had an unspoken message in their hearts, and already knew that Su Mayer probably came from the 10 surnames of the Qingqiu Su family, already the lover of everyone's dreams. Not to mention marrying, just joining the family would be able to take a few hundred years less detours. This kind of top-notch goddess was actually short-changed by a freshman? Then he really deserved to die. Many of the girls present were also sizing up Lu Duan, wanting to see what the man Su Mayer had her eye on looked like. Well, it's indeed so handsome. If I were you, I'd choose schoolmate too. Don't little milk dogs smell good? Wow, what a cute beast pet. A small jelly-like Q translucent squid appeared on Lu Duan's shoulder, with an eggshell attached to its body. 8 tentacles broke through the shell and drilled outside, and its body was on the dark side, with photoelectricity flickering inside, just as mysterious as the universe. A pair of round eyes curiously surveyed the surroundings, 8 tentacles wandering. From the shoulders of a duong climbed to the top of the head of Lu Duan. This adorable appearance instantly captured the hearts of all the girls. Cute. Ozzel. So cute. What kind of beast pet is this? A dream octopus? It doesn't look like that either. Dream octopuses don't look like that. A paralyzing jellyfish? Neither. Could it be an ornamental beast pet? It doesn't look like it has any momentum. Ornamental beast pets are creatures that are artificially mated and eventually artificially interfered with, and are usually sold to ordinary people who don't have the talent to control beasts as pets. The latter slowly evolved into the preferences of some rich women, and some imperial beast masters would also have their own beast pets because they were all elder brothers and big, not cute at all. Will also choose to raise an ornamental companion-type beast pet, for their own pleasure. With the passage of time, there was slowly an official tournament in the society. Ornamental Beast Pet Rating Contest. A beautiful, cute, and docile ornamental beast pet could often be chased by a group of rich women. Even, there were sweet-looking ordinary beauties who, with an ornamental beast pet, became popular in the entertainment circle, crazily circling the money of dead otaku. But normal ornamental beast masters, at most, would only keep them for fun. Contract? Cerebral palsy would only contract this kind of artificially bred, low attack power, only ornamental companion role beast pet. His beast pet, I remember, was a monkey. This should be raised for fun. To be able to go to the Starry U Imperial Beast Academy, there couldn't possibly be this kind of short-sighted person, contracting an ornamental beast pet. Don't you want your future in the future? Imperial Beast Masters had a limited number of lifetime contract slots. The 3rd contract quota could only be contracted after spiritually advancing to the 4-star Imperial Beast Master, which corresponded to the commander rank. An ornamental beast pet. This would drag the Imperial Beast Master to death. Hearing this, the little squid's cheeks bulged. I don't like hearing this. Lu Chun comforted its emotions and said to the crowd, "No, it is my 2nd beast pet." The crowd was dumbfounded as a series of words instantly popped up in their minds. This kid is crazy? The path of a beastmaster was traveling against the current, not to mention the countless powerful enemies outside of humanity. There were blistering, righteous-minded juniors who hated the iron. This is just nonsense. To be able to enter a top-tier academy with not bad talent, this is a waste. The little squid's round eyes suddenly narrowed into a curved moon. Very happy. Are you treating me like I don't exist? This ignoring look made Xiao Mubai so angry that he stormed out of the world. Contracted ornamental beast pet. You and Su Mayer are really a perfect match. One crazy, one little cute. Watch me slap this broken pussy beast pet of yours into minced meat. I am the 5 surnames and 10 clans Xiao family. Perhaps some people are not qualified enough to know about the 5 surnames and 10 clans. They can ask the people around them. My business, you guys stay out of it. He was also afraid that some ungrateful people would come out to stir up trouble for Lu Chen again. As expected, some of the people who couldn't come into contact with the 5 surnames and 10 clans also chose to remain silent after seeing many of the people around them reveal a grave expression. However, they didn't do nothing. Some chose to send a message to Su Mayer. Berserk Dark Bear, Silverback Wolf King. Go, crush his beast pet, then break his limbs. Xiao Mubai laughed fiercely. This feeling of wielding a square was something he enjoyed. Boing! The little squid got angry. It's fine to taunt me, it's fine to slap me into a meat pie, I can't die anyway. But it's not okay to hurt my family's Imperial Beast Master. The next second, everyone's pupils widened. taking Xiao Mubai and his beast pet as the center of the circle point. Within tens of meters around, a coin-sized void ripple appeared. A spider silk shot out from it, heavily entangled, instantly turning the berserk dark bear as well as the silverback wolf king into mummies. Turning into a white cocoon hanging in the air, the spider silk contracted, with threads of blood seeping out. A divine squid that seemed to have stuffed the nebula universe into its body strolled through the sky, idly. Violently, its 8 tentacles propelled the air backwards. A void wormhole appears in front of it. Head forward, it drilled in. Instantly arriving in front of Xiao Mubai, it violently raised a tentacle, which spiraled and rotated, transforming into a drill, straight towards Xiao Mubai's eyebrow stabbing. If stabbed solidly, it would be able to go in directly from the center of the eyebrow and come out from the back of the head. Truly a big brain. Little squid, come back. At the critical moment, Lu Chuan's voice came, and the little squid's figure disappeared and returned to Lu Chuan's shoulder. Xiao Mubai felt death up close and sat on his butt as a liquid swirled underneath him. Said, "I don't want to fight, but I want to fight," the teenager muttered, stroking the little squid on his shoulder as his figure faded away. The void healed and the spider threads broke. The 2 spider silk cocoons fell to the ground, and the spider threads slowly disappeared, revealing the bear and wolf covered in dense cuts. All of the NPCs dreamed first. Space lineage. Space lineage. Space lineage beast pet. This is a space system beast pet. Everyone's brain was down. It was to be linked to the space system. None of them were weak. Looking at everything in front of them with horror. Some people stared blankly at the person who had previously said that the little squid was an ornamental beast pet. What the do you call this an ornamental beast pet? Grass. The newcomers nowadays are so scary. Countless schoolmates looked at Lu Duan's back that was gradually moving away, their eyes drawing silk, not to mention schoolmate Su Mayer. They all looked wet. The ultimate potential stock. It was night. Lu Duan was trying to make energy crystal blocks. Qi Tian, on the other hand, was practicing on the side, trying to keep the forbidden aura from showing even during the battle. 2 flowers blossomed each with a branch. The student dormitory where Luo Anfei was. Her closed eyes opened wide and her mouth smiled. This day has finally come. The day of contrast. Open the contrast. Chapter 58. The contrast begins with a gradual freezing of the corners of the mouth. Luo Anfei's student villa apartment. About to start the battle power comparison. She was still working on an important event. A dense white light illuminated the entire cultivation room, filling every corner. Light of evolution. With the experience of her previous life as a foundation, coupled with her own inexhaustible cultivation, and absorbing the attribute secret treasure given by Jiang Zhini. The ice crystal fox, ushered in evolution. In the shroud of evolutionary light, the ice crystal fox's body was constantly changing as a force of ice and cold spread out. The cold wind whistled and whimpered, and a phoenix chant could be vaguely heard if anything. Luo Anfei took out a small box containing a white gel-like thing, similar to a bird's nest. 100 birds' saliva. Hundreds of bird beast pets converge together under certain circumstances, and their saliva drops on the same territory at the same time, in order to give birth to the rare bird material. It serves to be able to be incorporated into the light of evolution when the phoenix blood creature evolves for the first time, and can make the concentration of phoenix blood in the body of the beast pet that possesses the phoenix blood creature increase. She spent a lot of money to get her hands on it. Throwing it into the light of evolution, it instantly liquefied and merged in. The light of evolution skyrocketed by a circle, and the white light became more and more prevalent. Half a minute later, accompanied by a voice like a fox and seemingly a phoenix echoing, the figure of the ice crystal fox reappeared. The appearance changed greatly. The body was pure white with dots of ice crystals, a pair of azure blue eyes gleaming, a sketchy phoenix mark on the forehead, and 3 tails swaying behind the tail. The forehead has a handful of floating smooth as kelp-like dull hairs, transitioning from white to icy blue, which at first glance looks like the plumes on a bird's forehead. Name: Ice Crystal Phoenix Fox. Rank: Lower Degenerate Stage. Attribute: Ice Phoenix. Race: Medium Monarch Race Mixed Blood Phoenix Bloodline. New skill: Feather Perch Super Rank. When one's physical strength and injuries exceed a certain threshold, one can explode the phoenix power in their body and burn the phoenix plume on their forehead to recover most of their physical strength and injuries. Note: once consumed, The plume will take a while to grow back. Ice Phoenix Seal High Order Attach Phoenix Power to Ice Attribute Energy, plus Plasticity, transforms into an Ice Phoenix and attacks. Depending on the strength of the energy, it can outshine the power of Super Order skills. Feeling the information in the soul contract, the corner of Luo Onfei's mouth curled into a smile, evolving to the upper degenerate rank. There was a probability that a racial skill would be awakened. Most people would be lucky to obtain a high-level skill, and in the last life what Bingbao obtained was only a normal high-level ice skill. In this life, it not only possessed the Phoenix bloodline in advance, it also awakened 2 skills, a high-ranked skill Ice Phoenix Seal and a super-ranked skill Feather Perch, a divine skill, equivalent to 1 life beating someone's 2 lives. One could exchange wounds for wounds and the opponent to death, and it was considered the inferior skill to the Upanishad skill Nirvana. Luo Onfei looked at the line of text that only she could see in the air in front of her. Whether to start the comparison immediately. Unable to choose no, if you don't answer, the comparison module will start the battle power comparison on its own after 5 minutes. Her eyes were high and cold, and the hint of an arc that the corner of her mouth lifted up unconsciously betrayed the little bit of sparrow joy that was inside her at this time. Is finally here. The day of dual comparison, after a month, was once again opened. Her beautiful eyes flashed. Last time, because your royal beast talent was out of my expectation, I never thought that your little rock monkey actually possessed the hidden bloodline of the monarch species. It made me lose, and I could only choose to delay the comparison. This time, what will you take to win against me? Strength, bloodline, race, combat experience, skill level, I should be ahead of you in all of them. The result will be unsurprising. However, since I'm going to compare, I'll crush you. Luo Onfei was also afraid that something uncontrollable would happen again, and she stabilized her hand. Is there 5 more minutes to automatically start the comparison? That's enough. She took out a flawless white egg as well as a large amount of prepared energy potions. She decided to make this comparison without leaving any suspense and crush it with a destructive force. First, she contracted the moon elf first. A drop of blood was forced out from her fingertips to land on the beast pet egg. The spirit of the ice phoenix surged out and outlined the contract inscription, which was then printed on the egg. In a flash, clack 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 clack. A crack emerged from the eggshell, and white light filtered out. The familiar light of evolution once again enveloped and filled the underground cultivation room. A long time later, the light dissipated, and a peculiar creature was presented. The hair on its body was dark. Its appearance resembled that of a tiger or a leopard, and its limbs were strong and powerful. 2 meters in size, with a dark golden ring on its body, like a tengu eclipsing the moon, but not completely covering the moon, revealing a circle of lunar eclipse halo. The most bizarre thing was the center of the eyebrow, a vertical silver-white moon pattern that at first glance looked like an unopened eye. Its eyes emitted a glow like moonlight. Name: Moon Elf. Rank: Lower Degenerate Stage. Attribute: Darkness. Race: Inferior Totem Species. Racial talent: Moonlight Illumination. Under the Moonlight Illumination, the Moon Lion form is activated. Skill: Shadow Stalking. Super rank skill: Sneak into the opponent's shadow with great speed and attack the enemy from the shadow. Shadow Flash. Pseudo super rank skill: In the shadows, you can perform a flash and jump in the shadows. Note: you can only jump once each time. The longer the distance, the more energy is consumed. Strange Light. Pseudo super rank skill: The moon pattern on the forehead emits light, and when hit, it will disorganize opponents whose elemental mastery level is lower than your own, causing them to fall into a short silence. Moon Star. Higher level skill: Gathering a star of energy and bombarding the opponent. The corners of Luo Onfei's mouth sketched out an unprecedented amplitude. The corners of her mouth rose wildly. Even though she had the eyesight of her previous life, she was a bit surprised by the Moon Elf's luxurious panel. Racial qualification: Lower Totem Species. It had the strength of the Degenerate Order when it broke its shell. Comes with 1 super rank, 2 pseudo super ranks, and 1 high rank skill move. Could be considered luxurious to the extreme. Most of the ordinary beast masters, the strength of their beast pets was at the elite rank for the rest of their lives, and they dreamed of letting their beast pets evolve and advance to the shedding rank. The Moon Elf starting line at birth was a realm they could only dream of. It was worthy of being an existence that was honored by the ancient tribes in the Moonwatch ruins as a sacred beast for worship. No wonder, in its previous life, it was obtained by an ordinary royal beast master exploring the Moonwatch ruins, and that Royal Beastmaster was only an ordinary B-rank Royal Beast body talent. In the end, he relied on the Moon Elf and became an invincible heavenly king of the monarch rank. In that case, it was a waste. This kind of terrifying potential, all of it could only take him flying to heavenly king. Waste. Moreover, what disgusted her the most was this Imperial Beastmaster. It was clearly the Moon Elf who had lifted him to a height that didn't belong to him. Once, he went deep into the battlefield and was surrounded by dozens of powerful demonic creatures, and was trapped Xian behind bars. In the end, in order to survive himself, he actually let the Moon Elf take the rear, causing the Moon Elf to fall and die. Simply human scum. This kind of person's chance to snatch up. She is not a bit of psychological burden. In this life, the Moon Elf would definitely not be handed over to this kind of scum. She would lead the Moon Elf onto the peak throne it was supposed to be on. She extended her hand to the Moon Elf, who was curiously sizing herself up, with a softness in her eyes. "Welcome to this world. Please take care of me, Moon Elf." "Roar yo." The Moon Elf chirped lowly, its call pronounced a bit like roar you. It blinked its eyes and stretched out its paw to rest on Luo Onfei's hand. "From now on, you'll be called Moon Spirit. This is Ice Crystal Phoenix Fox, nicknamed Ice Treasure." The two beast pets quickly became acquainted. Luo Onfei raised her head. "System, start comparing." A mechanical synthesized tone echoed in her head. Ding. Comparison begins. The newbie welfare delayed comparison opportunity has been used. This time it is not possible to delay the comparison. Luo Onfei scorned. Delayed comparison? Luo Xin, besides the last accident, still need a delayed comparison? Is this system looking down on its host? Starting the first battle power comparison. Comparison in progress. Please be patient. Luo Onfei picked up a cup of water on the side and lightly sipped a mouthful of tea, looking with a smile in her eyes at the Ice Crystal Wind Fox and the Moon Elf, who were familiar with each other and started to play around. She didn't have half a bit of excitement, or joy flowing out of her about the upcoming contrasting results. Wasn't the outcome predetermined from the start? The butterfly effect of his own rebirth had indeed set Luduan on a very different path from his previous life. In addition to those who were innately full of spirituality and inherited with bloodline family abilities, he was also a unique genius. But it's me you've met. She had no waves within her heart, and even began to brush up on the campus forum. Ding! The comparison is over. Comparison results begin to be announced. Winner, Luduan. As a series of mechanical sounds fell in her head, Luo Onfei murmured in a low voice, "Finally, it's time to receive the system resources for victory." Finally, she could start utilizing the system rewards to begin the positive cycle of breeding beast pets. Wait! Who is the winner? Who did you say it was? Perhaps in order for her to be able to see more clearly, the font in the column of comparison results kept enlarging. Winner, Luduan. Loser, Luo Onfei. You the host. Clam? Luo Onfei, whose state of mind had always been ancient and unperturbed, was experiencing violent ups and downs in her emotions. You got it wrong, didn't you? How did you compare? The rules of this comparison, based on the battle power of both beast pets, a simulated battle was conducted, and finally 100 battles were simulated, with the host winning 3 times and Lu Dust winning 97 times. Therefore, the result of the comparison is Lu Dust's victory. Impossible! How could I lose? 2 kings with 4 twos in hand. 17 cards for Lu Dust. He can second me? Totem species, a Moon Elf of the stripped rank, plus an Ice Crystal Phoenix Fox with a mongrel Phoenix bloodline. What's there to lose with? Can't beat his beast pet? What kind of international joke is this? Detecting the host's disagreement with the comparison results, will you review? Review. This time, she no longer waited calmly. Some of her heart was anxious and confused. Half a minute later, comparison results reviewed. Winner, Luduan. Loser, Luo Onfei. Luo Onfei? She is now very skeptical that this system is some kind of garbage system, gas cold shaking. There is no uninstall button. Suddenly, she looked down at her cell phone. The eyes instantly froze. She, who had never had much emotional fluctuation, broke her defense for the first time. No. What gives him the right to Chapter 59. Magic Mirror Mannequin, Mother's Legacy of Adversity. A video appeared on the campus forum. It was the video of Little Squid's great power to destroy Xiao Mubai's 2 beast pets not long ago. Looking at the bizarre spider silk in the video, as well as that godly void ability, Luo Anfei completely broke her big defense. On what grounds? Space system beast pet. Where did he get it? Where did he get a second beast pet? It was still a beast pet with a spatial ability. Of all the attributes, the most difficult one was the space system beast pet. As long as a set was not able to make the opponent lose their ability to fight, the next one would fall into passivity the entire time. Toughness was synonymous with space beast pet, an attribute that countless beast masters could only dream of. With a spatial beast pet, not to mention the survival ability to pull full, encounter the enemy cannot fight directly with you to escape. Plus, the beast master can solidify the skills of the beast pet. Who wouldn't want to be able to use space system skills themselves? And what was most unacceptable to Luo Anfei was Xiao Mubai's two beast pets, one of the degenerate rank and one of the upper elite rank. Lu Chen's new beast pet destroyed and defeated the other party. It showed that his new beast pet was also at least a lower shedding rank existence. She was certain that before entering the ruins, Lu Dust, like herself, had not contracted a second beast pet. His squid-like beast pet was only contracted in the past 2 days. That means his new beast pet, too, damn well possessed the strength of the degenerate rank at birth. She simulated a comparison in her mind. It was discovered that her two beast pets really couldn't beat Lu Chen's beast pet. The system's comparison results were not wrong. Luo Anfei's head was filled with question marks. It felt like when she slept in the middle of the night, she would suddenly lift up the covers and sit up, saying, "What are his credentials? On what basis is it the same as the relic's holy beast, Moon Alpha?" She quickly calmed down. Eyes flashing, yes, the relic. There was already a guess in her heart. The information she learned in her previous life was wrong. There were two altars in the relics, the East Altar and the West Altar. It seemed that the altar that Lu Duan went to was not just the central core that controlled the relic. There is also a beast pet egg there, just like the Moon Elf egg I got. In that case, everything can be explained. Luo Anfei let out a long sigh. Her heart was bitter. She had only obtained the Moon Elf with her memories of her previous life. This childhood friend, since being changed by the butterfly effect of her coming back from rebirth, it was as if she had turned on a good luck charm. Lost. The first comparison was a complete and utter loss. Ding, due to the host losing in the double comparison. She will receive the punishment, losing dog's dare. A virtual carousel appeared in front of her, with one dare on it. Ding, please ask the host to make the victorious party a meal of love bento that satisfies and compliments the other party, and invite the other party to go shopping. Luo Anfei, what the hell? I'm the god of Luo, and I'm making a love bento for Lu Duan, and I have to invite him to go shopping with me? Even if I, Luo Anfei, were to starve to death and jump from the Soul Cliff, which is one of the 10 great Jedi places, I would definitely not be able to do such a thing. Ding. Although the host lost in the comparison, he was able to receive a consolation reward for completing the losing dog adventure. The reward is in the team. Choose a beast pet from the beast pet queue at random, and raise its racial qualification to match the beast pet with the highest racial qualification in the beast pet queue. The next round of comparison can only be started after completing the losing dog dare. The pupil suddenly shrunk to a point. Select any beast pet and raise its racial qualification to match the highest racial beast pet in the team. That is, just make a loving bento for Road Dust and go shopping with him once. Ice Treasure's racial bloodline will be able to turn into the same lower totem species as the Moon Elves. Silence was tonight's conquest. According to her existing cultivation plan and prediction, ideally, the Ice Crystal Phoenix Fox's racial qualification would be able to be upgraded to a lower totem species when it was at the Overlord rank. She silently took out her cell phone and opened the Imperial message. Edit the message. Send. What is your favorite food? Looking at the message that popped up from Royal Mail. Although Lu Duan was puzzled, he didn't ask too many questions and casually replied a few of his favorite foods, then stopped paying attention. Damn, it failed again. The rotational speed is not enough. Lu Duan opened the centrifuge in front of him and looked at the mess of tree fruits and elemental crystals inside. The energy crystal block failed to be made for the second time. The production method required the use of a centrifuge to analyze the special nutrients contained in the tree fruits through high-speed rotation. Then the substance was reorganized with spirituality, and finally, after several steps, it could be made into an energy crystal block. But the centrifuge's centrifugal speed was not enough. He also tried to let Qi try it. Well, using the fiery vortex, but what he ended up with was a pile of charred black stuff. The little squid was even more impossible, slicing the tree fruit into a rotten mess with its spider silk. The two beast pets were playing not far away. Suddenly, boing! The little squid Phantom Dream sensed something. Its eyes condensed, and coin-sized patches of emptiness appeared in every corner of the house. Countless spider silks shot out from them, slamming towards Lu Chen's side. At the same time, the little squid made a spatial flicker and arrived at the top of Lu Dust's head, showing its teeth. Chi Tian stomped his feet and ran over as well. Clank, 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 clank. All the spider silks fell down as if they had run into an invisible boundary. To be precise, they ran into the walls made entirely of mirrors on all sides. The wall of mirrors shattered. A comical, slightly fat puppeteer was revealed. Magic mirror puppet? Where have you been all this time? Lu Dust was pleasantly surprised. A long time ago, Lu Yurong said that the magic mirror mannequin had come to look for him, and it had been more than 20 days since then. He hadn't worried much during this time, and was all set to ask Zhang Zhini to help him inquire about it. Bari, the magic mirror mannequin scratched his head and gave an explanation. You went to get what my mother left behind and spent some time? The magic mirror mannequin continued to explain. Bari, 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 Bari. A long time, Ludwan figured it out. You're saying that my mother gave the fossilized egg to my grandmother for safekeeping, and the thing that can hatch the fossilized egg was solemnly explained to you? Moreover, the evolution path of that fossil egg was also left behind? Bari, it nodded. At first, knowing that what the young master had awakened was only a B-rank imperial beast talent, it had secretly felt sad for a long time. Master's last wish. Little master couldn't fulfill it. Later on, it didn't expect that the little master had awakened the SSS-Grade imperial beast talent. The growth is also amazing. The latter is even from the call chat between Lu Yurong and the master's mother. Learned that the little master has already obtained the fossilized egg. It was only then that it was on fire to go find the little master. The magic mirror mannequin took out a prismatic crystal stone in a precious manner. The crystal was luscious and clear, like a transparent crystal. But there was some liquid sealed inside. The moment he saw that liquid, Ludwan felt the presence of time, right? Time was a concept of nothingness without substance, existing only in thought and objectivity. However, the moment he saw the liquid inside, Ludwan clearly perceived the existence of time itself. Name: original liquid of time. Description: containing the power of time, it is an objective product that imprints the existence of time in the present world. It has a marvelous role and has a supreme status. The current Blue Star is unable to carry the materialization of time, yet somehow it is able to appear in Blue Star, the original liquid of time. Moreover, this description is so powerful. Ludwan was once again aghast. What was the origin of his mother, whom he had never met before? Barry, the magic mirror mannequin, was telling Ludwan to take out the fossilized egg and reverse its fossilized state by pouring the time primordial liquid on the eggshell, restoring it to the way it was before it became fossilized. From there, the contract will hatch. Road Dust. The magic mirror mannequin was puzzled, not understanding why the little master didn't take it out. It suddenly panicked a little. Sigmo? Oh, the little master shouldn't have lost the fossilized egg, right? And didn't lose it. It's right here. Ludwan pointed at the little squid whose tentacles pushed the air and swam in midair. It's already hatched. Magic mirror mannequin. Oh? Oh, Barry. BA. Suddenly jammed and became a big stutter. Request for golden ticket. Thanks to Book Club 308-387-6010. Book Club 162-323-3094. Zhang. Crane. Xiao when no longer draws his sword. Fire General Envoy. Poor which is playing a game. Ancient Moon Fong Yuan. Considerate Little Seal is playing hide and seek. Stoic Crooked Mouth Dragon King is catching the Tang Monk. Quiet Sword Immortal is writing a book. Courage Suit. Xianji. Showy Schoolmaster is eating a watermelon. Book Club 346-832-6411. Volcano. Hoheo Super carrying the beatings. Floating Sectmaster is lifting the iron and Junjie Shi's voting support. Thanks to Courage to sue the big handsome guy for the $2 reward. Chapter 40 The Truth of the World. The Old Mother's Great Stroke. After a long time, it was only with difficulty that the magic mirror mannequin accepted the unbelievable truth. Without using the time original liquid, the little master hatched that fossilized egg. Barry, the magic mirror doll, took out a letter, clean and flat, being well preserved. The years had left traces on it, yellowing the envelope that was supposed to be white. Mother left me a letter? Luduan took it. Opening the plastic seal, he took out the letter paper. A faint scent of letters not only did not diminish with the passage of time, but instead became more intense. Seeing words is like meeting. My son personally opened. When you get this letter, I am very relieved. It means that you have already hatched the egg and have contracted the void squid, which is a sacred existence. There wasn't much parenting on it. Instead, it recorded the evolutionary path of the little squid. After reading the evolutionary path of the little squid, he continued to look down. I know that you have many doubts in your heart, so I will tell you everything I know, including everything about me and the truth of this world. Seeing this, Luduan's spirit shook, rushing to look down. It was a big, big blank. Road dust? What the hell? What happened to the promised informing everything? There were 3 sheets of the entire letterhead, and he flipped over the second page. It was still blank, nothing. It wasn't until he flipped to the 3rd page that he once again saw that there was writing. The words on it should have disappeared. As much as I want to say something to you, I simply can't record it. Well, pup, explore on your own and be sure to take the void squid with you on a trip to the ruins of Laveru. Well, according to the words of our world, Laveru translates to Infinite City, the ruins of the Infinite City. Road dust froze and scrutinized the blank space. There were indeed faint traces of brush strokes on it, as if something had once been written here, but it was erased by an invisible force. Lu Chen frowned. This cheap old lady was becoming more and more mysterious. Previously, he had estimated that she should be a monarch-ranked imperial beastmaster. It was clearly an underestimation. The time original liquid, the mysterious ultra-ancient period beast pet eggs. All of them all indicated that the old lady seemed to know a lot of secrets. Even the truth of the world, she had touched upon. This was simply not something a monarch-ranked imperial beastmaster could do. At the end of the letter, the cheap old lady called the little squid a creature called the void squid. It was a divine being, and it was the key to unlocking the Infinite City ruins. Luduan was a little flustered. The little squid wasn't even hatched through the time primordial liquid. Rather, it was hatched by devouring the power of the evil god. Nor was it a void squid. Instead, it had turned into a void phantom dream squid. He opened the god's eye to glance at the little squid's mythological evolutionary path, and one of the links was called Void Ancient God Cthulhu. Couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Evil God's side should also be sacred, blah. By the way, magic mirror mannequin, do you know what the missing writing says? The magic mirror mannequin shook its head. Then tell me about my mom. Neither grandmother nor auntie knew anything about her mother, and the magic mirror mannequin, as her beast pet, should know things in great detail, right?
巴黎里魔镜人偶茫然地摇了摇头。
It informed road dust. It was missing memories, it couldn't recall a lot of things, and it couldn't even remember what it and its master had ever done anymore. It was as if it was a relevant memory that couldn't be stored in its soul. Lu Chuan's brain broad ached. Damn, it feels like the water in this world is a bit deep. A deep well isn't even this deep. Forget it, let's take one step at a time. Thinking carefully, there is nothing to it. There is a system. He is convinced that one day, anything in front of him has no secrets to speak of. Laver ruins, Infinite City ruins, just go there when the time comes. Bari. The magic mirror mannequin handed over the crystal containing the original liquid of time to Luduan. With relief in his eyes, what his master had explained had been accomplished. There was no need to worry about the little master's growth. The mission was accomplished. Lu Chuan felt a sense of relief similar to, I can go in peace, from the magic mirror mannequin. The eyes of God opened. Under the vision of the god's eyes, he saw that a trace of breath dissipated from the body of the magic mirror mannequin. It was the breath of life. Previously, the magic mirror mannequin had been supported by a breath in its heart, to see the little master grow up and to fulfill what the master had explained. Now that breath was deflated. The magic mirror mannequin's ulcer was even bigger. The life essence was constantly flowing away, and the life expectancy was not estimated to last long. In half a year's time at most, the magic mirror mannequin's lifespan would come to an end. Fortunately, the evolutionist and God's eye combined. There were quite a few solutions. Don't worry, you'll be fine, Luduan solemnly said. The magic mirror mannequin had taken care of him since he was a child, and had long since become a family-like existence. He not only wanted to cure the magic mirror mannequin. Looking at the magic mirror mannequin's subsequent evolutionary sequences, as well as the hidden sequences, he also had to make it stronger, restoring it to its peak, or even surpassing its peak period. So there wasn't much of a problem. Tomorrow, he would start looking for materials and start treating it. Right, magic mirror doll? Come do me a favor. He remembered that the magic mirror mannequin was of the spiritual lineage and could use his mind power to act as a centrifuge with his mind power and perform a high-speed rotation. The substance inside the tree fruit would be analyzed into small molecules and then combined with elements of different attributes in different ratios. And then, by combining it with elements of different attributes in different ratios, it would be possible to create energy crystals. It's done. At the same time, Dezay City. Ha ha ha. Going to the ancient capital tomorrow, happy? Lu Yurong was packing his clothes in a pleasant mood. However, it couldn't be said to be very pleasant. She had thought that her mom Lu Yingying would reject her going to the ancient capital, but she didn't expect the other party to agree without thinking. Well, it's fine for you to go to the ancient capital. Xiao Duan is alone over there. He doesn't know if he's used to eating and drinking. You can just go over there to take care of him as well. This made her teeth itch. I am the first daughter, not as good as a grandson, is it? Jiang Zhenyi ignored the fuming Lu Yurong. She was sitting upright at the table, holding a piece of paper in her hand. There were many words written on it in beautiful handwriting, and she carefully studied them word by word. Taboo is truly terrifying, if it wasn't for the fact that I recognize these words as being written by my own hand, as well as the fact that they have my spiritual imprint on them, coupled with the images that I have dimly retained in my mind. I almost thought that it was a forgery made by someone else imitating my handwriting. Jiang Zhenyi's face was quite grave. The taboo was just so unreasonable that it couldn't even carry memories about them. It was heard that if something even more terrifying was involved, it couldn't even be recorded, and even if it was forced, it would be erased by an unknown force. It is also for this reason. The archaeological community only agreed that the shattering of the Imperial Beast world was related to the taboo, because it had been thousands of years since the Gilded Beast world descended on the Self-Blue Star. They had never found any written records of what the Imperial Beast world was like before and why it was destroyed. The entire blue planet was still a stranger to the world of beasts. In the underworld, everything was erased. The most direct and strong evidence for this is, once the archaeological community witnessed the integration of a landmass standing with large piles of stone monuments into Blue Star. The crowd initially saw writing on these stone tablets. But, in full view of the crowd, the writing was dissipating so much that cameras couldn't take a picture of it, and eventually all the monoliths became blank. Only bits and pieces of the history of the foreign world and what had happened were preserved in the ruins, and that was the point of the Bureau of Ultra-Ancient Research, to explore the ruins, to piece together and restore the truth through these bits and pieces of clues. Jiang Zhenyi shook his head. The monarch rank, even the monarch rank known as the Heavenly King rank, was still too weak. It had to be at least totem rank. At the totem rank, one could attempt to delve into the realms beyond the non-human boundaries and explore more relics. At the same time, one would also have the backbone to face the taboo head-on. Shaking her head, she put the complicated thoughts behind her. She looked at the records she had recorded in her hand about the battle between the Eternal Bubble and the Lord of the Zodiac. She was suddenly stunned for a moment. What a familiar sense of vestigial vision. As in, it had happened before. This scene was familiar. She had, in the past, had an existence where her memory had been erased. This kind of feeling, it was like sometimes when doing something, there would be a moment of trance, as if she had done it before. Or when stepping foot in a brand new place, it was obviously the first time, but it felt like it had been here before. In a trance, her time-based Imperial Beast talent voice of history was going back in time. A word popped up hazily in her mind. Ravlalu Ruins. She was bewildered. Where was this? Chapter 61. The remnants of Great Dien, which table to sit at the degenerate steps. The next day. The sun is warm, the breeze is just right. Road dust was woken up by the alarm clock. No other. To go to school spicy. Today is the first day of school for freshmen. Originally, school should have started half a month ago, because the opening of the snowy mountain ruins of the Moonwatch created a sensation in the entire ancient capital. Plus the quota selection. Sophomores and juniors returned to school, and the opening day for freshmen was delayed. Generally speaking, freshman students needed to select mentors. Each mentor is good or bad, and each mentor takes a limited number of students. The popular mentors were snatched up in almost seconds the moment the mentors released their numbers. Road Dust didn't make a mentor selection, he had forgotten about it. The system automatically assigned him a pretty trashy mentor. At that time, when he learned of this, he had already automatically fantasized images in his mind, based on the classic plot of the Academy stream. This most trashy tutor was actually very powerful, a hidden bigot. It was that no one understood his teaching style. That's why it was ranked the weakest in the tutor ranking year after year. One joins his class, and with a bang, he shocks the other party and begins to teach himself seriously, seeing him as the successor of the mantle. The teaching area was divided into 3 areas, A, B, and C. According to the mentor's annual assessment ranking, the top-ranked ones were in Area A. The mentor chosen by Road Dust Machine almost existed at the bottom of the list and was in Area C. On the way to Area C of the teaching building, Lou Dust was unexpectedly stopped by a middle-aged man. "Student Lou Dust, your mentor's classroom is not this way." It was Vice Prefect Zhang Qiliang. "I looked in the background, and you and fellow student Luo Anfei, because you were busy with the ruins of the snowy mountain of the looking moon, you forgot to pick your mentor." He rubbed his hands. "As the Academy's heavenly son, I've switched to Area A for the 2 of you. This year, our school spent a lot of money to poach an ace mentor from the number 1 ranked of the 4 major academies, the Shock Scale Academy, at a high price Quangbang Hong. Basically, every one of the students he brought out is a hegemonic rank existence." Zhang Qiliang said, "Just because he's also an intermediate cultivator who can formulate a cultivation plan for his students. His teacher is also a renowned senior cultivator in the entire country, and it is estimated that he will be able to advance to a top cultivator in less than a few years. Once you enter his disciple, it means that you have a relationship with him as a faction, and someone will be able to guide you in the cultivation of beast pets above the commander rank and formulate a beast pet cultivation plan for you. Furthermore, he will also carry out the teaching of breeders, and will select students who possess the talent of a breeder and introduce them to his sect." The sub-profession of breeder was very lucrative, especially for senior breeders, who were the guests of many powerful people. Lou Dust didn't know what to say for a moment. A cultivator, can he be as powerful as his own evolutionist? God's eyes plus evolutionists' inherited knowledge. Hanging everything all right. But he was also surprised because he could feel that Zhang Qiliang didn't have any personal emotions and didn't carry any malice. It really was just for his good. Previously, because Qin Yanyan had recruited himself directly, he had wanted to go through himself to strike Qin Yanyan's prestige. How did this change so quickly? As if he knew the doubts in Lu Chen's heart, Zhang Qiliang took a deep breath and took the initiative to say, "Previously, I also thought that your results were cheating, and I'm here to apologize to you. Now, I have no reason to suppress a talented student." He had a sincere face. "I also want the Academy to get rid of the embarrassing situation of being at the bottom for 10,000 years. Soon, it will be the National Supernova competition again. I hope that the Starry U Imperial Beast Academy wins and is no longer at the bottom, and I also hope that more genius students appear in our academy, and that everyone is like a dragon." Student Luo Anfei, who came from Dezay City with you, has already gone over first. Noble as the deputy head of a top-tier academy, able to put down his stature and apologize and explain to a student, the words had been said to this extent. What else could Lu Duan say? "Then I'll thank Vice Mansion Master Zhang here." Undeterred, he asked, "My original tutor, Tutor Chui, is really weak? It really isn't some hidden bigot." Zhang Qiliang was confused, a bit unable to keep up with the brain circuits. Tutor Chui is indeed quite weak, and was also a student of the Starry U Imperial Beast Academy before, choosing to stay on campus for employment." "All right." Lou Dust accepted the goodwill and stretched out his hand. The two didn't have a grudge either. At most, they had different camps previously. All the way to the Teaching A area. Tianji number 1 classroom. Chattering voices could be heard echoing. "Awesome, ha ha ha. I snagged the Quang Banghong tutor spot. I came to the Xingyu Imperial Beast Academy because I heard that the academy spent a large price to scoop up Quang Banghong, the ace tutor of the Jinlin Academy. My beast pet has encountered a bottleneck, stuck at the elite rank, feeling that it's always a little bit short of evolution. This is saved. I wonder if I have the talent to become a cultivator." The students were excited that they were able to snag a spot with instructor Quang Banghong. Lu Duan saw the corner of the classroom, where the big ice lump sat pensively alone. "What's this?" He sat next to him with a big grin. Puzzled, he looked at the bag the other person had placed on the edge of the table. "What is this?" Instantly, he saw Luo Anfei's body stiffen for a moment, and nothing. The The soles of Luo Anfei's feet were picking at the floor. Couldn't be said that this was a bento for him. She hadn't even organized her words to speak. Damn it, the titular Luoshin, if the system's rewards didn't smell so good. Beating her to death wouldn't be able to do such a thing. She was afraid that Lu Duan would continue to inquire. Luckily, a sudden clamor interrupted the other party's curiosity. Coming. Instructor Kwang Banghong is here. The entire room quieted down. A figure walked from the doorway to the podium, dressed rather chicly, with a bare circle from his head to the back of his head, leaving no hair. Only the top of the head was left with long hair, braided into a thick whip that fell to the waistline. True long hair to the waist, kind of like the money rat tail braids from the Earth's Qing Palace dramas in the previous life. Indeed, just like the group of money rat-tailed braids in the previous life, they were also once royalty. Thousands of years ago, when transcendent power had not yet appeared on the blue planet, and when the foreign domains had not yet integrated into the blue planet. The Great Summer Country was in the feudal era, the country's name, Great Dien. At that time, the royal nobles of Great Dien basically wore this unique hairstyle. Comparing the head to the world, leaving only the hair on top of the head symbolized that they were the center of the world, the king of the world. Behind, transcendence descended, exotic worlds merged, and the Great Dien became a thing of the past. Kwang Banghong's appearance had inwardly shrunken cheekbones and a thin face. His face was expressionless as he scanned the crowd. Everyone, those of the awakening rank sit in the left area seats, those of the transcendent rank sit in the center area seats, and those of the elite rank sit in the right area seats. Soon, everyone began to take their seats as requested based on their beast pet's rank. Are all the students of the Starry Yu Imperial Beast Academy such goods? He looked at the left area and snorted. There's actually an awakening rank? It's really countless grades worse than the Jinlin Academy. What a waste. No wonder it's at the bottom every year. A mouth without the slightest concealment, contempt and disdain for the meaning of the surface. The dignity of the people will wantonly trampled underfoot. In his words, the Jinlin Imperial Beast Academy was even more incomparably esteemed. Lu Chen's brows wrinkled. Eat the king's salary. Bear the king's worries. This Nima came to the Xingyu Imperial Beast Academy to boast about how good the predecessor was, one after another to belittle the incumbent. How is it a thing? The ace tutor who spent a lot of money to dig over is this kind of goods? I've heard that the former Great Dien remnant still retains the traditions of the past and has an inexplicable arrogance. It seems that this is not an exaggeration. Suddenly, Luo Anfei and Lu Duan both sat at the back without moving. It was incomparably conspicuous. He looked over with a pair of eyes, looking as if his authority was being challenged, and angrily shouted, "Why are the two of you still sitting at the back, taking my words as a whisper?" Lu Dust said indifferently, "Awakening rank sits on the left, transcendent rank sits in the center, and elite rank sits on the right. Shedding rank, where do you sit?" PS1. Thanks to book friend 308-387-6010, Agile Clown Digging for Gold, Big Teeth Budding Tiger, book friend 162-323-3094, Jiang. Crane, Ruwashi Nightmare, Xiao when no longer draws his sword, Fire General Envoy, Poor which is playing a game, Courage Emergency, Ancient Moon Fong Yuan. Considerate Little Seal is playing Hide and Seek, Calm Crooked Mouth Dragon King is catching the Tang Dynasty Monk, Volcano, Quiet Sword Immortal is writing a book, Happy Queen of the Shadows is eating a watermelon, Mature King of the Soldiers is casting spells, Really Worthy of Being Loved, Xian Ji, and Shoei Scholar is eating a watermelon. For their votes of support. PS2. The recent chapter's a little transition, the plot immediately took off to unfold, spend a few hundred words ink to introduce the Big Dien, not water. Oh, it is quite important. The most important thing is that you will be able to get the most out of your money, and you will be able to get the most out of your money. Already 600 golden votes, full 1,000 golden votes, plus 5 chapters. Thanks to the handsome Thanes. Chapter 62. With me and without him? Qin Yanran. Then get lost. Kwang Banghong was in a grumpy mood for the past 2 days. If it wasn't about the great restoration plan of the Great Dien Legacy clan, he would not have come to the Xingyu Royal Beast Academy as a tutor, putting it in the Great Dien period. In terms of his generation and ancestral heritage, he was at least a county king. How could the Xingyu Imperial Beast Academy be worthy of him teaching? As for previously being a tutor at the Jinlin Imperial Beast School, that's different. The predecessor of the Jinlin Academy was the Hanlin Academy, the former royal academy of the Great Yen dynasty. The current master of the house is also a survivor of the Great Yen dynasty. That is considered a family property. Can it be the same? That's why he faced the students of the Starry U Royal Beast Academy and mocked and snorted without the slightest bit of mercy. It was also a test of obedience. When the Great Yen dynasty was still in existence, the selection of slaves and domestic servants was to continuously suppress each other, deepening the obedience test step by step, and finally completely depersonalizing them. A bunch of pariahs, also worthy of becoming noble imperial beast masters, still want to become cultivators? One should just follow the ancient system, implement a household division of 3, 6, 9 classes. These pariahs placed in the Big Yen dynasty is still in, even see his qualifications or not. When they met them, they would have to kneel 3 times and kowtow to the county king. Humph! He snorted coldly in his heart. Soon, this disgusting so-called democratic era would come to an end, and the Great Yen dynasty would soon regain control of the world. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the back of the classroom. There were 2 figures sitting at the back of the classroom, somewhat conspicuous. There was simply no seating according to his request to seat by strength. For a moment, it was as if authority had been challenged. It was like a group of slave pariahs that ignored their master's words. This made Kwang Banghong furious and immediately questioned. But unexpectedly, the other party actually uttered, "Awakening rank sits on the left, Transcendent rank sits in the center, and Elite rank sits on the right." Shedding rank, where do I sit? The other party replied. It made his cerebellum shrink in atrophy for a moment. Shedding the fetal stage? Wait, brain is a bit short-circuited. What big few did I teach? Hiss. It's Lu Duan and Luo Anfei. How dare you? Lu Dust is also what you call him. Call Father Lu. Papa Lu is indeed a shedding rank. Damn. Yesterday's video from the student forum gave me a wet look. Space System Beast Peta. Papa Lu is at the dematerialization rank. Is this Luo Anfei also at the dematerialization rank? They whispered softly, scratching their heads in some horror as fellow freshmen. They were still struggling at the Transcendent rank and Elite rank. How come these two had just started the school year and they were at the Degenerate rank? Isn't it obvious? Xiao Mubai's 2 beast pets are not weak. One of them is still the lower shedding rank. Father Lu can second each other. It must be the shedding rank. Damn, Space System beast pets are really strong. Invincible in the same rank. I'm a guy who got wet looking at it. I heard that Father Lu and Goddess Luo are still childhood friends. Do you think the child they have in the future will have an even more powerful talent? The 2 of them are in love? Holy! Didn't they say they're talking with school sister Su Mayer? Huh? I don't make it. I'm just talking nonsense. Kwang Banghong finally came back to his senses. ING taught freshman just enrolled in school and took off the steps. Simply put, dog. Freshman year has only just been enrolled in school for a short while, and teaching activities have only officially begun today. How is it possible to have a dematerialization stage? This kind of person doesn't even exist in the Jinlin Academy, unless it's one of those innately full of spirituality and families with bloodline inheritance. Innate full spirituality. Most people awaken their Imperial Beast talent at the age of 18, opening up the Imperial Beast division, and then progressing step by step, cultivating their beast pets and condensing their spirituality. There was a very small portion of people who revealed their white spirituality at birth, but of course the Imperial Beast talent and Imperial Beast space could still only be opened at the age of 18. But once this kind of person possessed a beast pet, they were directly able to soar like a rocket. Bloodline inheritance family. It's even stronger. Often the bloodline has incredible abilities, and again, it comes with it innately. For example, of the 5 surnames and 10 clans, one of the 5 surnames had a large clan called the Superpower Clan. The bloodline of this clan could use superpowers as if they were spiritual beast pets. Almost all of their beast pets were spirit-based beast pets. They were also able to transfer their own spiritual power to their spirit-type beast pets, making the beast pets even more powerful. Both of these were not required to enroll through the Unified Entrance Examination. Moreover, they didn't need to be cultivated by the Academy at all. All of them were specially recruited to enter the Night Watch. How could these 2 people in front of him be of the descendant rank? Not only did he feel that his authority was being challenged, he also felt that he was being deceived. Lower 9th order deceiving and disobeying the royal family. A capital offense. Once again, he felt a deep distaste for today's social system. The legal system of the Great Yen dynasty was the perfect one. What exactly is the rank? He asked. Didn't I say it's the degenerate rank? Road Dust Cub spread his hands. You didn't say where the shedding rank sits, so don't I just have to sit in my original position? Luo Anfei was succinct. +1. Lu Duan? Wait, he's a bit confused. Big Ice Pile has also shed his birth rank? He simply just assumed that the Big Ice Pile's character didn't like being manipulated, so he didn't give a damn about the other party. He didn't realize that it was sitting still because it was the same as himself, and the strength of the beast pet had also reached the dematerialization stage. Ice Crystal Fox evolved? She opened up, right? The reason Chi Tian was able to evolve was because the gift of the Moonwatch remnant body had enlightened him to the upper elite rank. Otherwise, it would have taken a while for Chi Tian to evolve. Well. He directly dialed the phone and raged. Your Starry You Imperial Beast Academy. I, Kwang Banghong, am shallow in talent and have no ability to teach I didn't expect your academy to be highly polarized. His eyes swept over the group of watching students and finally landed on Lu Chun and Luo Anfei. Two degenerate ranks actually appeared within a group of trash All the students didn't say anything. They were upset too, being pointed at their noses and scolded once for being a waste even if it's not enough, again and again is sick, isn't it? For Kwang Bonghong's famous teacher filter, it had already shattered all over the place. Lu Chen's battle with Xiao Mubai yesterday had long been spread throughout the student forums. They all knew that Lu Chuan did possess the strength of the degenerate stage. Knowing but not saying, they now wanted to see Kwang Banghong, this old Biden, get punched in the face. Master teacher is terrific. Intermediate cultivator great. The age is still small, has not gone through the poisonous beating of society. The mentality of the young people now is to do it or leave it, rather like the feeling of Lu Duan's previous life when he straightened out the workplace after the year zero. Father Lu and that famous teacher Kwang Banghong are drying out. Quick, 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 go and watch the show. The news quickly spread. One by one, the students in the other classes snuck out, and even many of the tutors ran over to eat their melon. It seemed that no one in any world was an exception, either eating melons or on their way to eat melons. Lu Dust, since the beginning of his enrollment, was the man of the hour. Subsequently, everyone knew what had happened. This kind is also worthy of an ace tutor. One by one, they had a teasing face and tacitly did not remind each other that Lu Duan was indeed a stripped rank, waiting to watch the show. Not long after, Tutor Kwang, what's going on? Zhang Qiliang brought someone over in a hurry. Seeing the people coming, Kwang Banghong became more and more gloomy. Vice Mistress Zhang it's hard for me to start teaching I've been a tutor for so long, but it's the first time I've seen this kind of disobedience, and also disrespectful of the teacher's students, full of lies. You come to judge a new student, actually saying that he's a degenerate stage? Isn't this a travesty? He coldly grunted. If your Starry You Imperial Beast Academy was really this powerful, you wouldn't be at the bottom of the list year after year. He pointed at Lu Chun and Luo Anfei. Just these two, huh? Zhang Qiliang's group frowned. Kwang Banghong, however, got the better of him. This kind of student is an insult to me when he is in the Starry You Imperial Beast Academy. Take your pick, have him without me, have me without him. If you want me to stay in the academy to teach, expel these two. Otherwise, forgive me for not being able to stay and teach. He looked at Lu Duan and Luo Anfei with a cold smile in his heart. Fight with me, then I will completely cut off your future. Then get lost. Zhang Qiliang's words came through. Hear that? Kwang Banghong dejected. This sense of a word that could determine the future of another person's destiny was something he enjoyed. What I'm saying is you get the hell out of here. Zhang Qiliang turned to him and said coldly, you are not welcome in the Xingyu Imperial Beast Academy. The polls reversed. Kwang Banghong was instantly stunned and somewhat misheard. I roll. Yes, it's you who rolls. Another voice came, and Qin Yenran stepped in style. Insulting a student as a waste in public? You're also worthy of a famous teacher? Get the hell out of the Starry You Imperial Beast Academy. You're fired. Kwang Bonghong's eyes were bloodshot, looking at the scene in front of him with disbelief. You guys are telling me to get out? You guys still want to be at the bottom of the supernova competition? Are you guys trying to cut off the future of these students? You guys don't ask these students for their opinions? Being able to have my teachings can save them many years of detours. At once, a student spoke out, sorry, we don't have an opinion. Yeah, us too. To be honest, Ever since you called me a loser, I've been thinking about how I can change classes and leave your class. A famous teacher teaches, and that's what it looks like. Please have some self-awareness. Make it seem like we're begging you to teach us. Words were like sharp blades piercing through the heart, stabbing Kwang Bang-hong's heart with arrow after arrow. You. Kwang Bang-hong was so angry that his whole body was trembling, pointing his finger at the crowd as if he had Parkinson's, constantly shivering. See the hearts of the people. Zhang Qiliang made a gesture of invitation. Kwang Bang-hong had always prided himself as a descendant of the royal family, an upper-class existence. On a normal day, others were courteous to him. When had he ever been subjected to this kind of nuisance? Puff! Anger attacked his heart and a mouthful of old blood spewed out. He fell straight to the ground and fainted. Someone, send him out of the school gate, and by the way, call an ambulance for him. The interlude passed just like that. Fellow Lu Duan and Luo Anfei, don't worry, I will definitely arrange excellent tutors for you, Zhang Qiliang said. Actually, there's another solution. How about we don't let students Lu Duan and Luo Anfei study on their own? Qin Yanyan proposed. Freshman year, the main thing is to cultivate the beast pets and polish their advancement to make sure that everything is fine, and eventually produce evolution and step into the degenerate stage. Both of you have beast pets that have reached the shedding stage, right? Qi Tian. Ice treasure. The figures of the two beast pets appeared from the summoning array. Everyone had seen Lu Duan and Luo Anfei's monkeys and foxes, and looked at their greatly changed appearance, as well as their strong auras. There was no doubt that they had evolved, and their strength level had stepped into the degenerate stage. Rao was prepared in his heart, but when they really saw it, the horror in their hearts didn't decrease by half. Damn, what kind of monsters are these two? In the end, Lu Chun and Luo Anfei had the privilege of choosing any teacher's class to listen to, without the mandatory requirement of coming to class every day. Both Lu Dust and Luo Anfei gladly accepted. The former had his own hang-ups, God's eyes plus evolutionist, and didn't need a tutor at all. The latter was reborn as a strong person plus also has a hang, also does not need a mentor. The result was a happy one for all. Since they didn't need to attend class anymore, Lu Chun and Luo Anfei left the classroom. That! Stretching her head is a knife. Shrinking her head is also a knife. She gathered enough courage to call out to Lu Duan. What? Lu Dust was puzzled. Luo Anfei took a deep breath. Accompany me for a little shopping. Huh. She looked over coldly, bluffing. There was a killing aura. Lu Duan. Good. Then, the two of them casually strolled around the commercial street of the academy, which was also a novel experience, and it was also the first time that Lu Duan accompanied a big ice lump to go shopping. You're not buying anything? Not buying. Road dust. This is what kind of shopping. It is really simple around the commercial street shopping a circle. Even the store door did not walk into the past. Didn't eat breakfast. I'm hungry. I'll go buy some breakfast. He saw the breakfast store. No need to buy. There is. The two of them came to a chair in the rest area of the commercial street. Luo Anfei opened the bag she had been carrying in her hand. Inside were two exquisite lunchboxes. Opening the lunchboxes, they were beautifully plated bento boxes, which were all dishes that Lu Chuan loved to eat. Road dust? One of the four major illusions in life instantly rose in his heart. It's hard to believe that she likes me. Thank you for saving me inside the ruins and teleporting me out. Luo Anfei uttered the excuse she had been racking her brain for quite some time. So that's how it is. It's true that there are four major illusions in life. Lu Chen laughed and said, What are you thankful for? I have to thank you as well. Since childhood. Even though we haven't interacted much, you've always been there. Indeed, Luo Anfei was cold from childhood because of her personality. As for Lu Chan, before he awakened his memories of his previous life, he was quite a bereaved person. Because he didn't have parents, he was looked down upon from a young age, and there were no children to play with him. There is only one Luo Anfei, every day together to and from school. Although there is not much communication, but every time after school, the big ice lump will slow down at the school gate slightly waiting for him to go back together. The latter may be and Luo Anfei peer more. Lu Dust also got used to being alone. Hearing Lu Dust talk about the old days, slightly long ago memories surfaced in his mind, and the corners of his mouth sketched out an undetectable smile. How could she not be? Because of her nature, she had always been regarded as high and cold. No one was willing to get close to her, from childhood to adulthood. Only Lu Duan did not dislike her. Suddenly, A picture of a long, long time ago popped up at the tip of her heart. If you really can't find a friend in the future, and you don't want to be alone for the rest of your life, marry Lu Duan. Chapter 63. The Second Descent of the Otherworldly Realm, the Opening of the Great Age. Suddenly, a picture from a long, long time ago popped up at the tip of her heart. If you really can't find a friend in the future and don't want to spend your life alone, marry Road Dust. This was a thought that surfaced when he was in elementary school, while watching a romantic drama on TV. This memory was so long ago that it had been dusted off in whatever nook or cranny. Somehow it was clear again. She shook her head, shaking this ridiculous childhood thought to the back of her mind. But the key point she hadn't realized was that when the thought surfaced in her mind, she only found it absurd. There was no feeling of hate or disgust. Lu Duan experimentally tasted the bento made by Luo Anfei, all of which were his favorite dishes, and his eyes lit up. Unexpectedly delicious. I didn't realize that the big ice lump had this kind of craftsmanship. Not bad, not bad. He sighed heartily. If anyone marries you in the future, they'll be blessed with good taste. These words instantly caused Luo Anfei's haze to fly across her cheeks, and the absurd thoughts that had been thrown to the back of her mind once again surged to the forefront of her mind, having turned into marrying Lu Duan and cooking for him every day? No way, no way. What's going on today? Why do I keep having these strange and bizarre thoughts? She took a deep breath. It's all because of the dam system. What a messy dare, messing up my mind. She mobilized her ice phoenix spirituality to calm herself down. Boing! The aroma of food tickled the little squid. Its little tentacles unzipped its backpack, pushing the air and wandering out, curiously surveying the various styles of food in its own Imperial Beastmaster's lunchbox. Cocking its little head, a gurgling sound came out of its mouth. Lu Chun smoothly clipped a piece and fed it into its mouth. The little squid's cheeks puffed up and pleasurably flipped up in the air, its two main tentacles touching each other as if applauding. This adorable appearance was simply adorable. Ha ha ha. Phantom Dream is also praising you for your delicious cooking. Lu Chan rubbed the other party's little head while introducing Luo Anfei. This is my new partner. Big name Phantom Dream. Little name Little Squid. Little Squid. This is Luo Anfei, my friend. Boing, the little squid waved its little tentacles. Hello. Even an iceberg beauty had no resistance at all when faced with cute things. So cute, so soft and cuddly. It's also true that appearance and strength don't match at all. With this soft and cute appearance, who wouldn't be confused? Anyone would treat it as an ornamental beast pet. Cute, not to mention strength thief strong or space system beast pet. She hadn't even contracted a space system beast pet in her previous life. But my moon elf isn't bad either. She summoned the moon elf that was black in appearance, had a wheel of lunar eclipse rings on its body, and had silver vertical stripes on its forehead. Road Dust took a glance at the moon elf, which had some similarities in appearance to the moon watcher, and checked the evolution path. He found that the moon elf could evolve into the moon watcher. In that case, the moon elf was the most initial form of the looking moon. This is my new companion, the moon elf, also called moon spirit. I know, the beast pet egg you got at the other altar. Luo Anfei? How did he know this secret? I can control the entire relic at the other altar, every place I can peer into, otherwise how would I teleport you guys out? Oh! Luo Anfei's astonished eyes fell on the moon elf and little squid. The moment the former came out, it leaned towards the little squid, wagging its tail as it continued to do so, and through the beast pet contract, Luo Anfei could feel the moon elf's excitement. It said that the little squid scent made it like and rely on it, and that it had a familiar feeling. Could it not be familiar? Little squid's body was expected to have the scent of the moon. Did the little squid obtain it in the relics as well? Yeah. Lu Duan nodded and said, not exactly lying to her. The little squid was able to hatch all thanks to what was obtained inside the relics. Luo Anfei's eyes flickered. It seemed that her guess was correct. There were 2 eggs in the relic itself. Damn it! It was really good luck. If there was no little squid, she would have won this comparison. It was because of the variance of the little squid, a space beast pet, that she was unable to win. Road Dusts transmitted over. Wanna know where the moon elf came from? The little squid and the moon elf were playing around. You know? Lu Dust didn't hide it and informed the connection between the Moonwatch tribe, moon elves, and Moonwatch in a nutshell. Luo Anfei fell into silence after listening. It turned out that the moon elf was in a sense the reincarnation of the lookout moon. It turned out that the reason why she was able to obtain the moon elf's beast pet egg. It was because the forefathers of the Lookout Moon tribe, because of their reverence for Lookout Moon, didn't choose to contract the Moon Elf's egg, but instead chose to offer it up. Otherwise, it was impossible for her to obtain the Moon Elf. Similarly, if the other party had contracted the Moon Elf, the Lookout Moon tribe probably wouldn't have perished. Fate had created the situation. The Moon Elf can evolve into the Looking Moon. This is its evolutionary path. After pondering for a while, Lu Chun edited the message on his phone and sent Luo Anfei the Moon Elf's evolutionary path to evolve into the Lookout Moon. Luo Anfei's heart was shocked and elated at the same time. She was worried that she didn't know how to cultivate the Moon Elf, but she didn't realize that Lu Duan had its evolution path. "Thank you. I owe you a big favor," she solemnly said. "I will let the Moon Elf regain the glory of the Moonwatch, and even take it to a realm it has not stepped into before." Road Dust waved his hand. "There's no need to say thank you. I'll go buy them some beast pet rations." Luo Anfei bought back the rations, and the two of them each released all of their beast pets. In the future, there will be no need to eat things like beast pet rations. Lu Dust said mysteriously. The energy crystals already had a clue. In less than 2 days, the magic mirror mannequin would be able to successfully make it out. The two separated. Luo Anfei returned to the student villa apartment. Her whole body was paralyzed on the sofa. Finally, having finished the defeated dog's great adventure, she clenched her silver teeth and almost squeezed out a sentence from between her teeth. "System, you can give out rewards now. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the great adventure of the defeated dog. Successfully obtained the consolation reward for the initial comparison failure. The beast pet with the lowest race in the team will be upgraded to the same as the beast pet with the highest racial qualification in the team." The moment the mechanical voice fell, "Chirp! Chirp!" A cry of alarm came from the ice crystal phoenix fox. Its body was undergoing a drastic change from the bloodline level, being altered from the inside out. Strange light emerged. A gust of wind was set off between breaths, and a high-pitched phoenix cry came from the depths of its consciousness. A few seconds later, the change is complete. Racial qualification. Upper Monarch Order, Lower Totem Order. The level of life took a leap. Ice Treasure had metamorphosed into a Totem Order cub. As long as it was nurtured properly, it would definitely be able to step into the Totem rank in the future. The Monarch rank and the Totem rank were a heavenly gap that was extremely difficult to cross. Even later on, the Imperial Beast World opened its second large-scale descent to Planet Blue. The concentration of aura elements and the world format of the Blue Planet had once again risen, and almost 99% of the strongest people were stuck at the Monarch rank with no hope of advancement. The Totem rank in the present was an invincible existence, because, except for the forces of the 5 surnames, there are no Totem rank powerhouses. The Heavenly King rank was the advancement that today's Beastmasters could achieve. Even if it is further, it is still an incomplete Totem order, and can only be described as a half-step Totem order. So, Totem stage not to mention now. In the future, it is also a party of top powerhouses that can seal the borders and establish a country. Her eyes flickered. 3 years later, there would be a second wave of the Great Descent. The world's realm would be elevated, and a great era would begin. There were also numerous opportunities that would fall on the Blue Star along with the second wave of the Great Descent. Luo Anfei was exploring a secret realm when she mistakenly touched the power left behind by a spatial beast pet above the Totem rank. She was caught in the void turbulence and was transported by the spatial power to the boundless starry sky. "I have to grow up quickly, or else a lot of opportunities will have nothing to do with me." The corner of her mouth curled into a smile. This defeated dog adventure was not bad. Nope, but what the hell? The defeated dog dare that failed in comparison had given itself such a great surprise. If she managed to win in the comparison, that reward mustn't make her take off where she is? Damn, myocardial infarction, it feels like I lost $1 billion. Host completes failed challenge. Open the second comparison date. The second comparison will be in a month's time. The dimension of this comparison is all-dimensional, including but not limited to beast pet strength, race, skill, talent, props. 1 month later. Things don't come in threes. I didn't expect to let you obtain a spatial system beast pet in the relics. Count yourself lucky. Her confidence returned once again. Spirited. The fault for these 2 failures was not her own. It was entirely because Lu Chun was too lucky. It was purely an accident that she was unlucky. Now, with 2 Totem Order cubs in hand, what to lose with? Chapter 64 Su Mayer's Explosive Clothes Transformation. Clueless Lu Duan. Achoo! Lu Dust, who had just returned to the student villa apartment, sneezed. Hello? Your resource materials have been delivered. Please show your platform order and proof of identity. It coincided with a person wearing a vest printed with campus pass walking with a box on his back. This was the life material that Lu Duan had purchased with credits on the campus platform for the magic mirror mannequin to treat the origin injury. Lu Duan presented his identification and platform order information. This is your item. Please count it. This courier boy looked at Lu Dust with a pitying face. This was too vain. Buying a whole bunch of life materials and a lot of kidney tonic spirit plants. After counting correctly, he left and turned back as a passerby. Student moderation hurt your body No, I'll introduce you to a doctor. Schoolmate. Suddenly, a pleasant voice came from outside the door. Su Mayer stood at the door with a light smile still on her face, wearing a slim-fitting one-piece daisy dress, with a belt girding her waist, perfectly revealing her small savage waist that was in a full grip. Her long, shiny black hair fell naturally, and she smoothed the strands of hair that fell down beside her face on one side behind her ear, revealing her own crystalline ear and the pendant jewelry in her earlobe. She walked over with a smile on her face and handed the things she was carrying in her hand to Lu Duan. The materials you asked for and some cookies I made myself, you try them. The courier boy was stunned. He looked enviously at Lu Dust. Damn it. No wonder it's so hook 8 weak. In my place, I could be even weaker than him. Good. Thank you, senior sister, for personally coming over to send a trip. Won't you invite me in to have a seat? Please. Walking into Road Dust's villa apartment. It's neat and tidy to the eyes. Not as sloppy as other boys. Everything is placed in a very organized manner. Barry. The magic mirror doll heard the commotion and came out from the room that Lu Duan had temporarily transformed into a workspace, because it was using its spiritual power to help Lu Duan drum up the energy crystals. The aura on its body hadn't completely fallen silent yet, and wisps of it permeated the surface of its body. Instantly, Su Mayer's pupils shrank. Overlord rank aura. This was an Overlord rank beast pet. Lu Chun possessed an Overlord rank beast pet? Seeing a guest, it rushed to make tea. This is my family's beast pet that stopped by to take care of me. Lu Chun explained. Su Mayer nodded, so this was the case. She was in a similar situation. Qin Yenran was the one sent by her family to take care of her. Protector of the way. However, it wasn't right. She had been to Lu Chen's home. His grandmother and sister-in-law were also ordinary people. Mysterious man. She laughed lightly in her heart and didn't really want to break the ice. But anyway, Lu Duan was the person she had chosen, and that was enough. The two chatted for a while. The guests were as happy as they could be. Just as Su Mayer got up and prepared to leave. Crap? Crap. Her face changed drastically. Quick! Get away from me! Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from Su Mayer's body, blowing everything in the living room away with pinging sounds. The magic mirror mannequin dodged in front of Lu Duan and held up its energy shield, and the little squid also drilled out of its backpack and plopped down on Lu Duan's head. The tentacles wiggled, ready to attack at any time. The entire space was filled with cherry blossom powder like spirituality. Just now, a terrifying aura erupted, causing Su Mayer's clothes to burst apart, turning into rags that fluttered down to the ground, her perfect torso exposed in the air. But the key part was not seen. Su Mayer's pair of eye pupils, do not know when turned into a pink peach heart, face cold, eyes but also eyes flow, tenderness. These two diametrically opposed expressions at the same time appeared in the face, but does not appear to be out of place. In the air, pink spirituality condensed into countless peach blossoms rustling down. Behind Su Mayer's back, 8 pink foxtails appeared. 2 foxtails were stuck in the ground, holding her body up to mid-air, while the remaining 6 tails, wrapped around her body, protected the main parts of her body. Go. Leave. Leave. A while. Su Mayer's voice came out with difficulty. Lu Chen's face was gloomy. This was the power of the 8-tailed undead fox that was parasitized in Su Mayer's body that wanted to revive by borrowing the corpse. The other party did not revive, it was just an outflow of power. This was because, according to the previous introduction, when Su Mayer's spirituality advanced to the Overlord rank, only then would the will belonging to the 8-tailed moon fox awaken. Name: 8-tailed moon fox death slumber. Rank: none. Legendary rank. Attribute: spiritual. Racial bloodline: totem order species. Description: the racial bloodline is only a totem order species. Description: the eight-tailed moonfox, whose racial bloodline is only of the totem order, tried to break the limit from the totem order to step into the legendary order, and failed. At the critical moment, he used his own flesh and blood as fuel, and succeeded in stepping into the legendary order, but he himself fell and left behind a backstroke that would allow him to revive himself before he fell. Previously, he didn't have an intuitive feeling for the totem rank. But since going to the Moonwatch ruins and seeing how powerful Moonwatch was, he had a profound understanding. The eight-tailed moonfox, once like the looking moon, was in existence at the peak of the totem rank. Once it was allowed to succeed, it would become the nine-tailed dead fox above the legendary rank. An old monster. Fortunately, he knew how to interrupt the other party's evolution ritual. Humph! It must be impossible to let you succeed. Su Mayer felt a deep despair that erupted more and more frequently, a feeling that was like sinking deep into a piece of peach-colored deep sea, sinking all the way down. Unable to struggle, unable to control her body, only endless suffocation. Moreover, underneath the peach-colored deep sea, there was a huge and incomparable fox. Its eyes were tightly closed, and its eight tails were like a big net that filled the bottom of the sea, waiting for her to descend and sink in step by step. This was the curse, the bloodline curse of their Qingqiu Su clan. Who can save me? Suddenly, she saw a hand reach down above the abyssal ocean and grabbed her hand. The abyssal ocean in front of her eyes instantly shattered. A warm figure shone in her eyes like sunlight. Senior sister, is everything all right? At this moment, Lu Chun turned his back to the sunlight and emitted a holy light, just like her hero. Su Mayer's eyes were dumbfounded. This curse from the bloodline would erupt every once in a while, and as her strength became stronger, the intervals between eruptions would become shorter and shorter. No matter what method could not stop it. It could only go deep into the abyss, unable to save herself, filled with endless despair in her body and mind. But, unexpectedly today, Lu Duan had forcefully suppressed the outbreak of the bloodline curse. Her pupils were fixed, and an endless smile bloomed on her face. A wave of something called hope filled her heart. She was certain that Lu Dust was the miracle that belonged to her. Shue sister. Clothes to wear? Su Mayer. Her face instantly reddened and scarlet crawled all over. P.S. Thanks to Salty Fish, a city, Slip and Time to Audit, Amiable Scum on Skiing, Crow, Amiable Clown on Stone CP, Jiang. Crane. Poor Witch is playing games. Proud Dozun is working overtime. Agile Clown is digging for gold. Cute Goddess is lifting iron. Petite Gun God is playing hide and seek. And 01 for their voting support. Ask for golden votes. Chapter 65 Increase in Undercard. First Monarch Rank Beast Pet. Countless pieces of furniture and odds and ends floated in the air as if they were gravityless. The little squid phantom dream jumped around on it. Not a moment later, the magic mirror mannequin then used its numinous power to restore the furniture items to their original state. Su Mayer sat on the sofa wearing Lu Duan's clothes, and Lu Duan's black t-shirt was worn on her like a skirt, covering her along with her thighs. One more point showed fat, one less showed thin, just the right amount of straight legs were exposed. Her cheeks were flushed and she was shy.
Altog her spirituality aris aseduati fe effect. She's a traditional person all of it was just saying.
Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Ahem. How does it feel like a bit of an added offense? Lu Dust coughed softly. I'll go open the door. Qin Yenran walks in carrying a satchel. Looking at the messy living room, spilling a lot of water stains and scattering rags of clothes. Wait. Isn't this Mrs. Clothes? She looked up sharply. On the living room sofa, Su Mayer was flushed, wearing a wide t-shirt. At a glance, it was a man's clothes. She stared wide-eyed at Su Mayer and Lu Dust, and it was like a bolt from the blue in her mind. The lady was arched by Lu Dust. It was also too intense, the clothes were shredded into rags. Sister Yenren, give me my bag. It wasn't until Su Mayer took out the clothes from the bag that Qin Yanyan realized that the original bag contained clothes, and that the lady had asked herself to come over to deliver the clothes. Her brain flashed through countless. This was rather a kind of vestigial feeling of a parent giving their own child a TT. Her brain went down. The development of events was out of her expectation. What to do on the side of this soothsayer lineage. The Qingqiu Su family and the diviner lineage are in a marriage. Moreover, Qin Yanyan's face was slightly red. She grew up as Su Mayer's personal maid, falsely growing up to be 10 years older than Su Mayer. According to the rules, the personal maid is also to accompany the marriage. That is to say, in the future, she was also going to serve Lu Duan. For a while, as a hegemony rank Imperial Beastmaster, her state of mind was also a bit unsettled. Miss is quite a traditional person. Isn't this developing a bit too fast? Yeah, it's not like I'll have to help them milk their babies first before I even graduate from college, right? Her thoughts were as complicated as a ball of thread. Changing into her clothes, Su Mayer lowered her head and shyly pulled Qin Yanran to flee. Then school brother, I'll leave first. Little miss, this. Qin Yanran was just about to ask something when her pupils suddenly shrunk to a point. The bloodline curses are erupting more and more frequently. Just now at Lu Duan's place, a bloodline curse erupted. Qin Yanran's face changed. She knew how painful it was for a young lady when the curse erupted. Every time it was no less than walking through a life and death situation. The sunlight sprinkled on Su Mayer's face, overflowing with a smile. Lu Duan. He suppressed my curse and interrupted it early. Stunned. Qin Yanran couldn't believe it. So, I don't believe in any fate at all, and the diviner's side said that only they can solve my bloodline curse. The diviner's lineage said that no one in the world is able to ignore my spiritual charm, and that only the diviner's lineage's inherited divine artifacts are able to suppress my spirituality, allowing me to successfully advance to the hegemonic rank. Su Mayer smiled. However, Lu Chun was able to ignore my charm and suppress my bloodline curse backlash. Father has already paid enough for me, and the diviner lineage has asked for a lion's share. Not only does it want my Su family to pay for a large portion of the family's fortune, but it also wants me to marry over. Not even the door. Su Mayer's gaze was firm. Sister Yanyan, help me collect materials. I'm preparing to advance to Overlord-ranked Imperial Beastmaster. Temporary research room. Lu Duan took out a large amount of life materials, as well as the main medicine that he had entrusted Su Mayer to help him find the top-tier life system, material life essence. He began quenching and processing the materials to make the potion. The essence of life was used as the main medicine, with the other materials as auxiliary medicines, and the starlight spirituality of the Lord of the Etheric Beginnings was used as the cue for the medicine. Half an hour later, Lu Duan held a test tube in his hand, loaded with a thick liquid. Magic mirror mannequin. Drink this. This will be able to resolve your injuries. Bar mile. The magic mirror mannequin secretly shook its head. Its injuries, how could it possibly be able to resolve them? It was a damaged origin. It was like a wooden barrel with the planks underneath having turned into a sieve. Even if it ingested more life system materials, it would not help. Well, at least it was the little master's intention. It took a handful and drank it. In a flash, life energy exploded within its body, and the magic mirror mannequin, which had been tortured for more than a decade, let out an unimpeded shriek from its mouth, like a 3-volt day in the middle of a cold spring, penetratingly cool and refreshing. Magic mirror mannequin shocked to find that its body countless life energy swimming, but also with a bit of starlight mysterious energy. The mysterious starlight energy was perched on the cracks of its origin. Its broken foundation was healing a little bit under this mysterious energy as well as the life energy. Boom! Its aura was getting stronger little by little, and its breath filled the air. The damaged origin was being repaired little by little. Its aura was also climbing up. Lower Overlord rank. Middle Overlord rank. Upper Overlord rank. Boom, 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 boom. The magic mirror mannequin's aura built up inside its body and then exploded. Ka! A crisp sound came from within, as if breaking some kind of shackle. Lower Monarch rank. The magic mirror mannequin looked at its hands in disbelief as surging power gushed out. This side of the world was under its control, a feeling that had been missing for a long time. Monarch rank. It had returned to the Monarch rank. It looked at Lu Duan in shock, and for the first time, it felt that the little master it had taken care of for more than 10 years was so strange. It was worthy of being the master's heir. Name: Magic Mirror Doll. Rank: Lower Monarch rank. Attribute: Spirit System, Abyss System. Qualification: Upper Monarch rank. Characteristics: Replacement of life damage done to the Imperial Beastmaster can be transferred to it. Skills: Underworld Grip Combo Skill, Blink Super Rank, Magic Mirror Bounce Super Rank, Spirit Obliteration High Rank, Nimble Power High Rank, and more. Lower monarch order. Ludwan grinned, happy for the magic mirror mannequin while excited inside. The magic mirror mannequin didn't have a royal beastmaster and couldn't utilize its full strength. But it was also a monarch rank beast pet. It was a big hidden card for himself. Ludwan was not afraid of the evil god side of the contraption at all. He had previously understood with Professor Su. In today's world realm, evil gods were unable to descend, and the exotic realm called Imperial Beast World also had many powerful relics and secret realms that had not yet descended. Therefore, most of the evil god-side contraptions in Blue Star were evil god dependents and servants or something like that, and all Imperial Beast Masters were terrified of them. Once the spirituality was contaminated, it would become crazy. Road Dust was not afraid at all. Breath contamination? Spreading distorted truths? The evil god would have to be slapped in the face before leaving. What he was more afraid of instead were those powerful creatures or Imperial Beastmasters. Now that there was a monarch-ranked magic mirror mannequin in place, it was considered to have a bottom card. In his next free time, he carried out the system's daily quests and obtained a primary blind box. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a small amount of spiritual growth. It's these things again. Luchuan bristled. The rewards from the daily quests were either a small amount of spiritual growth, a small amount of skill proficiency growth given to the beast pet, or a small amount of elemental mastery level experience. But it was also better than nothing, and accumulating it every day was a sizable change. The white spirituality surged, and nearly 90% of it had already morphed into red. Today, Chi Tian and the little squid were already at the lower degenerate rank. His rank as a royal beastmaster shackled their advancement. After all, his white spirituality today corresponded to just an elite rank royal beastmaster. He had to raise his spirituality to red, and advance to a shedding stage Imperial Beastmaster. It was also fast. The following day, the entire ancient capital set off a furor. The entire ancient capital's breeders went on strike. The Imperial Beastmaster Association. It is a comprehensive association that serves Imperial Beastmasters. There were many administrative divisions within it. Among them were the Imperial Beastmaster Association and the Breeders' Guild. Both belonged to an equal level relationship, and both were under the two major organizations under the Alliance. The Alliance. The full name was the League of Nations, an organization formed by the Union of all human nations. The Imperial Beastmaster Guild, which is responsible for many matters of the Imperial Beastmasters, sparring, quests, and the defense of the city. The Breeders' Guild, on the other hand, is responsible for developing targeted breeding programs for the Beastmasters' beast pets. At this moment, the door to the Breeders' Hall was closed. Ah! What's going on? My little flower has recently lost her appetite. The energy in her body has declined, and the doctor can't see anything. Why is she on strike? Mine too. It's about to evolve. I came to ask to see if it can evolve or not, otherwise I'm panicking. Today isn't a day off either. The doorway was in an uproarious mess, with countless Imperial Beastmasters piling up at the door. Imperial Beast Master Association. Many of the top executives were gathered together. Conference room. Bang! The conference table received a 10,000-point blast, and the cups on the tabletop bounced high. What's going on here? Why is it that this group of breeders have all gone on strike? Naming the Xingyu Imperial Beast Academy to apologize, or else they will no longer breed beast pets for any of the Imperial Beast Masters of Gudu. The president of the Gudu Association, Gu Xin, was annoyed. The two sides were not in a superior-subordinate relationship. He had no right to control the other side. I heard that it was Kwang Banghong who suffered from unfair treatment at the Starry Cosmos Imperial Beast Academy, and his teacher Ma Zhisher is one of the deacons of the Breeders' Guild, as well as a member of the Great Yen clan. That's why the breeders all banded together under his call to strike in protest. Isn't Kwang Banghong the star tutor of the Jinlin Imperial Beast Academy? He had also heard that the other party's teacher was also a deacon of the Breeder Guild, one of the senior breeders. He was scooped up by the Star U Imperial Beast Academy, but yesterday I heard that he fainted and was carried out by the people from the Star U Imperial Beast Academy, and even got into an ambulance. So serious? Go ask what's going on. There were soon results, and the ins and outs as well as the details were understood clearly. Calling a student a loser and trying to expel Lu Duan from the academy? With me and without him? What? Gu Xin directly cursed. This group of Didian remnants were really still the same brainwashed, still living in their so-called Didian heyday. But he was also bitter. Damn. Gudu originally didn't have any senior cultivators sitting around. Alliance regulations. Every first-class city must have a high-level cultivator in attendance. Gudu once had one, but he died accidentally 2 years ago when he was out. This made the Breeders' Association unhappy, and they have been making all sorts of excuses, and have not sent a new senior breeder in 2 years. As a result, the highest-ranked ones were intermediate breeders. The high-ranked Imperial Beast breeders, all had to go to other Tier 1 cities to find a senior breeder. As the president of the Imperial Beast Association, with no senior breeders coming over from the Breeders' Guild side, he was also qualified to control the other side. But it's not easy to deal with. He had already made such a deadlock with the Breeders' Association, and if he didn't handle it well, maybe there wouldn't be any senior breeders coming to Gudu in the future. Difficult to deal with. Actually, there's no need to worry, we have senior cultivators in Gudu, Professor Su said. The crowd was stunned. Senior cultivator? Since when did Gudu have a senior cultivator? Hadn't heard of it. Where? Road dust, that is. Chapter 66 Mighty Schoolhouse? Backstabbing for breeders. Guzzin? A crowd? As if you're teasing me, everyone's eyes revealed this. A freshman student, even if he was more heaven-defying, he couldn't be a senior cultivator, could he? Breeders generally had superb intuition, being able to sense where a beast pet was going wrong, and had condensed the breeding eye with their spirituality, being able to view the subtle changes in the beast pet. It's true indeed. Zhao Kongcheng, who was wearing a prosthetic leg, also walked out. Previously, Luduan prepared for the Battle of the Relics and didn't help publicize him. Now it was time to publicize a wave of his awesomeness. My lava monsters is no stranger to you all. It had problems when it evolved into a lava beast, and its body encountered corrosive contamination from an unknown force, thus causing the evolution to fail and its life to be in danger. Now, its problems have been successfully solved. The summoning array appeared. The Hellfire Rock Beast with ghostly blue flames emerged. Professor Su all said that the lava monster's genetic problem was tricky, and other than a top breeder taking a shot at it, only his teacher, Yanagi, could solve it. Under Luduan's leadership, the problem within the lava monster's body was solved, and it successfully evolved and stepped into the Overlord rank. All of Luduan's breeder strengths are at least senior breeders, and even his attainments in the cultivation of fire-type beast pets are out of sight of the top breeders. The Overlord's aura enveloped the entire room, causing everyone to freeze. Zhao Empyrean City's beast pet problem was clear to everyone here. It was really good. A student accomplished a feat that only a top cultivator could do. A guaranteed senior breeder with the attainments of fire beast pet breeding, looking out of the top breeders? They felt that this world was crazy. A top breeder, that was an existence that could dominate the cultivation of monarch rank beast pets, and could even dominate monarch rank beast guardians towards Heavenly King. Professor Su and Zhao Empyrean City joined hands to testify, leaving no room for disbelief. Both of them were not people who liked to joke around. Gushin, notify all cultivators of the ancient capital cultivator guild to return to their posts immediately, or else be dismissed from the relevant positions. His waist felt instantly hardened. The Starry U Imperial Beast Academy quickly rolls out and apologizes. Convinced, digging people over and then finally kicking them out of the academy. How is the Starry U Imperial Beast Academy so trashy? Grass, my beast pet evolution critical moment I still have to go to ask if it is perfectly meet the evolution conditions in case the evolution fails how to do? How disgusting. An academy made a mistake. Why should our entire city pay for him? Throughout the ancient capital, all the Imperial Beastmasters were complaining. The internet was all abuzz about the Starry Sky Imperial Beast Academy. In the Xingyu Imperial Beast Academy, Zhang Qiliang was also furious. I'm really blind. This Kwang Banghong didn't expect to be this kind of person. To actually use such insidious tactics to get us to apologize? Does he deserve it? Shocked and angry at the same time, also think hard about how this can be done. Wrapping up public opinion. This is the most disgusting. Shifting the conflict between the academy and Kwang Banghong into a conflict between the academy and the public. Don't worry. There is a solution. Qin Yanran's beautiful eyes still had stagnation and incredulity remaining in them. If it wasn't for Miss Su Mayer saying it to her personally. To her death, she wouldn't have believed it. Lu Chun was actually a senior cultivator. This world was a bit crazy. A freshman student was actually a senior cultivator. But on second thought, even the curse of the Qingqiu Su family clan, he could suppress it, as if a senior cultivator wasn't worth being too shocked about. A 5-star hotel, Kwang Banghong, who had already been discharged from the hospital, looked at the overwhelming tirade against the Xingyu Imperial Beast Academy on his cell phone. Inwardly incomparably comfortable, the corner of the mouth of the Dragon King crooked mouth. 1,000 fingers. This is the end of offending me. He calmly picked up his tea and took a sip, and said indifferently to the more than 10 people in front of him, "Thank you all for your great help. No need, no need. We cultivators are supposed to just help each other out." Looking at a condescending Kwang Banghong, they were displeased. What to pretend? If not for your teacher's words, how would we care about you? Guxin sent a notice to everyone, saying to go back to your post immediately or you will be punished. Just colorful. Unless Gudu is not wanting to have a senior cultivator sitting around anymore. Someone exclaimed, the Imperial Beastmaster Association has sent out an announcement, saying that the Imperial Beastmaster Association has a senior breeder sitting in, and that everyone can line up in an orderly fashion, and will be given a customized breeding plan by the senior breeder. Impossible. Kwang Banghong got up violently. He frowned. How could there be a senior breeder in Gudu? Lu Duan received a call from Professor Su, and after the other party explained his intentions, he agreed without even thinking. After all, the matter was due to him, and with a small show of skill, he wouldn't worry about money in the future. Soon, arrived at the Imperial Beast Master Association. Little friend Lu. Guxin and the others didn't dare to be slow in the slightest, being able to break through the relics at such a young age, and also joining the night vigil and now being a senior breeder. His future achievements were bound to be terrifying. Hearing that there was a senior cultivator, everyone was very excited and had already formed a long queue at the entrance. This is the senior breeder, and today, he is free to solve the problems of beast pets for everyone. Lu Dust sat on a chair. Wow, the entire room was in an uproar, anger surging ferociously from their hearts with a feeling of being deceived. So young, a brat at first glance, a senior breeder? Before they could lash out, Lu Dust looked at an Imperial Beast Master at the front of the line, a large gray and black rat following him. The god's eyes opened and the evolutionist activated. Your big-toothed rat has been cranky lately because it's reached its tooth replacement period. But since you didn't give it a teething stick, its teeth didn't fall out for a long time, so it's getting crankier by the day. At once this Imperial Beast Master froze and blurted out, "How do you know that?" He didn't say anything. Why else would I be a senior breeder? Lu Dust said indifferently, "Next, go back and I'll try." He hurriedly got out of the way. This scene caused the rest of the people to quiet down. Facing each other, it was hard to believe that it was true. The second person came up. My walking vine, I don't know why, but the flying leaf attack that I released didn't have enough power and collapsed in the air. Release it and see. The opponent commanded the walking vine to release its skill. Road Dust. There's something wrong with the way the energy is condensed. You let the walking vine do this? Bang. The flying leaf attack whooshed into the ground and never collapsed again. It worked, thanks. Almost all of them. Road Dust just took a look and saw the problem. Many people frowned. This shouldn't be nonsense, right? Not much longer. A beast pet that had been stuck at the upper elite rank for a long time came. In the end, Lu Duan directly said, "Is there any more to evolve? I'll solve it together." Soon, on the open space, more than 10 bubbling, piercing light clusters stood on the ground. All of them were the light of evolution. More than 10 beast pets evolved together. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master." Thousands of thank yous continuously came from the grounds. This scene was extremely spectacular, and everyone was dumbfounded. Even Guxin and the other group of people from the Imperial Beast Master Association who were watching from the side were dumbfounded. All right, that's it for today. We'll continue tomorrow. Lu Duan stretched his back, and at the same time informed the cause of the conflict between the Academy and Kwang Banghong. It made the crowd instantly filled with righteous indignation. At the same time, quite a few Imperial Beast Masters secretly decided not to leave and directly line up until tomorrow. Senior Cultivator. Solving a problem once on a normal day was expensive, and if it was a tailor-made breeding plan, even more expensive. Suddenly, a group of people surged in. Where is a senior breeder? Who's posing as a senior cultivator and soliciting for money? With Kwang Banghong as the leader, the striking cultivators all poured in. When Kwang Banghong saw Lu Dust, he immediately saw his enemies and said to everyone, it's this person, a freshman student in the district, posing as a degenerate stage, and as a result, the Starry Sky Imperial Beast Academy drove me out of the academy in order to protect him. A ratty trash academy? I'm an intermediate cultivator who's about to advance to senior cultivator. Is it hard for me not to be able to see what rank he is? Well, he was still a long way from being a senior cultivator, but when going out, one's identity was self-given, so one might as well blow it up a bit. He wanted to cause the group to be outraged, and eventually, when he met someone with an iron head, he would directly strike out to teach Lu Duan a lesson. Unfortunately, the result was not as he wished. A pair of eyes coldly looked over. We've all understood what happened. How does someone like you deserve to be an ace tutor? I pooh. The Starry U Imperial Beast Academy is the holy land in our hearts. The students who are able to attend the Starry U Imperial Beast are all sons of heaven. How did they become the trash in your mouth? In order to force the Starry U Imperial Beast Academy to actually unite all cultivators to go on strike? I pooh. Disgusting thing, why don't you go die? Their eyes were cold. The students of the Starry U Imperial Beast Academy were all trash. Then what were they people? Kwang Bang Hong and the others were dumbfounded. The script wasn't right. He hurriedly changed the topic. Who is posing as a senior cultivator? As a disciple of the Cultivator General Association's deacon, I have the right to ascertain the identity. Lu Dust stood out. It's me, what's wrong? Yes. Thanks to poor Big Lion digging for gold. Book friend 504 for 310472. Zhongza. Nerdy God of War urging for more work. Confused people. A Chung. Cool Dozong powerhouse zipping his horse. Poor witch playing a game. Agile clown digging for gold. Salty fish. Beautiful school scum playing iron. Book friend 482-935-5317. And boo for their voting support. Chapter 67. Why don't you call me Imperial Ama? The Department of Dreams makes an appearance. Kwang Bonghong's eyes had roamed over the group of slightly older people. Senior cultivators, none of them were nameless. But after looking around, he didn't find any senior cultivator under his impression. Couldn't be senior cultivators had to be certified by the guild. Could it be that it was a senior breeder who hadn't gone through the certification process? Until Road Dust stood out and said that he was a senior cultivator. Kwang Bang Hong? The cerebellum shriveled up again and had a moment of downtime. Your Gudu Imperial Beastmaster Association is truly talented. He turned to the group of cultivators and pointed his hand thumb behind his shoulder. They found a freshman student to pose as a senior cultivator. This should at least find an older one to come. Ha 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 ha. A group of cultivators patted their thighs and laughed their heads off. It was too enjoyable, a freshman student posing as a senior cultivator. They laughed and mocked with reckless abandon. Guxin looked on coldly. If I say it is, then it is. Everyone present can testify. Right, this young master could see the problem at a glance, and he also evolved more than 10 beast pets at the same time. Unlike you guys, each time, you'd have to mill around for a long time before being able to see the problem, and it doesn't always work. I spent 100,000 last time, and as a result, my beast pet failed to evolve. What a pit. I was also pitted, saying that my beast pet was suitable for cultivation towards energy attacks. As a result, my beast pet didn't make any progress for a long time. The crowd chimed in. Allowing more than 10 beast pets to evolve at the same time? That was his luck. That's because your beast pets themselves are in the best state of evolution. Anyone else would have been fine. Some cultivators were dissatisfied. What did this group of people know? Being cheated and still helping to count the money. If this kid is so young, if he's a senior cultivator, then those of us who are only intermediate cultivators at 30 or 40 years old, aren't we living to a dog's death? All right, don't we know better? Everyone had contempt on their faces. If your own level is poor, you think others can't either. I can't. Kwang Bang Hong stormed out. You guys have been drugged, right? Well. I'll show you all what it means to be a cultivator. Didn't you say you're a senior cultivator? Dare to have a match. Lu Dust shrugged. Oh, don't dare. Compare a hammer. There's no benefit, unless there's a system mission. Look, he's scared. Doesn't even dare to compare. You guys have been tricked by him. Kwang Bang Hong said. Yes, I'm scared. Damn. I don't know why. Looking at the other party's bashful appearance, Kwang Bang Hong was even more angry. His face was red. It was already red warm. Suddenly, Lu Chun raised his eyebrows. Forget it. Play with you. Because the system popped up the task. Ding. Triggered the task. Please host in the cultivator together to defeat Kwang Bang Hong. Kwang Bang Hong laughed fiercely, just in time to settle new grudges and old grudges together. The crowd stepped backward, leaving the stage open. Everyone here, do you have any beast pets that are highly problematic? preferably related to elemental energy and evolution. Soon, a young man squeezed out from the crowd of onlookers. I'm a junior from the Flowing Light Academy. My electricity sheep keeps failing to evolve for some reason. He summoned his beast pet. It was covered in wool that looked like a cotton ball. Its tail was yellow in color, and there was a yellow orb on top of it. From time to time, static electricity arcs diffused from the wool and then flowed to the orb on the tail, which would light up like a light bulb. Name: Electricity Discharging Sheep. Attribute: Electricity. Rank: Upper Elite Rank. Qualification: Upper Degenerate Breed. Electricity Discharge Sheep. A beast pet whose evolutionary path was already very complete. It is also one of the first beast pets to appear on Blue Star. It does not require evolutionary materials. There are 3 conditions for evolution. 1. Strength and electric energy in the body have reached the standard. 2. Electricity element mastery level has reached proficient. 3. The electric ball on the tail is filled with energy. If one looked closely at the electric ball on this electric sheep's tail, one could see that there were tiny cracks. Kwang Banghong circled around the other party and kept checking it out, observing the mental state, his eyes glowing with a strange light. He was in possession of the eye of cultivation that only a cultivator could condense. Has evolution failed once? It's just as well. Letting this kind of beast pet that has failed to evolve once evolve is the only way to show how powerful I am. Prepare to start evolving. The evolution conditions are all met for evolution. The electricity sheep's royal beast master came out and fed the electricity sheep the lightning attribute energy liquid, and in a flash, countless static electricity appeared on the electricity sheep's wool. It continuously flowed to the electricity storage ball at the end of the tail. The dull electricity storage ball was suddenly as bright as a light bulb filling up, and the light of thunder and lightning was constantly accumulating. Then, the light flashed greatly, and the light of the electricity storage ball vaguely changed from yellow to white. This was the light of evolution. Ha ha ha! Simple and trustworthy. Kwang Banghong stood with his hands folded, just as the light of evolution was about to spread from his tail towards his body. Bah hey! The electric sheep suddenly let out a low roar in pain. Zip, 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 giggle. Countless arcs of electricity discharged outwards from the electricity storage sphere, and charge particles filled the air, causing the surrounding lightning elements to become active. Everyone felt their skin tingling and the hairs on the top of their heads stood upright. All of the lightning elements flowed out of the electricity sheep's electricity storage ball into the air, and the electricity sheep's brightly lit electricity storage ball, once again, became dim. The electricity sheep did not evolve either. Kwang Banghong's face changed. Impossible, the realm of strength, elemental mastery level. All have been perfected only right. The physical state is also up to standard. Why would the evolution fail? This electricity sheep of yours, what is its qualification? Lower degenerate species. Absolutely impossible. If it's a lower degenerate species, there's no way it would have failed to evolve. The light of evolution has already appeared. Plus this time it's the 3rd evolution failure, right? Luduan's words came through. Its imperial beastmaster nodded. Kwang Banghong was confused. Didn't this electric sheep fail to evolve once, and had failed twice before that? Plus this time was the 3rd time? No, he looked furiously at Lu Chun. He didn't even see it himself. How did he see it? I see. He grunted coldly and said in a conspiratorial manner, good calculation. Finding a TO, right? It's also true that an electricity sheep that can't possibly evolve. As long as neither this kid nor I let the electricity sheep evolve, it's a tie. He had already seen through everything. There's no door. This time I'll pick one randomly on the spot. Who told you that electric sheep can't evolve? How can it evolve when it failed to evolve 3 times? What nonsense are you talking about? He scoffed. From his experience, this electric sheep had problems with its genes and origin. That's why it couldn't evolve. The other cultivators also nodded. All the conditions were met and the body was in the best condition, and it couldn't evolve 3 times in a row. Then it was a genetic problem that the breeders couldn't deal with. It had to be solved by a doctor in the direction of beast pet research like Dr. Yanagi. What if I can make it evolve? Hey, you can open any conditions you want. If you can't make it evolve, then you gouge out your own eyes. As a feudal society cluster, he enjoyed this feeling of give and take. During the period of Great Yen Shengshi, the higher races, held the power to kill the lower races. Okay, if I let the electric sheep evolve, you will call me Imperial Ama. You also take advantage of it. Only the imperial son of Great Yen can call imperial ama. Instantly, Kwang Bang Hong had a fierce light in his eyes. Great Yen could not be insulted, and the other party had also insulted the sacred emperor. There was already a way to take death. Lu Dust looked at the electric sheep, and all the problems of everything surfaced clearly. Cultivation direction, sheep beast pet, natural timidity and sensitivity. This electric sheep has experienced too, plus this time a total of 3 evolutionary failure. The heart is timid, already sensitive heart, even more doubtful of themselves, lost self-confidence, their own lack of confidence, and how can they be able to evolve it? Need to re-energize the fighting spirit of the other party. Little squid, Ludwan softly called out, and the little squid burrowed out of the bag. Let it have a beautiful dream. The little squid's tentacles wriggled and arrived in front of the electric sheep, its tentacles pointing at the latter's brow. Extreme drowsiness invaded. The electricity sheep's eyelids sank down. The corner of its nose blew a bubble, and it had already fallen into dreamland. Zhao Kongcheng and Professor Su were amazed. This was Lu Chen's second beast pet? It was a little too cute, wasn't it? The 2 men's eyes flinched. This was a dream system beast pet. Chapter 68 Plum. Attack. Compassionist. Dream realm system beast pets aren't very common over here in the Eastern Domain. The Eastern Domain didn't have a circle of activity for dream realm system beast pets as mentioned in Chapter 16. There were 5 major domains in the southeast, west, northwest, and central regions of the Great Xia, but only in the southern domain where a dream realm creature ecosystem existed. Moreover, dream realm system beast pets depend on the dream realm ecosphere. A dream ecosystem is a big dream, and legend has it that when a terrifying existence sleeps, it dreams, and the dream infiltrates reality, and it transforms into a dream ecosystem. Dream realm lineage beast pets basically all depend on the dream ecosystem. Once they leave the dream ecosystem, it's like a sleeping person waking up from reality. Everything in the dream will disappear. That is to say, dream realm system beast pets cannot be taken out of the dream ecosystem. Only in extremely rare cases could it be brought out of the dream realm ecosystem. Road Dust actually possessed this rare dream realm system beast pet. In Little Squid's field of vision, a dream bubble appeared above the head of the sleeping electric sheep, invisible to normal people. Only a dream realm system beast pet could peer into it. An invisible spider silk dragged this dream bubble into the illusory dream prison. Little Squid constructed a perfect sheep life for it, and after evolving, it rose all the way to the top, surrounded by beautiful sheep, becoming a generation of sheep heavenly emperor. Even the imperial beast masters could only saddle up for it. Boing! Excessive actually inverted against the heavenly emperor, letting the imperial beast master saddle you. The little squid was not happy, coalescing a tentacle in the illusory dream prison and smashing the electric sheep's dream bubble with a slap. Boo! The snot bubble at the tip of his nose also shattered. Electric sheep woke up with a jolt and a confused face. Where are the beautiful sheep I've been holding left and right? Where is my kingdom of sheep? Where has it gone? The crowd was amazed because the electric sheep that came before and after changed a lot. Previously, his eyes were dodging and fearful of the crowded environment. But now his eyes were gleaming, and he also revealed a feeling of old-colored skin. From I people to E people. Ludwan laughed. Indeed, the color lot can only make people cheerful and confident. In his previous life, he had a friend, quite a shy person. Since he was taken to the water meeting, opened the door to a new world, the back became a thief, the whole person was very confident. Evolve electric sheep. As long as you evolve, everything is possible. Bleh. Ludwan fed the lightning attribute energy liquid to the other party. Zzzzzzz. Countless electric currents flowed onto the tail's electricity storage ball, and the yellow light continuously lit up like a yellow incandescent lamp. Buzz. Finally, accumulating to a certain bottom, the dense yellow light transformed into white light, spreading like it was alive, and finally covered the electricity sheep. It completely transformed into the radiant light of evolution. In the light of evolution, the electricity sheep's body was changing, its body was pulling itself up, and its size was getting bigger. Soon, the light of evolution shattered and dissipated. The electric sheep's body reappeared. The sky turned upside down. The cotton-like wool on its body disappeared. The entire sheep's form was somewhat like a kangaroo, with its hind limbs landing on the ground and its front limbs standing upright. The main color of the body became a pale yellow supplemented by black as an accent, and a pair of horns were located on both sides of the head, with a spiral lightning pattern on them. At the end of its tail, a ball of stored electricity shines brightly, with frightening lightning bubbling up from time to time. Name: Thunderbolt Sheep. Attribute: Electricity. Strength. Lower degenerate stage. Qualification. Upper degenerate species. Description. Evolved from an electric sheep, with all its fur faded and its chest mane exposed, and the electricity storage ball at its tail can release terrifying lightning power. Description. Evolved from an electric sheep. Evolved. Electric sheep. You evolved into Thunderbolt Sheep. The Thunderbolt Sheep's royal beastmaster was incomparably excited, and went forward to hug the Thunderbolt Sheep and bounce around. The electricity sheep had failed to evolve 3 times in a row, and he thought that the electricity sheep would never be able to evolve in this lifetime. He didn't expect that the willow would become clear again. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, master. He thanked Lu Duan profusely. The scene also resounded with noisy murmurs. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Kwang Bonghong's eyes were round, and it was difficult to accept this scene. Facts speak louder than words. You wouldn't be willing to gamble, would you? With this, how dare you say that little master is an imposter? He wouldn't be the one impersonating, right? How dare you call the students of the Starry Heaven Imperial Beast Academy trash at this level? How dare he ask the Starry Beast Academy to kick out Little Master? Why don't you go sit on the desk while Little Master lectures on the podium? Learn well you. Quickly call Imperial Ama Ah. Call Ah. Didn't you make a bet with Little Master? We can all testify to it. Hey, almost all of the survivors of the Great Yen are descendants of the Great Diane's clan, right? You call the Little Master Imperial Ama, maybe he even sealed you a crown prince as a pawn. Great Yen died so many years ago, except for these Great Yen remnants, no one will take it seriously at all. It was just the dust of history. Kwang Bonghong's whole body was shaking, his face was green, and his hands were shivering. As a descendant of the Great Yen clan, also known as the Royal Line, coming to the ancient capital, it was already the 2nd time that he had been subjected to this kind of aggravation and insult. This time is even more so. Puff. A mouthful of old blood sprayed high as he fell straight to the ground, fainting from anger. Gushin. Carry it out. Don't get in the way here. Call him an ambulance. Come up a few people, lift the dead pig like to carry it out. May open too, as if yesterday reappeared. To the road dust are dry trance. Feel like back to yesterday. Gushin bottomed out and looked at the crowd of cultivators who were looking at each other with blank faces, awkwardly walking in place or not. If you don't return to your posts, you will directly inform the Imperial Beastmaster Associations around the world, and you will not be able to serve as cultivators in the Imperial Beastmaster Associations of the various cities. All of them lowered their heads and rushed back to the cultivator building. Lu Duan received a grand reception from the Imperial Beastmaster Association. Everyone didn't dare to underestimate Lu Dust. Joining the vigilantes wasn't to mention that his boss was the hot Jiang Zhini, the youngest heavenly king of Desya. His own strength was outstanding, and he had even gotten through the Moonwatch ruins. Now at such a young age, he has even become a terrifying senior cultivator. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, I'm afraid that no one would believe it if he said it. Now are so powerful, the achievements in the future is only horrifying. Top cultivator afraid are not his limit. Looking at Lu Chen's departing back, Professor Su also sighed. I see Jiang Zhenyi's figure in him. Kang Yongyi and his teacher, Dr. Yanagi, were old friends, and he was still doing research under his teacher at that time. Professor Su and Kang Zhenyi were also considered familiar. He had watched Kang Yongyi rise to prominence with his own eyes, without the slightest bit of reasoning, crushing her all the way to become the youngest heavenly king and the youngest archaeological research professor. Recently, it was even under her leadership that she and her teacher were working together to complete a cross-generational study. A heaven-defying research that could resurrect the fossilized amber of an ancient beast pet. Once this research came out, the entire pattern of the world would change, able to uncover the truth of the world, not to mention. It might also be able to allow the current Imperial Beast Masters to contract beast pets from the ancient period of the Imperial Beast World. According to existing research, the beast pets from the ancient period of the foreign world were far stronger than those of today. Kang Yongyi would take this opportunity to become a hot archaeological research doctor of beast pets. It was desperate to think about it. Being able to worship under Dr. Yanagi, he was a genius in his own right, but after meeting Jiang Zhini, he was also too mundane to be mundane. Now, he saw a trajectory similar to Kang Yongyi's in Lu Chen's body. He had just started his freshman year, his strength was at the degenerate stage, and he was a senior cultivator. Some people are born to be existences that people look up to. He lamented inwardly. Suddenly, the cell phone in his pocket vibrated. Eldest brother came to the ancient capital? Night. A cool breeze. Neon lights shone in the city. Lu Duan walked on the streets, preparing to go to the general supermarket to buy some things. Su Meier's outburst yesterday had damaged quite a few items. There was no one around, and under the streetlights, there were quite a few mosquitoes gathering under the light bulbs. It was clear that the weather was already close to late fall. Yet there are still so many mosquitoes. It made Lu Duan not help but look twice more. His eyes flickered as he walked forward, passing by an unoccupied street corner. Suddenly, all the mosquitoes covered the sky, rustling towards Lu Duan. Thump 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 thump. Like a small bomb, a ball of fire erupted, debris splattered, and smoke and dust enveloped the area. Done. Just a little kid. In the shadows, a man wearing a stand-up trench coat, his entire body shrouded in darkness, walked out, dense mosquitoes flying towards him. Suddenly, his whole body stiffened. "What are you talking about?" Words came from behind him at an unknown time. He jerked back and pulled away, only to see that the little doll that was originally supposed to be blown up was now standing in front of him intact. He glanced out of the corner of his eye. The smoke and dust dissipated, and where that explosion had occurred, there was nothing else but a large crater. As Lu Duan looked at the wind-clothed man, his god's eyes opened, and he saw the unpleasant smell lingering on the other party's body. That was an odor that belonged to the forbidden. Just like the group of gray web weavers at the ruins of Mount Hope, this person in front of him was also a cultist. With the flavor of insanity, imbued with the so-called truth, the spirituality had been twisted. His eyes stared, and the other party was an overlord-ranked existence. Lu Duan looked at the other party's worms as if he remembered something. "You're a compulsion master?" Chapter 69 Theatrical Fate Sect. I bloom flowers in the killing. Lu Duan's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared and gazed at the mosquitoes lingering around the trench-coated man. It was clearly close to the late fall time point. The mosquitoes and moths were still piling up and chasing the light, something unusual, so he subconsciously used his god's eyes to check it out previously. Name: exploding insects and 3 pests. Description: artificially cultivated with the flesh and blood of transcendent creatures. There are 3 kinds of mosquitoes, flies and moths in total, capable of exploding themselves, with strong corrosive, incendiary, and toxic properties. So he sensed something was wrong right from the start. Compassionate Beastmaster. One of the branches of the Imperial Beastmaster, just like the mechanic. A mechanic's Imperial Beast Pet was a mechanical product that was born with a spirit and was not a regular beast pet. The Compass Master was similar, as the name implied. It was a different compass bug, with the Imperial Beast space as the mother nest. Can catalyze, hatch, and raise different parasites. It was also the first time that Lu Chun had seen a compulsion master. The trench coat man, shrouded under a hood and wearing sunglasses in the middle of the night, did not say anything. With a wave of his hand, countless insects flew out of his trench coat. Towards Lu Dust they spread out and killed, the vibrations of their wings converging together, unusually ear-piercing. These bugs were disgusting and incomparable. They were small, irregular masses of vile meat, emitting a disgusting odor, with sharp beaks at the corners of their mouths, like bullets, able to instantly make a hole in the human body. Road Dust calmly watched until the last second. The figure disappeared. Where he originally stood, dense honeycomb holes appeared in the earth, and then, blazing light emerged. Bang boom. The ground was lifted off the ground, and flames interspersed with explosions rushed into the sky. The compound master's sight focused on Lu Duan, who was 10 meters away, or to be precise, the little squid floating in the air. His pupils violently contracted into a pinpoint state. He finally knew how the kid in front of him had previously dodged, and incredulously blurted out, "Spatial beast pet?" The voice was obscure, with a kind of cicada-like sharp feeling, like countless insects and ants rubbing on the vocal cords, thus making a sound. "Good luck, kid. If it's the stripper organization that sees you, they should like it." He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. The tip of his tongue forked out like a snake's letter. "I've decided, I won't kill you first. If I sell you to the Skin Peeler organization, I should be able to sell you for a heavenly price." He was a hegemony-ranked compass master. Taking down a brat would not be a piece of cake. "Your voice makes me sick." Lu Dust gave an order. Chi Tian. A figure leapt out from the shadow of the compound master. Chi Tian's 2 fists were filled with the power of thunder and lightning. His fist prints were piquant, and the light of thunder flashed at first. before it could land. Fixed body technique. The shadows under Chi Tion's feet spread rapidly, trying to maneuver the opponent's shadow, but the segment gap was too great. Chi Tian was struggling and was only able to immobilize for 0.1 seconds. It was also enough. The little squid skill killed the arrival. The void bloomed, and countless spider silks bound and then strangled violently. The sharp spider silk cut the opponent's body into countless pieces. Boing! The little squid frowned. The touch was not right. Sure enough, the chunks of flesh from the corpse that fell to the ground transformed into densely packed worms, combining together in the distance and reassembling into the compound master. However, his trench coat was cut into rags by the little squid's spider silk. It was clearly visible. All over the opponent's body, there was a single bloody hole, like a honeycomb coal, with intertwined and twisted flesh and blood, and countless worms inhabiting each hole. Seeing Lu Dust's scalp numb, dense phobia committed. No wonder he had to wear a trench coat to cover his whole body. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. The compass master was furious. The summoning formation surfaced, and it could be vaguely seen that his imperial beast space was wrapped in countless walls of flesh with countless veins on it. All of the veins were connected to a queen ant whose body was covered in pus and had 6 wings on its back. The opponent walked out of the imperial beast space. Terrifying pressure filled the entire field with a dominating aura. Name: 6-winged ant queen. Attribute: insect. Strength: lower overlord rank. Qualification: upper degenerate rank. Description: its imperial beastmaster was stuck at the degenerate stage for a long time, with no hope of advancement, and chose to embrace the forbidden truths, believing in the evil god, and gained the knowledge of the truths to break through to the hegemonic stage, with a spiritual aberration, and it was bred by the imperial beastmaster to be like this, having been contaminated by demonization. Boo boo boo. The pustules on the back of the 6-winged ant queen shattered and transformed into densely packed flying ants that surrounded it. The pressure was astonishing. But you're very good. A spatial beast pet. A beast pet that can manipulate shadows. You have a big secret. I'll let my compulsion, inch by inch, gnaw your brain, dig out your secrets, only hang on to your breath, and then sell you to the strippers organization. As long as she completed one more killing mission, the 6-winged ant queen would be able to advance to the medium hegemony stage, and then sell this person to the skin peeler organization, and after obtaining a large amount of money, she would be able to buy more rare insect beast pets and feed them to the 6-winged ant queen, obtaining even more powerful flying ants' offspring. He looked at Luduan with jealousy in his eyes. He hated geniuses. 2 beast pets at such a young age had the strength of the stripper rank. Luckily, the great god of theater fate has granted me the potential for unlimited growth. 6-winged ant queen. Go, leave a breath. Buzz buzz buzz. Countless flying ants covered the sky, obscuring the sky, flooding towards Lu Chan and the others like a tidal wave, feeling the sense of oppression brought about by the other party. The difference in strength between the shedding stage and the overlord stage was simply too great. He had wanted Chi Tian and the little squid to fight to try it out. He hadn't fought a compass master yet. Damn. Forget it. It's so disgusting looking. It's better not to play. Magic mirror mannequin. He shouted. Shasta. Barry. There was an echo that reverberated between heaven and earth. The heavens and earth were silent. This side of heaven and earth changed, and an invisible spiritual force enveloped the entire field, finally transforming into a terrifying thought force that strangled fiercely. Bang 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 bang. Like the greatness of heaven and earth suppressing down, the flying ants in the sky turned into countless blood mists. A funny-looking fat puppeteer with a rounded body appeared out of thin air. The moment it appeared, it was as if it was the king of this heaven and earth, ruling over this heaven and earth, and in the visualization of the spiritual mind, its figure was infinitely elevated. Every move carried the greatness of heaven and earth. Domain? Monarch. Monarch rank. The compound master screamed in hysterical shock, and it was still a monarch order that had condensed a domain. A monarch order with a domain and without a domain were 2 species. Magic mirror mannequin. Up. Leave a breath. Luduan returned the other party's original words. Abyssal aura emerged from the magic mirror mannequin, and the heavens and earth where hundreds of meters in a circle were located seemed to have fallen into the abyss. Spiritual energy and abyssal energy intertwined and transformed into a vision. The gates of hell opened wide and a giant hand reached out from within. It then gripped the 6-winged ant queen's body and fiercely pinched it, and dust returned to dust, Its life force was stripped away, and it turned into the remnants of a body that went up in smoke. The beast pet died, and the compound master was also heavily injured. A brilliant light emanated from the eyes of the magic mirror mannequin. The spirit department's super order skill, Spirit Obliteration, was activated, and the opponent's spirit was instantly shattered, and his body collapsed to the ground. This is very powerful. It was the first time Ludwan saw the magic mirror mannequin strike. He was in a trance, killing the overlord rank in seconds. Is this the magic mirror dummy that cooks for him every day? Worthy of being the beast pet of the enigmatic old mother. Little squid. Pull into the illusory dream prison. He wanted to know what the other party's origin was and why they were trying to assassinate themselves. There were quite a few people who had been offended recently. The power of the dream realm was unleashed, and the compounder was pulled into the illusory dream prison. The other party's remaining consciousness was pulled into the illusory dream prison. Where is this? Who the hell are you? Looking at this bizarre world filled with starlight and mist, the compound master was terrified. Who the hell is this person? Why would he have a ferocious beast of the monarch rank protecting his path? And furthermore, where is this? Why were his beast pet's abilities so bizarre? He felt inexplicably terrified. After assassinating so many people, he had never seen such a bizarre existence. Little squid, read his memories. A phantom dream energy spider silk shot into its brow, not causing half a bit of physical damage, as if the spider silk was false and ended up wrapped around his brain. The other party was a bit stunned. His eyes flashed with delight, and he didn't even put up any resistance. In the prison of illusionary dreams, this compounder's life past was all turned into dream bubbles, floating in the illusory dream prison, playing out scene by scene like a walking lantern. When he was young, he was a famous local genius. Although he had awakened a B-grade Imperial Beast talent, it was related to parasites, and he became a compote master, entered the academy and rose to prominence. After graduating, he made his way through the frontline battlefield, becoming a commander-ranked existence along the way. Subsequently, stuck. Because of the talent limitations, the instinctive compulsion had failed to break the limit many times and was unable to step into the overlord rank. A compote master's beast pet breaking its limit, unlike ordinary beast pets, needed to break its chrysalis to become a butterfly. This wasted time was wasted for many years. This sense of despair of not being able to increase in strength and not being able to move forward filled his heart.
无论寻找什么办法，寻找高级培育师，都没有办法突破。
He was unwilling to do so, and in an accident, he came into contact with an organization called the Church of the Playing Fate. The Church of Playing with Fate, an assassin organization. The doctrine is, killing is eternal, I bloom the flowers of dawn in the midst of killing. Every life is secretly priced. Believe in the God of playing with fate. Accept the assassination mission. Conclude the contract. Complete the assassination. The God of playing with fate will rejoice, and according to the strength and weakness of the person killed, the strength will be blessed. There is no upper limit. As long as you can accept the mission and kill the target, you can grow infinitely. A dream bubble lit up. Soon after, the compounder completed his first assassination. He began to receive his first bestowal at the Church of Theatrical Fate, and once he went through the bestowal, he could become a full member of the Church of Theatrical Fate. Murmurs came to his ears, and he heard the truth, the knowledge of truth, that could break through to the overlord rank. He chose to embrace the forbidden and became a disciple of the evil god of playing fate. Zip, zip, zip. This dream bubble was like a television short-circuiting, with snowflake screens constantly flashing back, and a forbidden aura actually penetrated through the previous dream realm and invaded the illusory dream prison. The power penetrated right through the dream realm. Endless ravings echoed, spreading his glory and delivering the truth and knowledge that belonged to him, and the power of distortion spread out to plunge people into madness. The power of the god of fate coalesced, and the protagonist was transformed into a shadowy figure that was unreadable and insanely twisted and distorted. The ravings of the heavens and earth intensified, as if the Sanskrit chanting was trying to forcibly ferry you away. Ha 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 ha. Welcome you to join us. Our memories are carrying forbidden fragments. Forbidden, even memories are not to be probed. Otherwise, the contamination will be spread. Join my lord's embrace with me. The compulsion master was laughing maniacally, so what if this kid was even more bizarre? Could he still be even more bizarre than a deity who controlled the rules? What compulsion are you talking about? Chapter 70 Evil God? Please call me the father of the evil god. Just this. Be quiet and get back. The evil god himself would have to receive a slap on the face even if he came. Not to mention just the forbidden memories that were coiled with the evil god's lingering shadow. Slap. Lu Duan condensed a large hand with the spirituality of the Lord of the Eternal Beginning and slapped the other party to pieces as the ravings dissipated. The compound master's laughter stuck in his throat and came to an abrupt end, like a quacking duck that had been clutched at the neck. His eyes were about to stare out of their sockets as he stared at the scene in front of him with wide pupils. Ho, ho, ho ho. His windpipe felt like it was leaking. Lu Duan's eyes skimmed over all the dream bubbles and quickly knew who it was. He saw the memory of a masked man who approached the compounder and paid a deposit. His eyes narrowed slightly. That size, it was Kwang Banghong. He thought it was Xiao Mubai. Ho! Ho 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 you! You! Who the hell are you? The compound master's eyes were filled with blood. Insanity pervaded in his eyes, and clumps of flesh and blood began to grow in his spiritual body. This was a collapse of faith, and the taboo backfired. Me? Lu Duan stuck his hands in his pockets. You can call me the father of the evil gods. Boom, boom, boom. The little squid was lying on Lu Duan's head. The treacherous taboo power was no longer concealed. It exploded and spread out. The entire illusory dream prison floating was reflected behind it, incomparably gloomy and terrifying, like a devouring infernal hell. Footside, the dark black hoop on Chi Tion's forehead collapsed, and the power of shadows enveloped its entire body, turning into endless black gas curling and steaming, exuding an ominous aura, sometimes transforming into a skeleton shrouded over its head. The two beast pets bore Lu Duan like a god or a devil. There was also a terrifying aura twisting behind their own backs, wantonly releasing an evil god aura. The compound master's pupils were deathly wide, horrified to the extreme. Bang! The soul exploded directly after the forbidden backlash, as well as seeing Lu Duan's true face, and was scared alive. Consciousness returned and rejoined reality. The body of the compound master was lying on the ground with a horror in his eyes that could not be described with words or vocabulary. Looking at the wretched streets, Lu Duan scratched his head. Forget it. It's better to just slip away. Chi Tian, turn into my appearance and go back to the academy. Remember to take the place with a lot of surveillance. A dangerous light flashed in his eyes. I still have things to do. KIR. After more than 10 minutes later, someone from the Imperial Beastmaster Association in charge of the city's defense department arrived at this place. There was a fight, but it ended quickly. They came to the corpse, and one of them exclaimed, "It's the killer disciple of the Church of Theatrical Fate," codenamed Poisonous Compassion Wu Jin. The parasite masters, who were exceptionally difficult to deal with, went with the explosive soldier flow. Moreover, the bugs were small and could not be defended against. Basically, no one wanted to fight a compassionist. It was too disgusting, and it would also put a compulsion on you. The Church of Theatrical Life's Overlord Order's Poisonous Compulsion Wu formation actually died here. Moreover, in the entire scene, there was only the corpse of the compulsion, and the damage caused was also the means of the compulsion. It also meant that he was killed in an instant. Reported upwards, and as it concerns the evil god church, it's not our area of responsibility, it's the business of the vigilantes. 5-star hotel. Bing bong bong bong. Kwang Banghong smashed everything that could be smashed in the room. His face was abhorrent. Die. Die, 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 die. I want you to die. Why are you so slow? After venting, he sat down on the chair with a big horse, breathing heavily, having been insulted twice in a row within 2 days. It also insulted the great emperor of Great Yen. To be my imperial AMA? A ferocious light flashed in his eyes. Based on this alone, Lu Duan already had a way of taking death. Not to mention, the culprit who caused him to be continuously insulted in these 2 days was also Lu Duan. With the combination of several sins, he must die. Otherwise, where is the face of my great Yen clan? He smiled sorrowfully. Even in this present society under this garbage system, I can still take your life. However, why are the assassins of this Church of Playing Fate so slow? Is it so abrasive for the hegemonic order to kill a freshman? Kwang Bonghong's brows furrowed as he couldn't wait to hear about the other party's death. Click. The lock of the tightly closed door was punched open. He saw Lu Duan, who was shrouded in shadow outside the door. Worthy of being the most powerful organization in the assassin world, the Church of Playing with Fate actually brought the target here for me, the employer, to do it myself. As for whether or not it was the case that Lu Dust had killed the assassin in return and directly came to his door to find him as his employer, he pressed himself not to think in that direction. What a joke. A freshman student, counter-killing a hegemony rank? A cruel smile appeared on his face. He was going to abuse Lu Chuan and let this kid taste the 10 major tortures of Great Yen. Lu Duan walked in and closed the door with his backhand. Kwang Bonghong's face finally changed. Where's the poisonous parasite? Dead. He subconsciously called out the summoning spell, but his body couldn't move. This was the chanting power of a spiritual beast pet. His pupils contracted. He was a commander-rank Imperial Beastmaster. How could this kid's beast pet's thought power be able to confine me? Moreover, it also made it impossible for him to even move, as if every inch of his skin had been subjected to the force of 10,000 pounds. Bari! Suddenly, he saw the comical puppet beast pet, felt the other party's aura, and fell into a daze. Monarch rank? He panicked. Why would a freshman student have a monarch rank? Who is it? Who the hell are you? Too noisy. I don't like to hear that voice. Lu Chun coldly looked at the other party. He was not some saintly mother. The other party had bought and killed him. If it wasn't for the magic mirror mannequin, he would already be dead today. Revenge does not come overnight. If you fight a tiger, you have to beat the other party to death. Letting the tiger return to the mountain is not to be done. This is the dogma he believes in. Great Dien 10 major tortures? Only 10. Lu Duan revealed a smile that looked like a demonic smile to Kwang Banghong. I'll let you try it out. Another world's jewel of torture. Pull into the illusory dream prison and leave half of your consciousness outside. Illusory dream prison. It could manipulate dreams and make people fall into a perfect beauty dream life. There are beautiful dreams. Naturally, there are also nightmares. The cultivation direction that Lu Duan had formulated for Little Squid regarding the illusory dream prison was to make the illusory dream prison real, pulling a person into the illusory dream prison, and the injuries suffered inside the dream would be fed back to the real world. When one dies in the dream, the brain will deceive the body, thus realizing that reality dies with it. Nowadays, the little squid is able to do this by pulling the other person into the phantom dream prison, making them suffer mentally without harming the physical body, but with endless pain. Well, the source of the direction of this cultivation came from a certain ninja anime from the previous life, a pupil technique called moon reading, outlining nightmare illusions with the power of dreams, with the power of fantasy to outline all kinds of torture props. Torture on the earth that up and down 5,000 years of cohesion, all on the other side to try a one-time. Moreover, because it was a dream, it could only let him feel the real pain, but would not really hurt him and could infinitely let his body recover and carry on the next torture week after week. To beg for life and not be able to beg for death, this is what is called despair. He. Kill me. Kill me. Please, kill me. Big secret. I'll tell you a great secret, the God Relic. I came to the ancient capital for the divine relic. The mournful screams echoed in the dream world as well as reality, and the magic mirror mannequin's mental power intertwined into a shield to avoid the sound from getting out. Divine relics? No need. I'll just check it out myself later. Lu Duan raised an eyebrow. The name Divine Relic was not simple once he heard it. Checking it out later would be fine. Another round of torture. After a long time, this is only the 68th torture. This can't be topped? Lu Duan skimmed his lips. His spirit was crushed by the play. It seems that next time, I have to prepare something that can restore my spiritual power. Boing? The little squid was dumbfounded. The Imperial Beast Master was so brutal. But I like it. Squid. Read the memories and show me what the God Relic is. A dream bubble was created. Lu Duan began to check the other party's memories. PS1. Thanks to Spike. Cinnamon for updating quickly, early morning, half summer. Cultivating sheep is a bit idle. Quiet Palm is picking up bottles. Maple clears falling leaves. Bookmate 424-689-9692. Bookmate 502-979-4216. Dashing King of Soldiers is touching the fish. Joyful Little Drill Breeze is digging a hole. Agile Big Lion is crossing the river. Considerate Big Lion is sleeping. Delighted Werewolves are sweeping for mines. I one half flying Quanju Tricky Candy 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 Candy. Candy 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 Iron Drill. The Dashing Little Sheep ferrying. Shin Binbin. Xiao Bai should learn. The Lonely Prophet playing backgammon. The Happy Werewolf eating watermelon. The Lonely, Shenzhen. Gun Shi, Happy Koala working overtime. A city. poor golden monkey playing the piano. Book friends 483-599-8127. Little piggy awesome. Release, sharp guard drinking, and good golden monkey skiing for voting support. PS2. 10,000 words failed poof kneeling. Organized a bit of outline smooth plot fine outline. The plot to start. This plot is quite important to the subsequent development, the general direction there, but the details of the direction of the organization today finally finalized tomorrow to make up 10,000 words. These two ink slightly more, some of the information that appears later are quite useful, is considered padding. Chapter 71. Divine Relic, the Secret Treasure of Rules. In the illusory dream prison, Kwang Bonghong's memories were transformed into a dream bubble. However, what was astonishing was that many of the dream bubbles had abnormalities in their images, and some of the characters that appeared, as well as the environment, were distorting and constantly changing. Boing! The little squid was furious and began to increase its power output. In the center of Kwang Bonghong's brow, a glowing rune suddenly appeared, even though he had already been hypnotized by the little squid. His five senses were struggling unconsciously, obviously enduring great pain. All the dream memory bubbles flickered brightly and darkly, as if they were about to completely dissipate and shatter. It's not you. Lu Chuan pinched the little squid's soft little face. This odd rune on his forehead was obviously some sort of ability to prevent others from stealing his memories. Lu Chuan carefully investigated and found that these missing images were all related to the specific location of the Great Dian Legacy clan and the so-called clan lineage. The faces and locations had been retouched and processed in the memories, and the more serious ones were even directly missing images. Didian as the last feudal dynasty, this group of Didian survivors even today is the implementation of a very strict etiquette of inferiority and superiority, will be divided into 3, 6, 9 and so on. Rode dust in some dream bubble fragments, saw the palace maids and eunuchs. Life is extravagant. Still retains the. Inside the Great Dian Legacy clan, there is also a division between the inferiority and superiority of the people. The clan lineage and sub-lineage can also be called the main clan and sub-clan. The main clan is the direct descendant of the last emperor of Dian Dian. The firstborn son of each of his descendants is the firstborn son. The firstborn son of each generation is the main clan. There were very few of the main clan and they did not move around outside. The rest of the royal bloodline of the commoners, sidekicks, and other branches are the subclans. All subclans serve the master clan, and they will be restricted on their foreheads as soon as they are born, unable to betray the main clan, and even more so, unable to tell their information. Road dust? That's a strong sense of vestiges. What kind of caged bird plot is this? And you guys don't have the last name Hyuga, a family in Naruto. But then again, the Great Dian Legacy clan is worthy of being an existence that once controlled a dynasty, something. Even with the emergence of the transcendent power on the Blue Planet and the Beastmasters on the stage of history, the Dian have lasted more than 200 years before the real demise. 200 years to raise the power of a country for its collection of 8 treasures. The heritage is absolutely not to be underestimated. Continue to check the memories related to the divine relics. Fortunately, because it did not involve the main clan lineage of the Dian and the specific location of the clan land. Therefore, the memories of the divine relics were not covered up. Soon. Finished checking. Luduan knew what a divine relic was. Divine relics, the existence of strange functions. Some items were eroded by the breath of high-dimensional creatures that controlled the rules, or items that were closely related to the creatures that controlled the rules, so that they were also tainted with a trace of the characteristics of the rules. All in all, divine relics hosted in some kind of rule and survived for a long time, having a peculiar function. It is also known as rule secret treasure. As the dynasties fell apart from some that were grasped by the Great Dian relics, there were others that had gone missing with the shattering of the mountains and rivers. Divine relics had the power of rules, and if no one was in control of them, they would automatically disappear, appearing everywhere possible. Moreover, the divine relic was self-obscure, and when its true role was not discovered, it did not have any divine differences. And one of the most important divine relics, according to the genealogy, has the power to allow for the reshaping of the dynasty, making the Great Dian dynasty great in the world again. This divine relic was also lost. All kinds of divination means, are unable to know its specific location. Obviously, the other party is not in the human territory. For more than 2,000 years as a whole, it had not appeared in the human frontier. But what made the Great Dian Legacy clan thrilled and excited was this. Recently, the main clan's detection means sensed that this divine relic had reappeared within the human frontier. Dozens of possible locations were vaguely sensed. The Starry Heaven Imperial Beast Academy was one of those locations. This thing was related to the great renaissance of Great Dien, and it absolutely could not be lost. It could not be done with great fanfare, nor could it be done under the false pretense of an outsider. Many lineages, as well as the Imperial Beastmaster Association, are all keeping an eye on the Great Dien legacy. All actions must stand up to scrutiny. You can't say you're working here today and tomorrow you'll go somewhere else for no reason. Otherwise, this kind of anomaly will definitely cause the attention of the outside world's eyes. So, Kwang Banghong faced Zhang Qiliang went forward to Jinlin Royal Beast Academy to dig him over as a mentor at a high price. Only then would he think nothing of coming over. I see. Lu Dust rubbed his chin. All the trajectory of action of the personnel who went out to look for God's relics, all stand up to scrutiny, does not appear to be abrupt. This Great Dien relic was able to survive until now. It seems that they are not all stupid. One of the possible locations was at the Starry Yu Imperial Beast Academy. His eyes flickered. A divine relic that could allow the Great Dien dynasty, which had been swept into the trash heap of history, to be resurrected, allowing the Great Dien remnant to remember it for countless years. One didn't need to think about it to know that this thing was probably extraordinary. The brightest of the bright, Lu Duan said he wanted it. Consciousness returned to reality from the illusory dream prison, and Kwang Banghong fainted to death on the ground. Revenge does not come overnight. Originally wanted to kill directly, even the alibi was prepared by Chi Tian. Can't kill yet, although there were dozens of possible locations, but what if it was in the Starry Yu Imperial Beast Academy? Little squid. Turn it into a servant. The little squid can freely travel through space, manipulate the power of space, the power of dreams, and the power of fantasy, and also possesses the characteristics of an evil god, contaminating with a forbidden aura and shooting out phantasmal dream spider threads to distort a creature's will and tamper with its memories, creating it into a servant, a slave beast. The little squid had devoured 2 of the great spider's forbidden origins and possessed the evil god trait itself. It was reasonable to say that the little squid couldn't manipulate creatures of a higher rank than it. Whoever called for a monarch-ranked magic mirror mannequin suppressed Kwang Banghong's spirituality with his spiritual power, allowing the little squid to invade with ease. Forbidden power diffused and erupted from the little squid, its breath intertwined, and a foggy infernal hell manifested behind it, unabashedly releasing its evil god characteristics. If there was an ordinary person who was here, he would have seen in his line of sight that the little squid had transformed into a terrifying squid that could not be looked at directly. A phantom dream spider silk invaded Kwang Banghong's consciousness, contaminating it with a forbidden aura, twisting the creature's will and tampering with its memories. A few minutes later, the slightly dull-eyed Kwang Banghong stood up. Master, tell me, what are the characteristics of the divine relic you seek? He asked for more details. Lu Duan got a walnut-sized glass ball from his hand, which would react if approached. Tell me about your Great Dien Relic Station clan lands and the staffing of the main clan. Kwang Banghong opened his mouth. A runic brand appeared on his forehead. His tongue stiffened and no sound could come out at all. Sure enough, it still doesn't work. Lu Duan shook his head, and then had little squid give the other party a mechanical order not to go out and not to pick up any customers for the next 2 days. Let's go, magic mirror mannequin. Let's go back. The magic mirror mannequin mentally enveloped Lu Duan and little squid, using blink to instantly disappear. Outside, it also used its spiritual power to envelop road dust, so that the monitoring instruments couldn't capture their silhouettes. Back at the Starry Yu Imperial Beast Academy, taking advantage of the fact that no one was around at night, Lu Chun let the magic mirror mannequin take him around the Starry Yu Imperial Beast Academy. Like a ghost at midnight, from time to time, he let the magic mirror mannequin lead him to flicker, and from time to time, he used Chi Tian's shadow escape technique to wander in the shadows, searching for that which was known as the god's relic, the Rule Secret Treasure. Chapter 72 Luo Anfei. I got the senior cultivator quota. It wasn't until late at night that he returned to the apartment villa. Shaking his head, he found nothing. It's a bit hard to find and I don't know if it's in the Xingyu Imperial Beast Academy. Let it be, after all, there are dozens of possible locations, and there is only a few 1% chance that it is in the Xingyu Imperial Beast Academy. It is not the protagonist in the novel, to what, doze off to the pillow, the treasure will be obtained by themselves. Big Ice Pile was more like the protagonist. Entering a secret realm was able to obtain the beast pet egg left behind by the top totem-ranked creature, Wang Yu. System. Receive the reward. The reward for today's mission that triggered the defeat of Kwang Banghong at the cultivators together had yet to be collected. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the intermediate blind box X1. Skimmed. A mediocre reward. Sure enough, the rewards were tied to the difficulty of the mission. It was better than nothing. Open the blind box. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Skill Proficiency Crystals X1. Skill Proficiency Crystal. It can raise the proficiency of skills below Dachang by 1 level. Note. It can only be applied to super rank skills at the highest. Base skills above super rank cannot be raised. Road Dust took a look. Little Squid's skill list. Skill. Voiding super rank, 20% of beginner's path. Void Wandering super rank, 22% of beginner's path. Illusory Dream Spider super rank, 30% of beginner's path. Dream Manipulation high rank, 31% of beginner's path. Illusory Light high rank, 32% of beginner's path. Intermediate slightly. Cheat Yen's skill list. Skills. Shadow Monkey Hair Diversion Special Skill, 18% of beginner's proficiency. Fixation Super Order, 30% of beginner's proficiency. Shadow Transportation Super Order, 33% of beginner's proficiency. Flame Vortex High Order, 50% of minor achievement. Inflammatory Explosion High Order, 98% of beginner's proficiency. Intermediate, low order slight. Skill proficiency is categorized into First Glimpse, Minor Success, Major Success, and Complete Success. It would be more cost-effective to directly upgrade the super rank skills. After thinking for a while, he gently tapped his hand on the little squid's brow. System. Upgrade the Void Phantom Dream Squid's Phantom Dream Spider Silk. The little squid spider silk was quite useful, and it could be used to control other species and make puppets. Little Squid's current illusory dream spider silk was only able to control one puppet. When the little squid saw the Imperial Beastmaster pointing his hand at its brow, it thought it was playing with itself, and its tentacles gently wrapped around Ludwan's wrist. The next second, its body froze, and many more wonderful uses of the super rank skill, Illusory Dream Spider Silk, appeared in its mind. And the puppets under control were also raised from 1 to 10. A tenfold increase. Boing! It exclaimed incredulously. Kirikou! Chi Tian looked like a man who had been there before and didn't know what he was saying to the little squid. After saying that, the little squid's eyes turned into starry eyes as it pounced on Lu Chen's head, its 8 tentacles constantly shaking as it let out a calling cry. Worthy of being my royal beast master. So strong. The following day, Lu Dust was ready to go out, promising to go for 2 consecutive days on the side of the Imperial Beastmaster Association, to check the situation of the beast pets for the Imperial Beastmasters and formulate a breeding program. For the sake of convenience, he also asked Su Meier to borrow the car keys, but she wasn't at the school, and neither was Qin Yenran, so in the end, one of Qin Yenran's assistants brought them to her. Let's go! Ludwan shouted. Boing! Key! Little Squid and Chi Tian, who were performing skill proficiency exercises, rushed over. Little Squid skillfully dug into his backpack. Chi Tian's figure was also getting smaller, and finally turned into a small monkey the size of a 30 centimeters hand puppet and drilled in together. The 2 little guys squeezed the entire backpack to the brim. After a few days of Chi Tian's exercise, the shadow power with the characteristics of an evil god had all been confined to his forehead and turned into a dark golden hoop, so that even in battle, he wouldn't divulge half of the shadow aura of the evil god's side. Duck duck. Someone knocked on the door. Opening the door, Luo Anfei stood playfully in the doorway, wearing a black knee-length pleated dress, revealing a pair of polished and well-proportioned calves. The dress had an obvious waist-cinching effect at the waist, allowing one to see her heaven-defying lower body proportions at a glance. Obviously, Lu Chun was a head and a half taller than her, but the leg length was actually the same under the visual effect. Her already cold white skin seemed to glow under the support of the black clothes. She took a deep breath and opened her mouth in a clear and cold manner. The ancient capital Imperial Beastmaster Association has come with a senior cultivator. When I passed by the entrance yesterday, I conducted a random drawing and just happened to have drawn it. I don't need it. There are no other ones I know around me. It's a bit of a shame to waste it, so I gave it to you. And then the things I reserved over at the Imperial Beastmaster Association Mall also arrived. Going to pick them up? Let's go over there together? Yesterday night, she went to one of the malls of the Imperial Beastmaster Association to order the resource items needed to breed moon elves. When she came out, she saw that the entrance was very busy, and after understanding a bit, she knew what was going on, that Guru had come with a senior cultivator, free of charge for everyone to formulate a cultivation plan, and was now in the process of shaking down the numbers. As Luotian reborn with an ice phoenix spirit, she naturally didn't need any cultivator. But for some reason, she remembered Lu Duan at that time. If there was a cultivator to formulate a cultivation plan and check the physical condition of the beast pet, they would be able to carry out more effective cultivation. The ghost had conducted a lottery, and she didn't expect the message to come this morning that she had been drawn. That's what led to this scene today. Road dust. Senior cultivator, it can't be me, right? Grabbing a number? Right. He remembered that Gushin did say that today's quota would need to be randomly numbered on the Imperial Beast Master Association's official website and on site. That breeder is me, it shouldn't be necessary. Lu Dust scratched his head. Luo Anfei looked at her in a clear and cold manner, her rosy lips and teeth gently opening. No one ever said that your jokes are cold? Lu Dust. Then go. Lu Chuan was helpless. Wait for me at the entrance of your school. I'll go drive. The roadside scenery flowed by. Su Mayer's red car sports car. Luo Anfei looked at the lipstick and other cosmetics on the center console, as well as the faint peach blossom-like scent inside the car. This flavor, it was Su Mayer's body scent that if anything remained in the car. You're familiar with Su Mayer? It's a bit cold. Is the air conditioning turned on too cold? Lu Duan turned up the air conditioning temperature. Quite familiar. The schoolhouse to the city is a bit far, so I asked her to borrow the car. Oh! Luo Anfei didn't even notice that her eyebrows were slightly knitted, looking ahead without slanting her eyes. More than half an hour later, the Imperial Beastmaster Association arrived. My ordered goods still have a while to go before they arrive. Go to the Imperial Beastmaster Association first. She opened her cell phone and pumped the message from the Imperial Beastmaster Association. Conference Room 501, 5th floor of the Imperial Beastmaster Association building. Let's go. She also wanted to see the level of this senior breeder. Arriving on the 5th floor, at the entrance of Conference Room 501, peering inside, the layout was somewhat like an ordinary university classroom, with a podium above and stepped rows of seats below. There were already quite a few eagerly awaiting people sitting inside. Master! Master! Abruptly, everyone looked towards the doorway and stood up with a face full of respect. That senior cultivator had come? Luo Anfei subconsciously pulled towards her side, trying to get Lu Duan out of the way. But the pull was empty, only to see Lu Dust did not know when he walked into the conference room and sat on the podium seat with big strides. What are you doing? The words were still stuck in his throat, only to see Lu Duan happily greeted towards a group of people. Did not wait too long, right? No, not to mention master, you have come 10 minutes early, is to let us wait for a day, willing ah. Luo Anfei? Luo Anfei? Luo Anfei? Lu Dust is that senior cultivator? He wasn't joking previously. Luo Anfei's little brain was a bit down. 2 hours later, in the midst of 1,000 thanks, Lu Dust left the conference room, accompanying Luo Anfei to the mall to pick up the things ordered. There were no words along the way, until she finished picking up the things, returned to the schoolhouse, and walked on the road back to the dormitory. Luo Anfei's brain was dizzy. What was going on with this Lu Duan? Without paying attention, she suddenly bumped into a broad chest. She looked up, and Lu Duan didn't know when he had walked in front of her. With a snap of his fingers, he gave her small forehead a brain crash. Further on is the boys' dormitory area. Your girls' dormitory area is here. Lu Duan looked at the other party with some amusement. With his knowledge, the big ice lump was in bitter thought again. Waha, it seems that the matter of me being a senior cultivator has caused a great shock to her making the great ice pile, whose mind has been ancient and unperturbed since she was a child, turn into this. Don't worry, whether I'm a senior cultivator or not, I'm still Lu Duan, and this cultivator's inheritance is also something I got by accident. In the future, regarding the problems on the cultivation of the ice crystal fox and moon elf, if you don't understand, just ask me, you can just shout out, no charge. Luo Anfei looked up and saw Lu Duan's smiling eyes, and expressionlessly spoke, Oh, then I'm leaving. She turned around and left. Humph, my invincible starry skies Luo Shen, in her previous life, was an existence that possessed 5, controlling the law's beast pets. So how could I possibly need the help of a tiny senior cultivator like you? She raised her head, her pace brisk, her eyes like a curved moon, and the corner of her mouth sketched out a nice-looking arc. Yet, she also ghostly opened her cell phone. View vehicle prices. Road Dust returned to the dormitory villa. Little Squid, Chi Tion, perform daily workouts to raise your elemental mastery level, as well as your skill proficiency. Finish today's daily tasks. Obtained the primary blind box. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the primary blind box and obtaining a small amount of spirituality increase. Another spirituality increase. This time Luduan's face revealed joy, only to see that the white spirituality along with the system's reward, finally, all the white spirituality collectively turned into crimson starlight. The spirituality advanced. Boom boom. His consciousness autonomously entered the Taisher space. The long steps of ascending God. A star field constructed into a section of steps. At this moment, in addition to the white first section of the ladder and the red second section of the ladder, the stars of the starfield on the dull third section of the ladder also suddenly lit up. One by one, they formed to bloom with an eerie blue starlight. The brand new starlight, being channeled into reality, felt incomparably comfortable as his entire body was immersed in a hot spring. In reality, every pore in his body was emitting blue star spirituality, flushing his body, feeling that his entire body had evolved as if it was in the state of a baby's first birth. Boing, boing! The little squid was also in the Taisher space, calling continuously, excited that the third section of the ladder had activated as well. But Luduan didn't know that just as his spirituality morphed into a red spirituality and the third ladder of the Taisher space lit up, the starry Imperial Beast Academy, in the corner of a certain unoccupied flower bed. There was an inconspicuous object quivering at a rapid pace, also earthy brown in color, merging with the soil of the flower bed. Whoosh! It directly disappeared into thin air. P.S. 26K chapters. No more chapter splitting, and 4,000 more words. Yarding. Chapter 73 Advancement, Imperial Beast Space Change, Eternal God Tree. Red Spiritual, Stripped Order Beast Pet. Officially stepping into the ranks of a 3-star Imperial Beast Master shedding rank Imperial Beast Master. The biggest change in a beast pet stepping into the shedding stage from the elite stage is that the shedding produces evolution, stepping into a whole new stage of growth. And an Imperial Beastmaster spirituality stepped from a white spirituality into a red spirituality, becoming a shedding stage Imperial Beastmaster, which had the same change of shedding. The strength of Luchuan's body was increasing dramatically, as the massive spiritual power washed over the tendons, membranes, skin, and flesh of his body. The Imperial Beast space was constantly trembling. The Imperial Beast space was originally 1/4 square space, and after Luchuan stepped into the 3-star Imperial Beast Master, the Imperial Beast Master space evolved into the 3 levels of Imperial Beast space. The Crimson Red Star 2 beginning Lord Spirituality surged in. Like the power of the Creator, the Imperial Beast space appeared as a ground, which then evolved into a green grass, expanding, and finally the diameter of the Imperial Beast space was close to 50 meters. White astral mist and red astral mist were continuously drifting, transforming into pure elemental energy that filled the entire Imperial Beast space. Is there such a magical change in a 3-star Imperial Beast space? Then Imperial Beast Masters of a higher rank? What kind of appearance must their Imperial Beast space present? Luduan sighed a bit, and then reviewed the Taisher space, looking at that third section of the ladder that lit up with the ghostly blue star light. The next stage was to transform the crimson spirituality into a ghostly blue color. At that time, it would be stepping into the 4-star Imperial Beastmaster, and at that time, there would also be one more contracted slot to contract a new beast pet. He received the spectral blue star power. This spectral blue star power targets the soul spirit power, and Luchuan could feel a sense of ice coldness in his soul and spirit power. Suddenly, Luchuan sensed a movement in the outside world and his consciousness returned to his body. He was confused. An odd object appeared in front of him, dirty and covered in wet dirt, as if it had just been dug out of a flower garden. Yet it floated in mid-air, constantly vibrating. At the same time, Luduan felt his pocket burning and took it out to see that it was a walnut-sized glass bead. It emitted a searing heat as well as a blinding light. This was the thing that Kuang Banghong had used to find the God Relic. Lu Chen's eyes widened. This thing in front of me is the divine relic that the Great Dian Relic has been searching for over 2,000 years? It appeared in front of me by itself? The magic mirror mannequin flickered and came, looking at the thing in amazement. It could not perceive this thing in its spiritual probing. Only the naked eye could see it. Numinous power surged out and cleared the dirt from it. Presented in front of Luduan was a 4-square rocky box with odd written symbols on it. Name: Treasure Box of Time and Space. Description: with the characteristics of the rules of time, carrying a trace of the power of time on it, it is a secret treasure of the rules used to enshrine the shrine can of a certain great being who controls the greatness of time. The box has an indestructible characteristic, and if no one opens it for a certain period of time, it will travel to other time nodes. Each time node will exist for a month, and if no one finds it, it will travel to the next time node. You need to meet the conditions to open it. Luduan was surprised. Something related to time. It would appear in different time nodes, so it was no wonder that the Great Dian dynasty had searched for it for so many years to no avail. In that case, it's not this box that's precious, but the thing that's carried in the box? Luduan studied how to open it. At the same time, northern domain, a certain mysterious place. Palaces were clustered, gardens were piled up, and it was luxurious to the extreme. This was the clan land of the Great Dian legacy clan. The Great Dian remnant clan's great temple, which was also known as the clan ancestral hall, as the folk called it. Haha. Found it? It's that object-seeking bead, held by Kwang Banghong that's lit up. It seems to be in the ancient capital. Reward. There will be a heavy reward when he returns. Under the heavens, only our Great Dian knows the method to open it. That seed, only we, Great Dian, have studied it for countless years to know how to make it take root. According to the records of the ancestral training, if the seed is cultivated and then traveled to the sacred beast's secret realm, it is very likely that my Great Dian dynasty will obtain a legendary ranked creature. And as a protecting divine beast, it will gain the loyalty of an entire legendary ranked secret realm creature. The Great Dian dynasty is about to be restored in my hands. Ka. Luduan watched, dumbfounded, as the stone box opened. He merely touched it with his hand. Then the Lord of the Great Beginning spirituality autonomously surged in to cover it, and then it opened. Why? Again, just like entering the relics without a key, hard insertion and hard opening, this Lord of the Two Beginning spirituality wouldn't be aka Old King Next Door spirituality, right? The stone box opened. Inside lies a seed quietly. Name: Seed of the Eternal God Tree. Description: once a companion of the Supreme Being and the support of a world, it withered and shattered, leaving only a seed. One seed? Luduan was confused. The Great Dian legacy is sick. Can this thing make the Great Dian dynasty restored? Although the description is quite impressive, actually a world support, the so-called world tree, but it's also just a seed. Buzz. This kind of seed trembled continuously, and then slammed towards Ludian with a whoosh, sending ripples. It had already entered the Imperial Beast space. It took root in the middle of the Imperial Beast space, irrigated by the rich star spirituality, as if it had been given hormones. Took root and sprouted. 2 small shoots broke through the land and exposed themselves. It continuously wailed on the energy of the Imperial Beast space. Road dust? No, how can all these things enter and exit my Imperial Beast space? The little squid's little broken egg that hadn't hatched out yet too. Moreover, after this thing's energy is sucked out, what about the little squid of Chi Tian? Luckily, his worries were redundant. After the other party's whale-sucking, it gulped out more solid energy like a filter with a higher energy level. Even Luduan's spirituality had grown considerably in this moment. Ka. Chi Tian and little squid's auras rose. The realm had broken through to the medium degenerate stage, and even the elemental mastery levels had risen. Name: Eternal God Tree Sapling. Description: absorbing the star power of the higher realms, it has been silent for countless years, and has finally been revived, allowing it to purify the energy and condense the fruits, each of which has a different function, while allowing the Imperial Beast space to expand in size, increasing the Imperial Beast Master space. It seems like there's nothing bad about it. He looked at Chi Tian and the little squid. The 2 beast pets entered into the Imperial Beast space, even the little squid who had always disliked staying in the Imperial Beast space. At this moment, they all stayed beside that eternal God tree sapling, squinting their eyes with a face of enjoyment. Lu Chen's eyes flashed. The thing that the Great Dian remnant clan had been searching for countless years had been obtained by themselves, so they had to dump the pot. The Great Dian remnant clan was definitely not weak. If they knew about it, they were afraid that there would be endless troubles. Kwang Bonghong's utilization value could be utilized to the extreme. Immediately, Lu Dust let the little squid control Kwang Banghong to sneak into the academy, not knowing what he was looking for, and again extremely accidentally captured his figure by the campus surveillance. It was only after several hours that he sneakily left the schoolhouse. After Little Squid controlled the other party to leave the ancient capital and arrived at the outskirts, the magic mirror mannequin, who had been given the task by Lu Duan, simply struck out, and Kwang Bang Hong officially completed his task in this world. All the flesh and blood was compressed and shrunk into a ball by the magic mirror mannequin with the power of thoughts, and stuffed into the time and space treasure box. And then, according to Lu Duan's explanation, the magic mirror mannequin watched with its own eyes as the time and space treasure box disappeared into the present-day time node before it left. Steady. Lu Duan didn't even want the time and space treasure box. This thing, the Great Yen Legacy side, seemed to sense the location specifically. Everything was done. It was already night. After deducing in his mind that there were no mistakes and everything was seamless, Lu Duan fell asleep at ease. The next day, early in the morning, the cell phone rang non-stop. Great nephew, the invincible Empress Lu is coming to Gudu. Come pick me up at the airport. Lu Dust sat up. Lu Yurong and Jiang Zheni had come? Chapter 74. Jiang Zheni. The ancient bubble is the supreme existence. The ancient capital airport was crowded and bustling with people. Two beautiful figures became a beautiful scenery line at the exit, 10 meters in a circle. No one close became a vacuum. Two imperial sisters, both aged about 28 years old. One had an ancient and elegant temperament, as if she had walked from ancient times, with an aura similar to that of a research scholar filled with learning. The other had a slight playfulness and quirkiness between her eyebrows. The figure was tall, with undulating curves on a wonderful body, as if it was a work of art with finely carved features. Became the vision focus harvester. During the period of time, naturally, there are not long-eyed want to go up to accost, and even a drunken man taking advantage of the drunkenness of the colorful heart, want to move their hands and feet on the two people. Well, the result is that one of the royal sisters' hands swung in the air, like swatting a fly, a slap on the wall, crashing into the head. This scene alarmed the vigilante. What made the crowd unbelievable was that, beating people in public, these two women didn't have any trouble at all, and after showing their documents, those members of the security team were still exceptionally respectful. But instead, that drunken man was dragged away as if he were a dead dog. At the same time, the rest of the people felt like they were burdened with 1,000 pounds of force once they got within 10 meters of each other, and their bodies couldn't even move. This made the crowd flinch, their eyes instantly becoming clear. Strong person, definitely a strong person, and with a big identity. Everyone didn't dare to make another move. Suddenly, two beauties, hitchhiking? The crowd saw that a young man came down from a red 4-seater sports car. Freshly dressed, with a head of black hair, he was quite handsome, a proper little milk dog. Seeing that the other party actually took the initiative to approach the two women, many people revealed smiles of watching a good show. Yeah! To everyone's dismay, the two females just straightened up and got into each other's cars. This caused everyone to fall into deep thought. Could it be that strong people were also shallow and liked little puppies? Many people who prided themselves on their human-like looks were chagrined. Had they known that they would have gathered the courage to get on just now, and be adopted by a rich woman, and take 20 years less of a detour. You're doing well, great nephew. You're driving a sports car. Lu Yurong sat on the car, the tip of his nose knitted. This is a girl's car? You have a girlfriend? No, just with your emotional intelligence, you can't possibly make a girlfriend. Destined to be a lifelong companion with a 5-fingered girl. Hehehe. What happened to my emotional intelligence? Lu Dust squinted. In his previous life and in this life he was a mother-fetus solo. Never had a relationship, but it didn't stop him from mocking Lu Yurong in the same way. I'm only 18. I don't know who. 28 years old. Still haven't had a relationship, old aunt. You won't be living with Huang Gua for the rest of your life in the future, right? Lu Yurong was furious. Blah blah blah. What yellow Gua? The people chasing after my mom are lined up from Days City to Gudu. My mom doesn't look at you stinky men. Lu Dust looked at Jiang Zheni and pointed his finger towards Lu Yurong, his chin slightly upturned. In a hurry? She's in a hurry. What am I in a hurry for? Lu Yurong opened her teeth and claws. This isn't considered urgent? You are also too canonical, right? The disturbance hemp a Lu Yurong. Lu Yurong, I want to beat this nephew to death. I don't want to talk to him. Not seen for many days, more will be angry people. Her baby dining hall in violent ups and downs. Road Dust light laugh. Small Lu Yurong. Easy to take. 6 words of truth. Dien, filial piety. Anxious. Happy, tense, when only used 1 or 2 yet. This cannot top it. 2 people daily dislike each other. To Jiang Zhini are looking happy, the phone suddenly came to the newsletter, her eyes light up, entrusted people to investigate things have come out. She was certain that she was definitely missing a memory, similar to the situation in Desawa City where she had seen the eternal bubble. Her own soul couldn't carry it, so the memory automatically disappeared. According to the feedback given by the Imperial Beast talent voice of history hazily at that time. Ruins of Infinite City. The memory of her own disappearance was related to it. Opening the information and carefully reviewing it, her brows deepened, the human frontier, whether it was Desya or other kingdoms. Even the non-human frontier, all the known relics and secret realms, there was not a single relic called Infinite City Ruins. What the hell is going on here? Then where did I come across this relic? And what happened? One by one, doubts surfaced in his mind. It seems that one would have to investigate on their own. Arriving at the residence where Jiang Zhini had landed in the ancient capital. Your talent is nothing but a dip in my light. Lu Yurong then couldn't wait to show off his beast pet. Let's show you the future Heavenly King Lu's beast pet. A summoning array surfaced. A strange creature surfaced. An elemental creature whose entire body was condensed from moonlight. Name: Moonlight Star Spirit. Rank: Medium Transcendent Stage. Attribute: Light. Qualification: Upper Monarch Species. Description: The full moon on the forehead of the Moonwatch has absorbed the power of faith of the Moonwatch tribe for many years, as well as the power of moonlight. The back of the full moon on the forehead was used to suppress the fantasy origin, and when it was about to dissipate, it detected a human who possessed an affinity for the light system and turned into its beast pet. The power left behind by the full moon on Wang Yu's forehead? Lu Duan didn't know what to spit out for a moment. Damn. The greatest rewards of the Wang Yu ruins were all obtained by Lu Yurong and Luo and Phase. The legacy that truly belonged to the Moonwatch. He hadn't gotten anything, instead he had taken the most poisonous beatings inside. If it were anyone else, they would have died countless times. What gave him some slight comfort was that fortunately it wasn't obtained by an outsider. Luo Anfei and Lu Yurong were both people who were closer to him. Little Dusty, is this beast pet of yours some kind of charm system beast pet? Why is it that my moon doesn't even listen to my commands in order to be next to it? Lu Yurong was depressed. Her moonlight star spirit saw Lu Dust's little squid and was like a follower, following the other party all the way. It was alive and well as a dead licking dog. She hated it. Licking dogs must not house. The little squid played with the other party, its body constantly performing void wandering and flickering, and finally stretched out a tentacle and pointed it on the forehead of the moonlight star spirit. At once, it fell into dreamland. Lu Duan rolled his eyes. Could it not be intimate? The little squid had a pure Moonwatcher's aura on it. Big Ice Pile's Moon Elf, as well as Lu Yurong's Moonlight Star Spirit, were all differentiated by the power of the Moonwatch. On the side, Jiang Zhini also looked at the little squid in amazement, the spatial as well as the dream system. What kind of extreme beast pet is this? A regular person with one of these attributes could be invincible at the same level, and with high racial qualifications it wouldn't even matter if they crossed over. Not to mention, his monkey-type beast pet was also a superb beast pet. However, he also quickly relieved himself, almost forgetting that Lu Duan was his own kind. As long as it was someone who could touch the traces of history. None of them were simple people, as if they were favored by history, and entering the relics often resulted in big gains. As far as the Ultra-Ancient Research Bureau were concerned, every single one of them had a rare beast pet, and their cards were constantly coming out. Kong Zhongyi herself possessed a time-based beast pet. Next, she recounted what had happened in Dezay City, about why Lu Yurong had awakened the Sentinel Beast talent. Finally, her face was grave and she used a particularly serious tone to talk to Lu Chun about the evil god war. The battle between the Lord of Yellow Clothes and the Eternal Bubble. Even her soul was unable to carry this memory, and the Eternal Bubble shadow was definitely an existence that ranked at the very top even among the evil gods. She had already reported this matter to the Alliance of Nations, and it had already attracted the highest attention. Road Dust. He also didn't expect that Jiang Zhini would actually give him the title of Eternal Bubble Shadow. Jiang Zhini, you're so middle-aged. But this name is not bad, at least it's much better than something like Lord of the Zodiac, Lord of the Eternal Fantasyland, God of the Playing Fate, and all that. Next, she told Lu Duan that Lu Yurong's awakening was in the light system, and it was very likely that she herself possessed the talent of an Imperial Beast Master. But in the ecosystem of Desya, it was not possible to awaken the light system Imperial Beast talent. That was the light beast master talent that could only be awakened in the ecosystem of the Western Lighthouse Kingdom. Ludwan asked what he had been guessing all along. What is the ecosphere? In the end, he also received an affirmative answer. Top creatures lived in a certain place for a long period of time. Their power spilled over radiation, and the day it was integrated into the environment, it would change the terrain. For example, a fire-type top creature that radiates an area with its power and transforms it into an environment suitable for its own survival might create a volcanic zone or a hot zone. A top creature of the water system might create a watery abyss. This kind of would be called environmental alteration, the prototype of an ecosphere. Jiang Zhini glanced at Lu Chuan. The human frontier is also an ecosphere. Lu Dust. Why? Although he had expected it, Lu Dust was still taken aback when he heard this answer. The blue star was constantly expanding, and the area of the frontier where humans lived was actually about the same as the blue star before the calamity. Even the range of activities had expanded quite a bit. What kind of existence, just the radiation of power, was able to cover the entire human frontier? Jiang Zhini began to recount the secrets. Chapter 75 God of Life. Divine Beast controlling the authority of laws. Thousands of years ago, the foreign domains began to integrate into the blue planet, and transcendent power manifested in the blue planet. Species took a leap of life. But, at that time, in addition to the secret realms and ordinary frontiers integrating into the blue star, there were all sorts of deadly forbidden contaminations, forbidden ecospheres. The cataclysm was upon us. The taboo ecosphere spread across the blue star like a cancer. Countless species were twisted and eroded into magical creatures. The frontiers where humans could move kept shrinking. It lasted for more than 100 years, and the world was like plunging into eternal night. Just when mankind was in despair, that was when a great creature that could not be described in words appeared. It stood above the 9 heavens. Its entire body was filled with divine radiance, pouring glory towards the earth. Jiang Qingyi paused. According to the records of the people at that time, the very existence of him is a figurative object of the word life. Subsequently, its body exploded and turned into countless rays of light that merged into the earth, and wherever it went, the forbidden ecosphere dissolved. That is to say, it created the human frontier we have today, where the forbidden ecosphere is extremely difficult to survive. It used its life to fulfill the human frontier? Ludwan inquired. You're also underestimating the power of this kind of existence. Jiang Zhini continued. It was discovered later that it appeared from a secret realm. It once lived in this secret realm, and this is the residue of its power. Lu Chun was aghast. Just the remnants of its once power. Did it create the current ecosystem? What level of existence is this? God. To be precise, there is an accurate title God Beast. This is what our ultra-ancient research bureau, based on all the explored ruins, has restored about their existence divine beasts that control the laws. They themselves are the embodiment of the laws, with different laws' authority. Divine beasts. Lu Chen's eyes flickered, certain that Jiang Zhini's direction of their research was correct, because Qi Tian's qualification was half-step mythic species, half-step third-grade god. At that time, he had learned from the system. Mythic Seed has a breakdown of third-level god beasts, second-level god beasts, and first-level god beasts. It was just that he didn't know which level this divine beast that created the human frontier was. When he thought that Qi Tian and the little squid would grow to this stage under his nurturing, his heart surged a little for no reason. But this isn't even an ecosphere yet. This is just transformed into a power guard that prohibits the forbidden ecosphere from invading the human frontier. An ecosphere is the power of a powerful creature radiating an area. For example, in the Western world, there exists a secret realm called the Silver Radiance Heavenly Kingdom. Inside lives light-based beast pets, as well as many angels, the most powerful being a 12-winged angel, a legendary rank existence. However, nowadays, the Blue Star's realm has a power ceiling that can only accommodate top-tier totem rank or quasi-legend rank existences. Therefore, this secret realm did not merge with the Blue Star, but rather resembled 2 bubbles with barriers stuck to each other. Under the radiation of its power, light beast pets exist within the Lighthouse Kingdom, and, over there, the Imperial Beastmaster is able to awaken the light talent. Jiang Zhini said that the Moonwatch Snow Mountain was just a change in the environment, which was the prototype of the ecosphere. A true ecosphere would not only change the environment, but the power radiation of its high-level grids would even catalyze the birth of all sorts of spiritual plants and secret treasures. Even the living species creatures would be altered in their life forms. For example, if a small rock monkey population lives in the secret realm of Silver Radiance Heaven for a long period of time, as the population iterates, it will be eroded by the radiation of the power of the higher realms. The light attribute might be born, from small rock monkeys to small light monkeys. This was the difference in ecosystems that led to different regional ecological forms of the same population. The Holy Synod is the supreme organization in the Western world, and only imperial beast masters who have awakened the light imperial beast talent can join. Jiang Zhini stated, "Every year, only by bathing in the divine light can one have a chance of awakening the light imperial beast talent, and the number is extremely rare." Lu Duan. Then it was no wonder why Lu Yurong hadn't awakened the imperial beast talent or opened up an imperial beast space. Although she had a light affinity, she couldn't awaken a light talent in Disya. "You've already solved the history of the Moonwatch ruins, right?" Lu Duan nodded. "Congratulations on passing the test and joining us, Ultra Ancient Research Bureau, or, for short, Lu Duan, Ultra Ancient Bureau? Myth Bureau. Our Grand Xia also has this kind of secret realm where legendary ranked creatures exist. As a benefit for newcomers to our Mythic Bureau, you can take a trip to the Sacred Beast Secret Realm." Lu Duan. "Not now. Let's wait for the Night Watchman selection to finish." One after another, all of the academies had completed the examination of the Gate of Trials, and some of them had broken through to the hidden level, plus there were also a number of channels that had selected a number of alternate vigilantes. The annual Night's Watch selection competition began. As the newly promoted Night's Watch Pillar Master, there weren't many people under her, so she had to go and select some people. The location was in the middle domain. Jiang Zhini threw an iron lump to Lu Duan. "This is our Myth Bureau's internal contact device. Take it back and study it. During my absence, you can take Lu Yurong to the wilderness to exercise. She doesn't have any combat experience at all. I'll incorporate her into the Night Watch when she steps into the elite rank." "Oh, good. When will you leave for the central region?" "Tomorrow." Meanwhile, the Great Dian Legacy Clan, the entire clan land was built according to the specifications of an imperial palace. It was just a lot smaller. At this time, the Great Dian Remnant Clan was already in chaos. Kwang Banghong had already searched for the divine relic yesterday, but did not take the initiative to contact the clan. The clan couldn't contact him either, as if he had evaporated. They used their mechanical beast pets to hack into the monitoring network of the Xingyu Imperial Beast Academy. Indeed, they saw Kwang Banghong sneak into the Starry Night Beast Academy, only to leave a few hours later, with no idea what he was carrying in his arms. All the way out of the ancient capital city, do not know where to go. Concerning the great plan of the Great Dian heritage, there is no room for error. They sent people over to look for Kwang Banghong in the night. It was found that everything in the hotel where they lived had been smashed. Even the beast pets that were good at scent tracking could not capture Kwang Banghong's scent in the air. It was as if it had been erased. Kwang Banghong has rebelled? To abscond with a heavy treasure. This made the main clan's lineage furious. The life and death of the subclan was in the hands of the main clan. They immediately activated the seal of curse imprinted in the subclan's soul, which was able to make one's life worse than death, and give one a splitting headache. Unable to beg for life or death, they could only take the initiative to seek out the clan. However, a night passed, mouths were dry, and did not see Kwang Banghong contact the clan to beg for mercy. They realized that something had happened, rushed to find professionals for divination. The head of the diviner's lineage is called Womaha, an old woman with wrinkles on her face that could kill a fly. However, the skin on her hands was as smooth as a baby's skin. A soothsayer of the monarch order. There was a crystal ball in front of her, and her spirituality was connected to it, constantly injecting into it. Steeply, the crystal ball's light turned red. "How is it? Have you divined exactly where Kwang Banghong is yet?" Granny Witch Horse opened her eyes. "Dead." The faces of the great Dian relics changed drastically. Dead? Kwang Banghong, who had gotten the divine relic, was dead. Who killed him? "Trouble Granny Witch Horse to help us find the murderer." She nodded. "That's another price." Endless spirituality poured into the crystal ball and images began to appear. The crowd stared dead on, gritting their teeth. Who was working against Great Dian? They saw a corner of yellow clothing cloth. Suddenly, The entire screen was like an aging television set with a bad signal, emitting a zippy snowflake screen sound. Then, they saw it, and a terrifying forbidden power emanated from that yellow strip of clothing cloth. Even if this was just a single image, it carried a deadly contamination. Countless shadows of light overlapped as the yellow clothing cloth was twisting and changing, and then it transformed into a twisted shadow of light that was shrouded in yellow robes. 12 balls of flesh transformed into a palace of flesh that surrounded it. His one pair of eyes pierced through the heavy space and time, locking eyes with everyone before slowly walking. He was going to spread his glory. Ah! Granny Witch Horse screamed in shock as the truth began to erode her spirituality along the crystal ball. Bang! The crystal ball couldn't carry his power and then exploded. Everyone's faces were stabbed with glass slivers and blood flowed out. The 12 strings of the zodiac. They squeezed out a sentence from between their teeth as their killing intent continued to surge. They had already recognized that the evil god was in existence that honored the name Lord of the Zodiac. It was the evil god that the 12 strings of the Zodiac Palace believed in. Unbeknownst to them, that was the piece of the Lord of the Zodiac's coat corner that Luduan had placed in the space of the Lord of the Two Beginning. The spirituality of the Lord of the Two Beginning is immune to all negative effects such as curses, divination, and pollution. All divinations couldn't peer into Luduan's existence. She was also unlucky that Luduan's Two Beginning space had placed a piece of the Lord of the Zodiac's clothespin. She couldn't see the existence of the Taishur space, but saw this piece of clothing corner. It was night. The night light was brilliant, and Lu Duan returned to the dormitory. Little Squid and Chi Tian were in the underground cultivation room for their daily cultivation. The two sides were engaged in a chasing competition. Both beast pets possessed skills similar to instantaneous movement. One void wandering and one shadow transportation. The only thing that could be seen on the field was the two beast pets leaping around like gods, improving each other's proficiency in void wandering and shadow escape. Lu Chun, on the other hand, curiously took out the contact device given by Jiang Zhini, a small and delicate round metal ball. According to the instructions, he dripped a drop of blood into the small groove at the top of the metal ball. In a flash, as if it was a transformer, the metal orb transformed into a cell phone full of cyberpunk technology. Recording biological breath, recording DNA, user has been successfully bound. Enter the desktop. There were only 3 app software. One of them was called Illustration. Tapping on it, the method of use appeared, and pointing the camera at the beast pet would reveal the basic information of the beast pet. Similarly, some spirit plants and attribute resources were also possible. Of course, it had to be recorded in the resource pool before the specific information could be revealed. It wasn't very useful, and Luduan possessed the eyes of God. Continuing to check another app software, Source God. Road dust? What the hell? How come it's Source God? Forget it. He tapped his finger on the app. Source God. Activate. Entering the interface, he knew the introduction. A chat group for exploring the source of mythology, or Source God for short. In addition to himself, there were 4 avatars, but they were all grayed out, obviously not online. Exiting to look at the third app, it was the Myth Bureau's internal information sharing. Quite a few things in there were what Luduan lacked. Just about to check it out. The personal cell phone rang. Kong Yung-e. Luduan picked up. I have to leave immediately, the night watchman selection competition, you're going instead of me. I've given the identity credentials to Lu Yurong, so go get them when you're there. For the first time, Lu Chan heard Jiang Zhenyi's words so icy cold. Even through the phone, he could feel her terrifying killing intent. What happened? Something happened on Dr. Yanagi's side. P.S. Thanks to Shoei Witch on the Hunt, Joyful Magician playing the piano, Nightmare, Mo North to South J, Sad Warlord in Training, 6 Mansions, Tao Tai Feast. Quiet Daxakiri is sleeping, Bookworm 29000037494, Holy Grail, Considerate Great Lion is sleeping, Shadow, Maple, Nun, Amiable Munchkin is rapping in front of the formation. A city, really deserved to be loved, thoughtful elephant in the cover. Thanks to the melancholy king of soldiers in the drink, lazy name, no longer happy, big teeth bud tiger, agile clowns digging for gold, joyful little drilling winds digging pits, sunny white bones in the stake. Understand the prime minister digging for gold, 76437019. Book friends 8805971116. Chun? Yang, the naive Wuxian playing basketball. The kindly wizard building mechs. The steady saint duelist casting spells, the cute witch sweeping minds, and the little bears voting support. Chapter 76. The group that disappeared into the river of history reappeared, listening to Kang Yung-yi's murderous tone. Something happened to Dr. Yanagi? Road Dust was startled and wanted to ask after him. A busy tone came from the other end of the phone, and it had already been hung up. Road Dust's face was grave. Dr. Yanagi, the first person in the Beastmaster research world, Beast Pet Evolution Direction, deserved the title of Tarzan Bei Do, researching the genes of beast pets, exploring which attributes the other party possesses in the direction of the evolution path, and then like a divine farmer tasting all kinds of herbs, testing the genetic reaction with one evolution material after another. Trial and error countless times, and finally explored the law, digging the evolutionary path of the beast pet. Over the years, the evolutionary paths of more than 100 common beast pets had been published one after another. Knowing that no matter which world, mediocre and ordinary people were the most numerous, he published these paths, all of which were able to evolve without spending too many resources. This was the same as letting the ordinary people of the entire world take on his favor. Perhaps you would say that this was a transcendent world, where personal greatness was paramount, so what was the use of the support of a mere ordinary person? Then you are wrong again. Dr. Yanagi's beast pets also mastered many rare paths, and many strong people's beast pets used the evolutionary paths developed by Dr. Yanagi. It's no exaggeration to say that when he stomps his foot, even Great Xia would have to tremble a few times. This kind of character actually had an accident. As he thought about it, he reckoned that there was another person who would know the specifics. Professor Su. He was a student of Dr. Yanagi. It was estimated that he knew some insider information. He looked for Zhao Kongqing to inquire about Professor Su's residence, bought some accompanying gifts, and drove to where the address was. A cozy residential house with creepers growing on the fence at the entrance with a courtyard. Duck, duck. No one opened the door. Boing! The little squid burrowed up from the wall and shook its head at Road Dust. No one was inside. Ah, this. When did you get in? Luduan pinched the little guy's face. In the future, without my permission, don't just enter people's homes. It's a bad habit. This is fortunate that there is no one inside. If there is someone, then it is not embarrassing. What is the difference between this and spying on people's secrets? Just as he was about to go back, a voice came from behind him. Professor Su's face was full of fatigue. The moment he saw Lu Duan, there was a moment of doubt. You are. The words were not finished. Look at this brain of mine. I'm in a hurry. He slapped his head. Lu Dust, why are you here? Lu Dust opened the door to ask, speculating and knocking on the side. Professor Su, I heard that Dr. Yanagi's side. Zhang Zhani told you? Her news is really fast. The two of them took a seat on the stone pier on the courtyard. Professor Su unwrapped the soda inside the gift from Lu Duan's door and threw a bottle over. Recently, my teacher is conducting a cross-generation research with Heavenly King Kong, the ancient fossil resurrection machine. Once it is researched, the pattern of the world will be changed. This research is capable of resurrecting beast pets that have been turned into amber fossils. Luduan was a bit shocked. A machine that resurrects ancient fossils, this already involves something in time, right? It was just like the time primordial liquid that his old lady had given him. It was a product of the rules of time. The little squid was still in the period of the little broken egg, but it hadn't completely turned into a fossil. It still retained a trace of activity, plus it had absorbed the star power from the space of the great beginning, and only then had it reversed life and death. This fossil resurrection machine can turn completely fossilized beast pet back into the world? This was too heaven-defying. Professor Su fiercely hammered the table. But not too long ago, the institute was attacked. There were heavy deaths and injuries inside the institute, and the ancient fossil resurrection core, as well as the research data and results, were all taken away. According to the markings they left behind, they called themselves the Alchemy Order and should be alchemists. Lu Duan frowned slightly. Alchemy Order? Alchemists? Haven't they already disappeared into the river of history? Alchemists were a very old group now, active hundreds of years ago, flourishing for a while, and able to refine all kinds of magic potions and transcendent props. But with the development of the times, it had been eliminated. Your history textbooks, it's written that they were eliminated by nature, right? Professor Su said. In fact, they, as a group, came into contact with the taboos of life, and the entire group underwent an aberration that almost wiped them out. Slowly it withdrew from the stage of history and disappeared into the river of history. Today's cultivators, There are those who specialize in making magical potions, and those who specialize in making transcendent props. Professor Su paused. They are the ones who inherited the legacy of the alchemists before they developed. Lu Duan did not think that there was this kind of secret. It should be that there is a mole on the teacher's side. The teacher's secret research institute, which even I don't know about, is heavily guarded, while having the power of interference, shielding all divination and perception skills. He had an angry look on his face. Don't ever let me know who it is. Dr. Yanagi's side should be fine, right? Road Dust inquired. His life is in danger. He was seriously injured. The entire institute was almost blown up, and the teacher escaped only because the others were guarding him to the death. The specifics are still unknown. I hope that the teacher's good fortune will be safe and sound. No wonder Jiang Zhenyi's killing intent was soaring. Dr. Yanagi was also a member of the Myth Bureau, as well as a forgotten friend of hers. The ancient fossil research machine that she studied was even a matter of uncovering the truth of history. But she knew how much this ninny loved archaeology. Even when faced with the incomparably dangerous ancient bubble to her, she had an excited desire to explore on her face when she spoke to Lu Duan. With a heavy heart, Lu Dust proposed to leave. Looking at Lu Duan's back as he left, Professor Su also sighed deeply, his face full of sadness and with worry as he arrived in front of the main door, facing the coded door lock. He actually had no way to start. What's the password to my house? He was in such a disturbed mood that he even forgot the password door lock. Early the next morning, Lu Dust packed up his things and found Zhang Qiliang to ask for leave. The other party didn't even think twice before approving it. This was the meat and potatoes of the academy. He had already gotten the news that Lu Duan was a senior cultivator. He was so shocked that his jaw dropped to the ground. At the same time, he was also glad that he was lucky that he was only competing with Qin Yanran for the position of the future mansion master at that time, and didn't offend Lu Duan to death. He also inquired curiously, where is student Lu Dust planning to go? To the central region, the night watchman selection. It dawned on him that this kind of demon entering the night watchman is half a day isn't worth being surprised. With student Lu's strength, it's a matter of minutes to successfully pass the selection. Wishing student Lu a flagrant victory. I'm not going to participate in the selection. I'm going over to select them. Go, go, go. He cheerfully sent Lu Duan out of the office door. Later, what did he say again? It wasn't until Road Dust had been gone for a while and his brain was still in a state of downtime that he understood the meaning of the other party's words, his pupils collapsing. Not taking the vigilante's test, but going over to select them? His mouth slowly opened wide enough to be able to stuff a fist. Jiang Zhenyi's residence. Lu Duan came to pick up the credentials and tokens she left behind. As soon as he entered, he saw Lu Yurong in a casual outfit with a fisherman's hat on his head, sneakers on his feet, and sunglasses. There was also a suitcase beside her. A look of going out of town. Lu Dust was full of questions. Where are you going? Going to the central region with you. Lu Yurong's face was full of joy. I heard that the central domain is one of the most developed domains in Xia, and the beast pets have the most varieties of attributes, with a rich ecological environment. Lu Dust? What kind of eyes do you have? Lu Yurong raised her eyebrows. The tear mole at the corner of her eyes rose and fell with her. A different kind of charm. Don't you want to travel with your most beautiful, prettiest, and most loving sister-in-law? Sorry, don't want to. I'm going to work. Ch. I knew you couldn't be relied on. Luckily Jiang asked me to go over with you. Lu Yurong took out 2 air tickets. One for her and one for Lu Duan. She said that there's an elemental beast pet dojo over there, and told me to go over there to learn, and that my Moonlight Star Spirit is also a type of elemental beast pet. Then there was no choice but to bring the other party along. The two of them took a taxi to the ancient capital airport. Previously, when they came to Gudu from Jiangbei province, the airplane they took was a basic type because both belonged to the same eastern domain. This time, it was going to be a cross-domain flight. The airplane was much larger than the previous one, like a flying fortress, with some mechanical weapons vaguely visible on it. It vaguely gave a sense of oppression, similar to the electromagnetic field domain of the Overlord's aura. It was likewise the product of a mechanic. This caused Ludu to rise up with endless yearning. Damn it, that group of mechanics wouldn't all be driving Gundams and mechs, right? The ecological domain of the mechanics was in the south domain, where there was a mechanical city called Future City, which was their home base. Lu Chen felt that he must get a mechanical beast pet in the future. Driving a Gundam is what makes a man romantic. Ticket checking and boarding. The airplane lifted off, and the extreme feeling of pushing back came, turning into streams of light that cut through the sky. Central Region, I'm coming. Chapter 77 Lin Yuan City, Supergiant Abyss Realm, Adventure Capital. Pale and turquoise mountains undulated and stretched beneath their feet, outlining the different environmental landscapes of the great mountains and rivers. Surrounded by mountains, transcendent creatures could be seen peacefully coexisting and playing with each other in the grass. No one could imagine that the vastness of the human frontier, all this beauty under the calm, was blessed by the remaining power of a divine beast. Lu Dust and Lu Yurong took a nap. Waking up again was by the sound of a violent alarm. A swarm of flying ferocious beasts has appeared. All passengers fasten your seatbelts and wear noise-canceling earplugs as well as oxygen masks. Accompanying the announcement, an oxygen mask and headphones landed in front of the head. Through the porthole, Lu Duan saw that a dense number of flying beasts appeared outside, looking like vultures, with a 4 to 5 meter spreading wings, like a small fighter jet. The obvious feature was a pair of sharp and slender beaks with fine teeth. Lu Chun took a glance with his god's eye. This was a type of ferocious beast called a large-billed vulture. Most of them were at the elite rank Transcendence rank, with the Transcendence rank having evolved into a ferocious beast named Split-Winged Vulture. According to the description viewed by the god's eye, they have a strong sense of territory, and everything that flies over their territory will be attacked by them. They flapped their wings and released a wind blade that attacked the cabin. Seeing this, many people on the airplane let out cries of shock from their mouths. However, they were quickly comforted by other passengers who were calm and instructed to just bring their oxygen masks and noise-canceling headphones. Zzz. An invisible electromagnetic force field opened up, resisting all the wind blades. At the same time, outside of the fuselage, countless gun ports and laser weapons appeared. Lu Duan also saw missiles. This scene was like an interstellar battle in a sci-fi blockbuster. What man doesn't love guns? He decided that he must get a mechanical beast pet. All beast pets could evolve into Mythic grade under his own cultivation. If the mechanical beast pet was bred into the Mythic grade, then the weapon loaded must be a Star Annihilator cannon? One cannon a planet at that time. Bang, 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 bang. The battle was quickly resolved. Deafening explosions echoed and mushroom clouds rose in the sky. Even with noise-canceling headphones, the explosions were very loud, and with an oxygen mask, the tip of the mouth and nose could smell the odor of nitrous smoke. The densely packed ferocious beasts had already turned into charred black corpses, rustling down towards the ground. The crisis has been resolved. All passengers can remove their oxygen masks and noise-canceling headphones. The radio's voice was very calm. To them, this kind of flying ferocious beast attack was equivalent to encountering some small bumps not worth mentioning. Why are you so timid? Lu Dust glanced at Lu Yurong, who was holding her arm in a death grip, and opened her mouth to snicker, trying to ease the other party's tension. Lu Yurong didn't have the talent of a royal beast, and had lived an ordinary life for 28 years without learning about royal beasts, and had never even fought against anyone. Seeing this kind of scene for the first time, she was naturally terrified. This is at a height of 10,000 meters. Falling down wouldn't be the end of it. She glared. The world of Imperial Beast Masters was also too dangerous. The flight mileage after that, no more accidents happened, and the journey was safe. After 7 or 8 hours, finally came to the central region. The airplane slowly descended, and below it was a city cluster with a huge area. Countless buildings rose up and were spread out in a starry pattern across the land, constituting the quasi-class 1 city, Lin Yuan City. Thud. The landing gear was lowered, and the airplane landed and started taxiing. Lin Yuan City Airport. Arrival. Lin Yuan City, a quasi-class 1 city, where the location of this night watchman's examination is located. In fact, all kinds of supporting facilities, military guards, the population is not worse than a first-class city at all. The reason why it is a quasi-first-class city. The reason why it is a quasi-class city is because the security is not as high as a Class 1 city. Lin Yuan City. The reason why it is called Lin Yuan is because it is close to a giant pseudo-abyssal realm, in which all the ferocious creatures live. What is a pseudo-abyss realm? Generally speaking, an abyss realm is filled with secret realms of forbidden contamination. The pseudo-abyssal realm is that this abyssal realm has existed for a long time in the other realm. By the time it descended to the blue planet, there was no longer any taboo contamination, and the taboo contamination had long since disappeared under the wear and tear of time. The transcendent creatures inside could also be contracted. But because their ancestors had lived in the abyssal realm for generations, their genes had long since been altered, and there were regional changes in their life forms. And all of them are exceptionally ferocious, not magical creatures, but better than magical creatures. The sky inside this giant abyssal realm was on the dark side, as if it was in an underground cave, plus the beasts and pets inside were all on the abyssal side, so it was named the Abyssal Cave Abyssal Realm. There were many beast pet races inside, as well as rich resource outputs, and the most peculiar thing was, inside the racial creatures have been subjected to years of high-dimensional energy radiation, prone to genetic changes. There are high and low races. There existed quite a few individuals with strong qualifications that were often able to sell for astronomical prices. The Imperial Beastmaster Association also treated it as a transitional training point for Imperial Beastmasters heading to the frontline battlefields. It was completely open to the public, and all resource outputs were owned by individuals. Therefore, it also became a paradise for many adventurers. After all, the Imperial Beastmaster Association didn't want a bunch of flowers growing in a greenhouse. They needed warriors who had been tempered by blood and fire. Lu Duan also heard Zhao Kongqing say some secrets, in order to avoid the rear to fall into a state of comfort for a long time and lose the heart of the struggle. They would also intentionally leave out some low-grade demons to enter human territory. Getting off the airplane. Walking out from the airport. Lu Yurong's destination for this trip, the Great Sun Elemental Dojo, was also in Lin Yuan City. The two of them took a taxi to their destination. Along the way, surveying what they saw on the roadside through the car window. All of the people were adventurers in combat uniforms with a hurried pace. As far as the eye could see, there were all sorts of stores selling beast pet-related paraphernalia. The people are also tough, and they have seen quite a few fights along the way. There is also an open space by the roadside, and the city officials have specially set aside a fighting area by the roadside, so it seems that these fights are not rare. Worthy of the title City of Adventure, Lin Yuan City. More than half an hour later, arrived at the Elemental Beast Pet Dojo. Lu Duan fell into deep thought. This covers an area that is too big. The gate is simply like the entrance to a park. The main gate was a huge stone gate, constructed from several overhead pillars that were hugged by 10 people. Plaque hung above it. Daichi Elemental Dojo. To register, please go forward. The quota will be full soon. Please be quick. It's not possible to wait until it's too late. A person wearing the dojo's practicing uniform approached. No enrollment. Lu Yurong took out Kang Yung-yi's letter of introduction. The other person looked at it and flashed his surprise. Please follow me? All the way inside, it was practically a park with wigwam gardens and everything. Quite a number of people wearing practice clothes were sitting cross-legged on 2-meter-high wooden stakes, posing in the 5 hearts facing the sun manner to meditate. Their eyes were tightly closed, but their bodies were trembling as if they were sifting through chaff. On the back of their clothes were 2 ink characters, Cadet. That wooden stake was just the size of an arm. Lu Duan felt chills in his posterior even looking at it. This sitting on it, sure it won't poke in. Flop, flop. Quite a few people couldn't hold on and fell off the stake. Steady, if you want to learn the secret techniques of our Great Sun Elemental Dojo, you have to go through the honing of your body and mind. When the strength of the mind is sufficient, only then will you be able to receive the Great Sun energy. A man in formal practicing clothes held a whip to prod those who fell down. Heading inside, buildings soon appeared in front of him. A dojo built entirely out of wood. The style inside the building was simple, generous, and there were not too many clutter or decorations in sight, not even load-bearing pillars. Into the eye was a large cultivation room, with the same number of trainees present inside. What is this? Lu Duan and Lu Yurong were filled with confusion as all of the trainees were touching foreheads with their beast pets with their eyes tightly closed. Many of them still had beast pets or elder brother beast pets that were powerful in size similar to earth puppets. Can you imagine that picture? Road dust. Holy, he suddenly panicked a little. Kang Yung-yi wouldn't have introduced them to a dojo. How's this Kirikichi? Communicating with the beast pet in terms of mind power is a necessary path to learn our dojo's secret techniques. The person leading the way explained. The little squid revealed its little head from its backpack. Its eyes lit up with stars. The tentacles on either side of its body cupping its cheeks with a shy face. Boing! Is it going to stick it to the Imperial Beast Master? It was a little impatient. The two were brought to a luxurious practice room. Please wait a moment. I'll inform Master to come over. The person leading the way made tea for Lu Duan and Lu Yurong and bowed down to retreat. Not a moment later, the door was pushed open, and in walked a young lass, somewhat droll-looking, who cocked her head and looked at the two. Do you guys believe in light? Chapter 78, Great Sun Mind Secret Art? It's a bit simple. Oh. The girl looked a bit droll, but her temperament was somewhat similar to Luo Anfei. The entire person appeared cold, like she was lacking a feeling of yang qi. Hearing the other party's inquiry, Lu Duan was a bit confused. Believe in light? Are you turning into a giant of light? Don't believe in it. The last person called Deja said that he would lend it light, and he hasn't returned it until now. Deja. The girl cocked her head. Who is it? This kid likes to talk nonsense since he was a kid. Don't pay any attention to him. Lu Yurong rolled her eyes. Where is the person with Kang Yung Yi's recommendation letter? Before the person arrived, the voice came first. A staggering voice came and a figure walked in. The young man with dyed red hair and a bratty face. He saw his sister first and froze slightly. Cousin, why are you here? Then, his eyes looked fiercely at Lu Chan and Lu Yurong. You two are the ones who took Jiang Zhanyi's recommendation letter? You guys really dared to come. Actually really dared to come and learn the secret arts that only our Great Sun Elemental Dojo's true students can acquire? Bai Yen, do not be rude to the guests. Old me, the dojo master of the Great Sun Elemental Dojo, Bai Whooping. This is my grandson, Bai Yen, and cousin granddaughter, Bai Shallow. This was an old man with a somewhat skinny figure, but with a very high level of essence, a pair of eyes that were gleaming, and temples that bulged outward. His hair was all white, with a Taoist temples pulled on top of his head, and his eyebrows were slender, drooping down towards the sides, with the ends of his eyebrows hitting an inward curve. Could be described as a crane-haired boy. The old man, who would obviously be shaken by a gust of wind, gave Lu Duan an unusually dangerous feeling, like a flooding beast. In his thin body, a terrifying power was bred, and once it erupted, it was like waves beating against the shore. Monarch rank. No, I should say that it was a heavenly king-ranked imperial beast master like Jiang Zhini. He sat cross-legged on the ground. Welcome, two little friends, to my Great Sun Elemental Dojo. Willing to gamble and willing to lose, since I once lost to Jiang Tianwang. Then, I will naturally do my best to teach and allow you to acquire the Great Sun Mind Mystic technique that only the true disciples of our dojo are qualified to learn. Lu Duan had checked this Great Sun Elemental Dojo when he arrived. The so-called dojo. Their predecessors were the individual sects that existed before the transcendent power was even born. It's similar to the Wudong, Amei, Kunlun, Longhu Mountain, and Maoshan of the previous world. They practiced in accordance with their own sect's cultivation method. Is it useful? When the transcendent power had not yet appeared on the blue planet, of course there was no such thing as saying to you on one foot that you should believe in science, and then flying away with your sword the next second. But when the transcendent power appeared in the blue star, the otherworld descended. Combined with the spirituality unique to Imperial Beastmasters, it was really researched by these sects to come up with something different. A power that could be used to increase one's own power, known as secret techniques or secret methods or secret arts. The dojo was an alien Imperial Beast Academy. It was a bit inappropriate to say Imperial Beast Academy. To use an accurate term to describe it, it was a modernized sect. Every year, they would also take in some Imperial Beastmasters who fit their dojo's cultivation method as disciples. They are divided into apprentices, formal trainees, and true trainees, and there is an affinity division for the trainees. Apprentices, the ones outside, are just that, usually teaching the skins of some secret arts. When Lu Duan looked up the information, he also saw that there were some dojos that retained the traditional style of clan rules. They are divided into outer disciples, inner disciples, core disciples, and true disciples. When he saw these terms, the strong sense of vestiges of a metaphysical immortal novel all made him not know where to spit out the good words. Should there be another holy son? A holy daughter? Another sequence battle? But Jiang Zhenyi's face was a bit big. This kind of dojo's crushing stuff. She actually dared to be able to make the other party teach it willingly. Subsequently, Lu Duan chatted with Old Man by whooping and learned why. It turned out that he had once had his eye on an item in Jiang Zhenyi's hand. The two sides engaged in a betting match, and by whooping lost. The price was Jiang Zhenyi himself or recommend others to learn the secret arts of their Great Sun Elemental Dojo. It was quite a willingness to gamble. The secret art of our dojo is the Great Sun Mind Flow secret art. The power of the mind is endless. Since the emergence of the transcendent, everything is only the mind. Our secret art, with the mind reflecting the Great Sun, enhances the power of our mind. Enhancing the power of one's own mind, and then by uniting with the mind of a beast pet, one is able to increase the battle power of the beast pet. The increase is greatest for beast pets like the elemental class that do not have an actual physical body, being able to double the battle power of the beast pet. Bai Whooping was somewhat proud of himself. Luduan. Being able to double the battle power, and you all still lost to Zhangzhini? If you can say it, you can say it more. The old man revealed a nuclear good smile. That's only doubled by cultivating to perfection. I'm still only able to enhance the battle power of a beast pet by 70%. Only one person can learn it. Which one of you two will learn it? Lu Dust pointed at Lu Yurong. Her strong mind power erupted from the old man's body, and he stretched out his finger to point at Lu Yurong's brow. In an instant, Lu Yurong had some more knowledge in his mind. It was precisely the Great Sun Mind Stream Mystic Art Cultivation Method. Bai Whooping was a bit proud. This is a means of preventing leakage, with my mind power specially compiled. No one but me can crack it. Your mind only knows how to cultivate, but it can't be transformed into speech or words to put it into words, just as if you were born knowing it. Lu Yurong opened her mouth. It was indeed true. She knew how to cultivate, but was unable to teach others. This felt like asking you to teach someone to walk. How can this be taught? Isn't this something you're born knowing? Sure enough, all these sects and such with a long heritage had a bit of something. Suddenly, Luduan's Lord of the Two Beginnings spirituality trembled slightly, as if it was capturing the information carried in the mind power outside. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Great Sun Mind Stream Cultivation Method. Luduan. He looked at Bai Whooping, who had a smug look on his face. He fell into a deep thought. Bai Whooping said with his arms crossed, 7 days. I will try my best to get you started. If you still can't get started, it means that you don't have the qualifications for it, then you can't blame me. Lu Yurong had a look of novelty. Can I start trying now? What if I just get started? Don't kid yourself. Even this grandpa me, it took me an hour to get started. The red-haired young man, White Rock, clasped his hands and spat from the side. Bai Whooping. Then let you feel it. He solemnly took out a crystal gem. The ceiling above his head automatically opened and sunlight shone in. Cross your legs and use the great sun energy to enhance your own mind power. At the same time, a strange energy blossomed from the crystal gem. Luduan glanced at it. Name, Mind Gemstone. Description. Special item, contains the power of the mind, capable of enhancing mind power. Based on the cultivation method, Lu Yurong began to quench his mind power with the help of the great sun energy. A few minutes later, I did it. I seem to have made it to the gate. Suddenly, the crowd sensed a subtle change in Lu Yurong's aura, and an extremely thin mind power filled the air. Impossible. In less than a minute, it's an initiation? Bai Whooping and Bai Yan's eyes were about to glaze over. On the other side, Lu Chun was also trying to practice cultivation, trying to enhance his mind power with the energy of the great sun. But breathlessly he realized, whenever one wanted to utilize the energy of the great sun, the star power in his body, it looked disgusted, and in the end, it couldn't take it anymore, and they gently shook. Luduan realized that not only had he gotten started, he had also stepped into the first layer. It could increase the battle power of the beast pet by 10%. Bai Shallow, who was standing in the corner without saying a word, seemed to have sensed something. Her eyes lit up and her bright eyes focused on Luduan's body. It was like discovering a new continent. For a long time, only then did they come back to their senses in a trance. You? What kind of royal beast talent are you? And what is a beast pet? Lu Yurong summoned the Moonlight Mind, an SSS-ranked light imperial beast talent. The actual effect of her talent was ability to transform any light into energy that could enhance the strength of the beast pet. This was why Kong Jong-yi had asked her to come. Light system? It dawned on them that it was no wonder. This secret art was simply customized for light-type imperial beastmasters. Over in the Western world, they had once wanted to use a sky-high price to purchase the Great Sun Mind Stream Cultivation Method. And he had refused. A mere foreign bandit, he was worthy of it? He also didn't expect that a light imperial beastmaster would actually be awakened within the Great Summer. Want to join our dojo? Bai Whooping couldn't help but inquire. But Lu Yurong understood a bit and decisively refused. This old man had lost to Jiang, and as a bosom friend, it was so hard to become a royal beastmaster, so at least he should be able to be on par with her. cultivating under her defeated master. Wouldn't that be a disgrace to the generation? Then you can stay at the dojo for these 7 days, and I'll come back to pick you up when the night watchman selection is over. Lu Duan said. You are participating in the night watchman selection? Bai Yan's eyes lit up. I'm also participating in the night watchman selection. Lu Yurong. Right, he's the one Jiang favors. Oh. The night watchman selection will not start until tomorrow. This little friend will stay here today as well. There are plenty of guest rooms. Tomorrow you and Bai Yan will go over together. Soon, Bai Whooping arranged suites for the two. Then we'll take our leave, you two have a good rest. Cousin is leaving. Bai Yan called out to Bai Shallow, who froze in place. This cousin's sister had been a bit absent-minded since just now. The three of them left. Road Dust could still hear a voice, if anything, by his ears. The person Kang Zheni favors, Bai Yan. Give me a hard abuse in the vigilant examination. I lost to her. This grandson of the old man has even stronger qualifications than me. He definitely won't lose to the person she looks up to. It seems that for losing to Jiang Zheni, who was 40 years younger than him, Bai Whooping still had a grudge within his heart. Chapter 79. Looking straight into the presence of the sun, which is an eyeball. The other side. Kang Yong-yi soared in the sky on the dragon cloud bird, sprinting as a stream of light. Her heart heaved with relief at the same time. Good news. Dr. Yanagi's life is not in danger. Bad news. He's still lying in the ICU. His spirituality invaded by a strange energy that eats into his bones and suppresses his subconscious, making it impossible for him to awaken. The transcendent power of this world is revealed. Broken arms and legs, damaged internal organs are not fatal problems as long as they are treated in time. Soul, mind, spirituality, elemental, sentinel space. These are the tricky existences when they go wrong. A dangerous gleam filled her eyes. Previously, she hadn't known exactly what was going on, and she now knew all about it. An organization calling itself the Alchemy Order invaded the Institute and took the ancient fossil resurrection machine, as well as many research materials and data. Her eyes narrowed. There was definitely a mole. Why else would the invasion come when the ancient fossil resurrection machine was completely built? The location of the secret institute was constructed in a small secret area. And the core of the ancient fossil resurrection machine is called Time Crystal, which was found by Kang Zhong-yi, who discovered the remains of the time-based beast pet, Flower of History. That relic, it was estimated that a divine beast that controlled the laws of time had once stayed there, and it was its ability that had coalesced into the crystallization of time. The moment the ancient fossil resurrection machine was created, because of the time aspect involved, the power of time inside the time crystal exploded. It caused the time inside the secret realm to pass differently from the time outside. She inquired. For those inside the secret realm, the attack by the Alchemy Order was yesterday. But for the flow of time in the outside world, they were attacked, and it happened 3-4 days ago. She will definitely uncover this mole. She went to the Research Institute nowadays to see if she could track down some clues using the time-based beast pet, Flower of History. Then you stay at the dojo today and don't run around. Lu Duan instructed Lu Yurong. Lin Yuan City was still a bit chaotic compared to the ancient capital, and the folk customs were also tough. Bai Whooping stroked the beard on his chin. Don't worry. The old man still has quite a face in this acre and a half of Lin Yuan City. 10 class. In today's era where totem-ranked battle power is easily unavailable as a deterrent, it's already at the level of the top human combatants, so can it not lose face? The only thing I lost face with was losing to Kang Zhong-yi, who is 40 years younger. But the problem wasn't too big. The other old guys were also approached one by Jiang Zheni behind them in the name of a sparring match, and they all lost as well. He inwardly sighed. This little girl child is truly a demon. Maybe it would be a step ahead of them, the old guys, to step into the totem order. It's hard to say though. She could also be stuck at this stage for decades. The Heavenly King class, as an invincible existence of the monarch rank, was just one chance away from stepping into the totem rank. An opportunity to let the spirituality of beast pets, as well as imperial beasts, touch the origin. He had found the direction to advance to the totem order. Fill out the Dainichi Mind Stream secret art. Yes, the current secret art was incomplete, and according to the conception of their master's ancestors, the Great Sun Mind Stream secret art would eventually be able to allow the power of the mind and the power of spirituality to intermingle with each other. From there, the power of the mind completes its metamorphosis. The ancestor of their lineage named this conception Ripple Power. But how to get there is only a conception that can only be perfected by him. Grandpa, let's go then. Let's see how I'll abuse road dust. I'll definitely leave him behind fiercely. Bai Yen was energized. Ahem. Bai Whooping coughed lightly twice. You must not be rude. Far to be a guest. Road dust squinting. This is not you let him abuse me? Put aside this began to pretend up. I'm going too. A faint voice came from the side, and Bai Shallow walked over in her special combat uniform. Ewatch talent. She didn't have any emotional fluctuations. Ah, this? Aren't you not interested in this, cousin? Bai Shallow crooked her neck and pointed her slender finger at Lu Duan. Because he goes. Lu Yurong. Road dust. White rock. Bai Whooping. Lu Yurong was dumbfounded. Is this nephew's charm so great? It's only the second time we've met. And he's already abducted someone? The little girl seems a bit less than smart Subzi though. The child you give birth to in the future won't be stupid, right?
不行不行，这不利于老陆家的传承。
Bai Whooping also had a headache. Bai Shallow's situation was a bit special. She had no light and couldn't feel any sunlight. To be precise, the world in her eyes was dark and able to see, but the world in her eyes lost its light. It is very peculiar that light is not a tangible presence, but humans are able to perceive that light exists through touch, sight, and temperature. White Shallow is different. At her level of thinking, the world does not have light exist, or she subconsciously denied light. It also caused her world to be devoid of light. Even the sun, which she could see straight through, was a black ball in her eyes. White Shallow is like this since she was a child, and from time to time she will also say some nonsense. In her 12 years old, she said creepy words. The sun does not shine at all. That is a huge eye around the dense growth of tentacles. Growing up, I was an alien. It also resulted in not having many friends and not liking to socialize, but she is very talented and strong, and is already in the lower commander rank. For once in his life, the other man spoke. Bai Whooping said, Go, go, go. Remember to take care of your cousin. Oh, Bai Yen was a bit depressed. What's so great about this kid Lu Duan? Can't really be more than one brother-in-law, right? Can't. Bai Shaoxian couldn't be judged by common sense. Maybe he was just curious about how Lu Duan would be hung by his own petard next, but couldn't express it, which was why he said he was going to go to the vigilante selection. For the sake of watching Ludum get hung up on him. Aha, that must be it. Go! The three of them got into the car and went straight to the test site. Cart STH. Bai Yen spoke. You're the one Kong Zhenyi looks after? She's not too well liked in the Night's Watch. Oh, to be precise, none of your East Region's Night's Watch are well liked. Road Dust was puzzled. Why? Because your Night's Watch in the Eastern Domain, the last Pillar Master, defected, leaving the Night's Watch dead and wounded, and ed over one of Gudu's senior cultivators. The entire Night's Watch organization in the Eastern region was subjected to a major purge, and Jiang Zheni was parachuted in to become the Pillar Master. Likewise, it also stands in the way of quite a few people within the Night's Watch, especially those who would have been able to compete for the position of Pillar Master, who have been quite vocal about her. This was the first time Lu Duan had heard of this, which made it no wonder that the last time he had asked Jiang Zheni where the stronghold of the Eastern region's vigilantes was. She'll say she's not sure yet. Is she still airborne? That in turn will indeed offend a large number of people who have worked hard for most of their lives and would have thought that they would be able to take their turn in the limelight when the position is vacated. Who would have thought of parachuting one down? Who can't have a grudge? Too bad. I would have liked to see what someone who could defeat Grandpa looked like. But I've heard that all of the Night's Watch's overlord rank and above have left, and the ones presiding over this selection are only the commander rank Night's Watch below each pillar. Shiran has dyed red hair and looks like a punk, but is actually a hot-blooded idiot who talks a little too much. He continued to look for Lu Chun to chat with. But how did you become the person that Jiang Zheni has her eye on? Logically, the people she looks at are at least innately full of spirituality or bloodline with special abilities, right? Mentioned in chapter 62-inch. This kind are not required to take the vigilant examination, and once they awaken the talent of the imperial beasts, they are picked up by the vigilantes and cultivated as core seeds. This Grandmaster is also of this type. Our White family's Great Sun mind-streaming mystic technique only reveals more of its extraordinary nature when it comes from the White family's bloodline. He proudly rested his hands behind his head. But I don't care to be specially recruited. I'm going to join Kong Zhongyi's staff and defeat her. Aspirational. Road Dust smiled without saying anything. When the time comes, you'll have to ask me if I want you or not. I was in charge of Kong Yung-yi the whole time, all the way to listen to the chatterbox that is White Rock. Road dust did learn quite a bit about it, too. End up STH. The vehicle stopped in front of a steel gate with a steel and concrete wall that was more than 10 meters high and stretched across it like a city wall. Vigilantes are selected for this year's location. Arrived. Chapter 80. You're the ING examiner? Bayan's mind collapsed. Vigilante selection point. In the schoolyard. There were many young faces gathered. All of them were those who had participated in the Night's Watch selection this year. Some of them had entered the hidden level at the Gate of Trials, thus receiving the invitation to the selection. There were also those who had been invited to the selection through other channels. Zhuxiangyu, I heard that you were beaten up at the Starry Yu Imperial Beast Academy, and also pretended to be dizzy and gray to run away overnight. Bull, that's because I don't care to stay in the Starry Yu Imperial Beast Academy, and I don't know where the fallacious rumor came from. Facing his former classmates' inquiry. How could Zhuxiangyu admit it? He looked around. His eyes revealed a color of excitement. Xingyu Schoolhouse, obviously all 15 days after the start of the school day before the freshman competition. Hard to advance. He also changed schools and came to the Shockscale Academy. He once again participated in the freshman competition over there, and this time, facing the boss of the 10th layer of the Gate of Trials, the speed of his passage through the 10th layer was greatly accelerated. It never occurred to him that clearing the 10th level within the stipulated time would lead to entering a hidden level. Once he entered this hidden level, it was the same as having a ticket to the Night's Watch selection. He now felt that he had made a wise choice in switching schools. Otherwise, he would have missed the chance to join the Night's Watch. At the same time, he also knew why both Lu Duan and Luo Anfei were ranked above him at that time. The reason was that the two of them had also entered the hidden level. When he mentioned Lu Duan, even though more than a month had passed, there was a look of resentment in his eyes. He should be coming as well, right? Times were different now. He had completely shed his body, and his beast pet was already at the upper elite rank. The battle power was even able to look down on the shedding rank. His father even spent a large sum of money to find it a characteristic secret treasure, allowing his ice-armored shield crab to gain the characteristic frozen aura. All creatures that came close to its range would become slow. This could already be exclusive within the first-year students. That fire monkey of his was just an attribute that restrained my ice-armored shield crab, plus a speed advantage. Now, the situation has flipped. If he encounters the fire monkey again, it will be impossible to lose. Suddenly, Zhuxiangyu saw two men, one woman and three figures walk in at the main entrance. Among them was even Lu Duan, who he had been pining for day and night. The moment he saw each other, the image of once leaving Gudu City like a bereaved dog, and the image of pretending to faint and falling down and being slapped into a pig's head, scene after scene intertwined in his mind. He felt that his face was vaguely painful. He roared with rage. Lu Duan! He laughed fiercely. You actually brought 2 followers this time? You're dead. This time, I'll abuse you ruthlessly. And you too? I advise you to draw a line with him before it's too late. Otherwise, if you meet me, don't blame me for not being polite either. Where did come from, also dare to pretend in front of little master. Bayan was not happy. Damn. There are still people pretending to his head in this year? Lu Duan froze, and only then remembered who it was. What, you want to be willing to gamble and shout my father? Bayan, ah? Then doesn't he have to call me uncle? Zhuxiangyu's eyes flashed dangerously. Are you looking for death? The next second, his words got stuck in his throat. His neck was viciously pinched by someone. It was a pair of slender hands. Endless suffocation came, and his throat bones cackled as if his neck would be crushed in the next second. He saw a pair of eyes, pure as the sky. Chi erupted from her, the aura of the commander rank. Bai Shallow's voice was ethereal, her eyes dull and innocent, unworldly. Want to strangle him? Road dust. Dig, what's wrong with this sister? She's actually a commander rank Imperial Beastmaster. And why is she so ferocious? Road dust, White Rock. Don't. Oh, Zhuxiangyu was thrown to the ground like a dead dog. Cough, 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 cough. He coughed violently, his face turning red from the lack of breathing. You're dead? You're dead. My father is the overlord. Hiss, it's Bai Yen from the Great Sun Dojo and Bai Shallow. Why are they here? Their grandfather is the invincible Bai Wu Ping, Heavenly King of the Monarch rank. These two are powerful people in their own right. They can directly be specially recruited into the Night's Watch and enjoy the highest ranked resources. So why do they still have to come and fight with us for the ordinary Night's Watch's selection quota? Someone on the scene recognized the identities of the two. There was an outcry. What were you trying to say just now? What's your dad? Bai Yen put his hand next to his ear and listened sideways. The most annoying thing about this kind of brain paralyzer who is addicted to people's dishes and likes to pull family history when he can't play. Zhuo Xiangyu's face was white with fear and his throat was spasming. Monarch King Order. Or the invincible heavenly king of the monarch order. Damn it, why would Lu Chun, a bumpkin, befriend a figure of this level? Having offended this kind of existence, if his father knew about it, he was afraid that he wouldn't slap him to death. Right? Sorry. Please let me go like a fart. He hurriedly admitted his mistake. No one in the entire room dared to laugh at him. In their place, it was the same. Scram. Bai Yen waved his hand. But I won't get involved in the matter between you and Lu Duan. I'm not familiar with him either, but you want to abuse him? That shouldn't work, he's my prey. He wasn't stupid, he wouldn't give road dust as a shield for no reason. Who knows what the two have crossed? What if he cuckolded the other party or did something even more excessive? Isn't that aiding and abetting the enemy? He is not involved in the other party's grudge with Lu Duan. Already like a dead mother. The idea of revenge Lu dusts with Xiangyu instantly eyes bright. They are not a gang. Moreover, Lu Dust is also the object that Bai Yen wants to abuse. Bai Xiao is brave and valiant. How can this mere country bumpkin, Lu Dust, be your opponent? Count on you to have some vision. Zhuo Xiangyu hurriedly hunched over and fawned. Bai Xiao, just now much offense. I wonder if there is any opportunity for me to follow you around and witness your majestic gallantry at all times. Roll, roll, roll. Bai Yen chased away flies this kind of goods can look on. He wasn't short of people. If he shouted a sentence in his dojo, he could shout a bunch of senior brothers and sisters. After saying that he was a little smug. My cousin just loves me. He flaunted at Lu Duan. Just now, when I heard the other party say that they wanted to get me killed, she was the one who would protect her brother. This made Bai Yen doubly honored. As expected, the reason why his cousin, who had always been unable to take an interest in anything, had followed along to the Night's Watch selection. It was because she wanted to see herself hang Lu Duan. Bai Shallow tilted her head in confusion. What was this melon child talking about? She looked over at Lu Duan. Yesterday, she had asked the other party, do you believe in light anymore? I don't believe in light. A guy called Deja borrowed the light and hasn't returned it to me until now. She didn't know who Deja was, and she heard that the other person didn't believe in light like she did. But this was the first time out of all the people she had met that she had heard someone not believe in light. Special. Road dust was special to her. Moreover, yesterday, when that sister called Lu Yurong was practicing the Great Sun Mind Stream secret art, Bai Shallow clearly saw that there was a flash of energy in Lu Chen's body, as if she was blinded. But she could be sure that she hadn't seen it wrong, because the world in her field of vision was one where no light existed. The flash of energy that passed by Lu Duan yesterday was very conspicuous in her eyes. She knew that it was the light that everyone was talking about. That person was going to kill Lu Duan. That mustn't strangle him first? 9 silhouettes came together. It was the examiner in charge of this Night's Watch selection, wearing a green-colored brooch on his chest. The style of the brooch was a pitch-black night, with the full moon radiating a greenish light, like a sword, running through heaven and earth, cutting through the darkness and bringing in the morning sun. This is the logo of the Night Watch. Even if the dark night is coming, and the forbidden evil gods are around, like the great black sky coming down, we will stand in front of 10,000 people, cut through the long night, protect the enemy from the human race, and fight to the death, not retreating, and fight to the last person. The green glow brooch represents the Commander Order Night's Watch. These 9 people came from the remaining 9 pillars except Jiang Zhini. There were a total of 10 pillars of the Night's Watch. 5 pillars were active on the frontline battlefields. 5 pillars guarded the interior of the Great Summer Frontier. Every 3 years, these 2 groups of night watchmen would rotate. Mr. Bai, Miss Bai, what brings you here? Xiong Haoren was filled with excitement. You don't need to participate in the Night Watch selection. Join our 5th pillar and enjoy the top treatment of core seeds. Xiong Haoren was a Qinghui vigilante of the 5th pillar, and it was the 5th pillar that was stationed in the central domain. They were familiar with Bai Yen and Bai Shallow, both exceptionally strong existences in terms of talent, and Bai Yen had already mastered the Great Sun Mind Stream secret art at a young age. Bai Yen was already a young man and had already mastered the Great Sun Spiritual Flow secret art. Bai Shallow, who was a year older than Bai Yen, was also remarkable and was already in existence of the commander rank with an innate full spirituality. Their pillar master had once gone to the White Day King to personally invite the two to join, and promised to give them the best resources to cultivate among the core seeds. However, they were rejected, which made the pillar master regret for a long time. Never would I have thought that these two would actually come to participate in the selection of the ordinary night vigilantes. The remaining 8 green glory vigilantes, who had also seen Bai Shallow's previous outburst, one after another wanted to dig in. They had made promises to invite the two to join them, and they also had a good ear for Bai Wu Ping Tianwang. His grandson and granddaughter could be trashy goods? No, I'm going to participate in the selection of ordinary night watchmen. The night vigil he originally didn't want to join, but this year Jiang Zhini parachuted in as the 10th pillar. His goal was to defeat Jiang Zhini and prove that he was stronger than his grandfather. But it wasn't like Jiang Zhini had come to invite him to join the 10th pillar. So there was no other way, he could only come to the ordinary night watchman's test. And at that time, he could choose which pillar to enter on his own. Crowd! Damn, with the strength you two have, are you sure you're not here to fry fish? Wouldn't it be better to just open your mouths and choose which pillar to join? Wouldn't the result be the same? It's okay too. The 9 people's eyes met and they rubbed their fists together, so it would be up to each of them to decide who could get these two to join when the time came. This kind of core seed was the key object of contention. One could top an unknown number of ordinary vigilantes. Humph! Why haven't the people from the eastern region side come yet? Isn't Jiang Zhanyi alone? She's not coming, is she? The night watchman from the east domain side should be outlawed. Time's up. Let's be compliant and start the selection straight away. The 9 people whispered, speaking of the night watch over in the eastern domain. The disgust on their faces was not hidden at all. The previous 10th pillar master had snatched the transcendent prop from the Breeders' General Association and led the 10th pillar to defect. Many of their comrades died on the way to besiege them, but in the end, they still let them escape. It was a disgrace to the Night's Watch. There was a high platform on the schoolyard with 10 chairs placed on it. They walked up to the high platform and sat on it, looking down. Voices echoed, "The Night's Watch selection officially begins." Bai Yen crossed his arms and said, "Don't blame me for hitting you hard later. Oh, who told my grandfather to tell me not to keep my hands off when I meet you, and to hang you hard? I'm not participating in the selection, you cheer. Can't it be that you're afraid of being hanged by me and want to quit the selection?" Bai Yen frowned with some disappointment. He had good senses for Lu Duan, at least the temperament was good. But he didn't expect that the person Jiang Zhini valued was this kind of eggless goods. No. With his hands in his pockets, Lu Dust raised his feet and took a step forward. A breeze blew up the soot on the ground. Whoosh! His figure instantly disappeared. It had already arrived on top of that high platform and sat on the empty 10th chair. His deep eyes looked down on everyone below. 10th pillar Lu Dust, in place of Pillar Master Jiang, has come to supervise the battle. Bai Yen. Chapter 81. What do you mean? Conflict, Hard Kong Commander rank. Lu Dust sat on the 10th chair on the high platform, overlooking everyone below. The scene fell into an eerie silence, and a needle could be heard. Everyone's eyes revealed extreme disbelief. They had thought that everyone was a participant in the selection. As a result, thou became the examination officer? Why are you so showy? Especially as with Xiangyu, the entire person's essence seemed to have been drained away, leaving only his pupils trembling. Bai Yen looked at the teasing eyes projected by Lu Chun. He was numb. No wonder he said he didn't need an examination. Moreover, how did he go up just now? With a whoosh, he appeared on top. He was envious with some mass wall separation. Wasn't this the scene he had dreamed of pretending to be? And it wasn't even a hard push, it was still a very mellow push. Wasn't the reason why he wanted to defeat Jiang Zhenyi also for the sake of pretending, defeating the youngest heavenly king ever? This mustn't be completely famous in the Imperial Beast realm. Damn it! Let him get loaded. Xionghaoren, a few green glory vigilantes also came back to their senses and received the 10th pillar lord token handed over by Lu Chun. Indeed, they had come in place of Jiang Zhenyi. They were suspicious, a bit young. Could it be that he was the son of some big family? Lu Dust, I remember. He's the top student of this year's college entrance exam. The one whose results were cancelled by colleges and universities other than the Starry Universe Academy. A voice under the field broke the silence. Less than 2 months had passed since the college entrance exam was full. The heat had dropped, but the name Lu Dust and the vaguely familiar appearance made them instantly recall it. I said, why is the name so familiar? So it's that dancer? I wanted to say it just now. How did he become the examiner of the 10th pillar? Xiong Haoren and the others were stunned. This year's senior candidate? That is, just a freshman? They huffed in their hearts. What did Kang Yong-yi take the night watch selection for? There was a shortage of people under his command. The big deal was not to send someone over. This letting a freshman this year come over and be on par with them? Isn't that an insult? Because of the 10th pillar lord's defection, their own feelings towards the 10th pillar were extremely bad. Plus, Jiang Zhenyi wasn't from their night watch lineage and was parachuted in. All in all, it added up. They were naturally dissatisfied and prejudiced against the 10th pillar led by Jiang Zhenyi. Now, a freshman student who was on par with them up there directly brought this dissatisfaction and prejudice to an extreme. They had experienced life and death several times before they were qualified to sit here today. A little waif who hadn't accomplished an inch, what did he have the right to do? This was in contempt of the Night's Watch organization. Immediately, the more grumpy third pillar examiner Lin Guowei stood up from his chair, tall and with gnarled muscles on his body, like a bear in human skin. It gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. He clasped his hands and towered over him, lowered his eyelids and spoke in a cold tone. Get lost. I won't say it a second time. Lu Duan locked eyes with him and put away the smile at the corner of his mouth. Reason. Without any sign, the air was kicked out and he kicked hard towards Lu Duan. Bang! The terrifying force directly kicked the chair under Lu Duan's seat to pieces, turning into countless pieces of broken wood that exploded into the air. Lu Dust was forced to retreat off the high platform and landed on the ground. He looked up inquiringly, his face already cold. How many meanings? Lin Guowei snorted coldly and didn't pay any attention. The other party was worthy of his own explanation? He walked to his seat and prepared to sit down. Steeply, the weight of his feet was unsteady, and at some point, a spider silk imperceptible to the naked eye bound his right ankle. A huge force pulled it down. Lu Dust looked at him expressionlessly, asking you, what do you mean? We are the commander-ranked Green Glory Vigilantes. What class are you? You're worthy of sitting with us. Actually being pulled down from the high platform by a newcomer in the district, the skin and flesh on his already grumpy face shook slightly. Today I will educate you properly on behalf of your pillar master. A summoning spell appeared. A large bear with pure white fur appeared. Huge in size and wearing defensive armor, the man stood up as tall as a 3- or 4-story building. Between the 5 claws of its hands, there were blue lightning arcs pulsing, emitting nuisance sounds. This sudden scene all caused the crowd to not expect that Lu Chun, who had come to supervise the battle on behalf of the 10th pillar, had actually been targeted. This caused a sense of satisfaction to rise within the crowd. They were all of the same age. Why were you able to become the examiner? Especially Zhuo Xiangyu. His mood was simply riding a roller coaster, with several twists and turns. Offended the commander order. You won't be heaved this time. Bai Yan walked over and whispered to Lu Duan. This is what I'm talking about. Your 10th pillar is not treated well, endure a hand. He was advising Lu Duan. I can't even beat you, you're even more white trash. A good man can't do anything. Bai Yan's beast pet was of the upper degenerate rank, and could cross the ranks when facing an ordinary commander rank. But facing the Night Watchman's commander rank, he had no chance of winning. Bai Shallow opened her big, pure eyes from the side and raised her hand like an elementary school student. Then I'll go kill him. She raised her foot and was about to walk towards Lin Guowei. Frightened Bai Yan hurriedly pulled her back. Don't. Cousin Ah. People didn't bully me either. No. He was a bit speechless. This cousin didn't speak so fiercely before. She didn't talk about fighting and killing every day. Just because I can't beat him, cousin is going to go and do away with the person. I didn't realize that Bai Yan, occupied such an important position in her heart. It's fine, Lu Duan will eat anything, I just refuse to suffer. He looked at the other party's beast pet. Name: Thunder Lord Bear. Attribute: Electrical. Rank: Medium Overlord rank. Qualification: Upper Overlord species. Skill: Slightly. Description: A creature in the ecosystem of thunder and lightning, born to control thunder, can summon thunder, and can absorb the power of thunder and lightning to constantly enrich itself. Medium commander rank. The district is a whole big segment ahead. It's not like you can't beat it. I don't even have any super rank skills. Racial qualifications: crushed by Little Squid and Chi Tian. Then cheer up. I'll call you a good doctor. Bai Yan patted him on the shoulder. Isn't this just not self-satisfied? This grandpa can't even beat it. Is it hard for you to beat it? The crowd backed away, giving enough space as a fighting ground for the two. They all had smiles on their faces as they watched a good fight, a fight without any suspense. How could Lu Chun, a freshman who had only become a royal beast master this year, fight a battle-hardened green glory vigilante who was already at the commander rank? Chi Tian. Lu Duan had wanted to summon Chi Tian. Boing! The little squid came out of its backpack and stared at the opposite side with a puff of air. Damn it, actually bullying my family's imperial beastmaster. Monkey can tolerate it, squid can't. In the crowd, seeing the little squid, quite a few people were stunned. What kind of beast pet is this? It can't be an ornamental beast pet, right? Generally speaking, in addition to the aura and breath, the markers for identifying the strength of a beast pet are its body size and ferocious appearance. The larger the body size and the fiercer the look, the stronger the battle power generally was. Lin Guowei's eyes grew colder and colder, his dissatisfaction with Jiang Zhini reaching the extreme. What was wrong with this Jiang Zhini? What did he think of the night watch? What kind of cats and dogs are stuffed into the night vigil? Big Bear, end the fight and kill it in seconds. 10,000 volts of electricity. Roar. Blue lightning blossomed on the thunder roaring bear's fur, turning into a lightning bolt that blasted at the little squid with lightning speed. Thunderbolt originally represented swiftness. The speed of the release was so fast that one could not react. But the next second, there was no image of the little squid being killed in seconds. The lightning rays passed through the body of the little squid. A few seconds later, the little squid's body twisted and dissipated into the air. It was just an illusion. This was an illusion created using the high-grade skill illusion lightning. Behind the big bear, Lin Guowei's eyes narrowed. When did it come over? Only to see, the little squid had come behind it at an unknown time. It raised a tentacle. Endless starlight surged in and rose against the wind, transforming into a few meters of tentacles that violently exploded and pumped the air with one blow. Carrying the momentum of destroying mountains and cracking rocks, it fiercely drew towards the thunder-roaring bear. In haste, thunder-roaring bear could only cross his arms in front of his chest. Bang boom! With a muffled thunderous sound, the huge body of the thunder-roaring bear was jerked out. Chapter 82. Merging Talents, Human and Beast Unity. Carrying the momentum of destroying mountains and cracking rocks, it fiercely jerked towards the thunder-roaring bear. In haste, the thunder-roaring bear could only cross its arms in front of its chest. Bang boom! With a muffled thunderous sound, the massive body of the thunder-roaring bear was jerked out. Steady! In mid-air, it adjusted its body and landed on the ground, hooking its feet on the ground, but the powerful force still caused its body to continuously slide on the ground. It slid out 24 meters of gullies before stopping its explosive retreat. This scene was out of everyone's expectation. The squid beast pet that should have been killed in seconds actually gained the upper hand in the first encounter. That was a commander rank beast pet. The crowd looked at the little squid with some disbelief, and the squid, which looked like a cool ornamental beast pet, was actually an existence of the degenerate rank. This caused the people in the crowd who were also taking the entrance exam this year to have a moment of vertigo. What kind of monster is this? How did it get off the birth rank? At this moment, they also finally knew that Lu Chen's college entrance examination results had not been cheated, and that for the Unified College Entrance Examination, he was indeed the top-ranked scholar. The eyes of Xiong Haoren and the other group of examination officers narrowed. A freshman with a realm that reached the degenerate stage. This standard had already reached the standard of the vigilante special recruitment. It seems like you do have something, Lin Guowei said. But that's all it is, a little clever, using illusions to attract attention and then insta-feeling behind the thunder-roaring bear. Then I'll play with you a little more seriously as well. He took a step towards the thunder-roaring bear, and a strange energy filled his body, which then covered the big bear's body. An amazing scene appeared. The two erupted with a light similar to the light of evolution. The light disappeared. The two actually fused together. The body of the thunder-roaring bear changed. The muscles of its massive body solidified, as if they were steel bars intertwined under the skin, filling it with destructive explosive power. The body's shape and limbs were more inclined towards humans compared to animals. Just slightly playing with you. Lin Guowei's voice actually appeared from the thunder-roaring bear's mouth. Looks like old Lin is getting serious. Several other examiners sat on chairs on the high platform to watch the show. an amalgamated class of Imperial Beast talent. It was also the first time that Lu Duan had seen it. Boing boing! The little squid's eyes shone brightly as it merged with the Imperial Beast Master. It asked Lu Duan through its soul contract if it would do this trick. Why don't we merge as well? Road dust. It might be that from the time it was a small broken egg, it was the one that had been absorbing his spiritual power and the star power from the Taisher space. After hatching, it was especially close to Lu Chuan. He also only recently realized that the gender of the little squid was female. It felt like raising a daughter who was like a little cotton-padded jacket. Good boy. That's his Imperial Beast talent. Okay. Although I don't know what attributes this beast pet of yours has and how it touched behind the thunder-roaring bear. As long as the range is big, you have nothing to hide. Lin Guowei growled, the muscles of his thighs violently expanding in a circle, blood vessels traveling across the surface of his skin. Ka-ka-ka-ka. The ground under his feet was overwhelmed and was breaking apart. And then he leapt violently, 40 to 50 meters high, as dense thunder light continued to accumulate and spread across his body. It turned into a dark cloud above his head, and a lightning bolt from the cloud struck it, carrying a thunderous momentum. It fell towards the ground like a meteor. Thundershock, a high-level skill of the thunder system, leaps to the sky, condenses thunder clouds with lightning, absorbs the power of the thunder clouds, and then smashes into the ground. Creatures within range will all receive AoE ranged thunder damage. Bang boom! The earth trembled as the huge body smashed into the ground, and it was as if the ground had turned into water, with countless amounts of smoke and dust as well as debris being shaken up high. Thunder-ons erupted from the sky, filling the entire battle site, transforming into countless tiny thunder snakes roaming around. Everyone's skin tingled like needles. Those who were close were even inadvertently caught in the waves and were electrocuted. This scene caused people's scalps to tingle, and they kept moving backwards. This is the strength of the commander order in the Night Watchman. It wasn't that they hadn't seen the commander rank strike, the perception it gave was not the same at all. Road dust should have lost, right? This move, I feel that all of us together will be instantly fully seconded. Not a level at all, my father is the commander rank. I feel like I don't even deserve to give him shoes. That's not nonsense. Talent, beast pet racial qualification, determines the battle performance. The Night Watchmen are all top existences of the same rank. Bai Yan also shook his head. This kid have said that the commander rank of the Night's Watch and the commander rank outside are not the same thing at all. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated, revealing the scene inside. The earth shattered layer by layer, and the broken rocks plunged upside down. The power of lightning filled the air with a scorched odor. The crowd's pupils shrunk to a pinpoint. Lu Dust's little squid beast pet was floating unharmed in the air at this moment. Not to mention being killed in a second with a single strike. It wasn't even half injured. Lin Guowei, who had fused with the Thunder Lord Bear as one, spoke out in horror. Impossible! However, it was worthy of being a knight vigilant who had been through many battles. The moment the words were spoken, seeing that his enemy didn't fall, his body had already made the next reaction. There was a flash of lightning, instantly arriving in front of the little squid. The bear's clawed thunder snake jumped and ran the little squid's body through. No reality, another illusion? When did you cast the skill? Lin Guowei's zip thunderbolt emerged from his body as he looked around, searching for the little squid's real body. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw in a daze that the illusion that had been penetrated by its claws had actually moved out of its claws. And after that, the tentacles rose against the wind, and finally a vicious whip exploded into his face. Bang! A loud buzzing sound resounded, and a big mouth sent it flying out in a vicious spiral burst. His mind was confused. What was going on? Wasn't that an illusion? He tried to stabilize his body. Instead, he saw an unbelievable scene. The little squid tentacle pulled at the air and a void ripple appeared. Its tentacles pushed the air and drilled into it. The next second, it had already arrived behind him and met him with another tentacle exploding and jerking. The next, it was just like kicking a soccer ball. Bang, 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 bang. He was sent flying as the little squid continuously performed void wandering, making it impossible for him to even take control of his body. Spatial Beast Pet. Super rank skill, void wandering. Super rank skill, voiding. Bai Yan, who was watching the battle, had his eyes glazed over. He finally realized how Lu Duan whooshed to the high platform just now. He also finally knew why the little squid was unharmed, because it had vaporized its body and entered an invincible state. Nima, an off-rank beast pet that controlled 2 super rank skills. What kind of racial qualifications did this little squid have to be able to possess 2 super rank skills at the dematerialization rank? Sky. Above his head, countless coin-sized ripples of emptiness filled the sky, and densely packed spider silks drooped down. It wrapped around Lin Guowei's body, hanging him upside down. The little squid waved its tentacles, illuminating countless shadows in the air, opening up a left-right mode. True to its name, hanging, he was in a bit of a trance, thinking back to what Grandpa said, when you meet road dust, you will abuse it fiercely. The commander rank that he couldn't even defeat was being hung by road dust. Was he sure he wasn't looking for abuse when he encountered him? Is this the person that Jiang Zhenyi valued? All right, put him down. Boing! The little squid let go of the spider and released him. Being hung up and beaten by a junior in front of everyone's eyes made Lin Guowei ashamed and angry. He couldn't keep his face up at all, he was roaring. Damn, you damn. Not counting. I didn't lose it all, Suddenly, countless goosebumps rose on his skin all over his body, entering the state of merging. He had the instinct of a wild beast to avoid harm. As he cursed, road dust deserves to die. A deadly danger came from behind him. He turned his head to look. It was the squid beast pet, the eyes that originally flashed with countless stars. It began to change, the countless stars extinguished and began to become dull. A pair of eyes that did not contain any semblance of emotion. Vaguely, it seemed to see a vast misty world, with countless mists distorting. This caused the latter half of his words to get stuck in his throat and could not be uttered, like a bucket of ice water being poured down from his head, and his mind instantly became clear. He detached himself from his merged state, and his back was already drenched in cold sweat. Everyone's also finally came back to their senses. The scene once again became deathly silent. The shedding stage had fought the commander stage with great force, and the result was an easy victory. Su Xiangyu's eyes collapsed in disbelief of this scene. His lips were dry and cracked, but he knew that Lu Chun also had a monkey. Lu Chun held the little squid and took a step out to the high platform. The little squid spider web outlined and weaved a chair for Lu Dust. It was also very carefully woven into a lazy rocking chair. Can we officially start the night watch selection now? His voice echoed. This time, no one had an opinion. Xiong Haoren and the other Green Glory vigilantes also fell silent, not saying a word, the shock in their eyes evaporating. Since the other party was able to defeat Lin Guowei, it meant that they could likewise defeat them. Spatial beast pets, unless a special skill was used to restrict them, were insurmountable. Xiong Haoren took a deep breath. The vigilante selection contest begins. Chapter 83 Curse System, Mimic Magic Plant, Living Forest. The Night's Watch selection contest officially began. Rumble. Everyone felt the ground beneath their feet shaking. The thick fence on the inner side of the school grounds, which was more than 10 meters high, descended and finally sank completely into the ground. Into the eye was a lush and vigorously verdant forest. Looking towards the forest. Ancient trees were in the sky. The huge canopy was like a green canopy. The color tone was dim. Some sunlight through the gaps of the leaves, projected on the ground to form a dappled pillar of light. This was the location of this selection. Lu Dust glanced at it, and under the vision of God's eyes, the entire forest was shrouded in a layer of energy aura. It was like being alive. Rule 1. This is the starting point. The forest is 20 kilometers long. At the end point, we have place tokens. Get the tokens and return to the starting point from the end point. That is to pass the selection. The number of tokens is limited. First come, first served. Rule number 2. Attacking each other is allowed, but not harming people's lives. Rule 3. It is also not permitted to hug groups to bully the few. All the participants in the selection looked at each other in dismay. 20 kilometers, in today's world of transcendent manifestation, the distance was nothing. A round trip could be completed in 10 minutes amongst the flight faculty. But even thinking with one's ass, one would know that being the selection point of the night watch was certainly not simple. The examination begins with a command. All the people involved in the selection carefully walked towards the forest. Fire-feathered sparrow, observe the surroundings and use insight. Mountain-piercing golden rat, earth movement sensing. There was no lack of cautious people among them who summoned their beast pets. As they entered, the entire forest was like an abyssal maw that ended up swallowing them. Xiong Haoren snapped his fingers. A mechanical box on the ground opened and several fist-sized metal eyes flew out, as well as densely packed mechanical flies. All the compound eyes of the flies were a camera. The mechanical flies flew into the forest. The metal eyeballs, on the other hand, floated in front of Luduan and the others. Their light flickered, and the eyeballs opened and closed. Shooting out rays of light, they projected into the air, turning into a projection of images that lay flat in front of their eyes. Luduan looked on curiously. Name: Thousand Mother Metal Eye. Description: Mechanic product, can project the images seen by the sub. Mechanic product, not a mechanical beast pet. It's also just a prop made by a mechanic. It's worthy of being a mechanic, just like Doraemon's pockets. Any props can be straightened out. Picture: all the participants in the selection process have entered the forest and have traveled for some distance. Few, scared to death. Looks like there's no danger so far. A contestant's tensed muscles relaxed slightly and let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he froze. The large group of people who had previously also entered together did not know when, but he was the only one left. The already dim forest interior was filled with morning frosty white mist at an unknown time. He inexplicably panicked. Looking back, behind him was already covered by dense weeds. He couldn't see the way he came. He couldn't tell where he should go anymore. His direction was lost. And the beast pet that he had summoned to scout the surrounding area was also gone. He began to call out to the beast pet. His foot stepped on the moss on the ground, and steeply, the moss cracked open and swallowed him, and the sound came to an abrupt end. The forest once again returned to silence. This type of thing was constantly on the rise. There was also someone who noticed that something was wrong, and he watched as his beast pet was swallowed by the moss. Fire-breathing dolphin, use flame swirl. He hurriedly commanded his second beast pet to attack. Since it was a forest, it was always fine to set a fire to it. Right at this moment, through the screen, Road Dust saw movement coming from the grass beside him. It was a creature that looked like a pea shooter from Plants vs. Zombies, and it spat out a frozen seed. In an instant, the fire-breathing dolphin was frozen into ice. At the same time, a large tree next to this Imperial Beastmaster, with a number of branches hanging down, suddenly acted like a boa constrictor, binding it heavily, yanking it into the canopy, and hanging it upside down. People with insufficient strength and ability began to massively reduce the number of people. Lu Chun nodded. Sure enough, this forest was alive. Selection Forest. It was a part of the being giant Abyss Realm Earth Cave Abyss Realm. However, due to the spatial collision when falling into the Blue Star, some of the edge parts of the Earth Cave Abyssal Realm crumbled, and it just randomly fell nearby, forming a small Abyssal Realm. As time passed, it completely integrated into the Blue Star. This appraisal forest was one of the small fragments formed. There were some aborigines living inside the forest, and under the influence of the Earth Cave ecosphere, a creature called Mimic Magic Plant survived inside. The appearance is the same as a normal plant, which is their mimetic disguise. Fish and dragons mixed in the forest and were extremely difficult to distinguish. They would move and cover the path outsiders came from, making people lose their way and unable to walk out of the forest. Those who were not strong enough were eliminated. Those who were not eliminated began to discover the unusual one after another. Bang, boom, boom. Smoke and explosions kicked up everywhere inside the forest. There was even no lack of tough people among the candidates. It started with the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their abilities. Among them, there were those who chose to use their speed and strong flesh to fight hard and break the game with their strength. There are also those who can't beat it and join in, and their beast pets are also anthropomorphic beast pets, for example, Soft Mud Monster. This is similar to a Play-Doh-like beast pet that can transform into other beast pets, but it is easy to be recognized. After transforming into other beast pets, it still carries some of the characteristics of the mud monster on its body. This Imperial Beast Mistress has turned the Mud Skipper into a Mimic Magic Plant and hid herself on the Mud Skipper, thus avoiding being attacked. This Bai Shallow is really a monster. A heartfelt exclamation came from the side. Lu Duan was also looking at the screen image where Bai Shallow was with an astonished expression. Behind Bai Shallow's back, an illusory figure emerged, a scarecrow hanging upside down, radiating a black lightscape that enveloped Bai Shallow. Wherever it passed, a tree, flower, or plant rushed to pull its roots out of the ground and rustled and fled with open feet, true pulling their legs and running. Lu Chen's eyes stared. This was a cursed lineage beast pet. Unconventional beast pet. Curse system, It could add various debuffs, negative effects to the enemy, and some could even cut down on the opponent's luck, making them incredibly unlucky and unlucky in everything. I didn't expect that this one dorky girl's beast pet would actually be a curse system thing. The contrast was a bit big. In addition, there was Bai Yen. His native ace beast pet was an elemental type creature with mercury bubbling all over its body. Silver elemental elf. The silver elemental elf transformed into a puddle of silver and filled Bai Yan's body surface. Just like the Venom from the movie Venom, his entire body changed, with mercury churning all over his body. Whoosh! The whip-like branches tried to bind him heavily. But there was no way around it. His body turned into mercury and flowed out of the crevice before continuing on. Don't waste your efforts. In the elementalized state, your physical attacks won't work on me. Bai Yen clenched his fist and slammed it into the earth. The mercury poured over, and the strong toxicity also made many of the mimic magic plants pull their legs out and run. He was a bit dejected, but soon sighed poorly. Originally, he thought that this selection would be a scene where he would pretend to be a pussy. I didn't expect that it would all be finished by road dust. Bullying these mimicry magic plants appeared to be low-ah. I really don't have the means to beat Ludwan right now. I only have a beast pet. He acknowledged Ludwan's strength, and if he went up against it, he guessed that he really couldn't beat it. Because Bai Yan's talent was a bit special, he could only contract elemental creatures of unconventional lineages outside of gold, grass, water, fire, and earth. Even with his grandfather's help in searching for it, the whereabouts were delayed. Either the race was too low, either it is not suitable, so there is a delay in contracting a second beast pet. Elemental creatures, their racial qualifications were not fixed. They were all condensed from the elements. The favorites of heaven and earth, born between heaven and earth. The element that formed them determined their upper limit. The same fire element if born in ordinary magma, and born in volcanic magma where a phoenix once nirvana'd. The racial qualifications of the two could be one commander species and one monarch species. That little squid should be his native beast pet. When I contract a second beast pet and have a 2 versus 2 doubles, I should be able to beat him. He had this confidence, the elemental system talent, but it was capable of elemental stacking, plus the increase of the Great Sun Mind Stream secret art. Once he contracted a second beast pet, he was so strong that he was afraid of himself. Time passed by 1 second. There were already quite a few people who had reached the finish line, gotten their tokens, and started to return. But, according to Rule 2, it is possible to attack each other, and it is not allowed to harm people's lives. That means it is possible to rob others of their tokens. A lot of people, in order to recuperate, stayed in the forest, and made up their minds at the beginning to preserve their stamina and strength. 4. Snatching other people's tokens. Boom, boom, boom. The nature of the selection had changed when those who had gotten the tokens started to return. The two sides with and without tokens became hostile. Those who had gotten the token had to be wary of the attacks of the mimic magic plants on the one hand, and on the other hand, they had to be wary of the other selectors. On the other hand, they had to guard against the sneak attacks of the other selectors. Some of them succeeded in defeating each other and got the token. Some managed to guard the token. As for Bai Yen and Bai Shallow, no one dares to mess with them, going to look for trouble with them. Isn't that the old man eating arsenic looking for death? 2 hours later, selection closed. P.S. Thanks to the bright magician playing basketball, the kind villager eating steak, book friend 338-041-7615, book friend 319-644-1489, the excellent munchkin playing mahjong, Ah-Chung, the skinny prime minister hiding, the cold-blooded mecha warrior urging for more work, the early morning, it's time for a nap, the idle man talking about the past, Xianze, the six-on star, the delicate queen of the shadow making tea, the amiable clown getting high on CP, and the big-toothed munchkin tiger, agile clown digging for gold, quiet palm picking up bottles, ATRI my DEA, book clubmate 500-926-1771, petite warlord digging for gold, Linyu Mi Manchi, naive dozong strongman getting high on CP, sunshine's goddess hiding from the sun, Qing Tian He Hai, tomorrow will be better, Zhao Feng Hai Yi Duyun, King's loneliness, Jia Shun's voting support. Chapter 84 None joined? The cloud mass crashed into the present world. The selection school ground. Most of the people were unimaginative, gray-headed, and unimaginative as they lay on the ground, huffing and puffing. The auras of the beast masters were also all depleted due to the frequent use of cured skills used for confrontation. The beast pets were similar, Their stamina as well as elemental energy had also been depleted from the successive battles. Road Dust glanced at, "Oh, exempt, Left Xiangyu is not in the crowd. It is still the same person dish addiction Left Xiangyu. Give you the opportunity is not useful Congratulations on passing the test. You can choose any one pillar to join." Xiong Haoran continued, "Join my fifth pillar. In addition to the basic resources, the Pillar Master will conduct an open class once a month. You have doubts in cultivation, you can ask. At the same time, our fifth pillar has a senior breeder in attendance who can conduct beast pet planning tailored to your needs. The remaining few examiners also threw out their conditions." Road Dust. Damn, Jiang Zhini didn't say, do we still have to rob people? Right? At this time, Lin Guowei spoke up. "Perhaps you guys don't understand the individual characteristics of each of our 10 pillars of the Night's Watch. The Night Vigilantes divided into 10 pillars, 5 pillars guarding the human frontier, and 5 pillars on the frontline battlefield. Every 3 years, these 2 groups rotate. Next year it will be the other 5 pillars' turn to go to the frontline battlefields. By joining us in the 3rd pillar, you won't need to go to the frontline battlefields, you'll need to wait for the next rotation. You are all still students and new recruits, you don't need to go directly to the frontline battlefields to kill, but during the winter and summer vacations every year, you need to go forward to patrol and train in places close to the frontline battlefields." Many people revealed their intentions. Frontline battlefields, flesh and blood grinders, the first front line of the confrontation between humans and demons. Danger was the main theme there. Many people flocked to join the 3rd pillar where Lin Guowei was. "There's more." Lin Guowei glanced at Lu Duan. "Some of you know about the 10th pillar, some of you don't. Their former pillar master defected. The entire 10th pillar was subjected to a major purge. Today, apart from the parachuted pillar master and Lu Duan in front of him, there are probably no others. The 10th pillar, next year, is also one of the pillars that will be rotated to the frontline battlefield." Everyone clamored. "There are only 2 people in the 10th pillar, and they're going to the frontline battlefield next year? Isn't this the end of the line? Maybe the newcomers to the Night's Watch would have to go and kill as well? This is of course impossible," Lin Guowei is to say in a serious way. "The headquarters has not yet discussed the program about the 10th column to go to the frontline battlefield next year. The greatest possibility is not to have to go. After all, 10 columns are finished by the great cleaning, big cats and small cats 2 or 3, to go to the frontline battlefield what? However, their purpose is to make the 10th pillar unable to recruit any people and finally make Kong Yung-yi, a person who came from the air who is not a member of the Vigilante's own faction, unable to perform the task of guarding the frontline battlefield, and hand back the position of the Pillar Master. Not 2, but 3. Lu Duan was bashful and didn't argue with the other party because it was the truth. He stretched out his finger and compared it to 3. There was also Luo Anfei, the big ice lump. This was expected of him. Ever since Bai Yan talked to him about the 10 pillars and the fact that Jiang Zhini had come airborne, he knew that it might not be too good to recruit people. If Jiang Zhini had come in person, it would have been fine, and with the promise of some resources, it was expected that quite a few people would have joined. But this was a false proposition. With her understanding of Jiang Zhini, she wouldn't do this, probably just love to come and not come to the 10th pillar and then pull back. Whatever. Leave it to Jiang Zhini's headache. Lu Duan inwardly calm. "I'm only here to take over a shift. Moreover, the Myth Bureau is a formidable existence in Jiang Zhini's mouth. Even Dr. Yanagi is a member of it. It should be easy to solve the personnel problem." Soon, everyone had finished choosing according to their area and the characteristics of each pillar. Without any surprises, no one chose the 10th pillar. There were only 2 heavy hitters left in the entire room that had yet to be chosen. Bai Yan, Bai Shallow. The Xiong Haoran 9 walked up with a smile on their faces. "Mr. Bai, Miss Bai, how about it? Have you considered it well enough to join our 5th pillar?" "Bull, how come I'm joining your central domain? Our 8th pillar's pillar master is also an elemental system royal beast master. Surely join our 8th pillar." "Bull, your 8th pillar is no good. My 1st pillar is the strongest." Seeing that they were going to fight, Bai Yan put his hands in his pockets. "No need to fight. I'll join the 10th pillar." He had previously made up his mind to join the 10th pillar and challenge Jiang Zhini. Clam? They were confused, adding, "Joining the 10th pillar?" Bai Yan looked like an expert loneliness. Instantly all eyes were on him. He was a little happy inside. It felt so good to pretend. This person is right? This is a lot of inner voice of the heart, close to a total of 3 people of the 10th column. Next year will be rotated to the front line of the battlefield. This go to send death. Bai Shallow walked next to Road Dust. "Me too. Chasing the light. She wants to chase the light. She wanted to know if she had felt wrong at that time, whether or not Lu Duan was the light in her world. Hiya! Bai Yen grinned. It seems that Bai Shallow is the protector brother. See, I came to the 10th pillar, always reluctant to go out but also joined the 10th pillar of the town of the Eastern Domain. I didn't realize that you, Bai Shallow, are still a disciple supporting devil. You stink. Oh, her disciple is me, that's fine. Xiong Haoran's few people looked at each other in disbelief. They all thought that they were the biggest competitors with each other. But what the hell is joining the 10th pillar? Okay. He looked at Lu Duan. What do you say? What else could one say? Both of them were very strong. Even if Jiang Zheni came, he couldn't be picky. Welcome aboard. The dust settled. Xiong Haoran, Lin Guowei, and the others were as uncomfortable as if they had eaten a dead fly. Originally their purpose was to make Jiang Zheni unable to recruit a single person. Unexpectedly, the two demons, Bai Shallow and Bai Yen, ran over, which were able to be cultivated as core seeds. That? I'd like to ask, when will those eliminated people probably come out? Someone saw that his friend had not come out for a long time, so he had some questions. Xiong Haoran was stunned. Haven't they come out yet? It was reasonable to say that the mimic magic plants and the Night Watch had an agreement that they would not harm their lives, and would release them after the selection was over. Suddenly, he raised his eyes to look, and his eyes instantly froze. In the forest, it was unknown when it was shrouded in white smoke, like a cloud above the 9 heavens falling to the ground. What's going on here? This forest had always been odd. Whenever a foreign creature entered, it would automatically diffuse a white mist like the morning fog. It was not offensive, so they took it as the talent of those mimic magic plants. This is the first time I've seen it so thick, almost so thick that it condenses into substance like a marshmallow. From a distance, it was as if the entire forest was growing in a giant cloud. Suddenly, the entire white mist that had condensed into substance began to shrink continuously. The only person in the entire room was Bai Yen, who stared with wide eyes, his mouth continuously emitting the 2 words of the national truth. P.S. Mimanchi Big Brother, Inspiration Pill, 6-Man Star Big Brothers, Inspiration Pill, Eternal Night Without Light Big Brothers, Bishin. Thank you for the reward support. This book update, the bottom of the daily 6,000 words, maybe 2 more, maybe 3 more, anyway, is about 6,000 words, sometimes for the sake of plot coherence, just 3K a chapter. If there is an increase in the number of updates, the daily update will be 9K. I'm going to set a rule for the extra work: 500 golden votes plus 1 more chapter. 5 reward plus 1 more chapter. Do not reward more. $1 is enough. Let the data look good. Reward more bad. The site divided in half. Not to mention, everyone's money is not the wind blowing. To be able to open a member, I'm terrified. I'm thankful. The daily update is put out together at night because the book flag has an audit. Usually the next morning when you get up and squat just can read it. Golden votes currently 1,500. Oh, more 3 chapters. Tomorrow start to make up. Chapter 85, Unconventional Elemental Elf. Mist, for K. Thick white smoke rolled like a stream of water. The smoke and haze vaporized under the sun's rays. All of the white mist converged towards the sky and condensed. The speed of convergence was too fast, turning into a white mist tornado vortex that stood in the sky. The scene is spectacular. Something is absorbing this white mist. Someone's eyes stared at what kind of creature it was. A few minutes later, the white mists that filled the entire forest all disappeared. It turned into a huge ball of white cotton wool that floated in the sky, writhing continuously as if it were alive. Buzz! The wind rose and the elemental particles in a radius of tens of miles surged madly towards that cotton wool. Those who failed the selection had previously gotten lost in the forest because of the thick fog. Now all of them are also coming out of the forest. Selection of forests in. Some of the mimetic magic plants looked up at the sky and twisted their bodies, their leaves rustling. Obviously, this is a sign that they are happy. Light green energy coalesced on their surfaces, and finally meandered and converged together, turning into a green river that also merged into that cotton wool. The crowd was a bit confused. What is this? Several selection officers were also puzzled. Xiong Haoran's royal beast talent was danger sense, but he didn't perceive any danger. Only Bai Yen was wide-eyed and incomparably excited, as if he had been smashed in the jackpot, his mouth constantly shouting. The excitement inside him was beyond words. Soon, the materialized white mist had accumulated enough energy. An endless white light erupted out, burning the eyes and piercing the eyes. It's as if there is a mysterious creator, creating masterpieces of life. Buzz. The heavens and the earth trembled and the whole forest swayed as if in a salute to the birth of life. The rich white light dissipated. What emerged was a strange life form, humanoid in shape, made entirely of white smoke, only 40 centimeters tall with blurred features. Its lower body is instead a small vortex. Elemental creatures. Everyone's eyes glazed over and exclamations of shock escaped their mouths. They actually saw the birth of the elemental elves. Elemental beast pets are extremely difficult to give birth to, a favorite of heaven and earth born and bred. Moreover, elemental creatures had a unique racial talent of being able to elementalize. Immunity to physical damage, as well as energy damage with an elemental mastery level lower than your own. It's an extremely rare and sought-after transcendental creature. Captured for sale, they can fetch astronomical prices if the racial qualification cap is high. The only thing I'm a little sorry about is this. An elemental creature whose racial qualifications are limited by the land or environment that gave birth to it. Unfortunately, the forest of selection has been integrated into the blue star for close to 2,000 years now, and without a high degree of power, its qualifications are probably not high. They shook their heads and said, "It's also too far away from us. By the time we get over there, it's probably all run away, or we could make a small fortune." Elemental creatures, very difficult to capture. Listening to their conversation, Road Dust's face was odd. Name: Mist Elemental Elf. Strength: Upper Elite Rank. Attribute: Elemental. Qualification: Upper Overlord Species. Description: the favorite of heaven and earth, a life form born in the white mist, whose racial qualification reaches the upper level of the Overlord species due to the fact that the forest in which it was conceived used to be part of a high-level ecosystem. The upper hegemonic species, which you call average qualifications. This forest was once a corner of the giant abyssal realm, Earth Cave Abyssal Realm, but because of the spatial collision at the time of integration, it was turned into debris and fell here, turning into a small abyssal realm. The environmental niche that spawned the elemental elves was not weak. Except for Road Dust, there was also another person who knew the qualifications of the mist elemental elves. That would be White Rock. The feedback that came from Bai Yan's imperial beast talent, this fog elemental elf in front of him was not weak in qualifications. His body was trembling slightly with excitement, finally finding a suitable second beast pet. Not good. Bai Yan saw the fog elemental elves gradually moving away. It will be a needle in a haystack when we come back to it. Road Dust, help me. He pleaded with Road Dust. Nowadays, the only thing that could catch up with the fog elemental elves was the space department. You're welcome. Road Dust flicked his lips and teeth and said faintly, "Little squid, a show of hands. Consider it as compensation for having accidentally stolen their Daichi Mindstream secret art." Boing! The little squid tentacles slashed through the air as it used Void Wander continuously. The figure was flickering and moving. It soon caught up to the fog elemental elf. The mist elemental elf sensed the danger and roared, his body turning into a white mist giant as his aura exploded out. The endless mist materialized and strangled towards the little squid. Sound and fury. This caused Xiong Haoran and the others to stagnate in their faces. Upper elite rank strength. Born into the upper elite ranks? They looked at each other. The judgment was wrong. The racial qualifications of this fog elemental elf are all at least hegemonic species. Their breathing is rapid, whether they take it to sell it or cultivate it. As their next beast pet, it is the existence of the optimal solution. Their eyes flickered, and after weighing the pros and cons, they gave up. Luduan was helping Bai Yan capture and offended the Bai family, and in a justified situation, their pillar masters couldn't even protect them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the sky, the forms of the little squid and the fog elemental elf leapt around and shifted. This elemental system was also really bad to deal with, and physical attacks were completely ineffective. The little squid's spiders bound it so heavily that it could shatter into molecules of mist and escape. There is no way to restrict their movement, and there is no way to capture them and bring them back. Seeing this scene, Lin Guowei and the others were secretly happy that Bai Yan had joined the 10th pillar and was not destined to be on the same path. The weaker they are, the better. Better yet, you just can't catch this mist elemental elf. They expected the fog elemental elves to escape. But this scene was not destined to happen. Bang! Once again, the mist elemental elf was bound by the spider silk, and it escaped as elemental molecules, coalescing not far away. The figure had just coalesced. Another spider silk shot in. Seeing that the other party was slow to take their own, the newly born mist elemental elf was still childish. It took it upon itself to clutch this shooting spider silk and wrap it around its neck a few times, pretending to be hanged, making faces, and then engaging in a silent cackle of laughter. But it didn't realize that this spider silk, which it had voluntarily wrapped around its neck, was different from the previous one. A strange energy diffused and a sense of sleepiness set in. Next, it blinked before its eyes and found itself in a strange world. An endless mist of starlight filled the air. Having just been born with a spirit, its little head flashed with confusion. Where is this? So much fog. Is it hard to believe? Is it my kind? Out of nowhere, it saw, in that mist, a terrifying figure reflected in the haze, an octopus as huge as a mountain. Then, with a swoosh, the tentacles swept it up and pulled it into the mist. Fog fog. Terrified screams continued to come from the star fog. Reality STH. The fog elemental elf floated in the air, unconscious. Its hazy features were frowning, and a frightened misty sound came out of its mouth every now and then. Apparently, the little squid had given it a nightmare by dragging it into Phantom Dream Prison. Boing! The little squid looked at the sleeping mist elemental elf and patted its head with its tentacles. You really think there's nothing I can do about you? Just trying to look tired so the sentinel can compliment, hug, and lift high later. Otherwise, just your little karami, squid me, can be instantaneous seconds. Spider silks intertwined and transformed into a birdcage, locking it inside and lifting it with its tentacles. The little squid foreigner returned to Ludum's side with a labored look of overuse of his abilities. Boing! It panted, lying on top of Ludwan's head, its 8 tentacles hanging down softly against its scalp, spitting out its little tongue, deflated. Road dust. This acting doesn't work, but still satisfy each other and rub its little head. Hard work. Oh my god. Ludum carried the birdcage containing the mist elemental elf and handed it to Bai Yen. The latter took it excitedly. Awesome. How did you get it to fall asleep? Go, 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 go. Back to the dojo and prepare to contract my second beast pet. Looking at their departing backs, Xiong Haoran and the others finally came back to their senses, and their sights coalesced on the little squid lying on top of Lu Duan's head. A trance. As vigilantes, they've seen a lot. In addition to the space system, there is also a dream system. What kind of monster beast pet is this? Lin Guowei opened his mouth even more. He hadn't lost unjustly. Horses don't stop. The 3 of them, Ludwig Dust, returned to the Great Sun Dojo. Grandpa, I'm going to contract a second beast pet. Bai Yen looked around for Bai Whooping. It was then learned that Beck Mu Ping was not at the dojo and had gone out not long ago. Hi-ya. Looks like the old man won't be able to personally witness me contracting a second beast pet. He waved his hand at Road Dust. Then I'll go ahead and contract a beast pet. Lu Yurong and Lu Duan's 2-room, 1-bathroom temporary residence. Lu Yurong was educating the moon elf. Aren't all of you light systems genderless? Why do you act like licking dogs when you see a little squid? Never be a lickspittle, you hear me? Moon. The moon elf nodded. Suddenly, as if it sensed something, its eyes lit up and it flew over and twisted the door handle open. A pleasurable sound came out of his mouth as he looked at the little squid on Ludum's head, and holding a glass of water, he handed it to the little squid. Squidgy waved his hand in denial. Squidgy me. I only drink the water that the Imperial Beastmaster connects me to. Destroy it. Lu Yurong furiously rolled his eyes. Lu Yurong, have been wise for a lifetime. Why do I have this kind of dog-licking beast pet? Finished? She inquired. Road Dust gave a general account of what happened today. Ha ha ha. As a result of going halfway there, the ones joining your 10th pillar are Bai Yen and Bai Shallow? Wouldn't that be a wasted trip? Might as well just invite the 2 of them to join right there in the dojo. Laughing, Lu Yurong is also worried inside. Next year we'll go to the frontline battlefield. Plus Jiang and you guys. A total of 4 people. How to do? No, it's 5. Road Dust looked at her. Don't forget that Jiang Zheni said that you are also going to join the Night's Watch in the back. The smile faded as Lu Yurong. Is it too late for me to cut ties? Wait for death, when Grandma can have a banquet and recover the money she has paid out with the portions over the years. Blah blah blah. Lu Yurong was furious. Every day you just think of opening your sister-in-law's seat. Fart. My mother's moon is shy, fish and geese. At a glance it is not the face of early death. Dislike each other a bit on a daily basis. Returning to business, Luduan inquired. How is your great sun mind stream mystic art doing? Already able to increase the battle power of the beast pet by 10%. Basically learned it all. The latter only needs to be learned diligently and painstakingly. Luduan nodded. Then tomorrow, take you to the profound realm to work on your practical combat skills. Oh, just wait. I'll show you how powerful the future Lu Tianwang will be. She jumped at the chance. She hadn't tried a beast pet versus beast pet battle yet. She was both expectant and excited. Then I'll go find a field and practicing skill moves with the moon elves. Left to himself, Road Dust washed up and changed into clean clothes. He sat cross-legged on the couch. Looking within himself in the Imperial Beast space, the shoots of the Eternal God Tree were still gulping in breath. The shoots have grown a little larger than before. It's very peculiar, Road Dust found out as it grows. The Imperial Beast space was slowly expanding in all directions. Not much, but as the owner of the Imperial Beast space, he was able to feel the subtle changes. Idle STH. He also began to learn to cultivate the Great Sun Mind Stream secret art. Honestly, he felt like it had gotten stale. The principle of practicing the Great Sun Spiritual Flow secret art is to empty the mind and use the energy of the Great Sun to reflect the mind. Favor a special type of meditation that develops your mind. But now that the light of the sun is disliked by the power of the stars in his body, in his own hands he should be called Star Mind Stream Secret Art? Whatever. Able to increase the battle power of the beast pet by up to double, this stuff smells pretty good and is quite useful. Enough to be the winner in a fight at the same level. As he practiced, the star power that had been drawn into reality from the space of the beginning was divided into a small strand and given to Luduan to carry out the cultivation of the secret art. Bai Shallow finished washing up and walked out of the bathroom. Her residence, across the street from Road Dust, was on the first floor on both sides, with balconies separated by a grassy space. Out of nowhere, out of the corner of her eye, she lit up with blinding energy. Any bit of light in a dark and dim world seemed harsh. The world, which should have been devoid of light in her eyes, had a blinding light. She went out onto the balcony and looked out across it. Clearly visible, there was energy filling the house across the street, penetrating the clear glass and radiating outside. The name of that energy is called light. For a world where no light exists in her eyes, it's just a weak candle flame. But, for her, it was the only light in the world. She stared blankly, her eyes, pure as the sky, had bright lights fluctuating in them. Other side, the remains of where the Institute once stood are in pieces. The wreckage of the Institute's buildings was scattered everywhere. The entire Institute, all of it, was destroyed, the ancient fossil resurrection machines were taken, and all the research materials and data were gone. The anger in Kang Yungyi's heart was exploding. Her dream was to explore the truth of the myths of the Imperial Beast world, dig up the full history. Now all that work has gone up in flames. Inch by inch, she searched the secret realm, looking for traces of that so-called alchemy order and that mole, a group of alchemists long lost to history. Why would it suddenly resurface and have to steal an ancient fossil resurrection machine? Click! The time beast pet, flower of history, has made a discovery. Her eyes glazed over. This is Chapter 86 Knockout Chamber of Commerce, Alchemy Order Present. Jiang Zhini emerges from the secret realm of the Institute. Her eyes twinkled. A call was made. Can you mechanics check something for me? Find out for me the last pillar master of the 10th pillar of the Night's Watch. Also, he snatched the transcendent prop from the Breeders' Association back then. Give me the relevant information about it. In the afternoon, after dinner, Lu Duan shouted for Lu Yurong to go out for a stroll, only to receive the reply that she wanted to cultivate. Tomorrow it's going to be the beast pet match. It made her, a 28-year-old novice sentinel, both excited and apprehensive. No way. Road Dust had to come alone to stroll around Lin Yuan City. The folk were tough, and one adventurer after another was followed by beast pets, all kinds of different attributes and forms. Seeing the situation, Lu Duan also summoned Qi Tian and let it come out for some air. This fellow, with some rolls, doesn't summon it out on weekdays, so it just absorbs the high concentration of energy purified from the other side next to the sapling of the Eternal God Tree. Perform elemental mastery and skill proficiency exercises. Both beast pets are out there. The little squid lay on his head, while Qi Tian used form change to shrink to the size of a hand puppet and sat on his shoulder. The two little ones curiously surveyed what they saw. Lin Yuan City, divided into the south and north of the city. South of the city, it's the center of downtown. North of the city, near the outskirts, this was also the place where quite a few large chambers of commerce and adventurers gathered the most. The Earth Cave Abyssal Realm as a giant abyssal realm. The forbidden contamination inside had subsided, and countless adventurers were stationed there, traveling inside to explore. And then they take their harvest and sell it. All kinds of beast pet materials were available, much richer than the ancient capital side. Luduan just happened to need to purchase some materials for the preparation of magic potions as well. Energy potions, also a type of magic potion. The materials for magic potions are the organs or limbs of transcendental creatures. His eyes gazed behind an adventurer. Tall in stature, its hand carried something like a snakeskin. Fire lizard's remains. Ground into powder and given to a fire-type beast pet, it can briefly enhance the power of the fire-type moves of the fire-type beast pet. Look at the other one. Eye of 1,000 lampreys. When taken, the skin of the body radiates light, an essential magic potion when exploring dimly lit caves. Road dust, all glowing, exploring a dark cave. Sure you won't be a target? What cave? Isn't it good to go to a nightclub and become the hottest boy? To cut to the chase, magic potions. It all relied on these materials obtained from the ferocious beasts to be blended, and the one thing that was better than taking it directly was this. The waste of energy could be avoided to the greatest extent possible. For example, the lighted eye of 1,000 lampreys. It only keeps your skin glowing for 2 hours after swallowing it. When you make a magic potion, you can light up for most of the day. Of course, both of the above are magic potions that don't amount to much. There were expensive magic potions that could shorten the growth time of a beast pet, or even make it grow much faster. Kryptonian exclusive magic potion. Road Dust realized that all the adventurers, with the materials they had harvested, were moving in and out of a building that covered a large area. It's a large chamber of commerce. The name is interestingly titled Knockout Chamber of Commerce. Road Dust was deep in thought. The name? Sure it's not a dark store? He took his cell phone to check. It's not really. It's a large chamber of commerce in the Daxia chain with a reputation. Hello, honored guest. Is this a sale or a purchase? Purchase. Do you have any dream system as well as space system related material items here? Little Squid is space-based, dream-based, and fantasy-based. 3 rare to extreme attributes. Higher ceiling, stronger, which means not so good promotion. Elemental mastery levels up very slowly. Spatial faculties, which required constant entry into the void and perception of the power of space. With the dream system, they need to be allowed to dream. The more emotionally rich they are in the dream, the better, and then devour their dream bubbles. Power of illusion, this cannot be raised, and can only be raised after the commander rank. When the guide lady heard that she wanted to buy the space and dream system material, her eyes lit up. A big customer, ah. Immediately, he took Road Dust to see the relevant material. Looking at the series of zeros, he fell silent once again. Well. Entry-level space-based material. Void crystal. Size of a thumbtack. $10 million. Dream pure vegetable. 1 vial. 800 W. After all, poor people don't deserve it anymore. He already had a hunch that the little squid was going to be an ultimate gold-swallowing powerhouse. Damn the system, when are we going to get some quests? Making money is actually simple for him. Energy crystals. Something that has never existed in this world. Extremely nutritious, extremely filling, and comes in different attribute flavors. Energy crystals of high quality were also able to subconsciously enhance the potential of beast pets. And evolutionist inheritance plus eyes of God. He was able to view the evolution paths of all beast pets. Taking out any rare path, one that could push the limits of the race, would be able to garner a large amount of money. But, for him, a person with no background and no power to bring this out, isn't that a child holding gold through the downtown? It's not the same as a nurturer. Road Dust exposed his identity as a breeder because a breeder would also just help people make plans for formulating beast pets and making magic potions such as energy potions. Plus, Kang Yong-yi was researching ancient fossil machines with Dr. Yanagi at the age of 28 and became a professor of archaeology at the age of 22. I'm 18 years old senior cultivator, why not? And then forced Lai directly light up the identity of the Myth Bureau. I obtained a cultivator's inheritance in the relics cannot. Energy crystals, which will cause an industry shock and move the interests of countless people, is no less than an epic-making product. Of course, Road Dust could also lie and claim that it came with the breeder's inheritance that he obtained inside the relics. The human heart is greedy. You have obtained such a good thing as energy crystals. Is it possible that you don't have others? there will definitely be a steady stream of trouble ensuing. Low profile is the way to go. Anyway, with the system, invincibility is just a matter of time. Purchased some attribute material not available in Gudu. Road Dust left the knockout chamber of commerce. Two men brushed past him. Boing! The little squid whimpered. He told Road Dust that these two had the same aura as the one who played with bugs. Road Dust's eyes twinkled. A compounder? The companions had once entered the prison of illusions, and they were disciples of the assassin organization, the Church of the Players. Once upon a time in Phantom Prison, the forbidden existence they believed in, the god of playing with fate, also tried to invade the Phantom Prison through their memories. It was slapped to pieces by the Lord of the Eternal Beginning Spirituality of Lu Duan. The illusory dream prison memorized its scent. Therefore, the little squid caught the smell on them at a glance. Road Dust followed. The little squid stealthily opened the void ripples, the spider silk probing into them, utilizing the principle of a megaphone. Eavesdrop on their conversations. Soon, Road Dust rubbed his chin. Black Market. Is it an event held in the face of all the Imperial Beastmasters who embrace the side of the evil god? The date will be this evening. Quite a few cultists from various churches have snuck in. Because I heard that there was an organization called the Alchemy Order that put out word that they had information about the forbidden egg in their hands. Forbidden egg? What the hell? His eyes narrowed. The same order that attacked Dr. Yanagi? Lu Duan's curiosity was so great that he was eager to go in and see that little squid, Chi Tian. All possessed the power of the evil god's side. He could pass for a cultist in a minute. But reason stopped his curiosity. Forget about it, he is a dematerialization rank, running to jump inside that is not looking for death. A dog's life is important. Road Dust prided himself on being a very reasonable person, and curiosity killed the cat. Ding! Issuing a mission, inviting the host to enter the black market. Road Dust. Sanity? Sanity is something. I have this. Chapter 87 Taboo Incarnation? The stunned crowd. The time for the black market to open was tonight. Playing was fun, fooling around was fun. Although he had triggered a system mission, Lu Duan wasn't going to joke around with his tiny life for the sake of the mission. It's not like there's a penalty for not completing the system mission, so live within your means. The magic mirror doll is still in the ancient capital. Beast pets on airplanes can only be collected into the royal beast space. It is not Lu Duan's beast pet and cannot be collected into the royal beast space. Plus it was only coming for a few days, so he didn't let the other party come. He pondered, deducing a bit in his mind. The space-based ability granted a powerful escape ability. +1 ignores pollution. Not much of a problem, feasible. If it really didn't work, the big deal would be to just throw out the piece of the Lord of the Zodiac's clothes and contaminate them to death. Chi Tian. Disguise yourself as someone else and go purchase a costume for me. These days, beast pets had wacky powers. The last time he had opened the Moonwatch Snow Mountain ruins, he had been found out by Jiang Zhini. Very quickly, a black robe and a mask were purchased. Everything was ready, all we needed was an east wind. Black market. It was an industry black word. The full name is called Dark Bazaar, and the owner behind it is unknown. The time of its existence can be traced back to the period when the transcendent power descended, and it is an existence with a long history. It is a neutral camp that favors evil. Not only were they found in Daxia, they were also found in all the other kingdoms, not only making deals with humans on the forbidden evil side. Similarly, they also made deals with the Imperial Beastmaster Association on the order-keeping side. The kingdoms had also thought of destroying them, but destroying couldn't be done because of the location where it was held. It's located inside Relic of God. To be precise, the Alliance guessed that it was a child god relic. It was because they found out that sometimes there were black markets opened in different areas. Plus, the other party didn't mess around, much less cause destruction in the human frontier. Over time, the Alliance of Nations also acquiesced to their existence. The white moon hung high, pouring moonlight towards the earth. The wilderness near the Cave Abyss Realm. Influenced by the atmosphere of the Abyss Realm, the ferocious beasts living here were somewhat ferocious, and the ecological environment also favored the Abyss Realm. They come out in the wilderness by day and go out at night. And, at this time in the dim night color, there were many people with masks and wearing strange costumes touching the wilderness. The ferocious beasts were so frightened that they fled with their tails between their legs. These people kept their distance from each other and advanced towards a valley. Lin Yuan City, which was a city of mixed fish and dragons, had many adventurers exploring inside the Earth Cave abyssal realm. There was also no shortage of evil god followers who embraced the forbidden power. The moment they stepped into the valley, the sky spun around and the scene changed. The world in front of them became pitch black, and a path lit with a cold light snaked under their feet, following the path to the end. In front of everyone was a huge wall. It was made of a single red brick that stood in front of them, extending infinitely in length, width, and height. It was as if it was the end of the world, blocking everyone's path. Zzz. The red bricks diffused a bizarre liquid, bright red like blood, intertwined with each other, and transformed into 3 arch-shaped light doors below. Small, large, and small combined constructions. The door in the middle was the largest and most lofty, tens of meters high. The ones on the sides were only a few meters. And the arch in the center had a wooden and iron basin set in it, with charcoal burning inside. Beside the fire basin, there was a row of skulls erected, half embedded in the wall. The door into the black market appeared. Everyone walked towards these 3 arched doors. Bang! Someone had just stepped into the arched light door in the center when the charcoal bonfire above his head lit up a small flame. And then, this person was instantly catapulted several meters and rolled several times on the ground. Self-importance. Laughter echoed. New here, right? Just chose to embrace taboo, right? Depending on the strength of the forbidden power in your body, and depending on the strength of the evil god's breath in your body, the bonfire above your head will burst into flames at different heights. The skull next to the bonfire is the scale, and the only way to qualify to walk through the front door is to make the 3rd skull light up, also jokingly called Skull Power 3 Stages. The bonfire at the main gate was the strongman detector. Most of the people chose to walk through the side gates on either side. During that time, there were also some people who went through the main gate, the bonfire burned and the skulls lit up. Every time someone went in through the front door, they would attract envious gazes. Someone exclaimed, "The power of 6 skeletons." This person wore an evil ghost mask, and he rode on a tiger-type beast pet. The tiger was already deformed and twisted, and on his forehead, the word king, a large sarcoma grew. The breath transformed into an illusory face floating in the air, as if there were severe ghosts hissing. Everyone was silenced. The strong would be respected wherever they went. The crowd went in one after another. Suddenly, in the dark sky, the red color of fire illuminated half of the sky. The bonfire in the fire pot went straight to the very top. All the skeletons lit up, still shaking, as if they couldn't withstand the power. What's going on? Broken. This terrifying commotion made everyone's scalp numb, and they looked at the figure that stepped into the main gate with unparalleled horror. Dressed in a robe and hoodie, he wore a smiling cat mask. Light and shadows distorted. The figure shrouded under the robe was constantly changing in their eyes, and a creepy aura lingered around him. Half of his figure was in the darkness, and half of his figure was like a transparent mist. Space and light distorted as the sight focused on him. Unable to see for long. Ta-da-da-da. The sound of footsteps echoed as he took one step towards the inside. All of them were all neatly aligned, their bodies standing straight and saluting him. No one dared to move. Road dust. What about the fact that he had a little panic attack from everyone staring at him? What the hell? Just letting little Squid and Chi-Tion release their evil god traits. How did they make such a big commotion? Ludwan hurriedly accelerated his steps to go inside, until his figure was completely far away. Only then did the crowd take a deep breath. The pupils of their eyes were dilating, and waves of shock were set off in their hearts. No, it can't be a forbidden incarnation that has blended into the human frontier from the frontline battlefield. It was impossible to look at it for long. This already possessed a hint of the evil gods, unable to see straight trait. Walking in, is really just the bizarre. There was a kind of violent and messy beauty, with various evil camps of imperial beastmasters, laying out the items they were selling on the ground. The only thing that was different from the outside was that the things that were being sold here were a bit bizarre. Wandering around for a while, I was shy and I did have quite a few good things, but the other party all asked for barter. One could only regretfully watch them slip through their hands. He suddenly had an idea. How about setting up his own stall to sell energy crystals? It was quickly rejected. In their eyes, he was now a big shot, and doing something so pricey would easily make people suspicious and reveal themselves. How can the things here possibly satisfy Your Excellency? Your Excellency is here for the first time, right? Those who enter through the main gate can head to the auction, where there are many good things. The figure walked out. He called himself from the Alchemy Order. Chapter 88 Forbidden Egg, Rule's Secret Treasure, 10,000 Mothers Breeding Pool. Luduan's eyes narrowed. Is this the Alchemy Order that attacked Dr. Yanagi and stole the ancient fossil resurrection machine? But there's still some time before it starts. Your Excellency can also wander around. After saying that, the other party left. He watched Road Dust's back in the gloom. The face is thoughtful. Road Dust continued to wander through the bazaar. Most of the people in the bazaar were either members of the church or simply Imperial Beastmasters who chose to touch the forbidden side of the Force and gain knowledge of the truth, for the sake of desire, or for some other thing. As long as they are not exposed and their flesh is not deformed, they are hard to notice on a normal day and may be a familiar companion in your neighborhood. Their aberration is spiritual, gaining knowledge of some forbidden side of the world and becoming a devotee of one of the evil gods. A believer and a cultic order are two different things. The order of the evil god, able to obtain that supreme reward in the underworld and bask in his glory. The evil order, whose spirituality has taken the exact shape of the evil god it serves, sees it as the one true god. Believers, not so much. You can even become a believer of multiple evil gods and gain his respective, forbidden truth knowledge. When they keep sinking and end up with a spiritual aberration that can't be undone, they're basically executed by the Imperial Beastmasters Association, or they flee the country, or they join one of the cult orders. It's about time. He walked towards the auction venue, which was conspicuous. Walked in, and there were quite a few people sitting inside. The people inside came in through the front door, and none of them were weak. It's just all the cultists here. The evil god orders are not even in the same camp of existence as each other, and they may be hostile to each other as well. Especially when it comes to truth, mutual truths may conflict. Both sides just hate each other to death, also known as the Battle of Ideas. Even inside the dark bazaar, they looked at each other with displeasure, releasing their breath against each other. It made the air twist and burst into an oozing scene. Most of those present were hegemonic rank existences, and there was no shortage of monarch ranks. Tada! Road Dust walked in. At once, the noisy arena quieted down, and everyone's auras instantly retracted. Don't dare make a move in the slightest. There were also those who came in earlier who were unsure. After being prompted by the others, each one of them also looked at Luduan's back with a numb scalp. Suspect forbidden incarnations. No more than a top powerhouse of some evil god order, a heavenly king-level existence. That is, until Road Dust finds a random seat and sits down. The crowd began to whisper, why did they attract such a terrifying existence? I guess it's for the Forbidden Egg, the Church of Alchemy. I heard that it's a combination of alchemists who disappeared into history. One just didn't know how they would look when they knew that this so-called suspected forbidden incarnation was just a tiny deliquescent ranked Imperial Beastmaster. The auction starts soon. Sure enough, it's all hard to find material out there. And the fruit of the void. The fruit grown in the void turbulence contains the power of space within it, and is able to raise the level of the spatial beast pet on the spatial attribute. There are even dragon materials. The dragon system, too, is one of the rare and powerful attributes. The Dragon Sentinel, also known as the Dragon Master. It is extremely difficult for outsiders to obtain dragon beast pets, and almost all of them are in the hands of the Imperial Dragon Clan, which is one of the 5 surnames and 10 hopes of the Great Xia. The Dragon Clan, the first of the 5 surnames. Jiang Zhenyi's dragon cloud bird was instead of the dragon system, but it was her native beast pet that had only acquired the dragon attribute after giving the other party a kind of dragon blood secret treasure that she had accidentally obtained from the ruins. The auction was organized. It was almost time to fall into the end, and the crowd saw that Luduan was still sitting in his old position. The heart sighed a little. Worthy of being a strong person, what they regarded as the most precious thing, this big brother actually didn't have a single thing to look at, and didn't even bother to bid on it. Soon, the heavy hitters are out. Next, news of tonight's grand finale item, the Forbidden Egg. The face of the Dark Bazaar's administrator was blurred. Countless spotlights shone on the tabletop in front of him. It was something like an embryo, white and covered with veins. It gave off an ominous aura, and there was no telling what was being birthed inside. Name: Forbidden Egg Mutilated. Description: Forbidden Egg, an extremely difficult existence to be born even under the evil god's ecosystem, can hatch the evil god's dependent race, can be used as a beast pet pact, but contains an extremely strong twisting power that will distort one's soul. This forbidden egg was not born naturally, but was catalyzed by the rule's secret treasure, 10,000 Mothers Nurturing Pool. Got it. No wonder the evil Church of God people are robbing these things. The evil god's egg can hatch the evil god's dependent race. But what made Ludo narrow his eyes was this. This thing was artificially created by using the secret treasure of the rule, the 10,000 Mothers Nurturing Pool. Rule's secret treasure, which is the formal name for God's relics. After our testing, this thing, being in a crippled state, can at most be cultivated to the Heavenly King level. The crowd was disappointed, but it also felt like it was within common sense. If it was an intact forbidden egg, it wouldn't have appeared in a regional dark bazaar auction. Instead, they will make a big deal out of it. But this also made the crowd go crazy. The complete forbidden egg was not even their turn. Being able to cultivate to the Heavenly King level is enough. Perhaps in time, one could have the Lord rewarded by stepping into the totem order. The trustees will only accept items that are bartered and related to gods, the administrator of the black market said. Everyone started bidding. The scene was unusually heated, and there was a delay in getting a result. Until a drop of the Lord of Shadows' divine blood. The scene was in a slight uproar. Divine blood? Oh, I remember. The Church of Shadows opened a relic a few years ago that had the divine favor of the Lord of Shadows sealed inside. As a result, that was shortchanged by the 12 strings of the Zodiac Palace, which ed that divine favorite to death and plundered a sliver of the shadow essence that the Lord of Shadows had bestowed upon his own favorites. Road dust. It wouldn't be the guy in the suit he ed to death last time in, would it? But with that big guy in the back, it's not necessarily possible to get a shot, right? They looked over at Road Dust. Anyone else want a bid? The hammer in the black market administrator's hand didn't fall for a long time. He likewise looked at Ludwan. Road Dust hinted at the little squid to release the evil god's breath. At once, light and shadow twisted like chaos settling in. A world of shadows and a treacherous world filled with fog intertwined behind him. A huge octopus silhouette loomed in the endless misty world, as if it was coming to the earthly world from the other side of the world. Everyone creeped out. This wouldn't be a complete evil god's favor, would it? They were aghast in their hearts. This big brother couldn't be an old monster of the totem rank, right? It seems to be unable to see the crippled forbidden egg. The Church of Shadows has captured the forbidden egg, and the black market has a reputation for keeping its customers safe. Those who have captured something will go out early and exit at random. The auction was adjourned. As the crowd left, the administrator of the black market approached Lou Dust. Dear customer, I'm sorry that you didn't buy the item of your choice, and I sincerely invite you to participate in the Strongman Trade Fair. That's not getting it? That's not having the money to buy it. To maintain his big brother persona, he said succinctly, lead the way. Soon, came to a box. There were quite a few people inside, and when they saw Ludwan come in, they were all quite startled, followed by excitement. This kind of big man also participated. He must have a lot of good stuff in his hands. Road Dust took a look at a total of 10 people. The breath was all of the monarch rank. It would be the sacrifices of the major churches. The man who called himself the Alchemy Order was there, too, with the obvious swirling mask. Transactions are bartered. The crowd was curious about what Ludwan was able to pull out. Road Dust said indifferently, as long as I'm interested, I'll have whatever you want. FFS is this the bigot. The people took out the items they wanted to trade and made requests for the items they needed. Eyes red, doggone it. Ludum saw void crystals the size of a fist. So many good things. Damn it, is this evil god order so rich? Suddenly, his eyes focused on something. A clay pot with a strong life fluctuation coming from the pot. Chapter 89 Beast of Overeating, Life Spirit Realm. Straight dead skeleton eyes. The clay pots were not selling well. With the surface stained with blood and filled with brownish dirt, the selling point was even less. At first glance, it looked like rotting sludge from a stinky gutter. The owner of the pot was a thin man, but was wearing a wide robe that hung down like a carpet. The picture was like a huge black cloth with a thin dog covered inside. A man of excess strenuously wears a size XXXXXXXXXXXL. He wore a half mask on his face, revealing his mouth and sunken cheeks. Road Dust opened his god's eyes and took a glance. Name: Immortal Spirit Resting Earth. Description: clay filled with life force, can be crafted into a life magic potion to increase the lifespan of a species, and is capable of generating gains for all species of the monarch rank if it is a freshly hatched beast pet. It can enhance the racial qualifications after taking it. It's especially suitable for plant-type beast pets. Rooting in it can accelerate growth, and there's a probability of comprehending the plant-based recovery skill, photosynthesis. Luduan pondered. Being able to accelerate the growth of plant-type species, I wonder if it would work on the eternal god tree sapling. As the other party pulled out the clay pot, the rest of the group also sensed a strong aura of life. Immortal spirit breath soil. This is a one-time secret treasure that can only be produced by the life spirit realm. The life spirit realm was last opened several years ago. Why do you still have it? Every time a royal beastmaster and beast pet advanced, their life levels would be spanned, and low-grade materials would have little to no effect on royal beastmasters and beast pets of high rank, especially for the monarch rank. Therefore, materials that could benefit even the monarch rank were rare and exceptionally precious. The immortal spirit-breathing earth was the secret treasure material that could have a gain on even the monarch rank. Lu Duan's eyes flickered slightly when he heard their exclamations of surprise. Life spirit realm? It was last opened several years ago? Another piece of information that he couldn't access at his current realm? Could it be that it was also an ecosystem? What do you want? The crowd inquired. The owner of the immortal spirit-breathing earth was just about to open his mouth when suddenly, his spirituality went out of control, and his physical body instantly expanded like a balloon. The XXXXXXXXXXL size of his wide robe filled up in the blink of an eye. With a zera sound, it was even bursting through. The original skinny man was transformed into a humanoid meat mountain stacked heavily on the ground. Its limbs could be vaguely seen in the shape of a human. Disgusting white flesh extruded from the cracks in his robes. His face with sunken cheeks had also turned into a fat head at this time, with fat flesh squeezing his features together. The expansion of the flesh made the mask that originally covered the upper half of his face look like a tiny hand puppet stuck to cover his nose. What was frightening was, the other party's flesh exuded a fresh scent that made one's mouth water, giving one the urge to go up and nibble on it regardless. Fortunately, those present were not ordinary people, and this disturbance of power naturally could not affect them. The owner of the clay pot's eyes glowed with the ferocious light of hunger as he took out an odd bag. From inside, he dumped out a large amount of food, all of which were meatballs condensed from the flesh of a single creature. He began to feast on the food, like a starving ghost, gulping it down into his mouth. This is the overeating lineage of the 7 deadly sins? The Church of the 7 Deadly Sins, information about them surfaced in Luduan's mind, a church that was clearly rewarded by the League of Nations. It was also defined as one of the churches that were the most harmful to the human frontier. The tyrannical eating lineage, whose forbidden truth was tyrannical eating. By eating and making offerings to the beast of tyrannical eating in the underworld, all that was eaten would be turned into a stream of pure energy that would be absorbed by the other party through the forbidden truth connection in the underworld. The other party would grant the power to make the beast's pet and itself stronger. But is the forbidden truth not something that ordinary people can touch? After embarking on this path, one must eat all the time, and once the hunger of the beast of overeating cannot be satisfied, it would devour all visible life forms in front of it. If all the life forms were devoured and still could not satisfy the hunger, it would start devouring its own flesh. Eventually, it would finish eating itself. The stronger the strength, the more intense the hunger would be, and the higher the demand for food to eat would be. Soon, the small mountain of food was devoured, and the hunger wasn't satisfied. He began to gnaw on his arm until enough of his entire arm had been eaten, leaving only a skeleton. Only then did the fierce light of hunger in his eyes slowly subside. The swollen body, too, slowly recovered. He opened his mouth to speak, and his teeth looked like sharp shark teeth with strands of blood and flesh hanging from them. It needs to be highly concentrated, able to satiate me and satisfy my hunger for at least a month, and it needs to be easy to carry around and won't be noticeable. Your appetite, who can satisfy it? Shouldn't you be at the frontline battlefield, where there are so many demons and corpses? Come to the human frontier, not afraid of the night watch? You guys are the easiest to expose. Once you can't satisfy your hunger, you will show yourselves in place. The crowd shook their heads. A month's worth of rations for someone from the Monarch Order's overeating vein. Is this nigh on a joke? In exchange for ordinary food, it would be able to be piled up into a huge mountain. Then I don't have any more to trade. Disappointment flickered in the other party's eyes as he was about to put the immortal spirit breathing earth away. Having just satisfied his hunger, he would have to go purchase the food needed for his next spiritual aberration. The flesh that had been sacrificed to the beast of overeating could not be restored, and he had lost his right hand forever. One had to hurry to stock up on food for the next time, or else he wouldn't be able to satisfy once he reached the tipping point of hunger. It would start devouring other humans, or it would devour itself into a skeleton frame. Within the human frontier, this was all a dead end, especially since Lin Yuan City had by Whooping, the Heavenly King, stationed there. Try this one, eat it directly. A fist-sized jelly gelatinous object was thrown in front of the tyrannical eater, with a scorched black appearance, not selling well. The crowd was puzzled. This thing, it was completely unseen, and there was no flow of breath. It didn't look like something like a secret treasure. This was a failed product of energy crystals made by the magic mirror mannequin. It could be fruitful, but the taste was hard to swallow. Overeating disciple was puzzled. This tiny piece, able to solve his hunger? Only in front of him was an existence that made the skeleton bonfire burst into flames. Anyone else, and he couldn't guarantee he'd think he was joking with himself. Picking it up, he swallowed it in one bite. Ever since becoming an overeating vein, he had never felt full, and at this moment, there was actually a faint trace of satiety, especially since he had recently stepped into the monarch rank. The need to eat had become greater and greater, and the compressed biological meatballs he had made at the frontline battlefield had been squandered in a few days. At this rate, sooner or later, he would die in the human frontier. Eating the weird pectin-like thing given by Lu Duan, he found that he was able to satisfy his hunger for 2 hours. There was no nutrition, but he was just able to satiate his stomach. He was shocked and his breathing became rapid. What in the world was this thing that was the size of a baby's fist and was able to satisfy his hunger for 2 hours? A greedy light appeared in his eyes. For the overeating vein, this was no less than a genius treasure. It was simply customized for them, and from then on, there was no need to go hungry, no need to be afraid of losing control of their spirituality. But soon, feeling the other party's icy cold eyes, as well as the twisted tentacle light behind them, he calmed down. "Your Honor, I wonder how much of this you have?" The eyes of the crowd carried a slight sigh of relief, worthy of being a big brother. He actually had the ability to solve the hunger problem of the overeaters. Through a soul contract, Lu Duan asked the little squid to bring out the stuff, a spatial beast pet that came with a small storage space. The crowd saw the suspected forbidden incarnation of the being in front of them squirming under the shroud of black robes. A tentacle that emanated the power of distortion reached out from his collar. A small bag was flung onto the table. The crowd was a little confused. Is Big Brother so grounded as well, taking a plastic bag? Enough is enough. The tyrannical eater rejoiced. The deal was successful. The tentacles curled around the clay pot and retracted inside his clothes. "Your Honor, I would like to ask, what exactly is this thing?" He was filled with anticipation. "A trinket I made with my hands. As long as it can satisfy me, I have everything here." The trade fair still continued, and the crowd was assured that any item that could interest the big man, he was able to fulfill the demand. One by one, they took out the goodies they couldn't use and informed what they needed to trade for. Unfortunately, none of them aroused the big brother's interest. They exchanged quite a few things with each other instead. Soon, it was the turn of the man from the alchemy order, who took out an item that instantly became the visual center of the entire space. An eyeball, withered, dead, but suffused with light. Name: Skeleton Dead Eye. Description: from the transcendent creature of the legendary order Undead lineage, the skeleton archdemon Eye, the crystallized power of which coalesced after its death, it can spawn an undead beast pet and enhance the racial qualifications of the undead beast pet. Evolutionist and God's Eye combined. More information continued to surface in Lu Chuan's mind. This material is suitable for the cultivation of the void phantom dream squid. Using the evolutionist's power to extract the transcendent particles inside, combining it with the power of space, and modulating a magic potion, you can obtain the super rank skill Void to Death Ray, which can grow continuously and finally advance to the arcane rank Supreme Wrecking Eye. What? An Upanishad skill? Hiss! He sucked in a breath of cool air. An Upanishad rank skill, he had seen it before. On the altar of the Wang Yu ruins. That statue of Wang Yu was the Wang Yu from countless years ago, who had used the Upanishad skill, Life Return, to fabricate it. Even after dying for an unknown number of years, the fabricated statue still had the strength of an overlord rank. An Upanishad rank skill simply terrifying. It reminded him of what was inside the Earth mythological stories of his previous life avatars. Suitable for the little squid, it had to be taken. Legendary rank? The crowd was shocked. This alchemist who disappeared for hundreds of years and reappeared again was something. Another forbidden egg, another material of the legendary rank. It's still the same. I need something related to the evil god, preferably a forbidden item related to the evil god's main body. Although this was said to everyone, his eyes kept looking at Luduan with anticipation in his eyes. The rest of the people, even if they had it on them, were not qualified enough to exchange it. Otherwise, they would have taken it out during the auction of the taboo egg. Somewhat interesting, the crystallization of the skeleton demon eye after death. It's really nostalgic, ah. These words came out. The pupils of the alchemy order's man suddenly contracted into pinpoints. He had never said that this was the eye that had coalesced from the crystallization of the skeleton archdemon eye after its death. Moreover, the words "it's still really nostalgic" revealed a creepy meaning. This is an existence of the legendary order, ah. It's hard to believe that this one in front of him, he had once seen a living skeleton big eye demon? It's okay. I just happen to need it, but I probably can't exchange it for what I'm holding. Tentacles emerged, and an object was flung onto the tabletop. Shasta! Without any exceptions, everyone frantically fled, pulling their legs out. Chapter 90 The Fool, Lord of the Stars, Ancient Bubble. It was a piece of yellow rag. Endless ravings and truth contamination spread out, and the light distorted, revealing a blurry figure. Every time his silhouette was about to become clear, the figure gave a twist. Like a machine with an interfered signal, the nuisance was unstable, clear at one time and hazy at another, and the air was speckled with snowflakes. The crowd's eyeballs stung, and they had to avert their eyes. Their eyes carried fear and horror, the forbidden object of the evil god's essence. And it wasn't even the kind of forbidden thing like a drop of blood from the Lord of Shadows, which had become wasted blood after being washed away by time. Still fresh, their scalps tingled and a fine sheet of goosebumps rose all over their bodies. The men of the alchemy order were breathing heavily. This was what they wanted. This was what they were missing. However, the death crystals of the great demon eye of the dead wreck really weren't enough to qualify for this forbidden item. What else does your excellency want? Just the void crystal you just traded for. The fist-sized void crystals were traded away by him. Deal! The alchemist didn't hesitate for half a second and chose to make the exchange. He took out a box covered in runes, carefully put this corner of yellow clothing inside. It seems you have nothing more worth redeeming for me. I don't know your honor's name. You may call me the Fool, the Churchless, the great deity who serves above the mists and reigns over billions of stars, honored by the name of the ancient bubble. Ludum rose to leave, and all watched respectfully as they sent him away. They're whispering, "Fools? Eternity bubble." Even the administrator of the black market solemnly took out a pitch-black voucher. Honorable guest, this is the voucher of our dark bazaar, and it will show the day the bazaar opens. Every major domain has our black market open from time to time, and every year we hold a large auction. Road Dust took it. Without stopping inside the black market, he left straight away to the valley outside. Then the body blends into the shadows. 10 minutes later, Zaitan was panting with exhaustion. The little squid was also lying softly on top of Luduan's head, and this time it wasn't pretending. Is really tired and weak. My Imperial Beastmaster is too solid. Let Chi Tian lead him into the shadows for the shadow escape technique, even if it's not. He also allowed himself to take him on a continuous void wandering, blinking and jumping, changing his orientation several times. During this time, he changed his line 3 times, destroyed all his clothes, and replaced them with his own civilian clothes before calling it quits. Being careful is a good thing. The credentials of the black market were flushed inside and out by him with the spirituality of the Lord of the Great Beginning, and then he had the little squid suppress them with the power of the evil god and place them in its carry-on space. Brain reviewed the knight's actions, and there were no mistakes. An excited smile spread across his face. Rubbing little squid and Chi Tian's heads. Hard work. He was thrilled inside. This wave went to the black market and made a lot of money. The scraps of energy crystals were exchanged for the immortal spirit-breathing earth, which is effective even for the monarch rank. A lord of the zodiac cloak that was of little use to him would be an even greater bonanza. It's worth an immeasurable amount of money, and it allows the little squid to master the skeleton eye of the dead, a skill that can be upgraded to the arcane rank. There were also void crystals the size of a baby's fist. Void crystals the size of a fingernail cap were sold at a sky-high price of $10 million at the Knockout Chamber of Commerce. The size of this baby's fist, it must be worth at least a couple of small targets. It was now 10 o'clock at night. Lin Yuan City was still brightly lit, and Luduan purchased the things needed to blend the magic potion. An hour later, when he returned to the Big Sun Dojo, Lu Yurong had not yet returned. There is a lot of effort involved. Closing the door to his room behind him, Ludum took out the 3 things he had acquired tonight. The first was Immortal Spirit Resting Soil, which was placed next to the sapling of the Eternal God Tree, and it worked. The other party's rhizome rooted up, its arcane aura lingering and rising against the wind as the rich life force was absorbed by it. Soon it was calf-high. It continuously absorbed the energy of the Imperial Beast space, and then gulped out more purified energy, redundantly mixing with the star power that filled the Imperial Beast space, making the entire Imperial Beast space as if it was a fairyland. The Imperial Beast space was also expanding all around as the Eternal God Tree sapling grew. It's already expanded a tiny bit more than before. Moreover, the floor of the Imperial Beast space was even covered with a fine layer of small grass. If this ends up growing, my Imperial Beast space won't become a small world, right? Luduan was astonished. When the time comes, ask Kong Yung-yi how the follow-up grew. The advancement of the shedding stage towards the commander stage was something that should have been taught only in the 3rd year of college, and Luduan had grown too fast. Still a bit cloudy about one of the subsequent promotions. Next up is the main event. Ludum took out the skeleton dead eyes and began to extract the transcendent particles in it to make a magic potion. In the meantime, ancient capital. The morning sun rises and the first rays of the sunrise spread over the land. Because of the difference in time zones, Lin Yuan City stepped into the late night, while this side of the ancient capital was still daytime. Luo Anfei arrived at the Imperial Beastmaster Association. She had just accidentally bumped into Zhao Kongqing. The other party inquired, "I thought you went to Lin Yuan City with Lu Duan." She then realized that Lu Duan was not in the ancient capital, and it's been going for almost 3 days. She grimaced and inwardly said, "Just go. It's none of my business." But her brows, imperceptibly, furrowed slightly. She snorted coldly in her heart again. "It's fine if you don't cultivate properly and run around. Anyway, the next comparison, you'll be crushed by me. I'll soon have access to an inheritance that can be raised all the way up to a quasi-arcane skill. That's an arcane skill that only the legendary rank is qualified to comprehend. Just keep wasting your life. You don't know how to cherish your destiny even if you change it. Don't be in time when I've rushed out of the stars and you're still in the blue star." She didn't even notice the little resentment in her mind, like a wife in an empty boudoir harping on her outgoing husband. Luo Anfei's beautiful eyes searched for something on the quest board in the quest hall. Once you become a full-fledged Imperial Beastmaster, you will be able to take on quests of different levels of difficulty, depending on your level. Quests are posted by a number of principles. After all, this was a world where transcendental creatures coexisted with humans, and from time to time, transcendental creatures would attack humans. So it was time for the Imperial Beastmasters to step in. Farming mission. The grain crops supplied to the ancient capital will soon mature and usher in a good harvest. Recently, a large number of grain-eating birds and 2-headed earthworms have been attracted to nibble on the crops, so please help them to drive these creatures away. Reward: 5,000 a day, difficulty 1 star. Note: poisonous beast masters don't come to the side of the poisonous beast masters, as last year, it resulted in the grain being contaminated with toxins, which led to the whole village going to the hospital. You won't be able to pay for it. Lost cat. Help find the cat's owner. Need an Imperial Beastmaster who specializes in scent tracking. Reward: 1W, difficulty 1 star. Escort mission. The 1-star quests are all between 1,000 and 1W, and they're all chicken. Usually only those Imperial Beastmasters with little power would take it. But no one would have expected that the inheritance of quasi-austere skills actually existed in this star quest. Soon, a message caught her eye. Found it. Chapter 91, Death Gaze. Void Obliteration. Entering the Abyssal Realm. Cleaning the ice cellar. The underground ice cellar of the Butcher of Rosa Market in Golden Spike City needs to be refurbished, and needs the help of an Imperial Beastmaster who has an ice-based beast pet. Reward: 2W, difficulty 1 star. Requirements: elite rank or above. Luo Anfei's beautiful eyes flickered. It was actually possible to receive quests on her cell phone, but she needed to know some details. After asking in the quest window and confirming that there was no mistake, she took the quest. Although it was only a 1-star mission, the foreign lands had descended on Blue Star for thousands of years. The many lands that were there were long ago not the original lands of Blue Star, but belonged to the foreign domain. Underneath the floor of this butcher's ice cellar, there was actually a disposable secret treasure buried. The name of this secret treasure is called Movement Secret Transmission. It was a means for powerful existences to carry out the transmission of their own skills to their descendants. After using it, one can realize the secret transmission of the moves imprinted on it. However, it's not that simple to learn. One must either have the qualifications of the totem rank. Either that or one's level has reached the monarch rank. In his previous life, there was a lucky person who obtained the inheritance of this quasi-austere rank skill, and he was unable to use it and gave it to a monarch-ranked imperial beast master. In the end, the other party advanced to the totem rank. It also granted this lucky person a life of clothing and food. Unfortunately, in this life, this quasi-arcane rank skill, Shi Luoanfei wanted it. Lin Yuan City, Great Sun Dojo, Lu Dust's temporary residence. At this moment, his consciousness had sunk into the Taisher space, transforming into that supreme starlight giant. He was him. He was Lu Dust. The starlight of the 3 tiers of the ascension stairs converged, and this was the astral domain that his spirituality was able to control nowadays. The power of the stars converged and was channeled to reality, seeping into the eyes of the skeletal dead. Not long after, the skeleton's dead eye dissolved into pieces and dissipated into the air. Its extraordinary particles had been analyzed. Ludwig began to mix the magic potion, combining the power of space and supplementing it with other materials. About half an hour passed. A dense light erupted, and a fruit that was between the unreal and the real was presented in front of Luduan. It was shaped like an eyeball, and it was suffused with the power of space. Little squid, swallow it. In response to the Imperial Beast Master's words, the little squid softly called out without any hesitation, and its tentacles rolled up the illusory eyeball fruit, stuffed it into its mouth. There was no earth-shattering vision, and the little squid's floating figure in the air landed in front of Luduan. Eyes tightly closed, its body's breath contracted. It was quietly feeling something. The next second, it snapped its eyes open. Above its head, the void cracked open, and a withered one eye squeezed out, like a gray and white eerie moon that hung high above its head. It was also like a round of Buddha's light. If one stared carefully at the gaze, one could see that this eye vein was made of a single spider silk intertwined. Gazing at it, it gives people the creeps, as if there is a life and death crisis coming. Skill. Void Death Ray Super-Grade Skill, First Glimpse 1%. Effect. While you are gazing into the abyss is also gazing into you. There are these 2 attack effects. 1. Void Ray consumes the power of space and fires space rays from the eyes to annihilate the enemy. The destructive power is related to the skill proficiency as well as the elemental mastery level. 2. Death Gaze, a skill that relies on the skeleton eye. By killing enemies and condensing dead energy, it releases the death gaze to shock the spirit, which can make the enemy fall into a state of stagnation. The stronger the condensed dead energy is, the more terrifying the death gaze is released. Follow-up advancement direction. Skill proficiency reaches perfection. Void Ray, from the Space Department, and Death Gaze, from the Undead Department, are fused with each other. Space and Undead are blended together, and ultimately it can be advanced to the Upanishadic skill, Deadly Skeleton Eyes. Wherever you look, life is extinguished. A skill that combines killing, offense, defense, and control. It has no weaknesses. It was worthy of being a precursor move to the Upanishad skill, Straight Death-Wrecking Eye. Luduan was satisfied. Skills. Voiding Super Rank, Void Wandering Super Rank, Illusory Dream Spider Super Rank, Void Straight Death Ray Super Rank, Dream Manipulation High Rank, Illusory Light High Rank, Intermediate Slight. With this, little squid skill panel was simply too luxurious to be luxurious. For super rank skills coalesced in one. Generally speaking, other than obtaining super rank skills from the bloodline inheritance when evolving. Only when one's realm reached the overlord rank could one nurture a beast pet to master super rank skills. For an ordinary overlord rank, having a single super rank skill would be a blessing. If I'm just like them, then what's the point of me hanging on? Lu Chun laughed lightly. Little Squid and Chi Tion's races were both formidable existences. This was just where it was at. Under his nurturing, they were standing at the top of the mythos in the future. You can take this as well. Luduan handed the void crystal stone to the little squid. Spatial beast pets under the overlord rank. If you wanted to raise your elemental mastery level, you could only do so slowly as the beast pet grew. or by virtue of the spatial system's secret treasure materials. With such a large piece of void crystal, the little squid's improvement would be very fast. Boing! It scratched open the spatial crack and placed it in the carry-on small space. The carry-on small space was tantamount to an extension of its physical body and a part of it, which could constantly absorb the spatial power of the void crystal stone and feed back to its own body. Lu Chun rubbed Chi Tian's head. This time the black market didn't cultivate what Chi Tian needed. Next time I come across something good, I'll get it for you first. Kiku. Chi Tian nodded his head vigorously. Imperial Beast Master. Turn me on. I'll hold my own. The golden crow rose and the moon rabbit fell to the ground. Earth Cave Abyss Realm. Located 50 kilometers away from Lin Yuan City. The spatial film of the Earth Cave Abyssal Realm collided with the blue star, part of the Earth boundary shattered and merged into the blue star, while the main body of the Abyssal Realm partially overlapped with the blue star. The overlapping part of it also formed a stable spatial portal. The people who came to the Earth Cave Abyss Realm were a mixed bag, coming from all the great domains. Over time, beyond the entrance to the profound realm, a gathering place was formed, quite large in scale, a large and important town. Quite a few adventuring groups would be stationed here, and there were also various chambers of commerce that directly carried out the acquisition of Imperial Beast materials. Senior students from various universities also chose to come here for training in order to accumulate experience for traveling to the frontline battlefields. 3 of you first time here, right? Do you need an escort? My 100 Beasts Adventure Troupe are all commander rank Imperial Beast Masters, and can act as your bodyguards to protect you. Thanks, no need. Looking at the group of people who surrounded him, Lu Duan politely refused. This group of people were more like mercenaries than an adventure group. Many Imperial Beast Masters from the society, who were not strong enough and wanted to find excitement, went forward to adventure in the Abyssal Realm, and this group of people would provide their services. Of course, you could also post a commission at the Imperial Beastmaster Association, and that would be a little pricey. Soon, Lu Duan and the others walked through the town and continued forward. There was a huge steel building, a circular door more than 100 meters in diameter, with a curtain of light flowing through the door frame, forming a spatial portal. Many figures disappeared into it. This was the entrance to the Earth Cave Abyss Realm. Wow! Is this the entrance to the Abyss Realm? I won't be spiritually polluted when I go in, right? Lu Yurong was a little scared. Mental pollution, it could turn a person into a lunatic. Don't worry. When this Abyss Realm descended into the blue star, the mental pollution inside was gone. As he spoke, Lu Duan looked at Bai Shallow on his side. This morning, when she heard that they were going to the secret realm of the Earth Cave, the other party dully stated that she wanted to go as well. At first, Lu Yurong was reluctant, truly afraid that Lu Duan would be mesmerized by this not-so-smart-looking sister. After all, the other party's face value wasn't bad. But after hearing that the other party was a commander rank, she pulled the other party along. She was a bit uneasy about Lu Chuan's strength, having only become a royal beast master for a few months full-time. The commander ranked by Shallow was different, and was already considered a mainstay of the royal beast master world. She looked at the entrance to the profound realm, and instantly got dejected, raising her small pink fist. Then here is the starting point of my Lu Yurong Lu De Di's invincible path. Heaven does not give birth to me, Lu Yurong, and the imperial way is as long as the night. Chapter 92 Today, I'll teach you the truth of what it means to kill someone. Great nephew, save me. Lu Yurong's terrified scream was going to pierce her eardrums. She faced the ferocious beast in front of her and was scared out of her wits, losing her color. Lu Dust? What about the promised invincible Lu Tian Di? Slutty words like an old sow wearing a condom, one set after another. And this is the result? The little squid raised its tentacles, and the spider silk was like a sharp blade, dismembering the ferocious beast. Don't just stand there, you're commanding the Moonlight Star Spirit. What are you afraid of with a transcendent ranked weapon beast? Lu Yurong commiserated. Isn't this too scary? Even if you don't command it, you don't hug the Moonlight Star Spirit to death. It will fight back to protect you. Lu Qin furiously rolled his eyes. This is all dead holding the Moonlight Star Spirit. This little guy is afraid of hurting Lu Yurong and doesn't dare to break free with force. How is it going to use its skills to attack? Lu Dust looked at the ferocious beast that was killed by the little squid. This abyssal realm once existed with high-dimensional pollution, a forbidden ecosystem. Even with the passage of time, the pollution inside the abyssal realm had dissipated. But nowadays, the ancestors of the creatures inside the abyssal realm, Their life forms have long been altered by the taboo ecosphere and branded in their genes. The transcendent creatures living here all seemed a bit strange, with mutated limbs and abnormal brutality. The one that attacked Lu Yurong was the existence named Beast, a group of transcendent beings living outside the outer perimeter of the Earth Cave Abyss. The appearance was somewhat like the alien from the movies of the previous life, devouring minerals and feeding on mountain rocks and metals. Finally, in some parts of their bodies, they coalesce into different weapon organs. Their weapon organs can refine rare metals, which are the materials for the configuration of magic potions for some gold system beast pets. It was also the only part of their body that was worth money, but it was not expensive unless it was an overlord-ranked weapon beast. The rare metals extracted from their bodies were able to have a beneficial effect on even overlord-ranked gold-type beast pets. If you're good, you're on. Rustling. Suddenly, in the dense forest, densely packed artifact beasts scurried out, baring their teeth and staring ferociously at the two. Lu Yurong's face turned white as he hurriedly approached Bai Shallow. All right, then I'll give you a demonstration, Lu Duan softly said. Little squid, Chi Tian. Slaughter them all. Boing. Ki. Chi Tian raised his feet, and the shadows under his feet were like twisted tree branches branching out, lengthening and spreading, and finally connecting with the shadows of all the artifact beasts. Their bodies were suddenly unable to move. Fixed body technique. After Chi Tian, the Volume King, had worked on his skill proficiency day and night in the Imperial Beast space, as well as the small increase in proficiency gained by Lu Dust after completing the daily tasks. The fixation technique had already gone from the first glimpse of the skill small success. Spatial ripples appeared in front of the little squid, and a spider silk shot out, splitting into countless smaller spider silks that crisscrossed each other in mid-air. The spider silk transformed into a fishing net that enveloped the artifact beast. It stretched out its tentacles like an elegant gouging master. It gently rested on the spider silk with a flick. Phantom Dream Spider Silk Web of Slaughter. Buzzing. All of the spider silks vibrated, emitting harsh fluctuations. A bloody scene appeared. The bodies of all the artifact beasts were like Legos, with various limbs and organs scattered all over the place. The translucent spider silk was instantly dyed blood red. It turned into a bloody slaughterhouse. Lu Yurong was dumbfounded. Her small mouth opened into a big O. Her brain was a bit down. She heard Jiang Zhini say that Lu Chan, this kid, has a strong talent, and his fighting ability is even more amazing, but she didn't expect to be so strong. Full Count only became a royal beast master for more than 3 months. Then she was even more excited. Lu Chuan is the same SSS-Grade Imperial Beast talent as herself. Wouldn't that mean that she would be able to do the same? Next, Lu Duan specifically asked the little squid to catch some weaker ferocious beasts to arch its practice. Under her command, the Moonlight Star Spirit destroyed and killed several ferocious beasts in a row. Gradually getting better, her confidence soared. A small ferocious beast was nothing more than that. Lu Yurong began to enjoy the fun of fighting with her beast pet. Soon, she began to take the initiative to look for Abyss Realm artifact beasts to kill. Moon. Once again, she killed an artifact beast. Yeah, you? Why did you bring a rock back? The Moonlight Star Spirit seemed to have discovered something and returned with a 4-square metal stone in her hand. Attribute Secret Treasure Metal Block. Bai Shallow blinked her eyes. Name. Attribute Secret Treasure Metal Block. Attribute Gold System. Description. Metal System Secret Treasure can raise the gold element mastery level of a gold system beast pet, as well as catalyze the rise in skill proficiency. Lu Duan was confused. What Lu Yurong fought was only a transcendent ranked weapon beast. Why would there be an attribute secret treasure? Attribute Secret Treasure. When the elemental concentration in the secret realm or abyssal realm reaches a certain point, it is possible that a secret treasure of that attribute will be generated and appear randomly. It was probably picked up accidentally by the weapon beast that the Moonlight Star Spirit killed. This luck was too good, right? Could it be that just like the fishing guys, newbie fishing guys never have an air force? Haha. This thing is worth a few $1 million? Lu Yurong was shocked. Was this the world of Imperial Beast Masters? She would have to work for more than 10 years to exist a few $1 million. No wonder Imperial Beast Masters are so rich. This time they made a fortune. Put it down. That's our attribute secret treasure. Steeply, a few stern voices were heard. Several silhouettes rushed over. All of them were heavily armed adventuring groups, and the beast pets beside them were showing their teeth. Dangerous low whimpers emanated from their mouths. At the head of the group was a bald and burly man. So it's you three. Put down the attribute secret treasure in your hands. This is our stuff. The 100 Beasts Adventure Group. It was the same adventuring group that had previously tried to pull Luduan and the others in together. Your stuff? This is clearly what you obtained after killing the weapon beast. If I say it's ours, then it's ours. Hand it over. A person next to the bald big man's lecherous gaze flowed over Lu Yurong and by shallow. Boss, how about? The bald big man's eyes also revealed greed. Being able to kill transcendent mortal ranked weapon beasts in the periphery. These three people were weak. Coupled with their young age, they should be students who didn't get into the Imperial Beast Academy or a third-rate or second-rate academy. It was also unlikely that their family had a big background, or else they wouldn't have let the three of them come alone. Especially this man who actually brought in 2 ornamental beast pets. It was simply cerebral palsy, a straw man, and didn't know how to die. He treated Chi Tian, who had shrunk into the form of a hand puppet and was sitting on Lu Chen's shoulder, and the little squid as if they were ornamental beast pets. Afterwards, his gaze wandered over Lu Yurong and Bai Shallow's exquisite and delicate, as well as that playful face. The small head instantly took over the intellectual heights. Having taken our things, then don't blame us for being impolite. Aren't you afraid that the Imperial Beast Master Association will pursue the responsibility? Ha 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 ha. They laughed out loud. Since they decided to rape and kill the 2 chicks in front of them, they no longer hid it. The Imperial Beast Master Association, they can't care if they die in the Abyssal Realm. Do you think it's the first time we've done this kind of thing? It's been a long time since I've had a good time. 2 superb chicks. Today can let me have a good time. Kid, just go ahead and die for me. The bald big man laughed. Supersonic bat. Sonic attack. Behind him, a bat several meters in length soared, opening its huge mouth, its abdominal cavity bulging and humming before it violently spat out. Impacting the air. The air formed ripples of sound waves visible to the naked eye, transforming into a ring of sound blasting towards Lu Chun. Lu Dust raised his eyes with an unchanged face and lowered his eyes. Auntie, the world of the Imperial Beastmaster is actually not as beautiful as you think. It is very cruel. The enemies are not only ferocious beasts and demons, but can also be of the same kind. Therefore, always speculate with the utmost malice towards strangers, and don't trust others. Accounting for your dying words? HHHH. Unfortunately, you didn't die so soon. My favorite thing is when the husband is a former offender. That's what can bring the ultimate pleasure. The bald big man was laughing evilly. Since you said that the Imperial Beastmaster Association won't pursue the responsibility, that's good. Lu Duan raised his eyes cold. Chitian. Chapter 93. Fighting the 5 great domains alone with one hand, pushing the 13 continents across with both hands. Since you said that the Imperial Beastmaster Association won't pursue the responsibility, that's fine. Lu Duan raised his eyes cold. Chitian. Whoosh. Without any sign, accompanied by a thunder on cutting through the upper sky, the sound wave space dissolved. Plop. A figure landed on the ground from the air, crushing the ground. It was a dazzling fire monkey with hair as colorful as ink and a tail burning with black flames. Its arm went in through the supersonic bat's mouth and came out through the back of its head, skewered on its arm. Chi Tian stomped on its body and pulled his arm out of the other's mouth. The supersonic bat is still alive and twitching. Lift your foot. Lightning continued to coalesce on the soles of his feet. Stomp down hard. Bang boom. The earth shattered and the supersonic bat turned into a mist of blood that spewed into the air. The description is long, but it all happened in a few breaths. The 100 Beasts Adventure Group's people had already widened their pupils. Especially Big Bald Head felt like a dream, like he was dreaming of his ace beast pet. A supersonic bat of the upper commander rank, killed in seconds. The little squid plopped down on Road Dust's head and watched the show peacefully. This group is out of luck. Monkey was the most violent and strongest, and he himself was only a little bit weirder with his space system attributes and dream system. For ultimate violence and power aesthetics, Monkey is the best, punching like a god of war. The 2 beasts cut their teeth on weekdays. Couldn't even do much against Monkey, and when Monkey lifted the seal on his forehead, it even managed to suppress it. It's sick. It was worthy of being the first beast pet of the Imperial Beastmaster. Zip, zip, zip. Lightning and fire intertwined, and his figure was so fast that countless residual shadows appeared in the air. A cloud of blood mist exploded in the air. When a beast pet dies, the Imperial Beastmaster suffers a backlash. One by one, they spat out blood before coming back to their senses with a sharp jolt, then pulled their legs out and scattered in all directions. Devil! It's a devil! Kill! Boing! The little squid let out a soft oink, indicating that monkey let me do it. Humans have more death aura, and after being killed by me, I'll be able to gather more death aura and use it to boost the power of death gaze. It looked at those who escaped with contemptuous eyes. There is no hurry. Let you run 50 meters first. Ha! The devil! He didn't chase us and escaped. Escaping from death coupled with the fear in one's heart made one want to roar loudly as a way of venting one's inner fear. Jab. Spider silk across the board, sharp cuts. Suddenly, they felt that their vision was spinning in the sky, and he saw a body running out more than 10 meters toward the front, and then collapsed on the ground with a bang. A headless body. He felt so familiar, like he'd seen it somewhere before. Wait, isn't that my body? Snap, and consciousness returns to eternal silence. Heads lifted and flew in the sky and crashed to the ground. Except for the big bald guy who didn't manage to escape because he tripped over a rock and fell. The 100 Beasts battle group, all destroyed. The inner fear crawled all over the body and mind. The big bald man's whole body trembled with fear, no longer the previous arrogance. He plopped down on his knees. Mercy, mercy. I was actually pushed to the stage. I'm not the boss at all. The big bald guy pointed at a corpse. He's the one. I'm just a puppet. He sniffled and cried mournfully, kowtowing heavily, his forehead bloody. Spare my life, spare my life. I have an old man and a young man below me. Please spare me. I'll definitely change my ways. What I did before was all forced upon me. Please, please. He also knew it was useless to beg Lu Duan and kept kowtowing to Lu Yurong and Bai Shallow. Bai Shallow's face didn't change. Lu Yurong, however, had a sense of intolerance, as if infected. Why, if you say release, then release. Road Dust inquired. Lu Yurong looked at Lu Duan, who had killed so many people without half a change in his countenance, and felt a bit unfamiliar. Was this the same nephew he used to brag about and dislike each other with? Lu Yurong was in a heavenly battle, and finally fixed his gaze. Kill! Not waiting for the other side to speak. Jabla! Nice big briny egg dropped on the floor. All of their words, all of them can't be trusted. Cut off the roots. And once there is a life and death conflict, then make sure to each other to death. Lu Duan had the little squid coalesce into a dream bubble the size of a glass bead. The tentacle gently tapped, and the bubble scuttled into Lu Yurong's brow. She saw a tragic picture. Countless women from good families have been subjected to inhuman mutilation under the 100 Beasts adventure group. Looking at her, she gritted her teeth. To die like that is cheap for nothing. If they have a family and are in a position to do so, them even with their family. This was the dogma that Lu Duan believed in. He can be kind and peaceful with people. A gentleman hides his weapon in his body and waits for the time to move, showing others with bluntness, and using the sharpness of the blade to guide himself. He wouldn't casually make a grudge against someone, especially a life and death enemy. But, once become a life and death enemy, then absolutely to the death if there are children family members, kill as usual. He didn't want to think of some dogma drama where the heir of an enemy came to his door and took it out on his loved ones. Hand over to me. Bai Shallow's hand clenched in the void, and a drop of essence blood flew from each corpse. A scarecrow with a ghastly face emerged behind her. I curse thee, the nearest of thy blood, and those who are close to thee with sickness and pain. I curse thee, to be cut off from thy children and grandchildren. The scarecrow hissed silently, devouring all the essence blood into his abdomen. The green silk on Bai Shallow's head suddenly had a large amount turned grayish-white, and then blinked and returned to the beautiful ink black. There, Sharedo said dully. You depleted your life force? Lu Duan frowned. Well, 3 years and his immediate family is pretty weak. You're crazy. She cocked her head. It's okay. I'm happy to help you. However, this bloodline spell can only be cursed by killing a person and then refining his body into essence blood. And there are great limitations. Road Dust. He had no choice but to find some life materials to make it up to the other party when the time came. But then again, damn, the curse department was so scary, it made his scalp numb to look at it. Luckily, the Lord of the Beginning spirituality is immune to all negative effects. The next few days, Every day, Lu Dust brought Lu Yurong to the Earth Cave Profound Realm for training. Lu Yurong's sparring strength rose by leaps and bounds. Lapse STH. 5 days passed. Generally speaking, those who came out of ordinary universities who had not experienced killing had a stupid clarity in their eyes. Now it was gone from Lu Yurong's eyes, replaced by a glint of essence. The whole aura of the person has changed slightly. Lower elite order. The Moonlight Star spirit strength had increased by a large margin. Lu Yurong's white spirituality had also condensed most of the way, and it was estimated that in another half a month, he would be able to step into white spirituality. Then we'll be ready to go back tomorrow. The three of them returned from the secret realm of the Earth Cave to the Great Sun Dojo. Just got in. Wahahaha. The current me feels invincible at the same rank. One step and one kowtow on the avenue of the Imperial Beastmasters. Even geniuses need to lower their eyebrows when they see me. One person fought alone in the 5 great domains, and his hands pushed across the 13 continents. White Rock, who had disappeared for a few days, appeared. He stood with his arms folded, looking up at the sky with a masterful 45-degree look of loneliness. Lu Duan twisted his head to look at Lu Yurong. You two came out of a cram school? Or are you two bibliophiles? Are you reading the same novel? How is it that all such Pussy King quotes are so similar? The tirades are all one set after another. Bai Yen looked at Lu Duan, his eyes lit up, finally back, in order to be able to pretend in front of Lu Duan in the first place. He stood for a long time, his neck was tired of tilting. Lu Duan, dare you fight? Chapter 94 versus Elemental System Beast Pet. 2v2 doubles. White Rock Master Loneliness. Before you came back, I had already completed 9 consecutive victories, and Senior Brother Zhang wasn't even a match for me. My 10th win, that's you. By whooping, in total had taken in 10 core disciples. Among them, there were 2 at the Monarch rank and several at the Overlord rank. The Senior Brother Zhang he spoke of was the one who had led Lu Chun and the others in when they came to the Great Sun Dojo in the beginning. It looked very old, but in actuality it was only 2 years older than Lu Duan. Road Dust Know are a little shocked this is not too old, looking at the uncle generation. Senior Brother Zhang ranked 10th among the core disciples and was considered the youngest. Strength Commander rank Imperial Beast Master, core student of the dojo. Putting it outside, it was also an existence that could sweep the same rank, but he didn't expect to lose in the hands of Bai Yen, the upper detachment rank. Even if the realm was at the same level, the difference in battle power was still quite large. This is limited by the Beast Pets race, skill proficiency, elemental mastery level, and the Imperial Beast's Imperial Beast talent. To be able to become a core disciple of the Heavenly King Bek Muhira, he was definitely not a weakling. Bai Yen was a bit regretful. If Grandpa hadn't brought out all the hegemony-ranked senior brothers, maybe I could have fought at the hegemony rank. Alright, isn't 9th senior brother also there? His beast pet is at the upper commander rank, why don't you go and challenge it? Senior Zhang couldn't stand to look at it. And challenge the overlord rank, why don't you go to the heavens? Hegemony rank, that was another heavenly rift of strength. An overlord order, even the weakest of that class, could not be defeated by even the demonic commander order among the Night's Watch. Not to mention the fact that Bai Yen was just a mere district dematerialization stage. What do you know? Bai Yen justified. Of course he couldn't beat him. He could only abuse Senior Brother Zhang now. Lost to the upper commander order. And said to go out and blow awesome. When I was at the shedding stage, I forcefully fought against the overlord stage and regretfully lost. How is this the same? Road Dust looked at his dejected appearance and became interested. He had yet to fight an elemental system Imperial Beastmaster. Bai Yen was definitely considered a genius, and it was still the kind of genius that could make the vigilante special recruit. He's the upper deliquescent order. Road Dust was at the middle degenerate rank, and there was not much of a difference in rank. Lu Duan also wanted to know just how much strength he was ahead of these heavenly prides, and what level he was located at today. Okay. Just in time for us to go back tomorrow. Come to war. A few people arrived at the battlegrounds of the Great Sun Dojo. The rest of the dojo students heard that Bai Yen was going to fight his 10th battle and rushed to watch. Young class master is awesome going. After contracting his 2nd beast pet, he has already won 9 matches in a row, and it's still a weak victory over a strong one, defeating the commander rank with the dematerialization rank. Truly terrifying, worthy of being the future successor of the Great Sun Dojo. Winning this one should make it 10 in a row. The last battle fought the 10th senior brother. This time it shouldn't be the 9th senior brother. right? Hiss, it's really possible. The ninth senior brother is an upper commander rank, a whole big segment ahead. This world, outside, is surrounded by demons and evil gods. Although there are major Imperial Beast legions as well as the Night's Watch guarding the four directions, the human territory is overall stable. However, in order to prevent humans from losing their aggressiveness as well as their wariness, the Desya officials took the initiative to guide the behavior of sparring. Every year, they will take out rare resources and organize the Imperial Beast Match League. This also made the entire Desya to be strong in martial arts. Therefore, once there was a sparring match, especially between powerful people, it would attract large crowds of spectators. Soon, Ludum and White Rock walked to the battlefield. The crowd of onlookers froze. Who is this person? Young class master's opponent this time isn't ninth senior brother. I seem to have an impression. It seems like I've been living in the dojo for the last few days, taking a beautiful woman and senior sister by shallow out every day. Then he really deserves to die. Sister White Shallow, my goddess. Luduan and Bai Yen stood apart, at opposite ends of the field. Let's have a 2v2. Could be. Bai Yen took the lead in summoning his beast pet, and a red summoning formation appeared in front of him. Silver elemental elves and mist elemental elves appear. Luduan's mind moved. Come out. Chi-Tian. The Red Lord of the Great Beginning's spiritual power intertwined and quickly outlined the summoning formation as Chi-Tian's figure appeared. No. No. This person is a degenerate rank? The red spiritual power, it's a delocalization stage, right? Separating the strength of the Imperial Beast Masters, apart from their aura, was to observe the color of the other party's summoning spells. Summoning spells were generally tied to the spirit level of the Imperial Beastmaster. White phalanx of elite rank, the red phalanx of the degenerate rank, the greenish-blue phalanx of the commander's order. Isn't this hilarious? Young Bandmaster can even easily defeat the commander rank, and the opponent is a degenerate rank. Isn't that a second kill? The eyes of the crowd flickered with intense disbelief. Side. Origin Zhang and Lan Kongwei were whispering as the 10th and 9th core disciples who remained at the dojo. They were aware of Luduan's identity and root origin. Lan Kongwei, 10th senior brother? Who do you think will win? Zhang Origin pondered. Although this Luduan is the one Jiangzhini favors, but this Bai Yen kid's battle power has increased tremendously after he contracted a second beast pet, so he's bound to win. Lan Kongwei nodded, agreeing with the sentiment. Bai Yan's royal beast talent ability was special, and at the same level looking at the whole country, it was estimated that not many would be his opponent. Shiredo glanced at the two men. Road dust won't lose. On the battlefield, Shiran played with a coin in his hand. So, it's on. Could be. The rest of the group wondered. This is the start? Isn't it a 2v2? This one called Road Dust only summoned a beast pet. Bai Yen didn't explain and his gaze rested on the little squid that was on top of Luduan's head. It wasn't his second beast pet. He placed the coin on the cap of his thumbnail, flexed his fingers, and the coin tumbled and tossed into the air. The eyes of both parties were fixed on the coin. Ding! The coin hit the ground with a crisp sound that rang out as if it were some kind of signal. Silver! Chi-Tian! The moment the coin hit the ground, both sides gave their orders as if they had agreed to do so. The two beast pets growled. Howl Silver! Kirakoho! The silver elemental elf's feet transformed into liquid mercury and jetted out, delivering the ultimate reaction force. It was like a cannonball coming out of a cannon, killing towards Luduan's side. Thick flames emerged from the soles of Chi-Tian's feet. Whoosh! It transformed into an inky black stream of light and met it. In the opening test, both sides chose to go hard and try out each other's strengths and weaknesses. Half a breath. Giggle bang. Two figures, one silver and one black, collided into each other in the center of the field with a thunderous sound. The dust on the ground was shaken up high. Fists clashed against fists, a collision of pure flesh. Fight each other, wrestle with each other. Able to. In the end, it was Chi-Tian who had the upper hand in the contest of power. The ground beneath the silver elemental elf's feet began to cave in. It's a little topsy-turvy. Boom boom. The flames burning on Chi-Tian's tail exploded violently. A force surged up again from nowhere within its body. Dark power, or double hair power. This was the direction that Luduan had asked it to study, using fire energy to explode in the body to generate an impact, and using the impact to generate a second force. The balance was instantly upset. The silver elemental elf's arm was immediately blown apart by the blow, turning into a mercury liquid that splashed out in all directions. The remaining power of Chi Tion's fist was unabated, and it blasted into the air, which was drained, smashing out a white aura that was fiercely directed towards the silver elemental elf's body. Shift! Bai Yen issued a command. Whoosh! Chi Tion's punch struck the air, and the bodies of the silver elemental elf and the mist elemental elf actually swapped. The mist elemental elf appeared in the sky above Chi Tion, and the mist condensed into a large hand that slapped towards Chi Tion. Chi Tion isn't alone either. The little squid wandered through the void and flickered in, appearing behind the fog elemental elf. The tentacle rose against the wind and smashed down on his head. Pissed. The mist elemental elf was blown apart by the blow, and then recoalesced beside the silver elemental elf. The silver elemental elf's arm has also been restored. The description is long though. The entire battle, however, took place in a very short period of time. Off-site STH. The crowd of onlookers had long since looked on in disbelief. Whoa-ah! A frantic scream escaped their lips. The fight in this short period of 10 seconds or so was dazzling and mind-numbing. They had goosebumps all over their bodies. That squid-like beast pet? It's spatial. It was the most incredible thing that ever happened to them. So strong. It actually suppressed the young class master, Nima. I feel like I can't even catch a single move from them up there. Space Department. There really is something. Zhang Origin and Lan Kongwei were also stunned. Worthy of being the person Kang Zhini has his eye on. But the winner is yet to be determined, and it's only just begun. Bai Yen took a deep breath. It was really difficult to deal with. You'll have to be careful next. I'm going to pull out the real stops. Chapter 95, The Shocking Debut of the Void Straight Death Eye. Bai Yan's royal beast talent was special, although he was an elemental system imperial beast master. However, he was unable to contract any of the regular elemental system transcendent life forms, such as gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and darkness. Previously, he had not been able to find a satisfactory elemental creature as his second beast pet. This also led to a delay in utilizing his beast master talent. Now, after contracting a mist elemental elf, he was finally able to bring his talent into play. His spirituality came out through his body and transformed into brilliant red sashes, one linking to the fog elemental elf and one linking to the silver elemental elf. Lu Duan looked at the spirituality link that connected the fog elemental and the silver elemental. Was this White Rock's sentinel beast talent ability? There was no telling what it was. He was a bit curious and hoped that Bai Yen could bring him some surprises. Mist. The mist elemental elf looked at the little squid, and his enemies were red in the eyes. Last time, it was the one that bullied me for being young and not practicing martial arts, causing me to have nightmares. Now that I'm also a degenerate rank myself, I'm not afraid of it. This isn't over yet. Bai Yen proudly said, I admit that you are strong, but it's a pity that you met me. Let's burn little silver. Another wave of power surged into the silver elemental elf's body. The aura of the silver elemental was soaring, and the one that was already an upper degenerate rank broke some sort of shackle. Boom, 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 boom. The aura and energy within its body was climbing. Its size was also changing, becoming more robust with perfect body lines. Its body was rising. It was finally accompanied by a clicking sound. A ferocious aura swept into the sky, and it had arrived at the lower commander rank. Lu Duan narrowed his eyes. Great Sun Mind Stream Secret Art. Bai Yen had increased the silver elemental elf's combat power with his secret art, and with the increase in battle power, it briefly came to the lower commander rank. Zhang Origin and Lan Kongwei had smiles on their faces. Bai Yan's talent in practicing the Great Sun Mind Stream secret art was extremely exaggerated. Nowadays, he was already able to increase the battle power of his beast pet by 50%. The silver elemental elf was able to defeat Zhang Origin's beast pet of the lower commander rank at the degenerate rank. Now that it had briefly stepped into the commander rank, what would Lu Duan take to fight? Little silver elemental bomb. The silver elemental elf opened its mouth wide, as if the air was drained, and silver elemental matter continued to coalesce in front of its mouth. From the size of a ping-pong ball, it slowly condensed silver elemental energy, and finally, like a cannonball, it blasted towards Chi Tion. Chi Tion. Condense into an energy fireball with a flame vortex. Chi Tion was stoic and unafraid as the fire element coalesced and transformed into a small sun, meeting it. Both sides' energy ball moves were appalling. Wherever they passed, the ground was plowed up, and the soil tumbled in both directions. Eventually, accompanied by a loud shaking sound, flames shot up into the sky, scorching hot, and a small mushroom cloud rose up, expanding into the sky. Debris flew and shot in all directions, and a heat wave assaulted and blew people's cheeks hot. Mercury liquid was scattered everywhere. Whoosh! Amidst the smoke of the explosion, a strong wind blew and a figure killed over. It was none other than the silver elemental elf. Chi Tian pounced on it. Bang boom! Another fist-to-flesh fight, and throughout the entire venue, the next thing that could be heard was only the sound of booming collisions. The Imperial Beast Masters below the commander. The eyes couldn't even keep up with the speed at which they were moving. It was so fast that it was extreme. The only thing that could be heard in the ears were thumping collisions, splashing rubble, and collapsing ground. This made everyone numb. Was this a battle of the Netherworld rank? The upper commander rank was nothing more than that. Two inhuman Whoosh! Shadows flashed in the air as the figures of the silver elemental elf and Chi Tian appeared. The two collided and split apart. Overall, Chi Tian lost out. After all, the other party had already stepped into the commander rank. Bai Yen was cursing. Commander ranked. But he could only slightly suppress the eccentric monkey. What the hell? Chi Tian and the silver elemental elf were fighting at the same time. The mist elemental elf was also fighting with the little squid. The former wanted to avenge the last time and kept trying to catch the little squid. The latter used spatial energy to blink. It was hard to be played as a hide-and-seek, and could not be caught at all, infuriating the fog elemental elf to wail and scream. Compared to Chi Tian's fist-to-flesh fight, the two of them were like playing house. The little squid was also quick to settle the fight, but the Imperial Beastmaster had said that he would first play around and see what the elemental system was capable of. Then he could only play with this not-so-smart mist elemental. Whoosh! Chi Tian and the silver elemental elf charged towards each other once again. It was expected to be another fist-to-fist collision. The silver elemental elf's body abruptly atomized and turned into a long snake like mist. Like a python, it bound Chi Tian heavily. Similarly, because of the explosion just now, puddles of mercury liquid were scattered on the ground. Fog elemental elves! Bai Yen shouted. The fog elemental elf chose not to pursue the little squid anymore as it swooped down and fell headfirst into a puddle of mercury liquid. Its body also bizarrely turned into mercury and merged in. And after that, it drilled out of the puddle of mercury liquid under Chi Tian's feet. Originally a mist incarnation, its entire body was shrouded in silver. Its fist transformed into hard silver metal, and it ruthlessly slammed its fist onto Chi Tian's stomach. Chi Tian's mouth was forced to open wide. Elemental invasion. Inject mercury. The fog elemental's body turned into liquid mercury, invading his body from Chi Tian's mouth. This should be your Sentinel Beast natural ability, right? A shared ability? Silver elemental elves could use fog elemental abilities. Mist elemental elves could also use silver elemental abilities. Not bad. Bai Yen nodded his head. His talent was named Elemental Synchronization, using himself as a relay station. With spirituality as the linked elemental beast pet could freely borrow the elemental power of the one who was also linked. That is to say, two elemental spirits, both able to use the other's elemental power. As he grew, he contracted more and more beast pets. Each of his beast pets could use the other's abilities, and by the time it was clear that you were fighting a silver elemental elf. As a result, the other party backhandedly turned you into other elements and used other elemental skills. It was a royal beast talent that favored the big late stage. Let's settle one of you first. Bai Yen clenched his fist and said, in this way, it would be good to focus on solving that difficult space elemental next. Worthy of being a young class master, awesome. Give me a wet look. Damn, I'm also at the dematerialization stage. Why do I feel like I'm the same as a waste when compared to them? This Luduan is also powerful. I go up and I guess I'll lose in just one round. It's a pity that I met the young class master. Oh yeah? Are you sure you solved Chi Tian? Lu Dust smiled without saying anything. Poof! Chi Tian's body abruptly exploded into a monkey's hair. Bai Yan's smile stiffened at the corner of his mouth. What the hell? A monkey hair. Shadow monkey hair split. Special skill, pluck monkey hair and infuse it with the power of shadow. It can be transformed into a doppelganger. As the strength grows stronger, the more doppelgangers you can summon will also grow. The shadow of the fog elemental's shadow flickered with endless lightning, and a thunder-on rushed into the sky. It was fortunate that it transformed into mist at the critical moment, which evaded the damage. Looking at Chi-Tion, who drilled out of the shadow. What the hell? Shadow Department, eh? The Shadow Department was also a rare attribute. It was only in the Shadow ecosystem that this attribute existed, and neither the Central Domain nor the Eastern Domain had it. Moreover, this kind of attribute was not so easy to obtain even in the Great Domains with Shadow ecosystems. The Baiyan people went numb. What was going on with this Luduan? Another spatial attribute, another Shadow attribute, but the advantage is still with me. It was impossible for the shedding rank to beat Little Silver, who had stepped into the unification rank. In the next second, he was staggered. Road Dust's voice came. Actually, I'm not serious yet either. Having gotten a general idea of the elemental system's abilities, it was time to end the battle. Chi-Tien, battle power liberated. Roar! With a roar, flames spread across Chi-Tion's body, spreading from the top of his head to his entire body. The watery ink-colored fur had a golden color at the end. Chi-Tion's aura was skyrocketing as the black flames at his tail blazed. This was the previous great ape form. However, Chi-Tion had long been able to control the size of his body, and the giant ape form was too large, making it easy to be used as a target. Nowadays, it could be said that it was a regular body size, with the increased power of the great ape form contained within its body. Luduan named it Battle Power Liberation. Of course, there's also Battle Power Fully Liberated. That is, the golden hoop on the forehead shattered, and the power of the shadows that carried the power of the evil god's side returned to his body. There was no need to fight a tiny Shiranui. Boom! Chi-Tion stomped his foot so hard that the ground caved in before the silver elemental elf could even react. It had already arrived in front of the opponent. The fire light on his fist was so dense that it was like holding a round of scorching sun. As he blasted out with a punch, the air was pumped out, hitting a sonic boom. The silver elemental elf's entire body was like an on. It wanted to use turn into mist to elementalize and disperse, but found that its entire body couldn't move. Chi-Tion's shadow was as if it was alive, transforming into countless shadow tentacles that bound onto its shadow. Fixed body technique. Bang boom. With an uppercut, the silver elemental elf was smashed into the air. Chi-Tion jumped violently and came to wait above it. With his hands interlocked with his fingers and raised above his head, his body tilted back and pulled out an amazing arc, like a taut bow, constantly storing up his strength. The power of thunder and lightning filled his hands, like a thunder god who ruled over the heavenly punishment. Then it ruthlessly smashed down towards the head of the silver elemental elf that it had sent flying into the sky. Swoosh bang! Under the terrifying force blast, the air formed a circle of white air waves that swept away. The silver elemental elf was hit like a meteorite crashing to the ground, falling so fast that the airflow speed changed, resulting in a path of air circles appearing as it fell. Swoosh bang! Countless smoke and dust debris splashed up high, and a large pit appeared in the earth. In the large pit, the silver elemental elf had already lost consciousness, his eyes spinning in circles. Road Dust looked over at the little squid. The little squid was continuously cutting the mist elemental elf with its spider silk. This guy actually dared to leave me aside just now to attack Monkey. Monkey could tolerate it, but Squid couldn't. Luckily, Monkey has a shadow monkey hair split. Otherwise, if you succeeded in your sneak attack, wouldn't that make Squid look like I'm stupid? The spider silk cut the fog elemental elves into countless parts, and the opponents would all escape and regroup not far away. Mist. Seeing that the opponent couldn't help itself, it was taunting the little squid that the last time it had nightmares. It didn't seem to be the opponent's ability. Otherwise, it would have put itself into a deep sleep and nightmares a long time ago. The mist elemental elf boldly got up and used elemental synchronization to borrow the power of the silver elemental elf to attack the little squid from time to time. Little squid, you should stop playing too and settle the battle. Boing! Above the mist elemental elf's head, the void bloomed and drooped countless spider silks that contracted a little bit like a birdcage. Phantom Dream Spider Silk Spider Web Birdcage. The mist elemental elf was stoic and prepared to transform into a molecule of mist and drill through the gaps in the spiderweb. It was also at this moment. Everyone was shocked to see that. The void behind the little squid's head cracked open, and a miserable white eye opened and closed, withered and dead. Endless dead chi coalesced on it. And then this bizarre eye violently condensed its sight on the mist elemental elf. Death gaze. These days, accompanying Lu Yurong in the Earth Cave Abyss Realm, the little squid had absorbed quite a lot of death chi, which was used to enhance the power of the death gaze. Instantly, countless death chi impacted its consciousness, and the wails of countless living beings before they died echoed in its ears. It was as if it was deep in an infernal hell, with densely packed hands reaching out from the ground to pull it into it. It felt deprived of its consciousness, unable to move, unable to even elementalize. By the time the fog elemental elf came back to its senses, it was already locked inside a birdcage, and a spider silk was wrapped around its neck. Mist? Mist. What a familiar feeling. It suddenly had a bad premonition. Its eyelids began to become heavy and it instantly fell asleep. Poignant, dreamy screams began to emanate from its mouth. Up to this point, Bai Yan's two beast pets lost their fighting power. Winner, Lu Duan. The scene was dead silent. A full 4 or 5 minutes passed. It was only then that everyone woke up as if from a dream, their brains chaotic and their eyes stagnant. Who am I? Where am I? The gazes they looked at Lu Dust carried deep horror and terror as well as awe. Even Zhang Origin and Lan Kongwei had their scalps tingling. The eyes that appeared in the void just now made them all feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. What kind of demon was this? Bai Yan was also petrified on the spot, losing, even if he had contracted a second beast pet and was able to utilize the wonders of the royal beast talent. He still lost to Lu Duan. It was still a devastating loss. He sort of realized that previously, his opponent was playing with himself. If he got serious, he would quickly defeat himself. Damn it, let him pretend to get it again. The following day, Lin Yuan City Airport, Bai Yan and Bai Shallow sent Lu Chun and Lu Yurong to come and take the airplane. Then we'll go back to the ancient capital first. We'll wait for Grandpa to come back first. Then we'll go to the ancient capital to meet up with you guys. Bai Yan looked at Lu Duan. Let's fight again next time. Cousin. Let's go. Oh. Bai Yan had a headache, hearing that Lu Duan was going to the ancient capital. The guy had packed his bags early in the morning as well, saying he wanted to go over. In the end, it was only by Lu Chuan's appearance that she was convinced to wait for Bai Whooping to come back and inform him before going to the ancient capital. Bai Yan's resentment was full. Damn. The feelings that some of Bai Xiao's previous actions were not to protect her younger brother's demon. Rather, it was really for the sake of Lu Duan is really damned losing to him, not to mention, it won't become his own brother-in-law. No way. Absolutely not. Going back, I have to buy some scum novels for Bai Shallow, so she can see the evil in the world. With such a cute little squid, Lu Dust was a big scumbag at first glance. He hurriedly pulled Bai Shallow away. The two returned to the Great Sun Dojo. Instead, they met a group of dusty people head-on. It was none other than his grandfather Bai Whooping and a group of dojo disciples above the hegemony rank. Ha ha ha, how was it? Did the vigilant examination tyrannize the road dust that Jiang Zhini favored? Tell me how you abused him. Bai Whooping, the old man, stroked his beard and smiled. Having just returned, he desperately wanted to know how his grandson had abused Lu Dust. I am unable to defeat you, Jiang Zhini, but my grandson's talent is much better than mine. Surely he can beat the person you fancy. Bai Ye. 50-50? Huh? He can actually be indistinguishable from you. Bai Whooping froze. That's right. You only have one beast pet. You can't exert your strength. I've already entrusted someone to help you find a second beast pet at the frontline battlefield. So when you contract your second beast pet, you'll be able to easily crush him. I've already contracted a second beast pet, a mist elemental creature of the upper overlord species. Bai Whooping was serious. Contracted a second beast pet. And he's even indistinguishable from you? Worthy of being the person that Jiang Zhini has his eye on. A bit of something. I underestimated him before. But it's fine. Your Imperial Beast talent is a late-stage talent. It will get stronger as your beast pet increases. Bai Yan stammered. As a hot-blooded idiot, he didn't bother to lie. I said 50-50, not between Bo and Zhong. Rather, 5 minutes. He can kill me 5 times. Bai Whooping's hand exerted force, and his beard was pulled down by a pinch. Clam? 2 flowers bloomed, each with a branch. As Lu Duan and Lu Yurong embarked on their way back on the airplane, Kong Yung-yi looked at the information in his hands. These were the dossiers he had organized these days. But there was still one thing that was missing. The reason why alchemists, a profession that was extremely prosperous hundreds of years ago, had disappeared. It was because of this group that came into contact with the forbidden truths of life, and the entire group underwent an aberration and slowly disappeared from the stage of history. She wondered what kind of life taboo truth had the other party touched. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. She picked up the call. It's hard to investigate. I feel that someone in the higher-ups is covering up the truth of the alchemist's demise, and someone is helping him cover it up. Fortunately, it's hard to beat the almighty me. I've found it out. I've sent you all the things you asked for, as well as the forbidden truths that the group of alchemists touched hundreds of years ago. Right? Your last 10th pillar had robbed the Cultivators General Association of the transcendent props million mothers nurturing pools, and I found something interesting while snooping through the information of the alchemists. Kong Jong-yi was puzzled. What things? The 10,000 mothers breeding pool, hundreds of years ago, was a transcendent prop for the group of alchemists. The 10,000 mothers breeding pool. Originally, it was a transcendent prop for alchemists. P.S. 4 a.m., 2 in 1, second and third chapters delivered, 10 chapters still owed. The following begins to recycle the ambush and the hole dug. Seeking golden votes. Chapter 96 Cold Elephant Bush coming. Luo and Fei's little resentment. Jiang Zhenyi's beautiful eyes stared. The Breeders' General Association's transcendent prop, 10,000 mothers breeding pool, used to be something for the alchemists? She then patted her head, which was normal, almost forgetting the history of the breeders' origins. The breeders themselves could be seen as a sub-branch of the alchemists, once serving as assistants to the alchemists. Yes, when the alchemist group was in its radiant heyday, they created countless transcendent props and magic potion formulas. Cultivators in their heyday, they were just their assistants, helping with the initial processing of materials and playing the role. After the group of alchemists, after touching the taboo and being wiped out by the group, it was only after the cultivators inherited the legacy of the alchemists that they slowly developed and slowly came to be on this scale today. Check the others for me again, especially all their movements during the time of Dr. Yanagi's accident. The Secret World Institute was destroyed. There were heavy deaths and injuries, and only some of them escaped by guarding Dr. Yanagi to the death. This part of the people who survived, she had secretly used hypnosis to check them all during this time. None of them were the mole. As for the possibility that the mole might have swindled his way out of his death, mixing in with the pile of dead people to fake his way out, this was certainly something she had thought of. She had already had the people divining one by one according to the list of dead and missing. All of them were dead, and the traces of their lives no longer existed in this world. So far, she could be certain that the mole was not inside the Secret Realm Institute. Rather, it was outside the Institute. It's these people, all of them. Help me find out their movements and mark them on the map. She gave the other party a list. All of them were people who were closer to Dr. Yanagi and the others. You woman, you know to come and trouble me. This is a bit of a big job. A slightly arrogant voice came from the other end of the phone. Listening to the voice was also a sister. Who made you the only mechanic in our Mythic Bureau?
行吧，那我就帮你查查看。
Hanging up the phone, Jiang Zhini sat down at the table. A piece of paper was spread out on the desktop, and it was filled with densely written names. In the center of the paper was Alchemy Order circled with a red marker. She followed it up by writing down another name, Dusaka, and then draws an arrow pointing to the Alchemy Order. Dusaka was the name of the former lord of the 10th pillar, an existence that brought shame to the entire Night's Watch. Wanted by all the Night's Watch without fail. The key point now is, the reason why Dusaka defected was to seize the man-mother Yukari pool. And the 10,000 mothers Yukari pool was once a transcendent prop for alchemists. Her eyes narrowed. It can't be such a coincidence. There was definitely some kind of connection between them, and this breakthrough, I'm afraid, could only be known by grabbing Duban and forcing it out of his mouth. Ancient Capital. Starry U Imperial Beast Academy. This is your doghouse? Your school is too good to be true. A single house for one person. Getting off the airplane, Lu Yurong was going to check out the magic mirror mannequin and incidentally to see what the top-tier school, the Starry U Academy, looked like. After all, she had just been in an ordinary university before and hadn't studied in the Imperial Beast Academy. She saw the dormitory area, the patches and patches of townhouses. Dumbfounded, her eyes were growing lemons, sour. Hateful their ordinary university dormitories, cramped double rooms. It was true that Imperial Beastmasters were the ones who were on top. Luckily, she was also an Imperial Beastmaster now, but unfortunately, she was too old, otherwise she would want to go to college again. Barry, the magic mirror doll, heard the movement outside the door. Opening the door, it excitedly greeted the two. Lu Yurong was also happy. Magic mirror mannequin, it's been a long time. Let me tell you, I'm a royal beast master now too. Why don't you be my beast pet in the future when I reach the overlord rank? Road Dust squinted. Overlord rank? The magic mirror mannequin is now at the monarch rank. Lu Yurong. Her eyes glowed. Then I'll have to contract even more. Wait for me. Wait for me to get to the sovereign rank. At that time, you'll be the beast pet of me. The invincible Lu Tian Emperor. A beast master could not contract a beast pet of a higher rank than himself. Even if one was able to forcefully contract it through some sort of secret method, it would be a death-defying act. And the energy of the Imperial Beast space would not be able to carry the other party. And when the time came, it would consume the Imperial Beast Master's life force for feeding the other party. If the difference in rank was too great, such as contracting a monarch rank beast pet with a commander rank, then the moment the contract was made, it would be sucked dry. Wake up, you're a light-type royal beast master. You can only contract light-type elves. The magic mirror mannequin is of the abyssal type and is restrained by you. Lu Yurong. The magic mirror mannequin existed as a family-like existence. If Lu Yurong could contract it, then of course it would be the best. But the phases of the two didn't match. The probability was that Lu Duan would have a son in the future and contract a magic mirror mannequin. It wasn't a big problem. With his nurturing, the magic mirror mannequin would also be able to become an existence at the peak of myth in the future. I'm going out. I ordered something from the campus mall. You'll pick it up for me later. Lu Duan bought specialties and accompanying gifts in Lin Yuan City, delivering them to Luo Anfei and Su Meier. He had just left the house not long ago. The courier boy wearing a campus pass vest made a door-to-door delivery. Villa 9527. He had an impression and was also very impressed. The last time he sent him a large amount of materials to replenish his kidneys and replenish his life vitality. At that time, he thought that the other party was also a mother-fetus solo unicorn armed warrior just like himself. He also advised the other party to exercise moderation as a person from the past. I didn't realize that the other party actually had a thieving beautiful girlfriend. He even sent him handmade love cookies. Damn it, bought a whole bunch of life materials this time. So fast and vain again? He knocked on the door and rang the doorbell. The door opens. Thanks. A soft razor-thin hand took the item, and the door was closed again. Courier boy? He was confused. The one who opened the door was not the owner of Villa 9527 last time, nor was it the girl who was both charming and innocent last time. Instead, it was an imperial sister. The appearance was on par with that sister from last time, and even more so, its imperial sister's temperament, as well as the tear mole in the corner of her eye, made it easier for people to add attack speed. He inwardly growled, envious face. No, what does he have the right to, Girls' dormitory area. Villa 4396. Retreat room. Moon Elf. Shadow Ball. Luo Anfei commanded the Moon Elf, and a pitch-black ball of energy condensed out of its mouth, blasting towards the distant ice crystal phoenix fox. Ice treasure. Use heavenly frost cold chi. You can do it. Mi Wu. The ice crystal phoenix fox's ethereal, high-pitched voice echoed as its entire body became ice blue. The ice energy was so dense to the extreme that it almost materialized, causing every single one of its fur to blossom with an icy blue light. Finally, the energy accumulated to a certain point. Crackling. It was like electric arcs stirring on the surface of the body. Boom! And then it instantly spread out, transforming into a round shockwave of ice blue that radiated in all directions. Wherever it passed, everything was frozen. The most amazing thing was the energy ball that was formed from a combination of dark energy, as the ring of freezing swept by. As the energy ball that hadn't materialized, but was instead an energy body, it also turned into a pile of ice and smashed onto the ground. The entire negative layer of the retreat cultivation room was transformed into an extremely cold hell in a blink of an eye. The corners of Luo Anfei's unsmiling mouth sketched out a nice-looking arc. Success. After obtaining the secret tradition of stances, Ice Crystal Phoenix Fox was finally able to use the skills sealed in the secret legend of stances after continuous efforts. Heavenly Frost Cold Breath. Currently, it was only a super rank skill. As the proficiency grows and reaches completion, at the same time the strength of the Imperial Beastmaster steps into the Monarch rank. Heavenly Frost Cold Chi would undergo a metamorphosis. From Frost Cold Chi, a super rank skill, it will transform into a quasi-arcane skill, Cold Elephant from the Presence. Freezing everything, all the water molecules in the air could be turned into ice, with a terrifying coldness of absolute zero. Even space was able to freeze. She raised her head. Rather proudly, her growth in this life had simply rocketed. If one ignored the failure of the last comparison, could be said that it was not even a dream start. Thinking of that comparison object, her mouth pouted imperceptibly. It's been a week since he ran off to Lin Yuan City, and he actually hasn't come back yet. Humph. Just keep wasting your time and talent. Anyway, next time, I'll crush you. The Heavenly Frost Cold Chi, although it can't directly freeze space like the Cold Elephant from Prosperity, it can also suppress spatial ripples. However, it was also able to suppress the creation of spatial ripples, slowing down the spatial beast pet's void shifting. Chi Tian's proud speed would also be suppressed under the Sky Frost Cold Chi. Moreover, the other party was still fire type. Even if he was able to melt the ice, but when the ice melted it was water, greatly squeezing the concentration of fire-type energy in the air. The advantage is completely in my favor. How can I lose? Humph. Actually not coming back yet. A soft grunt escaped from his nostrils. The moment these words were uttered, Luo Anfei herself was confused. She frowned slightly. Something wasn't right. Why would I say such words? This was not her character. These sappy, grumpy words, weren't they just the little grudges of those dog-blooded dramas where the female lead is dissatisfied with the male lead? The words from her early childhood appeared in her mind once again. If no one marries me even when I grow up, the big deal is that I'll marry road dust. No way, no way. She hurriedly shook her head, throwing this ridiculous thought to the back of her mind. She was all alone in her last life. I only have the Imperial Beast Avenue in my eyes, only the invincible Luoshin, and in this life, my only goal is to impact a higher realm. As for why she said that just now, she had the answer in her mind. I only did it because Lu Chen's talent is so strong that he was able to beat me once. And as his friend, I don't want him to waste his time. Well, more importantly, the next time I compare, I also don't want to compare with someone who wasted his time. Winning that would be meaningless. What I want is to win over him in a dignified manner and take back the glory that belongs to me. After Luo Anfei finished speaking, and as if she was convincing herself, she aggravated her tone. Well, that's it. Suddenly, the cell phone rang, the caller, Lu Duan. Once again, her mouth pouted slightly without even her noticing, and her eyes had fluctuations flashing by. Then picks up the phone. The tone of voice returned to flat and cold. Something wrong. Chapter 97 Professor Su's request for help. Maru Spice exposed La. Lu Duan surveyed the surroundings. Is this the dormitory of the Big Ice Lump? All the furniture of the academy provided several styles and colors for the students to choose from. His style was no style, mix and match style. Luo Anfei was different. Her dormitory was a minimalist style, and at first glance, she was obsessive-compulsive. Everything was neatly packed. The furniture and decorations were all plain white, the same as her character. The overall tone was on the cold side. A little thirsty. Help me get a cup of warm water. Luo Anfei is next to the water purifier and brings him lukewarm water. At the same time, she also faintly opens her mouth and asks, something wrong? Lu Chen blinked his eyes and didn't know if it was an illusion. Why did he feel that Big Ice Lump's tone was a bit strange, with a small hint of resentment? The way he looked at him was like a wife who saw her husband returning from cheating outside. What the hell? How could I have this feeling? Illusion. Definitely an illusion. She is a Big Ice Lump. Kang Yong-yi had something to busy herself with. Wasn't it the night watchman selection? She has no one under her. Plus my sister-in-law had to go to the Great Sun Dojo in Lin Yuan City to learn the Great Sun Mindstream mystic art again. I'll go ahead in her place to attend the Night's Watch selection, and send my sister-in-law there in the meantime. This is the specialties of Lin Yuan City that I bought for you. Road Dust lifted the item in his hand onto the tabletop. He wasn't running off to play with things? It was indeed the annual Night Watch selection during this time, if she wasn't specially recruited by Kang Jong-yi. With the normal process, she also needed to go to the Night's Watch selection. Listening to the other party's explanation and seeing the special accompanying gifts on the table, the small unhappiness within her heart instantly dispersed. Wait, She suddenly froze. Sister Yurong? Going to the Great Sun Dojo in Lin Yuan City to learn the Great Sun Mind Stream secret art. Wasn't this something that only Imperial Beast Masters could learn? The Great Sun Dojo, she had heard of it like a thunderclap, the Great Sun Mind Flow secret art, which could condense the power of the mind and be used to enhance the combat power of beast pets. The most famous among them were the two cousins, Bai Yen and Bai Shallow. Two heavenly prides, both of them after the second large-scale descent of the foreign realm and the elevation of the world realm. Both had grown to become totem-ranked existences and were renowned for their prowess. It was the top pillar of the new generation. Lu Yurong. She awakened the Imperial Beast talent and is now a light Imperial Beast Master. Lu Duan roughly stated the situation. Light-type Imperial Beast Master. The round moon on Wang Yu's forehead helped her open her Imperial Beast talent? She froze. That was really something. Your water. She received the warm water and was just about to put it on the tabletop in front of Lu Duan when she saw another identical companion gift in the other party's hand. Lu Duan explained, "This is for Su Mayer. I went to her place just now and she hasn't returned yet." Luo Anfei's eyes fluctuated. Oh, the ice phoenix spirit converged in her palm and the warm water froze. Your water. Hiss, so icy. I only have ice water in my house. I still have some things to do. So you can go see if school sister Su Mayer is back again first. Oh. Lu Chen stood outside the door carrying the specialties for Su Mayer and scratched his head. What's wrong with this? The days that every woman has every month? Luo Anfei's face was expressionless. I actually went to Su Mayer's first before coming to me. My hallowed Luoshin is not worthy of you being the first to come over? But didn't Jiang Zhini go to the night watchman selection? She recalled the memories of her past life in her mind. In her previous life, during the present period, she had only just stepped into the elite rank, a small karami. Nor had she joined the Night's Watch. The lack of strength and information barriers prevented her from accessing other information. But she remembered as if something did happen. Specifically, she also had some trouble recalling. It wasn't a major event in the Imperial Beast realm, but something on the side of the Beast Pet Research realm, related to the Gudu side. She was at the Jinlin Imperial Beast Academy at that time. Not knowing much about the ancient capital, coupled with her low strength, a lot of information was not enough to qualify for contact. What exactly was it? She frowned, as if it wasn't something big and deadly. The next few moments were a rare occasion to enjoy peace. Lu Duan also received the system reward from the last time he triggered entering the black market, a premium raffle ticket. The item drawn was good. Name: Pa Pet Ball. Description: can briefly replace the beast space, storing beast pets in the Paw Ball. Seeing what was drawn, Ludo was shocked. Don't think I don't recognize you just because the Pokeball has a different name. He was in a rather happy mood. Good stuff, so next time you go out of town, you can also bring your magic mirror doll with you. One more card in hand. Several days passed in a flash. Lu Dust wasn't idle either. These few days were spent on targeted training for Chi Tian. In the previous battles, he had discovered it. Chi Tian fought or skilled in using fire system moves. After all, this was the attribute it was most familiar with besides the rock system. It wasn't quite able to control the lightning and shadow system powers as it pleased. It was able to play around with the fire system. But the thunder and shadow systems were just very formulaic, following the rules. Just finished my daily workout today. Lu Duan unexpectedly received a request for help from Professor Su. There was a problem with one of the beast pets. He asked Lu Duan if he had the time to go to his residence. The problem was a bit tricky. He had already arrived at Professor Su's residence. The entire residence was a 2.5-story small house. The top half of the building housed people, while the bottom 2 floors were converted into an office area. No wonder it was said that researchers were all workaholics. He was in the medical room on the 2nd floor when he saw the tricky problem Professor Su had described in his hands. On a sickbed with an iron frame. Lying on it was a beast pet, a pony with a pure white body and a unicorn horn growing from its forehead. The unicorn horn had thunder awns flickering on it. Little Thunder Horse. At this moment, its whole body was full of tubes. Its body was skin and bones, and the lightning arcs on its unicorn were all like a switch with poor contact, nuisance bubbling with unstable electricity. Lu Duan could feel that there was a force within its body that was suppressing it. This is the beast pet of a friend of mine. I've checked its genes. Every evolution is a reorganization of the gene sequence, a leap of life. There was a problem when it evolved. The gene sequence was disordered and could not be aligned and combined. Name: Little Thunderhorse. Rank: None. Awakening rank: Transcendent rank. Degenerate rank: Elite rank. Race: Inferior Commander species. Description: Little Thunderhorse, a thunder-type transcendental creature, reached the upper elite rank, and when it was about to evolve into a Thunderlight Heavenly Horse, the Thunder Evolution Stone it had incorporated was corrupted and contaminated by an unknown force, resulting in the failure of its evolution. When preparing to evolve into the Thunder Lightning Heavenly Horse, the Thunder Evolution Stone was corrupted and contaminated by an unknown force, causing the evolution to fail. Cultivation focus. When this beast pet was evolving into a Thunderlight Heavenly Horse, due to the interference of external forces, there were problems with the genetic sequence, resulting in the failure of evolution. Solve the problem as follows. The spirituality of the Lord of the Etheric Beginning, acting as a neutralizer, supplemented with the life potion and electricity nettle grass, can allow the two forces to merge, thus resulting in an evolution. It can be solved, the same as the lava monster that Commander Zhao Kongqing had in the beginning, based on the information seen by God's eyes plus evolutionist inheritance. Luduan asked for the materials, and then concocted a tube of healing potion, feeding it to the Little Thunder Horse. Immediately, a dense light of evolution enveloped it, and its size was changing. The light dissipated. Little Thunder Horse had evolved into Thunderlight Heavenly Horse. Divine and incomparable, its 4 hooves had lightning flashes, as if it was able to gallop with thunder. Thank you so much. Professor Su was overjoyed. You go down to the first floor and sit there first. I'll carefully check the physical condition of the Thunderlight Heavenly Horse. Good. Lu Duan came to the first floor, all of which was filled with various research instruments and thesis documents. The bookshelves were filled with various beast pet research-related books. He also saw a group photo. The group photo was taken out of the frame. On the far right of the photo was a spirited old man in a white coat. This was Dr. Yanagi. He could be seen on various websites. Similarly, Luduan also saw Professor Su, a younger version of him, located on the far side of the photo. These should all be Dr. Yanagi's disciples. Moreover, the order of arrangement should be based on the chronological order of initiation. The one closest to Dr. Yanagi should give is his eldest disciple. Turning over the back of the photo, it actually corresponded to a personal name, Rampal. This is the name of the person closest to Dr. Yanagi. It was also just as he was visiting Professor Su's home. The Starry U Royal Beast Academy, Student Villa 4396. Luo Anfei, who was training the Ice Crystal Phoenix Fox and Moon Elf in elemental proficiency levels, looked up sharply. Thinking about it, she remembered the big event that happened in the Beast Pet Research Circle. Dr. Yanagi's great disciple, Professor Rampal Extraordinaire. Betraying the alliance, he joined the Alchemy Order. You mean based on your deduction and the course of action trajectory and the big AI superbrain algorithm? The mole, its rampage? Listening to the news coming from the other end of the phone, Kong Yungyi's face was serious. Transmit his action track route to me. P.S. Thanks to Bookfriend 174-603-0067 for the $1 Bishop's reward, and thanks to all the golden votes cast by all the handsome guys. The boss is rich, and I wish that the boss will always be young and never die. Chapter 98 Professor Su's Showdown. The truth comes out. Transmit Lon Pal's course of action trajectory to me. It's in the process of being transmitted. The computers and networks of your other great domains are a bit garbage. Jiang Jinyi's face was grave. How could Lon Pal be the mole? Moreover, they didn't just snatch the ancient fossil resurrection machine, they also tried to kill Dr. Yanagi. If the others hadn't fought to the death to guard it, Dr. Yanagi would have died. Ranpal, with the title of Professor Extraordinaire, is one step up from Dr. Kong Zhongyi wasn't familiar with Ranpal, limited to having heard of it and never having dealt with it. After all, she and Dr. Yanagi were old friends. It was Dr. Yanagi who invited her to join the Myth Bureau, and by the time the two of them had met, Runpura had long since been discharged, not following Dr. Yanagi, with her own institute and direction of research topics. Lon Pal also enjoyed a good reputation outside. Lon Pal, the first disciple under Yanagi's seat, had the stature of a doctor. There are only 1 in 10,000 researchers in the beast pet research world who can become a professor. As for doctors, every existence that was honored as a doctor All of them had epic-making research results in the research world, capable of changing the landscape of the Beastmaster world. Only then could they be called a doctor. Each and every one of them was a national treasure. Once when Dr. Yanagi was drunk, she once heard the other person sigh, "Ranpaku can't become a doctor. His is not aura enough in the beast pet research category. It's a pity that the other one, who makes me see my younger self in him, has his heart in the wrong place and is going in the wrong direction." It was that time of drunkenness. Kang Young-i realized that Rampal was not the first disciple. Before him, Dr. Yanagi had another student, but he was expelled from his master's school and was wanted by Daxia, and fled beyond the borders of humanity. A voice came from the other end of the phone. "It's been transmitted. This is the track of his movements that I compiled after hacking into his cell phone and the camera." Jiang Zhenyi received the file and opened it to a map with densely packed red dots, all of which were connected and strung together to form Lan Pal's course of action. Each red dot also had pictures and videos. Her eyes glazed over, and it did match. For days before Dr. Yanagi's accident, Rampal left the residence and then never appeared in the surveillance again for several days in a row. The secret realm of the Institute, because of the ancient fossil resurrection machine, involved the rules of time. The moment the ancient fossil resurrection machine was successfully researched, the power of time exploded. The flow of time inside the secret realm was different from outside. For the institutes, they were attacked on October 7th. But for the outside world, the point in time when they were attacked was on October 4th, 3 days ago. During this time, Rampal's whereabouts were unknown and hadn't been captured by any cameras since they left the door. The other people you asked me to look into had movements in the week before and after Dr. Yanagi was attacked. Just this one, Rampal, had an unknown whereabouts during those days. Based on various clues, all of them pointed to Rampal, who was the mole. But she was very puzzled. Her brain was so confused that she really couldn't figure it out. As Dr. Yanagi's favorite student, why would he kill his teacher? Moreover, if the ancient fossil resurrection machine was researched with his relationship with Dr. Yanagi, even if he wanted to borrow it for research, it would be a simple matter. There was no need to take the risk of grabbing the ancient fossil resurrection machine, and there was even less need to kill Dr. Yanagi. It simply didn't make sense, and there wasn't that motive. There was something odd. By the way, I also checked the electronic ticketing system, and during the time he disappeared, he had bought a plane ticket. The destination of the air ticket was Gudu, but I hacked into Gudu's surveillance system later, and none of the surveillance had captured his figure, so obviously, he had changed his appearance or used the power of his beast pet to interfere with the cameras. Jiang Zhenyi was slightly stunned. Lan Pal went to the ancient capital? Professor Su came down from the attic. He laughed brightly. "Looking at the group photo? Ha ha ha, these are all group photos from when they were young. This is all of Dr. Yanagi's students?" "Yes, in order from right to left from the order of entry." Professor Su shook his head. "I can't say it's all of them, although Rampal is the closest to Dr. Yanagi in the group photo. But he wasn't Dr. Yanagi's first student, but the second." Professor Su gestured for Ludwan to sit down and handed him a bottle of drink. "It took a lot of concentration just now, didn't it? Blended with energy fruit. It's enough bubbly juice to speed up the recovery of spirituality. Try it." Ludwan unscrewed it and took a sip. The taste of orange-flavored happy fatty water was not bad. "Continue where we left off." He looked at the group photo with nostalgia on his face. Dr. Yanagi's first student was called Zhang. Let me tell you his story. He was born in an ordinary family, although he was gifted with a sentinel beast talent. The most trashy F-rank talent was only slightly better than an ordinary person. The beast pet egg that he chose was only an ordinary species beast pet after it hatched. But he doesn't care, as long as he has a sentinel beast talent. He doesn't want to become a combat-type sentinel beast master. His dream was to become a researcher like Dr. Yanagi. After his unremitting efforts, as well as his talent as a researcher, publishing several unique insight papers on the genetic evolution of beast pets, he managed to get into Dr. Yanagi's eyes. He managed to become Dr. Yanagi's first disciple. Under Dr. Yanagi's discipline, his talents were completely stimulated, and he was simply a younger version of Dr. Yanagi, solving quite a few difficult problems regarding genetics. In just a few years' time, he held the title of professor. Ludwan was puzzled. This talent was impressive, becoming a professor in a few years. The time in the photo was at least 20 years ago. According to this development momentum, this person called Zhang Hui shouldn't be unknown. Even if he didn't become a doctor, it should also have a resounding name. But he had never heard of it. Professor Su sipped his water and continued. During that time, something happened. His parents died in a traffic accident. He was grief-stricken. Ordinary humans were too fragile. He buried his parents. At the same time, he had a sense of urgency. Although he was a royal beast master, his talent and beast pets were garbage, and he was only slightly better than ordinary people. The death of his parents inspired his fear of death and disgust for his weak self. However, the imperial beastmaster talent, heaven is doomed. He exhausted everything and used all kinds of resources, but he only managed to step into the elite rank. The road ahead was hopeless. But the sky is not doomed. He found a brand new path. Humans are weak. Then changing the genes of humans is not enough? If the genes of ferocious beasts are edited into the body, Ludwan's heart was flabbergasted. Gene editing? Experimenting on living bodies? This was definitely expressly forbidden. Professor Su continued. He was excited beyond belief and had a premonition that this was a path to heaven, an epical research for mankind. Once it succeeds, even ordinary people will be able to have the power to look beyond transcendent beings. So, he conducted human experiments, and the first subjects were some death row inmates. The experiments ended in failure. The flesh of ordinary people simply cannot carry the genetic power of transcendental beings. He began to change direction. If the genes of transcendental ferocious beasts and human embryos are used, will the newborn babies, even ordinary humans, be able to possess the power of ferocious beasts? He began to artificially cultivate human embryos. But this innate inadequacy, so, for the sake of the future of the human race, he began to cut out embryos from the bellies of pregnant women. The experiments continued to end in failure. And that's when the east window opened, and his teacher, Dr. Yanagi, found out about the human experiments he was conducting. His institute was smashed, all the information was destroyed. The furious Dr. Yanagi expelled him from his own division, and he was sentenced to death. He escaped and fled to a world beyond the human borders. Professor Su smiled. Like a dog, he meticulously lived outside the boundaries of humanity for more than 10 years. In the back, he was attacked by the forbidden creatures outside the human frontier, and only half of his body was left. Before he died, he was unwilling. He hated Dr. Yanagi for destroying his dream, and he regretted that his conception was not able to be released. Also at this time, an organization called the Alchemy Order appeared. This is a magical organization. Professor Su looked at Lu Duan with a smirk. Guess what happened behind him? Lu Dust's heart thumped with a bad premonition. Wait, Professor Su had great respect for Dr. Yanagi, addressing him as benefactor or teacher wherever he was. From the time the story was told until now, Lu Duan noticed that Professor Su was calling Dr. Yanagi by his first name. Professor Su looked at Lu Duan with a smirk. They repaired Zhang Hui's flesh and gave him the ability called suture. This ability is a type of alchemy. One only needs to take the transcendent organs of the ferocious beasts and stitch them together in the body. Then one can use the corresponding attribute skills. This was bestowed by the great chief, not as some kind of research technique, but as a kind of alchemy divine art. He still wants to fulfill his long-cherished wish to completely perfect his research conception. With the help of the Alchemy Order, his research has progressed by leaps and bounds, and he has already found a direction. Since human flesh can't withstand the genetic power of ferocious beasts, what if we use taboo power to neutralize it? Taboo power can cause the human body to produce aberrations, and the human flesh under the aberrated form is indeed able to carry the genetic power of ferocious beasts, and the flesh will no longer collapse. But the problem also comes, taboo power and ferocious beast power cannot be fused, will fight each other in the body, and finally the host's life force will be consumed, unless there is a force that can neutralize the taboo power and the ferocious beast's own ability. Helplessly, he began to give up on this research, and the Alchemy Order had a task for him to replace Dr. Yanagi's second disciple, Ranpaku, and wait for an opportunity to make a move, as Dr. Yanagi was conducting the ancient fossil resurrection machine research. The Alchemy Order was in great need of the research results of the ancient fossil resurrection machine. Thus, he infiltrated Rampal's residence, killed him, devoured his memories with the stitching technique, and returned to the human frontier as Rampal. During that time, a researcher named Su Air, who was Dr. Yanagi's youngest student and who was on good terms with this Ranpai, sent a message one day, sharing something incredible. A freshman young man is actually a senior breeder and has solved the problem of Zhao Kong City's beast pets. neutralizing the beast pet's own genes and forbidden powers, helping the lava monster complete its evolution. Ludwan's eyes were contracting. The ominous foreboding in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. Damn it! It can't be! Professor Su continued. The Zhang Hui, who pretended to be Lan Pal, was incomparably shocked to hear this news. Being able to neutralize beast pets and forbidden powers? Isn't that what's missing from the subject of his research? However, he couldn't leave, and during that time, he speculated and finally learned that the Secret Research Institute, where Dr. Yanagi was located, was in a secret realm. Later, he also knew that the ancient fossil resurrection machine was researched right away, so he informed the Alchemy Order organization, attacked Yanagi's research institute, snatched the ancient fossil resurrection machine, and at the same time, he also destroyed all of Yanagi's information and research. Professor Su laughed soundly. He finally got his revenge and destroyed all of Dr. Yanagi's heart and soul, but unfortunately, he tried to devour Dr. Yanagi's memories. But there was a force that guarded his brain area and he couldn't devour it, letting Dr. Yanagi escape. Mission accomplished. Zhang Hui came to the ancient capital, devoured the memories of Su Air, and knew that the person who was able to neutralize the beast pet's own power and the forbidden power was named Lu Duan. Unfortunately, this youngster in the back went to Lin Yuan City. Luckily, after he came back, Zhang Hui got 2 little thunder horses, and through artificial intervention, made them the same as Zhao Kongcheng's beast pet. This young man called Lu Dust did manage to cure the little thunder horse and make it evolve in a very peculiar way. Zhang Hui watched this Lu Dust's maneuver the entire time, and then based on his maneuver, he remixed an identical potion to give to the second little thunder horse with the exact same symptoms. The result failed. There was no effect. So, it's not the reason for the potion formula, but rather the fact that this person called Lu Chuan is burdened with a strange ability to neutralize the forbidden power and the beast pet's own power. Professor Su looked at Lu Duan fervently. Am I right? Lu Duan? He felt the space stagnate, and a force descended on his body, making his entire body unable to move. P.S. This chapter has more literary drama and involves a recycling of relevant ambiguities. If you look closely, there is no scene 10 lines of handsome than beautiful reader's lord. Should see this for 76 chapters of some of the sense of dissonance, it will suddenly realize. Chapter 76, Road Dust to find Professor Su's home, inquiring what happened to Dr. Yanagi. At first went, no one home, ready to leave. The plot at the time was, Professor Su actually couldn't recognize Lu Duan and froze for a few seconds before remembering. Then, Professor Seo actually couldn't even remember the lock code of his own house. Also, as for the attack on Dr. Yanagi, Kang Yong-yi had gone to the scene to learn the specifics before realizing that it was the Alchemy Order that had attacked Dr. Yanagi. Professor Seo knew all the details and even knew about the Alchemy Order when he was far away from the ancient capital. Well, all of this is pointing to the fact that Professor Su is not Professor Su anymore for a long time. He has been replaced by someone. To be precise, it was Zhang Hui who took over the body in place of Ranpaku, and as a mole attacked Dr. Yanagi along with the Alchemy Order, destroying the Research Institute in order to avenge Dr. Yanagi for destroying his Research Institute in the first place, and he was going to kill Dr. Yanagi. When was Professor Seo replaced? Chapter 68, Professor Seo had received a phone call when he was dropping off walking dust. Professor Seo, eldest brother, came to Gudu. The eldest senior brother here refers to Lan Pal. At this time, Lan Pal, who was Zhang Hui, had finished attacking Dr. Yanagi and had come to the ancient capital. Chapter 99. No, what are you pretending for an overlord rank? In the sky, a stream of light sped so rapidly that the clouds were shattered, and a powerful top-tier monarch rank aura filled the air. Wherever they passed, countless birds and mountain beasts rustled and fled, startling 10,000 birds in the forest. There were also birds and fowl of the flying system that had not had time to escape. The aura of the monarch rank swept over them, and their eye pupils rolled over, turning into white eyes, losing consciousness, and falling heavily to the ground from high in the air. As the terrifying monarch creature in the sky moved away, these ferocious beasts that had lost their consciousness had all fallen into the bellies of other ferocious beasts. The dragon cloud bird flapped its wings and flew at extreme speed. A thin, brilliant glow of energy pulled out behind him. Long Yunbird's spiritual power emanated out, transforming into a transparent barrier to insulate Jiang Zheni from the wind. Jiang Zheni sat behind Long Yunbird with a grave expression on her face. Not long ago, Dr. Yanagi briefly awakens. telling everything Rampal is dead, and it was Zhang Hui, who pretended to be him and attacked the secret institute with people from the alchemy order. The ancient fossil resurrection machine was taken away from them, destroying their heart and soul. Dr. Yanagi recognized the group of alchemy cultists who had invaded the institute, led by Dosaka, former lord of the 10th pillar of the Night's Watch. Sure enough, his defection from seizing the man-mother Yukon Pool and the alchemy order were not unrelated to each other. Destroyed the institute. Step by step, Jung Hui pushes Dr. Yanagi to his death, even trying to devour his memories. But none of the Mythbusters are simple. During this time, the spirits of the two mingled, and Dr. Yanagi peeked into some of the others' thoughts. The other side is still conducting human research and has joined the alchemy order. Moreover, after snatching the ancient fossil machine, he had to make a trip to the ancient capital, where someone had solved the problem of Zhao Kongqing's beast pet's evolution. The opponent was heading for road dust. Silky killing intent filled the air. In public and private, she had to rush to the ancient capital and capture Zhang Hui. In the public, the ancient fossil resurrection machine is about deciphering the mythological history of exotic places and the dream she has pursued in her life. Selfishly, Lu Duan was invited into the Myth Bureau by her, as well as being the nephew of her best friend, Lu Yurong. Zhang Hui was able to disguise himself as Lan Pal. Then when he went to the ancient capital, he was naturally able to disguise himself as someone else. Since the target is road dust, she dialed and dialed the number for Lu Yurong. Finally, I learned that Lu Duan had been called over by Professor Su to help in the morning. Hang up the phone. Kang Yong-yi's eyes went cold. Professor Seo? Did he go after Professor Seo? Rushing to inform the president of the Gudu Imperial Beast Association Guzan. Immediately go and surround Su Heir's mansion. There's something wrong with him. He's been taken over. Try to catch them alive. And if there's no other way, kill them on the spot. Road dust is there too. Make sure it's safe. But then again, she didn't have much to worry about regarding Lu Duan's well-being. Zhang Hui wasn't very strong. If he was strong enough, he could have destroyed the Secret Realm Institute by himself. A loser with an F-rank royal beast talent, no matter how powerful the alchemy order was, they couldn't turn him into a monarch rank, could they? If it was casually possible to turn someone with an F-rank royal beast talent into a monarch rank, then there's no need to play. The alchemy order can just come out and rule the world. Why sneak around and hide in the dark corners? This kid has a space system beast pet. Even if he can't fight, escaping shouldn't be much of a problem. Lu Duan looked at Professor Su in front of him, the other's face squirming like a mass of flowing matter. It finally turned into a shadowy man with a thin face and gray skin, his eyes in sunken sockets emanating a brilliant light. The way he looked at Lu Duan was like a horny man seeing a naked, stunning beauty. It sent a chill down Ludo's spine. What did you do with Professor Seo? Su Heir? I've already eaten his brains. What do you think of him? It's an honor for him to be a part of me. These glib words were as if they had crushed an ant. Road Dust's eyes went slightly cold. Although he hadn't dealt with Professor Su much, the other party was definitely considered a good person. Zhang Hui looked at Lu Duan greedily, the color of excitement and thrill under his eyes almost turning into substance. 20 years. What he had studied for 20 years, failed countless times, and the long-cherished wish that had almost become a demon in his heart was finally going to be accomplished. This person in front of me is the key to everything at that time. As long as humans transplanted the genes of ferocious beasts, even ordinary humans will be able to have transcendent power. Only to see Lu Duan calmly looking at him as if he was treating a subordinate. Are you going to commit a crime from below? Do you know that you've spoiled the organization's big event? I was ordered by the organization to sneak in the ancient capital. Clams? Zhang Hui's cerebellum shriveled for a moment. The other party was from the alchemy order as well? No way. Ludum spoke. The skeleton archdemon Eye's legendary resource after its death. The skeleton Deda. This thing was something he had traded for from the alchemy order member with the swirling mask at the black market. Zhang Hui's eyes were stunned. Skeleton Deadeye? This was something from Duban. He had the impression that it was given to him by the organization to exchange for contraptions related to the forbidden evil gods. How would the other side know? Lu Duan continued. Isn't that enough? The broken taboo egg created through the 10,000 mother nurturing pool. Zhang Hui's pupils instantly contracted. The 10,000 maternal breeding pool was snatched from the Breeders' Association and used to be an extraordinary prop for alchemists. Breeders, a bunch of straw men, have studied it for years without knowing its proper use. Only an alchemist knows. The 10,000 mothers breeding pool creates broken forbidden eggs, which is something that only those inside the organization know about. Road Dust actually knew. You're really in the organization? What do you say? Next, Zhang Hui, who was still calm, was steeply filled with rage, growling and snarling lowly. His face was twisting. You're from the organization. You're actually from the organization. They know how much work I put into this research. They are also aware of the dilemma of my research. They just need to find a method that can neutralize the forbidden power and the genes of the ferocious beasts. And they didn't even tell me when you were in the organization. Damn it. And damn the alchemy order too. I knew that they never considered me one of their own, and there were many secrets that I couldn't relate to. They never took my research seriously either, to the point where several times they talked about my research and they looked disdainful. They looked down on me, on this great research idea of mine. To them, I am an outsider. A ferocious light erupted in his eyes, his features twisted, and a horrifying aura was vented from him. At the same time, a spiritual force furiously broke the dike. Everything on the first floor was blown away in all directions, and the furniture pinged and shattered. Since they don't treat me as one of their own, then I'm not polite. He wore a crazy sardonic smile on his face. As long as my research is successful, from now on, I'll be the master of mankind. I will open the era of great cultivation for all. Road Dust? He looked at Zhang Hui, whose temperament was so cloudy and changeable, like a psychopath, and the man was a bit numb. I was going to see if I could impersonate a wave of the alchemy order, who would have thought it would be crazy. Don't think about resisting, I know you're good. But you previously drank the drink I gave you. Now that the medicine should have kicked in, it is able to cause your spirituality to quake and prevent you from being able to outline a summoning spell formation for a beast and pet summoning. A mere deliquescent rank Imperial Beast Master, to be able to make me treat it so carefully, you can also be proud of yourself. I advise you to recognize the time, otherwise, I can't guarantee what I will do to you. The words are not even finished. Next, whoosh, a sparking and electrified figure instantly arrived in front of his face and ruthlessly slammed his fist towards him. At the critical moment, the spiritual energy intertwined and turned into a protective barrier. Bang! The ghastly punch blasted into it, and the ghostly black flames exploded, failing to break through the opponent's barrier. But the huge force of the punch caused Zhang Hui to stagger backward several steps. His eyes flashed with disbelief. Impossible. I personally concocted the potion. How could you summon a beast pet? Luduan let out a light laugh. Are you cerebral palsy? I'm able to neutralize even forbidden powers, let alone the potion you concocted. You think it will work for me? And I thought you were so powerful, but it turns out you're just a hegemony rank? Ever since the other party broke out his aura, Road Dust will be completely relieved, scared to death of individuals, thought that this Zhang Hui is very powerful. Listening to the description of the other party, the powerful coaxing past, gave Lu Duan dry nervous, thought that this Zhang Hui is an extremely strong big brother. And then when the aura explodes out, this district hegemonic rank, and the strength of his hegemonic aura, in general, was not even as good as that white tiger statue in the Xingyu Imperial Beast Academy that quenched its spirituality. This caused Ludum to breathe a huge sigh of relief inside. It's okay, one has the ability to use the little squid's virtualization, plus spatial shifting. The opponent can't second himself, he can run. Road Dust squinted at the other man. I thought you were good enough to give me a scare. Now, not only did he not want to run, he also felt that the other party's strength was a bit watered down. Seems to be able to do the job. Road Dust jumped a little. I don't know if I can cross the two major orders and reverse the Waterbender Overlord order. P.S. Sweating. This chapter is from yesterday. Uploading didn't work. Now start coding today's. Chapter 100 Battle Force fully liberated. Fighting in a forbidden stance. Being mocked by a junior in such a manner. Zhang Hui's face was ugly, a flash of green and white. But at the same time, the excitement and ecstasy within his heart was even greater. Worthy of possessing a special person capable of neutralizing forbidden energies. Even the potion he had concocted was able to immunize him. This made him want Luduan even more, and the covetousness and greed in his eyes was not hidden at all. Realizing his dream was just one last step away. So what if he was able to summon a beast pet? It was just a mere shedding stage Imperial Beast Master. If it wasn't for the careful and prudent, A lion fighting a rabbit also uses its full strength habits that he had retained from the frontline battlefields. He didn't even need to take medicine. He was a hallowed existence of the overlord rank, and a little doll of the degenerate rank could be taken with his hands. Toast the wine and eat the punishment. He snorted coldly, and his hegemonic lord aura was like a mountain torrent breaking through the levee, as the mountain roared towards Lu Dust to suppress him. Overlord rank. The reason why they were named hegemonic lords was because of their spiritual metamorphosis, condensing the so-called hegemonic lord's aura. The aura of the king's hegemony, under the shroud of an overlord's aura. It was like facing the wrath of a party's overlord, with a terrifying spiritual intimidation. Royal beast masters and beast pets below the overlord rank would not be able to exert their strength. Those with a low strength level would even have difficulty even moving. But he saw a teasing smile hanging at the corner of Lu Dust's mouth. Kind of cool. Your overlord aura is good. Ludwan also provocatively unscrewed the bottle of drugged fizzy drink and took a sip. The flavor suits me too. Is there any more? Zhang Hui's head went into a state of downtime. You're even immune to the overlord aura? Ludwan snapped his fingers. Correct answer. Also, just as Zhang Hui froze, goosebumps were shrugging all over his body as he was mentally alerted. A popping sound came from the sound barrier created by the extreme speed. A monkey, whose entire body was burning with black flames, appeared behind him. There was a slight change in appearance from just now, and the hair that was originally ink-colored throughout its body was now tinged with gold at the end. Battle Power Liberation State crashed through the air, and in less than a blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of him. The fist that was suffused with bright light was constantly enlarging in his eyes. A fist smashed out, curling up a gale as the air was compressed and then viciously exploded, turning into a white column of air that smashed towards him along with the fist. Zhang Hui's eyes instantly shrunk into a black. When did it come over? His eyes emitted a blue glow, and his spiritual energy intertwined at top speed, once again transforming into a protective barrier. The barrier had just been generated. The fist carrying the power of 10,000 pounds had also arrived. Dang boom! The fist collided with the barrier, and a flat thunderous sound exploded, causing the eardrums to briefly go deaf. Zzz. At the collision of the fist and the mental power barrier, two streams of energy were violently exchanging blows, a scorching and horrifying heat. The ground was caving in layer by layer, spiderweb-like cracks traveling across the ground and spreading towards the wall. It was ultimately a hasty defense. Zhang Hui was blown away by a punch, his body shattering several walls, and with a final thud, he was sent flying into the open area outside. His feet skidded on the ground for more than 10 meters before stopping. He was appalled. What the hell kind of combat power was this? Even the upper degenerate rank was afraid to be inferior by a few points. Moreover, what creeped him out the most was Ludwan was actually immune to even the overlord aura, and he, as well as its beast pets, were not suppressed by the overlord aura. What kind of monster special ability is this? Ability to neutralize forbidden energies, immunity to drug effects, immunity to overlord aura. Any one of these special abilities placed on someone else would be no less than smoke coming from their ancestors' graves. These three abilities were actually gathered in one person. This made Zhang Hui jealous to the point of madness. If he had possessed this ability 20 years ago, he would have stood on top of the world. Not good, he's going to run. He was shocked in his heart, thinking that Lu Duan had let his beast pet sneak up on him and send him flying, in order to be able to find an opening to escape. He was about to give chase. But then he saw the broken hole in the wall, and Lu Dust walked out with his monkey beast pet. Run? Why run? Lu Dust asked rhetorically. Through the tentative attack just now, he felt that he could really beat it. What's more, he also triggered a quest. He looked at the virtual box in front of him. Half a minute ago, the quest popped up. Trigger mission. Please host defeat Zhang Hui of the hegemony rank and realize the following against the top. The task was out, so it was all the more important to try and see if he could beat it. Zhang Hui laughed in exasperation. It's only by utilizing a sneak attack while I was slacking off that I was barely able to shake me, but I'm not even half injured. A blue light blossomed in his eyes, and his hair floated without wind. He himself was also slowly floating in the air. A terrifying aura emanated from his body, and the air around him became stern and cold. He opened his hand and snort, snort, snort. Dirt after dirt spurted up from the ground like a column of water, and the rubble ruins of the walls floated over by an invisible force. Ludwan recognized this ability. the watchword of a mental beast pet. Nianli. According to Zhang Hui himself, he was endowed with the alchemy called suture, which allowed him to sew transcendental organs into his body, thus being able to use the corresponding attribute skills. In that case, he now had the transcendent organs of the spirit series sewn inside his body. Since you didn't escape just now, don't think about escaping. As the words fell, an invisible, transparent boundary enveloped the surroundings, locking Lu Duan in with him, unable to escape. Lu Chuan perceived the spatial system ability was still able to leave the boundary, which generically shut down a loneliness. Dense dirt and debris floated in the air above Zhang Hui's head. It then waved its hand. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Blazing air-breaking sounds came from the air, and like countless meteorites, the mud clumps and rocks crashed towards Qi Tian to kill him. Under the control of the Nian Li, the speed was extremely fast, and rubbing against the air, the surface ignited with flames. In Lu Duan's perspective, the oppressive force was extremely strong, and it really was like a cluster of meteorites impacting towards him and Qi Tian. It wasn't much of a problem. There was voiding with a short period of invincibility. He said to Qi Tian, let me see your limits. Qi Tian was now stuck at the middle degenerate stage. It needed outside pressure to force it to step into the upper degenerate stage. Wasn't this watery overlord rank in front of it a good whetstone? Roar Qi! Qi Tian's battle intent erupted as thunder and fire transformed into wisps of energy intertwined with each other on the surface of its skin. It continuously released fire and thunder energies to release its attack skills. Various balls of flame and balls of thunder met it. Bang, 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 bang. It was like an exchange of ground-to-ground missiles and air defense missiles. Countless explosions and flames exploded in mid-air, enveloping the sky like fireworks, with loud rumbling explosions. The shattered rocks and dirt fell towards the ground. The muscles of Qi Tian's feet swelled up and the ground collapsed. Boom! Accompanied by a sonic boom, Qi Tian instantly disappeared in place. It's useless. Previously you were able to succeed in your sneak attack because I was careless. Zhang Hui's overlord aura intertwined with his spiritual power could clearly sense Qi Tian's movement. The next second, his eyes shrunk once again as the figure, which was so fast that it turned into a stump monkey, suddenly disappeared. In half a breath, his mental field captured Qi Tian's figure once again. Behind him, how is that possible? Whoosh! Instantaneous movement was activated and Zhang Hui's figure moved away. Qi Tian struck the air with his fist and smashed it hard on the ground. The earth shattered and the power of thunder and fire leapt into the ground along the cracks before colliding with each other, creating a thunder and fire explosion. Boom! Thunder and fire erupted. The ground was lifted off the ground, and large chunks of ground debris tumbled around. Shadow system? Having three attributes at the same time, fire, thunder, and the rare shadow system, this person really was the bastard child of the goddess of luck. Wasn't he? He couldn't help but curse fiercely. His eyelids also jumped when he saw his opponent's destructive power. Your ing telling me that this is only a beast pet of the deliverance rank? Luckily, he was at the overlord rank. If he was at the commander rank, he would have flipped over 100%. Something. Then I'll see how you smash this one. The azure light in his pupils was so dense that it was impossible to see straight, and countless pieces of rubble and dirt floated into the air once again. Under the fabrication of his nimbus, it transformed into an earth dragon that devoured towards Qi Tian. The black tail flame on Qi Tian's tail skyrocketed, releasing a vortex of flames, but it didn't work against the earth dragon. It was followed by the use of a lightning skill, which was similarly useless. The earth was fearless of fire and lightning systems. Qi Tian's eyes were stern. Not the least bit abashed, energy attacks didn't work, so he would use his body to attack. It just so happened that compared to energy attacks, what it preferred was physical punches to the flesh. It turned into a piquant fire rainbow to meet it. Bang, boom, boom, boom. It fiercely clenched its fist, and lightning and fire energies surged out violently from its body. Fire filled its left fist, and thunder snakes flashed at first on its right fist, exploding the air with every blast. Bang, bang, bang. An earth dragon was blown up by it. Lu Chen's eyes stared. It was useless. After the earth dragons were blown up, it was as if they were alive, drawing on the power of the earth and recovering in an instant. The life force was endless and annoying. Wasted effort. This is the difference between the hegemony rank and you guys. You can't even solve the puppets I created with my thoughts. Overlord rank. You can borrow the elemental power of heaven and earth. You guys, on the other hand, use skills that need to be unleashed with the elemental reserves in your own body. This is a gap that cannot be crossed. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, so that's how it was. The Overlord rank was, besides the signature ability of the Overlord aura. Was a beast pet of the Overlord rank able to borrow the elemental power between heaven and earth to release its skills? Chi Tian also knew that there was no way to drag it on like this. At this rate, the reserves of elemental energy in its body were going to be exhausted alive. With a thunderbolt, it briefly blew up all the earth dragons, and once again disappeared into the shadows, charging towards Zhang Hui. Once again, it burrowed out of the shadows on his side. Gotcha! The light in Zhang Hui's eyes shone brightly, and the Nian power in his eyes was like a brilliant divine aura as he fiercely aimed his palm at Chi Tian. Numinous power surged out. Chi Tian's figure was instantly imprisoned. The blue light of numinous power enveloped its body, and every inch of its skin exerted power. Zhang Hui's gently hooked his finger. Roar, roar, roar. A water dragon came towards Chi Tian, and in an instant, Chi Tian was attacked with tons of damage. Bang! The body was thrown heavily. The shadow rock armor that it was clad in, which was a growable defense that was transformed from the rock attribute that Chi Tian once possessed, also became tattered and torn. Do we need little squid to make a move? Lu Duan inquired through his soul contract. Kirikou. Chi Tian shook its head. The battle intent on its body was still full of vigor. It was getting close. It felt like it was about to advance. Thunder arcs and flames emerged from its body surface once again as it greeted towards those earth dragons. After all, the difference in level was too great. Chi Tian began to be pressed, its shadow rock armor constantly shattering from battle damage. However, its pair of eyes grew brighter and brighter. Pressure was what made it stronger. It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. Constantly fighting, constantly being knocked away, constantly blowing up earth dragons, and constantly regrouping from the other side. The little squid stuck its head out of its backpack to look around, and looking at the scene, it shrunk its head towards the eggshell that was set over its body like a suit. Damn! Monkey is too scary and has masochistic tendencies. Chi Tian felt that his lungs were like a broken bellows. Each breath was accompanied by shortness of breath and ho-ho-ho gasping for air. The heart was beating like a flood of bells, the sound resounding in his ears. Dum-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum. The heart beat faster and faster, and the tail flame at the end of its tail jumped, rising and falling. The heart was beating fiercely, and the blood in its body was boiling. Lu Duan raised an eyebrow, sensing the changes in the other party. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was going to advance. Sure enough. Roar! With an unrestrained roar to the sky, Chi Tian's tail flame burned high, and his body's aura exploded by a hair. Medium degenerate stage, upper degenerate stage. Advanced? But so what? It's destined to be just the degenerate stage. Zhang Hui had had enough of playing, and it was estimated that it was time for the Imperial Beast Master Association side to come and end the battle. Only then, he heard Lu Duan's voice faintly come over. We've also played enough since we've advanced. The whetstone has already sharpened the knife. Chi Tian. Battle power. Full liberation. Ka-ching. The golden hoop on his forehead shattered, turning into a dense shadowy black aura enveloping Chi Tian's body. His body drew up. The shadowy black chi transformed into wisps of pitch-black ribbons that lingered around it. From time to time, it vibrated, and from time to time, it flipped and turned into a black skull. Then, in the next second, it collapsed into shadowy black chi once again, enveloping it. A forbidden power spread out, setting Chi Tian off like a demonic god stepping out from hell. Shoo! Countless numinous earth dragons roared in. Chi Tian stretched out his hand, his 5 fingers slightly bent towards his palm. An astonishing scene appeared. Those shattered fragments of the shadow rock armor stone, as if they were alive, continued to coalesce in its hand. In the end, it turned into a dark gilt rock stick. The shadowy black aura spread down the arm to the rock stick, and Chi Tian violently swung it up to make a crescent moon arc in the air. Bang, bang, bang. All of the earth dragons collectively shattered as the shadow black chi attached itself to their bodies, instantly turning into a mass of loose sand that crashed into the ground, no longer able to draw on the power of the earth to remain immortal. Road dust. Scratch that, the elements are once again complete some more. This thing won't end up turning into a Rui weapon, will it? Then, the stick in Chi Tian's hand transformed into a flowing liquid substance that flowed down its arm, transforming into a shadow rock armor, to to protect its body. And Zhang Hui, who was not far away, had already widened his pupils and was horrified. Forbidden power! Your beast pet possesses forbidden power? Impossible! It's hard to believe that they succeeded? Impossible. Their conception is even more outrageous than my research. How could they have succeeded? Lu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. What did that mean? Revealing a bit too much. You'd better worry about yourself. Lu Dust ordered. Qi Tian. Qi Tian took a step in. The ground under his feet shattered and his figure instantly disappeared, stepping into the upper degenerate stage. Its power took a huge leap. Using the shadow escape technique, it blended into the shadows and burrowed out of Zhang Hui's shadow. Zhang Hui coldly grunted, asking for trouble, unleashing his nimble power and instantly controlling Qi Tian's form. But the other party transformed into a monkey hare and floated down to the ground. This was actually a fake. Sweat hairs all over his body exploded, and in a mental sign of alarm, he hurriedly used instantaneous movement, shifting his form and coming into the air, pulling away. Sure enough, Qi Tian's figure appeared where he originally was, his fist raised high, carrying a terrifying shadowy black aura. The next second, he saw a squid-like beast pet land on this monkey's head. Whoosh! They disappeared. When he came back to his senses, there was a scorching terror above his head, and his spiritual energy intertwined and hastily transformed into a barrier. Bang boom! Being hit with a sonic boom, the terrifying force blasted on the barrier, blasting Zhang Hui to the ground with the barrier. The speed of the descent smashed out a circle of white air waves and gales. The ground that was already ravaged was even more miserable, and the shockwave caused by the impact blasted everything away. Rubble splashed and millstone-sized rocks were blown away. Zhang Hui stood up from the ground. His body was in a sorry state, covered in dust, and he no longer had that confident look of having everything under control. He stared at the little squid with a deadly stare. The little squid's body was also filled with forbidden power, and a dense star fog enveloped its body. Its figure constantly distorted and changed, and behind it, a vast misty world manifested. And in the misty world, there was an octopus silhouette that was even larger than a planet. Spatial system. Also, the same was possessing the power of an evil god. Zhang Hui had been completely stupefied. One beast pet with forbidden power was fine. But two, then it wasn't an accident. It meant that they had really succeeded. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the void ripples the size of coins bloomed and countless spider silks dangled down, winding towards Zhang Hui. Buzz. The superior skill of nimble power. Spiritual superlative skill. Spiritual strong numinous strangled fiercely. The spider silk was twisted. Spatial beast pet. He didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. His mental power was turned on full blast, turning into a barrier to protect his body. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Lu Chen's order came through. Qi Tian, stomp shadow, fixation technique. Zhang Hui realized that his body couldn't move. His shadow, he didn't know when it had crawled with dense shadow tentacles. It was probably only able to immobilize him for about half a second. But for a spatial beast pet, half a second could already do a lot of things. Little squid, it's your turn. The little squid tentacles pushed the air and entered the void wormhole, arriving in front of him. Phantom Dream Spider Silk, 10,000 silk slamming hands. Dense spider silk wrapped around one of its tentacles, transforming into a pure white lance. It fiercely slammed towards the opponent's barrier. Zhang Hui's scalp was numb with fear, but fortunately it was a false alarm and the other party failed to break through the barrier's defensive power. The body regained control and was about to instantly move to pull away. Buzz. The misty world that was illuminated behind this weird squid beast pet. The octopus silhouette that was as huge as a planet. It steeply revealed a pair of eyes. Chaos, mist, deep sea. There was a sudden trance in his spirit, as if he was about to fall into dreamland. Suddenly, he came to his senses with a sharp jolt. Dreamland tether. Space department plus dreamland department. Fire, thunder, and shadow? What the hell with these two beast pets of Luduan? When he came back to his senses, a fist kept enlarging in his eyes as Qi Tian killed and punched the barrier hard. It still didn't break through the protection. However, the terrifying power of the punch collapsed the ground in layers, like a glass bead that had been smashed into the ground by a punch. Zhang Hui was just about to mobilize his spiritual power and launch instantaneous movement. Qi Tian raised his foot and stomped again. Fixed body technique. He was once again unable to move, and the little squid repeated the same trick. Phantom Dream Spider Silk, 10,000 silk slamming hands. The tentacles transformed into lances and stabbed out again. After the attack, it proceeded to use the dream forbidden power, and in the misty world behind it, the large octopus emitted the power of slumber. Zhang Hui woke up from his brief dream, and Qi Tian's attack killed him. It was worth mentioning, their attacks, all of them kept attacking the same location. Zhang Hui was made to collapse. How could their abilities be used all the time, without intervals or cooldowns? Well, Lu Duan wanted to tell him that there really wasn't. This power belonged to a forbidden power, and in a state of full liberation of battle power, both Qi Tian and Little Squid could use it all the time as long as there was enough power in their bodies. Finally, 1 minute later, ka! A crisp sound caused Zhang Hui's face to change drastically. After they kept attacking the same place, cracks began to appear in the mental barrier. Zhang Hui was incomparably stifled. If he hadn't replaced Su Er's body and didn't have the proper transcendent organs to stitch it up, how else could he have been forced into this situation? Boing! The little squid softly called out as a void space cracked open behind it, and a withered, ghastly white, bizarre eye was revealed. Dense spatial power coalesced on it, and then a void ray was shot out, and wherever it passed, space shook slightly. It directly blasted at the crack in the barrier. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka-ka-ka. The void ray penetrated through, and the barrier completely shattered. Countless spider silks bound it heavily, emitting the power of spatial tremors, preventing it from using its abilities. Lu Chun laughed lightly. The shedding stage reverse degradation hegemony stage had succeeded. Then, the next step was to view the other party's dream memories. He was curious. When Zhang Hui saw the forbidden power on Little Squid and Qi Tian, his first thought was actually alchemy order. They succeeded. Could it be that the alchemy order was researching how to make beast pets possess forbidden power? It was also just as he was approaching. A strange change occurred. Your body belongs to me. His mouth roared. Suture parasite. His spiritual energy transformed into a wireworm and drilled through Lu Duan's brow. P.S. 2-in-1 presented. The first 100 chapters do not want to split the chapter. The first 100 chapters scattered flowers beg for golden votes. Happy mid-autumn vacation. Chapter 101 Parasitic Replacement. Telling Secrets. His spiritual energy transformed into a long purple chrysalis similar to a wireworm and drilled through Lu Chuan's brow. Previously, the way he pretended to be Lan Pal and Professor Su was by devouring their brains and obtaining their recent memories. Then the other party's body, using the sewing technique, was sewn into itself and absorbed and melted. The suture parasite he was using now was different. The full name of this ability is parasitic replacement. Can also be called a takeover, a real takeover. This is base card. Even the alchemy order does not know. In nature, there is a transcendental creature called parasitic purple thread nymphs. Their racial qualifications are inferior species that are even more trashy than common species. There is no potential or offense. Human children are able to get them killed easily. Located at the bottom of the chain of transcendental beings, the sewer of the sewers, this transcendent creature first appeared hundreds of years ago. Parasitic purple line nymphs have a special racial ability. When their lives are coming to an end, they were able to sacrifice away their own spirit and flesh and blood, select a target, and depending on the strength of the opponent's spirit, then take over the opponent. Gain access to each other's abilities and everything. Live the second life. This bizarre ability caused a huge panic at the time, and everyone was in danger that someone close to them would be parasitized as well. In the end, after some investigation, it turned out that the worries were completely unwarranted. Parasitic purple thread chrysalis, a lowly species of transcendental creature that a mere human child could easily kill. With this ability, it can only seize weak creatures, frogs, rabbits, chickens, birds, rats, snakes, and other such weak and ordinary creatures. In the place of a similarly inferior species of transcendental creature, there was no way for a parasitic purple thread nymph to parasitize a replacement. It was a huge relief to the people who were there. This odd ability has also led a number of researchers to conduct studies. Finally, a conclusion was drawn. Parasitic substitution. Parasitic violet thread nymphs are capable of completely replacing the habits, and even memories, of the parasitized creature. Because a researcher did an experiment in which a parasitic purple thread nymph parasitically replaced a mouse. This mouse feeder was hidden in a hidden place by this researcher, and only the mouse and the researcher knew where it was hidden. After being replaced by parasitic purple thread pupae, the mice were actually able to clearly seek out the feeder. This means that even the memories they are able to inherit. Zhang Hui went through the death of his parents lamenting the fragility of life, plus if it wasn't for the alchemy order saving him. He's also long dead. It made him incredibly afraid of death, and looked to this ability which was no less than having 2 lives. After he kept cultivating the parasitic purple thread chrysalis, he kept extracting the genes of the parasitic purple thread chrysalis and utilized the stitching technique to compile his own genes, day after day, year after year. After spending a great deal of time and expense, he allowed himself to successfully possess the racial ability of parasitic purple thread chrysalis. The limitations are that there is only a 50% chance of success and that it can be used on the degenerate order at most. After successfully seizing the body, the strength will be fixed forever and will not be raised again, and the lifespan will only be left for 1 year. He laughed freely. None of this mattered to him. What matters is Road Dust's special ability. Strength, longevity, all can be solved once the coveted research is completed. He rushed towards Luduan's sea of consciousness. As long as he devoured Luduan's soul in the sea of consciousness, it would be possible to replace him. Buzz. He drilled into Luduan's sea of consciousness and his eyes blinked. The smile on his face froze at the corners of his mouth, and his pupils contracted dramatically. Where is this? He inexplicably trembled. It was a boundless and vast starry sky. The entire universe of stars seemed to be condensed in the middle of the space. Why was Luduan's sea of consciousness such a sight? He looked around in alarm. Then, he saw the long steps of ascending God condensed by billions of starlight. Is this your backhanded move? Taking me over? Road Dust's voice came out, and the entire star dome trembled at speed. Zhang Hui subconsciously tilted his head to look. The pupils instantly shrunk to the size of a pinpoint. It was a vast starlight shadow standing in this world, its face blurred and unable to be seen directly. The cells of the whole body were trembling violently like a creature's instinctive fear. It was also just a matter of looking at it, and the aberrations were already starting to happen. The eyeball shattered, and the proliferating flesh and blood instantly filled the hollow of the socket. A mournful scream resounded from his mouth. Sarcoma after sarcoma was extruding itself on his mental body, undergoing irreparable aberrations. This was still the result of Luduan controlling the contamination of the Starlight Giant's breath. Otherwise, the other party's mental body would have simply exploded. Spare me, his mental body was slowly dissipating and disintegrating. Begin to deny your own existence in the world. Luduan brought him out of the space of the Lord of the Great Beginning. Squidgy. Pull it into the Phantom Prison. The other party's mental breakdown was easily read in the Phantom Dream Prison instead. It turned into a single dream bubble floating in the Phantom Dream Prison. Road Dust began to start watching his memories in a walkthrough fashion. He frowned. The dream bubbles were incoherent and many were disconnected. Boing! The little squid scratched his head guiltily as the other's mental body was dissipating and his memories were incomplete. It's okay. Road Dust patted him on the head. The search for memory images of the alchemical order also came up empty. All of it is a blank. Is it again the same as the Great Dian legacy at the time of Kuang Banghong? A seal in the memory? No. It's useless, you can't check the memories about them. Zhang Hui, whose body had been deformed into a monster, regained consciousness. I have a spell on me that prevents me from speaking of their existence or betraying them without backlash. Zhang Hui was not stupid, on the contrary it was very smart. He also knew now that the other party could definitely not be from the alchemy order, that terrifying Starlight Giant was definitely in existence above the evil gods. There is no way that such a person could exist in the alchemy order. He constantly denies his own existence in the world. It didn't take long for him to disappear completely. He, who had always been incomparably afraid of death, actually felt a sense of blissful relief at this time in his aberrant state. A man's words are good when he is about to die. I've noticed that there is a delay in the response to spells in this aberrant state, and I should be able to say what is relevant to them. Can you please do me a favor? I'll tell you what I know. Say, Road Dust said. When I die, my beast pet will suffer a backlash. Help me heal its wounds and then feed it until it dies of natural causes. Luduan was surprised. Zhang Hui actually had a beast pet? Then why didn't he summon it just now? Feeding won't work, but giving it some healing potions will. Zhang Hui sighed softly. That's fine. Like I said before, I was invited to join the alchemy order later on. They didn't treat me as one of their own, and I don't know a lot of things. The base I'm at isn't their headquarters either. Rather, it's one of the sub-bases. The chief I've never seen, but know his name. Chapter 102. Where's the man who saved you? What? I killed He opened his mouth and tried to say it several times, but couldn't. Can't tell. Can't describe what they look like. Triggering the spell prohibition. He spoke out about the alchemy order, and a terrible backlash hit him like a tidal wave, his features twisting. His face was pale and he gritted his teeth fiercely. But it's the alchemy order. Although it's an order, they don't embrace taboos and believe in faith in the evil god like other evil god orders. Road Dust's eyes stared slightly. Putting it that way, it seemed to be true. The swirling masked man that he had seen in the black market last time, he did not have a forbidden aura on him, did not have the kind of flavor and aura that the evil god followers had on them. Then what do they want? Why do they want to rob the 10,000 mother nurturing pool and the ancient fossil resurrection machine? I'm not sure, but based on some clues and what I know about myself, I have a rough guess. Zhang Hui continued, do you know about divine beasts? No. Zhang Hui's words seemed to have triggered some kind of prohibition. His features twisted as he suffered great pain, and he spoke at length. Divine beasts, they want to use the ancient fossil resurrection machine to resurrect the gods. His spiritual body quickly dissipated like paper burning with flames. Zhang Hui was dead. The traces of existence in the world completely disappeared. Luduan's eyes were astonished and uncertain. All the schemes of the alchemy order were related to the divine beasts. Resurrecting divine beasts? There were divine beasts turned into fossils. Exiting the illusory dream prison. Consciousness returned to reality, and next to Zhang Hui's corpse, a summoning spell appeared. A devilfish-like creature with a flattened body, light blue in color, with a 7-star ladybug-like pattern on it. It was also like the raised devilfish that Luduan had known in his previous life, with its mouth and 5 senses growing underneath its body. It was like a smiling fish with a smiling face. Name: 7-star flying skate. Qualification: common species. Rank: upper elite. Description: the 7-star flying skate, after taking a large amount of resources, its strength has increased to upper elite rank. But due to the limitations of its race, it is unable to break through to the degenerate rank. Known as the Elf of Good Luck, its wing-like twin fins are able to fly like birds, its face grows underneath its body, and it is born with a smile, and those who see its smiling and laughing face are able to have a good mood. The 7-star pattern on its back will light up differently depending on its mood. This was Zhang Hui's original beast pet. The 7-star flying skate came out coughing up blood. Its breath wilted. The Imperial Beastmaster had died and it had suffered a backlash. It rushed to Zhang Hui's side. Its face flustered. Woohum! Called out softly and pushed Zhang Hui's body. There was no feedback. Woohum! Woohum! It kept calling out to Zhang Hui, one cry after another, expecting a response from the other party. Its voice was as ethereal as a dolphin sound, traveling far and wide. The voices intertwined into a sad song, and large tears flowed down from its eyes. The voice began to grow hoarse, and it didn't stop. It kept screaming, screaming, wailing, mournful, sobbing and crying out in blood. The 7-star ladybug-like pattern on its back became inky black, representing its current mood. Luduan was silent for a long while. He's already dead. This is a healing potion that can heal your injuries. Drink it. The 7-star flying skate ignored it, much less took it. Its slender tail gently curled up Zhang Hui's body and brought it from the rubble filled with dust and debris to a clean grassy area. The flexible tail was like a pair of hands, organizing Zhang Hui's clothes. And then he went to Professor Su's house, found a clean towel and used the water gun skill. Wetting the towel, little by little, he helped Zhang Hui wipe his face, wipe the dust from his body and fur. My Imperial Beast Master, he likes to be clean the most. Soon, it was as if Zhang Hui had fallen asleep. After the 7-star flying skate finished working on everything, its body was shaky and its breath was shriveled to the extreme. It finished organizing everything and returned the towel. Like a drunken Hulk, it flew in a 7-star stagger before landing on Zhang Hui's body. Finding a comfortable position, it plopped down in his arms. Its sadness-filled face once again regained its healing smile. It shrank towards Zhang Hui's arms. Slowly, slowly, No movement. The breath of life completely dissipated. There was only the beast pet and the Imperial Beastmaster that were snuggling with each other. The little squid flew to Lu Duan's shoulder, its tentacles hugging Lu Duan's head, and there was also sorrow in its eyes. Lu Duan was silent for a long time. This was the bond, right? Obviously being pressed by Chi Tian and the little squid, constantly being hard-controlled, it might be possible that if he summoned the 7-star flying skate to interfere with Chi Tian and the little squid, he might be able to help him briefly get out of control. But he didn't, because a 7-star flying skate with the qualification of ordinary species and the rank of upper elite rank, facing Chi Tian and little squid, would probably be killed in a single glance. There was some irony. Obviously, he himself was the most fearful of death. Boing, the little squid was also being sentimental, its eyes about to pee. It was going to get stronger, and it was definitely not going to let this scene happen. It was going to be good with the Imperial Beastmaster. It didn't want the Imperial Beastmaster to die, but if the Imperial Beastmaster died, it would definitely kill itself and follow the Imperial Beastmaster. Kirikou! Chi Tian muttered in an inopportune manner. There are places here that aren't wiped clean. If it were me, I could wipe it cleaner. Pa! Lu Dust directly gave Chi Tian a popping chestnut. Damn. Looking forward to my death, is it? Hurry up, Chairman Gu. Zhao Kongqing was furiously urging Gu Xian. They were riding their beast pets furiously on the ground. Anxious inside, they immediately came running wildly after receiving a call from Jiang Zhini. Professor Su had been toppled. No wonder he didn't come to the Imperial Beastmaster Association for a week and took a week's vacation. Damn it ah! The target was actually Lu Duan, which made them anxious. This was the treasure of their ancient capital. Could definitely become a top breeder in the future. And the fighting strength was definitely among the top ones as well. It must be all right, Dust Boy. The two of them ran wildly, and soon, large masses of rubble appeared in front of them, and huge rocks rushed onto the road. This destructive power. It seemed like a fight had already taken place, and the other party had already made their move. This caused their hearts to sink slightly. Soon, they arrived at the empty lot where Professor Su's residence was located. The earth was shattered, and the scene was a ghastly mess. It was as if it had been plowed over by a missile, with scorched black traces appearing everywhere, and large crater after large crater appearing. Their hearts completely sank to the bottom. Overlord rank. How could Lu Dust's district be spared by this terrifying battle power of a mere degenerate rank? This was taken away. Damn it! The Alchemy Order and I are immortal. Zhao Kongqing roared lowly and slammed his fist hard on the ground. Seal off the entire city and search. Whether it's up in the sky or down in the earth, we have to save Lu Duan. Guxin's eyes were glazed with killing intent. Huh? President Gu. Commander Zhao. What are you doing? Lu Dust, who had just walked out from Professor Su's rickety house after using the toilet, saw the yelling Guxin and Zhao Kongqing. He was a little confused. Instantly, seeing the living, breathing Lu Duan, who didn't even have half an injury on his body, the two of them froze as well. Looking at each other, they stared at each other. Lu Duan wasn't fine? Wasn't taken away? Could it be that there was a passing high-ranked Imperial Beastmaster who saved Lu Duan? It was also true that the destructive power of this scene, at first glance, was caused by two Overlord-ranked Imperial Beastmasters fighting. Where's that Zheng Hui? Lu Chuan nudged his mouth. That. Dead. Guxin laughed out loud. Good death, by the way. Who was that Imperial Beastmaster who saved you? Saved a pillar of our ancient capital. I have to thank him properly on behalf of the Imperial Beastmaster Association. Ha! Lu Dust said. No one saved me. Zhao Kongqing froze. Then how did he die? Lu Dust tilted his head. I killed him. Zhao Kongqing and Guxin's cerebellum atrophied. P.S. I don't know if such a character arc is acceptable. The world is not black and white. Nor is it that villains necessarily have no feelings, no affection, no love. Chapter 103. Who in the hall is suing this official? Ha! Dust Boy, you really know how to joke. Ha ha. Both of them thought that Lu Dust was joking. But looking at Lu Dust's serious expression, which was half-heartedly joking, their voices gradually became smaller. The pupils began to dilate. Guxin and Zhao Empyrean City's mouths were wide open, their spirits in a trance and in a state of stagnation. They glanced at each other, waves of shock rising within them, crossing two orders with the degenerate order and defying the overlord order. This was something that was unheard of in the entire history of mankind, given their vision. Zhao Kongqing's throat wriggled up and down. Didn't this mean that Lu Chun could now be on par with him, or even be able to defeat him? Zhao Kongqing felt as if he had lived to be a dog. Lu Chun had only become a royal beastmaster for less than half a year. What the hell kind of monster is this? No! This overlord rank of his is a bit watery. If you insist on dividing it, it should be a half-step overlord rank. Normally, a 5-star Imperial Beastmaster overlord had contracted at least 3 beast pets. Even for a newly promoted 5-star Imperial Beastmaster, he was guaranteed to have a beast pet under his command that had stepped into the overlord rank. The tougher ones even had 2 beast pets of overlord rank under their command. If Zhang Hui was a regular 5-star Imperial Beastmaster overlord, it also meant that Lu Duan would have to face at least 3 beast pets, as well as an Imperial Beastmaster who could use the Imperial Beast talent to enchant his beast pets, or even use the curing skill to attack him. How was this going to fight? Even if he was able to ignore the overlord's aura, he couldn't do anything in the face of numbers as well as the hard power gap in realm. Lu Duan also just saw that Zhang Hui was easy to bully, and the source of all his power came from the so-called alchemy divine art stitching. However, whenever he was fighting, Zhang Hui only had to summon a beast pet of the commander rank or overlord rank to come out and help. With absolutely no hesitation at all, Lu Dust directly used Void Wandering and Shadow Escape technique to run as far away as possible. Hearing Lu Dust's explanation, the shock in the hearts of the two was slightly reduced, but it was still shocking. Even if it was a watery hegemony rank, it was still a hegemony rank. Pervert no less than Zhang Zhini. While chatting idly, the rest of the Imperial Beastmaster Association arrived. Seal off the scene. Luckily, Professor Su was afraid of being disturbed during his weekdays in order to facilitate his research projects, and there weren't many residents around. Otherwise, the aftershocks of this battle would have spread to quite a few people. The corpse is also moved back. President Gu, let's bury the body under the tree. There's no more information that can be excavated from him. After Zhang Hui's death, his body was rapidly aging and decaying. The suturing technique was no longer effective. No information could be unearthed. Even if the forensic pathologist dissected the body, it would just be a pile of rotten flesh. Promised to help him heal the backlash injuries of the 7-star flying ray fish. As a result, the 7-star flying skate had a death wish and chose to die with him. All Lu Duan could do was to enable them to sleep long and undisturbed. Well, but for the other party's death, Lu Duan was feeling that death was not enough and deserved. Even if time started over again, he would still kill them once he saw them. Ro. Guxin had his Earth-type beast pet dig a large pit under the tree and threw their corpses in. Let's go. You kid go back to the association's hospital with us for a closer examination, lest the other party leaves something behind. Lu Duan nodded. Qi Tian had suffered a considerable amount of injuries in the battle and needed to recover a bit, and in the battle power fully liberated state. Its body was overdrawn, and its muscles were expected to be sore for a few days, and its elements would be disorganized for a few days. Next, Lu Duan took it to the Imperial Beast Hospital and had it treated. The self was also dragged by Guxin for all kinds of detailed examinations inside and out. This tossing and turning. It wasn't until the sun set and the evening sun reddened half the sky that he left from the Imperial Beast Master Association. Lu Dust returned to Student Villa 9527. When he heard the movement of the door opening, Lu Yurong hurriedly got up. Although Zhang Zhini didn't say what happened. However, she understood her bestie. When Zhang Zhanyi called to inquire about Lu Duan's whereabouts, the grave tone of her voice made it clear that something big had happened. It kept her on edge all day, her heart palpitating as she walked around the house anxiously. As time passed, the uneasiness in her heart became more and more intense, and her eyes became slightly red with anxiety. She even had the magic mirror mannequin go out to look for Lu Duan, but the ancient capital was so big, there was no way to find him. During this period, she also called Zhang Zhenyi several times, wanting to know what happened. As a result, the other party was not in the service area. Now, seeing that Lu Chuan had returned safely, she scrutinized him carefully, and there were no missing arms or legs. There were also no injuries on his body. The boulder hanging inside Lu Yurong finally landed, and she deeply exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. She grunted and glared. You still know to come back? I'm all set to shout at Mom to prepare for the banquet tomorrow. Ha! Lu Dust squinted. I won't die even if your seat opens 10 times. A warm current rose within Lu Dust. He already knew from Gu Xian that it was Jiang Zhenyi who had asked him to go to the rescue. And the reason why Jiang Zhenyi knew that he was at Professor Su's place, he didn't need to guess that it was Lu Yurong who told her. Although Lu Yurong looked nonchalant, she was actually very sensitive inside, and had probably already guessed something from Jiang Zhenyi's words. Looking at the flattened mouth, full of tiredness and slightly red eyes, Lu Yurong. Lu Dust's tone slowed down. All right, I'm fine. As the nephew of the future invincible female emperor, Lu Tiandi, who can kill me? That's how people are. All the grievances and sadness can be swallowed. But once someone gently comforts you, all the emotions would fester and could no longer collapse. After becoming a sentinel beastmaster, she had seen the cruel side of this world. Especially in the Earth Cave Abyss realm in Lin Yuan City, in just 5 days, there were already 3 or 4 waves of people who wanted to kill and seize treasures inside. All of them were killed by Lu Chun, and the bloody, weak scene also showed her that the world of the Imperial Beastmasters was cruel, and death was the norm. Jiang Zhenyi's sudden call made her very scared, afraid that something would happen to Lu Duan. After all, half a month ago, she was just an ordinary girl who was well protected and commuted from 9 to 5 every day. Worry, fear, and aggression collapsed. Large tears fell from Lu Yurong's eyes as she cried pear-shaped tears. The phone can't be reached, and the magic mirror mannequin can't find you. I thought something had happened to you. All right, I'm not all right. Lu Qin gently patted the other party's back to comfort. At the same time, he was also reflecting. The next time he encountered this kind of thing, he still had to be more cautious. There were people at home waiting for him to go back for dinner. Anyway, with the system, being invincible was only a matter of time, so there was no need to take the risk of dying with the other party. Oi. Overdoing it. New clothes. I bought new clothes in Lin Yuan City. Snot don't wipe on it. Not long after, the magic mirror mannequin that went out to look for Lu Duan also returned. The azure light in its eyes filled the air, and its spiritual power spread out to examine Lu Duan in detail. Barry, it breathed a sigh of relief. You said you got into some skirmish with someone when you went out to look for me? Are you all right? Road Dust inquired. The magic mirror mannequin shook its head, informing Lu Duan that it was fine, and also that it hadn't harmed the other party, but had only embarrassed them a little. That wasn't much of a problem. He was now a member of the Night's Watch and had Jiang Zhenyi, the Heavenly King, to cover him. Plus, he was familiar with the ancient Capital Imperial Beast Association side, to the point where they were even asking for him to create a beast pet breeding program for them. As long as he didn't commit any great deeds against humanity. Even if he offended some people, it would only be, who under the hall is suing this official? Chapter 104. Concubine Luoan. I'm invincible again. The Secret Realm of the Dragon. Student Villa 4396. Mijo. An ethereal voice echoed as an aura rose in the ice crystal phoenix fox. Reaching a certain critical point, a crisp sound came from within the body, like a bottleneck breaking. The extremely cold frigid aura squeezed the surrounding air, forming a circle of azure blue air wave ripples blowing in all directions. Wherever it passed, the water molecules in space were condensed into tiny ice shards. At the same time, behind it, there was a virtual shadow of an ice phoenix formed from a combination of arcane ice. Lower degenerate stage, middle degenerate stage. The ice crystal phoenix fox's strength level had risen by a small stage. The corner of Luo Anfei's mouth picked up a light-hearted arc. It wasn't just the rank that had risen. In the subtle empowerment of her imperial beast talent, the ice crystal phoenix fox's phoenix bloodline had also purified quite a bit, officially crossing a stage and ushering in a bloodline metamorphosis. Miscellaneous blood phoenix sub-phoenix bloodline 1%. A phoenix's bloodline could be categorized into phoenix blood creatures, miscellaneous blood phoenixes, sub-phoenix bloodlines, phoenix relics, and pure blood phoenixes. As long as it's a phoenix blood creature, it's almost always an existence capable of growing to the commander rank. For pure blood phoenixes, the lower limit was even the totem rank. Among the pure blood phoenixes, there is also a difference between high and low, of which the highest level is the true phoenix pureblood bloodline, can grow to the legendary rank. In her previous life, her ice treasure was of this rank, a true phoenix pureblood bloodline of the legendary rank of the ice system. Above the pureblood phoenix, there was an even more terrifying existence. Its name was Ancient Phoenix. It is an ancient spirit that existed in the distant past, and it is an existence that governs the origin of the laws. It is the strongest creature in the mythic rank and is also the so-called divine beast. Speaking of divine beasts, her eyes narrowed, and she naturally knew the origin of the human territory. It was blessed by the power left behind by a divine beast. In the previous world, divine beasts remained enigmatic. Even in the second wave of the exotic descent, where an even more ancient exotic land descended on the blue planet and the blue planet's world places were elevated, there had been no traces of the divine beast ever found. It was as if all the divine beasts, they didn't know what happened and suddenly disappeared from the world. Only shrines and temples that had proven their existence were left behind. In her previous life, even if she accidentally triggered the power of the relic and was transported to the starry sky, becoming a renowned powerhouse in the starry sky, she had never even seen a truly living divine beast. It's not a big problem in this life. If all the divine beasts have died, then my beast pet will be the new divine beast. She raised her head. An ice crystal phoenix fox of the medium degenerate rank could reverse the strength of the medium commander rank. And it wasn't even a normal commander rank, but a commander rank among the Night's Watch with top strength and talent. In the next comparison, there was no way to lose. With the medium degenerate rank against the medium commander rank, she really couldn't think of how she would lose. Moreover, there were still more than 20 days left to open the second comparison. By then, the strength of the Ice Crystal Phoenix Fox and the Moon Elf would still be growing, and they might both be able to overcome the upper commander rank. In addition, the Ice Crystal Phoenix Fox possessed the quasi-austere rank skill, Heavenly Frost Cold Chi, which could interfere with space and generate a freezing effect, freezing the enemy's speed. Once the skill came out, Lu Chen's two beast pets would be ruined. Unless he can reverse the Overlord rank. But how is that possible? Overlord rank, that's a chasm that can't be crossed. Only an Overlord can counter an Overlord. The corners of her mouth were rising madly. How dare you send something to Su Mayer first? Let's see how I can crush you in comparison this time. Hard work, ice treasure, and moon treasure. She rubbed the little heads of the Ice Crystal Phoenix and Moon Elf. A pair of beautiful eyes blossomed with light. Next, there was another big chance, and it would be the Night Watchman's 5 Regions Grand Competition, right? The Green Wave Pool Secret Realm should have come out. The Green Wave Pool Secret Realm belonged to the Dragon Secret Realm, and it was also an Inheritance Secret Realm. In terms of life levels, dragon creatures are on the same level as phoenixes. Even more so, dragon lineage creatures were more powerful than phoenix creatures. The destructive power was even more pure, synonymous with invincibility. After all, the phoenix creature's phoenix power focused on long life, strong recovery, and nirvana ability. This was not the case with dragon creatures, which were known for their physical toughness. In particular, the dragon scales of dragon creatures were extremely resistant to the rest of the energy attributes. A skill strength of 100 points, blasted on the opponent, might be cancelled out by 1 or 2%. The higher the bloodline concentration, the stronger its dragon scale resistance. The dragon power was also a berserk attribute with extremely pure destructive power. It also caused dragon lineage beast pets to become synonymous with invincibility. The only way to defeat a dragon system was to have a dragon system. This was also why the Imperial Dragon Clan of the 5 surnames and 10 clans of Great Xia had such a supreme status, being located at the top of the 5 surnames. This was because their beast pets were all of the dragon lineage and had extremely strong underpinnings. It was not until the second exotic region descended on a large scale that a large secret realm called Goblin Forest appeared. Inside, there was a brand new attribute for beast pets, the goblin lineage. It was only then that the people realized that beast pets with this attribute had a restraining effect on dragon lineage creatures. Dragon Lineage Inheritance Secret Realm. Luoanfei had to enter. The dragon and phoenix were in harmony. It was also conducive to the growth of the phoenix bloodline. When Luduan finished eating, he took a bath inside the bathroom. A body of fatigue faded away, refreshing. Qi Tian rested in the Imperial Beast space, absorbing the purified energy gulped out by the eternal god tree sapling, to alleviate the aftereffects due to the battle force fully liberated form. In the living room, Lu Yurong was watching a TV series. Lu Duan glanced at it, a dog-blooded drama. Huh? Wait. He looked at the little squid that was lying in Lu Yurong's arms, with big bright eyes, watching with great interest, and fell into deep thought. This? My beast pet likes to watch dog-blooded dramas? The next second, without any sign, a silhouette suddenly appeared in the living room. It was none other than Kang Yung-yi. Lu Duan rolled his eyes. Can you stop appearing out of nowhere all the time? Jiang? Lu Yurong had a surprised look on his face. Jiang Zhenyi was dusty and dressed in a dry outfit. Her hair was casually coiled behind her head, and her face wore a slightly weary look. Obviously having traveled a long distance to get here, she wasn't too surprised to see that Lu Duan was fine. Is there a charger? Let me charge it. My cell phone was bored when I came here, and there was no signal when I crossed the domain, so I played elimination and played with no electricity. Lu Yurong. No wonder the phone can't get through. Why are you looking at me with this look? You have a spatial beast pet. Zhang Hui can't possibly kill you unless he's at the monarch rank. I'm not the least bit worried about your ability to save your life. Did Guxin and the others catch Zhang Hui? No, Zhang Hui was ed to death by me. Oh, Jiang Zhenyi, huh? Ed to death by you. Her beautiful eyes carried a bit of dismay before regaining her composure. It sounded quite outrageous. But it was acceptable when it happened to a member of the Myth Bureau. Found anything yet? There is. Before he died, Zhang Hui, perhaps with a clear conscience, took the initiative to inform me of everything about the alchemy order, but the other party was put under a spell and triggered a prohibition, and died before he finished speaking. Lu Dust did not hide, informing what he had learned in detail everything. As for why he grabbed the 10,000 mother nurturing pool and the ancient fossil resurrection machine, Zhang Hui's original words are like this. Divine beast, they want to use the ancient fossil resurrection machine to resurrect God. Lu Duan spread his hands, indicating that that was all. Jiang Zhenyi eyes shocked. The Alchemy Order, not an evil god organization, did not believe in the knowledge of truth and embraced the evil god taboo. The alchemy divine art was able to give one the strength of a hegemonic rank. This alchemy order was trickier than expected, and their scheming is related to divine beasts. Is it possible that a divine beast has turned into a fossil and they want to revive it with the ancient fossil revival machine? Then what about the pool? What is its function? No, it's definitely not resurrecting a divine beast. If divine beasts could also be turned into fossils, wasn't that a little too weak? Divine beasts were existences that could bless the human frontier simply by relying on the aura from the leftover secret realm. A creature of this level turned into a fossil and buried underground? What kind of heavenly joke is this? Kong Zhong-yi, in frantic thought, dialed the phone. Do you have any information on your side about the 10,000 mothers nurturing pool? What are its abilities? And no, the General Association of Breeders hasn't even figured out how it's used. Her eyes narrowed slightly. As the pillar master of the 10th pillar of the Night's Watch, Dusaka was either installed in the Night's Watch from the beginning, or he was compelled by the Alchemy Order after becoming a Night's Watchman. He became the pillar master, and if it wasn't something important, there was no need for the Alchemy Order to expose him. The 10,000 mother breeding pools are definitely used together with the ancient fossil resurrection machines. In the meantime, on a shadowy island, Black Flotsam was cutting the sky like blotting ink. Thunder flashed at times. On the island, there were buildings, cast in steel and concrete. The overall style was like a combination of cyberpunk and bioscience. Flesh and blood and machinery coexisted. At this time, there were quite a few people in the buildings, and if Lu Duan was here, he would have realized. The swirling masked man who had traded in the black market at the beginning was also here. They fell on their knees to a man whose entire body was shrouded in shadow, and his silhouette could be seen in haze as being tall in stature. In his hand was a white bone cane with a crystalline gem set at the top. To their side was a huge indoor space with walls constructed entirely of glass. Inside, workbenches were set up with all sorts of alchemy vessels and various materials. The most striking thing was a machine placed in the center of the venue. It was simple and unassuming, but the moment I saw it, it was as if I sensed the passage of time. Ancient fossil resurrection machine. Suddenly, giant sun, something's wrong. Panicked voice came. Chapter 105 Taboo of Life, God Creation Plan, Spell Removal Hakai. Giant sun, something's wrong. A figure ran in panic. Zhang Hui's life flame has disappeared. Dusaka raised his head and said, after grabbing the ancient fossil resurrection machine, he told me that he was going to make a trip to the ancient capital. He said that it was a matter of whether or not his research would be able to come to light. He was never one of us. The giant sun spoke with a calm face. Dead is dead. I sensed it previously. He triggered the spell. It seems that he was captured and tried to force us to ask about our whereabouts, only to have the spell backfire on him. The ancient fossil resurrection machine has arrived. Zhang Hui has no more use for him, so if he's dead, and he doesn't know much about the organization anyway. As regards STH, his research, a playful smile appeared at the corner of the giant son's mouth. Zhang Hui's long-cherished wish, the so-called research that could change human genes so that ordinary humans could also possess extraordinary greatness. Worthless in his opinion, and destined to never succeed no matter how much he tosses it around. Because, hundreds of years ago, when the alchemists were in their heyday, they had already studied Zhang Hui was merely picking up the pieces of wisdom of others, and his so-called research that crossed generations and changed the human landscape was nothing more than an alchemist's discarded subject from beginning to end. It simply couldn't work. There was no way for humans to gain transcendent power by incorporating the genes of ferocious beasts. This is the rule or the law. The rules of the world are like individual computer codes that form the underlying logic of the world. It's like an ordinary fish that can't live on land, like a bird of prey that can't swim in the sea. From the beginning, his research was doomed to be a non-starter. Jumbo, the machine is tuned up. The giant son's eyes glistened as they walked into the midst of the giant lab. The ancient fossil resurrection machine stood in the center of the field, its main body massive and several meters high. Throughout the body do not know by what metal material made, dense cables connected to it. Each cable is as thick as an adult's thigh. Ancient fossil resurrection machine, stylized in two parts, top and bottom. In the upper part, it resembles a bud, with all the petals extending upwards, and when it reaches the top, the petals close together like a divine dragon playing with a pearl. The port of the bud holds a divine and extraordinary crystal. This is the most crucial core of the ancient fossil resurrection machine. Time crystallization. It was obtained by Kong Jong-yi from the discovery of the remains of the time-based beast pet, flower of history. The moment you see it, it's as if the conceptual thing called time gets materialized. The top and bottom halves have a hollow shape with a hatch in the center. The giant son stepped forward and with a wave of his hand, an exquisite treasure chest appeared in front of him, which he solemnly opened. Inside the box was a stone, mangy, bleak, and ancient. Filled with signs of age, in the stone you can vaguely see what seems to be sealed. Fossil. He solemnly took it out and placed it in the middle of the machine's base slot. Start the machine. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. A huge cable, a steady stream of power towards the resurrection machine. The machine operated with a roar. The pod-like upper portion of the machine body glows, and then the pod blooms. The flaps are open in 6 pieces and are crafted from something with a purple crystal texture. Without the support of the pod, the time crystal actually did not fall down, but floated in the air above the petals. It was dripping and spinning, constantly releasing strange energies. The power of time. Whenever the power of time wanted to spread towards the outside, this open bud, like a prison cage, automatically gathered the power of time. It was as if a petal was undergoing a recharge, and the purple glow kept lighting up. When all 6 petals are charged, the ancient fossil in the bay slowly floated up. Countless thunder-ons filled it, and the power of time followed. A dense light wrapped the fossil, making it impossible to see the changes inside. But it was clearly perceptible that time had acted on the fossil, and little by little its state began to reverse. Giant sun. It will take about 3 days to restore it to the state it was in when it wasn't turned into a fossil. The giant sun nodded as he turned his head to Duban and the others. Continue to go and collect the blood of the evil god in question, as well as the blood of beast pets with strong racial qualifications. When he was done, his rose into the air, and while the head of the study was a rock wall, he blended in like a ghost. There was still a space above the ceiling wall of the research room, and unusually peculiar from the research room looking upwards is the rock wall, and from the space above the rock wall looking downwards the whole floor is as transparent as glass. You can clearly see the research room below. The space was dark and gloomy, with a throne on the slightly higher ground. The stylized appearance is very odd. The whole throne is egg-like with a gaping hole broken out. The gap is just big enough for someone to lean on. Broken eggshells, too, floated around, and the inside of the eggshell encasement was full of blood-red walls of flesh that throbbed as if they had a pulse. Expel Spell Box Court. That was the name of the thing, and also, at the same time, a strong secret treasure of rules. The giant son sat up, his head down through the wall, his eyes coalescing on the ancient fossil resurrection machine, whispering softly, with a hint of madness in his eyes. Soon, the ultimate goal of our alchemist system will finally open up once again. Our God-making 2.0 program will finally succeed. Under the heavens, he was the only one who was afraid to know exactly how the alchemists had perished. The alchemist career system was brilliant to the core centuries ago. Meanwhile, their development has stagnated. Having reached a bottleneck where they can't ascend, they want to explore higher peaks that they accidentally unearthed a shrine to an evil god. The honorable name of this evil god is the Great Devil of the Unseen. This evil gods didn't have any specific image, and the sea could accommodate all sorts of different species and incorporate them into itself, gaining each other's abilities. The top alchemists of the time, they touched the taboo in the temple of the Great Devil of the Unseen. Having gained the associated knowledge of truth of the evil gods, the spirituality underwent spiritual contamination. Alchemists don't believe in evil gods even if they are mentally polluted, and in their polluted state they become even more insane. They tried to incorporate the forbidden knowledge of it into the alchemist's body of knowledge. They succeeded. Alchemy, divine life taboo. This is what they get when they incorporate the knowledge of the evil god's truth into the alchemist system. Or, in other words, the making of God. Alchemy, divine life taboo, which gives the alchemist the ability to make gods. From the evil god's temple, they obtained the knowledge of truth, and also a portion of the evil god's blood. They extracted the relevant pheromones from the blood of the evil god, which they then used as the basis for life breeding and cloning. Trying to clone a phaseless demon that was under the control of the alchemist community out of blood, supplemented by the genetic combination of the rest of the beast pets. The evil god held one authority after another, and if they cloned an infernal demon out, wouldn't that be the same as someone trying to compete with the main body for the authority? Of course, the phaseless demon couldn't endure it, and so disaster struck. His gaze descended on Blue Star along the clone, which shattered into a horrific pollution of curses. Cursed the entire professional system of alchemists. So, overnight, total annihilation. The giant sun laughed softly. However, I don't think you would have imagined that we have the Rule's secret treasure god's relic, spell dispelling box court. Would you? Curse removing Hakata, the secret treasure of the Rule of immunity to curses. At that time, the alchemists who participated in the God creation program were all top-notch alchemist powerhouses one after another. The power of the evil god's curse erupted. All of these alchemist powerhouses were hiding in the spell-dispelling box court. However, the phaseless demon's forbidden curse was too strong, and the rest of the alchemists who were hit by the curse simply disappeared into the world. It's like an eraser that erases their presence in the world. They were hiding in the expectorant spell box court. The power of the Rule's secret treasure couldn't completely resist the curse. Although their own existence was not erased, the terrifying power of the curse turned them into a pile of rotten meat. However, the top alchemists of the time didn't realize that the spell-expelling box court had another ability. Risen from the dead. Once someone dies in it, the expectorant spell box court changes form and transforms into being an egg. When the egg hatches, those who died inside are born anew. It could also be due to the power of the curse, or the fact that too many people died inside the curse-removing box court. Resurrection can only resurrect one person. Also, resurrection is only once, and once it is used, there is no more resurrection function in the spell removal box court. All the factors add up. As if a bug had gotten stuck, the flesh and blood of all the top alchemists who had died inside began to reorganize. All the flesh and blood fused together into one person. This man was before him a giant sun. One that was made from a combination of the flesh and blood of all the top alchemists of the time and had memories of everything that was going on in their minds. It could be said that he was the gem crystallization of the entire alchemist career system. Of course, his real name wasn't Giant. Giants, centuries ago, during the blooming period of the great popularity of various occupational systems. This is an honorific for the leader of a systemic genre. As someone with the knowledge of all the top alchemists, over the years, he had also searched for a way to fight the great demon of the undisguised. Since cloning only the phaseless demon would draw his gaze. The evil god and the divine beast are deadly rivals. The two sides are like black and white, inherently at odds. He wasn't going to clone the phaseless demon, he was going to use the phaseless demon's characteristic of being able to contain all things as a base. Injected with the genes of divine beasts, it was used to counteract the phaseless demon. Then at the same time add the relevant sense of other evil gods, and collect the genes of all the beast pets of all lineages in the whole world. Anyway, the characteristic of a phaseless great demon was that it was phaseless and was able to contain everything. He was going to create one that encompassed the genes of divine beasts, evil gods, and beast pets of every lineage in the world god. This would be the existence that would override all divine beasts and the god of evil gods. The God-Making Project 2.0. Today, the fossils that are resurrected on ancient fossil resurrection machines are not some divine beast that has turned into a fossil. Rather, a place where a supreme divine beast had once inhabited. There were the remains of the molt it had left behind. Bring it back to life and extract the genes. The 10,000 mothers breeding pool is the key to what comes next. Luckily, the cultivators, a bunch of losers, have kept it pretty well. The 4 greatest treasures of the breeder, the 10,000 mothers nurturing pool, the spell-removing box court, the staff of no return, and the pot of eating. Unfortunately, only the first 3 are in my hands nowadays, and the pot of eclipse is nowhere to be found. This is the core rule secret treasure for cultivating beast pets. System. Start the lottery.
Villa 9527.
Road Dust returned to the room and rubbed his hands together, and today he was fighting against the hegemony order by dragging the steps. The system has to come up with something good, blah blah blah. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, rewarded with a special blind box. Without hesitation, Road Dust opened the special blind box. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the rule secret treasure, the pot of eating. Road Dust? What is this? Chapter 106 Extraordinary Rule Secret Treasure. Unlimited buffs. Pot of eating? What is this thing? Ludwan curiously surveyed the system quest reward in front of him. Pot. No, to be more accurate, it should be said that it was more like a tripod. Whether it was a frying pan, a soup pot, or a casserole dish, in order to receive heat evenly, the bottom was flat or rounded. This thing in front of us, the 2 sides of the main body have upwardly arched to form ears of the bar-shaped thing. After arching upwards to form the ears, they extended downwards to form a support. It was like the legs of a small tripod, allowing the pot of eating to stand firmly on the table. A container that looks like a pot. The color was translucent with a crystal texture, and there were mysterious fly runes carved on it, just like ghostly drawings, like mysterious inscriptions that existed in the distant past. Obviously, this pot was not deep, and when the gaze probed into the pot, it was chaotic and dark, and one could not see what was going on inside the pot. On the surface of the pot of halberd, there are some minor scratches and cracks. Name: Pot of Eclipse. Grade: Extraordinary Divine Relic. Broken condition: low, intermediate, high. Extraordinary. Description: Born in the distant past, it accidentally descended to the blue planet and was acquired by a group of imperial beast masters of the blue planet, who then relied on it to lay the cornerstone of the alchemist's professional system. Function: The pot of eclipse has an ability called God's Tongue, which has an extremely high perception and sensitivity to the flavor of ingredients and the rarity of ingredients. That is a domain that can only be reached by a god. Under the effect of the God's Tongue, it was able to materialize the taste of ingredients. All food magic potions made from extraordinary materials were thrown into the pot of food. The eating pot will rate the ingredients according to their rarity and flavor, and when the rating reaches the standard, the eating pot will turn it into secret food and give it special effects. Cost of use: Each time you use it, you need to inject your own spirituality, and if the rating of the food you put in doesn't meet the standard, it will devour the user's spirituality and make the user fall into a state of atrophy for several days. Note: Once you feed more than 3 times that don't meet the standard, it will turn a part of the user's body into food. This thing, is it actually an alchemist's thing? That is, throwing food in, then rating it, and when the rating is up to standard, it will give the food a buff. Research. He took out the energy crystals that the magic mirror mannequin had made from the recovery fruit, poured them all into the plate, and put them into the pot. In a flash, Ludwan felt the pot come to life. The mysterious inscriptions lit up with light, and a cloudy haze steamed inside the pot. It floated up, suspended in the air. Boing! The little squid suddenly let out a soft wooing sound, and its tentacles pointed towards the pot of eating halberds, only to see that the shell on the front of the pot of eclipse had steeply split horizontally, like a mouth. No, it really was a mouth. There was a tongue sticking out of the mouth, and it was smashing its mouth. It was like savoring the food in its stomach. Road Dust? This thing actually has a spirit? The pot of food was constantly shaking. After lasting for about half a minute, the supports on both sides of the pot actually turned into a pair of hands that reached inside the pot, which then cupped the plate and placed it on the table. At the same time, it also raised 3 fingers. Name: Energy Crystal Block Recovery Crystal Block. Rating: 3. The raw material is of a low grade, but contains a strange technology that combines ordinary tree fruit essence with elemental energy, having a ghostly effect. Special effect: rapid healing buff after consuming it. Injuries on the flesh will be recovered faster, enhancing self-healing ability. Duration: 30 minutes. Stackable time: there are a total of 10 levels of ratings. Special effects are only available at level 3 and above. Giving a fast healing buff that lasts for half an hour? Then wouldn't this make it possible to fight the opponent in a life-for-life fight during a battle? This would be the same as hanging on to the renewal pack for half an hour, invincible at the same level? Lou Dust was a bit amazed. It was worthy of being an extraordinary rule secret treasure, and this was still only a rating 3. If it was rating 10, what kind of effect would it have to have? Directly granting immortality? He was a bit addicted to playing with it. Little squid, go to the kitchen and bring over the leftovers. Little squid disappeared into the void and brought over the leftovers. Lu Chun put the leftovers into the pot of eclipse. The latter floated up once again, the mysterious inscriptions blooming with light as clouds steamed in the pot. Cracks and tongues reappeared. The pot of eating halberd felt as if it had eaten Shang as its entire form changed, and densely packed sharp teeth appeared in its mouth. Leftovers were spat out of the pot's mouth onto the ground. It stretched out a hand with its index finger and thumb together in an O rating. 0 points. Odd ravings emanated from its mouth, its tongue hanging down the side of its mouth in a language that wasn't a known one. But Luthen somehow knew what it meant. Rating 0. I will devour your spiritual energy. The pot of food was a little excited. This human in front of him was different from all the humans who had used it before. His spirituality was pure and greatly beneficial to it, and if it devoured its spiritual energy, it would have a restorative effect on its injuries. Its hand stretched out and grabbed onto Lu Duan, wanting to rip its spiritual energy out of its body and turn it into its spiritual food, which would be used to compensate for the cost of the mental damage it had suffered from eating junk food. And then, it was inexplicably ripped backwards into an odd spiritual world. The sky was filled with bright stars. It looked dumbfounded at the starlight giant that was bigger than a world, and then looked at itself, a speck of dust in front of it. Its mouth opened wide, and an odd language came out of its mouth, but it was able to know that it was screaming in shock. Slap! A slap knocked it back to the real world. Its body was trembling. Its entire pot eyes cleared, and its large, cracked mouth continuously shivered its teeth. Lu Duan pointed at the leftover scraps on the ground that it had spewed everywhere. From the heart. Only from the heart. The pot of food trembled, rolled to the ground, and extended his hands to continuously pull the leftovers on the ground into his mouth, then swallowed it with difficulty. Tell me, what's wrong with you? What's the origin? What are the specific criteria for the rating judgment? Lu Duan inquired with his legs crossed. Weird syllables came out of its mouth. Lu Duan's spiritual power captured these syllables and automatically transformed them into information that he could recognize. It didn't know much either. A lot of memories were missing, and all it knew was that a great battle had occurred and it had been damaged in that battle. Can I get a 10 rating for any food I throw in from now on? Pot of food. It stated that it couldn't do it. It was only a body of consciousness that was dependent on the pot of eating halberds. It could not intervene in the rules carried by the pot of eating halberds. Moreover, today it only had a rating of 7 at most, unless it was given a complete repair. How can it be repaired? The big tongue stated, create food out of high-grade materials and then feed it into the pot of eclipse. It would refine the transcendental particles carried in those materials and use them to repair itself. HM? What's the point of having you then? Aren't you just a pendant? It can function on its own without you. So why don't we just destroy you? Lu Duan started bluffing it. Of course he didn't have the means to destroy the big tongue. But the big tongue believed it was trembling in fear. This person in front of it was more terrifying than an evil god in its eyes. It was likely to be the incarnation or spokesperson of a certain existence, above the evil god. He might not be able to destroy the eating pot, but it could definitely wear down its own existence. Useful, useful, useful. I'm able to make your secret food advance into a skill secret food in addition to having special effects. Its mouth frantically spat out odd syllables, fearing that it would be annihilated by Lu Duan a second later. Skill secret food? Lu Duan got the solution from the big tongue later, utilizing transcendent organs and transcendent materials to make food. The transcendental organs of ferocious beasts carried pheromones that could be burned with the pheromones of a certain skill. In particular, the transcendental organs of a high-ranked ferocious beast that had mastered a transcendental skill after its death. The pheromones of a super-rank skill could be extracted from its transcendent organ. And every super-rank skill contained a hint of rule skin. The eating pot was in need of these pheromones containing a hint of rule fur for repairing itself. These pheromones that carried super-rank skills were able to be integrated into the secret food, forming the rare skill secret food. After the beast pet takes it, it can directly acquire the super-rank skill based on its attribute compatibility. However, skill secret food requires a rating of 7 or higher to be formed. If the rating is less than 7, the pheromones inside the will be digested by the ogre's pot itself and used to repair its own body. According to the big tongue, when the pot of halberd was mastered by the alchemists. Often, out of 100 servings of food made from transcendent organs that contain super-rank skills, less than 5 servings would be able to reach a rating of 7, advancing to skill secret food. Lu Duan was dumbfounded by what he heard. Holy! This eclipse pot rogue. This thing also reminded him of the skill secret transmission machine in Pokemon. Fortunately, it's okay. Only 5 skill secret foods came out of 100, otherwise, the alchemist's beast pets would probably have super rank skills in their hands. Then what's your use? Road Dust's face showed anticipation. Big tongue. As long as something that contains super order skill pheromone, it doesn't need to be rated at level 7. As long as it's level 3 or above, I can make it into skill secret food. He was stunned. He had witnessed the bullishness of super rank skills. Same level. A beast pet with super rank skills was a descending blow to a beast pet without super rank skills. Wouldn't that mean that Chi Tian and Little Squid could possess a bunch of super rank skills? Even if Lu Duan possessed a legendary grade transcendent creature corpse and crafted it into skill secret food, Chi Tian and Little Squid would be able to directly master arcane rank skills. This pot of eating, it was much more powerful than he had imagined. Secretly suppressing the shock in his heart, he calmly said, "That's all right. Keep it." The big tongue breathed a sigh of relief. Road Dust asked Little Squid to put it away in his carry-on space, but realized that there was no way to fit it in the extraordinary rule secret treasure. Its carry-on space couldn't carry it. Big tongue. I can enter your Imperial Beast space? Any secret treasure can be placed directly in the Imperial Beast space. Lu Chun took it into the Imperial Beast space. Once inside, he saw the eternal god tree sapling that was gulping purified energy. The big tongue was once again shocked. An existence of this level was rooted in his Imperial Beast space. That night, Lu Duan had a dream. He dreamt that Little Squid and Chi Tian started with super rank skills. The arcane rank skills were all used without a single repetition, and he stood in the 9 heavens, facing the countless evil gods and lifting his hand to suppress them. And then was woken up by urine. He decided that he had to learn cooking cuisine, otherwise the level 3 rating seemed to be a bit hard to reach. Coming to the living room, the magic mirror mannequin had already prepared breakfast. Jiang Zheni and Lu Yurong were already starting their meal. As Lu Duan sat down, Jiang Zheni said, "Get ready, we might have to do a fight." Lu Dust? P.S. Noon from the old home after the Mid-Autumn Festival rushed down. I organized the subsequent fine outline plot line, some other plot and ambush to unfold, but also a large scene of the length of the day to make up for the update. The Chapter 107 Totem Imperial Beast Master's Final Form. Jiang Zheni calmly sipped her porridge. Where the 5 domains meet favoring the middle domain. A secret realm descended during the time you were in Lin Yuan City. The pillar masters of the various pillars of the Night's Watch that guarded the human frontier had something to go out during that time, and the Imperial Beastmaster Association of each domain stepped in to handle it. That little old man by whooping should have gone as well. Lu Duan thought back, and it was true. By whooping he had met on the very first day, and then he went out with cadets above the hegemony rank behind him. Until they left Lin Yuan City, they had never seen that little old man. And then, what does this have to do with what you said about dry humping? Lu Duan puzzled. The secret realm hasn't fully descended yet, but according to preliminary tests, it's an inheritance-type secret realm. Jiang Zheni's face was grave as she said, "Moreover, based on the aura coming from it, It's still a dragon's inheritance secret realm. The ecology inside is a dragon system ecology, living with all sorts of dragon blood creatures, as well as dragon genus secret treasures, as well as dragon system resource materials. Dragon system ecology? To be honest, Ludwan had only heard of dragon attribute beast pets, but for so long, except for Jiangzhini's dragon cloud bird, the rest of them, even when walking on the street, he had almost never seen a dragon system beast pet. He only knew that dragon beast pets were very strong. It was almost an existence that stood at the top of the beast pets biochain, and even if it had the same qualifications and was at the same rank, it would be crushed by the dragon race. This was like a commander rank rabbit and a commander rank lion with the same qualifications, but the latter's racial strength was stronger than the former and was able to dominate the fight. The dragon scales of dragon system creatures had a damage reduction effect on skill attacks of other attributes. The dragon ecosystem is in the northern domain, and only those in the northern domain are able to obtain beast pets of the miscellaneous blood dragon species and below. Mixed-blooded dragon species? Dragon lineage transcendent creatures are categorized into different bloodline grades based on the concentration of dragon bloodline in their bodies. Jiang Zhenyi continued, from low to high, they are dragon blood creatures, miscellaneous blood dragon species, sub-dragon species, giant dragon legacy species, and pure blood dragon species. But ordinary people, it's almost difficult to obtain a dragon creature above the miscellaneous blood dragon species. Why? Because the dragon ecosystem is under the control of the Imperial Dragon Clan. Subsequently, through Jiang Zhenyi's popularization, Lu Duan learned. Dragon-like creatures had a strong physique, long life force, even the energy storage in their bodies would be doubled compared to the same level, as well as a notable intelligence. And in the dragon ecosystem of the North Domain, there exists a pure blood dragon true dragon bloodline. Rank legendary rank. The legendary rank was also known as a moving plague of heaven, and the dragon ecosystem of Great Xia was created by the leakage of its power. The dragon ecosphere was also the same as the Western Light ecosphere, Silver Radiance Heaven, which did not completely descend on the blue star. Rather, the spatial barriers were affixed to each other, forming an accessible passage. This dragon ecosphere bordered humanity 500 years ago. However, creatures like dragons, standing at the apex of the ecological niche, were very arrogant and basically difficult to contract as beast pets. In addition, there was a true dragon of the legendary rank in there. No one dared to mess around with it, and it was hard for anyone to succeed in contracting it. It was also at this moment that a human entered, whose bloodline contained a special power, could increase the dragon bloodline. This human even met with the legendary rank dragon and gained the friendship of the other party. From then on, this human started to create a clan, and with the passage of time became a behemoth. It was also the first of the 10 clans of the 5 surnames, the Imperial Dragon Clan. The Royal Dragon Clan's bloodline was special, giving birth to a power called the Power of the Royal Dragon. This power could increase the battle prowess of dragon beast pets, allowing dragon beast pets to enter the reverse scale form. Those dragon beast pets were also able to shorten the time needed to grow under their Imperial Dragon power. From then on, only people from the Royal Dragon Clan would be able to contract dragon beast pets in the dragon ecosystem. Ordinary northern region humans. If they wanted to obtain a dragon beast pet, they could only join the Imperial Dragon Clan, or contract those dragon-blooded creatures, mixed-blooded dragon species that were born around the dragon ecosystem, by the leakage of the ecosystem's breath. The situation is like this: the dragon ecosphere of Great Xia is held by the Imperial Dragon Clan. Ordinary dragon blood creatures, miscellaneous blood dragon breeds, are chicken ribs to geniuses, and the only thing that is useful to them are the giant dragon legacy breeds, or pure blood dragon breeds. There's nothing they can do even if they are eye-catching and desperate to have a dragon beast pet. Jiang Zhenyi said, "So, do you know what it means for a wild dragon eco-secret realm to appear?" Lu Dust nodded. Dragon system creatures, the existence of the apex of the ecological level, possessing one was almost invincible at the same level. It greatly increased the strength of the Imperial Beastmaster. This kind of beast pet, when placed in a handheld game in the previous generation, it was a SSS-SSR level beast pet. Moreover, to be able to evolve into an ecosystem, it means that the eco-master of this ecosystem is at least totem rank or legend rank. There was no guarantee that one would be able to contract a pure-blooded dragon species inside and directly soar to the heavens. Generally, the inheritance secret realm only allows Imperial Beastmasters below the commander rank to enter, and is used by ancient Imperial Beastmasters for selecting inheritors. Lu Dust, E. His eyes widened slightly, and he looked as if he had misheard. You said, ancient imperial beastmasters, used to select inheritors. Zhang Zhanyi was skeptical, then realized, I forgot that you've only become an imperial beastmaster for a few months. Strength had risen too quickly, and the knowledge and information acquired couldn't keep up with the increase in strength. After you stepped into the degenerate stage, the imperial beast space should have changed, right? Lu Qin nodded his head. Before the shedding stage, the imperial beast space was a four-square independent space. After stepping into the shedding stage, red spirituality surged in. The imperial beast space appeared as a ground, which then evolved into a green grassy field, expanding continuously, and in the end, the imperial beast space was close to 50 meters in diameter. Now, under the effect of the eternal god tree sapling, the area was still expanding. An aura flashed in his mind. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed and he blurted out, the inheritance mystic realm is the imperial beast master's imperial beast space. Zhang Zhanyi nodded. Not bad. These words caused Lu Dust and Lu Yurong, who was listening from the side, both of their scalps to tingle. After the totem rank imperial beast masters of the foreign domains died, their imperial beast space crashed into the real world, covering a portion of the current world, turning it into a small alien space, and then independent of the world. Some imperial beast masters set up rules for their imperial beast space before they died, and used them to select inheritors. This is the origin of the inheritance secret realm, which can also be treated as a small world. Lu Duanman went numb. In exchange for the immortal cultivation novels he had read in his previous life, this so-called inheritance secret realm. Isn't it just the cave of a single immortal cultivation powerhouse? You said ancient exotic beast royalty? Could it be that the current totem rank powerhouses aren't able to do that? Yes, the imperial beast masters of the foreign lands are stronger than our blue stars. At least our totem rank powerhouses don't have the means to turn the imperial beast space into a secret realm of inheritance after death. According to our blue stars' few totem order powerhouses, the world places are insufficient and the laws are deficient, causing their totem order's power to be incomplete. It might be possible for them to become complete totem ranks when the foreign realm fully descends, or when the upper limit of the world lattice is raised. Road Dust Man was a bit numb. This information was too shocking. The contact that was given to you, which contains indexes and answers about the various different realms, you must not have read it, right? Road Dust. He studied it last time and threw it into little squid's carry-on space to eat dust. The inheritance secret realm, the energy inside and the stability of the secret realm are limited. When the number of people entering reaches the rule limit, and all fail to pick a suitable inheritor, the inheritance secret realm will be hidden once again, waiting for the next appearance. Therefore, within the Night's Watch, they are preparing to organize a Night's Watch 5 regions competition to determine the quota to enter the inheritance mystic realm. I wonder if there are any light-type gargoyles. Lu Yurong also had a face of yearning. Zhang Jiang had a dragon system dragon cloud bird. She also wanted to get a dragon system beast pet, combining it into a BFF beast pet. Lu Duan rubbed his chin. Dragon-type beast pet. It did seem to fit his outlook on his next beast pet. For his third beast pet, he planned to contract a flying one. Neither Chi Tian nor Little Squid could fly, making it inconvenient to travel in the wild. Then let's contract a dragon beast pet that can fly. He prepared to go big. When are we leaving? There's no rush. The spatial passage of the dragon's inheritance mystery realm hasn't been stabilized yet. It will take some time. The dry run I'm talking about is the Night Watch of the Eastern Domain, our 10th pillar. It's time to fulfill our duty and work. Zhang Zhanyi said, the Great Dian Legacy clan fought with the 12-Chord Palace of the Zodiac for some reason. She snorted coldly. The Lord of the Zodiac that the 12 strings of the Zodiac Palace believes in is the evil god's void that was given a slap in the face by the eternal bubble in Dezay City. I heard that it was the 12 strings of the Yellow Road Palace that killed Quang Banghong and robbed the Great Dian Relic's secret treasure of rules. Luduan froze. Why did this sound more and more familiar? Killed Quang Banghong and robbed the Great Dian Relic's rules secret treasure? Isn't that what I did? He instantly understood the ins and outs. It should be that the Great Dian Remnant clan couldn't contact Quang Banghong and then tried to deduce who killed Quang Banghong through divination and other means. But due to his Lord of the Great Beginning spirituality, he was immune to all negative effects. There was no divination, and because there was a piece of the Lord of the Zodiac's coat corner placed in the Taishur space, the other party had divined onto this thing. That's why it was determined that it was the 12-stringed palace of the Zodiac that did it. This made Luduan gloat. These two parties were no good. It was best for both to lose and die together. The night watchmen guarding the human frontier, other than me, the rest of the pillar masters have all gone over, so as to prevent the situation from developing to an uncontrollable level, allowing them to threaten the safety of the human frontier. Quite a bit of the Night's Watch's energies have been pulled over, but it's some of the rats in the shadows that have become restless. All the great domains, these rats have begun their activities. Our eastern domain also has them, and there are quite a few of them, and they are all sneaking around in our eastern domain's Lingnan province. You guys just go and investigate to find out what they're up to and practice. What about you? I need to make a trip over to Dr. Yanagi's side, and a trip over to the Vigilantes' headquarters is also needed. Jiang Zhen-yi paused and added, You can seek the help of the 3rd Legion of the Eastern Region's Imperial Beast Legion when you encounter danger. Jiang Zhen-yi thundered through his explanation. He didn't stay long even after breakfast and disappeared with a whoosh, appearing outside the house and disappearing into the sky on the dragon cloud bird. Only the remaining voice echoed in their ears. You guys go for it. Lu Dust and Lu Yurong looked at each other in disbelief. Huh? No. This leaves the eastern domain to us? 100 Generations City, the largest city in the Lingnan province of the eastern region of Daxia. With the airplane landing, Lu Duan, Lu Yurong, and Luo and Fei walked down with their luggage. The two women once again became a beautiful sight at the airport. Facing the envious and jealous gazes of her male compatriots, Lu Chuan was already used to it. Yes, Lu Dust pulled Luo Anfei over as well. Not just her, but Bai Yen and Bai Shallow he also notified. This kind of drudgery had to be enjoyed together. After all, they were all the night watchmen of the 10th pillar. Luo Anfei was calm. The night watchman's mission to investigate the cultists? Just as well, let's take these cultists to practice. It was used to accumulate life and death practical combat experience for the Moon Elf and Ice Crystal Phoenix Fox, in preparation for the next Night's Watch 5 Domains competition. Hey, are you sure there won't be a Shura? Lu Yurong gloated. This kid had called Bai Shallow to come as well. That little girl was exceptionally sticky to Lu Duan. Cultivation field your ass. I'm innocent with anyone. Lu Dust gave Lu Yurong a brain crash. At the airport pickup, a girl with fair skin and pure eyes as blue as the sky twisted her head dully and asked a young man next to her, Why hasn't it come yet? Bai Yen was speechless. Cousin, you've already asked me 10 times in 10 minutes, and you're averaging 1 a minute. They still have a while to go before they arrive. Bai Shallow nodded. Oh, a minute is a bit too often? Then I'll ask again in 2 minutes later. Bai Ye. The two arrived yesterday, and Lu Duan didn't ask them to come to the ancient capital. Instead, they came directly to meet in Momoyo City. Finally, a few minutes later, coming, Bai Shallow flashed her bright eyes and opened her mouth. Nope. Bai Yen tiptoed and looked around. Didn't see it. Go over. She clutched the corner of Bai Yan's sleeve and pulled and ran. The corners of her mouth smiled lightly like a flower. She naturally wouldn't say that the world that had no light in its eyes was steeply lit up with a hazy mass of light not far away, approaching towards this side. Huh? It's really coming. Seeing Lu Duan's figure appearing in the line of sight, Bai Yen froze. Was it hard to believe that it was his cousin's ability? It was also right, the cursed beast pet was mysterious as hell. The 5 people converged. Up to this point, the 10th pillar vigilantes all assembled. Road Dust, fight again sometime. I've gotten stronger again. Bai Yan's battle spirit was high. After his grandfather's teaching, his strength had improved greatly, and he definitely wouldn't lose so quickly this time. Next time for sure. Lu Duan introduced them to each other. This is the Bai family siblings, Bai Shallow and Bai Yen, and this is my Luo Anfei who grew up together. Luo Anfei nodded her head in a still high and cool manner, surprise flickering in the depths of her eyes. She naturally recognized the Bai siblings, the second of the supernovas of the future new generation of humanity. Strength, potential, and qualifications were incomparably strong, future totem rank powerhouses. However, so what? She withdrew her eyes. A genius is just a threshold to meet me. Bai Yen also lifted his chin and nodded his head as a greeting. For Luo Anfei's stunning face and temperament, there wasn't much eye fluctuation. Women, it will only affect the speed of my punches. Humph. There are actually so many beautiful girls around me. Lu Duan will definitely catch up with me soon. Let's go. First go to the place where we are staying. The group left. Bai Shallow followed behind Lu Chuan step by step, a pair of eyes as blue as the sky, not containing the slightest impurity, staring and gazing at Lu Chuan, her sight almost glued to Lu Chuan's body. Luo Anfei remembered that in her previous life, Bai Shallow had always disliked being close to people, and she didn't expect that Lu Chuan would actually be able to gain her favor after just a trip to Lin Yuan City. Luo Anfei's face was expressionless. The ice phoenix spirituality in her body fluctuated and diffused out of her body, causing the temperature of the air around her to plummet. She was puzzled and didn't know why it was like this. She found a reason in her mind. Well, it should be because I encountered a strong person from my previous life, and I wanted to be impatient to defeat them, so the ice phoenix spirituality was also affected by my mood, and it was a bit active just now. Hiss! This is a bit cold. Walking out of the airport, Lu Duan shivered, feeling that the air around him had become a bit icy yet. It's not cold. Why are you so weak? Bai Yan said. Huh, it's not cold again. Get in the car. In order to make it easier to catch the road and join the first mission of the vigilantes, Bai Yan was very arrogant and directly bought a substitute buggy. After all, the young class master of the Great Sun Dojo was not poor. P.S. Big chapter, this mission length will not occupy too many characters, but it is a more important length for Qi Tian. This chapter also throws in some of the settings of the Imperial Beastmaster space, as well as the subsequent routes to advancement. Chapter 108 Beat the Shift. Momoyo City, a second-tier city. In the southern region of the Eastern Domain, the largest city in Lingnan Province. It was also the capital city of Lingnan Ro Province, with a total of 20 tertiary cities under its jurisdiction. Yesterday, Bai Shallow and I checked around and didn't have any luck regarding the figure of those rats hiding in the shadows. Rats stood in for those Imperial Beastmasters and evil spiritists who embraced forbidden knowledge. Imperial Beastmasters and evil spiritists who embraced taboos were not at all different from ordinary Imperial Beastmasters as long as their bodies did not have any obvious mutations, unless they took the initiative to reveal the power of their taboo side or perform a taboo ritual. Otherwise, it would be hard to spot them. We are few other pillars have intelligence departments. Our 10th pillar is just the 5 of us. Looking for a needle in a haystack doesn't work at all. If they don't reveal their cloven foot, we won't be able to find them for the rest of our lives. Bai Yan can't do anything about it. Their Bai family's power is in the central region. There's not much they can do in the eastern region. Lu Duan said, it's not a big problem. Just go directly to the 100-generation City Royal Beast Master Association. Wherever these people hang out, they won't be too peaceful, especially Imperial Beastmasters who are a little bit stronger in the evil camp. As long as their aura permeates out, it will cause all sorts of strange movements around them. Just need to go to the Imperial Beastmaster Association to check out the recent unusual intelligence events, as well as the odd mission commissions to follow the lead, and we should be able to find it. Bai Yan slapped the steering wheel. Makes sense. Why didn't I think of that? Lu Duan was speechless. Can a hot-blooded idiot have a brain? He was good at fighting. Several people first went to the hotel where they stayed to put their luggage. After tidying up a bit, they drove to the Imperial Beastmaster Association in Momoyo City. The people coming in and out were all beastmasters with beast pets at their side, but the overall strength was much weaker than the ancient capital side. The entire area and grandeur of the Imperial Beastmaster Association was also no match. Walking in, Lu Duan showed his identification. Hello? The 10th pillar vigilante responsible for stationing in the Eastern Domain. The staff directed them to an office and poured tea. Please sit down for a moment. The 5 of you are truly young heroes. So young to have joined the Night Watch. Not long after, a middle-aged man walked in with a gentle smile on his face. His appearance was lower middle-aged with a pair of squinting eyes. He introduced himself as In Lu, the chairman of the Momoyo City Imperial Beast Association. Bai Yan, a straight man, opened the door and spoke with a big grin. There are quite a few evil-side Imperial Beastmasters and evil spiritists who have entered Lingnan Province. Have any unusual things happened recently? Or any weird task commissions related to taboos? I've heard about this as well. The Great Yen Legacy and the Zodiacal 12 Court Palace went to war, which involved a lot of energy from the vigilantes, and the evil spiritists in the shadows have become active. I'll immediately have someone summarize the intelligence on the unusual events that have occurred recently as well as the mission commissions. It wasn't long. Road Dust had a thick pile of information in their hands. Mission entrusted. I can't catch my breath. Mr. Lu of Zhangxing Town 10. Every day when he wakes up in the morning he finds that he can't catch his breath, as if there is a pair of invisible hands choking him, and he has seen a doctor who couldn't solve the problem. Mission entrusted. Eerie singing in the middle of the night. Whenever the sound comes, There will always be weird singing coming out of the abandoned old mansion. Mission entrusted. Foot washing water inexplicably turns cold. The nurse obviously gave me hot water, but when it's time to wash my feet, it always turns into cold water. I suspect that the nurse has been taken over by the skinned demonic creatures. The crowd looked at this thick stack of paper in their hands. I can't believe there are so many unusual events. Just by catching an evil god cultist, Luduan could have little squid pull them into the illusory dream prison and control them, and he would be able to know what they were up to. Thank you, President Een. Een Huan looked at the back of Luduan and the others as they left, and his already squinting eyes revealed an odd smile in his narrow eyes. For the sake of efficiency, Lu Chun and the others were prepared to act separately. Bai Shallow and Lu Yurong were in a group of two, these two, one of which was socially terrified and one of which had a lower strength. It was just right to complement each other. Lu Chuan, Bai Yen, and Luo Anfei, on the other hand, acted individually. This thing you carry with you. Lu Dust slipped an orb surreptitiously to Lu Yurong. This was the Pa Pet orb, in which the magic mirror mannequin was contained, for use as a base card. And then, he instructed Luo Anfei, be careful. Don't be brave when you encounter anything out of place. Notify me. Luo Anfei gave a high and cold light. My hallowed Luo Shen, the Ice Crystal Phoenix Fox, can powerfully battle the medium commander rank with the medium degenerate rank. How could I possibly need you to save me? However, listening to the other party's words of concern, the corners of her mouth rose slightly. The crowd separated individually. Task commission. Foot washing water inexplicably turns cold. The nurse obviously gave me hot water, but when it was time to wash my feet, it would always turn into cold water. I suspect that the nurse was given a body by a stripped demonic creature. Lu Duan arrived at the address of this quest commission number 250, Castle Peak Road. Looking at the sign on the door plaque, a big question mark popped out of his head. Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. This dry psychiatric hospital is here? Showing the Imperial Beastmaster's credentials, he was let in. Inside was really a mess of demons. There were patients with a turtle shell on their backs and a water pipe in their mouths. I'm the water-supporting Wangba. Look at me water-supporting. I'm the yellow-skinned rat. I can discharge electricity. Look. Beep zip zip zip. Road Dust face a shock, pointing to the squatting in front of the plug, 2 fingers inserted into the socket inside. Electric shivering patient. Asked the security uncle who led the way. Uncle, this sure it's okay? It's fine, the current is not too high. It's also good for the cells to be active, electricity can't kill you. The security uncle looked at Lu Chuan with wise eyes, picked up the garlic in his hand and raised it above his head. Hey, 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 and I'm not called uncle. I'm called Garlic Toad. Road Dust. Ugh, 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 ugh. Patient 818. I'm just going to the restroom for a while. Why are you stealing my clothes to wear? A grandpa walked over, followed by a big dog with a beast pet. He looked at Lu Duan. Which one are you? A new patient. Lu Dust. He looked at the grandpa suspiciously. This time it's not a patient pretending, is it? Luckily it's not anymore. After some explanation, Lu Duan was brought to the head nurse of the mission. With a helpless face, she explained to Lu Duan, this task commission was issued by one of my patients. When I see people, I tell them that I've been given a body by a skinning demonic creature. Is it convenient for me to check? The little squid stretched out a spider silk and entered the other person's brow to sense it. Boing! Shook its head. There was no problem. Could you show me the client of the mission? Soon it came to the single patient room. Patient 007. The Imperial Beastmaster from the Imperial Beastmaster Association has arrived. The commissioner was a lean young man, and seeing Lu Duan arrive was like seeing a savior. Save me, save me. The head nurse has had her body taken over by a skinning demonic creature. The hot water she pumps will turn cold. He excitedly pointed at a metal water basin on the ground and said, I told you, I need hot water to wash my face every morning because the weather is too cold and I don't want to go outside to get water every morning. So, every night before I go to bed, I have the head nurse fetch me a basin of hot water and put it next to my bed. And when I get up every morning, there's a layer of ice on the surface of this water. The head nurse's helpless bear spread his hands. Listen to what he's saying. The boy once again excitedly pointed at the head nurse. Look, look, look. She can't even understand human language? Demonic creature. She must be a demonic creature. Otherwise, how come my hot water freezes after one night? Road Dust. He takes a deep breath. Little squid. Let him be quiet. The phantom spider was launched, and the little guy went into dreamland, collapsing onto the bed and huffing and puffing. Excuse me. Luduan hurriedly left this place of wrongdoing, staying for a few more minutes. He was afraid that his IQ would be pulled to the same height by these psychopaths. This commission had nothing to do with the cultists. Continue to the next place. Evening. The luxury hotel where they stayed. What the hell kind of mission commissions are these? None of them have anything to do with cultists at all. The short-tempered Bai Yen was so angry that he fainted. Task commission? I can't catch my breath. Mr. Liu of Zhengxing Township 10. Every day as soon as he wakes up in the morning, he finds that he can't catch his breath. As if there's a pair of invisible hands choking him. And he's been to the doctor and can't get it resolved. This forced commission is an old man. Bought a new sweater. Every morning to get up wearing a sweater. Put the sweater on backwards. He picked up another commission. And this one too. I ran 20 places today. All of them are odd quests. Nothing to do with cultists. Luo Anfei's face was cold. My side is the same. Lu Yurong. Same here. Lu Chun narrowed his eyes. His was the same after coming out of the Castle Peak Mental Hospital. He followed up by going to 10 places based on mission commissions as well, all of which were all sorts of strange things. It seems that these so-called intelligence was given to us by Momoyo City on purpose. Bang. That sympathizer is called In Lu, right? Bai Yen. This violent temper immediately stood up with a violent pound on the table, teasing us with these fake intelligence. This In Huan must be from some evil god sect. Can't be. These tricks are quickly dismantled. If he is an evil god cultist, there is no need for him to be exposed like this. Wouldn't it be better to lurk or confuse us with half-truths and half-false information? Luduan stood up, his eyes rather cold. The exact reason we'll know when we find the door. Arriving at the Momoyo City Imperial Beast Master Association. They pushed open the office door and Inla looked up with a gentle smile on his face. Aya. All the young heroes are back? I wonder how the investigation went. What do you mean? Bai Yen glared angrily. There's something I don't understand. All the information you gave has nothing to do with the evil god cultists. Inlu let out a light laugh. The evil god religionists are hiding so deeply. How can it be so easy to dig them out? This is a total of 500 to 600 pieces of information, and you've only sifted through dozens of them. How about we sifted through all of these 500 to 600? Lu Chen looked at him calmly. Give me a reason. In Lu put away his smile. I have a brother called In Huan, who joined the 10th pillar of the Night's Watch, and it was clear that he didn't make any mistakes, but as a result, he was also subjected to a major purge. He looked at Lu Duan and the others with an expressionless face. The Imperial Beastmaster Association has no affiliation with the Night's Watch, and is not obligated to provide anything to you. We don't need the Night's Watch in Lingnan Province. Get out of here. There are 2 or 3 big cats in the district. The highest is just the lower commander rank, and Jiang Zhini sent this kind of goods? Is she playing a game? I'm laughing my ass off. Since you guys want to play house, didn't I give you 600 pieces of information? Why don't you just have fun? In our Lingnan province, there are Night Watchmen, formed by our 100-generation Imperial Beast Association. The Night Watchmen, their fathers, can all be direct relatives of the 10th Pillar Night Watchmen who were purged by your Night Watchmen. Their talent is not weaker than yours, going to participate in the Night's Watch selection. They can also pass in minutes. Sooner or later, one day, the Night Watchmen will replace the Night's Watchmen to guard the eastern region. You guys get lost. What did you say? Bai Yen was furious. His spirit penetrated his body, preparing to summon his beast pet. What? Want to make a move? Inlu raised his eyes and a terrifying aura surged out. The quasi-monarch rank. The spirituality was still a little short of fully metamorphosing into the monarch rank. Let's go. Luduan led them away. He returned to his own room in the luxurious hotel. The sky outside was already completely dark. Luduan was at a loss. The other pillars all had intelligence departments, and they were the only 5 of them in the 10th pillar combined. It seemed that they could only search for a needle in a haystack. Boing! The little squid let out a soft wooing sound, and its tentacles slashed at the void, opening its carry-on storage space and pulling out a pitch-black object from within. It was buzzing lightly. Black market credentials. Taking it over, a map was revealed on it. Luduan was stunned. There was a black market open nearby. He was instantly excited. The black market. Wasn't it the gathering place of the evil god cultists? Just by going there, wouldn't it be possible to know what they were doing? Chapter 109 Cloud Miasma Desolate Mound. City destroying level demon. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Dus changed his outfit and used Chi Tion's shadow escape technique, his body disappearing into the shadows of the room like water and milk. When he reappeared, he had already arrived in the alleyway outside, half of his head emerging from the shadows. According to the map guide on the black market voucher, he traveled through the urban area of Momoyo City like a ghost in the darkness of the night. After more than half an hour, he came to an urban village, where an odd storefront appeared sandwiched between one of the houses and the gap between the walls of the house. Is this the entrance to the black market this time? Ludwan walked in and realized that it wasn't the black market. Instead, he entered the storefront. It was just an ordinary store with an old-fashioned coal stove lamp hanging overhead. The shelves in the back were also lined with various commodities, evolutionary materials, and beast pet materials. Hello, what does the guest need to buy? Behind the cashier counter, a voice came from a woman. The majority of her figure was hidden in the gloom where the light couldn't reach. A veil that only revealed her lips and eyes hung over her face, making it impossible to see her appearance clearly. Her figure was exquisite. Her seductive lips were smeared with fiery lipstick, and the translucent black silk wrapped her thighs with a hint of plump flesh, strangling sensation. This veil was a transcendent prop. Road just changed his voice line. Isn't this the black market? I thought it was by mistake. The woman let out a soft laugh. Newcomer, right? We are a mobile intelligence point for the Dark Coven. A place specializing in selling information? What kind of intelligence? She walked out from the counter with a flair, the rhythm of her walk filled with the flavor of a mature woman. As she walked, the cheongsam, which was already slit to the base of her thighs, became even more tantalizing as she walked. One word to describe it is very moist. Another word to describe it is not to be astringent. She came in front of Ludwan, her face close to Ludwan's mask, her breath like an orchid, stretching out her onion like index finger, picking Ludwan's chin, her eyes as if she was pulling the strings. Whatever information you want, I have it all here. At the same time, a power of seduction spread out from her body. Ludwan's eyes cleared and he looked like a beautiful woman. The black market, without a doubt, was an organization that favored the evil camp. There was no such thing as a normal person, and underneath this skin was most likely a pile of rotten meat, or a skinned devil cloaked in skin. Lu Duan's eyes looked at her without the slightest bit of emotion. Don't pull these little tricks on me. Boom! The forbidden aura dispersed, reflecting the silhouette of a world shrouded in mist behind them. The silhouette of a giant octopus loomed, as if it was about to descend to the earthly world from another world. The woman's pupils shrunk slightly, her scalp tingled, and the muscles in her thighs trembled. From the heart, only from the heart. She resumed her dignified and elegant appearance and returned to the cashier's counter before she breathed a sigh of relief, as if no one else could harm her at the counter. She sat upright. What information does the guest want? I want to know why so many trash from other orders have appeared in Lingnan province. The guest still doesn't know? This piece of intelligence is given to the guest for free. The woman handed the relevant intelligence to Lu Duan. Does the guest need any other intelligence? She patted her chest as waves of flesh fluctuated. We have the most complete intelligence in the entire world here. Information on the Infinite City ruins? Is there any? Woman? She looked confused. She hadn't heard of it. Lu Duan let out a light laugh. Then his figure gradually blended into the darkness and disappeared. It wasn't until after Lu Duan left. Only then did the woman let out a big sigh of relief. Drifting. I've been drifting a bit lately. How could such a terrifying existence come running? This can't be the incarnation of some taboo, right? Fortunately, I didn't anger the other party just now. She sighed quietly. Damn. The contract still has 3 years to go before it ends. I don't know when I'll be able to get out of this damn place. My original body wouldn't have rotted already, would it? She looked puzzled. What's the Infinite City ruins, though? It can't be Bull, right? She was aware of how strong the black market's intelligence function was. The Infinite City ruins were either untouchable by her current authority. Either that or the black market didn't have the relevant information. Forget it. What does it have to do with me? It's better to continue thinking of ways that can get me out of this hellhole. Once again, he steadily switched several directions, changed several sets of clothes. Only after confirming that there was nothing out of the ordinary did Lu Duan return to the hotel. Infinite City ruins. This was the relic that his mother had asked him to take Little Squid on a trip to. He had Googled it and even viewed it with the authority of the vigilante, but there were no relevant relics. He didn't realize that even the most mysterious black market didn't have any information about it. So, his mother, whom he had never met, was a bit too mysterious. Next time, why don't we ask Kang Jung-e? The group of people from the Myth Bureau were the ones who specialized in dealing with relics, so they might know about the Infinite City relic. Back to business. He began to check the information in his hand. Cloud Miasma Desolate Mound? A newborn forbidden race cub appeared? Bai Yen was confused. Where did you get that information? I accidentally inquired about it using Little Squid's spatial ability. Luoduan casually found a reason to put it off. After confirming the information, he called Luo Anfei and the others over. I checked. Cloud Miasma Desert Mound used to be called Tianshui City, and it was the provincial capital before Lingnan Province. But 100 years ago, an abyssal realm descended on the city with a totem-ranked forbidden demon inside, and the entire secondary city was destroyed. The Imperial Beast Masters suffered heavy deaths and injuries, and in the end, it took a lot of hard work, the fall of a heavenly king, plus the cost of a serious injury to our human's totem rank, to kill it. It is also known as the Battle of Tianshua. Lu Dust glanced at Luo Anfei. You should have witnessed that scene. Luo Anfei faintly said. The freshman competition, the illusory realm of asking the heart before entering the gate of trials, is this battle. The big ice lump actually knew? Ha-ya, sellout failure. Indeed, that's right. The illusory realm asking heart before entering the gate of trials was this battle. Lu Dust's impression was also very deep. A forbidden demonic creature as large as a black cloud stretched across the sky above the city. Its entire body was made up of countless black chunks of flesh piled on top of each other, and it was covered in jellyfish-like tentacles. Countless demonic creatures were spawned by it. Wherever it passed, it was a moving natural disaster, with countless buildings and earth boundaries being eroded by it. Thousand-Hand Micah. This was the name of this totem-rank demonic creature. There was no way to dispose of this thing after it was wiped out, and its flesh and blood merged into the ground, forming the Cloud Miasma Desolate Mound, which took up 1/10 of the buffer zone. The empty, uninhabited area between each Great Domain and the Great Domain was the buffer zone. There were no human inhabitants. The Cloud Miasma Desert Mound occupied 1/10 of the area of the buffer zone between the Eastern Domain and the Southern Domain. It was filled with miasma all year round, and the terrain inside was complicated, which made it a hiding spot for many wanted criminals and fugitives. Inside, fish and dragons were mixed together, so it could be said that it was a zone of unregulated areas. Furthermore, the ferocious beasts inside the Cloud Miasma Barren Mound were all exceptionally odd and vicious, growing monstrously. It's similar to the Cave of Abyss in the central region. The parasitic beast rabbit inside the Gate of Trials was the indigenous creature inside this place. Recently, someone witnessed a 1,000-handed Micah hatchling inside, and it's highly likely that after 100 years, the wiped-out 1,000-handed Micah has come back to life. This immediately attracted the attention of countless evil-side Imperial Beast Masters. If they were to contract it, wouldn't that make them soar to the heavens? This is the truth of their infestation in the Lingnan province. Lu Chen's eyes flashed. The task Zhang Zhini had given them was only to investigate their purpose, and then report it to the 3rd Imperial Beast Legion of the Eastern region. Let them handle it. Things could have ended here, but if the hatchling of the 1,000 Hands Micah really appeared, Luoduan wanted to obtain it, no matter what, just because when checking out the specific information, a system quest appeared. Ding! The 1,000-handed Micah is suitable for the subsequent cultivation of the Spirit Bright Stone Monkey Black God. A task is issued. Please ask the host to capture the 1,000-handed Micah. The moment he saw this system task, Luoduan understood in seconds. The 1,000-handed Micah, in essence, was a pitch-black cloud, suitable for what Qi Tian needed for his subsequent cultivation. He instantly associated it with something. The Somersault Cloud. Chapter 110 Phaseless Demon, Faceless Apprentice. Lu Chuan reported the information he had investigated to Zhang Zhini. She stated that the 3rd Imperial Beast Legion's people would handle it, signaling that Lu Chuan and the others could either act on their own or return to the ancient capital. Luoduan inquired about the opinions of the crowd. Was it to go back? Or was it to go to the Cloud Miasma Desolate Mound to meet the people? To meet the cultists who embraced the taboo? Definitely do it. We haven't smashed Yin Li's face hard yet. Beating up a more human being. What stinking fish and shrimp are worthy of touching us? as a hot-blooded idiot. Bai Yen rolled up his sleeves. It was not easy to go out on a mission. Thinking that there was a fight to be had, naturally, he would not allow to go back just like this in disgrace. Think of it as a bonding and warm-up for us to participate in the Night's Watch 5 Domains competition, the Dragon's Inheritance Mystic Realm. Bai Whooping even brought people from the Great Sun Dojo to sit in on it. The Bai Yen siblings naturally knew about the Night Watchman's 5 Domains Grand Competition. Luo Anfei was still short on words, and only stretched out 2 slender fingers, comparing them to a 2. It meant choosing the second path and not going back. I've come all this way. If I leave this time, what about the next time? Lu Yurong was determined inwardly. After becoming a royal beastmaster, she had seen the cruelty of the royal beastmaster world. She had to grow up so that she could help Lu Duan. Bai Shallow didn't need to ask. It was estimated that she would choose whatever Lu Duan chose. The cloud miasma desolate mound was eerie under the dark night. The dense miasma was churning like boiling water vapor, just like a forbidden zone of life. At this moment, on the earth, someone was dragging a corpse. Drag marks of blood were flailing on the earth. The corpses of the cultists are enough. Next is the need for a large number of corpses of ordinary imperial beastmasters. Alchemy order, it's only good that it has reappeared, otherwise our stuff, the account between us hasn't been settled yet. Voices like those of a stern ghost echoed in the miasma. The next day, Lu Duan and the others were ready to set off to the Cloud Miasma Desert Mound, to wait for the 3rd Imperial Beast Legion over there. Things were a bit out of their expectation. A 1,000-handed mica cub appeared in the Cloud Miasma Barren Mound, with a qualification of the totem rank, a taboo race that even a normal Imperial Beast Master could contract. This information, which was originally only circulated amongst the cultists, spread throughout the entire Lingnan province. It immediately caused a great sensation. It caused a large number of adventuring troops and Imperial Beast Masters to rush over. After all, every year, there was no shortage of people who had contracted powerful beast pets in the wild, or fantastical stories of obtaining a great chance kept unfolding. A beast pet of totem rank qualification. Everyone carried a fluke inside. What if I get lucky and I get recognized by it and contract it? Cloud Miasma Desolate Mound. The realm beyond the eastern domain, once a second-tier city, had now fallen into the homes of various ferocious beasts. It was hundreds of kilometers away from the city of Momoyo. Here, a miasma filled the area all year round, poisonous and hallucinogenic. Covers a huge area. However, due to the fact that some special transcendent materials were also produced in it, as well as unique populations of ferocious beasts living there, there were quite a few adventuring groups and beast masters who would choose to venture inside, obtaining materials and ferocious beast organs for sale or to enhance their own strength. Over time, outside the Cloud Miasma Desolate Mound, a small gathering camp was formed. It was used for the beast masters to rest and recuperate. But because of the matter of the totem species beast pet, this camp was overcrowded. They were like treasure hunters, either in groups of 3 or 5 or traveling solo, into the Cloud Miasma Desert Mound. A 3-member adventuring group, fully equipped at the moment, entered the miasma. This used to be the prototype of the illusory realm of asking that scared the crap out of the 3 of us, right? One of them, called Old Yao, couldn't help but laugh at himself. At that time, we were so scared that we couldn't even stand up. Yes, the illusory realm asking heart was the Battle of Tianshui, and this is the ruins of the wreckage after the battle was won. Old Chin pointed to a place not far away that was covered by trees and jungles. You can still see some of the remains of the buildings that were once there. Don't talk about it, that was more than 10 years ago. We had a bad start back then. It's better to work hard to earn money to purchase a beast pet with higher qualifications for our son. Damn old you. Showing off that you're married and have a son again, aren't you? Haha. Who told you two not to hurry up and neither of you get married? The money you earn is always spent in the clubhouse. What do you know? Old Chan and I are spending money in clubs? That's doing good deeds. Those little girls are miserable, with a gambling father, a sick mom, and a young brother. Moreover, not only are Old Chan and I fellow travelers on the path of the Imperial Beastmaster, in the clubhouse, we're also fellow travelers. The 3 of them were bragging and farting while advancing and releasing their beast pets to alert the surroundings. The 3 of them were all scared out of their wits in the Phantom Realm questioning heart and chose to become logistic Imperial Beast Masters. After graduating, they formed an adventuring group and have been crawling around for 18 years, all of them being stripped rank Imperial Beast Masters. They were also considered to be little known in the local Imperial Beast Association. However, nowadays, their talent and also the upper limit of their beast pets were only up to this point. You said that if we really traitorous luck and capture the 1,000-hand mica, and sell it, then we will not worry about food and drink for the rest of our lives. My son is also going to awaken his royal beast talent next year, so it's just right to prepare a beast pet with high racial qualifications for him. What's the point of buying a beast pet? If we get the 1,000-hands mica, we'll directly give it to little Zay as his initial beast pet. That's right, at least Xiao Zay is also calling us godfather. When the time comes, he will take us flying and give us old age. Ha ha ha, okay, no problem. Old Yu laughed out loud, while a warm current rose in his heart. Swoosh. In the air, a harsh breaking sound came from the miasma in front of them as it was split apart and tumbled towards the sides. The speed was so fast that it was simply too late for people to react. Watch out! Yu Jia roared, swooping over to push his two best friends out of the way. Stabla! Blood spurted into the air and fell like rain. Old Chun and Old Yao dodged a bullet. They stared at Yu Jia with wide eyes. Their bodies were cut into two sections and blood flowed everywhere. You go stop Old Yu's bleeding. I'll be alert. Old Chen's eyes instantly reddened as he roughly stalked his neck and yelled at the surroundings. Come out! What a disgusting friendship. In the miasma, a figure went from blurry to slowly clear. His hands, bizarrely, turned into mantis scythe-like arms. Two beast pets were skewered in his hands, running back and forth, as if they were grilled meat. Both hands swung violently upwards, piercing. The two beast pets were split in half. Pooh! Pooh! The two violently sprayed a mouthful of blood as the beast pet's death was met with a backlash. The weird thing was, his hands, which were previously still like mantis scythes, reverted back to human arms. Run? You can't run away, your flesh will take it. This person's face revealed a teasing expression as his arms transformed into mantis scythes, and with a single step, he suddenly disappeared. The next second, ah! The calves of the two men were cut off and their bodies fell to the ground. It was also at this moment, shadows and shadows, another figure approached not far away. He stared at the miasma that was churning in the distance, a cruel smile appearing on his face. Another prey has come to the door, suddenly without any half signs. Finally, the figure of the evil god cultist has been found. The moment the words came faintly, whoosh, the miasma was flushed away, and a divine black monkey appeared, its fist continuously enlarging in front of him. Bang! Explosive sounds resounded as the air was burst and a ring of white air waves appeared as the miasma surged in all directions. It was as if he had been hit head-on by an out-of-control truck, and he was viciously sent flying. Along the way, he crashed through countless trees and thorns before finally coming to a stop. His scythe arms were bent at a bizarre angle from the blow. Luduan narrowed his eyes. There was no spiritual fluctuation, and the use of skills was driven by elemental power just like a beast pet. It wasn't a solidified beast pet skill, nor was it a merged imperial beast talent. The name of an evil god's order popped up in his mind. Faceless acolytes. Along with the 7 deadly sins overeaters who had once traded in the black market, it was one of the most harmful evil god orders to mankind. By believing in an evil god called the Faceless Demon, they have gained his forbidden knowledge. The Faceless Demon, with no specific image, was a sea of different species that could be accommodated and incorporated into their own bodies to gain the abilities of the other. The forbidden knowledge they acquired was similar. With the ability to melt the imperial beast space with their physical body, the beast pets they contracted would integrate into their body and be absorbed by it. And after that, they would obtain all the abilities as well as the physical body of the beast pet. Similarly, if they wanted to enhance their strength, they needed to devour spirituality, and spirituality, that was an ability unique only to Imperial Beastmasters. Using human Imperial Beastmasters as nourishment, they strengthened themselves. So, the stronger they were, it meant that the more Imperial Beastmasters they devoured. Buzz! The opponent's figure slowly disappeared into the miasma. Misty hidden. Lu Duan's face was calm. Little Squid, Illusory Dream Spider Silk, 10,000 Weeping Willows. Chapter 111 Plot. The culprit of everything. Watching the injured, faceless apprentice steeply disappear. Escaped! Luduan didn't have any panic. How fast could it be faster than a space-based little squid? The opponent's disappearing means ability wasn't a spatial ability or instantaneous movement of the spirit system. combined with the faceless apprentice's ability to integrate the Imperial Beast space into himself and devour contracted beast pets for his own use. Misty Mantis. This should be the beast pet that was devoured by him. It was able to create mist and then blend into the mist to astringe itself. It even has self-regulating skin that changes its skin color to blend in with the environment. A predator that is extremely good at camouflage, with prey often having their limbs chopped off before they can react. Prefers to eat its prey while it is still alive. All of the Misty Mantis abilities and physicality were inherited by the faceless apprentice. In this miasmatic environment, it was more suitable for the other party. The faceless apprentice gathered his breath and hid his tracks as he approached road dust. His face was grim as he hissed silently, malice austere in his eyes. Death, I want you to die. I will chop off your limbs and devour your heart inch by inch. He approached silently. Suddenly, it was as if his skin touched something, as light and thin as a needle and thread, hanging down from the sky. The faceless apprentice froze. What was this? This was clearly an open area. Why were there spider threads? Following the spider silk towards the sky, the pupils suddenly shrunk, only to see, above the sky, at an unknown time, an odd squid appeared, and behind it, the void cracked open with a coin-sized ripple of emptiness. Countless transparent spider silks looked like willow branches, hanging down and fluttering in the wind. As he touched this spider silk, the eyes of the eccentric squid creature looked over violently. Boing! Gotcha! Danger! The word just popped up in his mind. Swoosh! Covering the sky, countless spider silks heavily bound him, transforming him into a mummy, ripping and hanging in mid-air, leaving only a head outside. The spider silk was tough. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't tear it off. Lu Chun looked at the faceless apprentice who was only about 10 meters away from him, and was somewhat surprised. He had thought that the other party had fled, but he hadn't expected to try to himself instead. It's true that fallen Imperial Beastmasters are all mostly bad in the head. In the place of an ordinary Imperial Beastmaster, one punch was sent flying by Chi Tian, and his scythe was bent. Knowing the difference in strength between the two sides, most would choose to escape. To be able to defeat me at the commander rank despite being at the shedding rank, to be so young, and to have a space system beast pet, are you the Eastern Domain Night Watchman's heavenly pride? Heh, your spirituality must be delicious. Unfortunately, I won't have the chance to taste it. This group of people were spiritually and physically depraved, and had long since lost their humanity, and could be said to all be a group of madmen who had no fear of death. There was no more pain or fear. Which faceless brigade do you belong to? Since when did you all dare to attack the Imperial Beastmasters openly? You guess. His face was teasing. The faceless brigands, internally split into small and different groups, were active in the shadows. Unlike other evil god sects, there were organizational staff structures such as priests and high priests. On weekdays, they didn't even dare to attack Imperial Beastmasters openly and honestly. They all just secretly poked and prodded at the Imperial Beastmasters who were left alone. Rats in the sewers. These small groups, also known as brigades, have no fixed residence, and travel to different cities to commit crimes, attack and kill Imperial Beastmasters, and devour their spirituality. The overall strength of the group is not strong, and the leader of each faceless brigade is only a quasi-king. They were constantly roaming various regions, apart from attacking and killing Imperial Beastmasters. There was also another important reason: preaching. Every time they arrived in a city, they would spread the forbidden knowledge of the faceless demon. Their forbidden knowledge was good to start with. All one needed to do was to purchase materials, build a sacrificial altar, and believe in the great faceless demon. By offering your body as a sacrifice, you are able to transform your body into a faceless apprentice. This was extremely tempting to those Imperial Beastmasters whose realms were stagnant and whose hearts were not in the right place. By devouring your own beast pet, you gain the body and all the abilities of your beast pet, and subsequent advancements do not require you to painstakingly search for evolutionary materials. No longer need to spend a lot of money on attribute secret treasures. One only needs to devour the hearts of other normal Imperial Beastmasters and consume their spirituality to become stronger. It's like Pandora's box. What could be a better deal than this? This was why the League of Nations regarded the Faceless Brigade as one of the most dangerous evil god orders to mankind. Killing Imperial Beastmasters and devouring spirits in order to increase their strength was digging up the foundation of the human race. Fortunately, the Faceless Apprentice's forbidden knowledge about the Faceless Demon was incomplete. At most, It would only allow their strength to grow to the quasi-monarch rank. You know what? I love abusing you youngsters the most, but it's a pity that I fell into your hands. A perverted smile appeared on the faceless apprentice's face, as if he was reminiscing. I like hearing the smell of fear emanating from you before you die the most. It will make the meat taste tight. Then I'll let you feel the feeling of being sadistically tortured as well. He grimaced. Fear? Pain? They faceless men were long gone. Pull into the illusory dream prison. The power of the dream realm erupted, and he was pulled into the illusory dream prison. In an instant, the faceless apprentice fell into a deep sleep, being dragged into the illusory dream prison. The little squid's tentacles didn't enter his brow, reading his memories and turning into a dream bubble. Zip, zip, zip. After all, he was a fallen imperial beastmaster who had embraced the evil god, and his memories had the forbidden power of the phaseless demon. Many of the dream bubbles related to the phaseless demon were constantly flashing back snowflakes, and the images were a blur. The phaseless demon wanted to erode Luduan through the memory fragments, imprinting the forbidden knowledge into Luduan's brain. This was simple. One slap and it was dispersed. The reason why the evil god order was difficult to deal with was because their memories also possessed a strong contamination. Even if there were imperial beastmasters who were also able to read and hypnotize each other to obtain memories, they simply didn't dare to do it. In the whole world, only Luduan was able to read the memories of the evil god cultists so gently. Soon, Luduan knew all the ins and outs. His face was grave. The news of the thousand-hand mica was actually released by this group of faceless disciples. Whether it was the news that was only circulated in the circle of evil spiritists in the beginning, or the news that had been circulating on a large scale at the level of ordinary imperial beasts since last night, it was all put out by them. They were hunting other evil god followers as well as regular imperial beastmasters. The thousand-hand mica was also half true. The false one was that the thousand-handed mica cub hadn't been born at all. The real one was that it was about to be born, but it was discovered in advance by the faceless apprentice leader. The leader of the faceless apprentice wanted to contract this terrifying creature as a beast pet, and then use the forbidden knowledge of the faceless demon to devour and absorb the thousand-handed mica and gain all of its abilities. In this way, he would forcefully step into the monarch rank. But it would take at least a few years for the thousand-hands mica to be born on its own, and he couldn't wait that long. The blood and corpses of the evil god religionists were able to speed up its birth, which was why he had released the news to attract the evil god religionists to come and hunt them down. Now, the fallen imperial beastmasters and evil god religionists who had entered the cloud miasma desolate mound had all been decimated. The reason why he was hunting ordinary imperial beastmasters now was because he wanted to use the spirituality in the corpses of ordinary imperial beastmasters to construct a sacrificial ritual spell. It was used to forcibly contract the newly born thousand-hand mica and then devour everything in the other party. Luduan snapped his fingers. Illusory dream prison. The faceless apprentice with godless eyes regained consciousness, although he was not in control of his body just now, but knew everything that had happened, knew that Luchuan had read his memories, and also knew that the other party had smashed the shadow of the phase-less demon's breath with a slap. Who are you? His face showed horror. You said you have no fear of pain or death, right? I'd like to see if that's true. Lu Duan's face was deathly cold. The man in front of him was a wanted man, an orphan living on the streets. A kind-hearted family would look at him in pity every day and share a portion of their meals to give to him. It lasted for close to 10 years. The first thing he did after he became an imperial beastmaster was to torture his family to death. Don't think I don't know. All you guys left me were some cheaply priced dishes. The expensive ones never let me taste them. He became a wanted man, and later joined the Faceless Order and became a faceless disciple. Pain adjusted to 100 times. Outline nightmare visions with the power of dreams. Outline various torture props with the power of fantasy. The faceless apprentice had thought that he had long since lost his fear and pain. However, he once again experienced the feeling that life was worse than death. Under 100 times the pain. The slightest prick with a needle was the ultimate torture. Not to mention, Luchuan was using all the 100 tortures from his previous life. The most painful thing for a human being was not to let out a mournful scream, but a silent scream, so painful that they couldn't even make a sound. A few minutes later, kill me, please kill me. He was constantly kowtowing and begging, his features twisted together, his face white. Hell, this place was hell. Then it's as you wish. Luduan didn't play with the other party anymore. and his consciousness returned to reality. Even if he was caught in a dream world, the faceless apprentice's body was spasming. His features twisted into a ball of pain. The little squid elegantly flicked the spider silk. The spider silk began to shrink, embedding itself in the gimmick and tightening. Ludwan turned around and stepped forward with little squid and Chi-Tion. True men never look back at explosions. Countless blood and minced flesh limbs dripped onto the ground, blossoming into a flower of blood. How is it? Can't die, right? Road dust came in front of that three-man adventuring group. The one who had been decapitated at the waist had previously been temporarily sewn together by little squid with spider silk. The chopped-off limbs of the remaining two were the same. The life force of the Imperial Beastmasters were all quite tenacious, and only the one who had been decapitated at the waist was in a coma. Thank you. Thank you for saving my life. Old Chun and Old Yao were filled with gratitude, and at the same time they were inwardly shocked. What a terrifying strength. This looks like he's only about 18 years old, right? Let's go. Take you to the camp. Don't miss the treatment. The spider silk rolled up the three people. Ludwan quickly brought them back to the camp and handed them over to the camp's medical point. These three people's lives were sort of retrieved. Their dead beast pets couldn't do anything about it. Ludwan also rejoined the 4 White Rocks. While waiting for the 3rd Imperial Beast Legion side to come, he first went inside to check out the situation. The 4 White Rocks, on the other hand, waited in the camp town. He informed the 4 of the information he had gotten. In an instant, their faces also stared. Luo Anfei's eyes fluctuated slightly. The Faceless Order? She remembered that the scattered Faceless sect in her previous life did have an archbishop behind it, with the strength of a heavenly king. It seemed that this faceless apprentice had successfully devoured the 1,000-handed mica pup in his previous life. She didn't know the specific process, and her strength was too low to qualify for access to these facets of information. When she grew up, this faceless sect seemed to not know what happened and inexplicably disappeared. Ludwan was also on the phone to speak with the head of the 3rd Imperial Beast Legion, informing them of this information. After doing his duty to inform, he was ready to take the magic mirror mannequin inside to grab the 1,000-hand mica. The leader of the faceless apprentice of the quasi-heavenly king rank was nothing more than that, and he would be defeated in minutes. A thick middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. No good. You guys quickly leave the camp town. Zip, zip, zip. The call was interfered with and disconnected. Boom. Terrifying miasma surged from the cloud miasma deserted mound in a great rush, instantly covering the entire camp town. P.S. Next chapter ends this chapter. Chapter 112 Excitement. Stealing Home Law. The cloud miasma desert mound, which hadn't expanded for hundreds of years, had dense miasma sweeping in with the momentum of an avalanche. It instantly flooded the camp town. But in the blink of an eye, the invading miasma faded away like a tidal wave and regrouped in the distant cloud miasma barren mound. The only difference is, under the sunlight, the originally overcrowded and lively camp town, at this moment, empty without a single person. Cloud miasma desolate mound, more than 10 meters deep underground. There was a hollow underground space, without any vegetation. The rough sandstone around the walls was exposed, layers of rocky geology. Underground hollow. Here stood an unknown huge biological spine, the top transformed into a tray-like container. On each of the top trays, the heads of the remaining Order Evil God followers were placed. There was a small hole in the center of the tray. Blood flowed down the small hole onto the giant spine and was dominated by a strange power, turning into countless fly-sized blood-red runes. And then it flowed down onto the ground, intertwining with each other and outlining a huge circular spell formation on the ground. The direction of each head faced the center of the spell formation. There was a huge ink-black sarcoma that had grown out of the ground, with earthworm-like veins of geoducts roaming the surface like an embryo, beating like a heart from time to time. Around it, countless headless corpses were piled up, all the corpses of cultists. Ink-black flesh tumors differentiated into vein-like tentacles rooted in these corpses, sucking their flesh and blood. The weird thing was, every time a corpse was sucked, a pair of small hands would grow on the black flesh tumor. At this moment, the entire ink-black sarcoma was filled with densely packed small hands that were constantly struggling towards the sky, making people's dense phobia guilty. Next to it, there was a huge altar with 3 layers. A blood pool was dug above it. The blood water was churning. There were constantly faceless disciples, carrying the corpses of ordinary Imperial Beastmasters and throwing them into the blood pool. The corpses were instantly melted into blood water, permeated with pure spirituality. A tall figure stood on a stone pillar in the space here, his eyes lowered as he monitored the faceless disciples carrying the corpses below. His body was already inhuman, a serpent-like head with pale green vertical pupils and a serpentine-like tongue poking out of his mouth. Bat-like demonic wings sprouted from his back, and his head was topped with goat horns. Under the skin, there was dark purple blood flowing in the veins. It was as if it was a hellish demon that had walked out of the abyssal ecosystem. Faceless Order, 9th Brigade Leader. Quasi-monarch rank. Compared to the human form, he prefers to maintain the faceless apprentice form, which represents that he and his beloved beast pet will always be together. Suddenly, he disappeared, instantly arriving behind a faceless apprentice who couldn't resist stealing hearts and devouring the spirituality of corpses. A huge palm enveloped his brain. Chief, spare. The plea for mercy got stuck in his throat before his head was pinched and blown up and his headless body fell to the ground. The leader of the faceless apprentice opened his mouth to speak. His voice was like fingernails rubbing against a blackboard, and it echoed like a flood bell between its sharpness and harshness. It's not enough. It's not enough. More bodies of Imperial Beastmasters are needed as sacrifices. I just briefly used the 1,000 Hands of Micah as a medium to take control of the Cloud Miasma Desolate Mound, and encompassed and moved in all the Imperial Beastmasters from the camp town outside. Each and every one of them is left alone. Capture more Imperial Beastmasters back for me. Yes. When all the rest of the faceless apprentices left, the leader of the faceless apprentices came to the front of the large meat tumor with greed in his eyes. Just now, it had briefly used the 1,000-hand Micah egg as a medium to control the entire Cloud Miasma Desolate Mound. That absolute control mesmerized it. The Cloud Miasma Barren Mound was the result of the death of the 1,000-handed Micah that had once been annihilated. The 1,000-handed Micah pup was a continuation of its life, and it had absolute control over it, just like how Little Squid had obtained the power of the Moonwatch Ruins at the Moonwatch Ruins, and could teleport the rest of the people out at will. Soon, baby, you'll soon be able to be born. I'll be able to contract you, and soon you'll be my 4th beloved beast pet, fused with me, never to be separated. He revealed a perverted smile. At that time, I will not only advance from the quasi-monarch level to the monarch rank, I will also be able to turn the entire Cloud Miasma Desolate Mound into my domain. Such a huge domain is enough to allow me to step directly into the invincible Heavenly King level of the monarch rank. I will integrate all the faceless brigades and become the Archbishop of the Faceless Order. He showed a cold light on his face. And the Alchemy Order, you are the ones who took the rest of the forbidden knowledge in the great Faceless Archdemon Temple, leaving the forbidden inheritance of our faceless apprentices incomplete. Soon, I will come for you. Run, keep running, quick as long as you can escape, I'll let you go. The 2 faceless apprentices walked idly through the dense forest. One of them turned his hands into the feathered wings of a bird. The other was covered in spikes like a hedgehog. They teasingly looked at the distance, the few human Imperial Beastmasters who had fled in a hurry. The hedgehog faceless apprentice pulled off a few spikes from his body. His muscles swelled violently. Then he flung them. Shoo! The sound of breaking air came, accompanied by a miserable scream. The limbs of those few humans were pierced through by the spikes and nailed to the ground. Regrettably, your escape has failed, and I will deprive you of your lives. Was about to deliver the final blow. A harsh filament reflected in the air, and they were instantly separated from their heads. Find yourselves a hidden place to hide. After explaining, Ludwan disappeared once again with the little squid, and an hour had passed since he was caught up in the Cloud Miasma Desolate Mound. This was already the 20th wave of people he had saved. All of the people who were caught up in the miasma were scattered to various different places. This felt a bit like entering the Moonwatch Ruins. When entering the Moonwatch Ruins, everyone was also teleported to different places. This also meant that the 1,000-handed Micah pup was about to come out, and the leader of the Faceless Apprentice used some sort of power to briefly control the 1,000-handed Micah pup and take control of the Cloud Miasma Desert Mound. The fact that the other party was still hunting and killing Imperial Beastmasters meant that the sacrifice ceremony had not yet begun. Ludwan knew that he had to hurry. If the leader of the Faceless Apprentice opened the sacrifice ceremony and fused with the 1,000-handed Micah cub, it would be a waste of time. And one had to find Lu Yuyong to do so. The Pa Pet Ball, containing the magic mirror doll, was at Lu Yoyong's place, the leader of the faceless apprentice of the quasi-king rank. I'm afraid I can't snatch it without a magic mirror doll by my side. As for the safety of Bai Yen and the others, Lu Duan was not worried. Lu Yurong had the magic mirror mannequin's Pa Pet Ball on him. Bai Yen and Bai Shallow, Luo Anfei, the three of them were not generalized, and they could escape even if they couldn't beat them. Moreover, remembering the outrageous deeds of the Great Ice Lump, she was able to whore out a moon elf for nothing by entering a Moonwatch ruin. Maybe she could even have a strange encounter. Like a ghost, he used the shadow escape technique to prance around, searching for Lu Yurong's figure. It was also at the time of rushing. Monstrous heavy strike. Bang bang bang. The ground in front of them collapsed layer by layer, and a sharp stone thorn stabbed out from the ground. Road Dust dodged away using Little Squid's Void Wander skill. You're the one who killed 2 of my subordinates, right? It was a faceless apprentice whose entire body was covered in thick rock, with crimson magma flowing from his body. Strength rank. Advanced Commander rank. How dare a mere Commander rank come to block the road? A cold light flashed in Lu Duan's eyes as he was about to settle the other party. Ice Crystal Phoenix Fox. Ice Phoenix Seal. Ice elements boiled in the distance and suddenly condensed into an ice phoenix in the air as it whistled. All the energy converged on a 3-toed claw, and from the bottom up, it fiercely stamped on the stone faceless apprentice. Bang! Instantly, the ground beneath his feet collapsed and his entire body plunged into the ground. Luo Anfei brought the Ice Crystal Phoenix and Moon Elf along, and her eyes imperceptibly looked up and down at Lu Duan. Seeing that the other party's entire body had no obvious injuries, his eyes carried a hint of relief. Upper Commander rank. It's not something you can deal with. If I hadn't shown up, you might have been in danger this time. Lu Dust was surprised. What was the dejected feeling revealed in this tone of voice? The big ice lump of words unexpectedly much today. Have you seen Lu Yurong? Didn't see Sister Yurong. Lu Dust pointed at the stone faceless disciple who crawled out from the ground with a face full of shock and anger. Can you fix it? An ordinary upper commander rank in the district, simple. She raised her chin with a somewhat haughty expression, the corners of her mouth curving into a nice-looking arc. Seeing that she was able to fight the commander rank with the power of the shedding rank, Lu Duan must have been shocked. All right, I'll leave it to you then. The upper commander rank, it would take some effort for Lu Dust to solve it. Right now, he had to find Lu Yurong quickly. Ice Crystal Phoenix Fox. Moon Elf, open your mouth. Lu Duan stuffed the other party's 2 beast pets with energy crystals that had been given a special effect by the Pot of Eclipse. Take care of yourself then. After saying that, he pulled out his legs and ran away, leaving behind a confused Luo Anfei. Oi oi oi! I was able to cross an entire grand segment with the degenerate rank and reverse fall the commander rank. Shouldn't you be shocked? What the hell is running away? Lu Dust continued to search for Lu Yurong. During this time, he found a number of well-mobile Imperial Beastmasters, wearing uniform clothing and competent style. They were killing faceless apprentices and rescuing those ordinary Imperial Beastmasters. At this glance, they were from the army, and it seemed that the 3rd Royal Beast Legion had arrived. The underground hollow was thick with the smell of blood. In the pool of blood, a corpse was melted into blood. The spirituality in the corpse was precipitated out, and the entire blood pool was thick with various colors of spiritual power, intermingled with the smell of blood. No, it's not good, Chief. The 3rd Imperial Beast Legion is here. They're besieging us. We're dead and wounded. Is this old dog Jiang creative here too? The Legion leader of the 3rd Imperial Beast Legion, who had fought a few times, was nothing more than a 6-star Imperial Beastmaster monarch who hadn't condensed a domain. Only one of the beast pets under his command had reached the inferior monarch rank. The faceless apprentice leader's eyes glittered, as long as he opened the sacrifice ceremony, successfully contracted the 1,000-handed mica, devoured it, stepped into the monarch rank, and coalesced the cloud miasma desolate mound into a monarch domain. A mere Jiang innovation, what was there to fear? My beloved handlers, the faceless apprentice leader said to all of his subordinates. Blood and flesh is still not enough, it's not even close. I can't bear the thought of you all going out to hunt royal beastmasters in order to help me, and then dying horribly at the hands of the Royal Beast Legion. He was painfully compassionate. Since that is the case, then, oh my beloved subordinates, become a part of me as well, as sustenance for the 1,000-hand mica. I will be with you all forever. Ah! The screams rose and fell, and in moments they were quiet again. All of the faceless apprentices were killed by their leader, and their corpses were thrown to the side of the egg of the thousand-handed Myca to be absorbed by it. The leader of the faceless men came to the sacrificial altar. The expression was solemn and incomparably pious. Great faceless demon, eternal phase of all beings. Except for the beginning, which was human language, the words that followed were all obscure and ancient syllables that were difficult to understand. And still, they were praying in the manner of Sanskrit singing, with a voice like 1,000 words, overlapping. Finally, it was transformed into human language again. This is the hymn of your most sincere servant. This is a delicacy of blood and flesh. Please, feast Xiang on it. I will contract the thousand-handed Myca and turn it into my fourth beast pet. Please grant me your power. In a flash, the entire sacrifice spell formation activated, and forbidden power diffused out. The blood-red characters inscribed on that pillar of bones suddenly emitted a scarlet glow. Like red mycelium, it spread and traveled across the ground. Soon, it wrapped around the entire underground hollow, like a cocoon net. The power converged on the faceless apprentice leader, on the altar as well as the egg of 1,000 hands of Myca. Dum dum dum, dum dum dum. The egg of 1,000 hands of Myca was pulsing, powerful and rhythmic. It was about to be birthed. The blood pool was also changing, and there was some sort of presence in the underworld that absorbed all the spirituality from the blood pool. Instantly, the leader of the faceless apprentice felt that he had a bloodline connection with the thousand-hand Myca, just as he did when he was still an Imperial Beast Master and still had the Imperial Beast space. And then, the god's reward descended on the altar. At the same time, the entire nature of the altar was altered, turning into a pile of rotten meat that was writhing, first drowning the faceless apprentice. Then it spread towards the 1,000 hands of Myca. He didn't resist. This was the reward of the great unseen demon, being able to fuse him with the beast's pet. Still late? Damn. No chance to steal the chicken. In the shadows of the underground hollow, Luduan revealed his head. Looking at the large ink-colored sarcoma, he was at war between heaven and earth. In the end, he gave up. It was a bit dangerous, too close to the leader of the faceless apprentice. It was very likely that he wouldn't even have the reaction time to vaporize before he was killed. And the large egg was too big to fit in little squid's carry-on space. If only the magic mirror doll was there. He didn't find Lu Yurong and didn't get the Pa Pet ball containing the magic mirror mannequin. He was a bit depressed. It looked like he couldn't steal the chicken. Right at the moment when the rotten meat devoured the egg of the thousand-hand Myca, Ludum unleashed God's eye. Name: Egg of Zygote. Description: the child body of the egg of 1,000 hands of Myca. Description: hundreds of years ago, the totem order taboo demon thousand-handed Myca invaded the humans and was killed by the humans, with its body transformed into a cloud miasma barren mound. The totem-ranked demon did not die so easily, and its power after death gathered underground, trying to regain its new life. In order to protect and hide itself, it will create a child body to appear in the open to draw fire. Generally speaking, the mother body will be located underneath the child body. Road dust froze. Wait. Sub-body. P.S. Big chapter 2 in 1, there's another big chapter later. Chapter 113 Clueless Faceless Apprentice Leader. Where's my mother? Looking at the specific information probed out by God's eyes. Road dust? His eyes glared. This isn't the real thousand-hand Myca egg. He immediately let the little squid probe the underground. The countless spider silks were like probes, going deep into the ground and probing inch by inch. A few minutes later, the little squid gave a soft wooing sound and told Lu Duan that 20 meters deep underground, there existed a sealed cave space. Luduan's eyes flickered. Chi Tian wrapped us with the power of shadow to avoid transmitting energy fluctuations when using skills. Little squid, void swimming. Kiri. Boing. With a blur before his eyes, Luduan instantly arrived in a tightly packed underground space. The entire floor of the space was as warm and moist as jade, and it looked as if it had been waxed. The ground was translucent, and there were countless tiny lines like 7-colored energy converging in one direction. The space was not large, probably only tens of square feet, and was circular in shape. The most striking thing was that there was an odd tree growing in this space. It was ink-colored. The entire tree had an unusually bizarre shape. It consisted of countless hands growing out of the ground, you grabbing me and I grabbing you, continuously extending upwards, stacking and intertwining with each other layer by layer, combining to form the tree trunk. The crown of the tree was also formed by the combination of countless hands, the backs of which were facing the sky, and they were layered in a closed position, forming a bud. The countless fantastic 7-colored lines below the ground converged on this weird tree. It was constantly channeled towards the pod. Lu Duan could feel that this was all the purest energy. As the energy was channeled into the pod, there was dense light inside like a breathing light, one bright, as if it was nurturing something. Buzz! There was a light tremor. It was as if it had reached a certain tipping point, like a flower about to bloom. The pod that was formed by the overlapping of countless hands. Starting from the outermost arm of the pod, one arm flattened outwards and bloomed layer by layer. Name: Egg of 1,000 Hands of Mica. Description: The 1,000 Hands of Mica, once a special cloud, gave birth to a spirit and transformed into a transcendent creature. However, when it stepped from the monarch rank to the totem rank and realized the river of laws in the underworld, it made a mistake. The captured breath of law carries a hint of the breath above the evil gods. Subsequently, it was transformed into a demonic creature, and after countless years, with the descent of the foreign realm, it came to the blue star. After death, the origin was not dispersed, and was integrated into the cloud miasma deserted mound, and after hundreds of years of accumulation, it would be reborn as a brand new 1,000 Hands of Mica, and it will no longer have the identity of a demonic creature, but will reappear in the world as a transcendent creature. This 1,000 Hands Mica was once not a demonic creature. Rather, it made a mistake when it advanced from the monarch rank to the totem rank. It was eroded by a hint of the breath above the evil god. Lu Duan frowned. What are these 4 things? Subsequently, he knew through the system feedback that he was unable to know his honorable name at his current realm. Once he knew it, there was a possibility that he would be discovered by it, and although his spirituality of the Lord of the Great Beginning could immunize him, the people around him might be implicated. Lu Chen's face was grave. Just knowing his name would attract attention. Is this the existence above the evil god? Buzz, buzz, buzz. A constantly trembling voice interrupted Lu Duan's thoughts. Forget it. Whatever above the evil god. When I grow up, they're all existences that I'll hang. Hanging never forces lie. The line of sight refocused on this odd pod. Countless hands kept spreading out in all directions. In the end, the petals completely bloomed and transformed into a lotus plant. On top of the lotus platform, lying quietly was a black marshmallow, curled up into a small, delicate ball. The moment it was exposed to the air, the ground trembled, and the elemental particles in the air became active. It was as if they were offering a salute for the birth of the king. This was the newborn 1,000 Hand Mica. It suddenly stretched its body with round eyes and a mouth growing on it. It floated up in the air. Then it saw the 1 man and 2 beasts of Lu Duan and tilted its little head, its curious gaze probing in, its mouth letting out a question. Name: 1,000 Hand Mica Hatchling. Description: Feeds on thunder and shadow energy. Special tip: Meets the cultivation requirements of the spirit bright monkey black god. It is a part of the bloodline advancement, need to gain its goodwill, and without resisting, allow Qi Tian to infuse the spirit bright monkey bloodline into the other party, thus signing a symbiotic contract. Suddenly, as if it sensed something excitedly, it flew in front of Qi Tian, like a puppy waiting to be fed. Qi Tian, concentrate the lightning energy in your hands. Zzz. The thunder arc transformed into a thunderbolt mass condensed in Qi Tian's hand. The 1,000-handed Mica was very excited, nibbling on it with a big mouthful of it, and letting out soft cries of delight from its mouth. Condense the power of shadow again. Thunder cluster in her left hand, shadow light cluster in her right hand. The 1,000-hand Mica ate with even more excitement. The newborn's mind was as white as paper. It wasn't as lurid as the terrifying demonic creature seen during the Gate of Trials questioning mind illusion. On the contrary, it felt a bit droll. Lu Duan curiously touched it. Although it was a cloud, it was solid and as soft as cotton. After eating it, it became familiar with Lu Chuan and the others, flying around them continuously. Little guy, will you follow Qi Tian in the future? Lu Chuan asked the other party. The latter tilted his head in confusion, not understanding what it meant. Follow us, and in the future, you'll be guaranteed food and shelter, and you'll have enough meals. Qi Tian appropriately condensed lightning energy and shadow energy in his hands. It nodded fiercely. The cloud is free to never be a slave unless meals are included. Chi Tian condensed the bloodline power. Chi Tian placed his hand on its head. His breath filled out and a vision was reflected behind him, revealing a divine monkey silhouette that stood on top of the sky. Suddenly, a dense white light enveloped both Chi Tian and the thousand-hand mica at the same time. It lasted for half a minute before suddenly dissipating. A monkey and a cloud, there wasn't much change. The feeling given to Lu Chun was exceptionally peculiar, clearly two different individuals. But it gave the feeling as if they were one. The thousand-handed mica was an external derivation of Chi Tian. Name: Spirit Bright Stone Monkey Black God. Strength: Upper Degenerate Stage. Attribute: Fire, Thunder, Shadow. Qualification: Half-step Mythic Species, 3rd level God, 3rd level Mythic Species. Talent: Vajra Invulnerability, Shape-Shifting. Description: Able to merge with 1,000 hands of mica into one, entering a brand new form. Able to possess the ability to move through clouds and mist. Chi Tian's qualification changed. From a half-step Mythic Species, it had changed to a level 3 Mythic Species. Does he still possess the ability to fuse with the thousand-hand mica as one? The thousand-handed mica felt the bloodline connection with Chi Tian, who had just been born, and directly treated Chi Tian as its father. Unbeknownst to it, it had also changed its destiny. In its original destiny trajectory, although the faceless apprentice leader had devoured the sub-body, after all, this space was located 20 meters below the faceless apprentice leader's ground, which wasn't far away. When the other party was experimenting with their new power, they caved in the ground and accidentally discovered the chibi mica main body. And then, the mother body was devoured just the same. Abruptly, an explosive roar came from overhead, and even with the rock layers separating it, it kept echoing in this cave. Faceless apprentice. Suffer death. Ha ha ha. 3rd Imperial Beast Legion Leader Jiang Innovation, you're too late. The leader of the faceless apprentice laughed freely. I'm already at the monarch rank. Let's see me behead you today, and use your spirituality to celebrate my stepping into the monarch rank. What ensued was a fierce collision. The earth shook as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred, and the terrifying sound of the collision made the eardrums buzz. The cave collapsed, and large chunks of rocks continued to fall down. Lu Duan let the little squid carry him in an instantaneous movement. And then, using Chi Tian's skill, he drilled into the shadows and left the cavern space, quickly disappearing far away. In the sky, two figures were facing each other. A large man in military uniform with a resolute face, the 3rd Imperial Beast Corps Legion commander of the Eastern Region Jiang Innovation. At this moment, his body was covered in a blazing golden aura, and his body transformed into a small mountain-like humanoid golden, divine bull. His Imperial Beast talent was also a emerging talent. The other one was the faceless apprentice leader. The two sides had already exchanged a round of hands, and the cloud miasma desolate mound was in shambles, with ancient trees collapsing and thorns shattering. There were small hills slightly close to where they had exchanged blows with them that were blasted and collapsed. Boom! The auras of both sides were declared. They instantly collided together. At the place of collision, the scene was horrifying as countless spiritual lightning flashed and firelight nourished. The clouds were shattered and collapsed. Magnetic Yuan floating explosion. Jiang Creative let out a bullish roar as gold energy filled his fist. With one step, he arrived in front of his opponent. The gold system energy fiercely penetrated through the air, transforming into the power of magnetic storm. Wherever it passed, it was like magnetic turbulence. Even some of the metals on the ground were sucked up and blasted towards the faceless apprentice leader. The latter was stoically unafraid. Countless pitch-black arms appeared on his body, twisting around each other like ropes, wrapping around his original fist. Then he met it with an equally vicious punch. Bang! Explosive sounds resounded. Countless people had their eardrums directly deafened by the shock, and a shockwave swept in all directions. Those with weaker strength were stunned. Next, the crowd was only able to see two rays of black and gold constantly colliding, separating, colliding again, and separating again. Each collision would erupt into a shockwave that shattered everything, like two horrible monsters fighting. During this period, there were also various energy attacks, and the energy aftermath of the shattering formed one big pit after another on the ground, with broken rocks and mud splashing everywhere. The ancient trees were devastated. This made Lu Dust inwardly dumbfounded. This was simply a humanoid nuclear bomb. Although the magic mirror mannequin was also at the monarch rank, this was the first time he had seen an all-out battle between monarch ranks. Is this what a monarch is? An existence that could already be called a king in the royal beast master category, out of the realm of ordinary people. What was even more terrifying? These two are both monarchs who haven't formed a domain. Then how strong must Jiang Zheni be when he was called invincible at the monarch rank, the heavenly king rank? Ha ha ha, Jiang Innovation. I have fused the thousand-hand mica with me as one. This is my home ground. The leader of the faceless apprentice was laughing. He was able to suppress Jiang Xinshin with ease in the exchange just now. You can't possibly be my opponent. You don't have a domain. Watch me gather the cloud miasma desolate mound as a domain today. Countless arms grew out of its body, and its skin became pitch black. Strange power spread. The entire cloud miasma desolate mound rustled and shook. Little Mum made a sound, its large eyes blinking as it said something to Chi Tian. Little M was the name that Lu Dust had given it. Kiku. Chi Tian acted as a translator as it told Luduan why the other party had the aura of its sub-body in its body, and that Xiaomu couldn't control it. The sub-body was split off, and this sub-body was coalesced with the aura of the demons that used to be inside the cloud miasma desolate mound, which was why it was so weird. Once it broke away from the control of the mother body, it would soon float away and disappear. Lu Chen's face became incomparably odd. That means it won't last long? Sure enough. Impossible. The faceless apprentice leader's face changed drastically as he roared in terror. His power was shrinking and contracting. The densely packed arms all over his body turned into black mist and dissipated into the air. Soon it fell to the quasi-monarch rank. Impossible. Fake. This is a fake thousand-arm mica? He suddenly got rid of Jiang Xinhua and spread his wings to the sky above the underground cavity from before. Energy converged and turned into a beam of energy, smashing the underground hollow, revealing a molten cave space further down. He saw the empty thousand-handed lotus platform. Under his vertical pupil vision, he saw this molten whole space with other energies present. Lightning system, shadow system. This indicated that someone had come to this melting whole space. Who snatched my thousand-hand mica? He roared to the sky. Jiang Creative was greatly puzzled. It seemed like a mistake had been made. Never mind, who cares, he bullied his way up and beat the hell out of him. The leader of the faceless apprentice was struggling to resist and was beaten back. You forced me. You forced me. Even if I die, I will pull you on my back. The leader of the faceless apprentice was furious. The breath on his body broke the levee and declared out. The dust shook and flew into the air. Jiang Innovation's face was serious, going to fight for his life? He mobilized his strength and prepared to defend. The leader of the faceless apprentice roared explosively and condensed a huge energy beam, blasting towards the place where the crowd gathered most densely in the distance. At the same time, he incited the bat wings behind him and fled in another direction as a stream of light. He fled. Jiang Creative gave up chasing after the other party and chose to fend off the energy attack to avoid causing deaths and injuries. Lu Chun would have also found Lu Yurong and the others, and Chi Tian was taken back into the Imperial Beast space by him. It was worth mentioning that the thousand-handed mica could likewise be taken in and did not occupy his contracted position. Finally found you. Where did you run off to? Lu Yurong breathed a sigh of relief. He took out the paw pet ball from Lu Yoyong's bag. It had not been used. Looks like Lu Yuyong hasn't been in danger. His instructions to the magic mirror mannequin was that Lu Yuyong didn't need to actively show up without encountering danger. He looked at the fleeing leader of the faceless apprentice, his eyes flickering as he wanted to directly call out the magic mirror mannequin to strike the other party down. After thinking for a long time, he gave up. Low profile. The feeling of sneaking around as an old sixth was his favorite. If he released the magic mirror mannequin in full view of everyone, his bottom card would be exposed. And the leader of the faceless apprentice was just yelling, "Who stole my thousand-hand mica?" At that time, it was expected that a bunch of people would suspect themselves. The piker is not guilty of harboring the mica.